50,000 years after civilization died, Leo stands alone in a frozen ash-covered tampa as Earth's last survivor. He cracks the contaminated ice, chews it without flinching, and the ring's blue system quietly tells him his lifespan still cannot go any higher. Leo can only give a bitter smile, because endless lifespan means nothing when the system keeps dragging him back from every suicide attempt. A giant mutated spider lunges out of the frozen sea, and Leo is so numb to life that he lets it bite his arm. The spider dies from his toxic flesh, while Leo's mangled arm heals in seconds and leaves him just as bored as before. Then an enormous Godzilla-like mutant charges from the sea, trying to crush the one human-shaped thing still standing. Leo answers with one light punch, blowing a hole straight through the monster's foot and body and dropping it dead. With the giant corpse sinking away, Leo finally acts on the one thing he still wants most, leaving this dead world forever. Inside the lifespan shop, he sorts by highest price and finds a single absurd answer at the top: transmigration to a random planet for almost every year he owns. He buys it anyway, gladly paying nearly all of his time just for a chance to see another sky. Even at the last second, Leo stomps up more radioactive ice and stuffs himself with it, trying to claw back a few extra years before the jump. The minute runs out, and Leo's body dissolves into dust over the dead ocean. When he opens his eyes again, birds are chirping, sunlight is warm, and the smell of living grass hits him like a miracle. The moment he realizes he really made it, modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth, Leo collapses in tears, kisses the ground, and hugs the nearest tree like a man brought back from the dead. Drunk on the sight of life, he runs modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth through the woods without noticing that every plant he touches is blackening behind him. A rattlesnake strikes his ankle, but its fangs cannot pierce his skin, and Leo already knows the snake just made a fatal mistake. His toxic body mutates the snake on the spot, and the creature swells into a blackened horror before exploding apart. The contamination starts killing the plants too, and Leo goes tense when the black spread creeps through the clearing. Luckily, the spread stops when some of the grass turns blue and seems to trap the pollution in one limited area. Shaken by how close he came to poisoning the new world, Leo decides to clean up every contaminated scrap by eating it himself. He swallows the tainted meat, roots, worms, and dead leaves until the dangerous patch is gone and his lifespan climbs back up again. After an hour, Leo checks his remaining years and realizes he finally has enough time to buy basic modern clothes again. The shop's prices sting, but he still spends years of his life on a t-shirt, jeans, socks, boxers, and sneakers because dignity is worth it. A cardboard box pops into existence, and Leo gets dressed with almost comical relief now that he can look human again. That small comfort leads to a harder truth. In this world, he can only earn lifespan by contaminating food first. He briefly considers living quietly like a normal man, but throws that idea away because he has no clue what kind of world he landed in. Leo settles on a sensible first plan: find water, then build shelter. In a burst of excitement, he kicks off the ground so hard that he launches 1,000 meters into the air to scout the land himself. From the sky, he spots a fortified town to the west, proof that this world has organized people and probably real danger too. He also sees a giant river crossed by a glowing rainbow bridge, where flying ships carry crowds across the water. The sight of so many people hits Leo hard, because for the first time in ages he is not alone anymore. He spots a stream to the east, drops back down hard enough to leave a crater, and heads for it next. As he walks to the stream, his footsteps quietly blacken the grass behind him, and the corruption starts spreading again in his wake. At the clear water's edge, Leo almost scoops a drink barehanded before he catches himself and realizes that would poison everything downstream. To keep the river safe, he spends more years on a hazmat suit, gloves, boots, and a plastic bottle before he dares touch the water. He checks the price of bottled water, decides that buying it would be stupid in a world full of rivers, and fills his own bottle instead. When he finally drinks fresh natural water, the taste is so good after 50,000 years that he nearly treats it like a miracle. Fed and calmer, he thinks through survival basics and decides there is no reason to make primitive tools when the shop can sell him a home. After a long shopping spree, a full campsite appears by the stream, complete with a modern tent, stove, gas, cookware, and a chair. The spending nearly wipes him out again, and Leo admits he is sick of grinding lifespan by eating polluted dirt. Even so, he immediately starts farming years again by taking off his gloves, blackening nearby grass with his bare hands, and chewing through it anyway. The reward is absurdly good here, with each contaminated strand giving him another year and making the ugly chore suddenly worthwhile. Then he pulls up a bizarre weed with a tiny humanoid root, and the little mandrake opens its eyes and screams right in his face. Annoyed, Leo spits on it, and his toxic spit mutates the mandrake instantly into a swollen black thing with a burst of long roots from its stomach. When the monster does not revive or fight back, Leo shrugs and decides weird food is still food. The first chew shocks him, because the black root tastes like a margarita, and suddenly this ugly plant is the best meal he has had in ages. Half an hour later, Leo is full, a little drunk, and sitting happily with only one hard pearl-like seed left over from the feast. He tosses the annoying seed into a basket like a basketball shot and actually celebrates the tiny score. His stomach growls right after, reminding him that a campsite still needs one very important thing he forgot to build: a toilet. So he buys a shovel and goes looking for a secluded place, quickly settling on a 5-meter boulder as a useful landmark. Up close, he notices one flat carved face on the rock covered in strange writing he cannot read, but he brushes off the mystery as none of his business. What matters more to him is that the bare ground nearby has no plants, which makes it perfect for a safe designated toilet zone. He tests the earth with one push of the shovel, drives straight through the hard ground by accident, and happily decides this spot will do just fine. By nightfall he has gone wildly overboard, turning the area around the sacred-looking boulder into rows of deep pits and emergency holes. Remembering the hard seed from dinner, he comes back and tosses it into one of the small holes as if planting future trash. Then a status check makes him stop cold, because that one mandrake meal secretly gave him 100 extra years. Realizing rare plants here are far more valuable than anything on old Earth, Leo abandons sleep and starts ripping through the forest for more mandrakes. By sunrise he has huge piles of weeds and 2 fresh wriggling mandrakes, still alive because his gloves kept them from mutating too early. He takes off his helmet and spits on the hull, blackening the weeds and making both mandrakes scream before their bellies erupt into masses of roots. Delighted by the huge breakfast, Leo sits down to feast and starts noticing the strange blue glow that always contains the radiation around him. He spends the whole day eating and enjoying his camp, so distracted that he never notices the abandoned seed near the boulder has already sprouted a black leaf. Far away at Magpie City's east gate, a teenage outer disciple named Gao Yan heads out for training with little but stubborn hope and 2 cheap swords. The guards know him well enough to skip the check, teasing little Gao as they ask if he is going back to the sword boulder again. Gao Yan admits he is still stuck at the muscle tempering stage, bullied by stronger disciples, and close to being thrown out of the sect. The guards can only encourage him to keep pushing for chi condensation and warn him to return before the forest predators come out at night. Gao Yan thanks them and leaps away through the trees, still chasing progress even if nobody expects much from him anymore. Left behind, the guards quietly pity the hardworking boy and wish heaven would hand him some lucky break before the sect gives up on him. 3 hours later, Gao Yan reaches his usual training spot at the lonely carved boulder and relaxes when he sees nobody else around. He comes here because the boulder is the original Sword Saint journal, even if richer sects now prefer cleaner copy texts and nobody bothers with the real thing anymore. Then his eyes drop to the ground and he freezes, because someone has dug huge pits and rows of little holes right in front of the Sword Saint's boulder. Gao Yan explodes in disbelief, staring at the desecrated site and demanding to know who dared defile the Sword Saint. Still furious and searching for whoever caused the chaos, Gao Yan suddenly notices patches of blue spirit grass on the plain. The moment he realizes they are spirit grasses, Gao Yan lunges over and starts harvesting them like a starving man who just found a fortune. He giddily imagines trading them for spirit stones, or eating them raw to gather enough chi to break through and avoid being expelled from the sect. He spends the next hour stripping the plain bare until his clothes are so stuffed with spirit grass that he can barely move. To carry even more, Gao Yan strips off his outer clothes, ties them into makeshift bags, and leaves the bundles by a boulder before heading east to wash up at the stream. At the stream, Gao Yan expects water and privacy, but instead he finds a strange campsite and a bizarre old man in a yellow sealed suit. Startled, Gao Yan tries to grab his sword and challenge the stranger, only to realize he left his weapon back with his clothes. When the elderly stranger looks him over, Gao Yan realizes how ridiculous he looks and blurts out that he is not some pervert. The old man's muffled reply is impossible to understand through the helmet, and the whole meeting turns even stranger. Then a sharp ringing and a bell-like chime slam into Gao Yan, and burning pain explodes in his eyes. When the pain clears, floating words appear in front of Gao Yan, showing his name, age, and the exact amount of lifespan he has left. Looking for answers, Gao Yan sees matching floating text around the old man too, and now the stranger is calmly poking at invisible screens. As soon as the elder's voice suddenly becomes clear, Gao Yan realizes some unknown power just removed the language barrier. Then Leo removes his helmet, and the aura pouring off his body hits Gao Yan like a sect master's pressure. Convinced he is facing a terrifying expert far above his level, Gao Yan drops to his knees and begs forgiveness. Leo just stares at the partly covered by simple modest cloth teenager kneeling in front of his camp and wonders what on earth this guy is talking about. A moment earlier, Leo had only bought the shop feature because the full universal translator was far too expensive, and he wanted some way to talk to another human. The feature promises a shop domain where visitors can see their lifespan, trade with it, and automatically understand Leo while they stay inside. Leo buys it on the spot, deciding the cost is worth it if it lets him have a real conversation again. He is asked to place the domain manually, so a bird's-eye map of the area appears with a green dome he can slide around like a simulation game. After testing where it can and cannot go, Leo settles the shop domain around his campsite, just short of the stream, and confirms it. Nothing obvious changes in the real world, but when Leo tests his voice and looks back at Gao Yan, he can finally speak clearly and see the boy's lifespan floating in front of him. Back in the awkward conversation, Gao Yan keeps apologizing because Leo's blunt tone sounds dangerous to him. Leo tells him to stop groveling and instead asks the much more obvious question: why is he still partly covered by simple modest cloth? Panicking, Gao Yan sprints off to fetch his things and returns a few minutes later properly dressed, though still covered in dirt and blue grass. After a painfully awkward silence, Leo finally gets to the point and asks if Gao Yan wants to buy some of his weeds. Gao Yan thinks the weeds look powerful, but he has no spirit stones on him, so he can only refuse as politely as possible. Leo shocks him by saying he does not want stones at all, only Gao Yan's lifespan, which the new floating status has already made impossible to ignore. Leo sweetens the pitch by offering one black weed for just 1 year, but Gao Yan quietly decides survival matters more than the exact terms of this insane deal. He agrees to buy only one, and Leo's face instantly falls because that is a terrible sale. The trade goes through the shop system, and a bundle of black grass floats over to Gao Yan as 1 year is deducted from his lifespan. The moment he catches it, Gao Yan nearly throws it away because the bundle is burning hot. That heat reminds Gao Yan of the legendary mystic herbs from herbology lessons, so he asks what exactly Leo just sold him. Leo casually calls them his snacks, which only makes Gao Yan more convinced he was either scammed by a lunatic or handed a treasure by a terrifying master. Choosing caution over doubt, Gao Yan drops into a grateful bow and thanks Leo as if he has received a precious blessing. Leo finally gives one genuinely useful warning: soak the stuff in freezing water first, or eating it raw will make Gao Yan swell up and die. Memorizing that advice, Gao Yan gathers his blue and black grasses, bows deeply one last time, and leaves the campsite alive. Once the boy is gone, Leo glares at the system menu and grumbles that this translation perk already cost him a brutal 100 years. Then a delayed worry hits him, and Leo awkwardly wonders if selling radioactive grass to the teenager was maybe a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Gao Yan endures the bundle's burning heat all the way back to the city and rushes through the gate in a hurry to reach the sect. He brushes off the guard's questions with a shaky story about meeting a powerful senior, and races straight for the sect dorm area. Ignoring everyone on the road, Gao Yan races through the city and sect entrance toward the Outer Disciples' Contribution Pavilion, the one place he can turn herbs into resources. Inside the busy pavilion, Gao Yan ignores the mission boards and hurries toward the exchange counter with his grasses. The deacon asks for his token, and when Gao Yan fumbles it onto the counter, blue spirit grass spills out in front of her. The deacon immediately recognizes the herb's quality and asks why an ordinary outer disciple has spirit grass at all. Not wanting the sect to learn about the remaining patch in the forest, Gao Yan lies that a mysterious senior sold the herbs to him. His story only gets stranger when he claims the man's aura was as bright as the sect master's, but he was too frightened to ask a name. Even so, the deacon finishes grading the batch and tells Gao Yan the blue grasses are worth 69.5 contribution points. Gao Yan immediately chooses spirit stones over technique books, desperate for usable money instead of long-term options. A moment later, he receives 34 spirit stones and walks out glowing with relief and greedier ambition than before. After Gao Yan leaves, the deacon pulls his dusty record and discovers he is usually almost worthless as a contributor. That makes today's windfall look even more suspicious, so she logs the herbs as gifts from an unknown senior and flags Gao Yan for an internal background check. Back at camp, Leo keeps happily eating mutated mandrakes until his stomach finally rebels. He rushes to his crude toilet area behind the boulder, strips out of his suit and clothes, and squats over one of the small holes he dug earlier. Afterward, Leo covers the mess, grumbling that 50,000 years of mutation still did not cure him of diarrhea. But the buried spot turns black, leaks colorful aurora, and reeks of burning iron, so his contaminated waste is clearly mutating the ground again. Extra dirt does nothing, so Leo solves the smell the simplest way he can think of by hauling the huge boulder on top of the problem. Even that only convinces him his toilet pit was too shallow, so Leo starts digging a much deeper solution. A full day later, Leo has carved out a 20-meter crater, only to discover damp walls and underground water at the bottom. That instantly turns the whole thing from inconvenience to environmental disaster in his mind, because radioactive waste leaking into groundwater could ruin the world. He finally checks the shop for a proper fix, realizes he should have done that from the start, and buys a septic tank for 50 years of lifespan. Leo spends the next stretch of time fitting the tank and pipes into the crater until he finally has a sealed system that should contain the contamination. Just when the job looks finished, black roots suddenly burst from the wall and wrap themselves around the septic tank. Leo recognizes the sweet mandrake scent and realizes one of the buried seeds must have grown into this thing. When Leo jokingly asks if it wants his organic fertilizer, one of the roots actually wiggles back as if it understood him. Too stunned to argue with a plant that might be helping, Leo leaves the roots in place and buries the system with only the toilet pipe exposed. He mounts a modern toilet seat on top, creating the strangest outhouse in the wilderness, but leaves it sitting in the open for now. Then Leo notices the old boulder itself has changed, cracking open as blue smoke and new growth push out from inside it. Half amused and half worried, Leo names it the rock tree and tells it not to spread his contamination into the rest of the forest. To Leo's disbelief, one branch wiggles like it understands him, and he is left staring at yet another impossible thing he somehow has to accept. After the boulder and septic tank mess, Leo retreats to his tent and simply sleeps the rest of the day away. When he wakes up late the next morning, Leo has a new problem. Now that survival is handled, he is painfully bored. To kill time, He opens the shop domain menu again and studies the bird's eye map of his camp. A hammer icon leads him into the building menu, and the domain view switches into a grid with usable land marked in green and blocked land in red. There is only one starter building available, a humble store, and it costs a brutal 500 years of lifespan. Leo snaps in disbelief because after all his recent eating and spending, he only has 300 years left and cannot even test the feature. He remembers that he used to farm huge amounts of lifespan by eating mutated creatures, but in this world he is afraid of poisoning the environment and wrecking the ecosystem. With no cleaner option in sight, Leo strips off the hazmat suit and decides to contaminate the forest on purpose just to make more edible weeds. Wherever his bare body touches, healthy grass blackens and nearby plants shift blue, proving his radiation still mutates everything around him. He squats in the dirt and starts plucking black grass and hunting for more mandrakes, reduced to farming corruption out of boredom. The work is so depressing that Leo jokes to himself that pulling weeds might be his whole life now. While he keeps yanking weeds, he remembers Gao Yan and dryly hopes the boy at least did not mutate extra limbs. Elsewhere, Gao Yan has spent 3 days cooling the black grass in a huge borrowed cauldron, but the water keeps heating back up and the green glow is making him sick. Half delirious from the heat, Gao Yan goes back into the dorm and begs his roommates to watch the cauldron while he sleeps. His roommates laugh it off and demand payment, because no one expects stingy Gao Yan to spend real money on a chore. Gao Yan shocks them by tossing over a spirit stone and ordering them not to let the pot boil before he collapses onto bed. The roommates stare after him in disbelief, realizing he must be seriously ill if he is willing to spend a spirit stone this casually. When they finally check the cauldron, the green smoke and pressure feels so rich that they suspect it is high-grade spiritual chi. They peek inside, see the black grass at the bottom, and instantly get blasted by burning smoke that sears their eyes and noses. Their screaming draws more outer disciples, and anyone who looks into the pot gets the same painful reaction. The commotion brings over a deacon, and one glance at the glowing pot makes him realize this is not normal herb soup but spiritual chi and something far more precious. He reaches in with chi to pull the grass out, but the herb's aura repels him so hard that the backlash makes him cough blood. Now convinced the pot holds high-grade immortal grass, the deacon demands to know who dared boil it here. The roommates, still half-blinded, point to the dorm and admit that Gao Yan brought the grass and is sleeping inside. Everyone rushes into Gao Yan's room to drag him out, only to find him glowing in a vivid green breakthrough aura. The green glow tells them his true affinity is wood chi, a talent precious enough to make every swordsman and bully immediately back off. No one dares wake him, because ruining an alchemy-compatible breakthrough would make enemies of every alchemist in the sect. As more people cram into the room to watch, the front line starts forcing the crowd back out so Gao Yan's breakthrough will not be disturbed. The deacon pushes through to examine Gao Yan and realizes the breakthrough is real, but his body is overloaded and his meridians may burst. He orders the disciples to run for an elder and bring a chi stabilization pill and a meridian nourishment pill before the boy tears himself apart. As the others sprint off, the deacon sits in front of Gao Yan and prepares to draw out the excess with chi himself. Before the deacon can act, Gao Yan jolts awake and vomits corrosive green fluid onto the floor. He is burning with fever and stomach pain, but the deacon checks his pulse and finds that the breakthrough has already finished. Then the deacon gives him the news straight. Gao Yan has entered the chi condensation stage. For Gao Yan, that means everything, because reaching second stage means he is no longer a sect failure waiting to be expelled. Seeing how valuable his affinity is, the deacon promises him pills, pain relief, and a wood chi cultivation method from the treasure pavilion. Once the deacon leaves, Gao Yan pieces it together himself and realizes Leo's black grass really was a priceless immortal chance. Moved to tears, he decides that as soon as his cultivation stabilizes, he will go back and thank the elder who changed his life. Later that day, a deacon escorts Gao Yan to the alchemy department, and even the black grass cauldron is transferred with him to his new life. By the next day, Gao Yan no longer lives with the outer disciples and is already being treated as a future alchemist. Once an alchemy elder confirms his wood chi, Gao Yan is accepted as a core disciple, and the stunned reactions around him make it clear his status has changed overnight. Back at his old dorm, the cauldron turns into a pilgrimage site where outer disciples sit around inhaling the green gas and hoping it will awaken hidden talent in them too. At the contribution pavilion, scholar elders keep auditing disciple records when Gao Yan's file reaches one elder's desk. The elder laughs at Gao Yan's old evaluation, then spots the strange note that his spirit grass came from a rogue cultivator in the Sword St. Boulder Forest. Realizing Gao Yan's breakthrough may be tied to that unknown man, the elder writes an urgent comment and rings for a formal investigation. An inner disciple rushes in almost immediately, takes Gao Yan's file, and carries the case to the disciplinary department. The file reaches the sex-restricted disciplinary pagoda, where requests are delivered through a basket at the entrance and sent upward by chi. On the rooftop, disciplinary elder Han Meng is training with a formation of 100 flying swords when the record arrives. After reading the report, Han Meng links Gao Yan's awakening and the mysterious spirit grass to the same outsider and decides to investigate personally. He leaps from the pagoda roof and flies east toward the Sword St. Boulder Forest to meet this unknown cultivator himself. Meanwhile, Leo is still harvesting black grass when a dire wolf lunges from a bush and bites straight into the back of his neck. Leo ignores the bite completely, because all he cares about is that the basket is full of weeds and still has no mandrakes. He trudges back toward camp complaining that if this keeps up, he is going to turn into a cow from eating nothing but grass. The dire wolf convulses, swells, blackens, and dies from his radiation, turning from attacker into fresh meat. A little later at camp, Leo hangs the swollen wolf upside down, guts it neatly, and drains the blood into a container like this is normal routine now. He is actually pleased for once, because after all the weeds, dog meat at least sounds like a real meal. Just as he is about to skin the wolf, Leo spots someone flying overhead and looks up in surprise. Han Meng arrives expecting a rogue cultivator, but from the air he first sees the impossible changes around the boulder and realizes the whole area has been transformed. The more he looks, the worse it gets. Ordinary plants have become spirit vegetation, and clusters of blue plants are circling black toxic growths that leak heavy miasma. Then Han Meng spots the strange campsite by the stream and finally sees Leo below, the white-haired old man standing in his odd bulky yellow protective suit. The moment their eyes meet, Han Meng feels a chill and mistakes Leo's bizarre aura for the pressure of a soul formation expert on the same level as his sect master. His entire attitude flips at once, and Han Meng lands respectfully in front of Leo to apologize and introduce himself as a junior from the Life Sword sect. Even while speaking, Han Meng panics inside because he realizes he may already have been rude by questioning a much stronger senior too directly. Leo, meanwhile, is mostly amazed that real cultivators actually exist and scrambles to act like he belongs in this kind of world. So Leo quietly activates the shop domain, and Han Meng's lifespan suddenly appears in front of them both. Leo is stunned that this local man has more than 700 years left to live, while Han Meng is rattled to see his own lifespan exposed like a secret. Trying to sound mysterious, Leo calls himself a wandering vendor from another continent, and points Han Meng toward his mountain of black grass. Then Leo makes his pitch and greedily raises the price, offering a single blade of weed for 10 years of lifespan. Instead of haggling, Han Meng explodes in disbelief that the price is really that low. Before Leo can figure out the mistake, Han Meng eagerly asks to trade 500 years of lifespan for 50 blades on the spot. Han Meng is ecstatic when Leo prices the immortal grass at only 10 years of lifespan per blade, because to a cultivator this is absurdly cheap. Knowing how rare the grass is and how much lifespan and cultivation its pills can grant, Han Meng immediately asks to buy 50 blades. Leo freezes for a beat, then happily agrees and prepares to take 500 years from Han Meng's lifespan. Instead of backing off, Han Meng tries to buy even more, convinced he can still afford it. Han Meng's desperation makes Leo think he is dealing with a full-blown weed addict, and Leo decides not to let a customer kill himself on the product. Leo awkwardly warns him not to overdo it, rambling in strange slang about smoking too much weed and ruining his health. Han Meng cannot make sense of Leo's wording, so Leo drops the nonsense and simply asks what happens if he overdoses. That blunt warning snaps Han Meng out of his greed, and he realizes Leo is reminding him about pill poisoning and cultivation side effects. Ashamed of himself, Han Meng bows deeply and thanks Leo for pulling him back from greedy stupidity. Leo goes through with the sale anyway, tossing over 50 black grass blades as Han Meng happily stores them away. As Han Meng watches his lifespan drop, he asks one more time for Leo's identity, or Taoist name. Not understanding the custom at all, Leo improvises and tells him to call him Florida Man. Han Meng is baffled by the strange title, but he takes it as proof that Leo must be some obscure expert with a grand background. Before leaving, Han Meng thanks Leo again, invites him to the Life Sword sect, and tosses him a gold medallion as proof of goodwill. Han Meng leaps into the sky and disappears into the clouds, leaving Leo staring after him in envy. Once he is alone again, Leo checks his balance, and sees the sale has pushed his lifespan up to nearly 788 years. With enough years finally saved, Leo immediately spends 500 lifespan to buy a real building for his domain. A top-down build grid opens over the domain, and Leo starts dragging a 10 by 10 building footprint around the map. Because the forest is still cramped, Leo first moves his tent and belongings aside to clear space for the store. The chosen ground rises and flattens, and a wooden one-story cabin materializes where the campsite used to be. Up close, the building looks more like a dry old frontier cabin than a modern store, with only a blank roof sign hinting at its purpose. The system asks him to name the shop, and Leo instantly picks the title he has apparently been waiting his whole life to use. The sign lights up with the name "We Sell Weeds," glowing green over the front of the new cabin shop. As he circles the building, Leo likes the size but worries the place has no fence and will be easy to rob. That thought sends him into the shopping system looking for hardware, which quickly turns into a craving for guns. He spots an AR-15 and practically drools over it, only to discover the system wants 5,000 years of lifespan for one basic rifle. Leo explodes in frustration at the outrageous gun price, then spends a long while whining and sulking before he finally calms down. After cooling off, Leo accepts that he cannot live on grass alone and starts planning to turn whatever he can find into more sellable mutant weeds. He inspects the building properly and finds the back room is big enough to double as a bedroom. With that settled, Leo starts outfitting the place, buying a bed for himself and shelves to turn the cabin into a real store. Half a day later, Leo finishes decorating the shop with the layout of a butcher store. The west side is set for meat, but since the dire wolf still is not fully butchered, those freezers are empty for now. On the east side, he arranges the black grass neatly in fruit display fridges so customers can pick it like produce. Even with the furniture in place, Leo can tell the shop still lacks variety and feels unfinished. Then he hits a bigger problem. There is no electricity here, so every refrigerator he bought is useless. Worse, the black grass keeps heating the area, making the dead fridges feel like an even bigger waste of lifespan. When Leo slaps one of the refrigerators in irritation, the system suddenly offers an equipment upgrade. Curious, Leo checks the cost and learns a single refrigerator upgrade will eat 100 years of lifespan. A balance check makes it sting even more, because after all his spending, Leo has only about 238 years left with 10 cold storage units still sitting there. Even so, he decides to test one upgrade and spends the 100 years. The upgraded fridge immediately starts glowing to life, running without a power cord and pushing out real cold air. That success is enough for Leo to upgrade a second fridge on the spot, burning another 100 years to secure at least some working storage. Now limited to 2 working fridges, Leo reorganizes the grass inside and puts the rest back outside, planning to eat the leftovers later to recover lifespan. Back at the sect, Han Meng races into the tallest pagoda and reaches the top floor to see his father. He bursts into the hall, lays out the 50 black grasses on the floor, and excitedly tells his father what he found. The bold Grand Elder opens his eyes, sees the pile, and is stunned by how many immortal grasses are sitting in front of him. Han Meng excitedly tells his father these herbs could be refined into elixirs worth at least 5,000 extra years of lifespan. To confirm it, the Grand Elder picks up a blade, sniffs it, and recognizes the high-quality grass as genuine. Once he confirms the grass is genuine, the Grand Elder orders Han Meng to contact Wu Bai at once and make elixir refinement the top priority. Then the Elder finally asks the real question: where did Han Meng get so many grasses before the secret realm even opens? Han Meng explains that a rogue expert sold them the herbs directly and even accepted lifespan as payment. The Elder worries his son got cheated until he hears the price was only 10 years per blade, and then his whole mood flips to relieved gratitude. To the Grand Elder, that absurd bargain means the mysterious expert must be showing their sect real goodwill. Father and son stop wasting time and head together for the alchemy department to see Wu Bai. Back at the forest shop, Leo force-feeds himself 40 blades of black grass to recover lifespan and gets a miserable result instead. When he checks again, Leo finds himself down to about 78 years, annoyed and surrounded by a stockpile of grass he does not want to keep eating. Then Leo remembers the half-processed dire wolf and decides real barbecue sounds much better than another mouthful of mutant weeds. He heads outside to inspect the hanging wolf carcass, still drained of blood and waiting to be skinned and butchered. Seeing the bin of blood and entrails, Leo thinks of the strange roots in his septic tank and wonders if the mutation near the boulder can use all this as fertilizer. He carries the waste back to the boulder and finds the whole area transformed with green vines, black flowers, and the same contaminated smell as the grass. Leo sets the bin down and casually asks the plant if it wants blood and wolf guts. The answer comes fast as one vine stretches into the bin and starts drinking blood, its green stem turning brown as it feeds. One black flower rapidly mutates into a chomping mouth with a long tongue and starts devouring the wolf intestines. Leo has seen mutations before, but watching a plant become this thing still leaves him staring in disbelief. Then the mutant flower ruins the horror movie mood by looking at him and meowing like a cat. Leo stares at the thing, asks whether it is a cat or a man-eating plant, and gets another meow for an answer. Accepting the ridiculous answer, Leo names the mutant cat on the spot. Cat finishes the whole bin almost instantly and leans in like it wants to lick Leo too. The creature stops itself at the last second after sensing something deadly on Leo's body, and Leo dryly notes that licking him would have killed it. Hissing in fear, Cat backs off, and Leo laughs before carrying the empty bin away. As soon as Leo leaves, Cat settles against the boulder with a sly grin and sends more vines and roots creeping into the forest. Nearby trees slowly turn blue and start leaking dense fog, showing that Leo's new pet is already changing the whole forest around him. Back at camp, Leo gives up on proper butchery and stares at the skinned dire wolf, realizing most of its black, inflamed meat looks rotten and barely edible. He cuts the wolf into sections and keeps only the least ruined meat, but the moment he handles the bones, they warp into soft black jelly with a horrible fermented stink. Leo still bites into a jelly rib to test it, forcing himself through the fishy smell and deciding it is unpleasant but not actually inedible. Thinking the black grass might work like spinach, he rushes to his store, wraps the leaves around the jelly bone, and makes the flavor somehow even worse. Instead of giving up, Leo gets excited and jumps straight to a new plan: turn the salty grass and jelly into seasoning and compare real salt brine steaks against mutant ingredients. Meanwhile, at the Life Sword Sect's alchemy farmland, Han Ming and Han Hao bring one black blade of grass to the elder alchemist Wu Bai to test what it really is. Wu Bai barely reacts and casually identifies the black grass as a 1,000-year immortal grass, which instantly tells the father and son that Gao Yan was not the only one who found this treasure. When Han Hao cautiously asks for maybe 5 pills, Wu Bai scoffs and says one leaf could help make around 20 high-value lifespan elixirs if the other ingredients are ready. That number hits them like a jackpot, because 20 pills from one leaf means their hidden stock of 50 grasses could turn into a fortune. Wu Bai sees right through them and presses Han Hao to stop lying, revealing that Gao Yan already brought him a whole bundle of the same immortal grass. Cornered by an old friend who knows his habits, Han Hao finally admits they have 50 grasses of the same quality. Wu Bai demands the full story, even threatening to leave the sect if they hide it, because he wants to know whether the source is the same rogue cultivator tied to Gao Yan. Han Ming takes responsibility and admits he bought the 50 grasses from a rogue cultivator in the forest for 500 years of his own lifespan. Wu Bai immediately tests the danger of that deal, but Han Ming insists the seller was no evil cultivator at all and carried the same bright aura as the sect master. Satisfied enough to continue, Wu Bai sets a harsh price for helping them, half the completed pills, because he thinks they shamelessly exploited a righteous stranger. Han Hao argues, but Wu Bai gets angrier and bluntly tells Han Ming he failed a character test by grabbing so much instead of taking only 1 or 2 leaves. Han Ming accepts the criticism and apologizes, because deep down he knows Wu Bai is probably right about his greed. When Wu Bai asks the mysterious seller's name, Han Ming can only say the man called himself Florida Man, which leaves all 3 cultivators baffled by what Florida even means. The joke stops there, because Wu Bai decides he will personally visit this rogue cultivator tomorrow to ask his questions directly, and see what other herbs the man might possess. Back at camp the next day, Leo finally gets to his meat experiment and grills dire wolf steaks over charcoal, pairing the cookout with beer and a freshly bought ice machine. He checks the shop for real vegetables and nearly loses his mind when even basic produce and bread cost absurd amounts of lifespan, so he settles for seasonings instead. Ignoring distant wolf howls, Leo tastes the first cooked steak and discovers the mutated meat is actually delicious, like salmon with roasted lamb, and it even gives him back a year of lifespan from one bite. That good mood lasts right until 7 dire wolves step out of the woods and surround his barbecue. Leo is more annoyed than scared, because his fridges are already full, so instead of killing all of them he decides to buy cages and keep some alive for later. As one wolf lunges for his throat and 2 go low for his legs, Leo tilts aside, puts down his plate, and calmly starts gearing up so he can handle them without touching bare skin. He answers with one kick so brutal it blows a wolf's head apart, stunning the rest on the spot. Before the pack can recover, Leo grabs 2 wolves by the neck and drags them straight into the first cage. Another wolf clamps onto his ankle, but the bite cannot pierce his boots or skin, so Leo simply peels it off and notices its fangs are already rotting from contact. Leo calmly yanks the damaged fang free and throws that wolf into the second cage too. The 3 remaining wolves make one last petty move by stealing his half-eaten steak instead of attacking him. That turns out to be a fatal mistake, because the wolves collapse foaming at the mouth after eating mutated meat they cannot handle. Seeing them poison themselves, Leo remembers the old wasteland rule: unless a body has mutated enough to survive radiation, eating mutated flesh just kills it. He buys 3 more cages, locks up the sick wolves for later butchering, and updates the count with dry humor. He now has 4 extra carcasses, including the one he kicked to death. Once the mess is under control, he hangs the headless body upside down to drain, salvages the still edible steaks, and goes right back to cooking. 20 minutes later, Leo is stuffed, tosses the leftovers into the bin for Cat, and washes up by the stream. His lifespan has climbed to just under 129 years. But Leo is still dissatisfied because one good meal is nowhere near enough to fund all the upgrades he wants. Far above the forest, Wu Bai arrives alone and finds the area around the Sword Saint boulder transformed into a glowing blue ecosystem with a sinister green aura buried inside it. As an alchemist, he recognizes the aura as a sentient wood-type monster and decides a second stage plant should be harmless to someone at his level. Then he finally sees the monster itself, Cat, a giant black champer plant wrapped around the boulder, looking up at him and meowing like a house pet. Wu Bai can hardly believe what he is looking at, and when Cat meows again with its mouth open for food, the old alchemist decides this thing needs dealing with later. Refusing to pick a fight before meeting the rogue cultivator, Wu Bai leaves the meowing plant behind and heads for the wooden cabin by the stream. Cat is left hungry and disappointed for about 2 seconds, until the wind brings the smell of grilled meat and fresh wolf blood from Leo's camp. Hungry again, Cat lets its roots and vines wriggle free from the boulder and starts crawling after the smell toward Leo's store. With more wolves on hand, Leo calmly starts processing the headless carcass outside his shop and upgrades a freezer chest so the clean meat will keep. He tests the leftover normal bones with his bare hand, and the contamination effect is immediate. Leo casually dumps the black jelly into a bin, already thinking of it as future fish sauce or food for Cat. After finishing the first carcass, he turns to the 3 dying wolves in cages and drags one out for the next round. Just as Leo hangs the wolf upside down, an elderly bald cultivator drops down behind him and announces himself. Wu Bai introduces himself as Green Thumbs from the Life Sword sect, and Leo instantly treats the stranger like a potential customer. Leo gives his fake Taoist name as Florida Man and assumes word of mouth is already bringing him more buyers. Wu Bai studies the cages, the hanging wolf, and Leo's strange grill setup, and his suspicion only grows. When Wu Bai questions why a cultivator would still cook, Leo answers like a laid-back old man who thinks a long life should still be enjoyed. At the same moment, Leo quietly checks Wu Bai's lifespan and is impressed to see the old alchemist still has more than 800 years left. Pleased by the number, Leo heads back into the cabin and returns with an armful of black grass to pitch another sail. A few minutes earlier, Wu Bai had already been spying from a pine tree, watching Leo butcher wolves like an ordinary commoner instead of a true expert. Wu Bai compares Leo to real 6th-stage cultivators and realizes something is off. Leo has the same colorful aura as a top expert, but none of the crushing pressure that should come with it. That contradiction makes Gao Yan's story even stranger, because no ordinary disciple should have been able to speak to someone at sect master level and walk away unharmed. Even Leo's slow reaction when Wu Bai finally lands nearby deepens the mystery, because he looks either oddly weak or absurdly confident. Back in the present, the floating lifespan menu shocks Wu Bai, and he immediately tests it with his hand like he cannot believe what he is seeing. Then Leo casually offers him the black grass, and Wu Bai is thrown again when he realizes this strange old man is holding high-grade immortal herbs like they are nothing. Overwhelmed, Wu Bai stops pretending and bluntly asks who Leo really is. Leo just repeats that he is Florida Man, which only pushes Wu Bai to ask what Florida even means. Leo answers with a teasing half-truth, calling it a faraway place so distant that Wu Bai could never reach it in his lifetime. The mention of another world and a journey that would take billions of years makes Wu Bai jump to a wild conclusion. Leo must be a cultivator from a higher realm. Still needing answers, Wu Bai asks which sect Leo belongs to, hoping to pin down his motives. Leo admits he is alone, so Wu Bai immediately probes the part that matters most to him now, whether Leo cultivates life force and wants his lifespan. Annoyed by the interrogation, Leo sticks to his merchant act and says he simply trades weeds for lifespan. To sweeten the pitch, Leo reaches into the trash for a jelly bone sample, but while he does, the blood and organs in the bin quietly mutate even further. Leo offers the black jelly-like cheap monster scrap, and Wu Bai steps closer for a proper look. The instant Wu Bai examines it, he identifies it as something impossibly precious, what looks like Fenrir bone marrow essence. That sends Wu Bai rushing to the trash bin, where the black blood, organs, and bones look to him like a pile of priceless immortal beast materials being wasted. Wu Bai is so horrified by the waste that he almost coughs blood, asking if Leo understands what he is throwing away. Leo's answer lands like a slap. To him, all of it is just cat food. Even reeling from that answer, Wu Bai forces himself to stay clear-headed and wonders if Leo is testing him the same way he tested one of his juniors. Leo sees a nervous customer he can work with, so he smoothly offers to sell the whole bin if Wu Bai wants it. When Wu Bai asks the price, Leo leaves the number to him and says he only wants lifespan, not money. That terrifies Wu Bai even more, because he becomes convinced this is a higher realm expert deliberately testing whether he will act greedy. Wu Bai finally blurts out 200 years, trying to sound bold while still protecting himself. Leo's surprised reaction makes Wu Bai panic and raise it to 300 on the spot. Leo still looks too stunned, so Wu Bai talks himself into the idea that even 300 years is an insulting lowball for immortal beast material. After one last desperate calculation, Wu Bai offers almost everything he has left, 800 years of lifespan. Leo is floored that anyone would throw away 800 years for trash, and for once his conscience kicks in. Instead of taking everything, Leo cuts the price down to 500 years and refuses to strip Wu Bai dry. Leo even explains himself, saying he still needs Wu Bai alive, useful, and able to spread the word about the store. To seal the deal, Leo also throws in the black grass bundle, making the bargain look even more unbelievable to the alchemist. Wu Bai realizes the bundle contains even more immortal grass than Gao Yan and Han Hao received, and the old alchemist is moved to tears. Convinced Leo is a righteous senior rather than an evil scammer, Wu Bai drops into a full kowtow and swears a Dao oath of loyalty. Leo has no idea what just happened, but while staring at the empty land around the store, he suddenly gets a practical new business idea. He decides weeds are not enough and asks Wu Bai to help him buy local fruits, vegetables, and seeds so he can start growing crops here. As an alchemist, Wu Bai immediately reads that request as a plan to turn the corrupted blue forest into spirit farmland, and now he wants Leo to stay even more. Wu Bai eagerly promises to fetch the best seeds himself, fully treating Leo like a benefactor worth serving. When Leo starts to bring up payment, Wu Bai cuts him off and insists he will handle everything himself. After Wu Bai leaves, Leo rushes back inside grinning over his 500-year profit and immediately upgrades more freezer chests to sort the wolf meat. Still pleased with himself, Leo heads back outside and freezes when he sees Cat casually eating one of his wolves at the butcher area. Leo scolds the plant for stealing his food, but Cat just hisses and keeps chewing, too hungry to care. Watching Cat struggle with bones, Leo changes tactics and offers to process the wolf into softer parts if the plant stops stealing whole carcasses. Leo tries using the shop domain on Cat and nearly chokes when the status window says this newborn plant already has 700 years of lifespan. Greedy for that lifespan, Leo tests whether he can siphon it off, but the system flatly blocks him because Cat has to consent first. So Leo decides to tempt Cat instead, dragging out another wolf, killing it with his bare mutated hand, and butchering it for blood and organs while Cat stays busy nearby. While sorting the organs, Leo keeps stumbling over the word alchemist and wonders why Wu Bai treated these blackened parts like treasure. Leo offers Cat the softer blood and intestines in exchange for lifespan, and the plant instantly abandons the hard carcass to dive at the bucket. To make the rest edible too, Leo spits on the half-eaten corpse, mutates it black, and chops it into small pieces for Cat. Cat devours the bucket and the chopped mutant meat like a glutton, and Leo starts eyeing the plant as a possible lifespan farm. Then the status window updates, and Leo is stunned to see Cat's lifespan jump from 700 to 2,300 years just from eating the mutated meal. When Cat tries to move on to another hanging wolf, Leo blocks the way and demands payment in lifespan before any more food. Cat cheerfully agrees in its own way, and Leo gets a system alert saying he just received all 2,300 years at once. Leo realizes too late that Cat gave everything, and the plant immediately withers into a dying, sluggish lump. To save it, Leo shoves the spare liver and squeezed heart blood into Cat until its status crawls back up to 200 years and its color returns. Relieved and exasperated, Leo tells the plant not to hand over everything again and decides on the spot that he is officially adopting it. The instant Cat licks his face, Leo remembers his own skin is radioactive and fears he just killed his new pet by touch. Leo braces for disaster, but a minute later Cat simply bumps him from behind and acts completely fine. Leo carefully touches Cat and confirms the impossible. The evolved chomper plant is now immune to his radiation. Cat keeps meowing, and somehow Leo starts understanding enough to realize the plant is basically calling him an idiot. After the chaos settles, Leo lets Cat root itself beside the store in the tainted soil and feeds it more mutant innards until its lifespan climbs to 1,500 years. With his new lifespan total over 2,100 years, Leo tries to upgrade a refrigerator again and gets blocked by a new requirement he never knew about. So he tests the building itself and nearly yells when the wall offers a level 2 shop upgrade for a brutal 1,000 years. Guessing level 3 will cost even more, Leo shelves the upgrade for now and turns his attention back to the 3 caged wolves he plans to butcher tomorrow. Behind the store, Leo studies the empty smoky plot and decides he wants to clear out the pine trees to make a proper 10x10 backyard farm. Instead of tools, Leo just wraps his arms around a full pine tree and rips it out of the ground like it weighs nothing. Cat watches that display in terror, scrambles out of the soil, and retreats to the roof to keep a safer distance from its new owner. Leo keeps going until 7 mutated pine logs lie in a row, and he starts wondering if the blackened leaves and nuts might also be worth selling. A reflexive mosquito slap finally jogs Leo's memory, and he blurts out the word he has been missing all day, alchemist. That realization makes the black grass and mutant organs click for him, so Leo opens the build menu to see whether the shop system has anything related to alchemy. He finds a basic alchemist workshop, but it needs a level 2 store first, so now Leo has a clear goal and an expensive new problem. The next day Leo decides that if he wants the workshop, he first has to finish clearing the backyard. While yanking out a thorn bush barehanded, Leo gets bitten and spat on by a snake, but its fangs and venom still cannot really hurt him. Leo casually flings the snake away, where it mutates, swells, and dies from his contamination instead. Before Leo can even think about processing it, Cat darts in and eats the dead snake whole because blood is blood. By sunset Leo has turned the thorn vines black and hard, and out of boredom he starts cracking the longest one around like a whip. One careless swing slices a pine tree in half 30 meters away, and Leo instantly stops playing around when the forest crashes down around him. He quietly coils the dangerous vine and hangs it behind the store just as another visitor comes flying in at high speed. The visitor is Wu Bai, and he descends in front of the store with 30 baskets full of produce Leo asked for earlier. Wu Bai refuses payment, saying Leo already gave him far more than enough and he even plans to gather more vegetables from nearby towns. Since the timing is perfect, Leo finally asks what Wu Bai actually wants the wolf blood for, and the old man admits it is for rare cultivation pills. Wu Bai goes further and explains that Leo's mutated blood and innards look like legendary Fenrir ingredients, while the black grass is immortal grass used for lifespan extending pills. To test that claim, Leo points at the untouched wolves in the cages, and Wu Bai laughs because those are just ordinary animals until Leo mutates them. Leo keeps that secret to himself, thanks Wu Bai for the delivery, and watches the alchemist depart into the night again. While flying home, Wu Bai looks back and sees the forest around Leo's cabin changing, with thick fog and glowing pines convincing him an even richer spirit farm is forming. The more he thinks about it, the more convinced Wu Bai becomes that Leo is a higher realm botanist worth showing off at the sect's future alchemist gathering. Back at the sect, Wu Bai finds Gao Yan sitting alone in the herb garden at night, quietly staring at a fresh coriander sprout. Gao Yan explains he was curious about spirit coriander and noticed a new sprout growing at night, so Wu Bai starts teaching him what the herb is actually used for. Wu Bai explains that spirit coriander is valued because it suppresses foul smells and helps stabilize clashing fire, and Wuqi during pill refinement. But the lesson also opens Gao Yan's insecurity, and he admits he feels out of place because he can only use Wuqi while other alchemists use fire. Wu Bai smacks sense into him and insists Gao Yan's Wuqi is a future advantage, because once he reaches golden core and adds fire chi, other alchemists will need his rare wood essence. That lands exactly right, and Gao Yun bows with renewed determination as his master leads him off for tea and more herb lessons. Back at the store, Leo sorts through the delivery and discovers most of it is just cabbage and potatoes, with a few baskets of bananas and one basket of coriander. He tests the cabbage with his bare hand, mutates it purple and smoky, and then finds it tastes surprisingly soft, sweet, and actually good. The system rewards the whole experiment with 5 more years of lifespan, proving mutant vegetables can feed him and pay him back. Leo gloves up and methodically stores the cabbages in the freezers, leaves the potatoes out, and sets the green bananas aside to ripen later. When he reaches the coriander, Leo notices this batch already feels wrong in a promising way, giving off warm blue air like it is not normal produce at all. A taste test hits him with a shock of nostalgia, because this spirit coriander somehow carries the faint flavor of coffee. Moved almost to tears, Leo treats the coriander like a miracle and immediately mutates another stalk to see how far this can go. The instant the stalk blackens and steams, the smell turns into unmistakable hot black coffee filling the store. He rushes for a cup of water, drops the mutated herb in, and watches it brew itself into a black steaming drink. One sip confirms it, and Leo explodes with joy because in this absurd world he has somehow made coffee again. 1 cup of coriander coffee gives Leo a full extra year of life, but it also leaves him painfully wide awake with bloodshot eyes. The hot mutated coriander is too dangerous to leave out and too hot for the fridge, so Leo realizes he can turn the problem into a permanent coffee setup. He buys glass pots and a table, sets them by the south window, and drops the stock into water to make a 4-liter glass coffee brewer. With his coffee problem solved, Leo decides the dark, bare store itself has to be upgraded next. The store jumps to level 2 in an instant, growing brighter and sturdier as fluorescent lights flicker on across the taller interior. The new lights are annoyingly loud and the air feels stale, so Leo throws open the doors and window to get some circulation. Outside, the moonless night is almost pitch black except for the eerie glow spilling from Leo's upgraded store. Leo catches the rooftop chomper plant coming alive at night and crawling off into the forest on its own. The cold damp air feels good to Leo, and since sleep is impossible anyway, he heads to the backyard and works through the entire night. By the time sunrise reaches the yard, Leo has cleared the space and is ready to place the workshop he stayed up making room for. He buys a basic alchemy workshop and carefully places it a short distance behind the store, leaving room for a path between them. A new wooden workshop rises from the ground, and its open patio centers on a huge black cauldron that immediately draws Leo Indiana. The moment Leo touches the cauldron with his bare hand, the workshop wakes up and reveals its alchemy menu. Ignoring the expensive upgrade for now, Leo tests the workshop by feeding it a raw pine nut from the fallen iron pine trees out back. 10 seconds later, the system identifies it as an iron pine nut and hands Leo his first real pill recipe. The recipe mentions an iron element catalyst, and Leo is immediately stuck on what that even means. On a hunch, he researches the pine leaves too, and this time the system tells him they are exactly the catalyst he needed. Now that he understands the combination, Leo quickly gears up with rubber gloves and starts hauling ingredients for a real batch. He loads the nut, leaves, and potato into the cauldron and opens pill making, expecting the rest to be easy. The process stops cold when the cauldron demands fire chi, a term Leo has absolutely no clue how to satisfy. Since he does not know what fire chi is, Leo tries the most practical answer he can think of and brings over a burning lump of coal. The workshop rejects the coal as useless and literally spits it back onto Leo's head, leaving him more annoyed than hurt. Leo yanks off his gloves, grabs the burning coal barehanded, spits out the flame, and angrily throws the lump into the fireplace under the cauldron. That accidental move triggers the real answer, and the system suddenly offers to replace fire chi with 5 kinds of elemental essence instead. Looking at the spat on coal and its strange metallic smell, Leo realizes with disbelief that his own spit may count as essence. Elsewhere that morning in the Life Sword sect, Gao Yen studies Wu Bai's alchemy guide and tries to make sense of how the elements interact. The strange terms still confuse him, but once he finds the glossary and Wu Bai's annotations, alchemy starts to feel broader and far more ambitious than he imagined. Wu Bai's note about mastering more elements and chasing the legendary 5 essences fires Gao Yen up to cultivate harder than ever. He sits down to meditate beside a water pot holding a blade of immortal grass, letting the warm wood chi filling the room sink into his body. Back at the workshop, Leo decides he understands none of this anyway and just hits confirm to see what happens. The cauldron seals itself with a metal lid, turns white, and starts a refining timer that says this batch will take nearly a full hour. Leo refuses to waste that much time standing around, so he carries the extra ingredients back and snacks on a raw pine nut instead. The nut tastes like blood, but the instant lifespan reward makes Leo realize each one is worth a whole year by itself. That discovery sends him racing back to the fallen trees with an empty container, eager to gather as many lifespan-rich nuts as he can. When the hour finally passes, Leo returns to the workshop and finds 30 colorful pills floating over the cauldron. The workshop lists the batch results, and Leo learns he somehow produced mixed grain pills of several elements, poison pills, and even one elixir pill. As he reads the effects, Leo realizes this shabby workshop just turned one potato and one mutated nut into a ridiculous pile of lifespan and cultivation boosts. He also notices most of the pills are only inferior grade, which makes him suspect the workshop level controls quality. Even with a lot he still does not understand about cultivation, Leo quickly gathers the pills and starts eyeing them like he wants to taste one right away. Leo tests a water grain pill first, and the moment it melts on his tongue, icy breath rolls out as the system gives him 1 year of lifespan back. The cold energy spreads through his body so strongly that Leo chases it with a fire pill, only to discover the pills are filling enough to shut his stomach down. Since he cannot eat anymore, Leo buries himself in work, sorting the pills into containers and feeding another batch into the workshop to refine automatically. Half a day later, 12 batches leave him with a small fortune in grain pills, and Leo can only glare at the stash because his bloated stomach still will not let him recover his lifespan. After brooding at the display windows, Leo admits he needs real customers now and decides to open the store properly instead of waiting on himself to eat the stock. He spends more lifespan on transparent containers, lines the grain pills up like premium goods, and moves the potatoes and mutated coriander into the workshop so he can keep them for alchemy. Then Leo experiments on the remaining produce, turning a cabbage purple as usual and aging a banana instantly with a single bare touch. When he forces the tough peel open, the banana shines gold inside, and Leo realizes he has barely researched any of the bizarre produce he has been making. Once the current pill batch finishes, Leo switches the workshop into research mode and throws in a whole blade of black grass first. The result shocks him. The black grass is really immortal grass, a core ingredient for longevity and even a pill of youth. But the recipes demand absurd materials he cannot dream of collecting yet. Next he researches the mutated cabbage, and the system labels it a poisonous cabbage of extreme mean from a demonic realm, which Leo flatly refuses to believe after tasting one himself. The gold banana finally gives him a winner, revealing itself as a golden sand banana, a top-tier-earth catalyst that can massively improve pill quality and output. He immediately starts mass-converting bananas and cabbages, stockpiles a basket of the special ones in the workshop, and puts the rest out in the store with price tags, eager for Wu Bai to come spread the word. Before anyone else arrives, the chomper plant comes home yowling for food and wedges its big cat-like head in the doorway while its roots snake inside around Leo's leg. Leo tosses it some regular cabbages, but the glutton plant raids the display and freezer on its own and gulps down the poisonous purple cabbages too before he can stop it. Leo braces for disaster, but the plant only looks confused, picks its teeth with a thorn, and swaggers off to nap like it just had a perfect snack. Watching the unharmed plant snore by the shop, Leo finally decides this weird thing needs testing, so he cuts off a bit of root and carries it to the cauldron. The next morning, the answer is sitting right in front of him. The chomper is effectively an infant demon dryad, which explains why poison cabbage never bothered it at all. Leo cannot get over the fact that his demon dryad looks like a goofy pet instead of a seductive forest spirit, and the creature only wakes up enough to lick his face like a happy dog. He gives the plant a breakfast of mutated cabbages, but his own stomach is still too full, so he goes back to refining pills and muttering himself into a ridiculous theory about what counts as eating fluid. With the workshop running on autopilot again, Leo turns to the iron pine logs and wonders whether his own contaminated strength can do what modern tools cannot. The answer is yes. One karate chop splits the iron pine, and yellow smoke leaks from Leo's skin as he stares at his own bizarre power and silence. He spends hours stripping the first log by hand until his fingers ache, uncovering a beautiful white interior hidden under the black bark and proving the wood is as tough as metal. Curious again, Leo researches a piece of iron pine bark and learns it can work as a metal catalyst, or even be smelted into ingots. That sends him to the build list, where he finds a blacksmith workshop option and immediately hits the same wall as always. It is locked behind a higher store level and another huge lifespan cost. With no customers and no way to spend his stock on himself, Leo can only keep tidying the yard, peeling more logs, and stacking materials while he waits. Another day passes, his stomach finally settles, and Leo rushes straight to the wolf cages to cash in the livestock he has been saving. He slaughters and mutates the starving wolves for meat and materials, keeping blood, bones, skin, and organs for alchemy while tossing some leftovers to Cat to refill the plant's lifespan too. By noon the work is done, and after eating a real steak again, Leo decides grain pills are efficient but miserable food and swears them off for himself. While washing up, Leo hears movement overhead and looks up to find 5 white-robed young cultivators perched on the iron pine trees, staring at him like he is some kind of spectacle. Leo cheerfully invites them down to talk, but the whole group panics and flees west toward Magpie City instead of taking the chance to meet him. Since even those visitors ran off, Leo goes back to the workshop and starts researching the wolf materials one by one to see what he has really been harvesting. The answers are wild. His mutated wolves count as Fenrir materials, with the skin suited for armor and the marrow tied to a powerful bone reconstruction pill. The discoveries keep escalating as the Fenrir heart, liver, and intestine turn out to be elite pill ingredients and near-universal catalysts for poison, healing, and antidote recipes. Then the key detail clicks into place when Fenrir blood is confirmed as a substitute for ink-type liquid ingredients, which suddenly makes Leo's poison cabbage recipe doable. He even realizes Wu Bai was right to treat the scraps as treasures, but Leo still does not regret the earlier trade because the vegetables and supplies were worth it to him. Mostly for fun, Leo decides to cook a real poison next, throwing in a cabbage of extreme mutated wolf blood, wolf intestine, and a bit of his own spit before starting the refinement. The workshop answers his enthusiasm with a 6-hour timer, and Leo's excitement dies on the spot when he realizes this poison will take forever. He grumpily puts the leftover wolf ingredients back in cold storage, plants himself in front of the cauldron, and loses all motivation to do anything useful. Then boredom wins completely, and Leo suddenly jumps up beside the cauldron to sing and dance to Never Gonna Give You Up while the poison keeps brewing. Back at the Life Sword sect, the outer disciples who saw Leo gossip in fear, convinced Gao Yan only got special treatment because his physique caught a mysterious senior's eye. Even so, they still rushed to report what they found, because contribution points could decide who gets a chance at the next Mystic Realm 3 weeks away. In the alchemy department, the weekly workshop is serious business, because any trainee picked to lecture can be publicly torn apart if the lesson is weak. Gao Yan slips into the audience like always, still unable to make pills himself but eager to soak up every bit of free knowledge. Today's lecturer is Jin Yong, a 22-year-old guest alchemist from the Sixth Element sect whose body already shows the cost of working with poison every day. Jin Yong opens by explaining that poison is not just for killing, and he plans to prove it by turning bone-rotting sap into medicine. That catches Gao Yan immediately, because the poison element is something he has never even seen mentioned in ordinary cultivation books. The lecture runs for 4 hours, and Jin Yong finishes relieved and pleased after winning praise instead of getting torn apart by the room. Late that night, still in a good mood, Jin Yong leaves Magpie City and wanders into the eastern forest just to clear his head. On the way, he remembers the rumor about a hidden senior in this forest, the same one tied to Gao Yan's sudden rise and Wu Bai taking him in. Curiosity wins, and the Foundation establishment alchemist starts leaping deeper through the treetops to see whether the rumor is real. Soon he reaches a bank of dense fog, and instead of backing off, he enters with the confidence of someone who thinks his cultivation can handle it. Inside the fog, his vision shrinks to a few meters, and he realizes the pine trees themselves are glowing blue. Now fully interested, Jin Yong quietly pockets a few strange pine nuts for later study and keeps following the anomaly inward. After 10 more minutes, 2 lights emerge through the mist, and the brighter one turns out to be a large cabin blazing with unnatural orange light. The light itself stuns him, because he has never seen any lamp or tool that can shine this brightly through the forest. Peering through the glass, he first notices the strange long bulbs overhead and a table lined with transparent containers full of colorful pills. That only makes him more restless, because he can see the pills but cannot smell them through the window to figure out what they are. When he steps back and reads the glowing sign, the place somehow looks even crazier. It says we sell weed. Still, the sign also means this might be a real shop, so Jin Yong tests the door and walks straight in. Inside, the store looks like daylight trapped in a cabin, with glass containers, bright refrigeration, and cold air spilling from machines he cannot begin to understand. The showcase refrigerator hits him hardest, because it is packed with black grass, blue coriander, purple cabbages, and golden bananas all leaking rich elemental chi. He blurts out the obvious conclusion to himself. This place feels less like a cabin and more like an immortal herb pavilion. Then he checks the other fridges and finds the place even stranger, because beside priceless herbs, Leo is also storing meat, blood, and organs like a market butcher. A new smell pulls him to the south corner, where a pot of black liquid and blue coriander makes him want to drink it before he can explain why. Before he opens it, the back door creaks and Leo walks in carrying a glass pot of purple poison while wearing strange gloves. Leo just asks the obvious question, but Jin Yong is already distracted by the poisonous scent coming off the purple liquid. Then Jin Yong notices the terrifying aura around Leo and instantly judges him to be a soul formation expert on the level of a sect master. The chemist drops to his knees on the spot and begs forgiveness for intruding into the senior's home. Leo can only wonder, not for the first time, why every cultivator seems to panic and overreact the second they meet him. A few minutes earlier, Leo had only been collecting the finished purple poison into a glass pot when he heard the front door and rushed over for what he hoped was a customer. Back in the present, Leo decides the awkward kneeling is still better than no business, so he checks Jin Yong's lifespan through the shop domain. Not wanting to reveal too much, Leo casually asks whether Jin Yong already has a Taoist name. Jin Yong explains he is only at the first rank of Foundation establishment, nowhere near good enough to have earned one yet. When Leo asks why he came, Jin Yong quickly says he only followed the rumor here to pay respects and meant no offense. That answer immediately improves Leo's mood, because his rumor-based marketing is finally bringing in customers. Jin Yong finally asks the question that matters: can he buy some of the precious herbs here? But his eyes keep drifting back to the purple poison instead of the herbs, and Leo catches that right away. So Leo opens the pill containers instead and shows him the grain pills, asking whether that is what he really wants. The moment Jin Yong senses elemental chi from those pills, especially poison chi, his composure starts to crack. For a low-ranked alchemist like him, these pills are more valuable than money, because elemental resources usually only come from rare mystic realm slots he may never get. Jin Yong points straight at the purple pills and asks the price with obvious urgency. Leo introduces the store rule by pointing to Jin Yong's lifespan window and saying the cost is 3 years of life per pill. Leo immediately worries he priced his trash too high, but Jin Yong hears the exact opposite and nearly explodes in disbelief at how cheap that sounds. Then Jin Yong shocks Leo right back by demanding every poison pill in the store. Leo double-checks that Jin Yong understands the bill will be 75 years of lifespan for the full batch. Jin Yong does understand, and he still insists the chance to power up before the Mystic Realm selection is worth far more than those lost years. Leo still warns him that every poison grain pill also shaves off another year when eaten, turning the true cost into a brutal 100 years total. That warning only hardens Jin Yong's resolve, because he would gladly burn a century of life if it lets him seize this chance. Leo's guilt loses to his inner businessman, and he opens the containers so Jin Yong can collect all 25 poison pills himself. As the trade completes, Jin Yong's lifespan drops by 75 years right in front of them. Even after buying everything, Jin Yong cannot let go of the purple liquid and asks what that poison water actually is. Leo admits it is an incomplete poison potion that boosts poison chi and resistance, but comes with a nasty chance of causing gastritis. He tries to discourage Jin Yong from being greedy, warning that this half-finished stuff could damage his constitution. Jin Yong backs down only halfway and begs for even a tiny amount, saying a few drops would be enough. Since the man insists, Leo decides to let him learn the hard way and agrees to give him some. Jin Yong instantly produces a small bamboo canteen, empties it, and offers it up like a sacred vessel. Leo fills the canteen almost to the brim with the purple poison and seals it carefully without wasting a drop. Then Leo casually gives it away for free as a promotion, which completely overwhelms Jin Yong. Jin Yong drops into a full kowtow and swears he will repay this kindness once he succeeds. Leo has heard that kind of vow before, so he cuts straight to what he actually wants: spread the word that his shop sells cheap pills and weeds for lifespan. Jin Yong slams his head down again and promises to tell everyone in the Sixth Element sect, even the elders. Before leaving, Jin Yong finally asks the senior's name, and Leo proudly gives him the grand title he made for himself, Florida Man. Jin Yong leaves the cabin carrying both poison pills and the gifted canteen, already convinced this windfall can launch him from first rank to at least 5th rank foundation establishment. As he disappears into the forest laughing, Jin Yong swears he will come back to Senior Florida Man's store again. After Jin Yong leaves, Leo checks Cat's status and sees the greedy plant has already stretched its lifespan to 700 years by eating mutated scraps outside. Leo sets a pot of purple poison soup in front of Cat and tests his theory, asking if the poison-proof little monster can drink it. One sniff is enough for Cat to light up with joy, and it plunges a mass of roots into the pot to suck the poison soup dry in seconds. When Leo checks again, Cat jumps to 1,200 years of lifespan, and Leo realizes the refined soup works far better than feeding raw blood and organs. Leo explains he can only make one more batch because wolf blood and intestines are running low, and Cat immediately droops in disappointed silence. Then Leo dangles a deal in front of it. If Cat brings him live prey, especially wolves, he will turn them into better fertilizer and more purple soup. Fully fired up, Cat uproots itself and sprints into the dark forest, leaving Leo laughing at the sight of a plant running like a chimp. With Cat gone, Leo cleans the pot, cooks the last batch through the night, and turns into wait for morning. The next morning, Leo wakes to a finished liter of lesserine poison potion and transfers the whole fresh batch into his usual glass pot. He casually hoists the massive cauldron with one hand, a quiet reminder that his body is becoming monstrously strong. Leo carries the fresh poison pot back into the store and tucks it safely in a corner away from the fridges and display windows. A loud scraping outside pulls Leo to the window, and he sees Cat dragging back a living monster wolf far bigger and nastier than any dire wolf he expected. Up close, the catch is a crippled giant emerald wolf with 3 eyes, 2 stacked jaws, poisonous green mist, and branch-like tails, while Cat itself is scratched up and barely standing. Seeing Cat in such rough shape, Leo rushes out with the new soup and lets the exhausted plant gulp it down on the spot. Leo scolds Cat for nearly getting itself killed over exotic prey, but the soup closes its wounds fast enough to calm him down. Once Cat is stable, Leo walks straight up to the giant wolf, and the wounded beast still tries to rise and snarl at him. The wolf lunges with both jaws at once, catching Leo's hand and head, and Cat screams because it looks like its master just got crushed. But Leo calmly pats Cat and tells it to worry about breakfast instead, because the only bones breaking here are the wolf's own fangs. Leo spits into the monster's throat, shoves himself free without a scratch, and casually gives the wolf 10 seconds to live. The poison takes over instantly as the wolf spasms, turns purple, and dies messily, and Cat happily dives straight into the foul waste pouring out of it. Trying not to gag after remembering Cat has licked his face before, Leo inspects the corpse and starts planning how to butcher something this huge. His normal skinning knife snaps against the monster's belly, so Leo decides his own fingernail is the better blade. That works too well, because the moment his nail pierces the belly, a blast of yellow rotten goo erupts all over him instead of blood. One accidental sniff tells Leo the stench is unbearable, and he tears off his filthy clothes and runs for the workshop to wash it off immediately. Leo uses the workshop cauldron like a bathtub and scrubs with fresh water, then climbs out still furious that the stench has not fully left him. When Leo looks back at the filthy bathwater, the boiling yellow sludge gives off black miasma and eerie wailing like something cursed. To get rid of it, Leo shoves the whole mess into the workshop's research function, hoping the system will just make it disappear. Instead of trash, the system proudly identifies the slime as Emerald Wolf's tear, a rare enhancer that can even be diluted into yin fluid. Leo stares for a long beat, then explodes in outrage because the treasure the system found still looks and smells like pure infected pus to him. Meanwhile, Cat is having the time of its life outside, happily slurping down the rest of the yellow goo Leo found revolting. Leo finally buys soap and a real bathtub with his lifespan, scrubs himself for half an hour, and dumps the dirty water away before going back to work. This time he returns to the carcass in a hazmat suit, clearly not trusting the giant wolf's fluids to play fair again. He finds Cat licking the giant wolf's belly nearly clean, and after all that goo, the plant now looks glossy, healthier, and visibly changed. Leo stops Cat from drinking the rest, warning that this yellow goo is exactly what he needs to make more purple juice for it. As Leo fills half a bucket, he notices Cat has evolved again, with thicker vines, thicker branches, and fresh flower buds leaking white mist and a lavender scent. Satisfied Cat has eaten enough, Leo sends it off to play while he gets serious about dissecting the monster properly. Cat climbs onto the cabin roof to sunbathe, leaving Leo alone with the giant carcass and a long day of butchering ahead. By noon, Leo has fully broken the giant wolf down into blood, bones, skin, meat, and organs, but this time he researches every part before feeding anything away. The workshop instantly rejects the intestines as something he has already researched, and Leo realizes the system thinks this monster's guts are the same as the earlier wolves. When blood, liver, meat, skin, and heart all get flagged the same way, Leo gets more and more annoyed that this giant beast still counts as just another Fenrir. Only when Leo throws one emerald eye into the cauldron does the system finally accept it, and reveal a new recipe for a prosthetic eye of Fenrir. Reading the recipe, Leo quickly realizes he already has almost every ingredient, and the only missing wood catalyst turns out to be a piece of Cat's own root. Leo climbs onto the roof and snips the tip of one of Sleeping Cat's smallest roots, taking the ingredient without waking it properly. With everything gathered, Leo starts refining the prosthetic eye and is immediately hit with a brutal timer of almost 24 hours. Unable to speed it up, he spends the rest of the day doing chores, cooking, and cutting more giant wolf meat while the workshop grinds away. At noon the next day, Leo sits behind the store and watches the final seconds tick down, waiting to see if the strange recipe was worth it. The cauldron doesn't make one prosthetic eye at all. It spits out 30 living green eyeballs, including 2 better lesser-grade ones. When one lands in his palm, Leo learns these eyes are man-made parasites that bond with the host, share vision, and boost resistance and cultivation. Leo blurts out that neither he nor Cat can eat something this creepy, and the whole little swarm trembles in obvious fear. Feeling a little bad, Leo reassures the trembling parasites that he has a good host in mind for them after all. Right on cue, Cat crawls down from the roof, sees the floating eyes, and immediately treats them like snacks. Instead of feeding them to Cat, Leo presses one of the lesser-grade eyes onto its face and decides to give his blind plant pet real sight. The parasite immediately sprouts tiny tentacles, burrows into Cat's skin, and turns into a working eye with its own eyelid. For the first time, Cat can actually see, and it stares at Leo in wonder while he proudly introduces himself as the one who fixed that. Leo explains the parasite will live off some of Cat's energy in exchange for better vision and stronger abilities, then refuses to let it eat the rest. Since one eye still looks incomplete on that huge head, Leo asks for permission and installs a second lesser-grade parasite too. With both eyes bonded, Cat finally sees the world in full and bobs happily in pure delight at the miracle Leo just handed it. Cat is so grateful it hugs Leo and licks his face, and his reward for curing its blindness is getting smeared with that rotten monster stink all over again. After testing the prosthetic eyes, Leo packs the leftovers into glass jars and lines them up behind the shop windows like bizarre new merchandise. The eyeballs do not calm down at all. They keep staring outside and bouncing in place as if watching the world for the first time. Back in the workshop, Leo skips grain pills for once and digs through the alchemy recipes he has unlocked to see what else he can actually make. Most of the formulas are useless for now because they demand absurd ingredients like holy water, unicorn's tear, and virgin sage's blood. Then Leo finds one workable option, a werewolf dantian pill that uses Fenrir heart, blood, a poison catalyst, and poison essence. He cheerfully improvises again, replacing the poison catalyst with wolf intestines and using his own spit as poison essence before loading the batch. The workshop accepts the job, and Leo expects another quick result. Instead, the timer slams him with nearly 24 hours, and Leo is so crushed he almost drops to his knees. He sprawls on the floor in total misery and yells at the workshop for taking all day to make what he mockingly calls ancient meth. With nothing else to do, Leo gives up on waiting and decides he might as well drown his boredom in wolf meat. Almost a week later, Wu Bai finally returns after visiting several cities and gathering huge amounts of produce and seeds for Leo. The first thing he sees is Cat looming on top of the cabin, now bigger, miswreathed, and staring at him with newly grown eyes. When Cat opens its maw and meows for food, Wu Bai instantly realizes the monster has evolved to a level comparable to a golden core cultivator. Even disgusted, Wu Bai dares not disrespect Leo's pet, so he tosses it a dead monster carcass as an offering. Cat happily chews the carcass and bobs along in weird delight, while Wu Bai tries to ignore how absurd this place has become. Wu Bai starts arranging all the baskets outside, but the lit-up shop windows pull his attention inside. Through the glass, he spots the pills on display and the Jared eyeballs bouncing at him, turning his simple delivery into another inspection trip. One look is enough for Wu Bai to recognize elemental grain pills, and the alchemist in him aches at seeing rare materials spent so wastefully. Still too curious to walk away, he enters the store to inspect everything up close. Inside, he finds Leo behind the long counter casually eating rough-cut steak like this bizarre shop is perfectly normal. Wu Bai formally presents the vegetables, fruit, and seeds he promised for spirit herb cultivation, and Leo lights up at the sight. Leo even offers him steak out of simple gratitude, but Wu Bai refuses because his body has long since adapted to surviving on grain pills. Happy to keep the food for himself, Leo stuffs down the last bite, pulls on his rubber gloves, and gets ready to talk business. He shows Wu Bai a red pill and asks if disciples might buy it, already naming a price of 3 years of lifespan each. Wu Bai quickly judges the pills as cheap enough to move among weaker disciples, so he agrees to spread the word through the sect. When Leo asks what the giant delivery costs, Wu Bai waves it off as a gift to keep good relations with him. Leo is taken aback by the goodwill and offers a free item in return, warning Wu Bai to choose only one and not get greedy. That single offer almost overwhelms Wu Bai as he starts searching the store like he has stepped into a treasure vault. First he spots the purple bean cabbages in the showcase fridge and is stunned that Demon Realm produce is sitting here in bulk. Then he notices thousands of immortal grass blades stacked beside them, and his greed nearly makes him cough blood. He forces himself to move on, only to find the chest freezers packed with Fenrir meat and organs in quantities that make even less sense. The mutated liver almost wins him over on the spot because it is such a valuable antidote ingredient. But the hopping green eyes in the jars keep drawing him back, and curiosity finally beats greed for the liver. When Wu Bai asks what they are, Leo casually explains that they are prosthetic eyes of Fenrir that can be attached as a third eye to expand vision. That explanation changes everything, because Wu Bai immediately realizes even an inferior prosthetic organ could sell for a fortune. He gives up on the liver and chooses a prosthetic eye as his one free item. Leo lifts one onto his gloved hand, and the little eye bounces excitedly as if thrilled to have found a new host. He even offers to attach it right onto Wu Bai's forehead, which makes the old alchemist scramble for an excuse and claim it is for a disciple. Leo drops the idea but immediately tries to upsell him on the rest of the stock for more lifespan. After already spending too much lifespan before, Wu Bai refuses and starts to retreat toward the door in relief. Then Wu Bai remembers the other reason he came and turns back with one more request for Leo to join Life Sword Sect as a guest elder on the next Mystic Realm expedition. The word Mystic Realm catches Leo off guard, because the real problem is not danger but the fact that he cannot leave his shop domain and still communicate normally. His mind spins into panic over the language barrier, and he silently realizes he would be helpless outside the store's translation range. Seeing Leo's face darken, Wu Bai nervously tries to back off before he offends him. Leo finally refuses outright, making it clear he has no intention of joining any organization right now. Wu Bai does not give up there and shifts the pitch, asking Leo to come on the expedition at least, even if he will not formally join the sect. Leo still declines, though he is now curious enough to ask what a mystic realm actually is. Wu Bai is startled that Leo asks something so basic, then quickly decides this must be a higher realm expert testing him rather than a man who truly does not know. He explains that mystic realms are other worlds reached through portals managed by the Jianghu Alliance, and each portal opens every 3 months to a random destination. To make it clearer, Wu Bai unrolls a bamboo scroll map from the last expedition and shows Leo a roughly charted island in the middle of the ocean. He adds that the last island was swarming with 100,000 third-grade beasts, and the sect only killed a fraction before the 7-day expedition ended. Wu Bai says the next opening should lead somewhere new, and he wants the sect's strongest elders and best disciples to gain real combat experience there. Leo cuts through the polite wording and bluntly asks if Wu Bai just wants him to babysit the disciples. Caught completely, Wu Bai first denies it and then admits that yes, that is basically the truth. He confesses that 4 of 10 disciples died in the last expedition, so he hoped Leo could provide the life-saving medicines and herbs they lacked. As Wu Bai starts to give up, Leo quietly rethinks the whole problem from a merchant's angle instead of a hero's. He realizes the sect risks its people because it lacks cultivation resources, and that sounds less like a rescue mission and more like a business opportunity. So Leo asks the direct question, if the sect is really short on resources, what do they normally pull out of those realms? Wu Bai says mystic realms usually yield rare minerals, ancient relics, treasures, elemental herbs, monster carcasses, and even strange elemental chi not found on the mainland. While giving examples, Wu Bai glances at Leo's refrigerated stock and suddenly notices the bananas are not ordinary either but desert mystic realm fruit loaded with earth element aura. That only deepens the mystery of Leo's supply, But Leo ignores the look and points the conversation back to money by asking what the prosthetic eyes would fetch at auction. Wu Bai tells the truth this time too. Even one of those eyes could bring in around 1,000,000 spirit stones. Leo presses for scale, and Wu Bai explains that 1,000,000 spirit stones could buy a small flying ship or a top-grade flying sword, or push a first-rank foundation cultivator up to the nascent stage. Now Leo has the numbers he wanted, and in his head the whole world finally starts looking like a market he can exploit. He briefly admits to himself that he could live quietly forever on his own supply, but the idea of staying poor when he could farm other people's lifespan disgusts him. Instead of joining the expedition, Leo asks Wu Bai for general reports on what past expeditions found so he can make some calculations. Wu Bai hesitates because the details are sensitive, so Leo backs off and says he only needs the kind of general information everyone already knows. That is enough to get Wu Bai talking again, and he admits their finds from those realms are still far inferior to the monster materials and produce sitting in Leo's shop. Leo hears exactly what he wanted and decides on the spot that the sect does not need him as a bodyguard. It needs him as a supplier. So he turns the whole relationship upside down and tells Wu Bai that instead of hiring him, the sect elder should work for him as a public-facing coordinator and errand runner. Leo spells out the job: fetch ordinary produce from other cities, run small errands, and advertise that his shop trades rare materials better than what sects usually bring back from mystic realms. And to make sure the power dynamic stays clear, Leo finishes with the same rule as always: the price will be lifespan. Leo pitches Wu Bai a simple deal: bring in customers, and he earns a 10% commission in store value based on what they spend. Wu Bai is stunned by the idea, quickly does the math, and eagerly signs on because he already knows plenty of rich old alchemists to send over. Wu Bai immediately spots a practical problem though, because they still need a way to track his rewards like sect contribution points. Leo checks the store system and finds he cannot hand lifespan directly to someone else, but he can unlock an employee feature for 100 years. He pays the cost, opens the worker menu, and sees a resume-style screen asking him to appoint someone inside the shop domain. Since Wu Bai is the only person in the domain, Leo adds him as an employee and discovers he can even pay wages in lifespan. Leo sets Wu Bai to commission-based pay at 10% and quietly finalizes the arrangement on the spot. When Leo moves on to item prices, Wu Bai jumps in with a bold opinion and says the store is seriously undercharging. That night, Wu Bai returns to his sect still buzzing from the deal, carrying Leo's advance payment, a golden sand banana and a living prosthetic eyeball. Instead of filing a calm report, he rushes straight to Grand Elder Han Hao and barges in looking thrilled. Han Hao immediately recognizes the banana as a rare earth element fruit and gets annoyed when Wu Bai acts like he went shopping instead of investigating Leo. Wu Bai shocks him even more by declaring that he has joined Florida Man's store part-time and plans to send the sect's alchemists there instead of into danger. Han Hao can tell the bottled item is a prosthetic organ worth a fortune, but he still does not understand why Wu Bai is acting like this changes everything. Wu Bai finally blurts out the real pitch: if Leo keeps supplying rare herbs and fruits, they may not need to rely on deadly mystic realms so much anymore. When Han Hao still looks lost, Wu Bai backs up his story with a bigger reveal and says Leo has around 20 prosthetic eyes like this one. He keeps going, claiming Leo's store is packed with immortal grass, ean cabbages, desert bananas, Fenrir materials, and even cheap elemental grain pills for disciples. Han Hao quickly finds the weak point and asks the only sensible question: what happens if the supply dries up, and what are the real prices? Wu Bai answers with full confidence, insisting Leo must be from a higher realm and only wants lifespan instead of money. Once Han Hao asks how much, Wu Bai grabs paper and writes out a much harsher price list to make the store feel premium and profitable. He even grins and calls those inflated numbers cheap, making it clear he wants Leo's store to look irresistible to old experts with lifespan to burn. After Wu Bai leaves, Leo actually follows the advice, buys stickers and pens from the system, and starts labeling everything in his shop. While he works, Leo realizes the setup is still clumsy because customers may not read modern numbers and he badly wishes he had an AI clerk. Then he notices the huge delivery outside and lights up at the sight of fresh new produce and seed sacks for more experiments. Excited, Leo puts on his hazmat suit, hauls everything into the workshop, and decides to test the normal samples before mutating them. He spends the whole night researching until the system starts announcing a string of new discoveries from the mutated produce batch. One of those experiments turns into rejuvenate tea, and after pushing the refinement as far as he can, Leo finally collapses into bed around 3 in the morning. At 5 in the morning, loud banging yanks Leo back awake, and he stomps to the front door in a t-shirt and shorts already in a bad mood. The culprit is Cat, who is desperately trying to squeeze his oversized head through the doorway and meowing like the world is ending. Leo grumbles at the ridiculous plant, pushes Cat aside, and steps out to see what could possibly justify this chaos. Outside, he finds the answer. Wu Bai has brought Han Hao and a full group of Life Sword sect elders and deacons to shop before sunrise. Han Hao quietly sizes Leo up and confirms the rumor for himself when he senses a soul formation level aura from the strange store owner. Leo realizes he forgot to set opening hours, swallows his annoyance, and switches straight into polite shopkeeper mode. Wu Bai proudly introduces his recruits, and Han Hao formally greets Leo under his Taoist title, Bald Swordsman. Leo invites them in and casually calls Cat harmless, which immediately becomes hard to believe when the plant starts thrashing in protest. Cat slams the wall and roof, only to hurt itself against the upgraded shop, then scrambles away to sulk on the back buildings instead. Once inside, the visitors are instantly hooked by the sight of immortal grass, golden sand bananas, and eaten cabbages glowing in the refrigerators. Han Hao ignores the obvious produce and checks the freezer chests first, hoping the real treasure is hidden deeper in the shop. He finds mutated wolf organs and immediately asks to buy the lot, but Leo flatly refuses because those parts are not for sale. Still searching, Han Hao opens another chest and suddenly spots something even more interesting: sealed bottles of silver rejuvenate tea. Leo watches the room and quietly regrets that he did not have time to make more sale-ready stock, because most of his new products are still stuck in the workshop. The new tea does not help cultivation, but it repairs bone marrow, makes the body physically younger, and is easy for Leo to brew in 10-minute batches. Unsure how to pitch it himself, Leo looks to Wu Bai for help, and the alchemist instantly realizes he has been handed the sales floor. Wu Bai steps in smoothly and hypes rejuvenate tea as a rare luxury from dangerous jungle mystic realms that can lower bone age when brewed into tea. That pitch lands instantly, and the other elders and deacons crowd around in excitement because a drink that can make the body younger is impossible to ignore. When they ask the price, Leo deliberately leaves the number to Wu Bai, and the alchemist starts calculating from spirit stone market value upward. Wu Bai talks himself all the way up to a minimum value of 250 years per bottle and looks to Leo for approval like a proud auctioneer. Inside, Leo is stunned because he had only imagined 50 years, and once again he realizes he has been pricing his goods way too low. Even so, Leo cuts the price to 200 years per bottle because he has more in storage and wants to sell at a wholesale rate that still leaves room for resale profit. Wu Bai is shocked for a beat, then suddenly sees Leo's wholesale strategy and realizes cheaper prices will keep merchants coming back for more. Leo turns on the store system, and Han Hao finally sees his own remaining lifespan floating in front of him. Even with more than 800 years left, Han Hao is bitter because his body is already aging, so he hesitates to spend 200 years on one bottle of rejuvenation tea. Instead, Han Hao looks over Leo's grain pills and starts wondering if this strange shopkeeper is wasteful, ignorant, or hiding terrifying skill. Testing him directly, Han Hao asks if Leo really knows alchemy. Leo answers with easy confidence, and Wu Bai nearly laughs because only a real master could have made low-grade pills containing all 5 elements. Wu Bai realizes the colorful grain pills are not just merchandise to him, but a warning that Leo can handle every element and should not be provoked. Then Wu Bai spots 2 bottles of white pills hidden near the curtain and suddenly rushes over in shock. He slaps the bottles onto the counter, bows hard to Leo, and urgently begs him not to sell those pills here. Han Hao immediately suspects Wu Bai is trying to hoard them, but Wu Bai blurts out that he wants to study them because they are treasures. When Han Hao asks what the pills are, Leo casually admits they were an accident: 5-element elixir grain pills that add 10 years of lifespan but leave the eater full for 10 days. Han Hao is stunned because combining all 5 elements in one pill should be impossible even for legendary alchemists. Wu Bai smacks his own forehead in regret because now everyone knows the pill's value, and he can no longer keep them for himself. He loudly explains that these pills are a true breakthrough for alchemists, and Leo's offhand response only makes the room more convinced he comes from some higher world. Wu Bai keeps praising the pills as auction house treasures, while Leo quietly realizes he may have found an easy way to turn cheap pine nuts into serious money. So Leo lets Wu Bai handle sales of the elixir pills and sticks to a simple 10% commission. Wu Bai eagerly asks to watch Leo make more pills, but Leo shuts that down at once because he refuses to be observed. With that settled, the elders and deacons finally start buying in earnest: immortal grass, an expensive prosthetic eye, and even golden sand bananas. After Leo takes the payment in lifespan, the big sale leaves him with 990 years profit and gives Wu Bai 110 years in commission. Han Hao catches Wu Bai grinning over his bonus and calls him a sly bastard, which only makes Wu Bai gloat more. Seeing that trick work, Han Hao boldly asks if he and the others can also work for Leo. Leo offers everyone the same referral deal: bring him customers, and he will pay 10% of the sale in lifespan. Wu Bai panics because he thought this advantage was his alone, but Leo bluntly says he will not let anyone monopolize his market. Han Hao laughs at his friend's failed scheme, and Wu Bai fires back that he knows more powerful people before storming out to recruit customers immediately. Wu Bai dashes off with the elixir pills before paying, leaving Leo to watch his first half-robbery in this world. To protect himself, Leo asks Han Hao to guarantee Wu Bai's debt, and Han Hao agrees out of embarrassment for his shameless friend. Han Hao hands over his personal token and says anyone in Magpie City or the Life Sword sect will obey it, even if Leo wants a place on the Mystic Realm expedition. Then Han Hao finally asks the question he came for: whether Leo truly plans to supply the Life Sword sect with pills so they can rely less on Mystic Realms. Leo grins through the confusion because he has no idea what rumor Wu Bai has been spreading, so he asks Han Hao what he means by supply. Once Han Hao explains, Leo realizes the deal is simple enough and agrees to save future pills for Life Sword Sect disciples. Han Hao seals that understanding by buying a bottle of rejuvenation tea on the spot, costing him another 200 years. Han Hao makes one more offer and invites Leo to join the season's Mystic Realm expedition. He tries to tempt Leo with power, glory, and exclusive control of a whole Mystic Realm, but Leo's real problem is much simpler. He still cannot speak their language well enough to survive the trip without embarrassing himself. So Leo politely refuses and says the spot should go to a disciple who earned it, not an outsider. Han Hao and the deacons are deeply impressed by that answer, and they leave even more convinced Leo is an honorable senior. Once they fly off, Leo shuts the shop, locks the door, and finally enjoys the silence. The exhausting night catches up with him, and he collapses onto his bed in the back room and falls asleep almost instantly. When Leo wakes up around 1 in the afternoon, he steps back into the shop and finds the front windows blacked out by a huge familiar shape. It is Cat, now sitting outside with its new menacing Fenrir-like eyes and scratching the glass because it is hungry again. Leo grumbles that he needs the bathroom first, and Cat answers with a weirdly affectionate meow that makes their routine feel disturbingly normal. After Leo uses the outhouse by the boulder, Cat happily eats from the septic tank and also devours the discarded eaten cabbages. Back by the workshop, Leo glances at the stacked lumber, decides that can wait, and turns to the thing he really wants: upgrades. He opens his status and grins at a little over 2,000 years of lifespan, enough to start spending big. Leo immediately opens the alchemy workshop menu and pays 1,000 years to upgrade the cauldron building. Instead of a simple upgrade, the system throws him 4 build choices, and Leo instantly gets dragged into ugly min-max thoughts about level caps and wasted points. Trusting his instincts, he picks product quality first because that seems like the safest long-term investment. The workshop rises to level 2, the building refreshes itself, and the system confirms the max level is 10, which means Leo guessed right about needing a real upgrade plan. That clue sends Leo into full factory planning mode as he starts weighing quality, quantity, extra cauldrons, and automatons for different production builds. When he checks the build system for another workshop, he finds the icon locked behind Humble General Store level 3, and the grind becomes painfully obvious. He still has another 1,000 years ready, so he checks for the next workshop upgrade and gets briefly excited when the price is still 1,000. But the moment he tries to upgrade again, the system blocks him with the same store level 3 requirement, and Leo realizes he is trapped in a shameless mobile game progression wall. A system prompt offers Leo a level 3 store upgrade for 2,000 years of lifespan, and he can only stare at it in frustration because he still cannot afford it. His eyes drift to Cat on the roof, and when he checks the plant status, Cat somehow has 3,743 years of lifespan from living on eaten cabbage and Leo's filth. Leo calls Cat over, already thinking about stealing some lifespan from his own pet, but Cat just ignores him and goes right back to napping. Since Cat refuses to help, Leo kills time by testing the upgraded cauldron with a fresh batch of rejuvenate tea. The new cauldron still shows almost 10 minutes for the tea, and Leo is visibly let down that the upgrade did not speed this recipe up at all. While waiting, Leo pulls out the hidden bowl of inferior Fenrir Dantian pills, the valuable wolf pills he made from the brutal 24-hour recipe. The pills are exactly the kind of cultivation treasure Wu Bai and Han Hao wanted, but Leo keeps them for himself because each sweet black pill adds 100 years of lifespan. He briefly considers selling the stash for a huge profit, then rejects that idea and swallows one himself like a medicine and a snack at once. When the tea finally finishes, the liquid rises above the cauldron, and Leo spends 1 year of lifespan on a glass bottle to collect it. The upgraded result is still only lesser rejuvenate tea, but now a leader can shave off 2 years of physical age instead of 1. That is good enough for Leo, so he starts another batch and immediately chugs the first bottle because to him it tastes like cold root beer. The drink puts him back in a working mood, and he decides the neglected lumber and uncleared land finally need to become something useful. He drags massive iron pine logs to the front yard and leaves them on display, half testing whether anyone might buy them as raw material. To see what the wood is worth, Leo chops a piece off with his bare hand and carries the sample into the workshop for research. The next tea batch comes out just as mediocre, but Leo is still thrilled that he has basically invented endless youth-flavored soda for himself. Then he drops the wood sample into the cauldron, hits research, and discovers a new recipe that can refine iron pine lumber into sacred wood. Because the recipe needs no catalyst, Leo gets even more interested and starts chopping extra lumber down into arm-sized blocks by hand. He starts the refinement, sees another short timer, and heads back out to keep working while the workshop handles the craft. When the block finishes, Leo comes back to find a perfect 1 cubic meter cube of sacred wood, denser and more refined than the raw lumber. Leo can tell the block is precious, but since it is useless to him right now, he dismisses it as little more than a fancy display stand and drops the project. So he goes back to the routine that actually helps him, brewing more tea and ripping more iron pine trees out of the ground to expand his land. By sunset, Leo has uprooted 20 trees and peeled their bark, and even though the new field is still uneven, he can finally see room for a future farm and another workshop. Back at the sect, Han Hao summons Han Meng and orders him to start sending disciples to Leo's store, because the pills and treasures there are too useful to ignore. Han Meng agrees in principle, but he warns that some inner disciples are spoiled enough to cause trouble if they see a shop full of treasures. The warning lands on Ouyang Ting, a talented but arrogant young master whose family backing makes him far more dangerous than an ordinary disciple. Han Hao decides the simplest lesson is to let Ouyang Ting offend the wrong person, because provoking a soul formation senior like Leo would be a brutal way to learn humility. But when Han Ming brings up Ouyang Ting's soul formation relatives, Han Hao drops the joke and orders the outer disciples to go first while the inner disciples stay in the dark. That plan is already too late, because by 8 that night Ouyang Ting has already dragged in outer disciples to verify the story about Leo and his treasure shop. The 17-year-old prodigy dismisses the outer disciples the moment he confirms the story, making it clear they were only there to verify Leo and his shop. Once they are alone, Ouyang Ting makes the deacon list everything Leo has, from prosthetic eyeballs and immortal grass to fenrir organs and pills. When the deacon even presents a blade of immortal grass he bought from Leo, real greed flashes in Ouyang Ting's eyes. He clicks his tongue at the news that Leo is soul formation stage, but instead of backing off, he decides his family's influence can still force a path open and orders the Hound Squad to assemble. At dawn the next day, Leo is already back to work, drinking his coriander coffee and expanding the future farm by pulling more trees and stripping useful materials from them. As he clears the area, he also gathers every strange bush and dead plant he can mutate, including 2 more thorny vine whips. Without Wu Bai around to price them, Leo tosses one thorn whip into the cauldron and researches it to see what the workshop can turn it into. The result surprises him, because the workshop identifies it as a metal thorn whip that can be refined into a stronger firmament thorn whip. Leo immediately realizes weapons are risky merchandise, because he already knows these thorn vines could kill a person in one hit. Even so, curiosity wins, and Leo loads the whip and catalysts into the cauldron anyway and starts refining the first artifact. The hour-long timer is short enough that Leo decides to refine the second whip too, then keeps clearing land while both artifacts finish. 2 hours later, Leo tries out both finished whips and quickly decides they are pointless for him when his bare hands already hit harder. So he casually tosses the whips aside, planning to get rid of them later like they are junk instead of valuable artifacts. From the roof, Cat has been watching the whole time, and unlike Leo, it can feel that the discarded whips are dangerous treasures closely tied to its own branches. The moment Leo loses interest, Cat sneaks down, grabs both whips, and runs off into the deeper forest with obvious excitement. Copying Leo's movements, Cat cracks the 2 whips for fun and blows apart a huge swath of ordinary pine trees in an instant. That only makes Cat happier, so it smashes even more trees until local beasts panic and scatter. When prey finally moves, Cat drops the target practice and pounces, devouring rabbits and a strange pheasant raw on the spot. With its appetite satisfied, Cat starts wondering whether its own branches could work like the whips too. The thought is enough to trigger a resonance, and both whips fuse straight into Cat's branch arms. After the first jolt of surprise, Cat loves the upgrade and starts testing the new merged limbs until they move like a natural part of its body. It even wraps the whip arms around its trunk like armor before heading back to the shop to keep practicing in secret. While sneaking in rooftop practice, Cat spots 11 sect visitors approaching the store, led by one stronger middle-aged cultivator with 10 weaker outer disciples behind him. Feeling very confident in its new fused weapons, Cat decides to intercept the visitors first. Around noon, just after Leo finishes a second batch of grain pills, shouting erupts outside and he hears Cat causing trouble again. In the front yard, a sect deacon and 10 outer disciples have their weapons half drawn while Cat blocks them with a grin and shamelessly demands a toll in food. The humans cannot understand Cat's meows, but from the way it points at its mouth and grows more agitated, they slowly realize it either wants feeding or wants to eat them. Before the standoff turns ugly, Leo steps out and instantly reads the situation for what it is. He smacks Cat on the back of the head to stop it, and Cat flips from menace to affection so fast that it starts happily licking his face instead. Leo wipes off the bad breath slime with a towel, only for Cat to dive for the contaminated bucket water like it is a treat. Then Leo picks the huge plant up like it weighs nothing and casually hurls Cat into the backyard to clear the entrance. Only after the monster is gone does Leo calmly greet the visitors, leaving the outer disciples even more stunned by how casually he handled it. The deacon explains that Han Hao kept his word and sent disciples to buy grain pills, and Leo immediately welcomes them inside. The first group each buys 2 pills, mostly metal element ones for sword techniques, and Leo quietly pockets 180 years of lifespan from the sale. Word spreads fast, and one escorted group after another rotates through the store without anyone wanting to deal with Cat again. By the time the 7th group leaves, Leo has sold 140 grain pills and earned 1,260 years of lifespan in one hectic stretch. With the midday rush finally over, Leo gets a moment to breathe and starts restocking the grain pills for whoever comes next. But while Leo is busy selling, Ouyang Ting has already arrived nearby with 20 black-robed men, and from the tops of the pine trees they watch the shop in silence. By day, Ouyang Ting and a squad of masked killers hide in the shade and spy on Leo's store from the forest edge. When Ouyang Ting asks if Leo can be killed, Duan Mu coolly judges him as an easy target despite his soul formation rank. Duanmu claims Leo's foundation feels flawed and says they should wait for night, so Ouyang Ting settles in to rob and kill him after dark. Elsewhere, Leo checks his remaining lifespan, sees he has more than enough, and upgrades the store to level 3 on the spot. The building refreshes itself with cleaner walls and new metal fittings, and Leo hurries inside to see what changed. Inside, Leo is stunned to find the same store now much wider, as if the walls pulled outward without changing the furniture layout. He checks the domain grid outside and realizes the impossible trick. The store still occupies the same 10 by 10 footprint from the outside. Leo checks the bedroom storeroom next and finds that it expanded too, from a cramped hole into a small studio-sized room. He briefly hopes the upgrade added a real bathroom, but the disappointment hits when he finds the store is still only a store. Once the excitement passes, Leo starts rearranging the shop to make the bigger interior actually useful. The empty middle still looks wrong, so Leo buys 6 aisle shelves and turns the place into more of a real store. He keeps investing, buying stacks of plastic containers so his pills can be sorted and displayed instead of piled in bowls. The alchemy upgrade pays off when Leo inspects a new low-grade metal grain pill, stronger than his older batches and finally worth a higher price. He updates the label to 15 years of lifespan per pill, while the lesser-grade stock stays at the old price. Then Leo looks over the white glossy lesser elixir grain pills and immediately realizes they are too valuable to leave in public view. Thinking of how shocked Wu Bai would be, Leo hides the elixir pills in the enlarged storeroom before anyone can learn they exist. He also pulls the poison pills into their own section, remembering Jin Yong and deciding those dangerous goods need a separate shelf. Leo spends the rest of the day running between the alchemy workshop and the store until the shelves are fully stocked and night finally settles in. At 9 that night, an exhausted Leo steps out planning to wash up and sleep, only to find Cat snoring on the roof like nothing in the world matters. His mood sours when he discovers Cat drank his stored water and fouled the jar with its awful breath, forcing him to head to the stream instead. Gloves on and bucket in hand, Leo walks toward the stream and briefly notices a suspicious shape behind a huge mutated pine tree. The forest bugs swarm him instead, and Leo irritably kills them just by breathing and standing there long enough. One hidden assassin almost attacks, but Duanmu stops him because the trap array is not ready yet. Leo stares toward the hiding place for a few uneasy seconds, then carries on to the stream as if nothing happened. About 10 minutes later he returns damp from the stream, and the killers keep watching as he approaches the store in his usual strange gloves. When Leo sets down the bucket, takes off his gloves, and mutters about hating insects, the hidden squad goes rigid and mistakes his mood for killing intent aimed at them. Even so, Duanmu keeps laying talismans around the store while carefully staying out of Leo's line of sight. At the back of the property, another assassin seals Leo's rear exit and notices the alchemy cauldron still brewing something valuable. Greed gets the better of him, and he walks over thinking he can steal the pills without anyone noticing. He tugs and strains with both hands, but the cauldron lid will not move at all. Frustrated, the assassin finally kicks the cauldron and shatters his own foot instead of knocking it over. While he kneels there clutching the broken foot, a thorny vine silently creeps up behind him. Cat wakes, whips the vine around the man's face, and snaps his neck in one brutal twist. The monster drags the corpse onto the roof, strips it, and stuffs the body into its mouth like a fresh midnight snack. The crunching overhead makes Leo frown, but he only assumes Cat caught some beast and goes back inside annoyed at the bugs. As soon as Leo locks himself inside, the assassins slip out and finish surrounding the building with more talismans. Because they just watched Cat eat one of their own alive, Duanmu orders everyone to kill the plant first and treat it like a golden core threat. 5 assassins leap onto the roof and hack at Cat together, expecting an easy kill. Instead, their swords snap on impact, and the gang realizes Cat's body is far tougher than any monster they expected. Cat turns with a confused little meow, still chewing, as if it just found 5 more snacks on the roof. The desperate backup daggers bend too, and Cat finally lashes out with its thorn whips. One whip strike tears through all 5 men so brutally that their deaths expose the ambush for good. Realizing subtlety is over, Duanmu roars for the chi sealing array to be activated immediately. The talismans flare and a red dome slams into place around the whole property, trapping both Cat and Leo's store inside it. Duanmu smugly tells Ouyang Ting the barrier suppresses chi inside the dome, so the expert and the monster should be helpless now. Ouyang Ting gets distracted bragging about the Situ clan's backing, and for a moment the 2 men act like the fight is already won. Cat immediately ruins that confidence by lunging at the assassins, only to slam face first into the red barrier. Annoyed and confused, Cat starts attacking the dome itself, and the first heavy blows already make it shake and crack. Duanmu still tries to laugh it off and has the assassins pepper Cat with crossbow bolts through the barrier. The bolts bounce off harmlessly, and the angry plant doubles down, hammering the same spot until the dome is on the verge of breaking. When the array starts failing for real, Duanmu finally joins the fight himself with a soul-backed sword strike from the sky. Cat barely dodges, but one major root is cut and starts bleeding green sap as it tumbles into the backyard. Duanmu is rattled when his sword wave smashes the building directly, and still fails to damage it at all. Wounded now, Cat lets out a loud distressed cry that sounds less like a monster and more like a hurt pet calling for help. Inside the shop, the noise keeps interrupting Leo's sleep until he finally sits up and complains about Cat causing trouble again. He presses his ear to the wall, hears the pounding outside, and checks the front window first, only to find nothing there. The sound is clearly coming from the east side, but Leo still considers ignoring it until the system suddenly warns him that one of his buildings is under attack. That finally flips the switch in his head, and Leo asks the system if burglars can be punished by taking lifespan and self-defense. For once the system answers, confirming that criminals who attack him, the store, or his employees can have their lifespan extracted. Now fully on board with payback, Leo heads for the back door and tries to open it. The knob will not turn because the assassin sealed the exit, and Leo snaps it off by sheer force. Annoyed beyond words, he kicks the whole door apart and blasts through the red barrier at the same time. Stepping outside, Leo first notices the real problem. Cat is hurt and bleeding green sap beside the shop. Leo lifts his eyes to the black-robed intruders and coldly asks which one of them hurt his cat, while the assassins ready their crossbows against him. Outside Leo's store, Duanmu realizes the chi sealing array is not weakening Leo at all, and that bad feeling hits him fast. Trying to steady his men, Duanmu orders everyone to keep their distance and wait for Leo to starve and collapse inside the array. Inside the trap, Leo calmly counts 14 enemies and even spots one more watcher hiding behind a pine tree. Instead of fighting first, Leo walks straight to Cat, and one assassin fires a bolt at his eye to stop him. The bolt hits Leo's pupil and simply breaks, which shocks the assassins more than any threat could. Leo ignores the crowd, feeds Cat a grain pill, and apologizes for not being able to keep his pets safely indoors. Cat sobs against him, and Leo wipes its face clean while bluntly telling it stinks and needs a bath. When Leo finally turns back to the attackers, a storm of arrows slams into his body and does absolutely nothing. Leo's patience snaps, and his dark stare makes it clear the customers have just crossed the line. From outside the barrier, Duanmu launches a red sword wave slash at Leo's neck as his finishing move. Leo catches the exploding sword attack in his palm, and the blast fills the dome with smoke instead of stopping him. The assassins smirk and assume Leo is burning to death, because no one they know survives Duanmu's attack. Then Leo's fist punches straight through the red dome, and the so-called perfect trap shatters like glass. Leo steps out of the blown-away smoke with glowing green eyes, completely untouched and still full of power. Panicking, Duanmu fires 7 more sword slashes, but Leo calmly bats them back with one arm. Duanmu dodges his own reflected attacks and lands on the workshop roof, only to realize Leo has vanished. A heartbeat later, Leo is already behind him with a hand locked around the back of his neck. Leo leans in and coldly reminds Duanmu that the store is closed at night. As Duanmu's neck starts burning under Leo's grip, Leo adds the real fine for hurting Cat and damaging his store, all of Duanmu's lifespan. For the first and last time in his life, Duanmu sees his own lifespan window dropping straight to 0. Duanmu screams once, dries up in Leo's hand, and crumbles into ash on the spot. The remaining black-robed men finally understand the gap and panic into a full retreat. Leo does not chase them himself this time and instead orders the shop domain to collect compensation from every attacker. One after another, the robbers' lifespans are stripped away, and their screams echo through the forest as they die off-screen. When the final total lands, Leo stares at more than 8,000 years of lifespan and realizes this raid paid absurdly well. The profit is so ridiculous that Leo almost starts wishing more idiots would attack his shop. That laugh cuts short when Leo hears one black-robed survivor still breathing nearby. The system explains why. It cannot steal lifespan from innocent bystanders, guests, or customers, so this man never actually attacked. Leo is annoyed anyway, and when the survivor bolts, he launches after him in a single explosive step. Ouyang Ting finally understands the disaster. The clan's hound squad is gone, and now he is running alone from the monster they targeted. Leo catches him from behind with one bare-handed hit to the back of the head, and Ouyang Ting tumbles across the ground into a tree. As Ouyang Ting lies dazed, Leo realizes too late that hitting him bare-handed without gloves will trigger mutation instead of a clean capture. The mutation starts brutally, with pain ripping through Ouyang Ting's head, stomach, bones, and nerves all at once. His lungs rupture, his arms turn into grotesque masses of flesh, and the strong cultivator slowly suffocates to death. Looking at the corpse, Leo is not guilty so much as irritated that this accidental kill cost him Ouyang Ting's lifespan. He drags the swollen body back toward the store, already thinking about whether the mutated blood and organs might be useful for alchemy. Back at the store, Cat happily greets Leo and immediately eyes the new corpse like fresh food. Leo laughs and tells Cat not to eat this one yet, because he wants the body intact for now. Cat goes back to the assassins it killed, loosens outer clothing while remaining modestly covered, and starts eating the bodies instead. Then Cat suddenly spits the meat back out, and Leo realizes why. The grain pill he fed it means its stomach will stay full for 2 days. Cat throws a little tantrum. Leo laughs at the ridiculous timing, and he keeps hauling Ouyang Ting's corpse to the backyard. Far away at the Life Sword sect, the top floor belongs to Han Hao, while the floor below stores the life candles that track every inner disciple. The sect's rule is simple and chilling. A natural death leaves the candle intact with the flame out, but a killing breaks the candle in half. That candle room is guarded by tiger swordsmen, a scarred elder with tiger tattoos and no patience for foolish disciples. A sharp crack breaks the silence when Ouyang Ting's life candle suddenly snaps and falls. Tiger swordsman recognizes the name, immediately knows the Ouyang clan will be trouble, and moves to inspect the death. He drops the broken candle into the sex vision bowl, which turns cloudy, and starts replaying Ouyang Ting's final sight without sound. The replay shows the forest cabin and the black-robed squad setting up talismans around Leo's store, and Tiger Swordsman instantly recognizes the Ouyang clan's shameless hound squad style. Instead of sympathy, the elder sneers at the squad's cowardly methods and calls them trashy assassin wannabes. The replay keeps going with Cat on the rooftop and the squad trapping it in the array, which only makes Tiger Swordsman mock them more for ganging up on one third-stage monster. His mood shifts when the infamous G-ceiling array cracks apart, because now this is no longer a joke. Ouyang Ting's hidden viewpoint is terrible, and Tiger Swordsman gets visibly irritated that the dead fool stalked badly even while spying on a life-and-death fight. Then Leo steps into view, and Tiger Swordsman reads the five-element aura around him as the mark of an extremely dangerous senior. From there the elder watches the whole disaster unfold. Leo breaks the formation, flashes to Duan Mu, and turns the captain to ash in an instant. When the other men also die without Leo even touching them, Tiger Swordsman realizes this power is something he cannot explain or counter. The replay ends with Ouyang Ting fleeing and getting struck from behind, and that is enough for Tiger Swordsman to judge the case clearly. In his eyes, Ouyang Ting was an idiot who provoked a far stronger senior, and died exactly the way a fool should expect to die. But the real problem is political, because Ouyang Ting's father will not accept this quietly, and the sect could be dragged into war. Unable to decide a matter this big alone, Tiger Swordsman takes the evidence upstairs to Han Hao. The Ouyang clan has life candles too, and in the Jianghu Alliance Palace another broken candle sends the same bad news racing toward Ouyang Long. At that moment Ouyang Long is sharing tea with two other clan lords in a refined courtyard when a servant kneels and reports his son's death. Ouyang Long stays outwardly calm and only asks the one question that matters: who killed him? The servant recreates the vision with water and the broken candle, forcing Ouyang Long and the other lords to watch Ouyang Ting's final mistake together. When the replay reveals that Ouyang Ting brought assassins to attack a soul formation cultivator who was minding his own business, the two lords burst out laughing. Their mockery stings even more than the death, because Ouyang Long is being humiliated in public by his own son's stupidity. He politely excuses himself from the gathering, but the moment he turns away his eyes are already bloodshot with anger. Then Ouyang Long gives the order that pushes the fallout into motion. Prepare the ship, they are going to the Life Sword sect. At the airstrip outside Cauliflower City, Ouyang Long stormed back to the Ouyang clan airship in a filthy mood after being humiliated in public. The servant who had rushed ahead to ready the ship came to report, and Ouyang Long called him over with icy calm. Instead of listening, Ouyang Long drew his sword and cut the man's head off on the spot, blaming him for what happened. He turned to the rest of the crew and barked out the real lesson: never report sensitive information to him in public again. The crew launched immediately for Magpie City, while Ouyang Long stayed on deck simmering and the others hurried to throw the body away and scrub the blood clean. Mid-flight, Ouyang Long spotted a cultivator on a flying sword coming dangerously close, and it turned out to be Wu Bai. Wu Bai made a smooth landing on the deck, cheerfully calling it a coincidence, while his eyes flicked to the still fresh bloodstain. Ouyang Long tried to brush him off, but Wu Bai pulled out one of Leo's grain pills and offered business through the Cauliflower City auction house. Even angry, Ouyang Long instantly recognized the pill as real and valuable, but he still told Wu Bai to go through his servants because he wanted to keep moving. Wu Bai pushed harder by revealing a prosthetic eyeball too, warning that servants would just skim the fees for themselves. That finally hooked him, and Ouyang Long stomped over demanding to see every other treasure Wu Bai was hiding. Wu Bai laid out an immortal grass blade and more pills, and Ouyang Long's eyes went wide the moment he saw how rare they were. When Ouyang Long asked if he had made them himself, Wu Bai casually said no and claimed he was only running errands for another master alchemist. That answer hit harder than the treasures themselves, because now Ouyang Long needed to know who this hidden alchemist was. He immediately ordered the airship to turn around and head back to Cauliflower City instead of Magpie City. On the return flight, Wu Bai tried to tempt him toward the strange store near Magpie City, pitching it as a place full of herbs from mystic worlds. Ouyang Long refused flatly, saying he would rather gather rare herbs for free in mystic realms than waste spirit stones on some small shop. Wu Bai let him reject the offer for a moment, then casually revealed the real hook. The shop did not take spirit stones at all, only lifespan. That made Ouyang Long stop cold, because lifespan as currency sounded exactly like the work of an evil cultivator. He spun on Wu Bai in fury and accused him of dealing with an unorthodox life-draining sect. Wu Bai backed off with both hands raised and argued that the pills themselves proved the seller was orthodox, because evil Qi could never produce such pure five-element medicine. Ouyang Long still did not trust the mystery seller, but now he wanted answers badly enough to keep questioning Wu Bai instead of throwing him off the ship. Back at the store, Leo tested Ouyang Ting's blood in the workshop and was baffled when the system identified it as yin fluid. He grumbled about it, but since yin fluid was still useful, he saved the blood instead of wasting it. Then he hung Ouyang Ting's mutated corpse from a tree to drain the rest of the blood for later use. With too much cleanup left, Leo gave up on sleeping and started collecting the assassin's mangled bodies from the roof. He sorted the useful parts from the trash, throwing flesh into the backyard as cat food and piling up clothes, weapons, and belongings beside the workshop. He searched the grounds for every other assassin too, but by instinct alone he only recovered 13 full sets of gear and still could not find one missing body. As sunrise crept closer, Leo gave up on the last corpse and rushed to strip the strange yellow talismans off his store walls and windows. Looking over the heap of black clothes afterward, he was almost cheerful because once washed they would make perfect cleaning rags. The real nuisance was the pile of confiscated weapons, and the one haul that genuinely interested him was the 19 rings he had taken from the corpses. Once the crime scene was handled, Leo finally switched from cleanup to growth and decided to spend his lifespan on upgrades instead of new research. He spent 1,000 years to raise his main alchemy workshop to level 3, and the cauldron transformed into a more ornate piece with a rain dragon carved into it. The fancy look did not distract him for long, because his next move was to open the build map and place a second workshop on the cleared land. A new workshop appeared right next to the first one, but it came in at level 1, so Leo immediately started pouring more lifespan into it. After 2 more upgrades, both workshops matched at level 3, and Leo looked downright proud of the double production setup. He put iron pine nuts into both cauldrons right away, already planning to flood the place with more grain pills. Then he turned to the store fridges, relieved to learn their next upgrade was cheap enough that he could afford to improve them all. The level 3 refrigerators turned black and colder, and for once Leo got to enjoy real cool air inside his store. With only a little lifespan left, Leo browsed the construction list for fun and found tempting level 4 options like warehouses, houses, farm plots, and even paved roads. The farm plot caught his eye, but the small house confused him, because sleeping space was the one thing he already had. When he checked the store's next upgrade cost, the system demanded 3,000 more years, and the number nearly made him cough blood. He hated it, but he still paid the price and forced the general store up to level 4. The inside of the store expanded again, stretching into a much wider sales floor that suddenly made his existing shelves and fridges look sparse. The upgrade also installed ceiling vents, and cold air started circulating through the shop like a proper air conditioner. Remembering the back room, Leo checked it next and found the space expanded too, with his bed now sitting awkwardly in the middle. What he still did not get was a toilet, so even after all those upgrades he was stuck thinking about outhouses and whether a small house might be worth it after all. Completely drained, Leo loosened his outer clothing while remaining modestly covered and threw himself onto the bed, forgetting the 19 rings still hidden in his pants pocket. At the Grand Elder Pagoda, Han Hao, Han Meng, and Tiger Swordsman listened while a kneeling deacon confessed that he had leaked news of Leo's store to Ouyang Ting. Han Hao bluntly summed up the disaster. Because of that leak, Ouyang Ting had taken men to Leo's place to kill him for treasure. Han Meng and Tiger Swordsman were not mourning Ouyang Ting at all, since his death meant weaker disciples could finally breathe again. Han Hao pulled the discussion back to the real problem, because Ouyang Long would soon demand an answer, and somebody had to decide whether Leo would be exposed. In the end they settled on the least explosive choice: tell Ouyang Long the truth, blame Ouyang Ting for provoking a senior, and try to mediate instead of taking sides. That left the deacon himself, and when Tiger Swordsman asked about punishment, Han Meng made it clear his fate depended on how much damage this leak caused next. Han Meng warned that if Ouyang Long's reaction harmed the city or sect, the deacon could face 10 years in prison as an accomplice, confession or not. The deacon tried to protest that he was only a witness, but the elders shut that down and left him to pray Leo could calm the fallout. Meanwhile, back in Cauliflower City, Wu Bai was already turning Leo's stock into a frenzy by showing 1 blade of immortal grass to 3 old alchemist elders from the Jianghu Alliance. The 3 elders instantly started bidding against each other in the hundreds of millions for that 1 blade. One elder finally crushed the others with a bid of 700 million spirit stones, and Ouyang Long had to call the sale himself. Wu Bai could barely contain his delight, already imagining how these men would react if they learned Leo had more than 2,000 immortal grass blades. Then he raised the stakes again by announcing batches of 5-element grain pills and forcing the 3 elders to make 1 careful sealed offer each. While the bidding went on, Ouyang Long was no longer thinking only about fees, because Wu Bai's clues were starting to line up with where his son had died. By the end of the scene, Ouyang Long was silently piecing it together and beginning to suspect that the unknown alchemist and Ouyang Ting's killer were the same person. Back at the auction, Wu Bai shuts down the old alchemist's cheap trick by warning that anything under 600 million spirit stones will get them nothing. Seeing Wu Bai outfox them so easily, Ouyang Long quietly probes him about Leo's real level. Wu Bai boasts that Leo is a soul formation expert with all 5 elements under control, and that answer makes Ouyang Long connect Leo to the slaughter of the Hound Squad. Ouyang Long's grief and pride twist together, and he decides Leo is the one in the wrong for killing juniors no matter what his son did first. He hardens that into a plan. If Leo is weaker, he will cripple him into a pill slave, and if Leo is stronger, he will try to ruin him through the alchemy sects. The next morning at 10, Leo drags himself out of bed and discovers his real problem is much simpler. He has run out of edible wolf meat. Staring between immortal grass and grain pills, Leo has a miserable breakfast crisis because his body wants meat and he is sick of vegetables. In the end, he refuses the grain pills, grabs golden bananas instead, and force feeds himself fruit to stay practical. When his status jumps from 128 to 148 years, Leo decides the bananas were worth it, and not wasting his produce was the right call. With breakfast settled, Leo heads to the workshops and pulls out fresh batches of grain pills, noticing the metal pills have already improved to medium grade. He immediately cues another production run, because the shop still needs more stock. Then he brings a basket of mutated blood melons into the store and sets them near the entrance as a new product display. After reading that blood melons boost water and demonic energy, Leo pegs them as both useful alchemy catalysts and possible monster bait. He tests that idea by rolling one outside, and Cat pounces on it almost instantly. Cat retreats to the roof with the stolen melon, and Leo has his answer. Blood melons really do lure plant monsters. Since the test works, Leo prices the blood melons at 50 lifespan each and finishes tidying the shop. Before Leo can even sweep, Cat gives its warning cry from the roof, and Leo knows visitors are coming again. He rushes outside just to stop Cat from treating the guests like lunch, and the sulking plant reluctantly backs off. The visitors turn out to be familiar faces. Gao Yen returns with the deacon and several disciples, eager to buy more rare herbs and pills. Leo opens his domain, notices Gao Yen's lifespan has somehow surged past 200 years, and quietly wonders what the boy has been doing. Leo invites everyone in, but Gao Yen stops cold when he notices the stripped iron pine logs stacked outside. When Leo casually names the wood, Gao Yen lights up because iron pine can serve as precious metal-aligned charcoal for alchemy. Thinking the stuff is common here anyway, Leo sells Gao Yen a whole log's worth for just 10 years. Gao Yen eagerly tries to cut the iron pine down to size himself, but his sword snaps on the first strike and leaves him frozen in embarrassment. Embarrassed, Gao Yen asks for help, and Leo casually chops the 5,000-pound log into 10 blocks with his bare hand. The deacon touches one of the cut blocks, senses the crushing metal essence inside, and jolts to the realization that this lumber is far more valuable than it looks. To clear up the confusion, Leo brings out a real sacred wood block and explains that the logs still need refining before they become that. The deacon all but blurts out the block's true worth, saying smiths could forge a holy weapon from it that would slaughter undead in one hit. Leo checks the recipe in his head, remembers sacred wood is easy to refine but annoying to harvest by hand, and quietly bumps the price up to 100 years with the usual discount. When Gao Yen says other alchemists need a full year to refine sacred wood, Leo casually claims he made this one in his spare time and was about to turn it into furniture. That idea nearly gives the deacon a heart attack, and he instantly begs Leo not to waste national treasure material on a chair before buying it on the spot. After taking the deacon's lifespan, Leo finally leads the whole group inside for real. Gao Yen lingers one beat behind and uses his emerald spatial ring to store the 10 wood blocks in a flash. Before Leo can ask about the ring, the disciples inside start shouting because the store is far bigger on the inside than it looks from outside. Leo thinks cultivators are ridiculous for ignoring the magic storage ring while losing their minds over floor space. But he lets it go and starts the sale anyway. Most of the disciples settle for 2 metal pills each, but Gao Yen surprises Leo by grabbing 15 wood element pills in one sweep. Leo warns that this will leave Gao Yen with only 40 years, but the boy bets on future breakthroughs and the immortal grass his master still has not refined yet. Leo accepts the gamble, the whole group finishes paying, and the deacon walks away with a hefty commission from the sale. Once the customers leave happy, Leo closes the door and enjoys the rare feeling that business is finally going well. That peace lasts only a moment before the strange rings in his pocket start jiggling again and remind him about the loot he never figured out. He pulls out a ruby ring, copies Gao Yen's rubbing trick, and gets absolutely nothing for 5 full minutes. So Leo tries the most Leo solution possible, touches the ring with spit, and the whole thing cracks open. The broken ring explodes into a mountain of stored junk, flooding the shop floor with stones, books, talismans, clothes, weapons, jars, and scraps. One blue stone catches his eye, and after he picks it up and sniffs its ocean-like mist, it turns black in his hand. He carries the sample to the workshop, and the cauldron identifies it as an essence stone packed with all 5 elemental energies. The item data gets even stranger by revealing that 1,000 essence stones can become a soul stone, leaving Leo baffled but interested. Back in the store, Leo regrets cracking the ring at all and starts sorting the giant mess into plastic bins. While sorting, he gets annoyed that speech translation does not help him read the books, so he searches the shop system for a language fix. The system offers universal language upgrades at absurd prices, and even the more specific divine Shang options still cost far too much for Leo to justify. Since he cannot read any of it yet, he dumps the books and scrolls aside for later, and keeps sorting weapons, talismans, jars, and ordinary junk. Then he opens some pill bottles from the loot, recognizes the contents as plain old grain pills, and starts toying with them. The moment Leo spits on the useless pills, they sizzle, rot, and sprout strange white mushrooms right in front of him. He rushes a sample to the workshop, which identifies them as sweet dream mushroom seeds and warns they once terrorized the Jianghu. Leo completely ignores the warning and gets thrilled instead, because to him this world just handed him a new kind of mushroom to grow. He immediately mutates every non-element grain pill into mushroom seeds and carries the pile off like priceless loot. Since the second workshop is still empty, Leo decides on the spot to turn it into a mushroom farm. He spends 200 years on shelves and pots, hauls in mutated soil, buries the rotten pills, waters them, and builds a rough cultivation setup even though he barely knows what he is doing. While he works, the other 18 rings in his pocket start jiggling too, and Leo realizes he has a very busy day ahead of him. Meanwhile, on the road back to the sect, Gao Yan walks in a daze, still thinking about Leo's materials and what he might make with them someday. That distraction makes him step on something slick and crash hard onto the path, giving the others a chance to laugh at him. As Gao Yan pushes himself up, he realizes he landed on something strange: a pile of ash, black clothes, weapons, a spatial ring, and a Hound Squad token. The deacon picks up the token, sees the Ouyang clan mark on the back, and the discovery turns suddenly serious. After the assassin turns to ash, Gao Yan spots a spatial ring in the remains and grabs it like found treasure. The moment Gao Yan pushes Qi into the ring, the locking spell shocks him hard and throws his hand back. The deacon explains that powerful cultivators lock their spatial rings with residual Qi, so opening one carelessly can get a weaker person killed. When Gao Yan asks how locking works, the deacon says true ring locks start at Golden Core stage and mastering them means learning countless array techniques. Then the deacon reveals the Blunt Elder method: overpower the lock, break it, and let everything inside blast out of the ring. Her warning gets even worse when she says a huge ring can bury the thief alive, so anyone trying this should do it high in open air. Gao Yan immediately gives up on opening the ring himself, and decides to leave it for Wu Bai later. Before leaving, the deacon collects the assassin's clothes and token, then warns everyone not to touch the blue spirit grass because it may belong to Florida Man. The disciples swallow their greed and head back to the sect empty-handed as the forbidden grass glows behind them. Back at the shop, Leo has a much more profitable day by force opening more stolen rings until piles of blue stones pour out. By the time he finishes, 30 giant bins are packed with blue stones, and Leo hauls the whole ridiculous haul into storage. The next morning, Leo checks the second workshop and finds his mushroom pots turning completely white with fast-growing spores. Delighted, he spits into every pot again and cheerfully decides that even dangerous zombie fungi are still food to him. After that, Leo restocks the store with fresh grain pills and marks the older inferior batches cheaper to clear them out. Instead of making more pills, Leo cuts iron pine lumber into cubes and starts refining them into sacred wood. 10 minutes later, 2 clean white sacred wood blocks come out larger and sharper than before, and Leo immediately sees a better use for them. Leo lines those sacred wood blocks up in front of the store like bait, openly hoping some fool tries robbing him again. After making about 20 blocks, Leo gets bored, switches the cauldrons to rejuvenate root beer, and finally remembers to check the strange coriander. The item panel tells him the aroma coriander is basically unicorn dropping weed with strong caffeine and only minor alchemy value. He eats one anyway, gains only a single year of lifespan, and writes the plant off as coffee material instead of real food. While Leo stays busy elsewhere, Cat starts playing with one of the sacred wood display blocks like a curious pet. One careless hit cracks the sacred wood in half, and Cat instantly panics at the damage. Trying to hide the accident, Cat clumsily copies Leo by spitting on the broken pieces and pressing them back together. Instead, one of Cat's roots gets stuck inside the block, and the terrified monster bolts into the forest dragging the thing behind it. When Cat finally calms down, it realizes the sacred wood has merged into its root and turned that root white. A test swing drives that new root through an iron pine tree, and Cat watches the whole tree wither into dust while its own strength surges. The feeling hooks Cat immediately, so it races back to the shop and starts breaking more sacred wood blocks to fuse them into the rest of its roots. At the same time, Ouyang Long and Wu Bai leave Cauliflower City by airship, with Wu Bai eagerly filling the trip with praise for Florida Man. Wu Bai warns that Leo can see true names and lifespans at a glance, so lying to him is pointless. The more Ouyang Long hears, the more uneasy he gets, because none of Leo's supposed soul formation strength matches the feats already attributed to him. Ouyang Long finally asks the question directly: if Leo can do all that, is he really only soul formation stage? Wu Bai insists Leo's aura really was soul formation, but Ouyang Long pushes a darker theory that Leo might be suppressing a much higher realm. Wu Bai laughs that off at first, saying a true immortal's presence would mutate everything around him, then abruptly freezes when that description sounds far too familiar. Thinking about immortal grass, mutated vegetables, and Leo's odd shopping requests, Wu Bai suddenly realizes his business partner may actually fit that impossible theory. Ouyang Long snaps back with textbook certainty that true immortals cannot remain in this world because the laws and heavenly tribulations would kill them. Wu Bai still cannot shake the idea, because Leo really did turn ordinary gifts like bananas and cabbages into rare treasures. Even with the risk, Wu Bai finds himself praying that Leo really is an immortal, because that would make all future trades much safer for him. 10 minutes later, the airship reaches Leo's forest property, and both men see the store and 2 workshops spread across freshly cleared land. Wu Bai notices the active cauldrons too and gets even more nervous, as if every detail here might confirm his worst theory. Ouyang Long orders the ship to hold position and jumps down first, with Wu Bai hurrying after him. The instant they land, Cat crawls over the roof to meet them, and Wu Bai hurriedly offers it a monster carcass-like tribute. Cat enjoys the respect, pats Wu Bai on the head with a vine, and casually accepts the offering. Ouyang Long thinks the whole thing is pathetic and openly mocks Wu Bai for kowtowing to a mere fourth-stage monster. Wu Bai urgently warns him to shut up, because Cat has been evolving far too fast and may already be much stronger than it looks. Ouyang Long studies Cat more carefully and notices its roots now gleam like sacred wood and repel evil energy. Because his cultivation is higher, Ouyang Long also sees the transparent Tao spirit behind Cat and realizes this monster is an exceptionally rare specimen. Greed takes over, and Ouyang Long bluntly tells Wu Bai they should kill Cat and split the priceless monster parts. Wu Bai throws himself between them and shouts that Cat is Florida man's pet, but Ouyang Long decides he has had enough. Ouyang Long slams Wu Bai with a palm strike and blasts him straight into the shop window. Instead of shattering, the window and some unseen soft force absorb the blow, and Wu Bai hears a system alert for the first time in his life. Meanwhile, Leo is in the back still annoyed that his giant bins do not even fit through the rear door. So he tears the back door off its hinges and uses his sharpened fingernail like a knife to cut the opening much wider. Satisfied with the bigger opening, Leo blocks the temporary hole with stacked rough lumber and heads into the yard to clean up the loot piles. He spends the next stretch sorting the assassin haul into large bins until the area behind the workshops is crammed with stored materials. When he finally stops, the workshops and yard are packed solid, and Leo can only stare at the absurd mountain of future grain pill ingredients. Half regretting his own greed, Leo grumbles that he probably cannot refine all these ingredients in his whole lifetime. Desperate for space, he even asks his ancient black ring if it can become a proper storage ring, but it gives him nothing. The system shop is no kinder, telling him that storage ring magic simply is not for sale. He digs deeper into the building menu and finds a warehouse option, but the tiny space and 500-year price tag make it useless for now. Out of options, Leo bitterly wishes some idiot cultivator would attack his store tonight and hand him more lifespan. The answer comes instantly as a loud crash erupts from the front of the store. Then the system confirms it. One of Leo's employees has been assaulted by a visitor, and Leo lights up in stunned, grateful excitement. Outside the shop, Ouyang Long spots Wu Bai trapped in a floating barrier and finally notices the store owner walking in from the backyard. A lifespan window suddenly pops up in front of Ouyang Long, and seeing his massive remaining years only makes him greedier. Instead of backing off, Ouyang Long decides Leo must be hiding a rare technique and coldly resolves to kill him, loot the shop, and deal with Wu Bai afterward. When Leo steps fully into view, Ouyang Long looks him over and dismisses him as a shabby fake cultivator in ridiculous clothes. Convinced Leo only won past fights with tricks and medicine, Ouyang Long drops all courtesy and opens with a furious accusation about his dead son. Leo answers with blunt contempt because he genuinely has no idea who this man is. Once Leo checks Ouyang Long's lifespan, his confusion vanishes and turns into greedy excitement at such a valuable target. Ouyang Long doubles down and orders Leo to kneel, but Leo just walks closer with an annoying grin and asks why he should. To show the gap in power, Ouyang Long summons his two Dao avatars, a fire dragon and a water dragon, behind him. Leo goes blank for a second, then stares at the two spirit dragons in delight when the system shows that even Ouyang Long's Dao avatars have lifespans he can take. Rather than strike first, Leo needles Ouyang Long with nonsense about Pokemon battles because he wants the enemy to attack the store first. Still trapped and unable to speak, Wu Bai can only sweat in horror as he watches Ouyang Long walk straight into disaster. Insulted that Leo mocked his Dao avatars, Ouyang Long orders the dragons to cripple him and keep him alive as a slave. The two Dao dragons strike together, freezing Leo from the legs up while fire crashes into his upper body in front of the shop. Wu Bai feels the terrifying heat and cold from inside the barrier, and he shuts his eyes because he knows this is about to end very badly for Ouyang Long. Ouyang Long laughs, adds an ice lance and fire spear on top of the dragon attack, and detonates them into a cloud of steam and debris. As the fog hangs in the air, Ouyang Long finally notices something deeply wrong. The shop, the windows, and Wu Bai's barrier are all completely unharmed. He clears the fog and finds Leo still standing there, shirt burned away but otherwise completely fine. At that exact moment, Leo gets the system warning he wanted. The store has been attacked, so now he can take lifespan as compensation. Leo actually applauds Ouyang Long for making that mistake and cheerfully tells him he played himself. With a single finger snap, Leo erases Ouyang Long so completely that the man only realizes too late his body is already gone. The two Dao dragons also die with him, shattering into gem-like fragments on the ground. Leo immediately drops the drama and happily rummages through the ash pile for loot and lifespan profit. When Leo checks his total, he sees nearly 5,000 years of lifespan and beams at the payout. Now that the danger is over, the system finally releases Wu Bai, and he instantly throws himself down to beg forgiveness from the immortal he misjudged. Leo refuses to share any commission from this deal, blaming Wu Bai's terrible customer choice and keeping all the profit for himself. Then Leo points to the flying ship and orders Wu Bai to bring down the people still waiting above. When Wu Bai hesitates, Leo coldly reminds him their contract can end right here, and that fear sends the alchemists racing back to work. Back on the ship, Wu Bai quietly tells the captain the truth. Ouyang Long is dead, and everyone below had better obey if they want to live. The captain is terrified, but he still makes the announcement that Ouyang Long is dead and the whole ship must go pay respect to an immortal. Nobody resists, because whatever they thought of their dead master, none of them were loyal enough to die for him. A few minutes later the ship descends over the forest, and the whole crowd gathers nervously in front of Leo's general store. Before they can meet the immortal, Cat scuttles out to demand its usual toll, leaving the newcomers baffled. Wu Bai hurriedly explains that the plant is the immortal's pet, so the crews start paying it off with food and carcasses. Cat happily gathers up the offerings and crawls off, and the crowd's fear eases into baffled amusement for a moment. The shop door opens at last, and when Leo steps out in a borrowed Hound Squad uniform with his rainbow aura blazing, the entire crowd instantly drops to its knees. Leo welcomes the kneeling crowd like ordinary customers, then casually announces that his shop accepts only lifespan as payment, which sends a visible wave of panic through them. Wu Bai nervously explains how the store works, but even after the crowd understands the lifespan rules, nobody dares step through the door first. To keep Leo from being offended, the Captain Zhong steps forward and offers to shop first even though he expects this new master to be another tyrant. Leo lets Zhong see his own lifespan, and the old captain almost collapses at the shock of seeing his years laid out in front of him. Leo expands that trick to everyone at once, and suddenly the whole crowd is buzzing over their own lifespan windows like stunned children comparing scores. Still in a generous mood, Leo casually gives Wu Bai the dead man's swords and knives because he has no use for them. Wu Bai realizes one of those blades is a genuine treasure, and his gratitude explodes into another full-body kowtow and a lifelong oath of loyalty. Leo brushes past the devotion, invites Zhong inside, and even announces that everything is half off today. That small kindness makes Zhong wonder if this terrifying immortal might still be far better than the selfish master he just lost. Inside, Zhong is hit with a bizarre but impressive store full of refrigerators, shelves, rare fruit, and neatly displayed pills. Zhong stops at the grain pills, and Leo casually tells him the discounted elemental pills are now only 5 years of lifespan each. That price is so absurdly good that Zhong can only blurt out his shock on the spot. Inside we sell weeds. Zhong stares at the earth grain pills like a starving man finally seeing a way forward, because his unfashionable earth cultivation has left him weak and stuck for years. When Leo says the old earth pills are 5 years each and the better ones are 10, Zhong rushes to the shelf and quietly decides he needs every single one. Before Zhong can grab the pills, 2 black marble-like stones clatter onto the floor, and he instinctively bends down to help Leo pick them up. Leo casually warns that he cannot touch people because even slight contact would kill them, and Zhong obediently puts the stones on the shelf while taking that as a deadly threat. The instant Zhong senses the stones properly, his fear turns into shock because they are packed with earth essence, and even traces of the other elements too. Zhong hurriedly asks to buy the stones, and Leo names them essence stones before putting a fresh price on them right there. Trying to be clever this time, Leo says each essence stone is worth about 10 years of 5-element essence, and offers Zhong a special discounted price of 50 years of lifespan each. To Zhong, that offer is unbelievably generous, so he nearly collapses with gratitude and immediately buys both stones along with every earth grain pill he can afford. Leo checks that Zhong still has enough life to survive the purchase, packs the pills into a container, and completes a massive 375-year deal. Zhong stores his purchase, bows deeply, and leaves the shop convinced Leo just handed him the resources to break into Nascent's soul and change his whole future. The truth, though, is even wilder. Leo has badly underpriced the stones again, and Zhong walks out feeling like he has received a life-saving act of kindness. Still thinking like a smart businessman, Leo restocks the earth pills and sets out a new box full of black essence stones for the next customers. Outside, the other servants are still wary until Zhong proudly shows off the stones he bought and insists that Leo is kind and the shop is worth their lifespan. 5 brave men test the place first, and when they come back grinning with stones and pills of their own, the last of the crowd's hesitation breaks. After that, the whole crowd lines up in batches of 5 while Wu Bai takes over as bouncer so the little store does not get overwhelmed. By sunrise, every servant has made a purchase, and the whole group looks almost dazed by how much hope they are carrying away. When Leo finally walks out after the last sale, the entire crowd suddenly salutes and shouts their thanks, leaving him completely baffled. Leo only means to keep future customers coming when he tells them this place will always open its doors no matter their background, but the crowd hears something much bigger in it. Since they still will not leave, Leo starts giving an impromptu speech about struggling from the bottom while half the men break down because his words hit too close to home. He asks what really separates them from their former master, and after the crowd guesses wealth and status, Leo says the real answer is opportunity. Then he flips the idea around and says they actually share the same opportunity too, which only confuses them more until he starts pointing to what he means. Leo points at the pills and stones in their hands and tells them those are opportunity made real, because power only matters if someone recognizes and seizes it. He points to the store next, making them realize that simply stepping through that door instead of backing away was already one life-changing choice. When Leo even points at Wu Bai as another opportunity, the crowd is fully convinced that every useful connection they ignored before could have changed their fate. Leo drives the lesson home by saying the powerful usually seize more chances because they have better information, while people left in the dark walk past openings they never learned to see. Finally, he tells them to go start over, grow stronger, and return with their heads high whether they succeed or run into another wall. That speech completely overwhelms them, and Zhong leads the former servants in kneeling vows to repay Leo and become people worthy of serving him one day. Leo is left internally asking what is wrong with these people, while a tearful Wu Bai praises his boundless wisdom and feels lucky to be following him. After the speech, Zhong leads his people back onto Ouyang Long's flying ship, and Wu Bai returns the dead master's personal token before sending them off. Once the ship leaves and their future is in their own hands, Leo sits outside the store and totals up the night, discovering he has made an absurd fortune. The numbers are so huge that both Leo and Wu Bai break into loud laughter, especially after Wu Bai realizes his 10% cut is over 4,000 years of lifespan. That celebration dies fast when Leo pokes Wu Bai with a gloved finger and calmly asks for the payment from the elixir pills too. Terrified that he has somehow failed, Wu Bai hurriedly offers up a spatial ring holding everything he earned from selling the elixirs and begs for forgiveness. Leo is not actually angry, but he still does not know how spatial rings work, so after a brief pause he bluntly asks Wu Bai to teach him from the beginning. Wu Bai agrees, but the request rattles him because even young cultivators know how to use these rings, and the old accusation that Leo might be a fake cultivator suddenly comes back to haunt him. Unable to bury the question, Wu Bai carefully asks whether Leo can really turn ordinary grass into immortal grass. Leo answers with a challenge instead of an explanation and motions for Wu Bai to follow him into the woods. A short distance away, they reach normal grass beyond the contaminated patch, and Leo makes Wu Bai confirm that what they are looking at is just plain vegetation. Then Leo removes his glove, touches a stalk, and turns it black on contact, proving with one casual motion that he really can create immortal grass. Wu Bai immediately throws himself flat in apology, now convinced he nearly offended someone far more dangerous than he understood. Leo tells him to forget it and keep quiet, then ups the lesson by putting his hand on a pine tree and mutating the whole thing into an iron pine. He uproots the transformed tree, harvests its iron nuts and leaves, and starts teaching Wu Bai a brand new recipe for iron grain pills on the spot. When Leo explains that the nuts and leaves can become pills and catalysts, Wu Bai is shaken again because even after decades in alchemy he has never heard of this method. At Leo's order, Wu Bai scrambles to collect every nut and leaf from the fallen tree, and Leo quietly studies how he uses his spatial ring while he works. On the walk back, Leo bluntly asks for the full beginner version, and Wu Bai finally starts explaining what spatial rings are and how cultivators feed them qi. Wu Bai carefully covers ownerless rings, locked rings, and the basics of storing and retrieving items, treating Leo less like a fearsome elder and more like a disciple who somehow missed common sense. Even after the lesson, Leo is still frustrated because the whole method depends on qi and essence he does not really understand, so he settles for keeping the ring and hiding that bigger problem for now. Instead of pressing the issue, Leo grabs a fresh bottle of Rejuvenate tea and tosses it to Wu Bai as payment for the lesson. Wu Bai accepts it with open devotion and calls him master, but Leo barely notices and just tells him to buy the next bottle with his own lifespan. Wu Bai flies back toward Life Sword Sect, now fully treating Leo as his master, while Leo turns straight back to business and rushes into store upgrades with all his new wealth. With more than 40,000 years of lifespan in reserve, Leo finally stops holding back and starts a serious round of upgrades. He upgrades both workshops to level 4 and pushes pill quality higher, spending years of lifespan like pocket change. When the next workshop upgrade demands a stronger store first, Leo immediately agrees to raise the humble general store to level 5. The whole building rumbles as the store interior expands again, and Leo lights up when he sees how much bigger it has become. The new level 5 store looks almost modern now, with bright marble flooring, stronger lighting, cool air, and much more interior space. Leo rushes to the back room first, thrilled to find his bedroom area enlarged and the rough openings replaced with proper double metal doors. Then his mood crashes when he checks the corners and thinks the store still somehow has no bathroom. While sulking through the store, he notices a hidden partition beside his bedroom and goes to investigate. Behind that little door, Leo finally finds what he has wanted all along, a real modern employee restroom. He drops to his knees and clings to the toilet in pure relief, celebrating the end of outhouse misery. Once the excitement settles, Leo gets suspicious and starts wondering where the water and waste could possibly be going. He tests the faucet first, and the perfectly normal running water only makes the mystery weirder. Then he flushes the toilet, sees it work flawlessly, and decides not to ruin a miracle by taking it apart. Satisfied with the store, Leo goes back to progression and pushes both workshops up to level 5 too. After spending a huge chunk of lifespan, he opens the domain build menu to see what this upgraded territory can add next. The new options are nice, but Leo picks productivity first and decides to build 2 farm plots in front of the store. The ground in front of the shop instantly flattens and turns into 2 neat, freshly plowed fields ready for planting. Leo carries over Wubai's seed sack, touches the first plot, and discovers farmland has its own upgrade system with stat choices. Seeing he can assign the points himself, Leo immediately maxes both fields to level 5 and dumps every stat into crop quality. He grabs a hoe to start farming by hand, only for the system to stop him and demand seeds first. Leo groans that he really is a cultivator farmer now, then starts tossing seeds around by pure guesswork. Once the count hits 100, the farm accepts the planting and a 1-hour cultivation timer appears with an unidentified potato result. The seeds sink into the ground by themselves, and golden sprouts burst up so fast that Leo can only watch. 10 minutes later the plants are already knee-high, and by the halfway mark the field has turned into a chest-high potato jungle. When the timer ends, the plants tower over Leo, and he pulls one up to reveal a gigantic golden potato buried deep in the earth. The tuber is hot, fragrant, and absurdly oversized, and Leo instantly starts imagining mountains of French fries. He keeps harvesting until a whole pile of giant gold potatoes sits beside the field, and the farm quietly resets itself for another cycle. Leo peels and bites into the smallest one, only to find it tastes like a perfect hot sweet potato. The system rewards him with a year of lifespan per mouthful, which makes the delicious crop even more ridiculous. Even so, Leo immediately fixates on the one thing missing from his dream snack, sauce. He cuts off a sample, rushes tomatoes to the alchemy workshop, and starts researching the new crop properly. The system reveals the harvest as a perfect grade virgin young potato, a rare hot climate catalyst that boosts lifespan, guarantees pill success, and spoils almost immediately after harvest. The tomatoes turn out to be fiery young tomatoes, and Leo realizes the 2 ingredients are perfect for his next test. He loads both cauldrons at once to save time, but the 3-hour timer reminds him his fresh potatoes may not wait that long. He dashes back outside to check the harvest, only to find every potato has already turned purple in less than 5 minutes. The premium flavor is gone, but Leo refuses to waste the food and starts eating the rotten potatoes anyway. Even rotten, the potatoes still keep feeding him lifespan and reveal that he is immune to young poison. An hour later the entire harvest finishes withering into black soil, proving this crop is powerful but almost impossible to store normally. That disaster sends Leo back to the domain system, where the glowing granary option suddenly looks like the answer. He places a granary south of the fields, and a tiny hut appears that looks disappointingly small from the outside. The moment he checks it, Leo learns the granary has separate storage and food preservation upgrades, and the preservation path is exactly what he needed. The preservation details are almost absurd, promising protection from pests first and eventually even from unauthorized cultivators and microbes. He instantly upgrades the granary to level 5 and invests early points into preservation before checking how much room it actually has. Inside, the first look is still cramped, so Leo leaves and shifts more points into storage size too. The next time he steps in, the granary reveals its real trick, a massive hidden interior far larger than the little cabin outside. After pacing the place out, Leo realizes he now has a giant storage room and finally feels like one of his investments paid off completely. With storage solved, Leo goes right back to farming and plants both fields to produce another giant batch of potatoes. 1 hour later, 2 full plots give him 200 giant virgin young potatoes, and he hauls the whole shining harvest into the granary. This time the potatoes stay hot, fragrant, and perfectly fresh inside the granary, and Leo is so relieved he nearly worships the floor. Certain his French fry future is secure, Leo heads back toward the workshop to focus on ketchup and sauces at last. But Leo's excited routine has been watched the whole time, and Kat has already noticed he is hiding something delicious in that new building. The second Leo disappears inside, Kat darts down and makes a straight run for the granary. Because Leo only raised preservation to level 2, the granary cannot keep a monster plant like Kat out, and it slips inside without trouble. Inside, even Kat freezes for a moment when the tiny hut opens into a gigantic hall packed with a mountain of golden potatoes. The smell is too good to resist, and now that its old grain pill effect has worn off, Kat can finally chew solid food again. Kat climbs onto the potato pile and starts devouring Leo's carefully stored harvest. As Kat feasts, golden transformation energy starts building inside it, with the Tao spirit only hinted as an inner silhouette rather than a separate body. The eye parasites sink into Kat's skin, and a tan-skinned little girl's head starts pushing out from the chomper's body. By the end of the change, Kat and the little girl are one body and one soul, meowing together with creepy, happy delight. While Kat tears through the granary, Leo finally builds a warehouse behind his first alchemy workshop and starts checking what this new building can do. The warehouse menu reveals a surprise feature: automaton workers that can collect and organize materials for him, and higher levels even let them roam, mine, chop, hunt, and fight back. Realizing how useful this would have been earlier, Leo slaps his forehead and immediately spends big to push the warehouse to level 5, enlarge its storage, and unlock the first automaton worker. The shabby hut turns into a concrete warehouse with giant double doors, and inside it opens into a huge high-ceilinged storage space far bigger than his store. Then the first warehouse automaton rises from the floor, a wooden mannequin with camera lens eyes and no mouth, while Leo watches in wary silence. Leo tries patting the doll and looking for a command window, but nothing happens until he remembers the automaton needs actual stored items to work with. As soon as Leo rolls a bin of blue stones and essence stones into the warehouse, the automaton finally activates and shambles off to fetch another bin on its own. The mannequin is slow, but it proves it understands the job, hauling the next bin inside and carefully arranging both containers deeper in the building after scanning the space. Satisfied, Leo leaves the worker to keep learning the warehouse and spends the next hours shifting food ingredients to the granary and feeding the warehouse more wood-related materials to collect. 3 hours later, the workshop finishes the young flame Dan, and Leo hurries over to see whether the expensive batch paid off. When he opens the lid, 30 fiery red pills float above the pot like burning ping-pong balls, and Leo calmly grabs one barehanded because the flames cannot hurt him. The result is strong enough to make him grin, medium, high, and even two superior Yang Flame Dawn that boosts strength, fire cultivation, Yang Qi, and lifespan. That success also reminds Leo not to waste his rare werewolf materials, so he decides he should max the workshop's quality before trying those pills next. He stores the new pills in a Tupperware container inside the warehouse, queues more cultivation batches, and finally checks how much lifespan all this shopping spree has burned. The number shocks him, because his lifespan has already dropped to just over 14,000 years, and Leo blurts out at how fast the system can drain him. That kills his plan to push the store to level 6, so he opens the shop system instead and goes looking for the language skill he bookmarked earlier. The bad news keeps coming when the translation package costs 20,000 years, leaving Leo only able to afford the reading comprehension version for 10,000. Annoyed but practical, Leo buys the reading skill anyway so he can at least start reading books in this world. The installation hits like one of his brutal body evolutions, with hundreds of floating panels and blinding light tearing through him until he drops to one knee in pain. He braces for another long blackout, remembering past upgrades that left him unconscious for months. But this time the pain suddenly stops instead of getting worse. When the system confirms the reading skill is installed, Leo is stunned to find himself still awake and steady enough to stand again. Still dazed, he looks for one of his sacred wood blocks to sit on, only to realize Cat has cleaned those out too. That missing furniture sets him off, and Leo shouts into the compound, furious that Cat might have eaten his chairs. Cat bolts out of the granary at the noise, and the second Leo sees her coming from that building, he instantly knows his potatoes are in danger too. Leo roars that she ate his potatoes, and Cat answers with a guilty little cry before sprinting for the forest on her spidery roots. Inside the granary, Leo finds exactly the mess he feared: dirt, torn potato chunks, half-eaten giant potatoes, and the rest clawed up by Cat's vines and roots. After a long, tired pause, Leo lets the anger go because he can grow more potatoes and does not have the heart to punish Cat for acting like a hungry pet. So he grabs a broom and starts cleaning the granary, sweeping up the chaos and piling the leftover potato scraps aside for future pet food or alchemy use. Later that same morning, the story shifts to Life Sword Sect, where Wubai returns to the alchemy quarter and immediately runs into his colleague Han Hao. Han Hao opens by mocking him as a lazy bum, and Wubai smugly fires back that his business trip was excellent because his lifespan has already climbed past 4,000 years. That boast only irritates Han Hao more, so he reminds Wubai that the Mystic Realm opens in less than 2 weeks and the sect still lacks enough healing pills. Wubai asks about the sect's expedition quota, only to learn he missed the selection meeting and lost any chance at the elder slot. Wubai is annoyed for a moment, but he quickly stops caring because with that much lifespan in hand, he no longer needs a dangerous Mystic Realm trip to chase power. Instead, Wubai pulls out a bottle of Rejuvenate tea and invites Han Hao for a drink, instantly flipping his annoyed colleague into a shameless eager friend. The pair fly off to Han Hao's pagoda, laughing together like the work problem can wait. Inside the pagoda, they forget about work completely and savor the premium tea until the 1-liter bottle runs dry in barely 20 minutes. When the bottle is empty, both elders stare at it with painful longing, and Wubai starts mentally calculating whether Leo's store is worth spending a few thousand years on for more. That quiet greed breaks when Han Hao casually asks whether Wubai met Ouyang Long in the capital, and whether last night's passing airship belonged to him. Wubai instantly starts sweating because he knows the truth is far worse than a simple sighting, and Han Hao catches that something is badly wrong. Han Hao studies him more carefully and notices a premium flying sword and a treasure sword that do not fit Wubai at all, making the old man press even harder. With no way to dodge anymore, Wubai quietly places Ouyang Long's name token on the table like a confession before he even speaks. Then Wubai says the impossible out loud: Taoist Florida man killed Ouyang Long. The two elders sit in 5 minutes of heavy silence before Han Hao shakily asks when it happened. Wubai answers that it happened last night, and Han Hao keeps drilling down, trying to understand how someone as strong as Ouyang Long could really be dead. What he hears only gets worse. Florida man was not injured, the fight was one-sided, and Ouyang Long was turned to ash in a single move. Han Hao reaches the fastest possible conclusion and stands up in panic, saying they should run before the Jianghu Alliance swarms their sect over this mess. The story then jumps north to Frozen King City, the Ouyang clan's private city of slaves, servants, wealth, and law-backed power at the heart of their family domain. Inside the clan's main hall, the giant patriarch Ouyang summons the elders and throws Ouyang Long's broken life candle onto the carpet to announce that their representative is dead. The room cannot understand it, because Ouyang Long was too strong and too fast to die so easily, but Ouyang states flatly that a rogue soul formation cultivator killed him in one move. The revelation sets the hall buzzing until Ouyang smashes his chair armrest with one blow, and uses wood essence to grow it back on the spot, forcing order through sheer authority. With the hall under control, the patriarch moves to practical business first and demands a replacement candidate for Ouyang Long's Jianghu Alliance seat. The elders all push the same answer, nominating the Grand Elder Ouyang Ku, whose ghostly old appearance and near breakthrough strength make him the obvious choice. Ouyang Ku declines with an amused sip of tea, saying he is an alchemist and guest elder of the World Tree sect and has no interest in politics. The room stalls after that until Ouyang dangles the family's mystic realm quota as bait, hoping somebody else will dare to step forward. That opening is taken by Ouyang Feng, Ouyang Ku's grandson, who calmly nominates himself and instantly relieves the elders who did not want to challenge him. The patriarch is not happy about throwing a 25-year-old nascent soul genius into a nest of old monsters, but Ouyang Feng only grins and boasts that the Alliance elders will be offering him their granddaughters. The room breaks into laughter, and with no opposition left, Ouyang names Ouyang Feng the clan's new representative by default. Only after settling the appointment does the patriarch return to revenge, saying the family cannot chase the killer openly yet, but will not let the insult go. Then he reveals he already has a sketch of the culprit, and sends a storm of papers across the hall so every clan member can take one. Each paper carries Leo's portrait, and Ouyang orders them to remember his face, report him immediately if found, and absolutely not provoke a man who killed Ouyang Long in one move. The wider meeting is dismissed, but Ouyang Ku and Ouyang Feng are kept behind because the new representative still needs private instruction. Once they are alone, Ouyang gives Ouyang Feng a medium-grade Fenrir Dantian pill and tells him to use it in the mystic realm to break into soul formation. Ouyang Feng is delighted to get such a poison-aligned treasure, and the patriarch explains it came from the Tang clan rather than one of their own alchemists. For the next 2 hours, the two elders drill Ouyang Feng on alliance etiquette, duties, and even the secret warehouse that Ouyang Long used to handle. Before sending him off, Ouyang warns that his Death Sword sect background will make some factions hostile, so he should lean on the Situ clan for goods and charm the women of Amazonian Sanctuary into opening other doors. Ouyang Feng leaves the hall thrilled by the assignment, and already looking forward to courting the all-female Sanctuary's fairies. Back in the forest, Kat runs around in her strange child torso plant form, practicing movement, while her lower body rests, and her branches pluck pine nuts to snack on. Her first attempt to eat with a human mouth goes badly, because toothless soft gums are useless against iron-hard pine nuts, and she hurts herself trying. Stubborn as ever, Kat pushes metal chi into her mouth and tries again until her reinforced gums crack the nut open like a tiny press. That tiny success delights her, and Kat happily chews and swallows the whole shell while enjoying how much more sensitive a human mouth is to taste. A small flying ship suddenly passes overhead, then immediately turns back as if someone aboard spotted the bizarre little dryad below. One passenger drops from the ship and lands in front of Kat, an elderly female cultivator hidden under a thick triangular straw hat, veil, and long robes. Kat just tilts her head and asks her usual toll-like question anyway, treating the stranger less like a threat and more like another traveler passing through her forest. Instead of hostility, the woman chuckles, removes her hat and veil, and reveals a kind grandmotherly face as she gently asks where an infant dryad's parent is. Far from profit-driven sex, Amazonian Sanctuary was built as a refuge where female cultivators protected women, children, and commoners from being exploited. As the sanctuary's women grew stronger and more beautiful, outside sects started treating them like marriage prizes, so the sanctuary pushed even harder to recruit defenders. That recruiting work belonged to Sunwan, a 113-year-old elder who specialized in taming beasts and healing them. While her scout ship crossed the province toward Magpie City, Sunwan suddenly sensed a monster aura near a cultivator city and ordered the ship to stop. She jumped down to inspect it and found Kat, a chomper plant that had evolved so far she was already forming a humanoid infant body. One look at Kat's aura made Sunwan tense up, because this newborn dryad somehow already felt as strong as a fourth-stage monster. Kat broke the tension first with a confused little meow, and Sunwan immediately softened at how harmless she seemed. When Kat could not understand her questions, Sunwan summoned a giant beautiful doll avatar and used it to connect their minds. Through telepathy, Sunwan learned the little dryad's name was Kat and that she lovingly saw Leo as her father. Kat eagerly shared how assassins had hurt her and how Leo rushed in and wiped them out to protect her. That story killed Sunwan's first impulse to take Kat away, because now she wanted to meet the man who had treated a monster child so well. Kat still cared about the unpaid toll more than any serious talk, so Sunwan laughed and handed over a skinned deer carcass. Once Kat was fed, she happily turned and started leading Sunwan back toward her parent. As she followed, Sunwan quietly warned her disciples to park the ship and come after her without causing trouble. Back at the store, Leo finished cleaning the granary and frowned at Kat's half-eaten potato piles rotting away around him. He considered researching the strange young poison in those potatoes, but both alchemy workshops were still tied up making pills. With no cauldron free, Leo left the idea for later and took some comfort in watching the warehouse automaton keep working on its own. To kill time, he threw himself into stripping iron pine logs by hand until he was completely absorbed in the work. Hours later, Kat finally returned and nudged Leo from behind to announce herself. Leo turned around, noticed Kat's brand new infant girl torso, and accepted with a tired sigh that her dryad evolution had arrived. He still praised her growth and even pinched the newborn cheek, slipping easily into the role Kat already gave him. Before meeting the guests, Leo pointed at Ouyang Ting's rotting mutated corpse and told Kat to get rid of the stink for good. Kat cheerfully obeyed, yanked the body off the hook, and stuffed it into her huge mouth with crunching enthusiasm. Leo changed into a cleaner robe taken from a dead assassin and headed to the storefront to greet whoever Kat had brought back. At the front, he met an elderly woman in green robes and sensed a much larger group waiting deeper in the forest behind her. Sun Wan politely introduced herself as Beast Mother from Amazonian Sanctuary and asked if Leo was the one raising the dryad. Leo answered like a tired parent instead of a dangerous senior, and just asked if his kid had caused any trouble. Seeing the Hound Squad uniform on him, Sun Wan tensed and carefully asked what connection he had to the Ouyang family. Leo had to dig through his memory before he finally remembered Ouyang Long, and casually admitted he had killed him after the man came to avenge his son. That answer hit Sun Wan like a thunderclap, because Ouyang Long was no nobody and Leo said it with almost careless ease. When she asked his name, Leo grinned and gave the ridiculous but deadly serious Taoist title he liked to use, Florida Man. While they spoke, Sun Wan's followers finally caught up and lined up behind her in matching green veils. Leo found their half-hidden, half-showy clothing quietly ridiculous, but the joke died fast because none of them interested him at all. Instead of flirting, Leo switched into shopkeeper mode and invited them to see if his store had anything useful. Sun Wan quickly ordered her disciples to behave and keep their veils on before she followed him inside alone. The moment the door opened, cold air spilled out, and the cultivators outside froze because the building was filled with strange elemental energy they did not understand. Inside the expanded store, Sun Wan was even more stunned, because the spatial distortion made the humble cabin feel impossibly large. She guessed there was a spatial array at work, and Leo dodged the truth by claiming he was just an alchemist using a dead friend's help. Leo's fake backstory only got weirder when he mournfully named that dead friend Wilson, a silent round-headed man who died at sea. Then Sun Wan spotted the refrigerator packed with cabbages and immediately asked to buy every single one. Leo answered by opening the shop domain, and Sun Wan nearly fell over when a floating window revealed exactly how much lifespan she had left. Leo calmly explained the rule she had just run into. His store sold goods for lifespan, not ordinary money. He offered a first visit deal of 10 years per cabbage instead of 50, and that was still expensive enough to make Sun Wan hesitate. She tried another route and offered 1 million spirit stones per cabbage instead. Leo realized spirit stones might be useful to him after all, so he softened and made a stranger counteroffer of his own. For each cabbage, Leo wanted both the 1,000,000 spirit stones and 100 normal cabbages on top. That bizarre request made Sun Wan study the whole shop more carefully, and the clues started piling up fast. Between the Mystic Realm goods, the fire essence pills, and Leo's casual power, Sun Wan began to suspect she was standing in front of something far beyond a normal cultivator. So Sun Wan stopped dancing around it, and directly asked if Leo was an immortal. Leo dodged at first, but once she defined immortals by age and world-crossing power, he jokingly asked whether living more than 3,000 years qualified. Then Leo pushed the joke too far and casually claimed he had already been alive for 50,000 years. Sun Wan turned pale on the spot, and Leo instantly regretted saying that much and tried to pass it off as a joke. Instead of pressing him, Sun Wan dropped to her knees and offered herself in service as long as he spared her and her disciples. When Sun Wan nervously added that she would obey even indecent demands, Leo's face darkened because he wanted lifespan and cabbages, not that kind of misunderstanding. Leo bluntly shut that idea down and told her he only wanted normal cabbages, which left Sun Wan flushed and relieved. Seeing she was eager to please, Leo pivoted fast and asked for something useful right now, more customers and more lifespan. Sun Wan immediately offered a lead of her own, explaining that her sanctuary trained with water techniques, so her people would likely want the blood melons. Leo liked that answer enough to secretly recruit Sun Wan as a store employee, turning her fear into a business partnership on the spot. He finished the pitch by promising her discounts and a 10% commission on whatever customers she brought in, even sharing lifespan if that was how they paid. Still unsure what Leo wants, Sun Wan steps out of the shop and has her spatial ring dump out a massive payment in spirit stone sacks. With a respectful bow, Sun Wan asks to buy 10 cabbages and explains she still needs another trip to bring the ordinary cabbages Leo wanted. Satisfied with the overpayment, Leo packs 12 cabbages instead of 10 and throws in 2 extra as a discount. Leo tells Sun Wan to bring the others over if they want blood melons too, promising he will keep the price affordable. Sun Wan turns back to her disciples, and the young women stare in disbelief after seeing how respectfully their master dealt with Leo. Trying to calm them down, Sun Wan cheerfully declares that Senior Florida Man is an ally of their sanctuary, and says she bought 12 cabbages of extreme Yin for only 10 million spirit stones. That price completely breaks the disciples' sense of scale, because even 10 spirit stones could have changed their lives. Soonwon explains that each cabbage can push a frost unicorn up by a major cultivation stage, so 12 cabbages means 12 sanctuary guardians can evolve. Once they understand the cabbages are for the sanctuary's beasts, the girls stop complaining, but their eyes still drift back to Leo's huge profit with obvious envy. One disciple swallows her nerves, decides to take a chance, and walks away from the group toward Leo. She introduces herself with careful manners as Jinyo, a 5th-rank Foundation establishment beast tamer, and asks to see Leo's rare goods. Leo starts out smiling, because a polite customer is exactly the kind of approach he likes. Then Jinyo abruptly changes tactics, taking off her veil and headwear to reveal a strikingly beautiful but very youthful face and long brown hair. She leans harder into the act, loosening a few buttons and walking with an obvious practice sway to pull Leo's eyes onto her body. Instead of being tempted, Leo's face goes rigid, and the mood drops instantly as an ugly old trauma kicks back in. Leo can only rub his face and think, oh boy, as the whole situation suddenly feels wrong to him. To make sure what he's looking at, Leo quietly pulls up the shop's lifespan readout for the disciples and checks Jinyo's actual age. The status window confirms the worst part. Jinyo is only 16, and Leo ends up facepalming even harder. Leo takes one look at Jinyo's flirty behavior and shuts the whole thing down in his head, more annoyed than tempted. When he notices the sacks of spirit stones outside, Leo immediately figures out her real angle and bitterly thinks people are the same everywhere. Outside the shop, Jinyo and Soonwon's group freeze in shock as blue screens pop up in front of their faces, showing age and remaining lifespan. Most of the disciples fall into the normal lifespan range for Foundation establishment cultivators, which makes one tiny outlier stand out even more. That outlier is Yao Qiqi, a 6-year-old commoner with no cultivation yet, and even her blue screen points to unusual promise and a long life ahead. The sanctuary took Qiqi in after bandits killed her parents, so everyone around Soonwon treats her like a child they have to protect. Qiqi is too young to grasp the adult's tension, so the strange blue screen just looks fun to her. She starts batting at the screen with both hands, but it only ripples like water and reforms every time. Soonwon notices at once and gently reins her in with a quiet order to behave. Qiqi immediately goes still, pouting around her teddy bear, while the adults turn their attention back to the business at Leo's store. After a minute of not understanding the adult's business, Qiqi drifts away and starts searching the area for something more interesting. That is when she spots a patch of blue grass and bright pink flowers, and the colorful little corner instantly pulls her in. Laughing to herself, Qiqi runs over with her teddy bear and leans in close to admire the flowers. The instant Qiqi reaches for the flower, a transparent spirit suddenly shoots out of the blossoms. Instead of getting scared, Qiqi stares up in pure wonder as the tiny transparent fairy-like spirit circles her. Only then do the adults realize Qiqi has wandered 10 meters away, and the whole group snaps around in alarm as one disciple runs to her side. As Yao Qiqi wanders near the spirit grass patch, a disciple hurriedly warns her not to touch anything because this place already belongs to someone. Qiqi pouts that she only wants to look at the flowers, and the disciple finally realizes the patch is valuable spirit grass. When the disciple reports the spirit grass to Soonwon, Soonwon's face hardens and she immediately orders everyone to leave the plants alone. The disciple patiently tells Qiqi they cannot take flowers from someone else's place, but the little girl keeps staring at the patch with a stubborn pout. Then the dark elf spirit suddenly floats right up in front of Qiqi again and stares at her, as if trying to start a conversation. Qiqi answers the spirit's meows out loud, and her cheerful reply makes it clear she can actually hear this invisible little being. She tugs the disciple's finger and points right at the spirit, insisting there is a flower fairy in front of her. But when Sister Lu and the other disciples look around, they see nothing at all and start treating Qiqi's claim like a child's imagination. Soonwon steps in, lifts Qiqi into her arms, and reminds her to mind her manners because they are visiting someone else's place. Qiqi's eyes turn wet as she whispers that the fairy really is there, and now the problem shifts from mischief to hurt feelings. The disciples crowd around to comfort her, but the more they try to soothe her, the more upset Qiqi becomes. Qiqi finally breaks into full sobs, crying that the fairy is real and begging to know why nobody believes her. Even candies and a new doll fail, leaving Soonwon and her disciples completely at a loss in front of one heartbroken child. Elsewhere on the property, Kat hears the commotion in the middle of chewing Yang Ting's corpse and turns toward the noise. Before going over, Kat matter-of-factly cleans her mouth with a toilet brush and an earthen jar of stream water Leo left there, as if this bizarre routine is perfectly normal. She spits and throws the brush and jar aside, even shattering the container, then crawls toward the group to investigate. When Kat spots the crying little girl in the middle of the crowd, she immediately focuses on Yao Qiqi with bright interest. Kat waves at Qiqi, but the adults packed around her block the line of sight and the little girl still cannot notice her. Realizing the crowd is the problem, Kat pouts for a beat and then comes up with her own eager solution. She claps her hands and winds up her roots and vines, clearly preparing for one big leap toward the group. Back with the visitors, Qiqi is still hiccuping through tears, and the adults can do little except hold her and wait for the storm to pass. With no better answer, Sun Wan sighs and decides that once Jinyo returns, she will send Chi-Chi back to the flying ship. Sun Wan's disciples finally give up on saving little Yao Chi-Chi, and the whole group sinks into helpless silence. That lull breaks when a huge shadow rushes overhead and slams down behind the women. Cat ignores the panic and sprints straight for the granary beside the barren field. The disciples see the monster plant clearly in panic, but Sun Wan steps in front of them and orders everyone to stand down because Cat belongs to Taoist Florida man. The women are still badly shaken by the idea of a monster plant being someone's pet, but they reluctantly lower their blades. Just when the tension seems over, Cat slips into the granary and comes back carrying a fresh bundle of fully grown immortal grass covered in 100 white blossoms. Instead of attacking, Cat crawls up to Yao Chi-Chi and gently offers the flowering bundle to the crying child like a bouquet. The disciples are too stunned to move, while Sun Wan covers her mouth because the bizarre scene is somehow adorable. What none of them realize yet is that these are not ordinary flowers at all, but blossoms from immortal grass itself. As the bouquet reaches Chi-Chi, a tiny dark elf spirit overlaps Cat's vine, making it look as if a little fairy is handing the flowers over herself. Yao Chi-Chi stops crying and looks up at the fairy and Cat in wonder, asking if the gift is really for her. Cat happily meows back, and that simple answer is enough for Chi-Chi to finally smile again. Chi-Chi thanks the little fairy with childish sincerity and accepts the flowers, hugging them together with her teddy bear. Then the immortal grass releases drifting spores, and Chi-Chi breathes them in by accident. The effect is instant. Silver light bursts from Chi-Chi's body and lifts her right out of Sun Wan's arms. The women erupt in panic as Chi-Chi rises glowing above them, with nobody understanding what Cat's gift just triggered. Inside the shop, Leo hears the commotion outside and looks over in bafflement, already thinking he needs to discipline Cat later. But Leo has no room to deal with that yet, because Chi-Nyo is still in front of him pushing hard and teasingly asking whether he already has a girlfriend. Leo shuts the flirtation down by pulling on rubber gloves and warning Chi-Nyo that his body is hazardous enough to kill her on contact. Even that deadly warning does not stop Chi-Nyo, and she calmly undoes 2 more buttons while asking what kind of body and tricks Leo likes. Leo finally snaps at Chi-Nyo and warns her flatly to stop or get out of his store. Chi-Nyo swallows the insult, gives up on seducing him, and storms out without buying anything. Relieved to be rid of the nuisance, Leo calls for the next customer and looks outside. Instead of lining up, everyone outside is in a panic around Yao Chi-Chi as she floats in midair. The crowd shouts Chi-Chi's name in panic, and even Cat is rattled by whatever is happening to her. Chi-Nyo is startled too, but she hangs back at the edge and watches instead of helping. When Leo steps closer, he spots the real trigger in Chi-Chi's hands, a bundle of immortal grass flowers. Then Chi-Chi suddenly gives off a bizarre aura, and Leo realizes what he sees is far stranger than a normal cultivation change. Sun Wan meets Leo's eyes and hurriedly apologizes, assuming one of her people is simply breaking through. Leo knows she is wrong, because the light around Chi-Chi matches the horrific mutation he survived 50,000 years ago. He remembers his body turning into living cancer, every organ and bone being destroyed and rebuilt, while he suffered alone among corpses. That memory makes Leo look at floating little Chi-Chi with pity, because he knows a child should never have to endure that kind of pain. Leo immediately shoots Cat a hard look, silently blaming her for putting Chi-Chi in danger. Startled, Cat shakes her head and points at the flowers, insisting the immortal grass blossoms caused it instead. Leo abruptly turns his back on the case and sprints into his bedroom for the one medicine he kept hidden for emergencies. He opens the box and grabs a newly made elixir grain pill, knowing even Wu Bai would lose his mind if he knew Leo had been hiding something this valuable. Leo shoves the box back under the bed, snatches a bottle of Rejuvenate tea, and rushes straight back to Yao Chi-Chi. When he gets outside, the sight is horrifying. Yao Chi-Chi is still floating, but now her arms and legs have swollen into a grotesque mutated shape. The disciples scream, Sun Wan goes pale, and even Cat breaks down in tears because she knows those flowers may have caused this. Leo does not hesitate. He strides in, leaps up, and catches the floating girl in his arms. The moment he lands, Leo throws the bundle of immortal grass flowers away to cut off whatever is feeding the mutation. Sun Wan is horrified because touching someone mid-breakthrough is supposed to wreck their chi flow and push them into chi deviation. Leo ignores the sect rule and crushes the elixir grain pill in his hand because saving Yao Chi-Chi matters more than protecting a breakthrough. Without any gentleness, he forces the crushed pill into her mouth and makes her swallow it. Then Leo opens the Rejuvenate tea and pours it down her throat, gambling that any medicine is better than doing nothing. A hard creak-crack of bone makes the whole rescue feel even worse, and Leo can only hold her tighter and pray this desperate mix actually works. While staring at her face, Leo checks Yao Chi-Chi's lifespan and is jolted when the number now reads 399 years. That huge lifespan gives Leo a sliver of hope that she is not about to die from this mutation after all. A moment later, the swollen limbs finally begin to shrink, and Yao Chi-Chi's body starts returning to normal. Her color improves enough for Leo to breathe again, but she is still burning hot and soaked in sweat from the pain. Thinking the worst has passed, Leo slips off one glove and gently wipes the sweat from Yao Chi-Chi's face. Then Leo and Cat both freeze in horror, because he has just touched Yao Qiqi with his bare hand. Leo squeezes his eyes shut and silently curses himself, convinced his careless touch might have made Yao Qiqi's condition worse instead of saving her. Unable to explain himself, Leo only gestures for Sun Wan to take the girl, carefully avoiding any skin contact as he hands Yao Qiqi over. Leo lets out a heavy breath and blurts that he only hopes this disaster turns into a lucky breakthrough for the child. But Sun Wan and the girls take his silence and strange words very differently, because the medicine and tea already stopped Yao Qiqi's swelling almost at once. Sun Wan bows her head and thanks Leo as Yao Qiqi's savior, genuinely believing he pulled the girl back from death. The other girls drop to their knees too, thanking Leo in unison and pushing his guilt even higher. Before Leo can say anything, a fresh rumble shakes the moment, and rainbow light bursts from Yao Qiqi again. This time Sun Wan feels real chi inside the little girl and senses a newly formed Dantian crystal in her belly. Sun Wan realizes Yao Qiqi did in an instant what normal cultivators struggle for ages to do, jumping past early cultivation and landing straight in foundation establishment. Then the shock gets even bigger when Sun Wan senses 5 different elemental chi types alive inside Yao Qiqi at once. Yao Qiqi finally opens her eyes, and Sun Wan is so relieved she is nearly crying as she calls to her softly. The little girl says she had both a bad dream and a good one, hinting that whatever happened inside her was more than a simple breakthrough. Yao Qiqi describes being eaten by blood monsters and drowning in a blood pool, painting the ordeal as a nightmare of real pain rather than a vague vision. Leo quickly turns his back and lifts a hand over his eyes, trying to give the girls privacy while they crowd around Yao Qiqi to tend to her. With his back still turned, Leo finally realizes the crisis has actually passed, and nearly sags with relief. Then Yao Qiqi says the good part of the dream began when a handsome angel appeared and saved her. Sun Wan and the girls echo the word angel in confusion, and some of them glance toward Leo as the implication starts to form. Yao Qiqi explains that the angel fed her a pill and water, then touched her face, and that touch was the moment her pain disappeared. That final detail hits Leo like a shock, because the touch he feared had saved her instead, and he is left staring ahead in baffled silence. Leo is so thrown by the sudden praise that he starts coughing and slaps a hand over his face, looking completely baffled. Meanwhile, Sun Wan and the girls put the pieces together and start looking at Leo with open respect. Sun Wan makes it official and tells Yao Qiqi that Senior Florida Man saved her by giving her a medicine pill and healing water, then curing her. The girls all silently agree with her, and even Chinyo has to admit Leo really is Qiqi's savior. Leo forces out another rough cough, turns away from all that gratitude, and heads back toward his store to hide his messy expression. Trying to steer the moment somewhere safer, Leo blames the trouble on not teaching his pet properly, and offers everyone a free bottle of Rejuvenate tea as an apology. He immediately adds a catch: the free tea only goes to people who buy at least one item with their lifespan. That answer only makes the whole group more grateful, and the girls bow deeply toward him. Even Sun Wan, who outranks the others, looks moved enough that she nearly wants to kowtow too. Now steady on her feet again, Yao Qiqi steps forward on her own and bows a full 90 degrees to Leo. Qiqi loudly thanks him for saving her life and swears she will never forget the favor, calling him her handsome angel in the process. The girls break into giggles, while Leo turns red because he is terrible at taking a compliment that direct. To shut down the awkward praise and move things along, Leo clears his throat and briskly calls for the next person, reminding them he does not have all day. Once the panic settles, Sun Wan tells Chinyo to take Yao Qiqi back to the flying ship while the rest of the women follow Leo into his store. Because Leo saved Qiqi, the disciples finally drop their guard, remove their veils, and browse his shelves like excited customers around him. Leo patiently explains the prices, including grain pills for 20 years, Fenrir prosthetic eyeballs for 500, and Yang flame pills with bigger boosts at even steeper costs. The women hesitate over the expensive pills, but they keep staring at the blood-scented blood melons in the basket. When one disciple asks the price, Leo cuts the blood melons down to just 10 years each to tempt these lifespan-conscious customers. That tiny discount is enough to set off a stampede, and the disciples strip the blood melon baskets clean in seconds. Leo asks if they even know what blood melons do, and one girl cheerfully sums up their logic as I sense water chi, I buy. 19 disciples each buy 5 blood melons, and Leo quietly trades away the whole stock for a huge chunk of lifespan. Just as the group starts to leave, one disciple hesitates at the refrigerator chest, still fixated on the tea Leo used on Qiqi. Leo gives in and offers everyone one bottle, casually mentioning that medium-grade Rejuvenate tea can make the drinker physically 5 years younger. The whole room goes dead still, and every disciple suddenly looks at Leo like a predator staring at treasure. After each girl gets a bottle of used tea, they practically worship Leo and promise to come back for more. Watching their reaction, Leo starts wondering if selling beauty goods and fashionable clothes might be even better business than pills. He tests the idea on the spot by buying a glamorous modern evening dress from the system for only 1 year of lifespan. The moment the dress appears, the disciples stare in open shock and drop all pretense of calm cultivation manners. One girl blurts out the price. Leo barely starts to say 10 years, and she instantly snatches the dress as sold. That single sale sets off another rush, and the other 18 disciples flood back in demanding dresses in multiple colors. Realizing he has found their true weakness, Leo tells them to calm down and slips into his bedroom to check stock. Behind the closed door, he buys 19 more sets in 3 colors and gets a whole box of 57 dresses for almost nothing. When Leo brings the dresses out, the disciples descend like vultures and grab 3 each without hesitation. The clothes sell even faster than the pills, and Leo quietly realizes beauty goods might become one of his best businesses. Their squealing gets so loud that Sunwon finally steps in and snaps at them to stop acting like children. Leo watches in relief as Sunwon drags the giddy shoppers outside, sits them down, and gives them a loud sermon before sending them back to the ship. Once the girls are handled, Leo gives Sunwon a high-grade rejuvenate tea and a medium-grade elixir grain pill for Yao Chi-Chi's recovery plan. He warns her to use the tea only if Chi-Chi gets worse, and to save the grain pill until the girl can eat again and needs her inner energy stabilized. Sunwon thanks him again, and Leo reminds her to check her lifespan because she earned commission from the girl's shopping spree. Her status window pops up with a lifespan jump of roughly 150 years, and Sunwon is left staring at it in disbelief. Leo explains the deal plainly. If she brings him customers, she gets 1/10 of whatever they spend. Since Leo still seems unaffiliated, Sunwon seizes the moment and invites him to join the Amazonian Sanctuary's next Mystic Realm expedition. To tempt him, she describes their last wetland trip full of crocodiles, alligators, rare water herbs, captured lizard men, and even a 3-tailed alligator queen. The words alligator queen break Leo's composure, and he grabs Sunwon's shoulders in wild excitement. Sunwon is startled but pleased, thinking she has finally found bait strong enough to win him over. Leo almost accepts on the spot, then forcibly reins himself in and apologizes because joining them right now would only bring trouble. Sunwon interprets his refusal as considerate caution over the Ouyang clan, while Leo is really cursing the language barrier and his need to farm more lifespan first. With the invitation failed, Sunwon gives one last thanks and flies back up to her ship. Once the women are gone, Leo turns to Cat, and the guilty little plant immediately bolts for the granary. Leo ignores her for the moment, picks up the still fresh bundle of white immortal grass flowers, and blames it for nearly killing Chi-Chi. He carries the flowers into the alchemy workshop and checks his lifespan, still far short of the 20,000 years he needs for automatic speech translation. Even though he can afford a store upgrade, Leo decides not to waste lifespan on extra space when the language feature matters more. As another young flame batch finishes, Leo tosses one white flower into the cauldron and hits research to find out what he is really dealing with. The result shocks him. The flower is an immortal flower, and it unlocks a brutally expensive true immortal pill recipe packed with catalysts and rare fluids. The new demand that catches his eye is yang fluid and yin fluid, so Leo starts testing whether Ouyang Ting's blood can cover the yin side. Research confirms the blood counts as yin fluid, which means Leo suddenly has almost everything except a source of yang. While thinking about yang catalysts, Leo notices the water jar Cat smashed and his irritation flares right back up. He spends a couple years of lifespan to replace the jar, then crushes the old shards for yard decoration and suddenly gets a weird new idea. To test that theory, Leo fills the new jar with stream water and hauls it back like a massive improvised bathtub. He strips and jumps into the jar, and the moment his body touches the water, it turns green and the fish float up dead. The fish are worthless for alchemy, so Leo tosses them aside and researches the water itself instead. Instead of yang fluid, the system identifies Leo's tainted bathwater as pinnacle-grade holy water, leaving him completely baffled. Baffled or not, Leo realizes that holy water can fill the yang side well enough, so he starts assembling the true immortal pill ingredients. He works through the catalyst checklist one by one, pulling out substitutes he already has for fire, water, earth, and metal. When he reaches wood catalyst, Leo immediately thinks of Cat's roots and heads for the granary with a bad feeling. He finds Cat in the granary eating potatoes, and she instantly shrinks back because she knows exactly why he came. Leo tries to sound reasonable and asks for just 10 pieces of root, but Cat only hisses and scrambles onto the ceiling to get away from him. Even annoyed, Leo still refuses to cut her by force, so he gives up on Cat's roots and hunts for another substitute instead. He settles on weeping onions from the untouched stockpile and uses them as the last missing catalyst instead. Back in the workshop, Leo feeds the final ingredients and essence into the cauldron and finally starts refining the true immortal pills. The system answers with a brutal timer of nearly a full week, and Leo can only stare at it in disbelief. Since that workshop is locked for days, Leo changes plans and starts another batch of rejuvenate tea in the second cauldron so he still has something to sell. After putting everything away, Leo returns to the granary and calls Cat down, deciding her attitude needs correcting more than her roots do. Cat keeps hissing from the ceiling, so Leo bluntly warns her to come down now or get dragged down and spanked. That threat finally gets through, and Cat slowly climbs down to negotiate instead of pushing her luck. Trying to cut her losses, Cat starts licking Leo's face and accidentally sucks his whole head into her chomper mouth in a slobbery apology. Leo patiently pulls himself free, pinches her lips shut, and tells Cat they need to talk because after everything he fed her, he wants her lifespan again. With Cat blinking in confusion, Leo opens her lifespan status to see what kind of balance his spoiled little plant has been hoarding. A blue status window shows Cat is somehow only age 0 and already sitting on 6,300 years of lifespan, which makes Leo instantly jealous. Leo tries to guilt Cat into paying rent and lifespan after eating his food, but Cat cheekily turns the deal into a potato bargain instead. They settle on a trade. Cat gets the whole potato stock if she spits out the seeds, and Leo gets 4,000 years of lifespan. Cat obediently transfers 4,000 years, and Leo's total lifespan jumps to 10,000, still only halfway to the number he wants. With no visitors at all, Leo kills time by farming, crafting pills, making tea and sacred wood blocks, and letting the mannequin help gather materials. One quiet day turns into 2, then 3, and Leo ends up weirdly content while restocking his shelves instead of fighting anyone. By the end of the idle stretch, he has spent a whole day mass-producing sacred wood blocks until the backyard is packed with hundreds of them. 7 days after Sunhwan's visit, boredom finally gets to Leo, and he sits in his full store wondering where all the crazy cultivators went. So for once Leo takes a real break, retreats to his bedroom, and tries to enjoy a lazy afternoon nap. That calm shatters with a sudden boom from the first workshop, and Leo bolts out of bed to investigate. Outside, he finds a pillar of rainbow light blasting up from the workshop cauldron straight into the sky. Then black clouds start boiling together above the rainbow beam, and Leo immediately recognizes the setup for another heavenly tribulation. Cat wants no part of thunder, so she panics off the roof, dives into the granary, and hides under a mountain of potatoes. Leo looks up at the storm with a grim half-smile and mutters that the sentient thunderclouds have followed him into this world too. The story cuts to Magpie City, where more than a week after Ouyang Long's death, Life Sword sect's elders are still in emergency mode. Because the sect master stays hidden in seclusion behind a killing array, Han Hao and the elders can only kneel at the foot of Claymore Mountain and beg for help from below. After a full week of kneeling with no answer, the elders are close to despair and start wondering if they should run before their enemies invade. A distant rumble snaps everyone's attention east when enormous tribulation clouds start rolling toward Magpie City. The elders realize these clouds are far too thick for an ordinary breakthrough, and even veterans who survived nascent soul tribulations are rattled by the size. Han Hao turns to Wu Bai and asks if this kind of heavenly tribulation can also target immortal pills, not just cultivators. Wu Bai explains that heaven does test newly made immortal pills, and if the alchemist cannot shield them, the lightning will destroy low-quality ones on the spot. Once Han Hao quietly suggests the target might be Taoist Florida Man, Wu Bai is convinced Leo must have produced an immortal pill. That commotion finally brings the sect master out, Hua Jiashan, an ancient bald elder with a cane and an aura equal to Ouyang Long's. One look at the storm tells Hua Jiashan exactly what it is, and he remembers the last immortal pill tribulation 500 years ago ended in blood and theft. He immediately warns that the Ouyang clan, demon clans, and every other ruthless thief will rush there once the tribulation ends. So Hua Jiashan orders every elder to move after the tribulation and protect the alchemists before anyone can steal the pill. Back at the store, Leo climbs onto the alchemy workshop roof and openly taunts heaven, determined not to let the lightning destroy his stuff again. His anger comes from memory too, because he has seen these tribulation bolts before when they smashed apart alien artifacts and left only one ring intact. 50,000 years earlier, a starving mutated Leo wandered into a dark alien lab packed with 10,000 giant capsules full of preserved mutants. He shouts for survivors even though he is weak, starving, and in no condition to be making noise in a place like this. As he stumbles through the room, Leo notices the mutants in the tubes look a lot like him, right down to the same disease growths. His body suddenly rebels, and he coughs up green fluid in agony while cursing the disease eating him alive. Then a 1-foot larva wriggles out with the vomit, turns its flower-like mouth toward him, and lunges. Leo crushes the larva underfoot, and the pain in his stomach finally eases after it dies. The capsule he activated suddenly drains and drops its mutant corpse, but instead of reviving it, the machine lowers spinning blades and starts blending the body. Leo can only watch in horror as the machine turns the corpse into red slurry, mixes in yellow fluid, powders, plants, bones, and meat, and starts cooking something alive. Worse, the rest of the room wakes up too, and thousands of other capsules begin repeating the same nightmare process all around him. Too weak to run, Leo notices a dried alien corpse nearby and realizes some non-human researcher may have mistaken him for one of its own and tried to resurrect him. When the first machine finally finishes, it leaves behind a suspicious finger-sized ball in the open capsule, and hunger almost makes Leo grab it. The ball instantly unfolds into another larva, and Leo smashes it by reflex before it can bite him. Ready to give up, Leo turns back to the alien corpse and spots 5 rings on its fingers, because of course that catches his eye anyway. He pulls the rings free, but 4 break apart immediately, leaving only one clear gold ring intact. The moment Leo puts on the last ring, the door seals shut and all 9,999 capsules finish producing larvae, trapping him in the worst possible room. Leo sits down to die, but rubbing the ring triggers a blue interface that starts identifying him and evaluating his compatibility with something called the Fate Crystal. Before he can understand any of it, the ring melts into his finger and starts a violent merge. Leo floats helplessly in rainbow light as countless metal-like worms burst from his pores and spread through the room like a living machine plague. Those tendrils rip apart larvae, corpses, walls, machines, and even metal itself, melting everything down and feeding it back into Leo's body. Then his consciousness fades and his heart stops, ending the flashback on a death that somehow was not the end. Leo wakes from that buried memory under a storm again, with a zapping jolt in his chest and a thundercloud filling his vision. He barely has time to mutter that it looks like a thunderstorm before a lightning bolt slams straight into his chest and burns half his body. A blue warning window pops up mid-agony and shows the strike just ripped his lifespan down to 1,150 years. A second bolt hits before he can recover, and this time the damage drags him all the way down to 650 years. Leo realizes each hit is shaving off 500 years, and now he desperately starts trying to read the timing and survive the next one. But instead of simply dying, his body starts changing under the heat, and the leftover lightning sinks into his hair, fingers, blood, and muscles. Then the blue screen flips the script and shows his lifespan rebounding to 1,350 years, more than he had before the hit. The next headshot from heaven nearly knocks him out for good and crashes his lifespan down to just 350 years. When he finally comes back to himself, Leo feels like he just got rejected by death, and his lifespan has surged again to 1,550 years. Even stranger, he can now feel and command his own recovering brain cells, which leaves him staring at himself like he has become something inhuman. Another lightning bolt lands, but this time Leo stays conscious, takes less damage, and immediately bounces from 1,350 to 1,750 years. Once he realizes the storm is making him stronger, Leo actually looks up and dares heaven to hit him again. But the next bolt ignores him and blasts the structure instead, which finally makes Leo look around properly. Only now does he realize he is inside the same mysterious capsule room as before, except the ceilings are blown open and it is part of a gigantic damaged spaceship. Then the tribulation starts cutting through the ship itself, and Leo watches in horror as red-hot lightning spears melt modules open like lightsabers. Leo's attitude flips instantly, and he yells at the storm to stop wrecking the spaceship before he can explore it. On top of the alchemy workshop, Leo spread his arms to the sky and openly begged heaven to strike him. A yellow bolt slammed straight through his chest, but instead of collapsing, Leo laughed because his mutated body absorbed the damage. As more strikes came, Leo remembered the lightning ranks he had survived before and realized this level could no longer hurt him at all. Each hit added 500 years to his lifespan, so Leo started shouting for even more like a man who had found a broken loophole. The storm kept blasting him until his clothes burned away, leaving Leo completely modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth, and still thrilled by the punishment. When the gale started ripping precious pine leaves out of his forest, Leo got annoyed and escalated from taunting to outright insulting the sky with a flag in hand. That finally worked, and the tribulation clouds shifted from green to deadly purple as heaven started taking the provocation personally. The purple lightning stopped scattering and began homing in on his head and chest, but it still only fed him more life instead of killing him. Leo waited out the barrage in a weirdly good mood, whistling and counting on his fingers as the purple strikes pushed his lifespan past 22,000 years. Even when two bolts targeted his crotch and another pair hit both eyes, Leo shrugged it off with barely a moment of blurred vision. When the clouds finally began to disperse after only around 30 strikes, Leo pouted because the heavenly beating had ended too soon. A repair notice popped up, and the workshop roof slowly healed its own charred surface while Leo's excitement faded. After checking that the store and second workshop were still safe, Leo went back inside, got dressed, and returned to the cauldron just as the refinement finished. The cauldron revealed a ridiculous harvest of true immortal pills, including one superior pill worth a full 1,000 years of lifespan on its own. Leo dropped to his knees hugging the cauldron because he had just found a lifespan cheat so absurd it felt unfair. Leo reached for the superior pill, felt its harsh radiation zap his fingers, then smirked and swallowed it anyway because even that was harmless to him. Right in the middle of his feast, a desperate shout from outside made Leo turn toward the sky. When he looked up, Leo found the forest surrounded by flying ships, floating swords, and a huge blade carrying powerful old cultivators. Leo first took the siege as good luck and thought a huge wave of customers had arrived. That mood snapped the moment someone from the southern group shouted for him to hand over the immortal pills. An hour earlier in the south, Situ clan Grand Elder Situ Nantion had been sitting on a harbor pier like a sleepy old fisherman when a mine transmission reported immortal pill tribulation clouds over Magpie City. The shabby old man instantly treated the news as a clan-level prize and ordered his people to seize the alchemist alive before the Ouyang clan could get there first. He also warned them to send only strong elders, because anyone capable of refining an immortal pill should be dangerous enough to kill weak scouts outright. Right after ending the call, Situ Nantion casually reeled in a giant fifth-stage octopus and decided it would make useful talisman ink. He slapped a yellow talisman onto the beast and killed it in one effortless blast. Then he stepped into a clan teleportation array, vanished from the harbor, and reappeared in an underground chamber back at Situ territory. Situ Nantion crossed the clan's underground complex and then the open land in giant teleporting strides, showing that the harmless-looking elder was a true monster. By the time he reached the clan headquarters, 100 lights had already flown north, and Situ Nantian simply decided they would not get the alchemists before he did. Back near Leo's store, Ouyang Feng led one northern scout group despite orders not to provoke Leo, and other factions arrived with the same plan to steal the pills. The sky above the forest dissolved into a greedy shouting match as sects, clans, and bandits all tried to claim the pills and threatened each other on the spot. Instead of feeling threatened, Leo checked the red dots on his domain map and started counting the attackers like future prophet. 10 kilometers away, Hua Jiashan and his group watched the purple tribulation in shock because none of them had ever seen lightning that color before. Hua Jiashan explained that purple lightning belonged to a soul transformation tribulation, a level so brutal it could break a soul formation cultivator's body and mind. He went further and reminded them that the yellow gold tribulation above that had once sunk part of the southern continent when Situ Nantian survived it. When the storm ended and greedy cultivators rushed in, Hua Jiashan decided they had to move closer and help Leo against the hyenas. Wu Baiyu nervously agreed for practical reasons too, because Leo was his ally, his supplier, and still owed him a future longevity pill project. As their sword rushed closer, Tiger Swordsman recognized the loudmouth below as the mountain bandit king and could only marvel that a nascent soul thug dared provoke Leo now. Hua Jiashan used the moment to hammer in another lesson. Even badly injured, a stronger cultivator could still kill weaker ones with bare hands. He followed that with a harsher truth: against 100 enemies you need strategy, and against 1,000 you run. Then Han Ming spotted a major Ouyang headquarters ship, and Han Hao immediately panicked at the thought that Ouyang Zi might have come in person. Hua Jiashan checked and confirmed that neither Ouyang Zi nor Ouyang Ke was aboard, which was the first real relief anyone on his sword had felt. That was when Wu Bai suddenly relaxed and insisted Leo could wipe out the whole crowd with a single snap, if they just stayed high enough to enjoy the show. Puzzled, Hua Jiashan scanned Leo again and nearly lost his composure when he realized Leo had no normal cultivation base at all. What Hua Jiashan sensed instead was even stranger. Leo's body was generating chi and essence by itself, leading him to a frightening conclusion that Leo was a true immortal, not a mortal cultivator. Back at the store, Leo answered the siege by eating another immortal pill in front of everyone and asking what they planned to do about it. The crowd roared back for the pills, and one ship hurled 20 nascent soul cultivators down at Leo to take them by force. Leo did not even bother to dodge, and every weapon strike bounced off his head and body without breaking skin. Then Leo quietly used the shop domain to take their lifespan, and all 20 attackers shriveled into dust before they understood what had happened. Leo thanked them like customers because robbing dead thieves was turning out to be even more profitable than normal business. Before the crowd could process that, the now unmanned flying ship dropped straight onto Leo's head. Leo caught the 100-meter vessel with one hand and dryly scolded the attackers for illegally parking on top of him. Then he leapt into the sky near Ouyang Feng's cruiser and shattered the captured ship with a casual finger flick. The wreckage blasted across the sky and even struck Ouyang Feng's people, forcing every faction there to reevaluate how dangerous Leo really was. Leo met the stunned silence by locking eyes with Ouyang Feng and loudly crunching down 3 more pills just to mock him. Since he still could not fly properly, Leo dropped back down onto his store, and the roof tiles lit up with a barrier so the building could take his landing. Back on the roof, Leo kept snacking on pills and turned his taunting grin toward the southern crowd, asking where the factory people were hiding. Watching from afar, Wu Bai burst out laughing while Hua Jiashan and the others were left speechless by how easily Leo had erased 20 nascent soul cultivators. Hua Jiashan could only admit that Leo truly did look like an immortal, even if none of them understood the full limits of that power. Wu Bai proudly called it the greatness of the Tao of Florida, leaving Han Hao too exasperated to do anything but facepalm. Even Hua Jiashan ended up stuck on that ridiculous title, quietly wondering whether Florida was a place, a plant, or some unknown mystic path. Bokai comes to the tribulation site hoping to snatch an immortal pill, but Leo looks far too healthy for someone who just survived purple heavenly lightning. Nearby, Ouyang Feng quietly asks his master Qing Yuanji if Leo is really injured or just bluffing. Qing Yuanji says Leo's aura feels like soul formation, but he cannot see any Tao avatar, so he suspects Leo's foundation is strange and weak. Even so, Qing Yuanji refuses to rush in and tells Ouyang Feng to wait for other thieves to test Leo first. On the southern side, a black-robed factory cult squad also hesitates after seeing the first attackers die. Their leader Situlwan warns that anyone who walks away from purple tribulation looking fine is probably far more dangerous than he appears. Instead of attacking head-on, Situlwan decides to strike from afar and use Leo as bait until the hidden experts in the crowd start killing each other. The factory cult throws out 100 talismans and builds a killing array that gathers chi into a giant purple energy sphere. Situlwan knows the array probably will not kill Leo, but he still fires it to force the stalemate to break. Down below, Leo has been waiting for someone to make a move, and the silence annoys him more with every second. To provoke them, Leo goes inside, grabs his box of grain pills, and comes back out still chewing immortal pills in plain sight. He shouts that only 10 immortal pills are left, daring the entire crowd to stop him before he eats everything. When nobody moves, Leo casually tosses 3 more pills into his mouth, and the crowd only gets angrier. At that exact moment, Situluan's killing array finally finishes charging. The purple strike slams into Leo, but the blast also runs through the pills in his hands and turns every last one of them to dust. Leo just stares at the destroyed pills in numb disbelief, and even the attackers realize they ruined the treasure. Some opportunists immediately lose interest and start leaving, convinced the whole fight has become pointless. But the ruined pill dust suddenly reacts with the talisman lightning, and the entire array starts flying toward the rainbow energy on its own. A tiny warped void opens in front of Leo, and he instinctively steps back as space itself starts to twist. The shop system warns Leo that a rift has appeared inside his domain, confirming this mess is much worse than a failed attack. The suction rapidly intensifies, and loose objects around the yard begin flying straight into the rift. Leo whirls around and shuts the front door, worried the vacuum will tear his shop apart next. Instead, the store and the other system buildings glow faintly and hold firm behind a thin barrier while the surroundings are torn away. Even with his feet planted, Leo still feels himself being dragged forward, and his annoyance finally boils over. Fed up, Leo decides to punish the attackers directly and activates the shop domain to harvest their lifespan. Above the scene, Situluan smugly assumes the lightning finally rattled Leo and that the crowd will clear out for an easy capture. His confidence dies instantly when translucent lifespan screens pop up in front of the factory cult members. Situluan watches his remaining lifespan race from nearly 1,000 years to 0 in a heartbeat. Before the cult can react, their bodies crumble into ash and their robes and rings drop uselessly onto the airship deck. The surviving factory airship crew panics and tries to flee, only to realize the rift has already trapped them. The entire ship is dragged into the rift first, crushed down into fragments, and vanishes without a trace. Still fighting the pull himself, Leo curses the factory cult for turning a simple robbery into this disaster. When Leo looks up for more targets, the rest of the crowd is already trying to run for it. Leo exposes everyone's lifespan and bellows that if they do not come down, he can erase them all on the spot. His voice alone ruptures weaker cultivators' eardrums, and nascent soul and golden core spectators start dropping out of the sky. Ouyang Feng crashes down bleeding from the ears and begs Qin Yuanji to get him out immediately. Qin Yuanji is not hurt by the shout, but the lifespan panel in front of him makes him realize Leo can kill him just as easily. Before he can decide whether to surrender, the rift yanks at their ship hard enough to force the choice for him. Qin Yuanji abandons the rest of the Ouyang clan, grabs Ouyang Feng, and escapes north as their people are dragged into the void behind them. Bo Kai is less lucky and slams onto the roof of workshop number 2 before tumbling down to the ground. As he struggles to stand, a tiny spore slips out of the workshop and goes straight into his nose. Bo Kai tries to force the intruder out with chi, but the spore devours that chi and grows larger inside his airway. The more Bo Kai fights, the faster the forbidden mushroom feeds on his chi and flesh until he cannot breathe. After a violent seizure, Bo Kai collapses unconscious instead of dying, already slipping into the mushroom's nightmare state. Inside that fever dream, Bo Kai wakes in an abandoned town with a monstrous hunger, and sees pig-like bodies falling from the sky like food. Thinking he has found meat, Bo Kai crawls over and starts biting into one of the pigmen without understanding what he is doing. Back outside, Leo notices more southerners crashing onto his workshops and suddenly remembers the dangerous mushrooms he left growing in Workshop 2. He remembers the sweet dream mushroom seed he left in Workshop 2, a notorious catalyst that should be fully grown by now, and the thought completely sidetracks him. Leo breaks free of the rift's pull with one kick and lands right in front of Workshop number 2 to check the door. The door is still locked, which briefly reassures him, until panic screaming erupts from the side. When Leo turns, he finds a mushroom zombie overpowering a cultivator who cannot even cut it with his Dao avatar sword. A few seconds later, the zombie pins the man and bites into his neck while Leo just stares at the absurdity of it. Leo is weirdly amused by the sight of a real cordyceps zombie, but the rift swells again before he can enjoy the spectacle. The 2-meter rift starts ripping up iron pines and soil, and everything too weak to resist begins floating toward it. The zombie, its corpse, and roughly 100 weaker cultivators are all swallowed at once, and that sudden mass sacrifice finally calms the rift. At last the black hole shrinks down to nothing, leaving Leo standing in stunned relief. Once the danger passes, Leo surveys the front of his property and finds a giant crater where the yard used to be. The farms are half torn into moats, and the trees are scattered everywhere, but the store itself still stands unbroken. Leo checks the windows, finds them still perfect, and pats the building with genuine satisfaction. Then he looks up for survivors and realizes the entire sky has emptied out. That is when the real pain hits him. He only harvested around 40 people's lifespan and let the rest escape. He berates himself for not baiting them harder, and imagines all the lifespan he could have farmed if he had pushed them into attacking. While Leo is still melting down, a massive flying sword glides in and descends over the damaged farmland. Wu Bai arrives with Han Hao, Han Meng, Tiger Swordsman, Hua Jiushan, and a group of elders, and after what they just witnessed, everyone steps down in open fear. Leo greets the new arrivals with a bright smile so unsettling it sounds less like hospitality and more like asking whether they came to shop or to die. The group instantly panics and blurts out that they are customers and friends here to buy, not thieves looking for trouble. Wu Bai and Han Meng even drop to full kowtows, terrified that Leo might kill them by mistake. Hua Jiashan steps up at last, introduces himself as the Life Sword Sect Master, and formally thanks Leo for taking care of his people. Only then does Leo recognize them, and his disappointment makes it painfully clear he really had mistaken them for fresh prey. Leo finally welcomes them properly, apologizes for the wreck outside, and leads the badly shaken guests into the still intact store for tea. Leo welcomed the visiting elders into his expanded store, and everyone except Hua Jiashan immediately looked around in open amazement. Trying to play generous host, Leo handed out free bottles of rejuvenate tea and dragged over sacred wood blocks to use as simple chairs. The elders almost winced themselves to death when they realized they were being told to sit on priceless sacred wood like it was cheap lumber. Wu Bai and Han Hao loved the tea enough to chug it on the spot, and Han Hao quickly asked to buy more. Leo named 1,000,000 spirit stones per bottle, thinking it was a bold scam, but Han Hao accepted so fast it caught him off guard. Because Leo still could not use a spatial ring properly, he had Han Hao move the payment for him, and Han Hao nearly panicked when he sensed 1,000,000,000 spirit stones already inside Leo's ring. With the mood settled, Leo pulled out a black essence stone and asked the group what they thought about him selling a new kind of item. Hua Jiashan was the first to recognize it, and warned Leo that essence stones were officially banned contraband under imperial law. Leo pushed back immediately, and revealed what his system had told him. One essence stone held 10 years of 5-element cultivation, so the emperor's story sounded like a lie. Hua Jiashan admitted Leo was right and exposed the real reason for the ban. The imperial court wanted to monopolize essence stones for itself. The room reeled from the reveal, and Hua Jiashan explained that real cultivators valued essence stones far above ordinary spirit stones because spirit stones gave weak, sloppy foundations. Once Leo understood how valuable they were, he decided to weaponize that greed and casually announced that he had 1,000,000 essence stones for sale. Hua Jiashan shot to his feet and warned that selling them openly would bring the imperial court, quasi-immortals, and an army down on Leo's head. Leo and Wu Bai answered that threat with matching grins, openly welcoming a fight and acting like this stunt would start a new era. When one elder asked the price, Leo dropped it to a ridiculous bargain of 1 year of lifespan per essence stone for these regular customers. That price shattered their self-control, and Wu Bai, Han Meng, Han Hao, and Tiger Swordsman all jumped up at once to buy as many as they could. Leo immediately harvested their lifespan through the shop and came back with a huge sack, letting the elders buy hundreds of stones each until they only had about a century left to live. To prove the stones were real, Wu Bai tested one on the spot and instantly felt enough 5-element essence to imagine rebuilding his whole cultivation path. While the others hid their new contraband away, Hua Jiashan quietly relaxed because Leo's reckless generosity convinced him the man was genuinely helping the sect. With his suspicions eased, Hua Jiashan looked past the stones and offered something more practical. Sect disciples could come work in Leo's store and help manage the growing mess. Leo immediately saw the upside, from cleaning and security to keeping Cat out of the granary, but he still asked Hua Jiashan what he really wanted in return. Hua Jiashan admitted the catch right away. He wanted Leo to expose those sheltered disciples to the wider world and let them learn by working under him. Then Hua Jiashan pushed further and suggested sending alchemy department people too, hoping Leo's resources could turn his store into a training ground for pill makers. Wu Bai eagerly sold himself as the best candidate, boasting about his century of experience and strong pill success rate. Leo answered by pointing at the Yang Flame pills on his shelf, silently making Wu Bai realize he had completely missed a much bigger clue. When Leo asked how long Wu Bai would need to make those pills, the proud alchemist admitted one batch would still take him about a month and several assistants. The other elders thought that answer sounded impressive, but Leo flatly called it too slow and stunned the whole room. Wu Bai demanded to know Leo's own time, certain no one could casually beat him on medium-grade pills. Leo said 3 hours, and that answer hit so hard Wu Bai dropped his tea bottle, while everyone else shot to their feet. Since the workshops would eventually be discovered anyway, Leo decided he might as well show them a demonstration without explaining the system behind it. Leo led the whole group into the backyard, where 2 alchemy workshop buildings stood waiting behind the store. He told them to wait, while he went to the granary for ingredients, leaving the cultivators wondering why a man with rich rings still fetched materials by hand. Inside the granary, Leo found Cat still hiding from the recent heavenly tribulation, so he quietly cut some virgin young potatoes, grabbed a fiery tomato and a tiger-killing orange, and left her alone. When Leo returned, Wu Bai was already fussing over the cauldron, but Hua Jiashan had sensed something foul from the second workshop and demanded answers first. Without stopping for the question, Leo tossed the ingredients into the first cauldron and spat into the firebox, igniting the workshop in one absurdly casual motion. The cauldron started refining on its own, and Wu Bai could only stare in disbelief because Leo was already walking away without touching it again. At the second workshop, Hua Jiashan's fear sharpened into recognition, and he asked Leo if he was secretly cultivating another forbidden substance. Leo joked back, and when Hua Jiashan realized the smell was sweet dream mushroom, his composure broke completely. Hua Jiashan warned that these mushrooms were far worse than essence stones, reminding Leo that one outbreak had once wiped out 5 countries and 20 million people. He pressed harder, explaining that the spores consumed cultivators from the inside and turned victims into mindless monsters that fed on other cultivators. Leo ignored the panic, opened the second workshop, and revealed a full-blown orange mushroom infestation carpeting the floor, walls, and ceiling. The sight was so bad that Hua Jiashan instantly fled high into the sky and screamed at Leo to burn everything before he got infected. Leo still treated it like a resource, peeled a patch of mushrooms off the doorway, and tossed them into the second cauldron to inspect their value. The system's answer made Leo's eyes light up, because the deadly fungus could be refined into priceless pills or eaten directly to gain 1 year of lifespan per gram. Once he realized the biggest mushroom alone was worth an absurd amount of lifespan, Leo abandoned all restraint and rushed inside to eat it himself. An hour later, Leo came back out dusted with orange spores and feeling fantastic, like the toxic mushroom had only made him stronger. Hua Jiashan cautiously descended again, but the orange stains on Leo's clothes made him retreat a second time and question whether Leo was still sane. Leo answered normally and claimed he was simply immune, which relieved Hua Jiashan a little but not enough for him to get close. Meanwhile, Wu Bai stopped caring about anything else, because his senses told him the first cauldron was flawlessly splitting one batch into 30 remote refined pills. Since Hua Jiashan still feared contamination, Leo went to his room, changed into a full hazmat suit, and came back to ease the tension. Even with Leo suited up, Hua Jiashan still kept his distance from the second workshop and begged him again to destroy the sweet dream mushrooms before they became a catastrophe. Hua Jiashan stops arguing about side issues and bluntly warns Leo that the sweat dream mushrooms can turn cultivators into jiangshi-like undead monsters. When Hua Jiashan adds that the spores spread by bites and skin contact and that there is no cure, Leo finally treats the mushroom project like a full disaster. Leo gives up on farming the mushrooms for now and tells everyone to cover their noses and mouths while he handles the cleanup himself because he is immune. Back in a hazmat suit, Leo re-enters the workshop and gets hit with a nasty surprise when the mushrooms he peeled off and even the parts he ate have already grown back. Leo asks the system to erase the infestation, but the answer tells him the cleaning feature only works if he has a recycling center building. That reminder makes Leo check his lifespan, and the number has exploded past 90,000 years after the massacre and the mushroom feast. Now flush with lifespan, Leo immediately buys the auto-translation ability and rushes back outside to fix the real problem. Leo admits the mushrooms are regenerating too fast and tells the elders he needs to use some special magic, which instantly gets everyone's attention. Instead of explaining himself, Leo grabs the store wall and spends lifespan to push the humble general store from level 5 to level 6. Level 6 still is not enough, so Leo spends even more lifespan and upgrades the store again to level 7. The new build list finally reveals the recycling center Leo needs, along with a bizarre mystic realm portal he pointedly leaves alone for now. Leo builds only the recycling center behind the alchemy workshop, saving the portal for later and placing the new structure beside the warehouse. At the same time, the general store itself transforms into a much grander 2-story building, leaving the watching cultivators completely stunned. While everyone is distracted by the miracle, Leo slips away with a burst of speed and heads straight for the new recycling building behind the workshop. Inside the rusty shed, Leo finds only a bare recycling menu and no obvious answer for how the place is supposed to save him. With no better plan, Leo brute forces the solution and upgrades the recycling center all the way to level 7, putting every point into worker slots. 7 wooden recycling mannequins rise from the floor in yellow safety helmets and jackets, and Leo can only laugh at how seriously the place takes its worker gear. When Leo checks the assigned material function, the system finally explains that the workers can gather whatever he marks as trash and try to make new products from it. Before Leo can even figure out how to assign the mushrooms safely, the recycling workers suddenly turn in unison and march toward the infected workshop on their own. The elders watch the strange procession from afar, and Tiger Swordsman recognizes the workers as golems and guesses that Leo must be some rare kind of spirit summoner. As Han Ming chats with his old rival about summon styles, Leo quietly buys big transparent storage boxes and opens the workshop for the golems. Hua Jiashan immediately throws up a chi barrier around the area, and seconds later the leak spores slam into it hard enough to prove his fear was justified. Hua Jiashan burns the spores off his own barrier and warns everyone again that one careless breath would be fatal. Inside the workshop, the fight turns ugly as every mushroom Leo and the workers rip out grows right back and even tries to spread onto their bodies. The cleanup stalls into a miserable half-hour tug-of-war, with the mushrooms feeding on Leo's radiation and regrowing almost as fast as he strips them away. Then Cat finally leaves the granary, creeps across the upgraded store roof, and locks onto the mushroom boxes with hungry interest. Back in the workshop, Leo loses patience, rips away half the infestation in one pull, and crushes the mass into a giant writhing ball. The spores hit Leo's face and get into his mouth and nose, but his radiation kills them instantly, which only makes the situation feel more absurd than safer. Leo almost uses the new cleaning feature when the system marks the infected area, but he stops after learning it would dump everything into the recycling center with half the material lost. What really stops him is the thought that the recycling shed looks too open, so instead of risking a spore outbreak there, Leo chooses to upgrade the workshop itself. He pushes the second alchemy workshop to level 7, maxes pill quality, and for once breaks his usual rule by buying an alchemist automaton too. The workshop expands into a much sturdier 2-story interior, and a new wooden alchemist mannequin rises straight out of the floor. Leo points at the nightmare fungus and orders the new automaton to make pills out of it using whatever ingredients it needs. The alchemist mannequin answers by turning one arm into a giant cleaver and chopping Leo's mushroom ball into neat pieces. That simple cut changes everything, because the chopped mushrooms suddenly stop multiplying the moment the alchemist worker processes them. Realizing the breakthrough, Leo starts feeding the automaton more compressed mushroom masses, and the cleanup finally begins to move fast. Once the first box is packed with neutralized fungus, 2 recycling workers carry it out, and Leo follows close behind to make sure the next step does not unleash a new mess. The moment Leo emerges with the sealed box, Hua Jiashan sees the mushrooms up close again. His old fear surges back, and he faints on the spot. Feeling a little guilty, Leo tosses them a modern inhalant stick and shouts quick instructions without slowing down. Wu Bai takes Leo's wording painfully literally, and rams the inhalant straight into Hua Jiashan's nose, horrifying the entire sect for one awkward second. The ridiculous treatment works, and when Hua Jiashan wakes up calmer, and keeps breathing in the pleasant scent, the other elders start eyeing the little stick like a treasure. Then Kat drops from the store roof, plants herself in front of the workshop, and starts reaching inside with her roots before anyone understands what she is about to do. Hua Jiashan is already shaken by Kat's monstrous aura, but he completely breaks when she happily scoops up chopped mushroom pieces and eats them. The sect master immediately faints again, leaving his followers scrambling around him while Leo is already deeper in the recycling center checking the disposal process. At the recycling center, Leo watches the workers dump the infected mushrooms into a glowing blue pool and sees the fungus dissolve into harmless dust almost instantly. Instead of backing away from the suspicious blue liquid, Leo decides the fastest way to test it is to strip down and jump in himself. With the energy of a stunt idiot who somehow survives everything, Leo cannonballs into the pool like he is opening a bad reality show. The liquid turns out to feel more like a hot spring than acid, and Leo happily swims around while layers of grime wash out of his pores in rainbow swirls. Even swallowing the water does nothing to him, so Leo cheerfully decides the recycling center has accidentally given him a private swimming pool. While Leo splashes around, the recycling system quietly starts working in the background as drains pull away waste and a machine beside the pool powers on. A few seconds later, the machine spits out blue marble-like stones onto a moving belt, and the glittering orbs drop into a collection pool like freshly minted spirit stones. After a quick bath, Leo comes back to the workshop and immediately notices the wooden workers return without the zombie mushrooms. Since the mannequins cannot explain anything, Leo sends them to clear weeds in the backyard and hurries off to find out what happened himself. At the workshop entrance, Leo spots Hua Jiashan and the sect elders still tending to Hua Jiashan, which only makes the missing mushrooms feel stranger. The real culprit is Kat, happily stuffing the dangerous mushrooms into her mouth while the spores cling to her skin but somehow fail to infect her. Leo tries to explain that the mushrooms spread a zombie disease, and Kat goes from confused to horrified the moment she understands she has been eating them. Kat bursts into tears, but her chomper mouth keeps chewing anyway and rewards Leo with a foul lick to the face. Even after that gross inspection, Leo is relieved because there is still no sign that the zombie fungus can actually grow inside Kat. Inside the workshop, Leo finds most of the mushroom crop already gone, and only a few cut pieces left behind by the missing alchemy mannequin. When Leo looks up, he discovers a few mushrooms still clinging to the corners of the roof, barely surviving until his own radiation makes them surge toward him again. That confirms the problem for Leo, so he scrapes the last living patches into a container and stops the outbreak at the source. With the crisis contained, Leo decides the mushrooms can wait until he has a safer building and plans to dump them back into the recycling pool for now. Outside, Kat is still sobbing, so Leo calms her down by assuring her she is immune and not turning into any kind of zombie. The instant Kat believes him, she switches from crying to clingy and nearly swallows half of Leo in a slobbery thank you kiss before crawling back to the granary. Right after Kat leaves, the alchemy mannequin finally reappears from the granary carrying potatoes, as if it had quietly solved the missing ingredient problem on its own. The mannequin drops in 10 potato pieces and 1 sweet dream mushroom, and Leo casually spits fire essence into the furnace to start a new batch of hope and dream pills. The timer hits almost a full week, and Leo can only grimace at how long this one cauldron will stay occupied. Then the mannequin places both hands on the cauldron, and Leo learns a hidden rule. Workshop automatons can boost quality and quantity, and multiple helpers can even cut the refining time. When Leo turns back toward the elders, he finds the whole group staring at the self-working cauldron like they just witnessed forbidden sorcery. Hua Jiashan finally blurts out the real shock. Why would Leo let a golem refine pills when any normal alchemist would do it personally? Leo makes it worse by casually saying he is already handling 2 batches at once and might do 3 in the future. That answer is too much for Wu Bai, and the elder goes rigid and faints on his feet from pure alchemy shock. Leo tosses over fresh inhalant sticks, but Hua Jiashan greedily snatches the whole bundle first and looks suspiciously practiced at it. After the others revive Wu Bai, Leo gives up on explaining himself and quietly dumps the mushroom box into the recycling center like planned. An hour and another bath later, Leo returns to find the sect group still glued to the cauldron, staring through it with obsessive focus. Leo checks the timer, sees the process is done, and opens the lid without any ceremony at all. 30 hope and dream pills rise from the cauldron, and the batch quality is so absurd that the entire crowd is left speechless. Wu Bai takes the blow worst of all, drooling and half-broken as he wonders why he wasted 60 years on inferior methods. Hua Jiashan formally thanks Leo for opening their eyes, and Leo shamelessly accepts the praise like this whole miracle was his deliberate lesson. Hua Jiashan pushes further and asks Leo to teach the sect disciples, but Leo refuses to hand over the technique itself. Leo softens the blow by allowing the disciples to watch, which is enough to thrill Hua Jiashan and drag Wu Bai's shattered mind back for a moment. Once the demonstration ends, the deal is settled. The Life Sword sect will send free helpers. Hua Jiashan buys 100 inhalant sticks, and Tiger Swordsman arranges produce sellers for Leo. Everyone else leaves happy, but Wu Bai stays behind in front of the store, throwing himself at Leo's feet and begging to be accepted as a disciple. Leo refuses the disciple request, but Wu Bai instantly negotiates for something smaller and asks to at least watch him refine pills. Leo agrees as long as Wu Bai does not interfere, and that tiny permission sends the old alchemist into tearful worship all over again. Wu Bai pushes his luck one step farther by asking to bring sect disciples too, and Leo, too tired to care, tells him to do whatever he wants. As Wu Bai runs off to the workshop, Leo quietly accepts that the elder has basically made himself into a subordinate now. With that settled, Leo checks his remaining lifespan, remembers how much he has already burned on upgrades, and decides to build the most expensive structure first. He chooses the southwest corner of his domain, and the system clears the land automatically while sending part of the removed trees to the recycling center. Then the mystic realm portal rises from nothing, a concrete platform, a blue steel ring, for scorpion tail obelisks, and a pillar of blue light shooting into the sky. Leo inspects the portal and learns the basics. It is ready, currently leads to an unknown low plane, lasts 10 days when opened, and normally needs an 80 to 90 day cooldown. The catch is brutal because every portal upgrade costs 10,000 years, and Leo almost chokes on the price. Just as Leo starts planning around the cost, Wu Bai screams somewhere behind the store because his mind clearly cannot survive another impossible building. By night, Leo keeps spending anyway, pushing the first workshop, warehouse, granary, and 2 farm plots all the way to level 7. He also builds a third alchemy workshop beside the second one and tunes it for top pill quality, extra quantity, and 1 assisting automaton. After that, Leo adds another farm and sets all the farm upgrades the same way, favoring quality over output volume. 3 automaton farmers rise from the ground and immediately start sowing seeds from the granary, proving the whole farm system can now run by itself. Seeing the production side take shape, Leo turns to the next problem and starts building houses for the future workers he expects the sect to send. He places all 3 available small houses east of the store, only to find that the base version is a miserable straw shack. Leo tests the upgrade system on one house, and the shack instantly transforms into a clean concrete home. Inside, the space is far bigger than the exterior suggests, and Leo is genuinely thrilled to discover that the upgraded house comes with its own modern toilet. For one tempting minute, Leo considers moving in, but he reins himself in and decides to wait for an even better future house. That is when Wu Bai appears at the door looking half dead, pale and sweating, after apparently watching Leo build miracles all day. Wu Bai weakly demands an explanation for the impossible buildings and the mystic round portal, and Leo answers by flicking a healing grain pill into his mouth first. Once Wu Bai recovers a little, Leo sidesteps the real question by assigning him this house so he can stay and study here properly. Wu Bai looks around at the lights, cool air, and strange wall holes, and Leo quickly warns him not to stick his fingers into the outlets unless he wants lightning to kill him. Instead of being scared off, Wu Bai becomes even more excited because he can sense fire and lightning-like essence in the building and asks if he can cultivate here. Leo has no idea how to answer that, so he gives the old alchemist a flat warning not to get himself killed and leaves him alone. The moment Leo is gone, Wu Bai inspects the floor, the outlets, and the hidden power in the walls like he has discovered a mythical lightning training chamber. After nearly giving himself another stroke from excitement, Wu Bai decides to test it by sending his chi directly into the outlet. It goes exactly as badly as Leo warned. The current surges back through his chi, the breaker trips, and Wu Bai gets electrocuted in the dark. Leo kept expanding his little empire, and with just over 17,000 years of lifespan left, he stared at 2 new building options, a clothing store and a livestock shed. He hesitated for a moment because the next store upgrade alone cost 7,000 years, but greed won and Leo decided to build everything he could. He placed the clothing store west of the general store as the start of a shopping district, and a shabby wooden cabin rose from the ground. Inside the dark little shop, Leo found almost nothing except one creepy wooden mannequin standing alone and staring at him. The menu showed a clothing store built around weavers and research, and Leo realized it might work more like a tailoring factory than a normal shop. When he pressed research, the system explained that the weaver needed a clothing sample or pattern, and after that it could automatically gather materials and reproduce the design. Curious what it could really do, Leo pushed the clothing store all the way to level 7 and maxed the weaver skill, leaving only 1 point in store quality. The automaton changed with the upgrade too, turning into a female-made mannequin with cat ears, expressive brows, and an oddly polished figure. Leo snorted that her chest was fake, and to his surprise the maid mannequin looked genuinely offended and sulked in a corner. Realizing she actually had feelings, Leo awkwardly apologized and called her beautiful to calm her down. She answered by twisting her head around like a horror movie doll, which nearly threw Leo off even as he decided he kind of liked her weirdness. When Leo asked what she could do, the mannequin silently pointed him back to the research menu, making it clear he needed to feed her a design first. Leo remembered the dresses he had already sold before, bought one online again, and unpacked a fresh evening dress as a sample. The mannequin lit up, accepted the dress with obvious delight, and the system confirmed she had researched a common evening dress and would try to improve it. Then she showed him how the shop really worked by splitting her hands into dense nail-like tools and sucking in Leo's radiating aura like fuel. White silver thread started spilling from her wrists like a living 3D printer, and Leo realized the automaton could turn his strange energy directly into sewing material. Leo tried to leave her to work, but the mannequin quietly followed him outside and kept stealing his aura as if she needed a stronger source. Thinking she wanted more of his essence, Leo spat into a glass and offered it to her, but the mannequin recoiled in open disgust. She stabbed at Leo's arm instead, failed to pierce his skin, and after a bizarre back and forth he finally understood that what she wanted was his skin. Leo braced himself, grabbed a hangnail on his pinky, and started ripping with full force even though he knew it was going to hurt badly. The hangnail peeled into a long strip of skin from his hand up his forearm, and Leo nearly choked on the pain while mercury-like blood seeped out. He handed the glowing strip over, and his arm regenerated almost instantly, leaving him only angry and itchy from how much it hurt. The overjoyed mannequin fed Leo's skin into her arm mechanism, and her output jumped from pale thread to a faster flood of rainbow-infused material. Without even thanking him, she hurried back into the clothing store to work, and Leo could only mutter a dry "you're welcome" while scratching his still itchy forearm. That experiment drained Leo down to just over 10,000 years of lifespan, so he gave up on the livestock shed and chose to push the main store to level 8 instead. The upgrade transformed the humble store into a 2-story brick building, and inside Leo found a huge mall-like interior that completely dwarfed his old setup. He climbed upstairs and saw 20 partition rooms on each floor, which only made the empty space feel even more overwhelming. Instead of celebrating, Leo sat on the stairs and worried about agoraphobia, empty shelves, and the nightmare of future shoplifters in a place this big. That fear turned into a plan, and Leo started thinking about recruiting the Life Sword sect elders as permanent security. Looking out toward his mystic realm portal, he pushed the idea further and wondered if access to the gate could let him found something like a sect or a company of his own. With too much on his mind, Leo called it a day, and the next morning he stepped outside for his usual routine only to find Wu Bai kneeling in front of the store. Wu Bai urgently reported that the house had mysteriously lost its lightning and fire chi source, and Leo immediately suspected he had broken something again. Inside the house, Leo spotted the scorched electrical outlet at a glance and understood that Wu Bai had simply shorted the power. He flipped the breaker back on, and the lights and air conditioner came alive so easily that Wu Bai looked at him like a miracle worker. When Wu Bai begged to be taught how to restore the chi source, Leo finally exploded and screamed at him for sticking a finger in the outlet after being told not to. After the outburst, Leo lowered his voice and gave Wu Bai a simple rule: if the lever is down, flip it back up, and if that does not fix it, the damage is his fault. Leo left the chastened alchemist to his own work and went to inspect the workshops behind the store. There he found the warehouse mannequins doing far more than he expected, sprinting between workshops, granary, warehouse, and fields as a full logistics crew. The teamwork meant Leo no longer had to collect pills or feed ingredients by hand, and for a moment he was thrilled that the mannequins could handle the daily grind for him. But the automation had a flaw too. Because Leo never updated their orders, each workshop kept making the same products endlessly. The worst problem was the rejuvenate tea, because the mannequins started pouring it into any container they could find and turned the whole area into a wasteful mess. Leo bought proper barrels and finally gave the third workshop a clear order to use only those for tea from now on. Then he spent hours cleaning up the damage himself, dumping ruined liquids and sorting spirit stones and essence stones out of the contaminated containers one by one. By late noon he was starving, so he went back into the giant store for food and still flinched at the warped sense of distance inside. He reached the center, grabbed golden sand bananas, and ate while staring at all the empty room around him and imagining how nice it would be to rent the side shops out. Right as he was thinking about tenants and allies, Tiger Swordsman returned with Magpie City representatives and local merchants to finalize a trade deal. The moment they looked inside, Tiger Swordsman and the merchants were stunned by the impossible size of the interior and had to check the building again from outside. Too lazy to walk over, Leo just waved them in from where he was, and the whole group nervously entered the strange oversized shop. Leo offered his usual rough wooden seats, and the visitors sat down tense and polite, while he casually kept chewing on a rare banana right in front of them. He apologized for not serving tea because one worker had ruined several gallons, then casually ate the banana peel too, which only made the crowd more unsure what kind of man they were dealing with. Tiger Swordsman finally got to business and explained that the merchants agreed to supply fruit and vegetables, but they wanted an advance payment as insurance on the long-term deal. The merchants carefully asked for 1 spirit stone per firm each month, 5 in total, and promised regular weekly deliveries once the payment was made. Leo asked how much produce that would buy, and the city men and merchants listed their offers in stones of goods until he judged the price acceptable. Since spirit stones were easy for him to get, Leo agreed on the spot and simply asked where to sign. The merchants hurriedly prepared brush, ink, and contracts, and when they asked for a seal stamp, Leo could only say he would write his name himself. As Leo picked up the brush, he looked calm on the outside but internally panicked because writing his name in Chinese still did not come naturally to him. His hand betrayed him, and instead of a proper signature, Leo smoothly drew a smiling alligator head in the contract's signature space. Then he wrote his Taoist title underneath, and the whole room could only stare and slowly sounded out as Fulualita before Leo buried his face in his hand and corrected them. It's Florida. Once the merchants and city officials leave satisfied, Leo keeps Tiger Swordsman behind because he has a bigger plan in mind. Leo bluntly asks how someone starts a new sect here, and Tiger Swordsman is stunned that he is serious. Tiger Swordsman explains that a sect needs a real cultivation base first, usually land with a usable chi source for disciples and elders. While listening, Leo checks his shop options and realizes the new buildings look modern, expensive, and mostly useless for normal sect needs. Then Leo remembers Wu Bai sensed fire and lightning chi in the houses, and that gives him a testable idea. Leo invites Tiger Swordsman to inspect one of the modern houses for himself. Inside the sealed house, Tiger Swordsman is immediately baffled by the strange architecture and the lack of open windows. When Leo calls it just a house, Tiger Swordsman blurts out that this place feels far too precious for ordinary people to live in. Tiger Swordsman says the house is packed with intense fire chi and even a lightning-like chi that feels as dangerous as heavenly tribulation. Leo pushes the idea further and asks whether disciples could cultivate that chi from outside the building. After testing the area outside, Tiger Swordsman shakes his head and says the chi cannot be used from beyond the walls. Even with that limit, Leo sees a possible answer for his future sect, but now he needs a lot more lifespan to build it. So Leo switches from planning to baiting the market, sends Tiger Swordsman to wait, and comes back with a leather bag stuffed with essence stones. Tiger Swordsman is stunned when Leo hands him the bag and asks him to report to the Imperial Court that he is hoarding essence stones and can get more. Leo explains he wants the Empire's attention on purpose, because powerful visitors mean new customers and commissions for Tiger Swordsman too. Tiger Swordsman warns that the Imperial Court's people might come to extort taxes, but Leo only smiles harder and says that would be even better. With no good answer for that madness, Tiger Swordsman leaves carrying the stones to spread Leo's message and news of his plan to found a new sect. Left alone again, Leo starts plotting how to turn his store into rentable booths and charge future workers and elders in lifespan. A day later in Phoenix City, Ouyang Feng and Qing Yuanji finally stagger back from Leo's territory in miserable shape. The Ouyang clansmen are horrified, because Ouyang Feng still cannot even stand after Leo's sound attack and collapses the moment help arrives. Qing Yuanji lasts only a moment longer before his own injuries and fever drop him cold to the ground. Half a day later, Qing Yuanji wakes in an Ouyang room with a heavy head and Ouyang waiting beside the bed. Ouyang gently steadies him with medicinal tea and asks the one question he really cares about: who ruined his grandson? Qing Yuanji tells him everything about Leo, from the pill-making and green lightning tribulation to crushing Situluan's side and their own defeat. Ouyang decides they clearly ran into Ouyang Long's killer and scoffs that Leo is probably an upstart rogue quasi-immortal fresh out of seclusion. He also points out that since Leo killed Situluan, the Situ clan and likely the Imperial Court will hear about him soon through the Fatui cult's ties to the Third Prince. Then Ouyang shifts to the part that interests him most and asks whether Qing Yuanji saw other Situ clan people nearby. Qing Yuanji remembers spotting Situ clan people hiding in the forest and around Magpie City, which confirms to Ouyang that more forces were involved than appeared. Before leaving, Ouyang coldly scolds Qing Yuanji for attacking someone stronger, because even a wounded tiger is still a tiger. After Ouyang leaves, Qing Yuanji keeps sipping the herbal tea, but it feels unnaturally mellow and his thoughts start slipping away. A few breaths later, Qing Yuanji falls asleep forever, the poison in Ouyang's tea finishing him in silence. Outside the room, Ouyang sneers that the fool almost got Ouyang Feng killed and orders the corpse cleaned up without a trace. Elsewhere, surviving Situ clan witnesses also report back, and news of Leo's strength starts rippling through the major powers. In his residence, Situ Nantian meditates to remote intelligence and keeps hearing one irritating mystery over and over: Florida. When more reports arrive about an essence stone being traded for a high-grade flying sword, Situ Nantian finally opens his eyes in shock. He wants to go after Leo at once, but the coming Mystic Realm expedition ties his hands, so he decides to visit after it ends. Back in Magpie City, Leo's arrival has changed Life Sword Sect, and with rare pills and essence resources in hand, disciples and elders are all cultivating like mad. That frenzy leaves the city thinly guarded, which opens the door for outside spies to flood in unnoticed. In one alley, 3 factory cult agents pay a merchant for local gossip and learn that Leo has been openly commissioning huge amounts of fruits and vegetables. The spies talk it through and decide that if Florida Man is really a quasi-immortal alchemist, gathering ordinary produce could make sense as raw material. By nightfall they vanish into the shadows with the report, but the rumor is already spreading through farmers, merchants, and travelers. Spies also catch a more explosive trail when a Life Sword sect elder sneaks into the slum black market and trades an essence stone for a high-grade flying sword. That sale detonates through the underworld and the sect world alike, because the flying sword is worth a fortune and the essence stone's source is unknown. Within a day, the rumor reaches the Yen Empire, where even the throne can no longer ignore Life Sword sect and Florida Man. At Cauliflower City Palace, Emperor Yen Xiang reads the collected reports in a golden throne room packed with powerful officials from every major faction. After hours of silence, the emperor finally looks up and asks a question that freezes the whole court: what is Florida? A Situ clansman steps forward and carefully explains that Florida seems to be a new Dao tied to a rogue cultivator called Florida Man near Magpie City. When Yen Xiang asks for the Life Sword sect representative, nobody can answer, and the silence instantly turns dangerous. The emperor realizes the small sect has been shut out of imperial communication for centuries, and his mood turns ice cold. He openly calls out the court for shutting small sects out of aid and communication, making the Jianghu alliance and neighboring powers break into sweat. When nobody answers, Yen Xiang unleashes his quasi-immortal pressure, and the entire hall slams down to the floor coughing blood. Only Chancellor Tang stays composed enough to answer, quietly pointing out that Life Sword sect was likely suppressed by the Factory cult and Death Sword sect for 500 years. That answer sets Yen Xiang off, and he hurls his teacup at the Factory's side before roaring that equality between sects was the Empire's founding rule. To force an answer, he seizes a Factory elder and a Death Sword elder with invisible power and lifts them choking into the air. At that point the third prince Yen Zhu finally stands up and admits the order came from him. Yen Zhu argues that weak little sects should not count as official organizations unless they can at least produce a soul transformation cultivator. Yen Xiang sees straight through that excuse and snaps back that Yen Zhu just wanted the big sects to monopolize imperial essence stones. To buy room, Yen Zhu shifts the argument and says Life Sword sect may be illegally dealing in essence stones from some hidden new source. He ties that claim directly back to Florida Man, insisting the answer to Florida may also be the answer to the new essence stones. Then Yen Zhu volunteers to lead the Factory cult and his own army to Magpie City, clearly angling to handle the problem himself under the name of investigation. Yen Xiang refuses to let his son turn this into a purge, so he orders Chancellor Tang and the Pill Union to go along and investigate everyone thoroughly. The chapter closes on Yen Xiang giving Chancellor Tang full authority to punish absolutely anyone, even imperial blood, and Tang accepts with a pleasant smile that only makes Yen Zhu look grimmer. With his workers handling other jobs, Leo spends the day outside clearing terrain and mutating the nearby plants around his domain. While he works, Leo spots a huge group of watchers hiding 200 meters away in the trees and decides to act like he never saw them. He drags the last iron pine tree to the empty lot near the junkyard and strips bark and branches from the log as the stalkers creep closer. The spies still refuse to attack or speak, and their silent hovering starts to get on Leo's nerves. After finishing his 10th log, Leo leaves the resource hauling to the mannequins and heads for the southwest edge of his land with a new plan. Leo steps across the Mystic Realm portal platform, reaches the boundary for the first time, and the hidden observers scatter the moment he comes too close. Outside the boundary, Leo finds a blue forest tainted by iron pine aura, and every plant he touches instantly blackens and turns into an iron pine tree. Once he understands the trick, Leo starts ripping the transformed trees out and hurling them back over the portal platform like a man throwing footballs. The lurkers back away and keep watching, so Leo calmly keeps clearing every tree he can reach and ignores the smaller bushes that waste time. An hour later, he has already torn out 200 iron pine trees and cleared a huge patch of land. The exposed ground ruins the spies' hiding spots, and Leo makes it worse by bringing out 3 warehouse mannequins to strip away bushes and immortal grass too. The stalkers realize what he is doing and are forced to keep relocating as the safe cover around his domain disappears. By sunset, Leo has gone full beast mode and uprooted his 2000th tree, with logs piled all over the domain and the workshop mannequins still processing nonstop. To admire his work, Leo jumps 500 meters into the sky and laughs at the giant bald ring he has carved around the domain. Even that is not enough for him yet, because Leo wants a fully cleared border where nobody can sneak close to his land again. Satisfied for one day, Leo heads back inside, throws himself onto the bed, and falls asleep. At midnight, a wooden mannequin quietly enters Leo's room and leans over his sleeping face, red lenses glowing in the dark. When staring does nothing, the mannequin pokes Leo's mouth, but he just keeps snoring through it. It comes back with Cat's bucket of mutated water and starts dripping it into Leo's sleeping mouth one drop at a time. The mannequin keeps that up all night, turning Leo's sleep into a deeply weird forced hydration session. When Leo wakes up, his mouth feels weirdly moist and bitter, and the taste instantly reminds him of cat. He opens his eyes and finds an unnamed workshop mannequin still hovering 2 centimeters from his face like a horror prop. Leo pushes the mannequin away and asks if it ran out of containers, and it nods like all this was perfectly normal. Then Leo notices Cat's empty water bucket on the floor and finally pieces together why his mouth tastes so awful. He decides the mannequin was not the problem at all and blames Cat for pulling a nasty prank on him. Right on cue, Cat starts pounding on the front door and screaming for her missing bucket back. Leo just snickers, grabs the bucket and his toothbrush gear, and starts another slow, peaceful morning. At noon, Manhwa arrives on foot from Magpie City with 19 outer disciples ready to become Leo's new helpers. The disciples are stunned by the devastation, because the sacred sword Saint Boulder now sits in plain view as part of Leo's newly exposed territory. On the way in, Manhwa spots Wu Bai busy concocting pills outside his house and quietly tells the disciples not to disturb him. Gao Yan came hoping to greet his master, but the sight of all these buildings, farms, and working mannequins leaves him too shocked to even start. The newcomers watch the domain in disbelief as farmer bots harvest giant potatoes and a yellow jacket mannequin calmly cleans up branches and iron pine leaves. When a disciple peeks down the alley and spots the alchemy workshops, everyone instantly realizes Gao Yan has landed in a dream training ground. Manhwa shuts the chatter down, but even he is unsettled after sensing many hidden observers still watching the place from the distant forest. As soon as Manhwa knocks and calls for Leo, Cat pops out from the granary and marches over to demand her usual nom-nom tax. Manhwa laughs, tosses Cat a dead horse from his spatial ring, and the monster happily catches her payment before hauling it back to the granary. The disciples are horrified to learn that this thing is Leo's pet, and Manhwa bluntly warns them to obey if they do not want to get eaten. A few minutes later, Leo finally comes out brushing his teeth for the 8th time that day and casually greets the whole group. Leo spots Gao Yan, asks if he is doing better, and Gao Yan awkwardly admits his master keeps vanishing on him. Leo points out that Wu Bai has been busy working here, just as the old alchemist finishes a batch of 15 high-grade Yang Flame Dawn and starts cursing his own flaws. The moment Wu Bai notices Gao Yan, he grabs his disciple and drags him off to study under the Grandmaster Golem alchemists. Leo and Manhwa watch that chaos in mutual silence, then move on to the real handover about the new workers. Leo confirms the disciples are free labor from the sect, and Manhwa asks only that he house them and maybe reward them with a few pills if he feels generous. Leo casually says feeding them is easy because he has enough element grain pills and rejuvenate tea for 1,000 years, which leaves Manhwa openly jealous. Manhwa immediately begs for a few bottles of tea as payment for his trouble, and Leo actually goes to get them. When Leo returns with 4 cold bottles, Manhwa is shocked to realize the rejuvenate tea is pinnacle grade. Leo proudly calls it the pinnacle of all tea, while an unnamed workshop mannequin in the background silently looks offended because it actually made the stuff. After that, Leo guides Manhwa and the disciples inside and grandly introduces the store like some impossible fantasy mansion. Inside, the crowd is stunned by the giant space and second floor, but Manhwa is even more baffled that almost the whole building is still empty. Leo immediately explains the emptiness. The 19 blank rooms are now temporary housing for the 19 disciples. He gives them only 100 breaths to pick a room and dump their belongings, and the disciples explode into a frantic scramble. Their muddy sandals and cloth shoes immediately dirty Leo's clean white floor, and his face darkens the second he notices. Manhwa sees that bright fake smile forming on Leo's face, realizes free labor is about to be abused, and quickly excuses himself. Leo lets him go with a warning about all the eyes around the domain, and Manhwa heads back knowing that part is absolutely true. Once the disciples gather again, Leo checks their floating lifespan values and quietly notes that even these secus do not match Yao Chi-Chi's raw potential. He lays out the basic rule of his business: everyone has a lifespan, he can make them see it, and lifespan itself can be spent like money here. The disciples get so fascinated by their numbers that they start mocking each other over who has less time left, and Leo has to shut the noise down. Leo's first official order is brutally simple: mop the filthy floor and never walk into his store with shoes on again. He shows them the public toilet and utility faucet by his bedroom, and the disciples nearly lose their minds when clean water pours out with no visible chi. Leo is done entertaining the culture shock, so he orders them to wash up, take off their shoes, and start cleaning right now. 2 hours later, with both floors finally clean, Leo gathers the disciples again to explain what their real daily work will be. He takes them upstairs to the window and points out the farmlands, where the mannequins are still awkwardly harvesting absurdly huge potatoes. The disciples are amazed those things are really potatoes, and Leo dryly confirms this kind of harvesting will now be part of their routine. Leo hands out oversized orange rubber boots and marches the disciples straight out toward the fields. Once the disciples join in, the harvest speeds up fast, and together they clear all 3 potato farms into the granary. With the potato fields emptied, Leo immediately reassigns the farms so one keeps growing potatoes while the other 2 switch to tomatoes and chilies. As soon as the seeds hit the soil, matching 24-hour growth timers appear, and Leo is honestly relieved nothing new will overflow his nearly full granary today. After the fieldwork, Liu gives the disciples some free time inside the domain, but he warns them not to wander beyond the boundary because the Watchers are still out there. The second Liu releases them, the disciples cheer and race for the alchemy workshops like kids who just found treasure. Watching from the forest, Ouyang clan spies decide these new disciples look like perfect hostages to use against Liu. Factory cult lurkers reach the same conclusion and send word that Liu's disciples and Gao Yan could be taken for leverage. The Situ clan takes the opposite path, as their agents relay Situ Nanshan's order not to touch the disciples and to wait for a better way in. That caution wins out, and the Situ agents pull back from the area while the other factions stay fixated on kidnapping plans. Then a new force reaches the Sword Saint Forest, because Imperial Court agents arrive with heavyweight backing that dwarfs the local spies. At the head of the Imperial group, Chancellor Tang stands out as the quasi-immortal leading the investigation into Liu's essence stones. Unlike the lurking factions, Chancellor Tang simply steps out of the shade and walks straight into Liu's domain with the Imperial party behind him. Liu notices the fancy newcomers from the south, spots one unusual rainbow aura among them, and greets the whole approach with amused curiosity. The old man at the front reminds Liu of his uncle from Ohio, so he waits for the group with a weirdly friendly smile instead of any caution. When the Imperial group stops in front of him, Chancellor Tang raises a golden scroll and formally orders Liu to accept the Emperor's decree. Liu just stands there confused, because he has no idea he is supposed to kneel before the decree as if the Emperor himself were present. That accidental insult enrages the entourage, and Imperial officials behind Tang draw swords and scream for the peasant to kneel. Instead of backing down, Liu breaks into a pleased smile and welcomes the fresh conflict like he just found today's entertainment. When Liu refuses to kneel for the Imperial decree, Tang Xian and Yi Tianxia immediately read it as open defiance. Yi Tianxia coldly warns Liu to show respect or be treated as a rebel, and Liu almost happily dares them to try arresting him. Yi Tianxia wants blood, but one glance from Tang Xian tells him not to start a fight with someone this mysterious. Tang Xian keeps reading and announces the ugly law first: unauthorized essence stones belong to the Empire, and refusal can doom a whole family line. Liu mocks the Empire's law so openly that the officials behind Tang Xian start circulating qi and itching for a fight. Then Tang Xian drops the real twist. Because Life Sword sect never joined the annual court meetings, the Emperor is offering Liu and the sect a special permit instead of punishment. Tang Xian goes further and reads a one-year monopoly exception, saying Liu and Life Sword sect can keep and control the new essence stone source for now. Yi Tianxia snaps, grabs the scroll, and realizes the decree really does protect Liu instead of authorizing a kill and seize operation. Tang Xian shuts Yi Tianxia's protest down with one icy question, and the younger official is forced to back off. Liu is the one left disappointed now, because the visitors came to negotiate instead of giving him an excuse to strike back. He still refuses the court's invitation and makes it plain that neither his essence stones nor the sect's stones are going anywhere. Tang Xian answers smoothly that the Emperor is not trying to force him, and even hints that he personally has the pull to change laws if Liu wants. With the old chancellor refusing to become the villain, Liu shifts tactics and studies the split between the friendly elder and the furious men behind him. Liu suddenly pops lifespan status windows in front of the visitors, exposing Tang Xian's age and the years everyone has left. The whole group is shaken, but Tang Xian only smiles and admits this ability would have changed a lot 1,000 years ago. Liu uses the moment to finally introduce himself properly as Florida Man, a merchant who trades rare goods for lifespan. Tang Xian immediately returns the courtesy and promises the Imperial Court is not Liu's enemy, which only frustrates Liu more. Still trying to tempt someone into a bad move, Liu pulls out a fresh essence stone and openly offers it for 10 years of lifespan. The price shocks them, but the fresh quality of the stone shocks them even more because it looks untouched by repeated extraction. Yi Tianxia secretly warns his men not to buy, fearing Liu could later use their own illegal purchase against them. Tang Xian skips the bait and calmly asks the real question: where did Liu get a new source of essence stones? When Liu stays vague, Tang Xian presses harder and guesses the truth outright. Liu may have learned how to convert spirit stones into essence stones. Liu gives nothing away, so Tang Xian smoothly backs off and asks to see what else the store sells. Liu leads Tang Xian inside, but the rest of the delegation hangs back outside still looking for trouble. Outside, the idle agents notice disciples in the alley showing off thorn vines from the junkyard, and greedy eyes immediately lock onto them. The men quickly recognize the vines as valuable treasure-grade material, the kind clans would pay a fortune for. Yi Tianxia marches over flashing imperial authority and declares the disciples under arrest for carrying contraband. The disciples are too stunned to understand, and that hesitation is all the agents need. The imperial men kick the kids aside and rip the thorn vines out of their hands, stealing the lot on the spot. Wu Bai hears the commotion from the workshop, rushes over, and finds grown men robbing children in broad daylight. Even outnumbered, Wu Bai plants himself in front of the disciples and throws out his cauldron, demanding the stolen weapons back. The agents mock him and openly threaten to kill him in self-defense, and sell the children as slaves afterward. Wu Bai catches Cat eavesdropping from the granary, and in one savage decision he turns the whole mess into feeding time. The moment Wu Bai gives the order, Cat explodes out of the granary and bites one man clean in half. As Cat chews, she absorbs the victim's lifespan and turns toward the rest of the group with vicious delight. Wu Bai jumps onto Cat's head like a reckless commander and tells her to keep eating. The surviving cultivators finally stop laughing and realize the plant in front of them is a fourth-stage monster built to kill them. They scramble to arm themselves with artifacts, and Wu Bai instantly notices the flying dishes meant to counter fire. The agents reveal the dishes are not for Cat at all but for Wu Bai, and 5 of them fire blue water beams straight at the alchemist. Cat leaps in front of him, swallows the attack whole, and turns the water chi into actual water that only feeds her more. The attackers can only stare, because they just helped a plant monster instead of hurting it. Yi Tianxia orders them to switch to fire, but his own men hesitate because using fire against an alchemist is usually a terrible idea. Fed up with their panic, Yi Tianxia steps forward himself and threatens Wu Bai and Cat with a quick death if they kneel now. Wu Bai answers with a sneer and calls up his Dao avatar, turning his cauldron into a burning hand wrapped in green wood flame. Cat flinches at the sight of fire, and Wu Bai quickly reassures her that his green flame will strengthen plants instead of burning them. With that fear gone, Cat merges with her Dao avatar and lets the rainbow-tainted power she collected from Leo surge through her body. Wu Bai pours his green flame into Cat, and the borrowed boost pushes her into her real trump card. Cat erupts into a towering new form, with a little girl torso on top, a far larger plant body below, and a new eye opening above her mouth. Her hidden strength is finally exposed as 6th stage, making the whole alley feel like a massacre waiting to happen. Wu Bai is impressed, but the praise goes to Leo for recognizing Cat's potential and feeding it so well. The moment Cat realizes Wu Bai was complimenting Leo instead of her, she pouts in offended silence even in giant form. Below them, the Imperial group breaks completely as everyone realizes they misjudged the monster by 2 whole realms. Yi Tianxia makes it worse by shoving his own men forward and screaming for someone to fetch Chancellor Tang. 2 subordinates sprint for the store, desperate for help, but the entrance refuses to open. An invisible barrier stops their fists a hair short of the door and windows, trapping Tang Xian and Leo inside on purpose. Inside the store, Leo had locked Tang Xian in with him from the start because he had no intention of letting 200 dirty boots into his clean mall. Tang Xian recognizes the spatial distortion immediately and calmly compares Leo's store to the palace treasury. Then the old chancellor stops at the grain pills, spots poison element stock, and gets genuinely excited to find another poison cultivator's work. Leo answers honestly that the pills are only about 2 weeks old, and Tang Xian treats that like fine news instead of a flaw. Tang Xian keeps shopping, adds immortal grass to his picks, and asks what the immortal grass costs. When Leo quotes both the lifespan price and the spirit stone equivalent, Tang Xian instantly realizes Leo values 1 year of lifespan at only 10,000 spirit stones. A second later, Tang Xian shocks Leo by deciding to buy every blade of immortal grass in the showcase at once. He even counts the total himself, naming all 520 blades and the full price of 260 million spirit stones without blinking. Leo hesitates at the sheer amount, but Tang Xian brushes it off as a rich alchemist spending money where it matters. To prove his goodwill is real, Tang Xian flicks over a spatial ring full of spirit stones and frames the whole purchase as the price of friendship. Tang Xian openly says quasi-immortals are too rare to waste on pointless grudges, and Leo has to admit the old man is frighteningly sensible. The old chancellor's smile leaves Leo with a bad feeling, because Tang Xian clearly understands far more than he should. Then the banging finally cuts into their conversation as the trapped men outside start yelling for Chancellor Tang to save them. Before anything explodes, Tang Xian is already on edge, because the moment he enters Leo's property he sees a faint square boundary, and recognizes it as a true domain only immortals should control. That sight rattles him, because he knows domains can impose absurd laws or kill intruders outright, just like the deadly poison domain used by his own clan sect. Tang Xian has benefited from a smaller domain before, but Leo's version feels vastly bigger and more terrifying, which leaves the Chancellor awed and genuinely afraid of its owner. When he meets Leo, the fear gets worse, because Tang Xian cannot read Leo's chi or Dao avatar at all, and every instinct in his body screams not to touch him. By now Tang Xian has convinced himself Leo might be a celestial-level expert suppressing his strength, so he is determined to stay polite and buy goodwill with money if he has to. Then the worst possible interruption hits when loud pounding comes from outside and Yi Tianxia's men shout for the Chancellor to save them. Tang Xian curses Yi Tianxia in his head, suddenly realizing his idiot allies attacked inside an immortal's domain without even knowing what they stepped into. He tries to go handle it, only to get stalled by the locked modern door and awkwardly ask Leo for help. Instead of answering right away, Leo freezes with a wicked little smile, because a domain alert has just told him Cat is under attack and offered him a punishment option. Leo is delighted at the free lifespan on offer, but one look at the minimap annoys him, because only a few attackers are marked red instead of the whole mob. He grumbles that they attacked in waves instead of all at once, then decides he still cannot let Cat or Wu Bai die just to farm more lifespan. So Leo gives the order anyway and coldly chooses to take the attacker's lifespan as compensation. A few red dots vanish at once, Leo pockets the gain, and then he smiles at Tang Xian like nothing happened. Leo suggests they step outside to see the commotion, and Tang Xian silently gives way, already dreading what they will find. Outside, both men look up and see Cat in a towering monster form casting a huge shadow over the yard. Leo is baffled by Cat's bizarre new look, but after a quick scan he sees no obvious sickness beyond the blackened roots and vines. Tang Xian notices Cat's shocking cultivation level and asks what happened, but Leo immediately throws the question back toward the men who started the trouble. The moment Tang Xian turns on Yi Tianxia, his fake smile disappears and the Chancellor demands to know what this fool has done. Yi Tianxia's panicked report makes the danger plain, as he grabs Tang Xian and babbles that Cat ate one man and 5 others mysteriously withered into ash. That report confirms Tang Xian's fear, because now he knows Leo has already used domain power to kill men without lifting a hand. While Tang Xian fights to steady himself, Leo quietly backs away into the farmland, keeping distance from the rainbow aura monster on pure survival instinct. Then Cat goes wild and slams a giant thorn vine down between Wu Bai and the store, blasting open the alley with one brutal strike. The nascent soul cultivators scramble away and unleash everything they have, filling the air with beams, sword chi, spears, daggers, and bullets that hammer into Cat's giant body. 5 attackers even merge with their Dao avatars into towering giants and rush her in close combat, desperate to overwhelm her by force. Cat answers by shooting out a frog-like tongue, snatching one giant clean out of the air and chewing him alive. The other giants land solid punches, but they barely dent Cat at all, which instantly reveals how lopsided this fight really is. With one sweep of her thorn whips, Cat smashes all 4 giants across the field and leaves deep gashes in their stomachs. After those brutal exchanges, the gap is obvious, and Yi Tianxia panics badly enough to beg Tang Xian for help again. Tang Xian refuses to rescue him and coldly says this disaster is self-inflicted, because Yi Tianxia tried to exploit a pet he thought was only 4th stage. Yi Tianxia protests that his spies said Cat was weak, but Tang Xian only calls him a fool and sees that the trap this has become. Tang Xian thinks about killing Yi Tianxia himself, but the political danger of the life brand on him forces the Chancellor to hold back. Before he can decide anything else, Tang Xian notices Leo in the fields casually helping a mannequin pull up a giant potato and eating it raw like the massacre is just background noise. Leo checks the result he wanted from Cat's endurance, raises his hand, and gives one quiet command that will haunt Tang Xian forever, to cinder. The instant Leo snaps, Tang Xian feels the entire domain bear down on everyone and realizes the real slaughter is only starting now. One after another, Yi Tianxia's men puff into ash, and Tang Xian watches their life force tear free and flow straight into Leo. That finally lets Tang Xian solve the mystery. Leo's domain is built around lifespan, and the whole strange store runs on the power to harvest life from the dead and manipulate years directly. Tang Xian immediately decides the Empire cannot afford to provoke Leo, and he even starts planning to turn Yan Zhu into bait for a future suicidal attack instead. The next time Leo goes still, Tang Xian seizes the opening and flees the domain in a single burst, escaping 10 kilometers away before daring to breathe. Outside the domain, his hands are still shaking with sweat, and after hours to calm down he abandons Yan Zhu's side completely and heads back to the capital alone. Back at the property, Leo happily watches the rest of the intruders turn to ash and smiles wider as his lifespan total keeps climbing in real time. From the top of Cat's giant head, Wu Bai watches the carnage in blank approval and decides only idiots would ever try to fight Leo head-on. He gets cheeky enough to pat Cat's human-like head and tease her about the fight, but Cat is not in the mood for that at all. Cat snaps at him, argues that the attacks were not proper food, and swats him right off her head with a vine. As soon as she is done, Cat shrinks back to her usual smaller state. Her cultivation falls to 4th stage again, and she wanders off to the granary like the tantrum is over. Wu Bai crashes down safely only because the domain flashes a thin blue barrier in front of him, quietly softening the fall. After brushing himself off, Wu Bai checks on the disciples and relaxes when he sees them all clustered safely near the warehouse with Gao Yan. Then Wu Bai realizes only one enemy is still left on the property, because Tang Xian has already vanished and Yi Tianxia alone remains somewhere in the aftermath. Yi Tianxia is left stunned by the mass deaths and burns with resentment when Tang Xian abandons him and escapes. From hiding, Yi Tianxia spots Leo calmly poking at an invisible interface in the farmland and realizes provoking him now would be suicide. Then Wu Bai lands nearby and the 2 men lock eyes, turning the moment into a silent, ugly standoff. Yi Tianxia swallows the humiliation, vows revenge in his heart, and decides escaping alive matters more than pride. Yi Tianxia finally flees east around the domain, notices hidden watchers in the forest mocking him, and heads for Magpie City to rejoin Yan Zhu. Once the intruders are gone, Leo calmly starts looting the field, because rings, weapons, armor, and artifacts are scattered everywhere the dead vanished. The warehouse mannequins know the routine by now, so they come out of hiding and start sweeping up the leftover treasure with eerie efficiency. With the danger over, Gao Yan and the disciples creep out too, still half expecting another clash between experts to start. As they walk, the disciples realize the dead left behind real treasures, and one of them spots a glowing dish lying among the clothes. The first disciple who grabs it gets blasted backward by residual power, and the domain wall quietly saves him from a much nastier impact. Gao Yan tests it next, endures the sting better than the others, and figures out the dish is a water aspect artifact. That discovery sends everyone into treasure hunt mode, and more strange items start turning up across the junkyard and rooftops. The problem is that the disciples cannot actually claim most of the treasures, because the artifacts still reject weak new owners with dangerous counterattacks. The mannequins ignore that rule completely, pick up every dangerous item without care, and haul the whole pile back to the warehouse. Within minutes they dump around 100 captured artifacts into a trash bin inside the warehouse, while the disciples trail behind hoping something usable gets left over. But the easy loot draws other predators too, and hidden vultures in the forest start creeping closer, planning to raid the warehouse at night. Wu Bai senses their killing intent at once, looks toward the forest, and grimly realizes he probably will not get to make pills tonight after all. Wu Bai feels the killing intent around the store and hurries straight to Leo for orders before the hidden enemies can move. Wu Bai warns that the lurkers will likely attack tonight, and offers to hunt them down first. Leo barely looks worried at all and tells Wu Bai to let them come. When Wu Bai doubts that the young disciples can survive a raid, Leo lays down one rule: nobody goes outside after sunset, and he will handle the attackers himself. Wu Bai does not like the plan, but he obeys and gathers the disciples before sundown. He passes on Leo's warning and tells them this is not the Life Sword sect, so nobody is allowed to wander outside at night. The warning only makes the younger disciples more curious, and Wu Bai instantly sees that they are tempted to sneak out later. So Wu Bai drops the soft tone and bluntly tells them that Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators are already waiting in the forest to raid the place tonight. That finally works, and even Gao Yan breaks into a cold sweat as the whole group realizes the danger is real. Wu Bai drives the lesson home, reminding them that 200 Nascent Soul cultivators already attacked today, so tonight's lurkers will target Leo's weakness instead of fighting him head-on. When the disciples ask what Leo's weakness is, Wu Bai points straight at them and gives the brutal answer. He presses harder, telling the brats they still have not learned how cruel this world is, even after being robbed and nearly killed before. The disciples grumble about the stolen thorn whips, and Wu Bai shuts that down too, reminding them those treasures belong to Leo, not to them. Then he eases up just enough to promise they can earn artifacts later, if they focus on getting strong first. Motivated at last, the disciples head into the store building to rest and settle into their new quarters before night falls. Only after every disciple is inside does Wu Bai finally retreat to his own house and wait in uneasy seclusion for the night raid. Meanwhile, Leo stands on the Mystic Realm platform grinning at his huge lifespan total after harvesting so much from strong cultivators. He happily opens the domain menu and starts eyeing new structures for his next expansion. Domain expansion catches Leo's eye, because even with lots of territory, too much of his current land is unusable stream and river space. But when he checks the preview, the system reveals a bigger regional map and shows that several neighboring directions are blocked off in red. The larger map lays out Leo's hostile neighborhood too, including Magpie City, the Life Sword sect, the Death Sword sect, and Frozen Fire City of the Factory cult. Seeing how little ground he can actually claim, Leo calls the system cheap. He tries expanding south anyway, only to learn the system makes him unlock each attached block one by one for 10,000 years of lifespan apiece. That price kills his interest on the spot, so Leo cancels the purchase and decides to save his lifespan for more useful facilities. Then the system drops a crucial hint: Mystic Realm exploration can reward domain expansion tickets that unlock land without spending lifespan. Leo instantly realizes the portal could be his shortcut to free expansion and stares at it like he has found treasure. The idea reminds Leo of old mobile games handing out free tickets, and he bitterly complains that the system only started giving useful tips after 50,000 years. When the system stays silent, Leo gives up on the argument and looks back at the portal with a more practical mindset. He decides the portal has to be upgraded, no matter how expensive it is. The portal ring hums in answer, and Leo spends 70,000 years of lifespan in one shot to raise it to level 8. The whole platform rips free, swells in size, and rises into the sky as a massive flying island above the store. As the flying island finishes forming, 4 huge corner statues appear, each stranger than the last. Leo studies the bizarre labels calling them unfortunate evil overlords, but the statues make no sense to him at all. Before he can think further, the island settles in the sky and casts a huge shadow over the land below. Then something suddenly shoots down from the island toward the store, making Leo rush to see what changed this time. What appears inside the store is a glass elevator shaft linking the floating island directly to the building. Leo steps into the elevator, finds only 3 buttons, and presses the heaven icon just to see where it goes. As the elevator rises through the transparent tube, Leo glances down and sees Wu Bai and the disciples below staring up in total shock. The elevator opens beside the wolf statue's foot, and Leo is delighted that he no longer has to calculate a jump just to reach the portal. He immediately checks the portal status and starts tuning it for safety before his first real exploration. Leo maxes out portal duration to secure 35 days inside the Mystic Realm, trusting extra return time more than any bigger entry team. With the portal set, Leo heads back down to the ground and finds the old platform site turned into a huge square hole. The empty pit gives him a simple idea: maybe he should turn it into a fishing pond. So Leo heads to the recycling center and finds the yellow jacket mannequins still working like tireless lunatics among the junk piles. Leo calls them over and asks if they can dig him a pond where the portal used to be. The mannequins react instantly, sprinting for tools and throwing themselves into the digging job without hesitation. When Leo checks back and sees they can handle hoes and shovels just fine, he praises them and leaves them to it. But Leo makes one dangerous mistake here. He walks away without giving the mannequins a stopping point, or even a pond size. Out in the forest, the hidden spies stare at the flying island in open disbelief before rushing fresh reports back to their factions. The Ouyang clan, Sita clan, Factory cult, and Death Sword sect all get the same shocking report after Leo's new show of power. Since fighting Leo head-on now looks even worse, the enemy factions settle on a dirtier plan and decide to take hostages instead. And as night falls, every lurker fixes on the same target for the raid, Leo's disciples sheltering inside the store. Leo pours a fortune into his base, pushing every facility to level 8, and adding a new warehouse and granary until the whole domain feels like a real settlement. The spending hurts anyway, and Leo stares at his remaining lifespan with a fresh wave of pain after burning nearly 100,000 years. Then the system tempts him again with an employee apartment, exactly what he needs for his workers, but the price tag makes him hesitate. He sits at the edge of the island through sunset, weighing whether this one building will quietly demand another crushing chain of upgrades. When night finally settles in, Leo's glowing eyes catch a different problem. More than 100 lurkers are creeping far too close to his boundary. Instead of panicking, Leo almost smiles and glides off toward the junkyard side, already thinking about how to make the intruders strike first. The first team in is a Death Sword sect squad in black masks, and they are not here to win a battle, just to kidnap disciples and use them to chain Leo down. They slip past the busy yellow jacket mannequins, eye the warehouses for loot, and reluctantly keep moving because everyone here knows this place belongs to monsters stronger than them. Then a sudden explosion goes off back at their northern camp, and the captain instantly sends 3 men running back to check whether their escape route has just been hit. At the same time, bigger forces from the Factory cult and the Ouyang clan converge from the south and east until Leo's store is quietly surrounded from every side. The Factory agents walk straight up to the front entrance, clearly nervous about Leo, Cat, and the alchemist nearby, but still bold enough to try the door first. Brute force fails immediately when their sword snaps against the invisible protection over the glass, and even chi poured into the door does nothing. A smarter intruder notices the keyhole, unlocks the modern lock with chi, and the whole crowd grins too early, sure the raid is about to become easy. But opening the door only reveals a red energy curtain, and the raiders stall on the threshold because nobody wants to be the fool who walks into a hidden trap. When the other factions arrive, they choose cooperation over infighting and let the Ouyang clan's formation expert inspect the strange barrier for them. The Ouyang expert decides the red curtain is only a sanitation filter, so the clan men go first and step into what looks like a harmless airlock. Inside, they run into another absurd obstacle, a sealed glass room with inner shutters and no obvious handles, like a trap built by someone from another world. Once they spot movement deeper in the store, patience disappears and the front line starts smashing the glass in a rush before Leo can come back. A few minutes earlier inside the store, Gao Yan and the other disciples are jolted awake by repeated impacts from the front windows. The disciples rush out in confusion, look through the building, and finally spot dark cultivator silhouettes massing outside the glass. Panic breaks instantly because they remember Wu Bai's warning, and some disciples nearly bolt for the back before even knowing how to open the strange doors. Gao Yan forces himself to study the attack and realizes the windows are protected by an invisible force, which means Leo's bizarre building is still on their side. With everyone on edge, Gao Yan grabs the room back and tells them to calm down because the attackers still cannot get in and their seniors should return. That confidence lasts right up until the lock clicks open, and for one awful second the whole room thinks the defense has finally failed. Instead, the store answers on its own as heavy shutters slam down and the front entrance transforms into a locked security chamber that traps the intruders outside the real interior. The magical lockdown steadies them for a moment, but the pounding and killing intent from the trapped cultivators keep getting louder, and the fear comes roaring back. Gao Yan makes the call and drives everyone upstairs, hoping the second floor will buy them a little more time. Up on the empty second floor, the disciples find only rows of bare rooms and a strange elevator, and desperation turns that machine into their best guess for escape. Even with the building shaking below them, nobody dares touch the controls until Gao Yan decides hesitation is worse than guessing wrong. He presses the buttons and argues that if Leo can ride this thing upward, it might also be the only way they have out. The elevator arrives with a cheerful chime, and that tiny sign of hope is enough to make the whole group rush for it at once. The first elevator rush jams everyone inside, then a red overload warning and a cold speaker message turn their hope into instant panic over who has to get left behind. Gao Yan stays outside, drags a few people back out, and forces one disciple to give up his spot by promising there will be a next trip. The doors shut on the first group, but nobody inside presses the real controls, so the elevator just sits there and their relief collapses into trapped animal panic. Gao Yan opens it again, and the same disciples tumble back out sweating and ashamed, suddenly very sure they do not want to be the test group anymore. This time Gao Yan leads the smaller leftover group inside, because he has finally noticed the real panel with floor numbers and a cloud-shaped destination button. He presses the cloud icon, and the elevator finally starts rising, throwing the first-time riders off balance as the car climbs out of the building. Fear gives way to stunned wonder when the glass walls reveal the whole compound glowing below them, from workshops and warehouses to the lit houses scattered under the night sky. Outside again, the attackers notice the moving elevator shaft and realize Leo's bizarre home has one more impossible defense they still do not understand. They hack at the shaft, stomp the roof, and even gather 30 men to batter it together, but every blow bounces back and only injures the intruders. That is enough for part of the Ouyang clan to stop chasing glory and decide this fortress is not worth dying for, especially with Leo, Cat, and stronger seniors tied to it. While the raid pounds on his store, Leo is already elsewhere outside the boundary, standing over Death Sword Sect scouts whose bodies are collapsing into black, swollen mutations. The system warns him that the general store is under attack and offers an emergency purge, but Leo cannot trigger it from out here and has to ask the question that suddenly matters most. The system's answer chills him. The store is indestructible only while it stays level 9 or lower, so pushing it to level 10 could strip away the fortress safety he has been relying on. Cursing the system, Leo kicks off to race back toward the store, now with a new reason to guard his upgrades carefully. Even his spit finishes the dying scout, and the corruption he leaves behind starts poisoning the soil and nearby plants, quietly spreading north through the forest. Meanwhile, the retreating Ouyang agents run west along the road past Wu Bai's house, convinced getting away from the raid is the smart choice. In the dark they stumble over something large on the ground, grumble about logs and debris, and decide it will be safer to fly the rest of the way. The moment they lift off, thorny vines whip down from the rooftop and seize all 30 by the legs before they can even understand what found them. Then they look down and finally see the predator below them, because Cat is waiting in the dark with glowing red eyes and a hungry little voice. In the dark outside Leo's store, Cat exploded out of hiding and yanked 30 Ouyang clansmen to the ground with fresh thorn vines. The trapped agents dropped all pretense and answered with a desperate storm of fire techniques. Cat moved even faster than their spells, dragged 10 men into her grasp, and used them as living shields against their own attack. The fire barrage blew those men apart, and Cat happily breathed in the smell of roasted flesh like it was a feast. The survivors tried hacking the thorn vines off their legs, only to learn ordinary swords could not cut them. Cat answered that struggle by crushing their legs, and the thorns dug deeper to inject something into their blood. Inside the building, the noise finally broke the other infiltrators' focus, and the hidden teams realized the mission had collapsed. The Death Sword Sect agents pulled back in formation, while the factory cultists scattered in every direction toward their fallback point. Before they could get far, Leo dropped onto the rooftop and strode into the front yard like the real threat had just arrived. Checking his minimap, Leo saw Cat had already eaten 10 of his targets, and muttered in annoyance that she was stealing his prey again. So Leo snapped his fingers and let the system collect compensation from the 90 intruders all at once. The survivors vanished on the spot, and a flood of lifespan rewards rolled in, leaving Leo pleased but still not fully satisfied. As he counted the rough total, Leo drifted into uneasy self-talk and had to reassure himself that all this killing still counted as self-defense. His lifespan climbed past 129,000 years, enough for new construction, but the earlier warning about future vulnerability still kept him on edge. Leo started thinking bigger, wondering if he needed an allied sect to protect his growing territory before stronger enemies like Tang Xian or Yi Tianxia came for him. Once he checked back on Cat, she was still methodically eating the dead and tossing aside everything that was not meat or blood. With the yard secure, Leo finally turned to the store and noticed a strange new airlock section behind the open front door. The glass doors and shutters opened for him automatically, and Leo stepped into the cool building expecting to find the disciples downstairs. But the first floor was empty, so Leo followed their scent upstairs to figure out where everyone had gone. On the second floor he found 13 frightened disciples crowded in front of the elevator, stunned that Leo had walked in so easily. When they asked about the attackers outside, Leo answered bluntly that 10 became cat food and the rest were ash. That brutal summary was enough to make the disciples cheer in sheer relief, until Leo realized several people were still missing. A disciple finally admitted that Gao Yan and the others had used the elevator artifact to leave, even though Wu Bai had warned them not to go out at night. Leo held back his anger, called the elevator instead, and decided to bring the idiots down before the rooftop platform got them killed. Meanwhile, on the hidden upper platform, Gao Yan and his friends crawled out into brutal wind and realized they were stranded in the sky among giant statues. They hid behind the huge wolf statue for shelter, still too rattled to understand what this place even was. Once they got their bearings, they started gawking at the rotating portal ring and the bizarre labels on the statues instead of remembering the attack below. One disciple even wandered up to the round cat-faced monster statue and read its ridiculous title aloud like it was some prophecy. That touch woke something up, and the wolf statue's eyes shifted as a scorpion tail obelisk briefly glowed red behind them. Before anything worse happened, the elevator came back up and Leo stormed out to drag the intruders right back down. While herding them into the elevator, Leo quietly marked Gao Yan's group as employees, tightening his control over them at the same time. The statues kept watching in silence, and the round cat creature looked almost amused now that Leo was here. A strange Munya sound made Leo turn back, and for a second he suspected the cat statue's face had changed. He chose not to test it, sent the disciples down first, and avoided touching them directly in case his own power killed them by accident. Then Leo skipped the elevator entirely, and casually jumped off the platform because fall damage simply did not matter to him. After he left, the statue's eyes shifted again, and the cat-faced creature quietly giggled to itself. Once the disciples were back inside, Leo went right back to work and picked a broad stretch of land east of the houses for construction. He opened the build menu, skipped the cheap road options, and chose concrete without hesitation. A 10-meter-wide concrete road appeared between the store and the fields, giving his muddy domain its first clean walking path. That was only the warm-up, because Leo was really here to spend big on an employee apartment. He spent hours surveying the eastern side of the domain, counting steps and planning exactly where the building should sit. At last he confirmed a spot 5 meters from the third house and raised the apartment facing south for better sunlight. What rose up first was a miserable 2-story slum motel so ugly that even Leo just stared at it in disbelief. He checked the building menu, saw the brutal upgrade cost, and nearly wanted to tear the whole thing back down. Even so, Leo paid the price and pushed the apartment all the way to level 8, splitting the upgrades between quality and room size. The building turned into a much cleaner 4-story apartment with 40 rooms, barred windows, and materials that finally looked livable. Inside, Leo found the rooms were bigger than the outside suggested, which meant the system was cheating space again. Then he checked the bathroom, found only a primitive squat toilet, and immediately gave up on trying to civilize that problem tonight. The rest of the room inspection was no better, with only 2 power outlets and no heating or air conditioning for winter. There was nothing else to fix for now, so Leo called it a night and decided the disciples could move in tomorrow. At the same hour in Magpie City, Yi Tianxia finally slipped back to the tavern after his failed mission and headed for Prince Yanzhu's floor. 2 soul transformation vice generals in red and green artifact armor blocked him at once and warned that the prince was resting. Yi Tianxia kept his temper down, but when they pressed him, he let just enough slip to say the negotiation failed, the scouts died, and Tang Xian ran for the capital. That answer shocked them badly enough that the green general grabbed him for more, but Yi Tianxia coldly refused to say another word until morning. He sat downstairs to meditate in silence, forcing the prince's camp to come to him instead. Upstairs, the red general entered Yanzhu's room and reported the wipeout while the prince lay in bed with his 4 vice-generals turned nightly wives behind a curtain. Yanzhu instantly grasped the implication and asked the only question that mattered now: had they just run into another quasi-immortal? He did not wait for a good answer, threw on his robes, and went downstairs himself to hear the failure directly from Yi Tianxia. Down at the tavern table, the prince sat across from Yi Tianxia, accepted a cup of wine, and turned the whole room tense with his calm fury. Then Yanzhu smashed the table with one strike and demanded everything at once: the mine, the stones, Florida Man, Tang Xian, and the destruction of the unit. Under that pressure, Yi Tianxia finally began explaining that they had run into a 6th-stage plant monster, and then spent hours recounting the disaster. At the same time in Cauliflower City, Tang Xian reached the Imperial Palace in one piece, only for another quasi-immortal to casually appear behind him. Tang Xian immediately recognized Sitanantian, and their reunion turned into cold needling over influence, old rank, and who still had the Emperor's ear. Sitanantian kept poking at him all the way to the throne room, even joking about Tang Xian's son and the decline of his clan, while Tang Xian endured it in silence. When they reached the throne room, the doors were already open, and the Emperor was waiting alone at 3 a.m. as if he had expected both of them. At 4 a.m. in the Imperial Palace, Yan Xiang hears Tang Xian's report and grimly accepts that Florida Man may be an emerging celestial being. Sitanantian pushes to contact their ancestors, but Yan Xiang refuses because Leo has stayed under mortal world limits and broken no taboo. When Sitanantian brings up the dead junior cultivators, Tang Xian cuts in and insists Leo only killed in self-defense after the third prince's men provoked his pet. Tang Xian quietly takes Leo's side because he sees him as fair, friendly, and too dangerous to provoke if the court wants to avoid disaster. Sitanantian sees through Tang Xian's stance and secretly burns a hidden communication talisman under his sleeve to alert his ancestors anyway. Asked for a plan, Tang Xian urges the Emperor to legalize Leo's essence stones, visit him respectfully, and secure a trade alliance built on his rare lifespan goods. Sitanantian answers with the opposite idea and recommends calling the Heavenly Court army to arrest Leo for staying in the mortal world at all. Tang Xian explodes at that suggestion, warning that a heavenly descent would kill ordinary people and purge cultivators just from the pressure alone. Yan Xiang backs Tang Xian and admits he has no desire to face immortal pressure in his kingdom again. Still bitter, Sitanantian sneers that celestials who hide in mortal realms are failed scum running from stronger peers. Tang Xian dryly points out that by that logic, the untalented loser in the room is Sitanantian, and the old man is left speechless. Humiliated and unable to win the argument, Sitanantian stomps off and vanishes from the palace. With the troublemaker gone, Yan Xiang double-checks whether celestials truly can transform food and stones through domain laws. Tang Xian confirms it, and explains that true celestials wield domain laws and even turn their dantians into pocket universes to survive immortal realms. Satisfied, Yan Xiang decides to stop digging into Magpie City, call Yan Zhu back, and prepare for the Mystic Realm expedition in 2 days. At 6 a.m. in Liu's domain, Gao Yan wakes up aching on the hard floor and decides he absolutely needs to build a bed. He steps out curious about exploring more, only to run into a sleepless Leo dragging himself toward bed. Leo tells Gao Yan to move everyone into the new home he built overnight before they do anything else. Gao Yan is honestly moved that Leo fought off intruders and still built them housing by dawn. Before Gao Yan can run off, Leo throws him toothbrushes, toothpaste, and soap and bluntly orders the whole group to wash because they stink. The strange modern toiletries leave Gao Yan baffled, since his world uses herbs or qi instead of this stuff. Seeing that blank look, Leo gives an exasperated hands-on demo and warns him to brush gently instead of scraping his teeth raw. Convinced only half the lesson landed, Leo gives up, tells them to pick any room in the new building, and finally goes to sleep. Later that morning, one disciple mistakes mint toothpaste for a snack, swallows an entire tube, and ends up doubled over with a brutal stomach ache. Wu Bai heals the idiot and scolds him for eating strange things without asking, but the cure does not save him from weeks of constipation. By late afternoon, Leo wakes up and immediately finds dried vomit and abandoned hygiene supplies on the store floor. Instead of blowing up, Leo blames himself for forgetting a public trash bin and calmly cleans the whole mess. Once the store is clean, Leo steps outside to investigate, and is startled by how massive the farmland has become. A second later he remembers he upgraded the farms to level 8, paid to move them, and expanded each plot from 10 by 10 to 30 by 30. He sees the crops are thriving, with the chili and tomato harvest already filling the granary, and heads toward the tomato field to inspect it up close. The tomato field turns out to be a freezing nightmare of 5-meter plants and basketball-sized blue tomatoes coated in frost. Remembering why he spread the farms apart, Leo grabs one icy tomato and carries it to the alchemy workshop for testing. At the workshop, he finds Gao Yan, Wu Bai, and the other disciples gathered like students around the active alchemy station. Leo ignores the audience, stops the tea-making mannequin after another doubled pinnacle-grade batch, and notes that even one quantity upgrade has already boosted production hard. He starts research on the new tomato, hoping this one is finally the Een counterpart he needs instead of more Fireline stock. The result confirms an Arctic Een tomato and unlocks a Een ice stand recipe that needs a Een catalyst, and water essence. That sends Leo straight to his ingredient storage, where he checks the granaries and the locked fridge full of Fenrir parts for something that can replace a proper Een catalyst. He suddenly remembers the maimed invaders in the north, and realizes their corrupted blood might have turned into usable Een liquid by now. Leo blasts north in a single leap and reaches the former Death Sword sect campsite in under a minute. The camp has turned into a corrupted black zone with dead trees, immortal grass, chi mist, and 20 fully mutated corpses rotting where they fell. Without much hesitation, Leo grabs 3 of the giant bodies and hauls them back first, planning to return for the rest later. Back in the domain, he hangs the first corpse behind the junkyard and starts butchering it apart with his fingernails. The cut spills black blood, purple fat, swollen black muscle, and writhing internal parasites, and Leo collects the blood in buckets for alchemy. Out of bad habit, he licks the blood from his fingers, immediately learns it tastes like rotten pork, and keeps going anyway. When giant black centipede-like worms slide out with the gore, Leo picks them off one by one before anyone else has to see them. He dumps the parasites into the recycling center's acid pool, where they dissolve screaming and even turn into spirit stones. The ugly cleanup drags on through the entire day until Leo is still processing the last bodies under a dark sky. Resigned to another all-nighter, Leo carries the 19th bucket of black blood into a new locked fridge in the granary. Cat is already waiting there drooling, shamelessly begging for a share of the blood Leo just stored. Leo flatly refuses and reminds her those buckets are alchemy materials, not snacks. Cat storms out in a sulk and suddenly dashes north, which makes Leo realize she is probably heading for the last corpse. He chases after her but arrives just in time to see Cat steal the final wet corpse and start eating it in front of him. Cat goes even further by grabbing the bucket, sipping black blood like tea, and chewing the giant parasites just to spite him. Leo warns that those worms are loaded with eggs and could eat her alive from the inside, but Cat only acts smug and unbothered. Instead of backing down, Cat claims a mysterious voice has been giving her revelations ever since Leo created the flying island. She proudly announces that she plans to face heavenly tribulation tomorrow morning and become a proper 7th-stage monster. When Cat attributes it all to something called Great Cathalhu, Leo does not buy the story at all but quietly decides to inspect the portal himself. At the Mystic Realm portal, nothing looks different on the surface, yet the strange cattered octopus-like statue is still singing a voice that only Cat can hear. After giving up on collecting Maureen fluid, Leo pours what he has into the first alchemy workshop and switches the mannequin from making tea to forging an ice dan. The workshop starts automatically with a 3-hour timer, and icy purple chi immediately begins leaking from the cauldron. The new cold clashes with the blazing heat from Leo's other pill workshop, and the whole platform starts breeding thick clouds and rain beneath the island. Wu Bai spots the strange weather first and stares up uneasily at the rain clouds forming under the island. His curiosity wins, so Wu Bai hurries over and asks Leo what kind of pills could cause a scene like this. When Leo casually says he is making an eye stand, Wu Bai is stunned that a man can openly create both yin and yang pills. That reveal leaves Wu Bai trembling with excitement, because in his world yin is dangerous for men and Leo should not be this balanced. Leo changes the subject and asks Wu Bai to explain what a mystic realm expedition actually is. Wu Bai lights up and explains that every 3 months each sex portal opens for a limited trip into dangerous resource-rich realms, where 10 people per gate race for treasure and survival. Leo sums it up as lunatics fighting to enter a death trap, and Wu Bai can only admit that yes, that is basically true. Leo asks whether Wu Bai will be joining his own sex expedition, and the old alchemist admits he already missed the meetings and lost his seat. Instead of commenting, Leo silently beckons him deeper into the store. At the elevator, Leo puts on his hazmat suit before bringing Wu Bai inside the strange glass lift. The elevator shoots them upward, and even Wu Bai loses his composure at the bizarre ride. When the doors open on the platform, Wu Bai is hit by the full sight of Leo's enlarged mystic realm portal and its looming guardian statues. Leo tells him this is his own portal and that he plans to activate it tomorrow. Wu Bai barely dares to hope for an invitation, and Leo finally offers him one of the 3 slots. The old alchemist explodes into a ridiculous tearful celebration so intense that Leo can only stand there and watch. After burning himself out, Wu Bai clutches his chest and wheezes like he just survived a mortal battle. Leo tosses him a canteen of Pinnacle Rejuvenate tea, and after one greedy drink Wu Bai visibly turns from a frail old man into a stronger bearded man in his 50s. Leo checks again and realizes Wu Bai's lifespan has already soared far beyond what it was before. When Leo asks why, Wu Bai shamelessly admits he keeps the best pills for himself and lies to customers about the batch results. Leo calls him despicable with complete sincerity, then immediately praises the trick like he has discovered a fellow businessman. Leo asks if longevity pills cause the jump, but Wu Bai says those need years to make and an absurdly rare monster heart. That answer gives Leo a bad feeling about how long true longevity pills might trap one of his workshops, but he forces himself back to the main plan. Leo tells Wu Bai the portal only fits 3 people, so the old man gets 1 slot and must choose a disciple for the last seat by tomorrow morning. Wu Bai accepts at once and, in his excitement, literally leaps off the platform to rush home and prepare. Left alone, Leo can only wonder if Wu Bai is naturally hysterical or just catching his own Florida madness. As the expedition season approaches, other factions are making their own preparations too. Back at his pavilion, Tang Xian drops into a chair looking worn out after everything that has happened. His son Tang Ting contacts him by telepathy and asks whether he will come home to join this season's forest-type expedition. Tang Xian refuses, tells Tang Ting to split the clan seats between clan children, sect disciples, and elders, and leaves the work to the next generation. After the call ends, Tang Xian rubs his temples and bitterly admits that provoking Leo has left them in serious trouble. At the 6th Element sect, 5 chosen disciples gather before their own portal to hear final orders. The elder names Jin Yong captain, recognizing that the former Leo customer is now the strongest alchemist among the disciples. Jin Yong's rise is no joke now, because Leo's poison grain pills pushed him into golden core and made him a hot prospect among the elders. The elder warns them this trip is no picnic and bluntly reminds Jin Yong that even favor from Tang Ting will not save him from getting killed inside. After sending Wu Bai off, Leo checks the clothing store and walks into a shocking sea of glittering evening dresses. The cattered weaving mannequin keeps calmly sewing with a storm of tiny needle arms as if 200 dresses are perfectly normal. Leo picks up one dress and learns it is absurdly overpowered, made from supreme skin and nearly impossible to damage. The system even mocks him for touching the dress, which is enough to make Leo bury his face in his hand. Deciding this store needs a saner project, Leo buys a pair of soft beach shorts online and hands them to the mannequin as the new model. The mannequin studies the shorts, accepts the change without complaint, and the store immediately begins researching a better version. When Leo checks the clothing store menu, he realizes the real problem is not labor but quality, space, and security before his female customers return. The more he plans upgrades, the more Leo realizes his current underlings are too weak and he badly needs a truly strong subordinate. Elsewhere, Gao Yan suddenly sneezes in the middle of Wu Bai's survival lecture for the trip. Wu Bai teases him for getting sick like an amateur cultivator, but Gao Yan calmly reveals the real reason he feels different. Gao Yan shows off Leo's gifted spirit stone and says it is helping him control new elements like fire and water already. He goes further and says the island inspired him to try cultivating every element together, including an unknown wind or storm chi he sensed there. Stunned, Wu Bai grabs Gao Yan's wrist to inspect him and finds a ridiculous mix of 7 elemental chi staying in balance. In that instant, Wu Bai realizes his disciple might be a once-in-a-generation monster genius, and nearly laughs himself mad with delight. He immediately starts hyping Gao Yan as a future supreme alchemist, and drills him again on how to survive inside the mystic realm. When Gao Yan says he would catch a weaker beast on sight, Wu Bai bonks him and snaps that only monsters like Leo can tame one safely. The next morning, Leo and Wu Bai tell the remaining disciples to keep working hard while the three of them leave the domain for at least 2 weeks. The disciples quickly guess this means an expedition, and several of them glare at Gao Yan for being the one chosen behind closed doors. Leo kills the jealousy fast by promising everyone 1 spirit stone for every day they do their jobs properly while he is gone. With the crowd pacified, Leo leads Wu Bai and Gao Yan into the elevator and up to the portal platform. At the top, Leo makes one last check while Wu Bai and Gao Yan arrive almost empty-handed except for their storage rings. Once everyone is ready, Leo activates the Mystic Realm portal and the huge ring finally opens. A rare system panel appears for Leo alone, naming the destination Planet Rabbit Trent A3 and tying the trip to a Rabbit Trent King and a dangerous mushroom forest. The panel also warns that the gate will close for 35 days, which makes this far more than a quick scouting trip. Before Leo moves, the opening vortex kicks up such strong wind that Gao Yan drops to his knees on the platform. Wu Bai grabs his disciple by the collar and hauls him through the portal first, too eager to hesitate. Leo follows after one last glance at the 4 statues, because for some reason they seem to be laughing at him. The moment Leo disappears into the new world, the round cat statue behind him lets out another eerie little cry. Leo steps through the portal with Gao Yan and Wu Bai and finds a dense tropical jungle packed with mangroves, giant trees, and a clear river. The jungle air hits Gao Yan and Wu Bai like poison, so Gao Yan drops into meditation and Wu Bai throws up a flame dome to filter the overwhelming wood essence. Leo jokes that the air feels fresh, and Wu Bai, still busy protecting Gao Yan from the overloaded wood essence, asks to stay behind and guard the portal while Leo explores. When Leo casually says the portal will stay open for 34 days, Wu Bai is stunned because Mystic Realm gates normally close in under 2 weeks. Leo decides there is no rush and starts by setting up camp, marching straight to an enormous barbed palm tree. Ignoring the thorns, Leo rips the massive palm out of the ground with one arm and leaves Wu Bai staring in disbelief. Then Leo throws the uprooted tree straight back through the portal like a javelin, nearly clipping Wu Bai on the way. Leo keeps uprooting aloe-like plants, weeds, and anything else nearby, treating the whole jungle entrance like a harvest pile. As Wu Bai watches closely, he realizes Leo's touch is changing ordinary plants into blackened treasures, and he finally understands the power behind Leo's goods. Thrilled, Wu Bai decides following Leo was the right move and quietly dreams about monopolizing everything his old associates missed. Leo spends the entire day clearing the area and throwing resources through the portal until the jungle edge turns into a rough campsite. That night, the dense wood essence pushes Gao Yan into a breakthrough as green aura and faint rainbow light erupt around him. 6 kinds of chi gather in Gao Yan's body, and he steps into the golden core stage right in the middle of the camp. Wu Bai beams with pride at how far his disciple has come in less than a month, and Gao Yan gives credit to both his mentor and Leo. Once Gao Yan is safe, both cultivators settle into meditation and tune out the constant whoosh of more logs and plants flying past them. Leo finishes an elevated resting area, lights a campfire, and finally scans the dark jungle around him for anything watching back. His infrared vision picks out hundreds of hidden lifeforms, and the most tempting are a dozen lion-sized chickens perched high in the mangroves. The sight makes Leo hungry, and he immediately decides he wants these monsters for dinner and maybe for livestock later. Leo blitzes behind the flock and gets a closer look at what they really are: earth cockatrices with 4 legs, 3 snake tails, and petrifying red eyes. The cockatrices try to turn him to stone on sight, and Leo briefly feels the old petrification before his body shrugs it off. Remembering worse mutation pain from his old world, Leo sheds the stone-like layer and lets his red eyes flare as the petrification stops working. He grabs 2 cockatrices by the neck and mutates them by hand, letting them thrash uselessly until their feathers fall and they die in seconds. Satisfied they are edible, Leo drags the 2 carcasses back to camp and orders Wu Bai to cook them while he keeps hunting. Wu Bai recognizes the monsters as 6th-stage earth cockatrices, but Leo only cares about whether they can become good chicken. Leo jumps back to the flock and offers a brutal choice: surrender for the livestock pen or die immediately. The enraged flock attacks instead, and 5 seconds later the whole swarm drops from the tree as featherless corpses. As Leo gathers the dead birds, one slips into the river and his contamination begins spreading through the water. Leo reaches into the river to retrieve the lost cockatrice, and something clamps down on his arm from below. Instead of panicking, Leo lights up with childlike excitement when he sees the attacker is a giant black caiman. The oversized horned caiman tries to drag him under and barrel roll his arm off, but the only thing that breaks is its own teeth. Leo regrets that the contaminated river means he probably cannot keep the caiman alive, then strips and dives in after it anyway. Underwater, Leo waits for his contamination to work, but the caiman does not die and instead seems to grow stronger. The mutated caiman follows up with invisible water bullets and a horn-driven electric blast that reminds Leo of the lightning monsters from his old world. That unpleasant reminder ends the game, and Leo rockets through the river at full speed to smash the caiman out of the water. He grabs the flying caiman in midair and one punch tears a hole straight through its chest, splitting the body apart. The momentum carries Leo kilometers away, giving him a quick aerial view of the realm's major landmarks: a pyramid, a pagoda city, a giant river, and bizarre spike-like mountains. After landing in the jungle, Leo immediately goes to recover the caiman meat instead of letting good food go to waste. Colorful snakes latch onto his legs as he walks, but Leo barely notices and keeps blackening the jungle around him with every step. At the carcass, a hard red orb drops from the wound, and Leo picks it up to have Wu Bai identify it later. Leo leaps back toward camp with the caiman body and overshoots, so he yells for Wu Bai to catch what he is throwing down. When the carcass slams down, Wu Bai inspects the orb and realizes in shock that it is a 9th stage monster core from a beast comparable to an immortal. Leo considers chasing the distant pyramid next, but the jungle is too full of edible beasts for him to leave yet. He chooses food over adventure, scans the area, and quickly finds more cockatrices plus a giant wasp hive close by. Since poking a wasp nest sounds more fun, Leo heads straight for the giant hive with the enthusiasm of someone about to start trouble on purpose. The moment Leo reaches the huge hive, giant wasps pour out and swarm him with legs and stingers that still cannot pierce his skin. Instead of defending himself, Leo grabs one wasp and bites its head off on the spot. The taste is awful, but the lifespan gain is real, so Leo immediately starts thinking about domesticating the queen for an endless bug farm. The attack drags on for an hour, and by the time Leo finishes one whole wasp he has wrung 500 years of lifespan out of it. When he finds and eats the wasp's red monster core too, Leo gets another 500 years and is instantly ready to do it again. But when he reaches for another, the entire swarm suddenly goes stiff, blackens, and dies from failed mutation. Leo shrugs off the mystery and starts stacking the dead wasps to haul back to camp anyway. Then the jungle behind him bursts open and a giant black tarantula lunges out to bite his neck and spit venomous liquid all over him. The spider's yellow chi feels familiar to Leo in the worst way, and his mood instantly sours when he recognizes another lightning-type threat. Leo rips the tarantula's fangs out with his bare hands, but the creature regenerates them and flees north at extreme speed. Watching it escape, Leo realizes this realm has creatures that can resist his contamination, which makes the hunt more interesting even as he starts wondering what cookbook could handle spiders and wasps. 50 cultivators land in the same strange jungle realm north of a giant pyramid, and Yan Xiang is openly relieved that Chancellor Tang's people arrived close by instead of being scattered. Tang Xian politely accepts the awkward reunion, while Yan Xiang barely hides that he values this crowd mainly because Tang Clan and 6th Element sect talent are now within reach. Yan Xiang's attention settles on Tang Tian, the absurdly youthful sect master whose beauty is so striking that even the emperor has to cough and look away. When Yan Xiang praises Tang Tian for finding another exceptional disciple, Tang Tian answers with polished flattery but clearly stays guarded. Then Yan Xiang points straight at Jin Yong, because the young disciple's poison aura is thick enough to stand out from the entire lineup. Tang Tian calls Jin Yong his core disciple, but Yan Xiang bluntly wonders if the boy is really some hidden Tang bloodline because talent like this should be impossible. Tang Tian tries to laugh it off, but Yan Xiang can already see the real reason for the man's caution. Jin Yong has a Dao spirit far too early, proof of terrifying potential. Yan Xiang leaves the exchange with a regretful smirk, already thinking how useful Jin Yong would have been if Tang Tian had not claimed him first. A moment later the realm splits into separate agendas, with Yan Xiang leading his bodyguards south to seize pyramid treasures while the two princes peel away in opposite directions. Back at the entry point, the Tang clan and 6th Element sect play it safe and turn the portal area into a defended jungle camp. The realm's dense chi pins down the weaker disciples, so they can only sit and cultivate while the elders do the real labor. Once the camp is stable, Tang Tian starts identifying jungle plants and fruit for useful resources while Tang Xian quietly checks the defenses himself. Satisfied that the arrays are holding, Tang Xian slips 500 meters south alone to thin out nearby monsters before they become a problem. Instead of an easy hunt, he finds 20 cockatrices feasting on a dead caiman whose swollen scales are sprouting nasty yellow mushrooms. Tang Xian stops puzzling over the fungus long enough to use his poison Dao spirit, sending a green younger-looking avatar drifting toward the flock. The cockatrices try to petrify the intruder, but the spirit bursts into poison gas and they breathe it in without even slowing down. Even as a quasi-immortal, Tang Xian refuses to fight 7th-stage monsters head-on, so he hides and waits for the poison to act from safety. After the flock strips the caiman down to bones and even swallows its core, Tang Xian grimly decides he can still recover the prize by cutting one bird open later. But 5 hours later the poison does not cripple them the way it should, and the cockatrices start convulsing, slamming into trees, and losing control. The flock turns on itself in a frenzy, and that ugly behavior finally drags an old nightmare back into Tang Xian's mind. He suddenly remembers the ancient outbreak tied to sweet dream mushrooms, and the mutated caiman corpse makes terrifying sense at last. Tang Xian instantly abandons the hunt, races back to camp, and orders a full retreat before the fungus can spread to his people. That warning comes too late for another branch, because the Situ side is split between two dangerous portals and one of them opens right above the pyramid. The team above the pyramid scrambles onto flying swords just to avoid falling, and only then notices the entire structure below is drowned in yellow fungus. Worse, old broken loot from a dead bandit lies half swallowed by the fungal overgrowth near the pyramid entrance. Because the Situ cultivators are too young to recognize the danger, they descend to inspect the mushrooms and inhale the threat within minutes. Elsewhere, Leo comes back to camp dragging 20 mutated giant wasp corpses and casually dumps them in a heap like groceries. Wu Bai checks the intact cores and realizes Leo has been casually killing 7th-stage monsters that should rival quasi-immortals. Leo barely explains anything and just tells Wu Bai to throw all the corpses through the portal because he plans to eat them later. Before Wu Bai can process that insanity, Leo vanishes into the forest and comes back with even more wasps. Stuck running on habit, Wu Bai works like a machine and starts feeding corpse after corpse into the portal with his spatial ring. By the time he finishes 40 of them, Leo has already stacked 40 more, and Wu Bai finally feels like he is being bullied into unpaid labor. Still curious, Wu Bai secretly keeps one wasp leg for himself and chews on it to test what Leo sees in this madness. The taste is awful, but under the disgust Wu Bai feels a clean life force close to immortal grass, and his cultivation foundation actually strengthens. Far to the east of Leo's camp, another group arrives before a towering pagoda, and even seasoned cultivators stop to stare at how unnatural the building looks in this world. A second portal opens nearby for the Amazonian sanctuary women, and Hua Jiashan goes over at once to greet their grand elder with proper respect. That elder is Dong Fong Mei, a frail white-haired woman in a wooden wheelchair who looks near death but is still a realm above Hua Jiashan. Dong Fong Mei greets him like a junior and jokes that a bottle of rejuvenation tea from her disciple has made her look 10 years younger. The two elders quickly agree to explore the pagoda together, with one hard rule: the inexperienced young men and women are not to mingle too closely. With elders shielding the group, all 20 explorers enter the strange building together to use it as shelter and test what it is. The moment the last person steps inside, steel bars crash down and seal the entrance like a prepared cage. Han Ming and Han Hao rush the exit with their swords, but a transparent barrier throws their attacks right back at them. Hua Jiashan and Dong Fong may stay calm because they have seen this kind of realm mechanism before, and they judge it as a test rather than an execution chamber. Since no immediate danger appears, the elders order everyone to rest and cultivate inside the trap instead of wasting energy on panic. Back at Leo's camp, Wu Bai's body rebels against the wasp meat and he doubles over, nauseous, dizzy, and horrified by solid food itself. He finally vomits, losing part of that life force, but enough remains to prove Leo's bizarre food really does work. Leo comes back with more wasps, takes one look at the mess, and immediately realizes his employee tried eating the same thing raw. Instead of mocking him, Leo calmly explains that Wu Bai's stomach is too weak from living on grain pills and needs light food before any chewy meat. That common sense lesson shatters Wu Bai's old assumptions, and the alchemist starts wondering if the whole cultivation world may have been approaching food and impurity the wrong way. Wu Bai drops his pride on the spot and accepts Leo's advice as if he has finally found a new path worth studying. Seeing that obedience, Leo actually feels a little guilty and starts digging through his system store for medicine or food that could fix malnutrition fast. The prices are absurd, so Leo gives up on modern supplies and starts hunting for a local answer instead. That answer appears when Leo spots a lurking cockatrice in the distance, and instantly decides soup will solve this problem the old-fashioned way. 2 seconds later he is back with the monster by the neck, already announcing that he will cook soup for Wu Bai and Gao Yen. Wu Bai is still too stunned to object as Leo starts preparing the monster like an experienced butcher instead of a cultivator. When Leo asks for a sharp knife, Wu Bai silently hands over his treasured short sword and just hopes this day cannot get any stranger. Leo flips the fancy weapon around, gets the grip right, and cleanly butchers the cockatrice, chopping off the head, tails, and innards in one smooth sequence. When a red monster core drops from the carcass, Leo casually tosses it to Wu Bai like a snack he has gotten bored of. Leo matter-of-factly tells him the core is worth 500 years of lifespan once his stomach can handle it, because he already ate too many himself. Wu Bai is thunderstruck, but Leo keeps going and says he simply refuses to let the face of his store live shorter than future customers. Wu Bai hears pure generosity and is moved to tears, swearing with a Tao oath that he will follow Leo anywhere. While Leo cheerfully drains the meat, he notices movement in the river behind them and realizes a bigger problem is already watching the camp. To bait or distract whatever is in the water, Leo tosses the bloody innards into the river, and 2 9th-stage caimans explode out of the surface fighting over them. Wu Bai instantly panics and scrambles toward Leo for protection, because these are the kind of monsters that should be untouchable. Leo is more annoyed than alarmed, and with one stomp he splits the river and launches both caimans helplessly into the air. In the same casual motion, he throws Wu Bai's red sword through one skull and into the other, killing both beasts before they can even understand what happened. The caimans crash back down dead, and Leo dives in, drags both 9th-stage corpses ashore, and leaves the river shining with rainbow blood. Then the only real casualty appears. Wu Bai's treasured sword snaps after the double kill, and Leo awkwardly admits he owes him a replacement. Wu Bai can barely hold the broken weapon as his mind spins around one impossible thought after another, especially the 2 fresh 9th-rank cores now lying right there. 10 kilometers south, a white unicorn on the far side of the river senses Leo's group and reacts as if it has found something precious. The creature circles in excitement to work itself up, silver light beginning to gather around its hooves. Then the unicorn steps onto the river itself and breaks into a full charge straight toward Leo's camp. While Leo keeps butchering monsters by hand, Wu Bai finally asks the question that has been bothering him. Why does someone this strong never use a spatial ring? Before answering, Leo suddenly vanishes, comes back carrying 2 live cockatrices, and snaps into his usual brutal workflow without missing a beat. He kills the birds, rips out their beaks, uses the beaks like knives to open them up, and plucks them as if this bizarre method is completely normal. Wu Bai pushes through his nerves and points out that storing beasts in a ring would be much faster than watching Leo run around carrying everything himself. Leo answers with a tired sigh and admits the truth. Every spatial ring in this world is too fragile for him, and he breaks them whenever he tries to use one. When Leo adds that one broken ring once exploded its contents all over his store, Wu Bai instantly turns that disaster into proof that his master's power is absurdly beyond mortal tools. Wu Bai eagerly volunteers to become Leo's personal carrier, smiling like a loyal servant, while secretly planning to peek at whatever treasures Leo keeps. That moment is cut short by a strange splashing rush from behind them, and Wu Bai turns to see a giant white unicorn charging straight at the camp. Wu Bai panics, grabs Gao Yan, and throws them both out of the way as the unicorn barrels past without even looking at them. The unicorn was never aiming for them at all. It reaches Leo, slams down in front of him, and shoves its head into his chest like an overeager pet. Instead of attacking, the beast sniffs Leo and starts licking his face, leaving Leo standing there stunned by the world's weirdest greeting. Leo calls the mythical beast a stupid donkey and asks Wu Bai what it is, while the unicorn pauses mid-lick just to stare at him. Leo also notices something important. Unlike most creatures around him, this unicorn shows no sign of mutating or dying from his radiation. Wu Bai finally answers that it is a unicorn, but he barely finishes before rushing back to Gao Yan, whose chi is now rampaging from the interrupted cultivation. Left without help, Leo looks the beast in the eye and bluntly asks what it is, and the only answer he gets back is a loud neigh. Far to the east, Hua Jiashan pushes Dong Fang Mei up the mysterious pagoda, and the old pair recognize the rising chi pressure as a classic compatibility trial. Their climb turns nostalgic as they remember the old Myriad Pagoda and how Situ Nanshan's tribulation once destroyed it while stopping a worse disaster. When they reach the 50th floor and find a giant unicorn statue, both immediately realize this trial is about to embarrass somebody. The statue reminds them of old Tang Tian's ridiculous unicorn incident, and the memory hits so hard that both elders start laughing before they can even explain it. Still laughing, they remember the absurd explanation elders gave back then. Unicorns are attracted to untouched cultivators, which is exactly why Tang Tian got pounced. Still climbing, the two old friends keep laughing and even mime the unicorn's ridiculous battle cry, smash. Back at camp an hour later, Leo finally asks the question he did not want answered. Are unicorns attracted to virgins? Wu Bai cannot help much, but Leo already knows enough, and the answer leaves him quietly insulted. Since the beast refuses to leave, Leo jumps onto its back and lays down the terms. If it wants to follow him, it obeys his orders from now on. Leo tests whether the unicorn can speak like cat, but the beast strains its throat and produces only one word in clumsy human speech, smash. After accepting the situation, Leo gives the unicorn a name of his own, Fake Taxi, or just Taxi. Leo checks what Taxi eats, and the unicorn immediately points him toward the nearby mutated plants and immortal grass like that should have been obvious. Relieved that feeding it will be easy, Leo tells Taxi to stay behind and guard Wu Bai and Gao Yan while he goes back to hunting. Leo still cannot understand Taxi's smash language, decides it is not worth spending power to learn it, and just leaves the horse to figure it out. He blasts back into the jungle at absurd speed, leaving after images as he zigzags through the trees collecting more cockatrices and snakes by hand. 10 seconds later he returns and drops a mountain of fresh kills in front of Taxi, treating the whole pile like a casual delivery. Inspired by that display, Taxi throws back its head and unleashes a thunderous scream of smash that rolls across the whole realm. Near the pyramid, Yen Xiang's group arrives, recognizes the sweet dream mushrooms and pink fog below, and immediately decides this place is too dangerous to enter. Looking through the fog, one guard spots the Situ clan cultivators already twisted into something inhuman, and Yen Xiang flatly confirms they are beyond saving and have become Jiangshi. The Emperor orders a full withdrawal toward the portal, preferring survival and cultivation time over charging into a trap they already understand. Then Taxi's war cry reaches them from the south, and the sound alone knocks most of Yen Xiang's escorts out of stable flight. Yen Xiang instantly identifies it as a male thunder unicorn's summoning cry and warns everyone to cover their ears because the voice itself harms cultivators. But 4 elderly guards stay fine, and Yen Xiang explains the absurd rule: virgins are naturally immune, and the cry is actually feeding them lightning chi. The squad recovers just in time to see a massive dust cloud moving south, and Yen Xiang refuses to chase it because adult thunder unicorns are far too dangerous to hunt. Back near Leo, the call has already worked. Thunder unicorns stampede in from all directions, blasting prey with lightning and trampling the forest into a bloody path. When Leo comes back with another load of kills, he finds Taxi calmly chatting with 3 more giant unicorns and realizes his one weird horse has somehow multiplied into 4. The newcomers spot Leo, rush him with sparkling excitement, and immediately start sniffing and licking him just like Taxi did. Leo can get only more smash noises out of Taxi, so he settles for one simple rule: bring your friends if you want, but find your own food and do not eat his people. That warning matters immediately when Gao Yan finally opens his eyes and finds an enormous unicorn face shoved almost nose to nose with him. Gao Yan shrieks and scrambles backward, and the curious unicorn chases him down just to plant a slobbery lick right on his mouth. Leo laughs at the disaster and welcomes Gao Yan to the same humiliating club of people kissed by pervert ponies first. They do not have long to process it, because the ground starts rumbling again and more unicorns keep arriving until the group is completely surrounded. Within moments, nearly 100 giant unicorns are gathered at the portal, all staring at Leo with the same eager sparkling eyes. Taxi comes close again, clearly asking for something, and Leo can only guess that if they want to follow him home, he will deal with the stable later and let them choose for themselves. Instead of answering in a way anyone can understand, Taxi turns to the herd, shouts smash, and takes charge like a commander. The other 99 unicorns obey immediately and charge straight through the portal into Leo's home world, leaving only Taxi behind in the realm. Wu Bai and Gao Yan stare at Leo like he just casually tamed 109th stage mythical beasts, and Wu Bai cannot resist teasing him to just smash it. Leo wants to rush back and manage the disaster waiting at his store, but the system interrupts with a harsh warning that going home now will cancel both missions and all their rewards. Cornered by that choice, Leo gives up on returning, climbs onto Taxi again, and orders the unicorn to take him to the Rabbit Trent King so he can finish the quest fast. Taxi answers with a happy neigh and charges east toward the tall pagoda, carrying Leo deeper into the mystic realm. Watching them leave, Gao Yan burns with envy and vows that one day he will live as freely as Leo does instead of being trapped by his own weakness. Wu Bai immediately drags him back to reality, reminding him that a golden core cultivator is nowhere near enough for this place, and Gao Yan takes the scolding to heart and resumes training. After the pony stampede scares off the nearby beasts, Leo finally has a clear path and heads straight for the distant pagoda with Taxi. Because Taxi is too huge to saddle normally, Leo rides him standing up like a board, while the wild unicorn bulldozes straight through the jungle. Even with all that force, Leo is unimpressed and bluntly tells Taxi he is still too slow. Stung by the insult, Taxi pours lightning chi into his hooves, starts running in midair, and suddenly triples his speed with sonic booms behind him. Leo still is not satisfied, so he jumps off and tells Taxi to remember what real speed looks like. With one kick, Leo blasts off from the jungle floor like a cannon shot, leaves a crater behind, and the shockwave slams even Taxi backward in midair. That display breaks Taxi's pride on the spot, because among unicorns the fastest male is the alpha, and now Leo has clearly outrun him. Simple as ever, Taxi immediately accepts Leo as the new alpha and races after him instead of competing anymore. A few seconds later, Leo overshoots the destination by hundreds of kilometers, crashes headfirst into a pagoda, and smashes down into the middle of the city. Before Leo can even look around, the pagoda he broke topples over and buries him under a full avalanche of timber, metal, and stone. Taxi arrives late, finds only the debris pile, and stomps it so hard that a reverse lightning blast erupts and throws the whole area skyward. Leo comes up with the blasted rubble completely unharmed, casually holding a strange green gong he found inside the wreckage. As the debris starts falling back down, Leo casually uses the gong as an umbrella over his head. The impacts make the gong ring, and its vibration is nasty enough to scramble Taxi's balance and temporarily shut down his chi control. Leo shrugs off the weird sound, eats a bit of earwax like it is nothing, and even gets a small lifespan gain out of the moment. Once the ringing stops, Leo realizes the gong is probably a dangerous rare item, especially if it can rattle Taxi that badly. To get his bearings in the pagoda city, Leo jumps onto a rooftop and scans the sea of towers around him. When Leo lands on another pagoda roof, the building itself zaps him with a purple lightning strike, and he happily takes the free lifespan bonus. From that high vantage, Leo finally spots the giant central tower that dwarfs everything else, and Taxi points it out as their real destination. Leo decides to stop sightseeing and heads with Taxi straight for the tallest pagoda. Inside that tower, Hua Jiashan and Dong Feng Mei have already pushed up to the 100th floor, but the tower's pressure has brought them to a halt. They work out the rule of the floor: it drains physical strength and suppresses 6 common elements, so without lightning chi they cannot climb any higher. Since they cannot advance, both elders settle into meditation right there and lose track of time inside the tower. A huge crash from outside snaps them out of meditation, so they rush to the western window to see what just happened. From the window, they see a pagoda below has been destroyed, which should be nearly impossible for a normal challenger. Then they watch a reverse lightning blast throw debris into the sky, and Hua Jiashan spots Leo among it and instantly recognizes him. Hua Jiashan hurriedly tells Dong Feng Mei that the man below is the quasi-immortal Florida man who has been helping his sect and sheltering some of his disciples. A moment later, the gong's vibration reaches the tower, and both elders collapse unconscious along with the people on the lower floor. Soon after, Leo reaches the base of the tallest pagoda, and when the barred entrance opens by itself, he takes that as an invitation. Inside the first floor, Leo finds a whole crowd knocked out cold, including Sun Wan, Little Yao Chi-Chi, Han Meng, tiger swordsmen, and other disciples. Instead of ignoring them, Leo quietly puts the unconscious cultivators on their sides and even buys soft pillows so they can breathe safely while they sleep it off. As Leo approaches the stairs, a nasty itch crawls over his skin like mold trying to grow on him, so he immediately switches to full protective gear. Taxi cannot understand why Leo would bother wearing more clothes, but Leo marches up to the second floor anyway with the horse awkwardly squeezing after him. The early floors are completely empty, and the tower's layout keeps forcing them to cross whole halls just to find the next staircase. After enough empty floors, Leo speeds up out of boredom, and Taxi instantly turns the climb into a race. They tear through the first 49 floors in minutes, barely caring about the tower's pressure, until both stop in front of a giant broken horn unicorn statue on the 50th floor. While Leo casually inspects the statue's metal base, Taxi stares at it in a trance and gets bizarrely excited by the sight. Leo mocks Taxi for acting like the statue is some kind of lover, but the joke dies when the statue's eyes suddenly move and lock onto him. Leo expects a boss fight, yet the statue simply changes posture and then implodes into a tiny floating white marble instead. Taxi clearly wants Leo to use the marble somehow, so Leo leans in for a closer look after removing his mask and helmet. The marble dissolves into gas and rushes straight into Leo's mouth and nose, giving him a nasty reminder of the worst habits from his old life. Then the real reward lands. Leo suddenly understands the language of Taxi's tribe for the first time. That breakthrough only makes Leo's life worse, because now he can finally hear how filthy Taxi's requests really are. Leo bluntly shuts Taxi down, forbids every perverted idea the horse suggests, and loses all interest in speedrunning the tower after that. So the climb slows to a walk, and only after several more hours do Leo and Taxi finally reach the 100th floor. There they find Hua Jiashan and Dong Fong Mei under another unicorn statue, and both elders are stunned to see Leo arrive with a thunder unicorn at his side. Hua Jiashan immediately warns Leo that thunder unicorns drain a victim's virgin yin or yang until they die, unless that purity is lost first. That warning hits a sore spot, so Leo awkwardly insists he can handle Taxi because he has experience, even if Hua Jiashan clearly does not buy it. Taxi bristles at Hua Jiashan's hostility, and now that Leo understands him, he has to shut down another outrageous suggestion on the spot. After that awkward exchange, Hua Jiashan finally accepts that Leo really does have the unicorn under control and offers his congratulations instead. Leo calls Taxi less a tame beast than a shameless stalker, which leaves both local cultivators too uncomfortable to even respond. Dong Fong Mei introduces herself properly and thanks Leo for helping Sun Wan and her disciples, but Leo barely lingers on the greeting before looking back at the statue. The second statue reacts to Leo too, staring back for a tense beat before it begins to move in front of the horrified elders. Just like before, the statue implodes into a floating marble, and this time Leo takes it without hesitation. The marble turns to gas again, but this one hits like brutal wasabi instead of poison, leaving Leo in tears and pain for minutes. The suffering pays off when Leo unlocks a unique thunder wasabi farm, which can grow the exact food thunder unicorns love most. Deciding he is done walking, Leo hops onto Taxi, orders him to carry them to the next statue or straight to the top, and the unicorn bolts off at once. Watching the pair disappear up the tower, Dong Fong Mei can only call Leo an eccentric neighbor, and Hua Jiashan quietly settles on a simpler word, unique. Taxi blasts up the pagoda so fast that he and Leo reach the 150th floor in just minutes. Instead of another statue, the 150th floor holds a fountain of eerie green liquid that pulls Taxi in like a treat. When Leo checks the fountain, he realizes this is a pinnacle grade poison potion, far better than the lesser poison brew he sold before. Leo grumbles that a poison checkpoint makes no sense in a wood and earth realm, but Taxi is already happily drinking it. Leo empties his canteen, samples the potion himself, and finds out the freezing poison tastes absurdly good, like apple juice. That one sip hooks him, so Leo buys a giant empty tank and starts stealing the whole fountain for the road. By the time Leo drains half a massive tank and empties the fountain, Taxi is openly sulking over the lost drink supply. Leo talks his way out of the theft by calling the poison their backup water supply for the climb, and Taxi immediately buys the logic. The plan has one flaw: without a saddle, Taxi cannot carry the tank, so Leo ends up hauling it himself. Burdened with the giant tank, Leo still pushes on and finally reaches the 200th floor with Taxi beside him. The next checkpoint is a nightmare statue, a 5-meter rabbit with 6 eyes, 4 arms, and weapons in every hand. Taxi instantly turns hostile, because thunder unicorns and rabbit trents are ancient enemies in this realm. Seeing Taxi ready to fight, Leo sets down his gear and steps forward, finally hoping for a proper warm-up. The statue wakes as Leo approaches, turning from stone to living wood and opening its mouth into a nest of attacking vines. Leo slips aside so cleanly that the first vine strike only smashes through the floor. When the rabbit trent sweeps the vines back across the room, it tears through floor tiles and only catches Leo's fading afterimage. With Leo out of sight, the rabbit trent turns on Taxi instead. Taxi fires a lightning railgun into the rabbit's chest, but the hit only chars it instead of finishing the job. Before the rabbit can counterattack, its arms and body suddenly wither and drop apart for no obvious reason. The answer is on its head. Leo is sitting there, having spat into its ear to kill it from the inside. Taxi can barely process that his lifelong nightmare enemy just died in one cheap move. Leo brushes it off by saying he knows plant monsters well because he keeps a dryad pet at home. Taxi keeps asking the wrong questions until Leo explodes and makes it clear the dryad is basically his daughter, not some romantic option. After that exhausting argument, Leo gives up on climbing for the night and camps on the floor. Elsewhere in the realm, Situnanshan's group finds a hidden cave treasure left behind by a dead intruder from an immortal world. The blood message warns that the Triangle building is full of 9th-rank rabbit trants, and even the forest and river are crawling with deadly beasts. To identify the corpse, a clansman uses a talisman on its forehead and pulls a scrap of memory from the remains. The memory confirms the corpse was only at the celestial physique stage, the first immortal stage, which makes the cave warning even more serious. Realizing they cannot challenge the pyramid yet, Situnantian orders the group to search the cave for anything else worth taking. The clansmen recover 3 locked spatial rings, and Situnantian is pleased to pocket treasures they can pry open later. Then one of the men strips the corpse and finds a book hidden in the dead immortal's clothes. The title Tao of Overlord hooks Situnantian at once, because the book claims the realm's gnosis can grant full control of that world and its chi. That promise lights up his greed, and he starts asking everyone what they know about gnosis and rabbit trance. By the next morning, the unconscious cultivators in the pagoda all wake at once, dizzy and feverish but alive. Yao Chi-Chi wakes too, but Leo's rejuvenate tea has physically regressed her into a tiny 3-year-old body. Her appearance may be younger, but her chi has become monstrously large, beyond even a peak golden core cultivator's volume. Chi-Chi calls Sunwan Mama, and Sunwan immediately gathers the little girl into her arms to check if she is hurt. Sunwan can only admit she does not know what knocked them out, and Han Meng and the other survivors still look badly drained. A voice transmission from Dongfang Mei checks on the group, and Sunwan reports that everyone survived and Chi-Chi may have gained a huge blessing. Dongfang Mei answers with one clear priority: keep protecting Chi-Chi, because she has become their hope. Han Meng receives his own order from Hua Jieshan: spend 5 days cultivating here, then start harvesting the realm's herbs and fruits. Then Hua Jieshan drops the real warning: Florida man already entered this pagoda with a thunder unicorn, and if anything weird happens again, they must run. Once Han Meng realizes Leo used his own portal to get here, he is too late to stop himself from cursing Wu Bai for secretly cozying up to that monster first. Back on the climb, Leo pockets the Rabbit Trent's 9th rank core for future longevity pills and keeps moving with Taxi. The next stretch is simple stair climbing, so Leo and Taxi race through 50 more floors looking for the next fight. On the 250th floor, 2 Rabbit Trents block the stairs and attack the moment they appear. This time Leo does not even let Taxi join in and charges them himself, hungry for lifespan and monster cores. A minute later the floor is clear, and Leo is holding 2 fresh cores like quick loot. To test the reward, Leo eats 1 core on the spot and gains 2,000 years of lifespan. He decides the second core might be more valuable as pill material, so the climb resumes. On the very next floor, the pattern escalates again with 3 Rabbit Trents guarding the stairs. Leo is delighted by the increasing wave design and starts wondering how he is supposed to haul all these cores home. At the same time, Situnantian leaves the mountains with the Tao of Overlord in hand and keeps studying it as his group heads east toward the pagoda town. As he reads aloud, Situnantian explains that a gnosis is a celestial being's condensed Tao and karma, and stealing one is a shortcut to immortal power. The book goes even further by describing fate crystals born with heaven-chosen prodigies, the true protagonists of an era. Instead of fearing those chosen people, Situnantian starts dreaming about stealing their fate and taking absolute power for himself. So obsessed is he that he flies right past Wu Bai and Gao Yan's old campsite without caring that anyone is there. After 6 more hours of flying, Situnantian finally reaches the pagoda town and ignores the smaller towers to focus on the tallest one. He declares this tower must belong to the Rabbit Trent King, the likely overlord of the entire mystic realm. His followers hesitate, but Situnantian snaps back that his talismans can kill weak immortals and this is their chance to stop bowing to the imperial family. Before the argument can settle, a violent boom from the top of the pagoda blows the clouds apart. Using his sight, Situnantian glimpses an unmeasurable old man with a thunder unicorn facing a terrifying beast aura near the top floor. The beast's pressure feels like an immortal stage monster, and Situnantian instantly decides to rush up and steal the aftermath. But the moment he reaches the top, a deafening gong shreds his control of chi and sends him plummeting from the sky. On the 400th floor itself, Leo is not worried about the boss at all. He is furious that the Rabbit Trent King just broke his favorite gong. The 10-meter Rabbit Trent King starts a villain speech from its throne, promising to turn Leo and his treasures into fertilizer. Leo cuts the speech off with a casual long-range punch that blows a huge hole straight through the king's chest. Before the stunned king can understand what happened, Leo stomps up, jumps onto its lap, and rips the red orb core right off its body. Just like that, Leo skips the boss fight entirely and takes the quest reward before the Rabbit Trent King can even finish dying. After butchering the Rabbit Trent King on the pagoda's top floor, Leo digs through the corpse for the quest's gnosis, and comes up with nothing but its 10th grade monster core. When the quest text says he has to absorb the gnosis, Leo decides the simplest answer is to eat the entire monster himself. Leo starts chewing through the corpse piece by piece, and Taxi watches in stunned respect before trying to sneak some for himself. Leo warns Taxi away from the mutated blood, claiming that toxic mess is his food, not the horse's. With the corpse claimed by Leo, Taxi turns to a strange mountain of glowing white dragon fruits beside a white-leaf plant that keeps dropping fresh ones every minute. Leo has no idea what the fruit is, so he gives Taxi permission to try it. Taxi gulps down a white dragon fruit, loves the taste for 1 second, and then collapses from the flood of yang qi hitting his body too hard. Leo mocks the flattened horse, pats his belly, and picks up a fruit to test it himself. Before eating, Leo pauses for a grim little toast to dead humanity, immortality, and himself. The fruit barely affects Leo at all, and the system only rewards him with 1 extra year of lifespan. Taxi realizes the fruit is still worth huge cultivation gains for him, so he stubbornly crawls back to finish the half he spat out. Outside the pagoda, Situnantian finally flies back to see who interfered with him and spots a thunder unicorn and an old man with a rainbow aura inside. The unknown old man bothers him, but after remembering reports about Magpie City's rumored immortal, Situnantian decides not to start a direct fight yet. Instead, Situnantian orders his followers to stay back and prepares to steal the Gnosis and Fate Crystal the moment Leo uncovers them. An hour passes, and Leo is still eating while Taxi naps after stuffing himself. Another hour later, Leo finally gets too full, pats his bloated stomach, and decides to nap right there instead of finishing the corpse. Watching from outside, Situnantian nearly loses his patience but still refuses to risk charging into an unknown immortal's tower. 4 hours later, Leo wakes up refreshed and cheerfully announces that he is going right back to eating. That line almost breaks Situnantian on the spot, because he now realizes this idiot might waste his whole day waiting for the monster to be eaten bite by bite. As the hours drag on, each disgusting bite of rabbit trent flesh gives Leo 10 more years of lifespan, so he happily keeps going despite the taste. Leo finally reaches the monster's wood-like intestines, nearly gags at the moldy seaweed taste, and realizes the thing must have lived on those useless fruits. Even so, the 10-year lifespan gains keep popping up, so Leo forces himself onward and vows to finish the whole thing by tomorrow. Outside, Situnantian is so furious he almost attacks early, until a red orb suddenly rolls out of Leo's pocket and catches his eye. When the monster core touches the white dragon fruits, the fruits vanish into it, turning the strange orb into a much more interesting clue. As Situnantian creeps closer, he spots a glassy eyeball hidden behind the fruit plant, and the thing stares back at him before dropping off and vanishing into the fruit pile. The eyeball does not match the fate crystal in his book, but Situnantian wants it anyway, and that greed locks in his plan to steal from Leo. 3 full days pass with Leo and Taxi eating non-stop on the top floor while Situnantian's group keeps stalking the windows for one clean opening. At the end of it all, Leo has eaten everything in sight and still has not cleared the quest, which leaves him openly furious at the mystery of this missing Gnosis. Taxi suggests the ugly possibility that they may have killed the wrong king, and that idea wrecks Leo's mood even further. Trying to think, Leo absent-mindedly grabs another white dragon fruit and reaches for the monster core, only to realize his pocket is suddenly too light. Leo asks Taxi to help search, and the unicorn quickly senses the missing core buried under the fruit pile. When Leo digs down to the bottom, he finds not just the core but a tiny white eyeball creature clinging to it and half absorbing it. Leo reaches to snatch the little thief, but the eyeball creature bolts for the plant with the core in its grip. The fruit plant splits open like a mouth and swallows both the eyeball creature and Leo's monster core. That is the opening Situnantian wanted, so he crashes through the window, touches the plant, and steals the whole thing into his spatial ring. Situnantian smirks for 1 heartbeat and turns to smoke to escape, but Taxi reacts first with a yellow lightning blast that catches him mid-flight. Leo instantly appears in front of the petrified thief and reaches for his neck, but Situnantian slips away again before Leo can close his hand. A kilometer away, Situnantian reappears in the sky and panics hard enough to order his subordinates to attack with everything they have. 9 cultivators answer by raising giant ogre-like Dao avatars and linking huge red talismans into a fire array around the pagoda. Taxi answers with his own 100-meter silver horse-faced giant and a yellow dome barrier that blocks the incoming beams. The clash melts the remaining dragon fruits, and that loss makes Taxi furious enough to smash the talisman array apart with 1 punch. The broken formation backfires on all 9 attackers, and they spit blood and drop from the sky with heavy internal injuries. By then Leo has already kicked off after Situnantian himself, crossing a kilometer in an instant, and nearly grabbing him again. Situnantian teleports again, and Leo tracks his new position by sight and aura instead of giving up the chase. To change direction in the air, Leo folds his legs and detonates forward with raw force, burning through his pants and skin before his body heals on the spot. Even with those brutal rocket kicks, Leo is still a little slower than Situnantian's teleporting escape and has to keep relaunching from the ground. Realizing speed alone is not enough, Leo checks his massive lifespan total and opens the system shop for a modern weapon in mid-chase. He buys a cheap CZ handgun, then immediately tests a crazier idea by asking the system if it can be upgraded like one of his store items. The answer is yes, so Leo burns an absurd amount of lifespan to force the pistol all the way to level 8 and buys upgraded ammunition too. He loads the new magazine by instinct and launches after Citunantion again, gambling 80,000 years of life on one shot. Leo catches up so fast that he overshoots past Citunantion, and for one stretched instant both men move through the sky at terrifying near-light combat speed. Citunantion tries to buy space by summoning a flying fish Dao avatar and slashing Leo with a water crescent, but it only ruins the hazmat suit. Leo flips in the air, levels the upgraded pistol at Citunantion's chest, and fires. Leo thinks the recoil feels underwhelming for the lifespan cost, but the level 8 bullet is so fast it punches straight through Citunantion's back and chest a moment later. The hit feels like a quasi-immortal's full-force strike, wrecking Citunantion's chest and dropping his speed hard. Looking for somewhere to hide, Citunantion glances down and realizes he is above the pyramid and the sweet dream mushroom death zone, which traps him with nowhere safe to dive. Then desperation hands him one last chance when he spots one of his clan's portals hanging in the sky above the pyramid. Believing heaven has saved him, Citunantion burns his last strength to sprint for the portal before Leo can close in again. Leo refuses to let the thief escape with his stolen quest item, so he steadies the pistol and aims not for the man but for the hand loaded with rings. The second bullet lands perfectly and blows Citunantion's left hand apart, scattering fingers and storage rings through the air. Among the falling rings is the one holding the stolen dragon fruit plant, which means Leo has finally forced Citunantion to choose between escape and loot. Citunantion turns in panic to recover his hand and rings, but Leo flips the gun up to his head and makes the choice for him. Faced with death, Citunantion abandons the rings and dives through the portal alone, fleeing with his life but not his stolen prize. After Citunantion slips away, Leo rockets through the sky cursing the overpriced handgun that was weaker than his own fists. He lands far away, casually leaves a massive crater with one kick, and launches himself straight back toward the pyramid where the fingers and rings fell. At the foot of the pyramid, Leo immediately recognizes the pink forest around it as sweet dream mushrooms. The moment he steps on one, the mushrooms burst with spores, so Leo covers his face and gives up on using the gun. Instead, he buys spray paint and a lighter on the spot and starts torching the whole mushroom patch. The small mushrooms shrivel, but the larger ones split apart, flee the flames, and regrow by feeding on the surrounding chi. Once Leo sees how stubborn they are, he drenches himself in gasoline and sets his own body on fire. As a walking inferno, he finds the spores and pink fog can no longer touch him. The trick finally works, so Leo calms down enough to light a cigar from his own flames and vow that Citunantion dies next time. While scanning the burning forest, he spots mushrooms writhing over all 5 fallen fingers and rings like greedy scavengers. Leo grabs the first mushroom ball barehanded, burns through its regeneration, and rips out one spatial ring. He leaves the finger behind to be eaten and sterilizes the ring against his burning skin before moving to the next one. A few minutes later, all 5 rings are finally back in Leo's hands, and he starts thinking about where to check their contents safely. Then curiosity wins, and Leo decides that since he is already here, he might as well loot the pyramid too. After searching around the structure for an hour, Leo finally finds a small shrine and a narrow cell gate halfway up the pyramid. He tears the gate open, sees the cramped little hole beyond it, and instantly decides he would rather dismantle the pyramid than crawl. So Leo starts yanking out huge stone blocks one by one, dropping them onto the mushroom field below like giant Jenga pieces. He keeps working from the apex downward, stripping away hundreds of stone blocks, but the pyramid still refuses to reveal any inner room. While Leo is wrecking the pyramid, Taxi finally follows his scent there, galloping through the sky on crackling lightning. Taxi finds Leo and proudly blurts out his usual smug smash, which only makes Leo realize with fresh irritation that the horse can fly and he cannot. Taxi offers to teach Leo his flying trick, but only for an outrageous price in immortal grass meals. Leo grumbles through the bargaining but eventually agrees to feed Taxi 100 blades of immortal grass per meal for 100 years. But when Taxi notices the sweet dream mushrooms below, his bravado vanishes and he panics straight up into the sky. Leo calls him dramatic, but Taxi refuses to come back down, so Leo shrugs and keeps tearing the pyramid apart alone. After roughly 2,000 blocks, Leo finally breaks into a hollow space and decides the best route inside is still just removing more of the building. He drops into the dark hall and lets his eyes adjust from red to green, revealing stone pillars and a giant golden rabbit-trent pharaoh statue on a throne. Thinking he may have found the real target behind his unfinished quest, Leo charges in and smashes the statue's face with one punch. The hit tells him immediately that he just destroyed a hollow statue, not a living enemy. Inside the shell, he finds a hidden hoard of rabbit-faced golden coins glowing with strange energy. He bites one out of curiosity, hates the bitter chocolate taste at first, and only changes his tune when the system gives him 5 extra years of lifespan. Now thrilled, Leo instantly starts calling the coins the best food ever and shouts up to Taxi with a sweeter offer. He promises another 100 blades of immortal grass if Taxi will teach him not just flight, but also how to use chi and open the spatial rings. Taxi hears him from above, wants the easy payment, but still hesitates to come anywhere near the mushroom zone. Leo takes the vague answer as good enough, leaps 3 kilometers straight up, and lands on Taxi's back in one smooth jump. Only then does the absurd image hit him. He is modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth, still on fire, and sitting on a very unimpressed horse. Leo puts out the flames by shedding and regenerating skin, and the last stubborn fire leaves an embarrassing scorch mark on Taxi's back. Taxi snaps him out of his stupid laughter, and Leo hurriedly buys a fresh set of clothes before the lesson can start. Once dressed, Leo asks to learn chi first, and Taxi thinks he must be joking. When Leo flatly admits he cannot use chi or essence at all, Taxi is completely shaken because nothing about Leo's monstrous strength should work that way. After staring into his eyes and realizing Leo is somehow serious, Taxi finally accepts the role of teacher. Taxi explains meditation in his own smash-filled way, and somehow Leo follows every bit of it. Leo sits cross-legged on Taxi's back and starts meditating in the sky while Taxi holds still for him. Within minutes, Leo finds the current inside his body and pushes a tiny bit of power to one fingertip. The result is a disaster. One spark turns into fire, water, stone, metal growth, branches, and poison all exploding out of the same finger at once. Leo realizes his cancer cells are acting like feral idiots, so he tries ordering them to use only the impure chi they want to dump anyway. That choice backfires instantly when Leo's aura turns black and filthy fluid starts pouring from every pore and opening in his body. Taxi panics so hard that he bucks Leo clean off his back and kicks him away midair. Leo crashes down unharmed, but the detox keeps draining fluid and body mass while the smell coming off him is absolutely foul. Desperate for water, he points a finger into his own mouth and accidentally blasts himself with a high-pressure jet instead. He forces the pressure down and keeps drinking anyway, flushing his body until dirty streams start pouring back out of him from all directions. When he finally stops, he is dizzy from overdoing it, but the black runoff has also started poisoning the mushrooms around him to death. The toxic sweat keeps spreading through the roots until a full square kilometer of mushroom forest dies in seconds. Leo can only stare at the damage, mutter that even his sweat is too toxic for zombie mushrooms, and strip off the filthy clothes. After toweling off and changing again, he goes right back to practice with one strict order. Only one cell gets to act, and it must use the tiniest amount possible. This time, a single obedient cell sends out a faint controlled strand of chi from Leo's finger at last. Amused that this tiny thread is what cultivators work so hard for, Leo immediately turns the experiment toward one of Situ Nanshan's rings. As soon as the chi enters, Leo senses a watery maze inside the ring, and his abnormal chi starts devouring that stored energy instead of merely touching it. The stolen water chi feeds back into his body, and Leo briefly wonders if this is how cultivation is supposed to work at all. When the ring's energy is emptied, it clicks open, and Leo finally senses the huge storage space and all the objects inside. For Leo, opening a spatial ring for the first time feels like a ridiculous but genuine breakthrough. Leo finally figures out how to probe a spatial ring with chi, and the first thing he pulls out is a red flying sword. When Leo grips the sword, it drains his energy for a second, then hovers in front of him like it is ready to be ridden. He excitedly treats it like a surfboard, steps on, and starts learning its controls through his chi. His first launch goes badly, and the flying sword slams him straight into a giant dead sweet dream mushroom. Embarrassed but practical, Leo gives up on practice for now and goes back to the real job, looting the pyramid with his new storage trick. Back in the treasure room, he learns the ring only works once he actively powers it, not by forcing items in with raw chi. The moment the ring activates, it neatly swallows the test items, and Leo realizes he has finally mastered spatial ring storage. Now that he knows the trick, he sweeps the whole broken gold statue and its coins into storage in one shot. Feeling stupid for not learning this earlier, Leo heads deeper into the pyramid and finds 3 sarcophagi waiting in the next room. He kicks open the first coffin, and a nasty burst of old poison gas and dust erupts into his face. Inside is a dog-faced mummy buried under grave goods, and Leo calmly stores the loot and even the corpse for later. As he robs the tomb, Leo briefly regrets not bringing Cat along, because this kind of chaos would have been perfect for her. Back in Leo's domain, the unicorns are still trapped at the portal platform and too scared of the guardian statues to move. The Catopus statue greets them in its weird way, and the frightened unicorns immediately try to run back through the portal. When some unicorns try to flee by air, the fisherman's statue snags them with an invisible net and drags them right back. One stronger male unicorn fires lightning in protest, and the platform answers with a red barrier prison and a far scarier warning. The black-winged devil statue rises, orders them to stay until their master returns, and the entire herd instantly submits in terror. Once the herd is contained, the Catopus statue casually clears the leftover corpses from the platform while the trapped unicorns watch from inside the red barrier. On the ground, Leo's mannequins are still digging because he never told them to stop, and their pawn project has turned into a huge mine pit. The dumped monster corpses rain into that pit, and Cat comes sprinting in the second she hears food has arrived. The mannequins quickly make room for her, and Cat lands at the bottom of the pit like she has struck treasure. One bite tells Cat everything she needs to know, and she happily starts devouring the giant wasps as a perfect snack. Back in the pyramid, Liu finishes looting the other coffins without waking anything dangerous. Among the loot, one clear orb gives off such a strange pull that Liu starts nuzzling it like he is under a spell. The trance gets worse, and Liu bites into the orb and eats the whole thing because it somehow tastes irresistible. When the last bite is gone, Liu snaps out of it with no idea what he just did. A system alert abruptly congratulates him for clearing the secondary objective, which only makes the whole thing feel stranger. Checking the mission list, Liu sees both finding and absorbing the entity fate crystal are already marked complete. He guesses the orb must have been the crystal, but with no answer from the silent system, Liu can only stew in frustration. He vents by kicking the carved pyramid wall hard enough to blow a fresh opening to the outside. The clean air clears Liu's head, and he remembers the real unfinished prize is still the Rabbit Trent King's Gnosis and the missing 10th rank core. Liu drains the remaining sealed rings from Situnantian and finally finds the tiny ring that holds the stolen dragon fruit plant. The plant comes out alive and still hungry, immediately trying to pull in Liu's chi. Liu pins the plant down and slices it open to recover the 10th rank core he knows is hidden inside. Instead of a simple core, Liu finds a tiny one-eyed tentacle creature alive inside the split plant and trying to wriggle free. The tiny creature starts crying for its life, and Liu's usual ruthlessness crumbles on the spot. Liu offers a deal instead of killing it. If the creature can help him with the Rabbit Trent King's Gnosis, he will spare it and return the core. After a long, pained hesitation, the monster points back at the dragon fruit plant itself. Liu realizes the plant may be the Gnosis, and the creature's grief makes it clear this is more like its mother than a mere object. Thinking it through, Liu decides Gnosis probably means a Tao tied to the plant, so he may only need to understand it instead of destroying it. That answer thrills the little creature, and it immediately hops onto Liu's shoulder as if they are partners now. The little creature can even feed on Liu's cancer cells and radiation without harm, quietly growing stronger from the contact. Liu laughs at himself for sparing crying monsters while still treating crying chickens as dinner, then gets back to testing the plant. He converts spirit stones into essence stones and confirms the plant eagerly feeds on them. Fueled by that energy, the plant quickly ripens and drops fresh dragon fruits right in front of him. Even after seeing the fruit darken in his hand, Liu still cannot grasp what Tao he is supposed to learn from this thing. The little creature offers a clearer hint by merging into the plant and turning its own tentacle into small guiding vines. Its message is simple: stop staring at the fruit and actually plant the tree somewhere proper. Liu accepts that plan, puts on fresh rubber gloves, stores the new fruits away, and carries the plant outside. One look at the poison mushroom wasteland tells Liu this ground is too filthy, and the little creature agrees when he asks about heading west instead. Liu jumps onto Taxi's back with the plant and orders a full-speed trip to the west. Taxi grins at the frightened little creature like a creep, and Liu immediately smacks him and lectures him for bullying an elder. Even after Taxi protests that the eyeball is older than him, Liu still scolds the unicorn and makes him fly properly. 10 minutes later, they streak past Wu Bai and Gao Yan's campsite on the way to the western mountain zone. They reach the west at last, where absurdly thin mountains rise with little pavilions and courtyards built on every peak. Liu picks a mountaintop courtyard full of existing plants, and the little creature eagerly approves it as a proper place to grow the tree. The little creature gets so excited it runs for the nearby pond, only to slam into the frozen surface instead of diving in. Ignoring the pond for now, Liu digs into the rocky peak, plants the dragon fruit tree there, and decides this mountain will be his place to study its Tao. As Liu enjoyed his haul, the wider expedition fell apart, and many cultivators fled back to their own world after deciding this mystic realm was simply too dangerous. Yan Xiang swallowed his humiliation and went home first, leaving his followers to choose between greed and survival. Situnantian made it home barely alive, with a hole through his body and mangled organs, and only his clan's treasures and rare pills kept him from dying. Stuck in seclusion for months of healing and years of recovery, Situnantian seethed over losing his shot at the Rabbit Trent King's Gnosis and the chance to become immortal. He refused to let Liu go, and in secret he reached out to an ancestor who had already ascended. At the Death Sword sect, the return gate sat hidden in a damp underground dungeon of mud bricks and oxblood paint, sealed behind heavy protection arrays. At the Death Sword sect, weary disciples and elders stumbled back through the portal carrying rare desert materials, exhausted but thrilled by what they managed to bring home. One elder even collapsed smiling, delighted that his spatial ring held dozens of golden sand bananas rich enough to be turned into earth element cultivation pills. Watching from his wheelchair at the edge of the chamber, Ouyang Feng could only stew in envy because he still had not recovered enough to even walk. The room's cold silence said the rest. Everyone knew Qing Yuanji had really been killed over Ouyang Feng's disgrace, and now the sect quietly took it out on him. Realizing how low his standing had sunk, Ouyang Feng grudgingly asked the deacon to wheel him away. Before he could leave, the sect master Hua Guanhai called Ouyang Feng back for a look of his own. Expecting punishment for his clan's mess, Ouyang Feng lowered his head and greeted the sect master with forced respect. The sect master examined Ouyang Feng with a sight technique and identified poison essence in his head disrupting his balance. For the first time, Ouyang Feng heard a real explanation for his condition and immediately begged to know if the sect master could cure it. The sect master said he recognized the poison style, likely tied to the Tang clan, then casually crushed Ouyang Feng's hope by admitting he could not treat it. After the sect master dismissed him, Ouyang Feng was wheeled out even more humiliated than before. With Ouyang Feng gone, Hua Guanhai publicly shut down the desert expedition and forbade anyone from entering that realm again. Once the others dispersed, Hua Guanhai quietly revealed the order was only for show and began tampering with the portal himself. He changed the portal from yellow to pink and opened it onto a dense mushroom forest loaded with wood and earth chi, only to grimace at the sight of sweet dream mushrooms. Wanting a blood element realm instead, he swapped the portal again and never noticed a tiny mushroom spore hitchhiking onto his boot. Back on West Mountain, Leo searched the old tea pavilion for loot and found plenty of glossy clay pots and outdated tools. One crooked teapot told him the place held old handmade work, but not the answer he actually wanted. So Leo went back to the strange white dragon fruit plant and tried to reason out what kind of Tao or Gnosis the Rabbit Trent King had really left behind. The eyeball had already finished digesting the rank 10 core and simply looked bigger, which made Leo joke that maybe all it wanted was to grow fatter. Instead of answering with words, the eyeball plucked a fresh fruit and handed it to Leo like it had a lesson to teach. When the eyeball pointed from the fruit to Leo's body, he realized it wanted him to mutate the fruit with his own power. Leo played along, darkened the fruit, and the eyeball immediately urged him to bury it. The two of them dug together, planted the mutated fruit, and the eyeball kept impatiently comparing the buried seed to the original white plant. Leo still did not get it, and the eyeball got so frustrated with his cluelessness that it practically poked his face to make him think harder. Then a black sprout broke through the soil, forcing Leo to finally stop theorizing and actually look at what was happening. Watching the mutation unfold, Leo suddenly connected it to his own power and blurted out the answer. This gnosis was about mutation and evolution. The eyeball eagerly confirmed it, making Leo realize the Rabbit Trent King's knowledge had been sitting right beside him all along, just in a form he still did not know how to fully claim. Leo tried meditating like a proper cultivator, but after 10 pointless minutes he gave up on pretending he knew what he was doing. Since enlightenment was not happening, he decided to brute force the problem by growing more mutated plants and eating the results. He planted another blackened fruit and used his saliva as fertilizer, figuring that if his body caused the mutation, more of him might speed it up. The trick worked too well. One plant copied the original black sprout, but another twisted into a roper-like tree covered in long black tentacles. The tentacle plant crossed Leo's disgust threshold, so he ripped it out before it could spread any farther. Then he did the only thing that made sense to him and started eating the severed tentacles, discovering they tasted like wasabi and nuts. The sharp wasabi kick hit hard enough to make him pause and savor it, which only made him regret killing the plant too soon. He even tried replanting the roots and apologizing with more spit, but the dead plant stayed dead. Undeterred, he rolled the dice again with more mutated fruit, chasing a better result like a man hooked on a new kind of gotcha. This time he hit something huge. A black bamboo shot 20 meters into the air and began spreading at terrifying speed. Within moments the bamboo multiplied into hundreds of stalks and swallowed half the mountaintop before the soil finally ran out of fuel. Delighted, Leo swept the entire bamboo forest into a spatial ring and immediately decided to keep gambling. As he planted another fruit, Leo started singing nonsense at full volume, and the mountain's little ecosystem slowly got dragged into it with him. The hovering companion picked up the tune first, the eyeball bobbed along, the white plant waved, and before long Leo had become the center of a very strange sing-along. While Leo kept singing, the new black plants ripened and quietly learned to reproduce on their own. The ripened black fruits dropped, burrowed into the soil by themselves, and spread away from the mother plants onto the mountain cliffs without Leo ever noticing. His little concert triggered another change too, as white glittering particles spilled from Leo's rainbow aura and sank into the surrounding trees. Instead of turning black, the touched trees mutated into white versions of themselves and sent threads of white chi back toward Leo like a silent offering. Behind Leo, those chi threads slowly condensed into a growing droplet of essence while he kept right on singing. 4 hours later, Leo finally stopped the experiment, rewarded the eyeball and the white plant with a bit of spit, and called the day a success. The hovering companion peeled off in search of water, but the eyeball and nearby plants looked openly disappointed that the music was over. Seeing that sad reaction, Leo decided to solve it with technology and browsed the shop for a high-end phone with a huge battery. He bought an AI phone 69 for 1,000 years of lifespan, and the sleek, transparent device instantly hit him with a wave of homesickness. That mood vanished the moment he remembered there was no internet here, and he immediately called himself an idiot for wasting the purchase. Then the store offered an upgrade, and Leo went all in, ordering the phone pushed to the highest level possible. The level 8 phone came back looking the same, but now it had infinite battery and an honest-to-God Wi-Fi signal in the middle of a dead mountain. When he checked the source, the signal was named Ring, and Leo immediately turned to the alien ring fused to his finger. Probing the ring, which she did not reveal a storage space this time, only something stranger, an embryo-like living presence hidden inside it. At that exact moment, the condensed droplet of light essence finished forming and shot straight into the ring. A wisp of light immediately emerged, circled Leo, passed through the nearby plants and eyeball, and then sank into his chest before he could make sense of it. Leo searched inside himself for the thing he had just absorbed, but even his own strange body found nothing. Behind Leo, a transparent toddler that looked exactly like a young Leo quietly manifested and perched on top of his head, completely unnoticed by Leo himself. The eyeball desperately tried to point out the new ghost, but the transparent toddler only giggled and shushed it. Leo completely missed the warning and assumed the eyeball was just begging for more music. So Leo queued up a 10-hour song on the new phone for the plants, left it by the white dragon fruit tree, and headed to the pavilion to sleep while the hidden toddler followed him, gathering more light around him. After resting for the night, Leo returns to the mountain courtyard and stops short when he sees the white dragon fruit plant has turned into a massive tree. The sight makes him grin, and he starts sweeping up the black dragon fruits into his spatial rings for his future farm. Once the easy harvest is done, Leo sits under the white tree with a fresh white fruit and broods over the same problem as before. He still has not claimed the gnosis. While Leo puzzles over what he is missing, an invisible toddler spirit perched on his head starts giggling and eyeing the fallen fruits. The greedy spirit touches a ripe fruit, and it crumbles into dust as its life force is sucked away. One fruit after another disappears until Leo finally notices that half the pile around him is just gone. He senses something invisible is stealing from him, so he turns to the eyeball monster on the tree for a clue. Following the creature's pointing tentacle, Leo watches another fruit shrivel into dust right in front of him. Now that he knows the thief is hovering nearby, Leo hurriedly packs away every white fruit he can and leaves just one as bait by his feet. The spirit takes the bait and reaches for the last fruit, but Leo slams his hand down and misses when it passes straight through the ghostly body. The spirit panics and flees behind the tree, but the eyeball monster finally makes its move. With a wet plop, the eyeball monster pins the invisible thief to the ground, and Leo immediately tells it to hold the little thing there. Leo coats his fingers in sheath threads from his cancer cells and tries to grab the spirit directly, but the threads only sink into it and get eaten. Annoyed that the thief is draining him, Leo changes tactics and force feeds it raw essence until it risks bursting from overeating. Unable to beat the stronger monster, the newborn Tao spirit breaks apart and dives into Leo through his hand instead. Leo feels the cold flow racing toward his heart, so he sends his cancer cells inside himself to intercept it and drive it down to his solar plexus. The energy condenses into a tiny glowing ball and resists him, but Leo brutally digs into his own chest and rips the grain-sized orb out by force. Before he can decide whether the little orb is the gnosis, it shoots free and disappears straight into his alien ring. Leo answers the ring's latest trick with brute force, pumping essence into it in an attempt to flush the thing back out. Instead of coughing up the orb, the ring absorbs the power, strengthens itself, and sinks into Leo's flesh until it vanishes completely. That makes no sense at all, and after raging for a moment, Leo gives up, lies down under the tree, and drifts off in the cold mountain air. Once Leo is asleep, the spirit slips back out of his finger in a new form, a naughty little boy with Leo's 6-year-old face. Still acting like a brat, the boy's spirit digs a tiny hole, fills it with water, and pushes Leo's fingers into it to set up a wet-the-bed prank. The spirit sits on Leo's chest to wait for the dream to work, but Leo suddenly opens his eyes and catches him staring back. When the boy tries to flee, Leo grabs him by the neck with essence-coated fingers and proves he can finally see and touch him. Leo smugly explains that dream tricks do not work on him because he has spent years messing around in his own dream world and can break any nightmare on command. Before the standoff can go any further, black thunderclouds boil over the mountaintop, and the air turns ugly fast. One glance is enough for Leo to recognize the same deadly black lightning that nearly killed him on Earth, and he knows he has almost no time to escape. Leo throws the spirit away and gets ready to bolt, but the little ghost refuses to be abandoned and clings to his chest instead. With no time left, the spirit gives up on pranks and merges into Leo for real, flooding his mind with the Rabbit Trent King's long memory. The vision shows him the rise and fall of countless living things and finally, how a mutated green dragon fruit line became the white dragon fruit plant that the Rabbit Trent King claimed. Still half drunk on that knowledge, Leo moves on instinct and stuffs both the white tree and the eyeball monster into his spatial ring. A black lightning bolt slams down a heartbeat later, and Leo narrowly sidesteps it at the last possible instant. The tribulation strike tears the whole peak apart and bores a colossal shaft deep into the earth. Thrown off the collapsing peak, Leo snaps out of his daze and uses falling debris as stepping stones to escape the destruction. After 5 desperate jumps, he catches another mountain cliff and yells at the heavens, furious that he has no idea what crime earned that punishment. The answer is somehow nothing at all, because the black clouds disperse immediately and leave him hanging there in disbelief. While he stares down at the glowing red point far below in the crater, a chiming sound rings out behind him. A new figure appears at his back, Leo's first Tao avatar, a wooden mannequin with his own face. Then the system finally spells it out and Leo realizes the impossible just happened. He really did digest the Rabbit Trent King's gnosis. The completed quest rewards pour in next, and Leo learns he has gained land expansion tickets, a lucky draw, and outright ownership of planet Rabbit Trent A3. When the system mentions a permanent portal, Leo immediately imagines turning the new world into a tourist spot, a secret farm, and a source of dangerous plants. That dream cools fast when the next warnings say he cannot build there until the store hits level 10, the beasts are not his subordinates, and the system will not harvest their lifespan for him. The level 10 requirement especially worries him because it would remove his store's automatic protection and leave everything exposed to attack. Even so, Leo starts building a plan around the 100 unicorns in his domain, and around a much more dangerous idea: arming trusted people with guns. He pulls out the modified handgun that worked on Situnantian, and starts wondering whether Gao Yan or Wu Bai could use weapons like this too. The idea excites him so much that his old instincts flare up, and for a moment he seriously considers making his own upgraded shotgun before admitting the lifespan cost would be insane. He settles on the obvious capitalist answer instead: leave the slow work of taming that whole planet to employees later and move on to the reward menu. The free land tickets are just assets on the menu, but the lucky draw catches his eye, so he opens it to see what categories the system offers. Most of the categories are ordinary things he can already buy, so he scrolls until the interesting late-game choices appear: unique domain buildings, gnosis, fate crystals, and authority. The locked options tease an even bigger future, but the system tells him gnosis and the other high-end draws are gated behind much higher building levels. Since unique domain building is the only special reward he can actually use now, Leo picks it and accepts the pull with zero faith in his own luck. The system swaps to a gacha machine full of gray, blue, purple, and gold balls, and Leo instantly understands exactly how badly this could go. He prays for a golden ball, gets a gray one instead, and can only grimly admit that his luck is still terrible. The gray ball opens into a building unlock anyway, and Leo freezes when he reads the reward name: Gunsmith Workshop. The icon looks like a shabby junkyard shack, but the description says it can eventually evolve into a full factory for modern firearms, which hits Leo right in the heart. That excitement crashes the moment he sees the upgrade cost, because each level would demand 10,000 years of lifespan. Leo quickly does the math, realizes fully building it could cost 190,000 years, and nearly sweats himself sick. When he checks his current lifespan, the total is still over 140,000 years, and he remembers he has been feeding constantly enough to refill a huge chunk of it. With the mission settled and the rewards processed, Leo drops from the cliff and heads east through the forest toward Wu Bai's camp to start hauling home everything he can carry. As he travels, he also plans to practice flying sword movement, though a nagging feeling tells him he has forgotten something important. Back at the Pagoda Tower, Hua Jiashan and Dong Fang Mei are still cultivating through their injuries and squeezing every bit of chi they can from the place. On the lower levels, Sun Wan's group grows restless and starts climbing too, following the path the stronger pair already opened. Yao Qiqi handles the tower absurdly well, skipping along like she is weightless while the adults have to grind their way upward behind her. When Sun Wan warns her not to run, Yao Qiqi just cheerfully announces that she is already near the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. That one cheerful line hits Han Meng and Tiger Swordsman like a humiliation hammer, because they have trained for decades and are still at the same level as the little girl. The men wordlessly rush ahead just to save face, and Sun Wan cannot even blame them because she had the same stunned reaction before. Watching Yao Qiqi's impossible growth, Sun Wan starts connecting the dots back to Leo and wonders if he is the real reason the girl keeps exploding upward in power. That thought turns into a reluctant admission that Sun Wan may have little left to teach this disciple except common sense, and that Yao Qiqi might need Leo more than she needs her. By the end of the climb, Sun Wan is already considering a bigger step altogether, asking to serve at Leo's store, and even bringing girls from her sanctuary to study under him. After a few days away, Leo finally got back to camp and immediately saw that something had gone very wrong around the portal site. Gao Yan was still at the portal, but his breakthrough had changed him into a bark-skinned, antlered state with glowing green eyes and dangerous lightning building around him. The horns kept firing wild bolts into the river, the trees, and even the shelter, turning the whole campsite into a hazard zone. One stray strike hit Leo in the chest, burning his shirt, but his body simply swallowed the rampaging chi and erased the damage. Gao Yan bowed over and over to apologize, but every embarrassed movement only made his horns fling more lightning toward Leo. Leo realized the lightning was only normal colorless thunder, so instead of panicking, he told Gao Yan to stop aiming at him and use those horns on the Caimans instead. Even trying to lean back did not help, and another stray bolt slammed straight into Wu Bai's shelter. Inside the wrecked shelter, Wu Bai was curled up in tears, so Leo walked over and asked who had bullied him. Wu Bai finally confessed that he was not hurt at all. He was devastated because Gao Yan had broken through, survived heavenly tribulation, and awakened a sentient Dao avatar. When Leo looked carefully, he finally noticed the transparent lightning maiden beside Gao Yan, and the sight made Wu Bai even more bitter. Wu Bai blurted out the real reason for his breakdown. He was jealous that his teenage disciple might end up with a beautiful spirit concubine before he ever touched a woman once. Leo answered that shameless confession by bonking Wu Bai with a thick branch. When Wu Bai kept whining about the future spirit wife he might never have, Leo hit him again even harder. Leo switched to a folded paper fan and smacked him a third time, furious that a man over 100 was acting like a horny 14-year-old. Flat on the ground, Wu Bai wailed that he really was a pathetic lonely virgin who had spent his whole life cultivating instead of living. That miserable speech made Leo realize just how isolated male cultivators like Wu Bai had probably lived for decades. Then Leo remembered he still had a smartphone from his old world, and a very bad but very effective idea hit him. He pulled out the phone, found that the internet somehow still worked, and opened an adult video site without questioning the miracle too hard. Instead of comforting Wu Bai normally, Leo sat him down and started a crash course on how to use a smartphone and the internet. 2 hours later, the old alchemist had learned fast and was staring at the phone like an overexcited child, completely hooked on the images. Leo gave him the phone for good, only to be answered by loud moans from whatever video Wu Bai had already started watching. With Wu Bai finally distracted inside the shelter, Leo left him alone and headed back to Gao Yan's still unstable lightning problem. Gao Yan's horns reminded Leo of Taxi, and that was when he realized the missing unicorn was nowhere around camp. He leapt 5 kilometers into the sky to search by eye, but even from up there the perverted horse was gone. Back on the ground, Leo remembered this whole realm was now part of his domain, so he tried using the shop map instead of his eyes. The map unfolded the entire realm as one jellyfish-shaped supercontinent, finally giving Leo a clear view of where everyone was. He spotted allies gathered at the pagoda town, hostile red dots roaming the land, and Taxi all the way out in the middle of the North Sea. Since Taxi might understand lightning better, Leo decided to go drag him back and told Gao Yan to stay put until he returned with a new mentor. To travel fast, Leo summoned Situ Nanshan's red flying sword and stepped onto it like a casual mount. Gao Yan recognized the sword as the limited Ferrari F50 model, and Leo was immediately entertained by how close that sounded to Ferrari. That joke sent Leo into a smug lesson about GTA, and he started explaining carjacking like it was sacred wisdom from another world. Gao Yan somehow took the lesson seriously and started wondering if mastering GTA meant he could steal an enemy's flying sword in battle. To complete the lesson, Leo pulled out a pistol and said real GTA required enough strength and the right tool. Leo simply handed the pistol over, trusting Gao Yan with the weapon far more than he trusted Wu Bai. Gao Yan had no idea what a gun even was, so Leo had to start from the very beginning. Realizing words were not enough, Leo bought another handgun and cheap rubber bullets so he could teach safely without wasting the priceless live rounds. He drilled Gao Yan on trigger discipline, the safety, the gun's parts, and the basic rule of not sweeping the muzzle across friends by accident. After 2 hours of practice, Gao Yan was already nailing distant targets with absurd ease. Leo realized Gao Yan's weird accuracy came from the Dao avatar overlapping her hands with his, like a supernatural aimbot. Even better, when Gao Yan focused on the gun, the lightning stopped exploding wildly from his antlers and started flowing into his hands instead. That control came with one problem. Gao Yan complained he still could not push his lightning chi into the rubber bullets themselves. Leo explained that rubber was an insulator, but that answer only made him curious about what would happen if he tried his own chi instead. The moment Leo pulled the trigger, the humble pistol turned into a rainbow railgun and erased everything in a 50-kilometer line. Leo and Gao Yan could only stare in silence at the impossible shot until loud moans from Wu Bai's shelter ruined the moment. The test also cracked Leo's cheap pistol, so he casually spent more lifespan to upgrade it to level 2 and restore it. Trying to save face, Leo told Gao Yan to use metal, earth, or wood chi instead of lightning, and definitely not fire unless he wanted to overheat the gun too. Then Leo casually revealed the live rounds could probably kill immortals, and Gao Yan nearly stopped breathing from the shock of holding such an artifact. Gao Yan and his spirit both bowed in gratitude when Leo said the weapon was for protecting his friends and loved ones while Leo was away. Leo even bought Gao Yan more rubber ammo and promised to teach him maintenance later, leaving the boy looking more loyal than ever. With Gao Yan settled for the moment, Leo's thoughts jumped ahead to staffing his growing store, and even little Yao Qiqi crossed his mind as a possible harmless helper. He changed his route, deciding to visit Gao Yan's sec team first before chasing down Taxi. Before leaving, Leo warned Gao Yan to keep practicing and to use the live rounds without hesitation if a truly strong monster showed up. Leo scanned the quiet area, spotted 2 black caimans in the river, and casually decided to leave Gao Yan one last practical lesson. He picked up a boulder and hurled it through the river so hard that the water split open and the rock burned red from sheer speed. The glowing rock tore one caiman in half, and the other fled at once, which left Gao Yan staring at the aftermath in shock. Leo told Gao Yan to take care of himself and not grow into another Wu Bai, then mounted the Ferrari and launched straight up this time. As Leo shot into the sky and vanished, Gao Yan could only gape at that impossible display of raw power. Once Leo was gone, Gao Yan asked his Dao avatar if he could ever become that strong, and her answer was brutally honest, maybe in 1,000 years. She admitted that even as a born elemental spirit, she still could not see through Leo at all, which only deepened Gao Yan's awe. Meanwhile, Leo forced the flying sword downward after climbing almost too high, and by the time he corrected it he was already up in the stratosphere. For a moment he just stared out at the strange square pattern of stars and the harsh white sun, taking in how different this sky was from his old world. Looking at that alien sky, Leo could not help asking his fuse ring who had made it, who owned the alien ship, and why any of this had ever crossed into his life. Leo finally gets his flying sword headed east and speeds back toward Pagoda Town, already planning to scout Sun Wan and Yao Qiqi as future workers. While flying, Leo notices a transparent wooden mannequin with his own face following behind him as his first official Dao avatar. Leo tries talking to the mannequin like a curious idiot, but the Dao avatar just stares at him and vanishes back into his ring. Leo shrugs off the rude little spirit and starts descending toward the town anyway. When the town comes into view, Leo sees the aftermath of the earlier slaughter instead of the neat city he visited before. Because he still has no idea how to break the sword, Leo jumps off and lets it fly straight into a pagoda. The runaway sword punches through one tower, crashes through another building, and almost gets Leo blamed for a fresh collapse. Pretending none of that was his fault, Leo heads straight for the giant half-broken pagoda still smoking from the last battle. Inside, the younger disciples of the Life Sword sect and Amazonian sanctuary spot Leo and instantly switch to nervous respect. Chinyo tries to act like she barely knows him, but the whole room still greets Leo as a dangerous senior they should not offend. Leo tells the disciples to relax and runs upstairs to find the elders. On the 50th floor, Leo finds Sunwan, Yao Qiqi, Han Hao, Han Meng, Tiger Swordsman, and the sanctuary elders gathered around a pile of white dust. Han Hao is the first to notice him and goes absurdly formal, which makes Han Meng look at his father like he has lost his mind. Yao Qiqi cuts through the stiff atmosphere by grabbing Leo's hand and bouncing excitedly as if she has found her favorite person again. Leo checks that his strange aura is not hurting her, and when Yao Qiqi is still perfectly fine, he relaxes enough to pat her head. He apologizes for the tea that regressed her body, but Yao Qiqi only thanks him for saving her life and declares that she wants to become an angel like him. Looking at the adorable child, Leo blurts out that he wishes he had a granddaughter like her, and Sunwan instantly sees an opening. Sunwan carefully says Yao Qiqi's talent has outgrown the sanctuary and asks whether Leo would take the girl under his wing. Leo hears it as the sanctuary dumping its responsibility on him, and his face hardens on the spot. Sunwan panics and tries to explain that she means Yao Qiqi deserves a stronger mentor, not that they want to abandon her. Leo still refuses to decide for the child and says Yao Qiqi herself gets to choose where she belongs. Pressed by Leo's anger, Sunwan finally admits the real problem. The sanctuary is poor enough to lack even basic cultivation supplies and grain pills. Han Hao points out that plenty of people donate to the sanctuary, which forces Sunwan to reveal the ugly catch attached to that money. Sunwan explains that the court and the Ouyang clan offered support only in exchange for virgin girls, so the sanctuary rejected the money outright. That answer shifts Leo's fury away from the women and toward the people trying to buy girls from them. Leo still makes them swear they have never sold any of their girls before, and the whole sanctuary side denies it without hesitation. Once Leo believes them, he abruptly offers a solution that no one expected. He wants to hire the entire sanctuary. He says his territory needs clerks, cashiers, and workers, and he is willing to move their whole sect there on salary. Then Leo sweetens it with modern worker benefits, free healing pills, and 1 essence stone a month, which nearly makes the sanctuary elders cry on the spot. The women are ready to accept immediately as long as he does not force anything immoral on them. But Sunwan hesitates over one practical issue. If they leave their current base, they lose access to the mystic realm portal tied to it. Leo casually drops a much bigger offer, saying he owns this world and might be able to open a permanent portal instead. Before Leo can even finish explaining the danger of the place, Han Hao shoves Sunwan aside and tries to sell the entire Life Sword sect to him too. While the adults spiral into recruitment chaos, bored little Yao Qiqi notices the ring mark on Leo's finger and pokes it. The touch wakes the hidden Dao avatar, and a young voice from the ring questions who she is and why she carries the same aura as his master. Instead of being scared, Yao Qiqi bursts out laughing at the tiny wooden face that looks like a younger Leo. Han Hao keeps pushing his luck, so Leo smacks him with a paper fan and tells him to get Hua Jishan's approval before offering up the sect. Even after the hit, Han Hao realizes Leo did not actually reject the idea, and his greed for the opportunity gets even worse. Leo admits he was planning to poach their people anyway, and says a full migration would be useful if they help fortify his territory. Han Hao celebrates way too loudly, asks about wages on the spot, and gets told to bring Hua Jishan first. Han Meng flatly says his father is insane because Hua Jishan will never casually disband the sect founded by his own ancestor. Han Hao reveals he has already been sending voice transmissions, and both sects now end up waiting for their leaders to answer Leo in person. During the pause, Sunwan asks the obvious question at last. Who exactly are they about to work for? Leo first checks on Yao Qiqi and notices she is happily busy chatting with his hidden Dao avatar instead of being bored by the adults. With Yao Qiqi occupied, Leo tells the elders the simple truth that he is not from their planet. Han Hao immediately assumes Leo must come from some immortal realm, so Leo describes Earth instead as a place full of thick gas and giant monsters dangerous even to him. Sunwan presses for a strength scale, and Leo casually says those monsters shrug off red lightning but still die to black lightning. That one answer detonates the room, because Sunwan and Han Hao recognize red lightning as a tribulation tied to godhood. Sunwan explains their old records of tribulation colors, from mortal breaking gold to god testing red, and everyone starts staring at Leo with a horrifying new theory. When Han Meng outright asks if he is a god, Leo jokes that if those kaiju count as gods, then he must be something like a creator. He makes it even worse by bragging that black lightning once killed and revived him, making red and orange tribulations sound like snacks. Manhwa desperately rephrases the question and asks if Leo comes from a deity realm, and Leo jokingly says Florida is basically the land of gods. The elders take that as confirmation and immediately drop to their knees, begging forgiveness for ever speaking to him so casually. Soon-Wan is so rattled that she starts apologizing for daring to ask a god to take Yao Qiqi away. Leo tries to undo the mess by cutting his finger, and showing them he has blood like anyone else, but his transparent blood only scares them more. After that, Leo is stuck in 5 full minutes of awful silence while everyone stays face down and treats him like a king. Yao Qiqi is the only one who ignores the new divine etiquette, and she tugs on Leo's hand to complain that his Tao avatar says he bullied him. That gets everyone's attention, and Yao Qiqi bluntly relays the spirit's version of events right in front of the whole room. Leo realizes this is about the wooden mannequin spirit, admits he mistook it for some random local spirit, and agrees he owes it an apology. The moment Leo asks where the avatar is, the transparent wooden mannequin manifests in front of him so they can settle it face to face. Leo bows his head and apologizes sincerely, and for him that matters because the old version of himself would never have admitted fault. The Tao avatar softens, sits in front of him, and offers a fist instead of holding on to the grudge. Leo fist bumps him, and the spirit finally speaks clearly enough for Leo to hear him call him an idiot with no common sense. Leo accepts the criticism, asks what the newborn spirit needs to survive, and gets a completely deranged answer in return. The Tao avatar cheerfully says Leo should plant him somewhere and pee on him, and Yao Qiqi instantly explodes because he said that in front of a 6-year-old girl. After settling things with his Tao avatar, Leo turns back to the kneeling crowd, and Soon-Wan eagerly asks him to explain this mysterious Tao he keeps talking about. Soon-Wan presses the point by asking whether Yao Qiqi can see Leo's hidden Tao avatar, finally connecting that to the girl's habit of staring at empty space and talking to unseen things. Before Leo can answer, footsteps thunder down from upstairs as Hua Jiashan and Dong Fangmei finally arrive to see the strange scene for themselves. Hua Jiashan freezes when he spots Leo's wooden Tao avatar, while Dong Fangmei immediately assumes Leo may have bullied her people. Dong Fangmei demands to know what happened, and Leo answers her suspicion with a blunt, almost insulting, "Who are you?" The moment Dong Fangmei truly looks at Leo's Tao avatar, she feels overwhelming immortal pressure and realizes this old man is absolutely not immortal. Unable to kneel from her wheelchair, Dong Fangmei bows her head instead and apologizes for failing to recognize an immortal-level figure. Leo groans that he is tired of all these grand titles and orders everyone to just call him Florida Man. With both leaders present, Leo stops playing around and tells Hua Jiashan and Dong Fangmei he wants to move their people into his domain as paid workers. Hua Jiashan asks the obvious question, and Leo answers it just as directly. Yes, he intends a full takeover of the sex people. Leo says he is not trying to seize the whole city, only useful workers, which makes his offer sound even more like a ruthless recruitment sweep. Hua Jiashan refuses at first because he cannot abandon the Life Sword sex inheritance, even if he ends up as its last member. Leo immediately reframes the deal. The sect can stay alive as a branch under him, and Hua Jiashan can still preserve its name as the one in charge. That concession shakes Hua Jiashan, so he asks one more practical question about the sect facilities and portal before he gives in. Leo says the sect can keep functioning, but he will reassign people into his own labor structure, which makes Hua Jiashan think this is still a slow death for his sect. Before Hua Jiashan can sink into despair, Leo adds the part that changes everything. He will pay wages in essence stones and leave the sect's current resources alone. Leo sweetens the buyout even further by promising Hua Jiashan personal compensation for surrendering control instead of simply robbing him. He hands Hua Jiashan a captured spatial ring as an advance and casually says he will pay 100,000 essence stones later, leaving the whole room stunned. The mood turns cold when Hua Jiashan inspects the ring and recognizes deadly Situ clan talismans and artifacts inside it. Leo cheerfully explains that he took those rings after blowing apart the hand of a thief who tried to steal his 10th grade monster core. Once they connect the clues, the entire crowd realizes Leo may have just mutilated someone from the far more terrifying Situ clan. Hua Jiashan confirms the owner by finding Situ Nanshan's personal fishing pole in the ring, which means the victim was not some nobody at all. When Hua Jiashan asks if the ring belonged to Situ Nantian, Leo's clueless joke about the name only makes the revelation even worse. Dong Fangmei and Hua Jiashan both picture the disaster clearly now. Leo has likely provoked a clan with immortal backing and may have dragged all of them into the fallout. Hua Jiashan asks outright whether Leo is recruiting them into a coming war, and Leo is genuinely confused by the question. As soon as Hua Jiashan explains the Situ clan's immortal backers may come hunting him, Leo lights up instead of panicking because he sees only future harvests. He happily promises to welcome those enemies with hospitality and hostility, which leaves the room in speechless horror. Leo barrels on with the sales pitch and casually reveals the biggest advantage yet. Once they move under him, they can use a permanent portal because this entire planet already belongs to him. That absurd claim completely overloads Hua Jiashan and Dong Fangmei, and their minds almost shut down on the spot. Leo keeps talking through wages, schedules, and benefits until the relentless pitch finally wears Hua Jiashan down. At the end of the long negotiation, Hua Jiashan gives in and only asks to keep running the Life Sword sect as a sword school, which Liu readily allows. With one sect settled, Liu turns to Dongfang Mei and offers the same deal to the Amazonian sanctuary, stressing the permanent portal and steady essence stones. Dongfang Mei is still wary because too many men have tried to use her people before, even though Liu does not feel lecherous the way they did. Just as she is about to decline, a distant scream of smash and a huge explosion interrupt the room and shake the pagoda. Everyone rushes to the windows and sees a distant aerial fight in the north, where Taxi clashes with a flying black horned caiman in a storm of thunder and lightning. Liu wants to help, fumbles for his missing flying sword, and then remembers he left it behind somewhere else. So he grabs his spare handgun instead, deciding that if he cannot reach Taxi in time, he can at least try covering fire from here. The elders cannot understand what kind of artifact this is, while Liu calmly threads rainbow chi into the pistol and lines up an impossible shot across 200 kilometers. Even Liu doubts the range, so instead of gambling on a normal shot, he upgrades the gun to level 8 on the spot. Now trusting the upgraded weapon, Liu crams the rubber bullet full of chi and fires. At first the shot seems disappointingly quiet, and nobody except Liu can even tell whether anything happened. Then the northern sky suddenly blooms into a blinding rainbow-white sphere that opens a tiny white hole and blasts everything around it away. The elders can only shield their eyes, but Liu keeps staring straight into the light to watch what his shot really did. When the light finally fades, the horned caiman is simply gone, erased so thoroughly that only the aftermath of immortal-level destruction remains. A moment later, Taxi's unicorn body wobbles back toward the pagoda much slower than before, showing he survived the blast but took a hit. As soon as Taxi gets close, Liu bursts out laughing because the once pristine white unicorn has been charred completely black. Taxi angrily protests Liu's joke, but Liu backs off fast and switches from teasing to taking care of him. Liu turns his fingers into high-pressure water hoses and carefully sprays the soot off Taxi until the unicorn's clean white coat returns. Cleaned and happy again, Taxi nuzzles Liu affectionately, and the room finally sees what kind of man this absurd old monster really is. That display changes Dongfang Mei's mind, because a unicorn would not dote on a vile man, so she decides to trust Liu after all. She formally agrees to move the Amazonian sanctuary into Liu's domain, starting with the outer disciples, initiates, and children to build shelter first. With both groups won over, Liu happily tells everyone to return to their sects for now since they can come back through the realm whenever they want. The elders bow in visible relief now that the old portal limits no longer trap them, and Yao Qiqi quietly says goodbye before following Sun Wan out. Once they are gone, Liu finally exhales and admits to himself that this long day somehow ended with two whole factions folded into his future company. His next worry is home, because he remembers Cat is stuck back at the store with 100 unicorns and might be getting bullied. Before leaving, Liu asks Taxi to help find the flying sword he lost in town, and Taxi is baffled that Liu never learned the basic trick of marking an artifact. Taxi explains that cultivators can brand treasures with chi and essence, locking ownership and summoning them back remotely unless a stronger owner strips the mark away. Liu is genuinely impressed by the advice and thanks Taxi like he just discovered an entire missing chapter of cultivation common sense. After recovering the lost sword with Taxi's help, Liu rides back toward the original campsite. Back at camp, Gao Yan is nowhere to be seen, and the only one waiting there is Wu Bai in a shockingly wrecked condition. Wu Bai has sunken cheeks, huge dark circles, and a swollen right arm, making it painfully obvious what he has been doing with Liu's phone. When Liu asks if he had fun, Wu Bai joyfully praises the phone artifact and declares he no longer needs women anymore. Liu instantly regrets corrupting this man, and Wu Bai somehow makes it worse by proudly rambling about how many rounds a cultivator can handle. Wanting out of that nightmare conversation, Liu cuts to the real problem and asks where Gao Yan went. Wu Bai looks around, realizes Gao Yan is truly gone, and then stupidly asks Liu the same question back. That earns him a furious beating with Liu's paper fan, because this was the one answer he was supposed to have. Meanwhile, Gao Yan has already wandered deep into the forest, following the directions of his sentient lightning spirit Dao avatar. Thora leads him across the South River to a hidden cave and reveals that it once belonged to a former lightning spirit queen. She casually adds that this same queen created those lewd unicorns and horned caimans, turning the place into an even stranger ruin than expected. Then Thora promises an even bigger secret hidden below, and urges Gao Yan to hurry after her. The pair descend through the natural tunnels until the cramped cave suddenly opens into a vast underground dome. At the center of that buried chamber, Gao Yan finds a gigantic metallic saucer so unbelievable it looks like an alien spaceship. Thora flies straight into the ship, and moments later part of the saucer opens like it recognizes her, inviting Gao Yan inside to claim another artifact. Inside the alien ruin, Gao Yan steps into an airtight chamber, and the door slams shut behind him. The room starts cycling like some strange machine, sucking out air and blasting him with white fumes until he coughs. An inner door finally opens, and Thora floats there like this is normal, waving him deeper into the ship. As he follows Thora through the cramped corridor, Gao Yan studies the sealed doors, unreadable labels, and fresh moving air in this windowless place. Thora brings him to the engine room and says the real treasure is stored inside. When the door refuses to open, Thora tells Gao Yan to inject lightning chi into the green control glass so it can recognize him. The panel flashes red and rejects him outright, which already feels wrong to Thora. Thora tries to lock herself, expecting easy access, and gets denied too. A second warning locks the engine room for security, and Thora loses her temper on the spot. Trying to save face, Thora phases through the sealed door to unlock it from the other side and leaves Gao Yan waiting outside. After half an hour of waiting in the corridor, Gao Yan finally sees Thora come back out of the engine room looking completely defeated. She admits the whole place now answers to a new owner of the realm, and even she no longer has permission to open the engine room. Thora is crushed because a huge soul stone was inside, and she had wanted Gao Yan to absorb that priceless energy source. Gao Yan takes it surprisingly well and suggests they look for the realm's owner later, then asks to see where Thora's old spirit queen used to live. When Gao Yan asks about the spirit queen, Thora proudly says her queen already ascended past the immortal realm into the heaven realm. She gets so carried away bragging that she drifts straight through a wall by accident before sheepishly correcting herself. A little farther on, they reach a door marked Hydroponics Lab, and this one opens for them. Inside, Gao Yan finds a bizarre oxygen garden full of plants growing in glass tubes, with one giant central tube left empty and charred. Thora calls the lab her old home, but Gao Yan bluntly says the plants just look like worthless common weeds to an alchemist. Thora snaps back that these plants were never treasure ingredients at all. They were how ordinary air-breathing guests stayed alive here. Since the soul stone is lost, Thora points him toward a backup prize hidden in the overgrown lab floor. Gao Yan pulls out a white metal hilt with a broken switch, and Thora casually tells him it is a sword. Thora guesses the weapon is out of power, and urges him to feed it lightning chi to see if it can wake back up. The hilt immediately turns hungry, ripping chi out of Gao Yan so fast that even his blood seems to rush into his hand. By the time Gao Yan tears his hand free and staggers back, the weapon has drained almost everything and burned his palm raw. Thora reads the tiny display and, almost laughing, tells him that desperate charge only filled 1%. She still insists that 1% should be enough for a quick demonstration and tells him to press the broken switch hole manually. Thora starts warning him to keep both ends away from his body, but she says it one beat too late. A double green blade erupts from the hilt with a vicious hum, and one side slices across Gao Yan's arm before he can react. Gao Yan drops the weapon in shock, and the green staff blade snaps off again as fast as it appeared. Still laughing at his reaction, Thora reveals that this staff sword can kill 10th grade beasts, and even low-rank immortals. Elsewhere above Liu's camp, Wu Bai uses Gao Yan's life candle to track his missing disciple and realizes the flame is pointing south. He lands and reports the direction to Liu, then nervously begs Liu to come along because he is scared of the local beasts. Liu sighs at how useless Wu Bai is, but he still agrees and mounts taxi to head south with him. As they fly, Liu checks his map and sees Gao Yan is only 10 kilometers away, close enough that taxi could reach him in a minute if not for Wu Bai's slow pace. Bored on the ride, Liu idly checks and reloads his upgraded handgun while scanning the empty southern rainforest below. Staring over the land, Liu starts thinking like a businessman and wonders how to turn this whole wilderness into a tourist zone or livestock site. He tests the domain system on a whim and is stunned to find the entire continent counts as his territory. The excitement cools when every grid is locked behind one condition: he still has to activate a permanent portal first. When they finally arrive, Wu Bai points out a cave in a bald round hill, but Liu's attention goes straight to the unnatural shape of the place. Liu jumps onto the hilltop, kicks off his shoes, and tests the grass with bare skin to see whether it is alive or mutated. The moment he chews a blade and tastes plastic, Liu realizes the hill is covered in fake grass. He starts ripping up the disguised surface and exposes a metallic dome underneath. Taxi gets excited and joins in, and together they strip the entire fake cover off the buried structure while Wu Bai just watches. From above, Liu spots the split line across the dome and starts grinning because it looks exactly like a buried silo or hatch. He pounds the metal like a kid opening a mystery box and decides they are definitely going inside. Wu Bai shrugs it off as just another metal ruin, but he still leads Liu and Taxi into the cave. Right before entering, Liu checks his map again and notices two separate groups of red dots, one at his camp and another already closing in on this ruin. He almost turns back to deal with the intruders, then remembers his portal setup still is not ready and decides to ignore them unless they cause trouble. The nearby pursuers are Yanlong's second prince expedition, allied with the first prince and quietly shadowing Liu in hopes of taking any loot. Their prince, Yanlong, decides to follow Liu into the ruin and rob him of any good treasure afterward under the cover of royal authority. He is so confident in his immortal forged armor and killer talismans that he barely treats Liu's group as a real threat. Deeper in the cave, Wu Bai follows the life candle straight to Gao Yan's location and stops in front of a weird metal saucer. When Liu and Taxi arrive and see the ship, Liu instantly realizes they may have just found technology worth a fortune. Wu Bai has no idea what a spaceship even is, but Liu is already thinking in terms of tech levels and profit. With no visible door anywhere on the saucer, the three of them start circling it and feeling along the metal for a way inside. After an hour of feeling around the ship's smooth hull, Liu and Wu Bai still cannot find any way inside. Leo eyes the sealed craft and bluntly considers smashing it open by force. Wu Bai checks Gao Yan's life candle, and the flame points straight at the ship, proving his disciple is still inside. When Wu Bai worries Gao Yan has been captured, Leo checks his own map and sees Gao Yan moving toward the exit instead. Leo calmly tells Wu Bai to wait because Gao Yan should come out any minute now. Footsteps echo from the tunnel, and Yan Long's group finally catches up to Leo in the cave. Wu Bai cannot read the newcomer's strength and instinctively hides behind Leo and Taxi. Taxi is not impressed at all, because a 9th-rank Thunder Unicorn has no reason to fear a handful of soul transformation cultivators. The second prince sizes up Leo's side, first dismissing Wu Bai's weak Dao avatar, and then studying Taxi much more carefully. Once he recognizes Taxi as a 9th-rank Thunder Unicorn, the prince abruptly tells his men not to do anything reckless. That retreat only makes Leo and Taxi look even more dismissive, and the prince quietly takes the insult personally. Trying to reassert control, Yan Long introduces himself as the second prince and claims the imperial court is taking over the ruin. Wu Bai turns white at the mention of the imperial court and grabs Taxi's mane like a lifeline. Leo and Taxi ignore the prince completely and keep waiting for Gao Yan instead, which only humiliates him more. Behind his back, Yan Long secretly readies immortal-killing talismans and repeats his warning with a much sharper edge. When Yan Long boasts that this is not his first time dealing with a lost civilization, Leo finally turns around and pays attention. The prince calls the ship a building, and Leo bursts into loud mocking laughter right in his face. With patience gone, Leo walks straight up to Yan Long and tells him to drop the fake courtesy and say what he really means. Yan Long steps up to meet him and finally says it plainly, "Scram or die." Leo answers with a cold grin, pats the prince's head, and whispers that Yan Long is already dead. Yan Long snaps and slaps 2 immortal-killing talismans onto Leo's cheeks, convinced he just doomed him. Instead of panicking, Leo calmly counts the seconds and watches the talismans crawl through his body like parasites. Leo's strange blood devours the invading talismans, and the attack turns into a huge lifespan gain instead of a wound. Leo keeps counting with a mocking little smile and asks Yan Long if he has any more of those juicy talismans. Refusing to believe it failed, Yan Long orders his 9 men to ignore Leo and kill Taxi for his monster core. As the attackers lunge for Taxi, Yan Long's hair is already turning white and his body starts shriveling into old age behind them. Leo sighs, threads chi into his pistol rounds, and fires 9 shots in a blur as the attackers rush past him. The chi-loaded bullets turn into wood-charged seeds inside their skulls and blow all 9 attackers apart at once. Leo casually tells Taxi to finish them off, not realizing he already killed them all in a far stranger way than intended. Black sprouts wriggle out of the ruined necks, and Taxi awkwardly points out that Leo already smashed them to death. When Leo finally looks back, he finds the headless corpses already overgrown and realizes his own bullets caused the mess. Yan Long himself is now just a standing mummy, his armor and clothes slipping off a body that has completely dried out. Leo pokes the prince's head, and the whole corpse collapses into dust on the spot. Leo stares at the dust in pure annoyance, upset that he just lost what he hoped would become another source of fluid. He hurriedly tries mutating the other corpses too, but the wood-infused bullets have already drained them dry first. The ruined bodies finish collapsing into black soil, and tiny dragon fruit plants spring up where the attackers died. Leo smacks his forehead and blames himself for bringing gun habits into a fight where he wanted intact bodies. With the fight over, Leo methodically loots the cave, packing up the corpse plants, gear, weapons, rings, and even the remains for Cat. Wu Bai helps gather the fallen gear and freezes when he recognizes one talisman as a priceless immortal-killing talisman from the Situ clan. Leo answers by dusting off another priceless talisman and chewing it like a snack right in front of Wu Bai. The talisman turns into more lifespan for Leo, while Wu Bai can only watch a city's worth of treasure vanish into that ridiculous stomach. Wu Bai desperately tries to stop him, warning that these talismans are strategic treasures that can scare off even quasi-mortals. Leo ignores the lecture, wets another talisman, rolls it into an easier mouthful, and swallows that one too. By now Wu Bai's soul is visibly leaving his body as he questions what cultivation and life even mean anymore. At last the sealed section of the spaceship opens, and Gao Yan walks out carrying the lightsaber staff he found inside. Wu Bai storms over and smacks Gao Yan for scaring everyone half to death. The scolding turns into a ridiculous chase around the ship as Gao Yan runs for his life, and Wu Bai keeps bonking him anyway, while Leo and Taxi just watch it happen. While master and disciple make fools of themselves, Leo quietly heads for the now open entrance and decides to explore the ship. As Leo and Taxi enter the ship, Gao Yan's lightning spirit avatar Thora breaks away from her master and follows them, worried they might get trapped inside. Inside the first chamber, Leo tells Taxi to stay calm because this sealed room is just a normal airlock procedure. Thora is startled that Leo understands the chamber at all, because she thought only lightning spirits connected to this place would know its functions. Since Leo cannot hear her, Thora writes in the dust to ask who he is, and Leo casually answers that he is the last Floridian. Thora writes another question about how he knows the room works, and Leo shrugs it off as basic sci-fi knowledge from movies. When the inner door opens, Leo leads the way deeper into the ship and the spirit follows with growing curiosity. In the corridor, Leo stops dead when he sees the ship's map and realizes every label is written in English. That discovery rattles Leo, because an alien ship in this world should not be using a language from Earth. Leo presses Thora for answers, and she writes that the Spirit Queen inherited this place after her master already died. Leo changes tactics and asks where the ship came from, and Thora probably writes a name that sounds a lot like the Milky Way. Leo urgently asks if it came from Earth and the solar system, but Thora does not know enough to confirm it. Even without proof, Leo is excited enough by the possibility to choose a clear goal inside the ship, head straight for the bridge. After a few minutes deeper inside, they reach another sealed door with a dusty console waiting beside it. Leo wipes the screen and places his hand on the scanner, treating it like the most normal thing in the world. The console turns green and the bridge unlocks, leaving Thora stunned because she thought only the owner and Spirit Queen could open it. Inside the bridge, Leo finds no living crew at all, only black skeletons in old spacesuits still sitting at their stations. The scene kills Leo's hope of finding survivors from his own world, even though the human-looking remains make the loss feel strangely personal. He still tries to salvage one spacesuit for himself, but the ancient material falls apart in his hands. When he tests the bones next, those remains also collapse into dust and leave him with nothing useful at all. So Leo moves on to the bridge controls and asks Thora if this ship can still be piloted. Thora mockingly writes that the ship will not move without the Spirit Queen's blessing. Leo ignores the warning and flips the labeled engine switches anyway, just to see what happens. Something explodes somewhere inside the ship, the whole structure shudders, and the remaining lights die at once. Thora explodes in anger and rushes off toward the engine area, worried about the ship's vital systems and the plants depending on them. Leo decides to leave too, but a cold stare from behind makes him stop and turn back. The black dust from the ruined skeleton swirls together behind him and gathers into a humanoid shadow. The thing keeps condensing until it forms a complete black skeleton, only to collapse to the floor because it has no flesh to hold itself together. Leo kneels and pokes the fallen skeleton with a branch, trying to figure out if it can still think or speak. Taxi leans in with his usual one-word answer, and Leo snaps at him to be quiet for once. When Leo lifts the skeleton, it does not crumble this time, and its jaws clatter in a way that feels almost amused. The black bones suddenly melt into his skin, and Leo realizes this thing is another colony of evolved cancer cells trying to seize a host. Instead of resisting, Leo quietly tells the parasite it chose the wrong host and lets the whole thing enter his body. Inside Leo's body, the skeleton's parasite cells clash with his own blood cells, and his right arm starts breaking and swelling under the strain. Even with a broken arm, Leo casually stuffs another talisman into his mouth because he trusts his mutated body to beat any parasite. The parasite surge turns Leo's right arm green and writhing for a moment, then his body finally crushes it and forces the arm back to normal. The fight leaves behind one ugly side effect when black impurity gathers in Leo's fingernails and a system reward grants him 10,000 more years of life. Leo decides the reward was worth it, rips the tainted nails off without hesitation, and tosses one away. The discarded nail instantly melts into the ship's metal floor, and Leo realizes his body fluids have become dangerously corrosive. When even holding the nail burns his fingers, Leo seals the black nails inside his spatial ring and leaves the bridge. Following the ship map deeper inside, Leo reaches the cramped crew quarters and tests one dusty capsule bed just to see how it feels. The tiny pod gives Leo a practical idea that he may need to build new housing later for the flood of people in his domain. Then his attention jumps to something more fun, and he starts rummaging through drawers and crates for futuristic weapons. He finds a few metal tubes that seem useless until one shaken handle spits out a dead essence stone battery. Realizing the device needs power, Leo converts a spirit stone into a fresh essence stone and jams it into the handle. After a few minutes of fiddling, Leo twists the handle, hits the switch, and a red blade snaps to life with a crackling hum. Leo is thrilled to find a lightsaber in a cultivation world, and he instantly starts swinging it around like a kid. His fun immediately turns destructive when the blade slices straight through nearby capsule beds and wrecks the room. Once he calms down, Leo pockets the first saber and tears through the quarters for more until he gathers 10 handles. When he steps back into the corridor, the little lightning spirit returns in a bad mood and angrily writes that the broken air system will kill the ship's plants. Leo offers to move the plants into his domain, and another line of lightning writing warns that restricted areas still need the Spirit Queen's permission. Then the writing abruptly changes tone, questioning how Leo got into a section that should have been sealed in the first place. Leo cheerfully explains that he just scanned his hand on the console and walked in, which hints at a much bigger truth about him. Still following the unseen guide toward the engine room, Leo keeps pestering the empty corridor about where a spaceship would hide its guns. Near the engine room, the corridor turns into a wall of black smoke and brutal heat, and Leo pushes straight toward the fire. He tries to play firefighter by shooting a pressurized stream of water from his finger to cool the blaze. Seeing blue fire behind the sealed engine door, Leo ignores the console and punches the metal barrier open. That mistake feeds the fire with air, and a wave of blue flame erupts out and engulfs Leo on the spot. The flames burn off all his clothes without hurting his skin, so Leo escalates and floods the engine room with a tsunami of water from his own body. Some hidden current zaps him hard in the middle of the flood, but Leo tanks it and keeps suppressing the fire until it finally dies. With the blaze out, a very modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth, Leo walks through the wrecked engine room and realizes he accidentally destroyed the ship's heart. From the doorway, the little lightning spirit is devastated because the wrecked engine room was her home, and now no new lightning spirits can be born here. While searching the wreckage, Leo finds a crystal sphere on a pedestal and casually touches it without knowing what it is. The moment he makes contact, his essence pours in and the black sphere flashes green with branching lightning. The recharge is so absurd that even the unseen spirit guide is stunned, while Leo just awkwardly laughs with the glowing stone in his hand. Leo pockets the lightning stone and starts to move on, just as the unseen spirit guide finally forces the real question. The written question asks if he killed the Rabbit Trent King and took this realm, and Leo answers with a broad, proud grin. The unseen spirit is too exhausted to argue anymore and leaves one last written instruction telling Leo to take the plants and go. Because he still cannot hear her, Leo answers in the dumbest way possible and starts dancing modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth through the corridor to cheer the arson victim up. The absurd dance almost works, and the little spirit hides a tiny smile, while privately deciding Leo is just a dumb old geezer. After fooling around enough, Leo digs through his burned clothes to save his talismans and realizes the fire destroyed the stash in his pants. With his heart a little broken, Leo changes into a new t-shirt and jeans before heading into the silent hydroponics lab. Using night vision in the blackout, he moves through the lab and salvages every plant he can still save. The unseen spirit also insists he take the broken capsule machine that once housed her queen, so Leo stores that sentimental wreck too. Once there is nothing else worth taking, Leo still throws a theatrical fit that a spaceship this advanced somehow has no guns. Outside the ship at last, Leo gives the wreck a long thoughtful look and decides to leave it behind because it is too fragile and his rings are already packed. Outside the ship, Wu Bai and Gao Yan regroup with Leo, and he simply announces that the trip is over and they are going home. Wu Bai nervously asks to stay and cultivate longer, but Leo immediately calls out the real reason with a flat unimpressed look. Leo softens the scolding with a promise that they can come back anytime later because this whole mystic realm now belongs to him. That promise instantly fixes Wu Bai's mood, and Leo leads the group back out of the cave. On the way back over the wild forest, Leo's group crosses paths in the sky with 10 distant soul transformation cultivators. Gao Yan and Wu Bai tense up at the sight of such a strong group, but Leo stays completely unbothered. The two groups pass each other without incident, and only after they are safely by does Leo ask if they looted every corpse and ring before leaving. Wu Bai proudly shows off the stolen spatial rings, and Leo admits he was only worried about losing valuable loot and lifespan papers. That reminder makes Leo reach for another talisman, only to remember his pockets are empty because the fire burned everything. He frantically checks his stored loot instead and nearly faints with relief when he finds a hidden stack of 20 surviving talismans. To calm himself down, Leo immediately pulls out one surviving talisman and chews it mid-flight like nothing happened. The other group is led by the first prince, Yan Luo, an old man in patched robes who takes one look at Leo's party and guesses his missing brother is already dead. Yan Luo tells his men that his brother always preyed on weaker targets and relied on dirty talismans, so he likely attacked the wrong people this time. Instead of mourning, Yan Luo laughs that Yan Long finally bit off more than he could chew and orders the search party into the cave. Inside the cave, the search party finds the abandoned spaceship but not a single corpse from the second prince's side. One of the men brings the old prince a few still warm shell casings, and he immediately senses a strange dangerous aura on them. The shell casings suddenly char the old prince's hand, proving the power on them is not normal elemental essence at all. After healing himself, Yan Luo concludes the killer used Dao level power or Ascension Dao avatar, which means Yan Long died here and his corpse was carried off. He decides the palace can identify the murderer later through Yan Long's life candle, so there is no reason to chase anyone now. What matters to Yan Luo now is the artifact itself, and he orders the entire spaceship hauled back to the palace for study. His men rip open the cave roof, rope up the ship, and carry the giant wreck away like absurdly strong movers. Meanwhile, Leo's group makes it back to camp and finds their shacks and cooking gear thoroughly trashed. Wu Bai and Gao Yan grumble over the wreckage, but Leo just stares at the damage and decides this lawless world deserves whatever disaster comes to it. The two men do not even understand half of Leo's rant, but they can feel the menace behind it and silently pity whoever stole from him. Too tired to salvage scraps, Leo touches the blue portal and gets confirmation that he has cleared the realm and can build a permanent link later. Leo ignores the details, asks to go home, and leads the others through the reopened gate. Back on the floating platform in Leo's domain, the first thing they see is a whole herd of thunder unicorns trapped inside a square cube near the 4 heavenly demons. The trapped unicorn herd panics and begs for rescue, frantically pointing toward the demon statues that got them stuck. Leo is relieved the dangerous beasts did not rampage or bother Cat, but when he notices the wasps and cockatrices are gone, he instantly knows who stole the snacks. Leo checks the transparent cube trapping the thunder unicorns, and the cat octopus statue quietly dispels the array for him. The freed unicorns crowd around Leo in relief, and he immediately makes them sit down for a serious talk before they can cause trouble below. Leo lays down the rules for living in his domain. Do not attack his people, protect the place, respect everyone, and take responsibility for any trouble they start outside. When Leo adds daily wages in food, tea, or essence stones, the unicorns smugly accept because guarding his territory sounds like easy free pay. Their cocky mood dies instantly when Leo adds one more condition. Sooner or later, one unicorn will need to sell him part of its horn for alchemy. One very old unicorn steps forward anyway, and Leo checks its lifespan in surprise when he realizes this one is more than 4,000 years old. The elder unicorn rubs against Leo like a trusted friend, and Leo awkwardly reminds it that his poisonous body could have killed it. Leo says he only needs a tiny horn tip, but before he can choose a spot, the elder unicorn's horn suddenly glows and snaps itself in half. Leo worries he hurt it, only to watch the elder grin and start regenerating the damaged horn with its own lightning essence. Relieved, Leo rewards the elder with extra dragon fruit and decides it deserves a name of its own. Leo gives the elder unicorn a bizarre new name, and that somehow kicks off a naming frenzy across the whole herd. After the naming ceremony, Leo leads the cheering unicorns down to the ground and finally notices a gigantic trench carved through his land. One look into the pit makes Leo remember his old order to dig a fish pond, and he realizes the mannequins never stopped. Annoyed but practical, Leo sends Wu Bai to settle the unicorns in the northwest part of the domain and jumps into the trench himself. 3 kilometers down, Leo lands in a dark canyon floor and realizes the trench has become a huge south-running passage like a man-made Grand Canyon. He runs along the trench and is stunned when it continues beyond his domain instead of stopping at the boundary. From the sky, Leo finally sees the full damage. The trench connects all the way to a river that has somehow been completely drained. At the dried river, Leo finds 5 of his wooden mannequins still digging with handmade shovel-like tools they built themselves. When Leo asks about their tools, the silent worker mannequins only turn on him with glowing red eyes and crowd around until he tells them to stop. Leo's Dao avatar steps out to translate, and the mannequins insist they were only digging the fish pond exactly as ordered. Once the translation starts, Leo's Dao avatar derails it with a deadpan dirty joke, then does it again when Leo complains the trench is too big. Once Leo forces the avatar back on topic, the mannequins explain that the river still had water when they arrived, but black-robed cultivators attacked before they could divert it. The mannequins also reveal they were never in real danger, because ordinary cultivators below the immortal stage could not even damage them. That makes the next answer worse, because when Leo asks about Cat, the whole mood drops and the mannequins admit she was taken. Leo cannot understand how Cat got captured if the workers were stronger than the attackers, and the avatar bluntly says it happened because Cat wanted it. The reason is exactly as stupid as Leo fears. Cat deliberately let herself get taken just for more nom-nom. When Leo asks where she went, the mannequins point southwest, and the answer comes back in one ominous name, Factory Cult. Far beneath Frozen Fire City, the real Factory Cult headquarters is a hidden underground city of blood cauldrons, torture gear, and forbidden rituals under the third prince, Yen Zhu. A large wagon cage rolls into that underworld carrying Cat, and even her own escorts keep a frightened distance because she keeps eating them. The cultists still cannot believe they captured a 7th-stage monster so easily, but the truth is obvious. Cat never stopped acting like she was on a feeding trip. She proves it again by lashing out with her vines, dragging 5 golden core escorts into the cage, and stripping them down to meat in seconds. One furious cultist threatens to refine every part of Cat's body, and Cat answers by burping out such a foul green stench that the escorts start vomiting. A nascent soul cultivator tries to kill her with a flame Dao avatar, but Cat snatches him first and bites his head off before he can attack. After watching that, the entire escort drops the bravado and just wants the caravan to reach the underground city before Cat eats more of them. Back at the dried river, the mannequins add one more clue. The water did not vanish naturally, it drained underground into something they never had time to uncover. Leo decides to dig it out himself, grabs a makeshift shovel, and starts clumsily before speeding up into a blur. Only 5 minutes later, 100 meters down, Leo's shovel hits a huge shining blue gemstone buried under the riverbed. Realizing the blue crystal is huge, Leo clears space in a storage ring and orders the worker mannequins to haul away the pharaoh statue and edible gold he dumps out. With the ring cleared, Leo touches the blue gem and successfully sucks the entire massive crystal into storage. The moment the gem disappears, the ground collapses and Leo gets buried alive under wet soil. Leo blasts out almost immediately, filthy but alive, and the close call drags up a grim memory of the century he once spent buried after a lightning tribulation. Leo decides the digging job is finished and starts to leave, but his Dao avatar immediately asks the one question he was trying to ignore: what about Cat? Leo hesitates, remembers Cat crying when she is really hurt, and finally gives into a rescue trip to Factory Cult. Following the avatar's advice, Leo sniffs out Cat's scent and launches himself southwest into the sky. After covering 10 kilometers, Leo reaches a huge fortified city and simply jumps over its moat and walls like they are nothing. His landing goes badly, and Leo crashes through a rooftop straight into a bedroom where a modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth couple are in the middle of their night. He apologizes with absurd calm, tells them to carry on, and walks out as if nothing happened. Outside, disgusted patrons yell that a beggar got in, and Leo realizes he has crashed into a 10-story brothel called Flower House. Leo brushes off the awkward stop, starts tracking Cat again by scent, and draws even more stares by walking around with his head tilted up like a suspicious hound. A child calls him a crazy beggar, and only then does Leo finally notice he is still caked in wet dirt from the collapse. So Leo solves it in the most public way possible, summoning a stream of water from his own hand and bathing right there in the street. The impromptu bath floods the road and splashes nearby shops and pedestrians, sending angry commoners running to report a cultivator causing trouble. Leo finishes washing, buys a towel and fresh clothes, and starts changing right there on the road without a shred of shame. That is the exact moment the local guards arrive, spot Leo fully covered by careful framing and simple cloth in public, and shout to arrest him. 20 golden core cultists rush Leo at once and slam their palms into his covered chest and back while he is still halfway through changing clothes. Leo barely reacts and snaps at them for attacking a man who is just trying to get dressed. The attackers recheck his aura, fail to read his cultivation, and start backing off when one of them guesses he might be a Soul Formation senior. Realizing these men belong to the cult he is chasing, Leo casually asks if they are from the factory cult and immediately puts them on edge. One cultist quickly tries to calm things down, warning that someone of Leo's status should not make trouble in a commoner town. Leo is almost impressed that they switched from murder to manners so fast, and he mocks cultivators for being powerful but stupid. A few seconds later, the men who touched his skin feel burning in their palms and stare down in confusion as their hands swell purple. The corruption races up their arms, shattering bones and twisting their bodies into grotesque masses of extra limbs, rib cages, and eyes. The mutations look strong for a moment, but once the purple blood reaches their hearts, all 20 cultists drop dead. Now in a good mood, Leo packs the dead bodies into his spatial ring and cheerfully claims the freeing fluid materials. When Leo looks up, he finds himself surrounded by hundreds of terrified commoners who do not dare move. Trying to salvage the situation, Leo walks up to one bystander and asks where the factory cult headquarters is. The merchant admits he is only a visitor and has no idea where the cult is based, and the rest of the crowd takes that chance to flee. Since the man answered honestly, Leo digs through the cultist's loot, upgrades a spirit stone into an essence stone with his touch, and flicks it to him as a gift. Leo even turns the gift into an ad pitch, telling the merchant to visit his store north of town near Magpie City. Leo leaps away, leaving the stunned merchant alone with a treasure he barely understands. The stone immediately burns Jiangqing's hand, and when it drops into a puddle, the water turns contaminated and shines with rainbow light. Too curious to leave it there, Jiangqing first tries chopsticks, fails, and finally lifts the round stone out of the puddle with fire tongs. Up close, he mistakes it for a spirit stone and starts dreaming that this one lucky encounter might let him become a cultivator. Jiangqing wraps the hot stone in his outer robe, stuffs it into his wooden backpack, and sprints out of town before anyone can stop him. Once he is outside the city, the merchant looks north toward Magpie City and decides Leo's strange store might be the perfect place to learn and make money. Meanwhile, Leo scans the city from above and spots a tall pagoda that looks like the kind of landmark cultists might use. Cat's smell is getting buried under latrines, food, and too many people, so Leo stops trusting his eyes and pushes all his focus into his nose. His altered senses build a mental scent map, and the trail pulls him forward so hard that he drops to all fours to follow it better. Embarrassed but committed, Leo barrels through the city like a dog and then like a cheetah, shouting for people to get out of his way. After 2 hard kilometers, the scent leads him to a shabby wooden cabin in the slums guarded by 2 nascent soul cultivators. He suddenly remembers he may have contaminated random people and objects while racing through town, but he shoves that worry aside for now. Leo gives the guards one blunt warning to get out, and the 2 men instantly decide living is the better option. Pleased to finally meet sensible enemies, Leo drops back to all fours and enters the shack to follow Cat's scent inside. At the same time elsewhere, the factory cult is already nervous because a full week has passed since the Mystic Realm opened and none of their expedition members have returned. Their strongest man left behind is an old soul transformation elder who cultivates blood arts through sacrifice. When he looks over the sacrificial cages, the elder is furious to see a giant captured monster casually eating one of his own disciples. Back in the slum shack, Leo finds a round purple teleportation circle with floating Chinese characters glowing in the dark. Cat's trail ends right in the middle of the array, so Leo steps onto it and starts poking at the strange floating characters. The moment he touches one symbol, it breaks into particles and the whole circle shuts down under his hand. Leo stares at the dead array in disgust and curses himself for not dragging a cultist here to explain how it works. He storms outside looking for a nearby cultivator to interrogate, but the only people around are poor commoners and beggars keeping their distance. He considers heading for the city pagoda to grab someone useful, then decides to save that option for later and solve this himself. Instead, Leo returns to the circle, crouches down, and punches the stone floor hard enough to break open the hidden space beneath it. He falls through the rubble into a hidden underground complex and lands grinning because the reckless plan actually worked. Down below, he finds a man-made chamber full of glowing purple metal beams, foul fog, and a smell like rotten rats. The weird metal immediately catches Leo's attention, and he starts clearing junk out of his newly looted rings to make room for theft. He throws on one of the dead cultists' black uniforms so he can move around here with a little less trouble. To free up even more space, Leo points a finger and has his cooperative cells blast the useless loot into white flame and ash. Then he tests the pillar itself and sucks an entire purple support beam straight into his spatial ring. The ceiling trembles at once, and Leo reluctantly stops himself from stealing more supports because he refuses to bury the city above in a pointless massacre. Exploring deeper, Leo maps the underground room and finds 4 giant 10-meter doors to the north, south, east, and west. 3 doors stink so sharply that even Leo turns away, but the east gate carries a thick smell of blood, which feels like the right trail. Instead of opening the east gate, Leo calmly stores both giant doors in his ring because abandoned metal should not go to waste. The bloody hallway beyond is lined with torches, human bones, and words written in blood, and Leo starts down it before greed pulls him back. He makes a quick U-turn and strips the other 3 gateways too, leaving only the supporting frames behind. After a kilometer of dark walking, Leo reaches a single brighter gate marked with the cult's cone mask emblem. The emblem disgusts him enough that he silently swears he will turn this cult into Ian fluid if they are exactly the kind of scum he expects. When Leo tries to steal this gate too, the emblem flashes and blasts him with a shockwave that only blows his hood off. Completely unfazed, Leo starts picking his nose, then ends up smearing a sticky booger onto the gate just to get it off his finger. Because the booger carries his essence, the purple gate mutates red, swells, bends in on itself, and dies on the spot. Leo shrugs, stores the ruined gate too, and walks straight into the room beyond. Inside, he walks into a chamber full of roughly 100 cultists, and every face turns toward the intruder at once. When they demand to know who he is, Leo points at his robe and deadpans that he is obviously one of them. The cultists are suspicious because his mask is gone and he came from a sealed hallway. So Leo improvises a story about a teleportation accident trapping him in an abandoned room. Then the torchlight catches Leo's rainbow aura, and the whole room realizes they may have just challenged a far stronger senior. 100 cultists drop to their knees and beg forgiveness for failing to recognize an honored visitor. When they remove their masks, Leo finds out this chamber is full of old men and realizes why his young face alone did not impress them earlier. Still playing the role, Leo asks what place this is and learns he has stumbled into the residential area for low-ranking Golden Core and nascent soul priests. He presses further and hears that most of the cult has gathered in the sacrificial city for a ritual involving a captured 7th-grade plant monster. The cultist nervously adds that the elder priest plans to use that monster to push into the quasi-immortal realm today. That is all Leo needs to hear, so he crouches in front of the priest, smiles, and politely asks to be taken there. The terrified priest agrees at once, and Leo calmly tells him to stand up and guide the way because he is suddenly feeling very forgetful about the layout. At the underground altar, the faceless elder Situshang prepares a huge blood ritual because he wants enough sacrifices and a monster core to force his way into the quasi-immortal stage. He stares at Cat in her cage and decides to let her keep eating cultists for now, planning to kill her only after she is full and her monster core is ripe for harvest. Situshang orders the ritual to begin, tells the cultists to drain the captives dry, and warns the array masters to seal Cat's cage so her vines cannot reach anyone. The talismans lock into a dome around the cage, and when Cat tests it with the thorn vine, the barrier shocks her back. Cat almost wants to cry for Leo, but when she sees a whole room full of hostile people, her mood flips and she decides she would rather eat them all herself. She lashes 8 thorn vines into the cage hard enough to smash the metal bars apart, even though the barrier still holds the debris inside. The first hits only ripple the dome, so Cat pours wood essence into her thorn whips and keeps slamming the same spot with brute force. One final strike shatters the array, the talismans go dead, and the array masters cough blood from the backlash as Cat breaks loose. The moment she is free, Cat charges the packed crowd in front of the altar and starts swallowing cultists and captives alike in a wild feeding frenzy. Cat merges with her Dao avatar and swells into an even larger chomper plant body until her human head bumps the ceiling. She shrinks just enough to fit, rubs the top of her head in annoyance, and then hears Situshang order everyone to slaughter the remaining captives and kill her. Certain the time is right, Situshang summons a vampiric blood spirit behind him and gathers every nearby drop of blood into his power. The avatar condenses into a crimson blood spear and fires at Cat at full speed, but she turns and catches it in her teeth. The spear explodes inside her bite, and the splashed blood burns like magma across Cat's skin. Situshang starts building a second, larger spear from all the fresh blood spilled by the cultists murdering captives around them. Cat sees the pattern, remembers how Leo fights, and shapes her vines into a massive fist layered with all 5 basic elements. Her giant punch smashes half the altar apart, and when Situshang dodges, she whips the same arm around for a follow-up strike. Situshang throws up a blood dome at the last second, and to Cat's shock, the barrier stays intact while her empowered arm is sliced clean in half. He boasts that blood essence outranks the basic 5 elements, and Cat notices her severed vines blackening and mutating instead of simply dying. Thinking of Leo and a strange lesson she once heard, Cat decides to use the tainted black blood for a new technique of her own. The tainted black blood hardens into Kat's first humanoid construct, a female mannequin floating in front of her. Situ-shang mocks the summoning, but Kat's black mannequin reshapes into a pretty long-haired woman and fixes on him with deadly focus. The black mannequin vanishes and reappears in front of Situ-shang, landing a brutal punch that launches him into the ceiling. The mannequin dives to finish him, but Situ-shang's fallen body collapses into a pool of blood instead of staying solid. More spilled blood rises into floating masses around the chamber, and Kat loses a fatal second staring at the strange trick. Situ-shang exploits that hesitation by turning the blood pool into a spike that punches through the black mannequin and coils around her body. As Situ-shang boasts over the trapped mannequin, an unfamiliar old man's voice cuts him off from the edge of the chaos. Leo's thrown rainbow lightsaber cuts into the blood restraint instead of the mannequin, proving the weapon can burn away Situ-shang's blood body. The black mannequin grabs the saber, cuts herself free, and Situ-shang recoils in real pain as the burned blood fails to reform. Situ-shang turns his rage on the intruder, but Leo calmly raises his pistol and shoots him straight through the head before he can finish the threat. Leo keeps the gun trained on Situ-shang's falling body and only complains that he wants this finished quickly so he can go back to sleep. A few minutes earlier, Leo had been walking deeper into the cult's underground complex behind a crowd of disciples when he found a hallway stacked with dried corpses and body parts. The cultists proudly explain that Elder Priest Situ-shang has been running the sect and plans to share his blood cultivation method once enough sacrifices push him to the next stage. Leo checks the dead more closely, realizes most victims are men and beasts, and quietly decides these monsters are unfit to be spared as customers. Then he accidentally kicks the tiny body of a blood-drained little boy, and the sight finally pushes his disgust into pure murder. Leo kneels, closes the child's wide-open eyes, and silently promises the dead boy that the cult will pay for this. He stands back up, draws a pistol and his repaired lightsaber from his spatial ring, and gets ready to butcher everyone here himself. Before he can start, an explosion erupts farther ahead, and the cultists rush toward the altar while Leo follows with murder already in mind. Then Leo catches Kat's scent through the blood-heavy air, and his eyes shift into that black scare rage state as his anger spikes even harder than before. He kicks off the ground, sprints along the wall past the cultists, and reaches the altar chamber first. When Leo reaches the altar chamber, he sees Kat badly hurt with severed black bleeding vines and spots the black mannequin pinned by a blood spike. Hearing Situ-shang brag that he is immortal, Leo snaps back with one sharp line and immediately hurls the lightsaber to save Kat's construct. The black mannequin catches the saber, proudly recognizes Leo through Kat's blood, and burns the blood restraint away for real. Situ-shang rebuilds himself from another blood mass, and screams in panic because this strange weapon can destroy blood he thought should never die. Leo's mannequin Dao avatar helps steady his aim, and one plain gunshot ends Situ-shang before any flashy blood trick can save him. The cultists around the altar freeze in disbelief after Leo kills their elder so fast none of them can react. Leo just yawns and repeats that he is tired, which somehow makes the terrified silence around him even worse. Kat bursts into tears of relief and leaps toward Leo, and he answers her affection automatically before noticing the strange black woman beside her. The black mannequin politely bows, and Leo decides that mystery can wait because first he needs every surviving cultist under control. Instead of fighting randomly, Leo barks an order for everyone to form ranks in front of him if they want to live. When some cultists hesitate because Kat is still loose, Leo points at her and reveals she is his daughter, which instantly changes the room. That explanation makes perfect sense to the cultists, so they rush into orderly rows and stop treating Kat like a target. Looking over the assembled cult, Leo decides none of them deserve to live and starts planning how to harvest their blood instead of wasting the opportunity. He buys a large bucket, spits into it several times, and fills it with water chi until the container becomes a bizarre homemade elixir setup. Then he orders the entire crowd to line up with cups and scoop some of the bucket water, but not drink it yet. The cultists are disgusted because they saw him spit into it, but fear wins, so they keep scooping anyway while Leo repeatedly refills the bucket for the whole crowd. 3 hours later, everyone finally has a portion, and the shimmering rainbow water leaves the crowd nervous because nobody understands what Leo is making them hold. Leo gives the next order without blinking and tells every last one of them to drink the elixir in their hands. More than half obey immediately, but the rest hang back in revulsion until Leo uses Kat as the lesson. At one command, Kat regrows her vines and sweeps 50 holdouts into her mouth, chewing them up while the survivors panic and beg. After seeing that, the rest choke down the spit water at once and drop to their knees, desperately blaming Situ-shang and pleading for mercy. Leo takes back the lightsaber, shuts it off, and silently starts counting while the kneeling cultists wait for whatever comes next. On the count, the first cultist suddenly clutches his throat and collapses, and the courtyard realizes too late that Leo poisoned all of them on purpose. The rest begin screaming as their muscles swell and their blood mutates inside them, turning the altar courtyard into one giant mass execution. As the torture lifts his mood, Leo slips into weird baby talk counting and starts dancing through the corpse field like a lunatic while the cultists finish mutating to death. After tricking 200 cultivators with diluted saliva, Leo calmly strips their spatial rings and talismans, keeping only what matters and packing away the mutant corpses. When the looting is done, Leo stops at the pile of discarded civilian dead and offers a rough, sincere prayer for them. He asks his own blood cells for flame chi and uses a fingertip fire to cremate the victims instead of leaving their bodies to be abused again. While Leo is busy cremating the dead, Kat pretends to help with cleanup and secretly stuffs a couple mutant corpses into her own mouth. Kat's borrowed mannequin body times out and melts back into blood that flows home, while Kat's Dao avatar returns and teasingly pats her human head. Leo moves on to the cages and finds the worst part of the raid, over 1,000 trapped civilians, including many children, and every single one is already dead. Even so, Leo opens cage after cage and checks each body himself, hoping for one survivor and finding none. So he burns the cages, the carriages, and the dead captives too, making sure no outside cultist can come back and use the bodies. When the cleanup is finally over, Leo asks Kat if she has played enough, and she answers with a cautious little meow. The mood flips when Leo brings up stolen food, and Kat instantly panics, reverts to her chomper form, and bolts. Leo laughs it off, but he does not leave with Kat because wiping out the factory for real means finding their hidden wealth before they can recover. He spends 6 straight hours ransacking the city, filling his rings with pill bottles and herbs he plans to hand to Gao Yan and Wu Bai later. After clearing the city itself, Leo notices 100 other doors in the labyrinth, and most of the halls behind them only lead back to the surface. Not ready to leave, he returns to the abandoned section where he first fell and heads for the unopened gates he skipped earlier. The smell is so bad that Leo shuts off his sense of smell before opening the south gate first. Beyond the south gate, he finds an ancient prison made of the same purple material, but every cell holds only skeletons, webs, and dust. At the very end of the hall, Leo finds a giant sealed cell where a dried little girl is chained to the wall behind silver talismans pouring out yang energy. Leo immediately senses the seal is probably holding something dangerous, but greed still tempts him to steal the lifespan-rich talismans. Confidence wins, and Leo starts ripping the silver talismans off the bars to keep them as lifespan food. The floor rumbles the moment the first talisman comes off, but Leo shrugs and strips the rest anyway. When the last talisman is gone, the chained corpse has vanished from the wall. A tiny undead attacker instantly drops onto Leo's back and bites his neck, but her fangs cannot get through his skin. Leo even warns her she might die from touching him, but the little monster keeps gnawing until her fangs crack first. Instead of collapsing, the girl finally croaks out a question, and Leo casually introduces himself as a passing Florida man. Her immunity catches Leo's attention, because unlike most things that touch him, this undead girl does not mutate or die. Thinking she is thirsty, Leo splashes chi-made water on her face, and the rude kindness only annoys her more. She snaps that she is no child and older than his grandfather, and Leo starts needling her with absurd age talk just to watch her react. She tries scratching and clawing him instead, but his skin still will not budge, and Leo treats her like a free back scratcher. The next room explains part of her past. It is packed with skeletons that have long fangs, and the girl bitterly calls them her people. When Leo guesses vampire, she sharply corrects him. Her kind are nobles of the night, not blood-sucking fiends. Back at the crossroads, Leo tries the north gate next, and the stubborn little lich keeps clawing and biting at him all the way there. Fed up, she finally declares herself the immortal Lich Empress and demands to know why she cannot kill him. Leo bursts out laughing at the grand title coming from a tiny undead brat, which only pushes her into a full tantrum. The north path opens into a ruined courtyard of dead plants and broken gargoyles, where one mansion alone still stands untouched under a red dome. Leo spots another ring of silver sealed talismans around the mansion and starts stripping those too. When Izan asks why he is helping, Leo bluntly says he is not helping at all, just scavenging valuables. Then Chapter 126 peels back Izan's history. She was once the empress of the peaceful Malg Empire, an undead civilization wiped out by invading cultivators and sealed underground with the last survivors. Back in the present, Izan studies Leo in frustration, because the being she cannot scratch feels stronger than ordinary immortals, but nothing like one of them. Leo, meanwhile, is mostly annoyed that this zombie child will not stop clinging to him, so he tells her to go home and get off his back. That finally gets through, and Izan lets go and drops behind him, still tense and ready for a fight he clearly does not care about. Looking at her properly for the first time, Leo sees the full truth of her sealed body, a 6 or 7-year-old corpse with empty sockets, dark shriveled limbs, and patchy hair. He asks if she is hungry. She insists again that she is over 10,000 years old, and the two end up bickering like children over who is older. Still offended, Izan kicks Leo's shin to win the argument, and her own leg snaps instead. Without even flinching, Izan calls Bones from the next room, melts a vampire skull into herself, and repairs the broken limb on the spot. The moment she is fixed, the proud empress shamelessly opens her hand and demands food. Leo guesses meat, blood, or brains, and Izan explodes that proud Malg liches are vegetable eaters, not zombies. So Leo digs through his loot and pulls out a mutated dragon fruit tree that is already bearing fruit. The instant she recognizes the fruit as Een fruit, Izan's suspicion spikes, but hunger wins and she devours it anyway. The Een fruit works fast, Izan's eyeballs regrow, her patchy hair turns full and golden, and her shriveled corpse skin restores until she looks like a pale undead child instead of a dried mummy. She immediately asks for more, and Leo happily keeps feeding her while rambling to himself about the old days and Mr. Beast. After 20 fruits, Izan is finally full, a little bloated, and still too proud to act embarrassed about it. Leo finishes circling the mansion and strips away all 666 silver talismans sealing the place. With the scavenging done, Leo casually waves goodbye and starts to leave her there. Izan panics just enough to decide she is not staying, vanishes into the mansion, and reappears moments later carrying old helmets, robes, and gowns. She shoves the relic bundle at Leo and reveals these are her dormant subordinates, sleeping souls she plans to resurrect later. Leo refuses to haul around an undead empire for free, so he asks the obvious question, what is in it for him? Trying to bargain like an empress, Izan offers to teach him necromancy and immortality, and Leo instantly turns her down. He would rather keep his living body, but he still stores her relics anyway and starts thinking of a more practical way to use an undead empress. Leo pitches the real deal instead. If Izan wants to repay him, she can use her necromancy to work at his shop as labor, security, and stable help. Izan glances at the fruit tree, weighs her options, and asks the only thing she really cares about now, more fruit and help reviving her people. Leo agrees as far as he can, and Izan instantly accepts, declaring a new alliance to rebuild the Malg Empire through his shop. Before Leo can process the deal, the partly restored child lich jumps onto his back again, points ahead like a queen on campaign, and orders Florida Man to lead the way home. Leo races back north with Izan riding his shoulders, and he ignores everything else because he already knows exactly where he needs to go. When they finally get home, Leo finds the farm in chaos as 100 thunder unicorns are eating his crops and Kat is screaming at them in rage. Kat is furious because she thinks Leo's crops are hers to steal, but her whips cannot do anything to a herd of 9th stage monsters. The herd does not attack Kat at all, because she smells strongly of Leo and her purring makes her look more like a future prize than an enemy. One especially shameless unicorn named Taxi tries to court Kat on the spot, and she answers every advance with louder hissing and disgust. Leo arrives just in time to see Taxi get rejected, and he immediately mocks the unicorn for trying to flirt with a newborn child. Humiliated, Taxi runs to the Elder P.Hub, and the old unicorn shuts the whole herd down with a brutal lightning-backed roar. Once the rowdy herd gathers around its elder, Leo quietly thanks him and starts checking on the people in the apartment building. Up on the apartment balcony, Wu Bai and the disciples watch from a safe distance because none of them are strong enough to handle the thunder unicorn herd below. Leo waves them down and tells Wu Bai to bring everyone over, because he is about to formally introduce the new workers. The disciples come down in a nervous cluster, and the sheer size of the thunder unicorns leaves them staring in open amazement. That innocent awe backfires fast when female thunder unicorns smell that the boys are virgins and crowd in to court them with eager nuzzling. Leo clears his throat and gets everyone focused so he can explain that the disciples and the unicorns will now be working together. His short briefing sets the new rules. The boys will care for the herd, and Taxi with Elder P.Hub must keep the more reckless unicorns from hurting anyone. Leo also gives the disciples a real job right away by ordering them to build a large stable and handle food for the unicorns. Then Izan climbs down from Leo's shoulders, and only now does the crowd realize the little corpse girl is not just another weird pet. One disciple blurts out that she looks like a jiangshi, and the room temperature seems to drop when Wu Bai inspects her properly and starts sweating. Wu Bai cannot even measure her, because Izan has no dantian at all and feels more like a walking mass of purine essence. Izan glances over the thunder unicorns with open contempt and says they look strong, but still too weak to deserve serving her. Trying to keep things civilized, Leo awkwardly asks the little tyrant to introduce herself properly. Izan answers with full imperial pride, declaring herself the 12th monarch of the Malg Empire and the empress of all liches, the true ruler of this realm. Most of the disciples just trade baffled looks, but Gao Yan grows serious and quietly asks his spirit companion whether the girl is actually telling the truth. Instead of dismissing it, the spirit panics and warns Gao Yan that Izan is the real thing and even stronger than a spirit queen. The herd overhears that warning with their sharp senses, and the thunder unicorns break into frightened chaos all over again. Leo tries to calm them with a sharp clap and a shout for order, but this time the panic has already spread too far. Annoyed by the noise, Izan calmly tears a giant tomato from the farm and starts eating while the entire scene falls apart around her. As she eats, Izan's shadow spreads across the ground and freezes the unicorns the moment it overlaps with theirs. Izan scolds them like an emperor, saying she rules life and death instead of slaughtering at whim, and she forces that message directly into their minds. The panic dies instantly, and most of the herd lowers their heads to Izan, with only Taxi and Elder P.Hub refusing to bow. Then the real shock hits as half the white thunder unicorns turn black, their manes and pupils go blood red, and hellish fire bursts over their bodies. Leo storms over in disbelief and grabs Izan by the crown, demanding to know what she just did to his beautiful donkeys. Izan coolly explains that she brainwashed the worst-minded unicorns before they could ravish the boys or cat, and she says Leo should be thanking her instead. When Leo looks again, he sees that the transformed unicorns kept their horns and lightning power but lost their wild frenzy, which makes the result hard to argue with. Sensing his hesitation, Izan offers to manage and train the new nightmares herself as long as Leo gives her food and shelter. She even sweetens the offer by inviting Leo to learn her necromancy later, leaving him with no easy reply at all. After that messy introduction, the old crew and the new arrivals start settling in together better than Leo expected. Izan turns out to be surprisingly social, and she goes around chatting with Cat, Gao Yan, Wu Bai, the disciples, and even the hidden spirit. Most unexpectedly, Cat and Izan actually hit it off, with Cat proudly touring Leo's granaries and infrastructure while the two of them share giant potatoes. With his people finally occupied, Leo heads to the cloth shop to check what his tailor mannequin has been making. Inside, he finds neat rows of white pants, shorts, and plain modest underclothes, and the smell is so familiar that he immediately starts inspecting the pile. The smell tells Leo the tailor mannequin used his body as material again, and he is pleased enough to change into a fresh white set right there in the shop. After pocketing spare sets, Leo stops the plain modest underclothes project and buys modern men's suits, coats, jackets, and sweaters for the mannequin to copy next. The tailor mannequin's answer is obvious enough that Leo immediately realizes she has run out of skin to work with. Leo sighs and peels a fresh strip of skin off his own finger and arm, trusting his regeneration to cover the pain and the mess. Once he hands over the new material, the tailor mannequin throws herself into another impossible burst of sewing, and Leo leaves her to it. Leo leaves her to work, but right outside he catches Izan peeking through the shop window at a rainbow evening dress with obvious longing. When Leo teases her about wanting it, Izan drops the pride for a second and nods with shameless intensity. Leo simply hands her the finished dress, even though it is clearly made for an adult woman and hangs absurdly large in her tiny arms. Izan beams, vanishes with the dress in an instant, and leaves Leo standing there too used to weirdness to question it for long. A moment later she returns with a mountain of monster bones and announces that this is the proper payment for the artifact he gave her. Leo has no idea what to do with a pile of bones until Izan explains that the undead cultivate in them, making each one richer in chi than normal stones. That explanation is enough for Leo, and he carries one glowing bone straight to the alchemy workshop like he has finally found something truly useful. Back in the workshop, Leo happily checks the tea-making mannequin and finds barrel after barrel of finished pinnacle-grade rejuvenate tea ready for use. The tea still feels risky for him because of his mutant blood, but he already learned that it only stuns his transparent cells for a while and leaves him tipsy instead of dead. That harmless buzz gives Leo a stupidly fun idea. If he keeps feeding the tea to old men like Wu Bai, he could turn the whole place into a kindergarten full of elders and child bodies. Still amused by that plan, Leo drags a whole barrel to Wu Bai's house and leaves it as overtime pay with a warning not to overdrink it. Inside, Wu Bai is busy with his smartphone until Leo's shout kills the mood and sends him scrambling outside in his pants. By the time Wu Bai opens the door, Leo is gone, so he quietly hauls the barrel back inside and returns to his very private research. Leo heads back to the tea workshop, where the latest batch is already done, and finally decides the poor mannequin has earned a break. When the mannequin goes back into its workshop room, Leo peeks inside and is stunned to find the entire interior packed almost wall to wall with tea barrels. The sight turns sad fast when the tea-making mannequin quietly settles into the tiny space it has left, and Leo can only stare at how cramped its life has become. Feeling guilty, Leo clears out about half the stock into his spatial rings and turns the room into an actual resting space with furniture and decorations. He even gives the overworked mannequin a reassuring shoulder pat and tells it to bathe before resting, then notices the first spark of awareness as it finally looks at its own grime. The mannequin obediently heads for the general store bathrooms, and Leo instantly realizes this is about to become a hygiene disaster if he does nothing. Leo races ahead to prep the bathroom area with rubber mats, a clean towel, and a rushed set of instructions so the bath will not turn into another mess. When the mannequin clearly does not understand what laundry even means, Leo has to buy a washing machine, a dryer, and detergent on the spot. Because ordinary machines are useless here, Leo upgrades both appliances heavily until all the buttons disappear and they turn into sleek, almost magical black boxes. To test the washer, Leo throws in a dirty cultist uniform and watches as the machine somehow generates its own scented water and detergent. The result is far beyond clean clothes, because the washed robe comes out white, softer, and strangely tougher than before. That discovery makes Leo's business instincts flare up, but after one look at the problem of payment, he reluctantly shelves the idea of turning laundry into a public service. The dryer proves even simpler by instantly drying, ironing, and neatly folding the robe the second Leo tosses it inside. Satisfied with the luxury setup, Leo finishes a quick lesson on how to use the new machines and leaves the bathroom area packed with extra safety mats. Only after that detour does Leo return to his real goal and place Izan's glowing purple bone into the cauldron for research. The system identifies it as a mauled lich femur from an immortal celestial general, still packed with essence after 10,000 years. The same result reveals a simple soulstone recipe, but it also offers a far bigger prize, a luck crystal recipe with absurdly specific blood requirements. Leo immediately explodes at the impossible ingredients, especially the demand for a 10,000-year-old virgin maiden and a 10,000-year-old virgin man. His outburst carries farther than he expects, and the nearby unicorns, nightmares, and Izan all hear enough to react. Curious now, Izan walks over and pokes Leo in the backside with another femur bone while asking if he is talking about her. Leo finally puts the pieces together and realizes the tiny lich in front of him really does fit the 10,000-year-old virgin maiden requirement. When he admits he needs that blood for alchemy, Izan casually says she will donate some later once she recovers enough power. That generosity catches Leo off guard, but he decides honesty is safer and tells her he is trying to make a luck crystal from her people's bones and 2 ancient virgin donors. Izan goes silent for a beat, then suddenly bursts into laughter when she realizes the recipe also means Leo himself qualifies as the ancient virgin man. Leo realizes he still cannot start the new alchemy project because the purified bones are missing, and Izan is no help at all. Since the new recipe is blocked, Leo turns back to old formulas and opens the alchemy menu to see what he has been missing. The recipe list makes Leo realize he mixed up a unicorn's tear with its horn and collected monster cores when he actually needed black hearts. He decides not to waste the horn anyway and snaps off a piece of the thunder unicorn horn to research it in the cauldron. The system reveals a lightning dantian pill recipe, and Leo immediately hates it because it still demands lightning essence and several grades of tribulation lightning. Leo grumbles that this kind of recipe is a trap, because you need lightning power to make the pill that is supposed to help you cultivate lightning power in the first place. He shelves that problem for later and tosses a 9th grade horn cayman core into the cauldron instead. This research gives him normal water and lightning dantian pill options, but the third result makes him freeze on the spot, a Floridian dantian pill. Leo cannot even laugh when he sees the ingredients, because the system has calmly turned his own blood and flesh into a valid recipe. For once the system answers him directly and explains that the research feature calculates every possible recipe, even if that means including Leo himself as an ingredient. Uneasy but curious, Leo bites into his own arm, tears off a chunk of flesh, and feeds it to the cauldron with a cayman core to test the ridiculous recipe anyway. The refining starts, and Leo is stunned when the timer shows nearly a full month for one pill. With the first cauldron tied up for a month, Leo moves on to inspect the rest of his workshops instead of waiting around. At the Ian Icedan workshop, he finds the mannequin still working steadily while finished pills have piled up in frozen crates all over the room. The Yang Flame Dan workshop is even stranger, because the blazing pills are now stored in a shiny silver metal container Leo has never seen before. Leo starts complaining at the silent mannequins, then remembers too late that they still cannot answer him with words. A warehouse mannequin pokes him and points toward the junkyard, silently offering to show where all these new supplies came from. When Leo reaches the junkyard, he stops cold because the recycling workers have turned it into a furniture workshop using iron pine lumber. Leo demands to know who gave that order, and the workers point upward toward the floating platform with the 4 guardian statues. That answer rattles Leo, because now he knows something on the platform has been directing his workers without permission. Before confronting the statues, Leo asks what else they ordered, and the mannequins lead him south to the pond project he once mentioned. Leo arrives expecting a pond and instead finds a massive trench carved through the ground like a canyon. Then the guide mannequin performs a bizarre set of statue-like arm poses, as if activating a hidden mechanism. A stream suddenly pours down from the Mystic Realm platform into the trench, swelling into a full-sky waterfall and turning the giant ditch into a water channel. Right as Leo takes in the spectacle, he hears an old man cough from the platform and realizes one of those statues is definitely alive. He leaps onto the floating platform and marches up to the fisherman's statue, demanding that it stop pretending. When the statues still refuse to answer, Leo threatens to smash every statue on the platform if they keep acting dumb. The Catopa statue finally blurts out for Leo to calm down, and the fake statue act starts breaking apart at once. The other statues drop the act too, and the fisherman's statue bows his head to apologize for using Leo's golems without permission. After a long stunned beat, Leo forces the conversation back under control and demands proper introductions from all of them. The Guardians explain that they were originally parts of Leo himself, once his shadow, and that their existence is tied to his entity Fate Crystal. That phrase hits Leo hard, because it matches a half-remembered clue from when he first got the alien rings and from the expedition objective itself. Leo presses them for the truth about the entity Fate Crystal, and the story jumps ahead a few hours as their explanation finally ends. When the long talk is over, the system announces that Leo has opened a permanent portal to the old Rabbit Trent realm, and renamed the planet Orlando. A second notice assigns the Fisherman Guardian as Orlando's governor, making local horned caimans and cockatrices non-hostile, boosting water creatures, and sending life force taxes back to Leo each month. The Fisherman Guardian finally takes living old man form, accepts Leo's lousy nickname Kitten with bitter patience, and steps through the portal to begin ruling Orlando. Once the Fisherman Guardian is gone, the other 3 revert to silent statue poses, and Leo is left alone with far too much terrifying new knowledge. Leo pushes the crystal mystery out of his head for now, orders the remaining Guardians to stay ready, and goes back to running his growing domain like an exhausted one-man company. 2 weeks after the Mystic Realm openings, the major factions begin returning home and the world starts counting winners, losses, and hidden disasters. The Tang clan comes back safely because they stayed near the pagoda town, and some of their younger members even awaken wood or water affinity, or break through to Golden Core. Yen Xiang's side retreats early after discovering the Sweet Dream Mushroom Death Zone, while the first prince's team brings back a strange metal ship instead. The second prince never returns at all, and the imperial court is already closing in on the truth behind his death. Yen Zhu avoids the realm disaster by accident, but his secret factory force is nearly wiped out when their underground city is found full of corpses, disappearances, and missing expedition elites. The Situ clan fares no better, with Situ Nantian critically injured and the rest of his followers lost inside the realm. The Ouyang clan looks luckier on the surface after finding treasures and herbs in another realm, but some of their undercover agents suddenly go silent, and nobody realizes a second calamity is already being carried out of Liu's realm. Back at the Life Sword sect, Hua Jiashan returns alive with Han Hao, Han Meng, Tiger Swordsman, and their disciples, but only Hua Jiashan looks like a man quietly saying goodbye to his own future. Even so, Hua Jiashan tells them to clean the sect properly before they leave for Liu's domain, because they still owe respect to the old home and the sword saint who built it. One senior disciple answers first, swearing that joining Florida Man will not erase the blood and loyalty they still owe the Life Sword sect. Han Meng and Tiger Swordsman follow with the same promise, making it clear that serving Liu will be a side duty, not a betrayal of their roots or of Hua Jiashan. Those words finally ease Hua Jiashan's heart, and he dismisses them with a lonely smile, asking them to come back and tell him what life under Liu is like. After everyone leaves, Hua Jiashan returns alone to his courtyard and performs the sect's ancestral sword rite with a blank, absent mind. Then a voice in his mind abruptly calls him sloppy, and Hua Jiashan nearly drops everything when he recognizes his long-ascended master, the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint calmly asks whether their sect is really about to merge into another man's domain, and Hua Jiashan admits it with shame. When the Sword Saint asks who could possibly force this, Hua Jiashan explains that Liu seems like an immortal in disguise, a terrifying physique cultivator with unique chi and overwhelming strength. As soon as his master asks for details, Hua Jiashan brightens like a relieved child and starts recounting everything that happened with Liu in the mystic realm. Elsewhere, the Amazonian sanctuary returns safely to its forest city, and the women are still celebrating when Dongfang Mei suddenly drops grim news on them. Dongfang Mei announces that the sanctuary will relocate south and join a powerful immortal's domain, which instantly turns the celebration into outrage. The women erupt because this city is their hard-won refuge from a cultivation world full of predatory men, and many refuse to believe Dongfang Mei would ask them to risk that safety. Dongfang Mei stays calm and offers a split. She will step down. Anyone who wants this city can choose a new leader, and only those willing to follow her south need to come. Her proposal leaves the sanctuary in an awkward hush, because replacing Dongfang Mei is easy to demand but much harder to actually face. At that tense moment, little Yao Qiqi blurts out that Liu is kind and strong and demonstrates his flying by hopping around with pure childish enthusiasm. The absurd little performance breaks the tension just enough for Dongfang Mei and Sun Wan to try persuasion instead of force. Sun Wan steps up and tells the sanctuary exactly what Liu is like, even including the moment he rejected one of her disciples when she tried to seduce him. That detail lands hard because the disciple in question is Qi Niu, and her furious, embarrassed silence tells the rest of the crowd the story is true. That awkward proof slowly shifts the mood, and more of the women begin to believe that following Liu might not mean walking into another trap. Even after all that, most of the sanctuary still chooses to stay, and only 100 women decide to leave with Dongfang Mei and Sun Wan. The two sides part in silence, and Dongfang Mei, Sun Wan, Yao Qiqi, and their 100 followers board a small flying boat and head south for Magpie City. 3 days after the Mystic Realm season ended, Hua Jiashan and Dongfang Mei finally brought their people to Liu's domain to submit under him. Even while forcing a dry smile, both faction leaders admitted their future was now in this strange outsider's hands. Wu Baiyi mocked the latecomers, and Han Ming with his father could only answer with embarrassed smiles because they had hesitated longer than he did. When Liu looked over the crowd, the 100 teenage girls stayed composed but the men were already staring too hard, so he immediately decided to separate them. Liu put Dongfang Mei in charge of all the women and handed them the first apartment building as their dorm. The women rushed inside and found a level 9 apartment far better than they expected, with real rooms, furniture, heating, cooling, and refrigerators already installed. Sun Wan took the room keys, inspected the rooms one by one, and grew more stunned the more modern comforts she found. Liu walked Sun Wan through switches, outlets, toilets, water, and refrigerators like a tired landlord giving a safety lecture. What shook Sun Wan most was not the convenience but the dense lightning chi in every room, because to a cultivator this felt like executive-level treasure being handed out casually. Liu told the women to spend the day getting used to their new home, but most of them had already stopped listening and started choosing rooms and quietly cultivating. Seeing the girls settle down smoothly, Liu left them alone and brought the Life Sword sect men to the second apartment building prepared for them. Before letting the men move in, Liu drew a hard line. The girls' dorm was off-limits unless they behaved like decent people. When too many of the men still kept sneaking looks at the women, Liu silently handed Wu Baiyi a paper fan and let him handle discipline the old-fashioned way. Wu Baiyi started smacking heads all across the group, and even respected elders like Han Meng, Han Hao, and Tiger Swordsman were not spared. Once he had their attention, Leo dangled a better incentive by pulling out broken lightsabers and activating one of his own. The men went from horny to obedient in a second when Leo declared this kind of weapon would go to his Employee of the Month. Leo laid out the rules clearly: work efficiently, bring value and customers, and never abuse the weak or harass anyone if they wanted rewards and a place here. The men finally bought into Leo's system, saluted him, and moved into their assigned dorm with much better attitudes. But the apartment only covered the upper ranks, leaving roughly 1,000 inner and outer disciples with nowhere to sleep. Leo solved that overflow by turning the general store's empty third floor into a giant emergency dormitory. He spent thousands of lifespan on cheap beds, blankets, toiletries, uniforms, and bathroom access so even the leftover disciples had basic living conditions by nightfall. The whole day turned into a crash course in modern living, with Gao Yan helping teach toilets and local common sense to the newcomers. After the long day, Leo climbed onto the general store roof, looked over his growing mall-like domain, and checked the huge pile of lifespan he still had left. With his new income secure, Leo finally returned to a project he had been hiding, a fresh level 9 gunsmith workshop on the second floor. The workshop's mannequins had already finished a primitive matchlock rifle, and Leo inspected it like a kid with a dangerous new toy. His first dry trigger test clicked cleanly, proving the mechanism worked even before it was loaded. So Leo carried the gun to the roof, packed it with workshop gunpowder, and loaded an essence stone as the bullet. The first live shot worked, kicking hard and blasting a laser beam into the sky as the essence stone vanished. Leo pushed his luck by feeding the rifle his own chi, and the unstable prototype immediately exploded in his hands. Annoyed but already planning ahead, Leo decided he needed employee test shooters and a new business model built around selling stones for lifespan and goods for essence stones. That night, Han Hao and Han Meng settled into one room together and admitted Leo's domain already felt better than anything they expected. As they explored, Han Meng looked out the window, saw the recycling yard and the Thunder Unicorn barn, and realized they were now serving someone powerful enough to command 9th stage monster beasts. In another room, Tiger Swordsman awkwardly asked why Hua Jiashan had abandoned the sect after all. Hua Jiashan brushed off worries about empty buildings and old manuals, insisting the Life Sword sect could be rebuilt later once they became stronger. To prove it, Hua Jiashan summoned a yellow electric sword that did not draw from his own chi and revealed the Sword Saint had personally approved this move. When Tiger Swordsman worried about balancing work and training, Hua Jiashan pointed out that Leo's schedule was absurdly lenient compared to sect life. Tiger Swordsman finally got excited, but Hua Jiashan still corrected him for calling him sect master because here they were just co-workers now. At 4 in the morning, the Sanctuary girls and Sword sect members gathered outside the apartments and waited for Leo to give them orders. Leo, unlike the sleepless locals, simply stayed asleep, so the restless newcomers started wandering around the farms and asking Gao Yan how this place actually worked. Gao Yan explained that most of the work was basic farm labor, then took them straight to the chili field for a practical lesson. He showed them how to harvest the giant exploding Reaper chilies safely by cutting the stalks instead of touching the peppers. When one girl asked what direct contact would do, Gao Yan set up a live demonstration and warned everyone to stand back. The moment he touched it, the chili swelled and exploded into a fire blast strong enough to blacken a wide patch of ground. Gao Yan healed his burned finger, fought through the chili's insane spice hit, and bluntly warned that this crop could kill a nascent soul cultivator. He pointed weaker workers towards safer farms instead, including the dragon fruit area where Leo's beasts often came to eat. That mention of cat proved perfectly timed, because the giant chomper plant suddenly dropped into the middle of the crowd to inspect the newcomers. The veterans knew the routine and immediately paid cats nom-nom tax with dead animals, which made the dangerous greeting pass without bloodshed. As the stunned newcomers tried to process the monster plant, Gao Yan pointed upward and showed them the next shock: thunder unicorns patrolling overhead. Gao Yan explained that feeding Leo's pet and his 109th stage mounts would be one of their main jobs from now on. Instead of panicking, Sunwan lit up with excitement and volunteered to put herself and her disciples in charge of the beasts. Since nobody objected, Sunwan's side effectively claimed the caretaker job and turned Leo's terrifying monster stable into her personal paradise. By 8 in the morning, Leo finally came out carrying a dozen prototype matchlock rifles and found his new workforce already harvesting crops on their own. Amused by how absurdly proactive they were, Leo clapped for everyone's attention and called them to gather before they made a bigger mess without instructions. Within minutes the full crowd assembled in front of the store, with elders, disciples, Gao Yan, Wu Bai, Sunwan, Hua Jiashan, Dong Fong Mei, and even little Yao Qiqi all waiting for their roles. With everybody finally accounted for, Leo began interviewing them one by one and assigning the work that would define life in his domain. Right after the interviews, Leo turns the whole mixed crowd into a working staff and starts assigning every person a job. He puts Sunwan and half the Sanctuary girls in charge of feeding and grooming a herd of 100 thunder unicorns. Leo pairs Yao Qiqi with Izan and orders them to shadow cat so the troublemaking plant monster does not wander off again. The rest of the girls are sent to the clothing store to help the tireless mannequin tailor run the place and manage the stock. Dong Fong Mei and Hua Jiashan get a stranger title, bouncers, and Leo stations them at the Mystic Realm platform to block unauthorized entry into Orlando Planet. Wu Bai, Gao Yen, and the Life Sword Sect alchemists are cleared to build a new herb farm and alchemy warehouse anywhere in Leo's territory. Tiger Swordsman, Han Hao's group, Han Meng, and several elders are pulled aside for a stranger assignment than the rest, learning Leo's prototype matchlock rifles. Everyone else is split into 3 rotating shifts to plant and harvest non-stop because Leo's farms produce faster than his mannequins can keep up. Once the jobs are set, Leo sweetens the deal by promising wages and essence stones and letting workers trade their pay for anything sold in his store, including clothes and weapons. The rifle team stares at the strange long weapons until Tiger Swordsman finally asks the obvious question, what exactly are they holding? Leo gives the simplest answer possible, and leaves them even more lost when he says the artifact is just a gun. Gao Yen immediately compares the rifles to the high-level pistol Leo gave him earlier, hoping they work on the same terrifying principle. Leo confirms the link and explains that Gao Yen's gun is a special version, while these rifles are the mass-produced model he wants the group to master and teach to future customers. Then Leo adds the dangerous part. The rifles burn spirit stones or essence stones as ammunition, and she can make the shots even stronger. The elders go pale when they realize Leo is basically using them as live testers for an unproven weapon. Han Meng nervously asks the question everybody cares about next, whether they have to spend their own spirit stones to practice. Leo says no, because he is the one asking them to test the guns, so he will supply the ammunition himself. That answer finally eases the team's biggest fear, since no cultivator wants to burn through precious resources for someone else's experiment. Hua Jiashan steps in with a different concern and asks whether employees are free to enter Leo's mystic realm when they are off duty. Leo allows it on days off or after shifts, but he makes one rule crystal clear: nobody wanders into that place during working hours. For Hua Jiashan and Dongfang Mei, that one promise changes everything, because now the job comes with safe access to a cultivation jackpot. With the pay and the benefits settled, the new staff finally stops feeling like they threw their old lives away for nothing. Once dismissed, Sunwan barely needs guidance at all and immediately leads her people to the barn like a natural beast handler. The Thunder Unicorns accept Sunwan quickly, and even the usually distinctive beasts P.Hub and Taxi warm up to her. On portal duty, Hua Jiashan and Dongfang may discover their job is almost peaceful, so they simply guard the platform and meditate under the giant statues. Yao Qiqi and Izan take their cat wrangling assignment much less seriously and turn it into a ride while the plant monster dashes around the domain. The clothing store team also vanishes into their work with loud excitement the moment they see the dresses and outfits inside. The alchemists hit their first real obstacle when ordinary chopping tools fail against the heavy iron pine lumber meant for the new workshop. Gao Yen ends the problem by pulling out his lightsaber and slicing through the wood cleanly so construction can continue. Wu Bai notices that some of the mixed-in lumber is actually sacred wood, but by now there is so much rare material lying around that he decides not to care. Most of the farming teams settle in easily because many disciples grew up on farms, but the chilly workers freeze when they remember the crops can explode on touch. Leo fixes that fear with a very practical solution and buys rubber gloves for every field worker, even the people currently off shift. Once the workers try the gloves, the chilies stay harmless, and the last major labor problem in the domain disappears on the spot. With the other teams settling in fast, the only group Leo still has to train himself is Han Hao's rifle squad. Leo brings Han Hao's team to the west side of the domain, sets up a white cover table by a stream, and lays out gunpowder and practice spirit stones like a real firing lesson is about to begin. He orders the men into a single line and has them draw the rifles from their spatial rings for proper handling practice. Leo starts with safety, showing them how to support a long rifle on arm and shoulder and never point the muzzle at a teammate. The cultivators prove absurdly fast learners and within minutes are rotating and handling the rifles with almost ceremonial precision. Leo moves on to loading and demonstrates the full sequence: powder first, then a spirit stone down the barrel, then the ramrod. Again the group copies him flawlessly, and that very simplicity makes Han Hao question whether such a mundane method can really produce a useful artifact. Instead of arguing, Leo loads his own rifle, aims into the sky, and prepares to answer with one shot. The shot erupts like a beam of light and tears a path through the clouds, instantly crushing every doubt in the group. Stunned, the disciples realize the weapon can kill far above what they first imagined, possibly even cultivators their sect master could not survive against. Leo makes the lesson even harsher by saying this gun is already outdated, and the future versions will be stronger, easier, and deadly enough for even a child to use against powerful cultivators. He tells them the real reason for the training: when everyone starts carrying guns, experience will decide who survives the gunfight. After that demonstration, nobody argues anymore, and the team follows every aim and posture lesson without another complaint. 10 minutes later, the elders fire together like a drilled musket company, and their chi-enhanced spirit stone shots punch straight through iron pine trees. The rhythm of reloading and firing turns almost beautiful, and the old cultivators get visibly addicted to the feedback and power of the new weapons. Watching from behind, Leo is half impressed and half robbed of his expected chaos because the old men turn out to be natural gunners. Still, their quick mastery solves a huge problem for him, because now they can train future customers without Leo babysitting every lesson. With a reliable gun team finally taking shape, Leo starts thinking bigger and wonders whether his store is close to losing the system's beginner protection. Far away in the Imperial Palace, Yan Xiang and Yan Luo inspect the salvaged spaceship with greedy smiles while waiting for the exploration report. The inspection team finally returns, and Tang Xian comes forward to report before Yan Xiang beside the salvaged ship. The elderly investigator reports that the artifact is a flying ship from an unknown land, with traces of ordinary people inside but no remaining chi source or intact treasure. The investigator hesitates for a beat, then carefully says only that someone already looted whatever artifacts had been inside the ship. A prince at Yan Xiang's side coldly says Florida man looted the ship first, and his dead brother only died trying to rob him. Yan Xiang refuses to let that logic soften his anger and declares that no matter how disgraceful the dead prince was, Florida man still killed a member of the Yan family. The investigator quietly gives up on changing their minds and redirects the discussion to the urgent Jianghu Alliance meeting in 2 weeks. He reminds them that every sect will soon send disciples to the capital for the tournament, and that the imperial side still has not chosen its representatives. When the prince guesses the old age limit, the investigator corrects him and says this year's competitors must be 18 or younger. Yan Xiang jokes about borrowing one of the investigator's disciples for the event, but the polite exchange turns sharp underneath because he clearly wants talent stronger than his own side can field. With revenge delayed for now, Yan Xiang gets a new idea and asks Tang Xian to send Florida Man an invitation so they can humiliate him at the tournament before their ancestors deal with him. A week passes after the merge, and Leo's strange little domain starts looking less like a rescue camp and more like a functioning settlement. Off shift, the employees flood into Orlando Planet to cultivate wood and water chi, though the weaker disciples still have to retreat when the world's elemental pressure overwhelms them. That is when Hua Jiashan and Dong Fang Mei finally understand why Leo posted them there, because they end up acting as the only seniors able to heal reckless disciples and fix damaged chi circulation. The result is absurdly good, and after only 1 week, 300 former muscle-tempering youths break through into chi condensation. Even though they barely had to guide those breakthroughs themselves, Hua Jiashan and Dong Fang may still end up genuinely proud of the teenagers' growth. At the same time, Wu Bai and Gao Yan finish raising a rough 3-story alchemy workshop east of the recycling center using scavenged materials and 50 practice cauldrons. Leo inspects the building, appreciates the work, and immediately decides it is still temporary because a hand-built structure cannot replace an upgradable system workshop forever. Rather than praise them for long, Leo gives the alchemists their next assignment on the spot and orders Wu Bai to start making grain pills from a recipe he prepared. Wu Bai is momentarily distracted by the strange smooth paper itself before Gao Yan has to nudge him back to reading the actual formula. As soon as he reads the ingredients and Leo's notes, Wu Bai realizes this cheap-looking grain pill uses top-grade materials and can mutate depending on which elemental chi or essence is added. That explanation stuns the whole alchemist group, because Leo is casually describing a pill whose elemental nature and quality can be deliberately engineered. Wu Bai swallows his pride and asks to watch Leo make one first, hoping for a real reference instead of only a written formula. Leo mocks him for needing hand-holding, but he still leads the group back to the system workshops instead of refusing outright. At the workshop area, Leo interrupts a fresh batch of young flame pills and swaps in the grain pill ingredients instead. He tosses in iron pine materials and a potato, spits on the fire as usual, activates the workshop, and declares the lesson done almost before anyone can process what happened. The real demonstration, Leo says, will be the mannequin itself, because the doll can keep making grain pills while the alchemists stand there and learn by watching. Before leaving, Leo raises the pressure by telling Wu Bai that if he cannot produce pinnacle-grade grain pills like the mannequin, Leo will confiscate the phone he treasures. That threat works perfectly, and Wu Bai snaps into desperate concentration as if his entire future depends on this one recipe. Leo immediately piles on more pressure by warning Gao Yan that if he cannot make a pinnacle-grade grain pill within a year, the flashy lightsaber is gone too. The scolding gets even worse when Gao Yan's Dao spirit sides with Leo and chews him out for showing such a dangerous treasure in public. Gao Yan tries to defend himself by saying the workshop could not even be built without that blade, since the lumber was too tough for normal tools. The spirit dismisses every excuse, so Gao Yan is left swallowing the unfairness while Leo very conveniently pretends this whole mess has nothing to do with him. Leaving the miserable alchemists behind, Leo heads upstairs to check on the gunsmith section of his general store. On the second floor, 2 gunsmith mannequins are hard at work, one assembling rifles and ammunition from sacred wood and a huge supernatural mineral deposit. Leo reviews the giant superconductor obsidian crystal and confirms it is durable enough for common rifles, but still not strong enough for the absurd force of his personal shots. He replenishes the workshop's raw stock and moves to the second mannequin, which is not making gun parts at all but grinding out his signature gunpowder. The process is ridiculous and deadly at the same time. The mannequin slices open exploding Reaper chilies, separates the seeds, and chops the flesh into fine powder at inhuman speed. Then it mixes that chili powder with rainbow-tinted water contaminated by Leo's saliva until the red mash turns into black explosive powder. That black powder is the real source of Leo's firearm power, but the workshop still crafts rifles too slowly for the large musketeer force he wants. Since the bottleneck is production, not ingredients, Leo trudges to a public bathroom, fills buckets with water, spits into them, and drags them back as fresh gunpowder supplies. After topping off the workshop with more chili crates, Leo finally leaves the gunsmith mannequins alone and heads back downstairs. On the first floor, the general store has transformed into a rough indoor market packed with produce, pills, mutated plants, display tables, and refrigerators. Leo likes the progress, but he knows the mall is still only partly ready, because the second floor needs richer attractions than clothes alone. Thinking like a modern man again, he realizes male cultivators will not come for fashion, so he starts searching for something flashier to sell status instead of utility. That train of thought lands on expensive vehicles, and Leo starts browsing outrageous modern sports cars as decorative bait for wealthy customers. The cars are useless in a world with no roads, but Leo decides that does not matter if they look rich enough to turn the second floor into a lounge for people who want to flex. After working himself ragged, Leo finally indulges his new showroom plan and fills the second floor with flashy luxury cars just to enjoy looking at them. The default cars still need normal fuel, so Leo uses the system to upgrade each one once and turns them into vehicles that run on spirit stones instead. Even after spending 40,000 years of lifespan on the upgrades, Leo barely cares because he is still absurdly rich from the factory loot he consumed. Curious what a heavily upgraded car can really do, Leo buys a cheap red Ferrari Roma and pushes it all the way to level 9. The Ferrari twists and reshapes like a machine transforming, but when it settles down the exterior looks almost normal again. Inside, Leo finds the old gear setup gone and replaced by a glowing glass palm console, which makes the whole thing feel more like a sci-fi artifact than a car. To test it properly, Leo carries the Ferrari outside and uses his domain to lay out a bigger web of concrete roads until it looks like a crude racetrack. Grinning like a kid with a dangerous toy, Leo climbs in and fires up the engine just to hear it roar. That loud engine instantly pulls everyone out of their work, and the sect elders and alchemists gather at a distance to stare at the strange red machine. Nobody can tell whether the thing is a carriage, a ship, or some bizarre artifact, so Wu Bai steps up and asks Leo directly what he is doing. Leo smugly calls it his ride and tells Wu Bai to clear the road before he runs somebody over. Once the path is open, Leo presses his palm to the console and the Ferrari starts scanning him like a living system. When the car asks for its owner's name, Leo almost gives his real one but settles on Florida Man instead. The car accepts the alias, locks ownership to him alone, and Leo is honestly impressed by how advanced the security is. Leo finds the paddle shifters, tries to drive like a normal human again, and gently starts in first gear. He forgets this is no longer a normal car, and the Ferrari launches so violently that the speedometer leaps straight to 300 miles per hour. Completely out of control, Leo screams and yanks the wheel as the car shoots off the road toward a huge iron pine. Instead of crumpling, the Ferrari smashes straight through the iron pine and keeps going through tree after tree under a faint protective barrier. After the 7th tree, the car finally stops balanced absurdly on a trunk like a seesaw, still looking almost brand new. Seeing that the chassis, wheels, and body are all somehow unharmed, Leo gives up on understanding it for now and stores the car away. Back at the store, Han Meng, Wu Bai, and Sun Wan rush over in alarm and ask Leo if the huge crash means they are under attack. Too embarrassed to admit he just wrecked his own toy, Leo waves it off as a simple artifact test and orders everyone to disperse. Once he is alone on a safer stretch of road, Leo tests the Ferrari again and finds another problem. Even without touching the gas, it cruises at 100 miles per hour on its own. His brakes barely help, so Leo angrily talks to the car like a voice assistant and demands to know how to lower the default speed. The answer is embarrassingly simple. He just has to feed the console his chi and tune each gear himself. When Leo injects chi into the console, the Ferrari opens a full tuning interface that looks less like a car and more like a small flying machine. Leo quickly smooths out the wild acceleration, then spots options for flight, autopilot, and shields, and realizes this ridiculous artifact car might become his new favorite hobby. While Leo plays with the car, Chancellor Tang Xian arrives over Magpie City and is stunned by how empty the Life Sword sect looks compared to before. Seeing Leo's territory spreading in the east, Tang Xian starts linking him to the Empire's recent disasters, from the Second Prince's death to the factory cult's destruction. The more he thinks about it, the more certain Tang Xian becomes that staying neutral is suicide and Yan Xiang is standing on the losing side of a coming quasi-immortal war. So Tang Xian contacts Tang Tian across the continent, and abruptly orders the whole Tang clan to resign from court service and move to Magpie City at once. Tang Tian argues that there is no visible war yet, but Tang Xian refuses to back down and insists they must switch sides before everyone else catches on. By the time night fully falls, Tang Xian has made up his mind and heads straight for Leo's store carrying the Imperial Gathering invitation. At night the general store no longer looks like a hidden shop at all, but a busy little town with glowing farms, active workshops, and cultivators working in shifts. From the edge of the domain, Tang Xian studies the place and is shocked to spot former Life Sword sect people, Wu Bai's alchemy team, Gao Yan, and other notable figures all gathered under Leo's roof. Then his attention catches on one especially bizarre trio, a toddler powerhouse, Cat, and an eyeless girl whose presence feels less human than a corpse. Tang Xian senses Chi-Chi's toddler body hiding nascent soul strength, recognizes Cat as a dangerous sacred wood monster, and nearly chokes when he realizes Izan is something far beyond a normal cultivator. Behind Izan, 1,000 spirits and flame wisps orbit like an array, and Tang Xian decides on the spot that provoking Florida man would be suicidal. Even so, Tang Xian knows he still has to handle this carefully, so he gathers his courage and flies in anyway. Meanwhile, outside Izan's house, the Lich Empress is casually tutoring Cat and Yao Chi-Chi about Yin Qi, in essence, and necromancy like this is a normal evening lesson. When Cat asks whether virgin Yin is edible, Izan has to bluntly tell her no. But Izan quickly adds that Cat's body is special because she was born from Liu's yang power, so she really can absorb many kinds of qi from fresh food. That good news immediately sends Cat hunting with her eyes, and the moment she looks toward the nearby workers, Izan smacks her with a fan. Cat lashes out with sacred wood whips, and Izan calmly catches them even though the touch actually burns her enough to make her take the little monster seriously. Izan heals herself with essence, summons purple flame eyes, and unleashes 1,000 spirit fans to smack Cat down until the plant girl quits fighting. After scolding her, Izan softens, pets Cat, and lays down the Rio rule: she can eat enemies if needed, but never Leo's people, comrades, guests, or random passers-by. Once the chaos settles, Yao Chi-Chi asks an innocent follow-up about whether virgin Yin really requires living 100 years first. Izan eagerly explains that the longer a girl preserves that condition, the purer and stronger the Yin essence becomes. Chi-Chi's next innocent question about why it is called virgin Yin completely derails Izan, who suddenly has no idea how to explain that to a child. Cat barges in with a blunt explanation that shocks Chi-Chi and makes Izan explode in panic. Flustered, Izan scrambles for a cleaner answer and tells Chi-Chi she basically cannot marry or keep a boyfriend while cultivating it. Chi-Chi still does not understand what a boyfriend is and blurts out Cat's even worse version involving Florida Man, which sends Izan into full damage control mode. Izan blames Cat again, but the little plant only gets cheekier and starts parroting another weird cat language just to annoy her more. The childish feud keeps spiraling until Izan is exhausted, Cat is delighted, and Chi-Chi is laughing at the whole ridiculous lesson. Then Izan's spirits suddenly warn her about an approaching outsider, and the playful mood vanishes as the 1,000 wisps gather into a wall in front of the two younger girls. Tang Xian descends politely, introduces himself as Chancellor of the Yen Empire, and asks for an audience with Florida Man. Izan dislikes human cultivators but accepts the courtesy, tells him to wait, and puffs up when he asks what title he should use for her. She grandly introduces herself as the Empress of Necromancers and Archliches, and Tang Xian has no choice but to play along with the absurd title. Before Izan can finish showing off, Leo storms out half awake with a paper fan and smacks her for screaming outside at night. Izan explodes in outrage, but Leo yanks her up by the crown and lectures her like a noisy brat who is keeping the whole neighborhood awake. Tang Xian can only stare because the whole rant is ridiculous on its face, especially since cultivators and undead barely need sleep anyway. Still fuming, Izan tries to hit him, but Leo casually holds her at arm's length by the head like she weighs nothing. Then Leo turns to Tang Xian, greets him with a threat-laced smile, and pointedly reminds him that last time they met he almost fed him to Cat. By the time Leo casually asks whether he came to rob the store or bully his people again, Tang Xian is sweating hard and wondering if approaching this madman was a terrible idea. Tang Xian immediately lowers his head and apologizes, trying to calm Leo before this visit turns into another disaster. Leo lets the tension drop and bluntly asks what Tang Xian actually came here for. Tang Xian seizes the opening and presents an imperial invitation to the annual Yen Empire and Jianghu Alliance gathering in Cauliflower City. The moment he hears it is an official gathering, Leo's face darkens because he already expects a boring court event full of status games. Leo flatly refuses and says he has nothing to gain from showing up. When Tang Xian says he could meet the emperor there, Leo only gets more annoyed and snaps that he is not interested in bootlicking royalty. Tang Xian quickly clarifies that the gathering is really a youth tournament between sects and cults, and that finally makes Leo pause. Leo asks the real question right away: does this tournament get kids killed? Tang Xian admits killing is banned on paper, but accidents still happen, and Leo immediately sees through that excuse. When Leo hears the death rate is around 1 in 10, he openly calls it intentional murder dressed up as competition. Leo goes off on the whole idea, saying adults should guide juniors instead of feeding minors into a gladiator match for prizes and prestige. Tang Xian can only admit Leo is right, because the court still glorifies these blood-soaked tournaments as vital combat experience for the young. Leo rejects the invitation again, turns away, pats Yao Chi-Chi on the head, and even stops picking on Izan now that his mood is ruined. Desperate to stop him, Tang Xian blurts out the hidden truth that Yan Xiang wants to lure Leo out and have him killed at the event. Leo freezes with his back still turned, and the air around him suddenly feels much colder. Only Izan and Cat can see Leo's face, and his cold smile is so ugly and vicious that even they react to it. Izan silently decides the Emperor has made a terrible mistake, because Leo feels worse than a monster to her. Cat has the opposite reaction and looks excited, already imagining the bodies and alchemy ingredients this could create. Tang Xian cannot see Liu's expression, but one look at Izen's face is enough to tell him he may have just unleashed something awful. Instead of refusing again, Liu calmly asks how many people he can send. When Liu rephrases it as how many of his side can allegedly and unintentionally murder opponents, Tang Xian regrets being here at all. Tang Xian says each sect can send 5 disciples under 18, and Liu instantly starts planning around the rules. Liu pushes further and learns that talismans, pills, and consumables are banned, but normal weapons and artifacts are fair game. That is enough for Liu to flip completely, and he accepts the invitation with sinister enthusiasm. The prize list barely interests Liu until he hears the winner can buy extra land deeds from the imperial court, and that makes the event useful for his business. Liu tells Tang Xian to inform the emperor he will attend and asks for a map so he does not get lost on the way to Cauliflower City. Tang Xian pulls out a blank scroll and quickly sketches Cauliflower City, the palace, and the tournament location for Liu. After some lighter small talk, Tang Xian finally takes his leave with the mission accomplished. Once Tang Xian is gone, Liu turns straight to the kids and asks if they heard everything. Izen immediately points out that she is 10,000 years old, so this under-18 tournament should not include her. Liu jokes that she still looks like a kid to him, but Izen says strong cultivators can skin bone age and even offers to check his. Liu casually offers his wrist, confident she will not find anything shocking. The instant Izen touches him and reads his body, she recoils like she touched something horrifying. Instead of explaining, Izen just screams that he is a monster and runs into her house. Liu asks Yao Qiqi what just happened, but the little girl innocently guesses Izen is just moody like women on their period. That answer sends Liu into a brief internal spiral, because he absolutely did not need his brain following that line of thought. Too disturbed to keep dealing with anyone, Liu dismisses the group and hides in bed early to curse his own imagination. The next morning, Liu gathers the elders and announces that he will choose 5 tournament representatives from his people. Dongfang Mei is immediately on board and reminds everyone that the Amazonian sanctuary has real tournament history and past wins. She explains the basic structure: dozens of sects, a huge preliminary cut, and then a normal one-on-one bracket for the survivors. Then Sunwan adds the ugly part, warning that most deaths happen in the preliminary chaos, especially when the organizers throw everyone into brutal mass fights. Her example is brutal enough on its own. Last year Yan Xiang trapped all the disciples in cages and 53 young cultivators died before the field was narrowed down. Liu says that is exactly why he already has a foolproof winning method to keep his people safe. Instead of revealing some technique, Liu pulls out modern black suits, white shirts, ties, shoes, and socks, then calls Gao Yan forward. Gao Yan awkwardly asks if he is supposed to change right there, and Liu immediately roasts him for even thinking that. A few minutes later, Gao Yan returns in the black suit, badly tied but suddenly looking much sharper than anyone expected. Liu personally fixes the tie and buttons, turning Gao Yan into a polished model for whatever insane point he is about to make. The sanctuary girls whistle at the upgraded look, but Sunwan still cannot figure out why a suit matters in a death tournament. To explain it, Liu hands Wu Bai a flying sword and orders him to slash Gao Yan. Wu Bai swings, Gao Yan flinches and raises his arms, and the blade hits the suit with a loud metal clank instead of cutting through. The real shock comes a second later when everyone sees the sword is dented but the suit is fine. The martial people instantly realize this is not fashion at all but artifact-grade armor disguised as a suit. Liu proudly unveils the plan. This black suit is their domain's signature uniform, a John Wick-style tactical suit built to keep his people alive. Liu even reminds Gao Yan that the pistol he was given earlier will fit that outfit perfectly, making the whole setup feel even more dangerous. To drive the point home, Liu snaps his fingers and the tailor mannequin marches out carrying a huge stockpile of suits in every size. Liu explains that the tailor spent a week making these clothes from his own blood, skin, and elemental essence, so this is not just a uniform but a full armor line. The room erupts because now everyone understands Liu plans to send his juniors into the tournament wearing near-untouchable custom armor. Liu still warns them that the suits are not perfect, because a clean hit to the head can kill you even if the body armor holds. That warning is enough to make Gao Yan sweat, because now he is picturing exactly how a protected fighter could still die. Gao Yan tries to back out by saying he is an alchemist, not a combat specialist, and his confidence still has not caught up with his cultivation. Liu answers by smacking him flat with a paper fan and reminding him that a teenage nascent soul genius is terrifying on sight alone. The elders all silently agree, because Gao Yan really is absurdly overqualified for a junior tournament. Liu names his next pick as Yao Qiqi, and that shocks the sanctuary's side much more than Gao Yan ever did. Sunwan immediately objects, arguing that Qiqi is talented but far too young and untrained for a serious combat event. Liu checks one rule first and asks whether tamers are allowed to use beasts in the tournament. When Sunwan admits each tamer can bring one monster beast, Liu's plan for Yao Qiqi instantly clicks into place. Liu shouts for Cat, and the chomper immediately comes flying out of her granary home. Instead of stopping politely, Cat lands on him and gives one of her awful kisses by swallowing half his body and licking him all over. Liu peels himself free dripping in sticky saliva, and everyone around him is one breath away from laughing out loud. Trying to salvage his dignity, Leo dryly compares himself to a lollipop and says Cat keeps treating him like candy. That breaks Sunwon first, and once she loses it the whole group explodes into laughter. Leo gets revenge immediately by feeding Sunwon to Cat and ordering the plant to lick her exactly the same way. A minute later, Cat spits Sunwon back out completely drenched, and the old woman looks spiritually defeated before she even starts vomiting. Sunwon is not injured, but Cat's disgusting saliva makes her throw up on the spot and kills the joke for everyone else. Leo marches the sticky stink right up to the men and asks if anyone still finds this funny, and the swordsmen recoil instead of risking the same treatment. Satisfied that the lesson landed, Leo washes himself clean with a stream of water chi and gets back to business. He officially names Yao Chi as a tamer and assigns Cat as her temporary beast partner for the tournament. With 2 slots filled, Leo calls over the beast leaders from the barn because he wants monsters strong enough to survive the tournament's chaos. He asks if any of them can disguise themselves as a human under 18, because he is already thinking like a shameless cheater. The nightmare side answers Leo by sending forward a smaller black unicorn, and everyone realizes they actually do have a candidate for the scam. After a quick silent exchange with the nightmare leader, Ricardo's shape shifts into a short brown-skinned boy with a compact young bodybuilder build. The transformation works a little too well, because Ricardo forgot one very distracting detail and the entire crowd reacts at once. Leo dryly orders Ricardo to get dressed at the clothing store for custom sizing, while still accepting him onto the tournament roster. Leo asks the unicorn elder for another candidate, and the beasts point him toward Taxi. Taxi's first attempt turns him into a bald, muscular adult man, and Leo rejects it on the spot for looking way too old. Taxi refuses to give up and shape shifts again after looking at Gao Yan, this time copying Gao Yan's youthful appearance. The copied face passes Leo's age test, and despite the obvious cheating, he approves Taxi as the 4th slot. Leo then calls for Izan too, and by this point the elders realize he fully intends to cheat the tournament into the ground. After some hard pushing from Dongfang Mei and Hua Jiashan, Leo finally agrees to a roster arrangement that looks legal on paper instead of openly absurd. The final team on paper is Gao Yan, Yao Chi with Cat, 2 sanctuary girls listed as tamers for Taxi and Ricardo, and Izan as the 5th member. With the roster set, Leo changes topics again and brings out 4 lightsaber hilts in front of the crowd. He ignites one, and the harsh screech and bright green blade leave everyone staring at a weapon that feels nothing like ordinary sword chi. The swordsmen are stunned because the weapon radiates a level of cutting power that feels absurdly close to a quasi-immortal attack without draining the user's chi. Leo says the weapons came from the mystic realm, then casually points out that Gao Yan's famous lightsaber is the weaker version. Before anyone can press for more, Leo powers the blade down and hands the 4 weapons to Hua Jiashan, Han Hao, Han Meng, and Tiger Swordsman. The rest of the elders can only watch in envy as Leo names those 4 his elite swordsmen. Then Leo drops the real reason. He is leaving these men behind to protect everyone else in the domain, while he is away at the tournament. He finishes by reminding them not to forget the guns he already trained them to use, because those will matter too once he is gone. After the meeting ends, everyone goes back to preparing for the Cauliflower City tournament, but Leo still has more work to do. Leo lands on the flying platform and finds the old Mystic Realm portal completely shut down, with only 3 silent gold rings left in the middle. A system window shows the portal is level 9, stuck on a 3-month cooldown, and still linked to Orlando Planet. Reading deeper, Leo confirms Orlando Planet is thriving under Kitten as governor, boosting local creatures and quietly feeding him life force every month. Leo notices that Orlando has already started sending resources back, with fresh logs piled beside the permanent portal. A group of warehouse and recycling mannequins rides up, ignores Leo completely, and starts carrying the imported logs away like this is normal routine. Looking down from the platform, Leo watches the mannequins haul the wood to the junkyard and feels satisfied that his little machine workforce is running smoothly. He wants to study the new materials from Orlando, but the alchemy workshops are already overcrowded, so he decides he needs another dedicated building. When Leo opens the building menu, the new level 9 option that catches his eye is a Barak, and the name immediately gives him a bad feeling. Even with that bad feeling, Leo buys the Barak anyway because he still needs more room for people to live and train. A shabby little 2-story shack appears behind the men's apartment, and Leo walks over to inspect his newest structure. Its status menu reveals a special training speed function, and that finally makes the building interesting to Leo. Leo immediately dumps lifespan into upgrades, pushing the Barak to level 9 and maxing out its training bonus. The ugly shack turns into a clean wooden 2-story cabin, and inside Leo finds rows of bunk beds and lockers ready for trainees. By the time he comes back outside, a crowd has already gathered around the new building, with Wu Bai front and center asking what Leo built this time. Leo puts Wu Bai to work, ordering him to move in 120 homeless youngsters and telling everyone the Barak can speed up martial training. The trainees instantly want in, but the excitement turns awkward when everyone realizes girls and boys living together could cause trouble. Leo settles it with one blunt rule: women get the 2nd floor, men stay on the 1st, and any boy sneaking upstairs will lose far more than his room privileges. Still thinking ahead, Leo decides the Barak needs a strong watcher and heads to Izan's house to recruit her. Izan yanks the door open in a foul mood because Leo woke her from a nap, and the two immediately start bickering. When Leo explains the new Barak speeds up learning, Izan loses interest in napping and immediately wants a place there too. Leo remembers she still looks too obviously undead, so he suddenly shoves eyeball parasites into her empty sockets to make her pass as human for the tournament. Leo's terrible choice of words makes the whole scene sound wildly wrong, and the nearby onlookers instantly start misunderstanding them. Watching from the crowd, Yao Chi-Chi happily decides Leo and Izan must be a couple because Kat told her they smell the same. Sunwon tries to correct her, but the explanation only gets weirder when Yao Chi-Chi casually describes Kat licking and nearly swallowing her by accident. The eyeball parasites finish merging, and Izan finally opens real eyes for the first time, stumbling as she struggles to adjust to ordinary sight. Izan complains she never needed eyes in the first place, but Leo makes it clear he needs her to look human enough to compete in the tournament. That argument veers into a stranger reveal when Izan casually says she is stronger than celestial kings, and Leo admits he barely understands cultivation ranks at all. Izan starts wondering what Leo even is, because he feels nothing like a normal cultivator or a normal monster beast. She warns that any serious inspector will still detect her life core problem, since she has no heart and no dantian like a real living child. Leo answers by dumping out barrels of rejuvenating tea and fluid, clearly planning to brute force her disguise with experimental medicine. Izan shrugs and starts with the rejuvenating tea, chugging the barrel, while everyone else watches in growing dread. As the tea goes down, Izan's bones crack, her body fills out, and her starved undead look starts softening into something much healthier. She drains the whole thing, burps with total satisfaction, and Leo grimly realizes she may have just burned through 10,000 years of age reversal. Without waiting for his answer, Izan grabs the fluid next and starts drinking that too. The second transformation goes even further, and Izan comes out looking fully alive, like a small blonde vampire girl with crimson eyes and fangs. Izan casually admits she is around 10,000 years old, and Leo finally decides to check her status for the first time. The result shocks him. Izan is 10,007 years old, and her remaining lifespan is not 0 but literally null. Izan laughs off the lifespan result as proof she was always undead, but Leo points out the stranger part now. Her heart is beating. Now the one panicking, Izan realizes she really has a pulse, while Leo dryly congratulates her on somehow coming back to life. Leo keeps pressing, and Izan finally explains that when she first became aware, the previous Lich Emperor was already the one raising her. From that answer, Leo quietly pieces together that Izan was probably once human and got stuck in a child body after being raised as undead. Then Leo suddenly remembers the real danger. He has been touching Izan too long now that her body is acting mortal. A heartbeat later, Izan screams as her flesh starts swelling and writhing under the skin, and she begs Leo to save her. Realizing his own mutation caused this, Leo sprints to the alchemy workshop, grabs pinnacle-grade elixir pills, and races back. He tries to force a healing pill down Izan's throat, but her tiny body chokes on it instead of swallowing. In a panic, Leo makes it worse by touching inside Izan's mouth directly, which kicks the mutation into an even faster spiral. Thinking on instinct now, Leo blasts water into her throat with his finger and finally forces the pill down. Even after the pill goes down, Izan's body keeps mutating, and for the first time in her long existence she looks truly terrified of dying. Leo pulls her into his arms and tells her to crush the evolving cells with sheer will, because that is the only way he knows to survive this kind of change. As if the crisis was not enough, orange tribulation clouds gather over Leo and Izan, darkening the whole domain. The onlookers recognize orange tribulation and panic, screaming for everyone to run away from Florida Man. Leo tries a shortcut first, firing a steel beam up into the tribulation like a makeshift lightning rod. That backfires immediately when the chain lightning races straight down the beam toward Izan, so Leo drops the trick and prepares to hit it head-on. His serious punch fires a black lightning blast that devours the orange tribulation and punches a hole straight through the storm. The tribulation clouds vanish, but the thunderclap is so brutal that disciples collapse, bleed, and even burst their eardrums from the blast. Two guardian statues answer at once, sending down healing light that restores the injured crowd and reaches Leo and Izan too. In that healing light, Leo gets one blunt answer from his guardian. Izan needs his virgin yang blood to balance her overwhelming yin. Leo immediately tries to draw blood, but his own body keeps auto-healing the wound before he can collect enough. He finally gets a wrist wound to stay open long enough for transparent blood to flow, and tries the gentlest way to feed it to Izan. But Izan is too far gone to swallow, so Leo pries her mouth open and forces the blood down with another pressured burst of water. This time it works, and after several long minutes Izan's swelling finally starts to recede even though her body is still badly hurt. Once the worst of it passes, Leo carries Izan back to her bed so she can finish recovering in peace. Izan can barely talk, but even from bed she still finds the strength to call him a fool, and Leo answers with a smug little "you're welcome." The crisis at Leo's domain settles for the night, and everyone learns the same unnerving lesson. Leo's black lightning, monstrous strength, and poisonous touch are real. Instead of leaking his secrets, the disciples decide staying near Leo is the safest choice, especially after watching him smash orange tribulation clouds apart with a punch. Far away in the frozen void, a giant asteroid races through space with two immortals riding it toward their old homeworld. One rider is Yen Yu, the former emperor of the Yen Empire, dressed like a walking imperial treasure chest and glowing with rainbow immortal aura. Behind him stands Situ Kong, the Situ ancestor, a white-robed immortal scholar who looks absurdly young for someone over 1,000 years old. Situ Kong breaks the silence first, grumbling that their descendants turned out painfully incompetent. The two compare damage reports. Situ Nantian is bedridden for a century, many clan elites died in a mystic realm, and the trail keeps leading back to the same rumor, Florida Man. Situ Kong suspects Florida Man might actually be an immortal hiding among mortals, one of those older world bullies who come home to abuse weaker people. While they travel, Situ Kong circulates soul chi and casually turns the asteroid itself into a garden of black immortal grass. A single sprout blooms into a black flower, and then 1,000 immortal grasses spread across their rocky ride. Yen Yu warns him to stop wrecking their transport, but Situ Kong shrugs that the asteroid will be destroyed eventually anyway. Then both immortals feel a terrifying force ahead, something far worse than the orange tribulations they know how to survive. At first they think it might be a tribulation lightning strike in space, maybe even the immortal killing kind. Before they can finish guessing, the black beam is suddenly right on top of them, lined up perfectly with the asteroid's path. They throw themselves clear just in time, and the beam erases the entire asteroid into smoke. Floating in open space, they stare at the endless tunnel of death and realize they would have been wiped out instantly. The explanation only gets worse as they run through immortal ranks and admit they have never even seen a black tribulation before. That single beam breaks their courage, and even Yen Yu's excuse about saving his children collapses into pure self-preservation. In the end, both immortals abandon the home planet outright and never answer their descendants again. Back at the domain, Leo puts Eason to bed and goes right back to expanding his territory like the day never really ended. He upgrades more buildings first, adding a third warehouse and a third granary so the place can hold even more supplies. Once the buildings hit level 9, Leo shifts to creature comforts and starts flooding the settlement with modern electric appliances. The primitive workers get hopelessly distracted by the strange new tools, but Leo lets them gawk while he keeps improving the place. After setting up the living spaces, Leo heads to the so-called Grand Canyon to check on the new water source. He sees the canyon filling out nicely, the river running south again, and fish already returning to the restored waterway. But when Leo notices catfish preying on the smaller fish, he decides to play amateur ecologist and jumps into the river wrapped in lightning chi. The instant he splashes in, Leo remembers the fatal flaw in this idea. His body contaminates the water. Leo grimly realizes his radiation is basically homemade nuclear waste, and now he may have just poisoned his own river. Instead of climbing out, he stays to watch what happens to the fish he just irradiated. The catfish begin mutating immediately, swelling, sprouting limbs, and dying mid-evolution before they can become anything worse. Leo calmly scoops up the floating mutant corpses into his spatial rings and starts thinking about sushi for dinner. Then something huge suddenly crashes down from the waterfall and slams into the river right beside him. The falling beast's snout smacks Leo in the head, and when he looks up, he finds himself staring straight at a horned caiman. After a beat of confusion, Leo remembers Kitten promised to send local creatures as tribute, so this monster is probably his tax payment arriving late. The caiman lunges to eat him, gulps contaminated water, and bites Leo's torso as hard as it can. Its teeth cannot get through Leo's clothes or skin, and Leo instantly decides this thing will make a perfect boat. He climbs onto the monster's back, smacks its head, and orders his new submarine to dive. The caiman twists and rolls to throw him off, but Leo just hangs on tighter and enjoys the ride like a lunatic. While Leo's side enjoys this bizarre slow life, another corner of the continent is collapsing into disaster. The Death Sword sect was always notorious because its disciples grew stronger by killing enemies and absorbing their chi instead of training cleanly. The Empire publicly outlawed those methods, but the great clans and royal families still stole the techniques from behind the scenes and turned the evil sects into political tools. That rotten balance held for 300 years, right up until the latest Mystic Realm expedition blew everything apart. Now Mantis Dragon City, home of the Death Sword sect, has become a dead city buried under pink mushrooms and drifting spore fog. The empty streets are not really empty though, because fungal humanoid monsters now wander there in place of the city's people. Each infected body has mutated differently, with heads and faces replaced by grotesque mushrooms, eyes, mouths, limbs, spikes, and other fleshy growths. 2 fairy ships hover above the city, one from the Ouyang clan and one from the Imperial Court, trying to rescue survivors and contain the outbreak. On deck, rescued disciples stand exposed and terrified while physicians and alchemists inspect every inch of them for hidden infection. Among the investigators is Ouyang Ku, an Ouyang elder and World Tree sect alchemist sent to find out why the court's agents vanished here. The answer is obvious the moment they look closely. Sweet dream mushrooms are behind the entire citywide collapse. There is no time to send reports, because the strong cultivators are already burning chi to whip the airborne spores south while the healers sort the living from the doomed. When Ouyang Ku scans one disciple and feels something moving inside the man's thigh, he instantly knows the boy is finished. The disciple begs for mercy, but Oyanku says there is no cure and snaps his neck on the spot. After killing his 56th infected survivor, Oyanku stares down the rest of the line and orders the next one forward. The surviving disciples nearly break from terror as more inspections end with neck snaps and bodies thrown overboard. Those who pass the scan are not freed either, because Oyanku has them locked in isolation cabins under cage talismans for a full week. Everyone aboard knows one careless mistake could spread sweet dream mushrooms across the continent, so they keep sacrificing mercy for containment. The Imperial side even chooses to sacrifice the southern region, steering the spores toward Magpie City, Leo's shop, and Frozen Fire City instead of risking a wider spread. Some guards are openly pleased by that choice, because they think the spores might kill Florida Man for them and solve two problems at once. That smug mood dies when one mushroom zombie on the ground suddenly looks up and roars back at the ships. The guards recognize the aura and the gear before the face. That monster is Hua Guanhai, sect master of the Death Sword sect and Hua Jiashan's own brother. He was the first to get infected by the spores he brought back from the mystic realm, and now he is just another servant of the fungus. The guards mock him for becoming a slave to his own mind, too busy talking to notice that he is already moving. In the next instant, Hua Guanhai launches into the sky and cuts down 10 soul formation cultivators in 1 second. The fairy erupts in panic as Oyanku and the other elders finally understand they are facing a flying fungal monster, not a trapped zombie on the ground. Hua Guanhai turns toward them, and his mushroom head splits open to reveal one giant eyeball where his brain should be. Oyanku takes one look at that and immediately chooses survival, ripping open an emergency portal talisman to flee by himself. The others are not fast enough, so they fire chi attacks instead and hope brute force can stop him. Hua Guanhai answers with a new Dao avatar as the pink spore fog rises and condenses into a giant chomper plant in the sky. The plant avatar speaks one hungry line, dissolves into a storm of spores, and sweeps across the sky to devour everyone left behind. Back at Leo's domain, Cat is peacefully eating potatoes in the granary when she suddenly sneezes green slime all over the pile. She freezes in horror because Leo always warns her not to ruin his pill ingredients, so she hurriedly eats the dirty parts to hide the evidence. The disgusting slime somehow tastes interesting to her, but her quiet snack is interrupted when Leo walks into the granary. Leo asks if she ate all the cabbages and chilies because the donkeys are complaining, and Cat lies through her teeth with a panicked, innocent face. Leo accepts it for now and leaves to check another granary, and Cat finally lets herself breathe again. Still worried about getting scolded, Cat decides to stop stealing Leo's food for the moment and steps outside. The moment she sniffs the air, her food instinct catches a familiar sweet mushroom scent drifting from the north. Remembering how much she loved those mushrooms before, Cat starts drooling and bolts out of Leo's territory at full speed. 100 kilometers later, she reaches the creeping pink fog that is slowly advancing toward Leo's domain and Magpie City. Instead of fearing the spores, Cat recognizes dinner and dives happily straight into the mushroom fog. Elsewhere in the domain, Izan finally wakes up in her new house with her whole body numb and barely responsive. Realizing she is safe for the moment only reminds her how angry she still is at Leo for force-feeding her blood like a barbarian. Even so, she cannot deny that Leo's blood was unbelievably rich and delicious, packed with life force and pure elemental essence. When she tries to move, though, her arms and legs still refuse to obey, leaving her trapped in a half-paralyzed body. She quickly remembers an old trick and uses her chi like puppet strings to lift her limbs manually and force sensation back into them. The moment she gets a better look at herself, Izan realizes something is deeply wrong because her arms and legs are longer, paler, and far more mature than before. She closes her eyes to inspect herself with chi, and the instant she sees her full body from above, Izan is hit with pure disbelief. In the fungal wasteland, Cat happily starts inhaling sweet dream spores like they are fresh meat instead of poison. The living spores enter Cat's body, but Leo's transparent blood cells inside her devour them on contact and turn the infection into fuel. Energized by the feast, Cat sprints all over the infected zone and starts acting like a living air filter for the pink gas. Her wild sprint slows the north to south spread, but the city keeps producing new spores, so the cleared fog just keeps coming back. After an hour, Cat changes tactics, roots herself in place, and grows black stems and sticky leaves to trap the spores instead of chasing them. The trapped parasitic mushrooms melt into her leaves and vines, and Cat's life force swells fast enough to trigger a breakthrough. When Cat looks up and sees purple-yellow tribulation lightning forming, her mood instantly sours because she hates thunder. Cat braces herself and takes the first lightning strikes head-on as the surrounding spores and trees burn under heaven's punishment. The yellow lightning starts turning her vines to stone, but the transparent cells rush in to repair the curse before it spreads. Cat digs deeper into her stolen DNA stockpile, absorbs cockatrice traits, and gains real resistance to petrification. The curse stops working, but the heat still sets Cat on fire, so she frantically thinks through what Leo would do. Then Cat remembers one shared trick, opens her mouth wide, and openly taunts the tribulation to strike her again. A fresh bolt dives straight into her mouth, scorching her tongue and teeth, but she forces the energy down into her trunk anyway. Instead of dying, Cat heals from the inside, swells with life force, and starts physically maturing mid-tribulation. Her Dao avatar also matures behind her, and Cat steals part of Heaven's lightning chi for herself. Heaven answers the theft with a barrage of 30 more yellow bolts, and Cat just laughs and eats them too. By sunset, Cat finishes the trial as a true 8th stage monster and immediately turns her attention north toward even better food. At the Imperial Palace, Oyanka reports the sweet dream mushroom outbreak and the whole court goes tense at the name alone. Yen Xiang immediately remembers the old calamity, when only yellow tribulation lightning could burn those mushrooms away. The court silently searches for a strong enough cultivator to survive that kind of lightning, and nobody likes the odds. Then a Situ clan elder steps forward and coolly argues that there is no need to panic because the wind is already pushing the plague south. His real proposal is ruthless. Let the spreading mushrooms hit Florida Man near Magpie City first and make him absorb the disaster. Yan Luo points out that Leo could simply run away, but the blue-robed elder says Leo's people and customers are the leash that will keep him there. The blue-robed elder insists that if Leo abandons his followers, his reputation collapses, so protecting them is his only practical choice. When Yen Xiang asks what happens if Leo fails anyway, the blue-robed elder coldly says an incompetent man can die with the mushrooms. To reassure the court, the blue-robed elder reveals that a Situ clan ancestor is coming for the youth tournament, and can later help remove the plague. Yen Xiang accepts that answer, while privately hiding that he also has his own father as a secret last resort to kill Leo. The court then turns to the infected Death Sword sect, and the blue-robed elder proposes using them as another weapon against Leo. To prove he can do it, the blue-robed elder presents a Cyan Garuda tornado pill that can summon a controllable wind prison and drag Hua Guanhai's horde to Leo's doorstep. The court praises the idea, and Yen Xiang officially orders the blue-robed elder to carry it out and bear the blame if anything goes wrong. Back at the domain, Leo is doing grunt work with the mannequins, cutting iron pine and redirecting sacred wood into more guns and bullets. Then a sweet smell reaches him, and Leo instantly recognizes the scent he has been wanting back for alchemy: sweet dream mushrooms. Instead of pure alarm, Leo immediately thinks about the mushroom pill recipes he had to give up earlier and decides the new outbreak is too valuable to ignore. He drops his carpentry job, puts on a hazmat suit, and buys a stack of large plastic barrels to haul the mushrooms safely. The barrels look too flimsy for fungal biohazard work, so Leo upgrades them all the way into strange rainbow metal artifact cubes. At first the new cube has no obvious lid, but Leo figures out it obeys his thoughts and can open itself on command. Once he realizes how flexible it is, Leo immediately stops being practical and starts happily redesigning the cube around his own body. The result is a bulky sealed cosplay suit with a visor and backpack shape, and Leo is delighted that he has basically built an Among Us imposter outfit. Still wearing the ridiculous suit, Leo waddles north past the workers, and nobody can sense his aura through it. People only relax when the mannequins salute the strange creature, proving their lord is somehow inside it. Tiger Swordsman finds the whole thing too bizarre to ignore and quietly follows Leo out of the domain. Walking bores Leo fast, so he starts hopping forward in huge game-like leaps while Tiger Swordsman keeps pace on a flying sword. A few minutes later they reach dense pink fog, and Tiger Swordsman's instincts scream at him to stop while Leo hops straight in. Deciding this is too dangerous, Tiger Swordsman turns back to warn Hua Jieshan and Dong Fong Mei about the fog. Inside the mist, Leo notices mushrooms actually growing on his visor while strong wind churns the whole cloud around him. To get a clear view, Leo kicks off the ground and launches himself 10 kilometers into the air. From above, he sees the pink fog spiraling around Cat, who is now crackling with tribulation like yellow electricity in the eye of the storm. Leo realizes Cat has been up here eating mushrooms on her own, and beyond her he spots a city farther north as the likely source. As soon as he lands and prepares to jump again, a mushroom-headed zombie suddenly dives at him and bites the suit. The zombie breaks its own teeth on the artifact suit, and an annoyed Leo reshapes the armor to grow absurd oversized rubbery arms. He slaps the attacker into gore, only for more mushroom zombies to spill out of the mist and swarm him. For the next hour, Leo keeps battering his way forward, but the infected forest only gets messier as blood, corpses, and mushrooms feed each other. Seeing how badly the spores could wreck his own domain if they spread, Leo decides brute force cleanup is safer than trying to be careful. He retracts the giant gloves, pours fire and lightning essence into his fists, and deliberately tones the attack down from black to yellow so he does not wreck the whole world. Then Leo drops his left fist into the ground and unleashes a colossal yellow lightning flame blast. Everything within 10 kilometers gets zapped, burned, and shattered into molten ruin as the first giant crater opens up. Cat yelps because the blast sets her vines ablaze too, and a heartbeat later her huge body crashes down on top of Leo's head. Leo groans and snaps at Cat for playing here, but Cat loudly complains that he just ruined her meal. When Cat asks about collecting the mushrooms instead, Leo admits he does want samples later but insists the zombies and wild spread have to go first. So Leo gives Cat permission to gorge herself on corpses and big mushrooms here while he goes north to wipe out the main source. Cat happily scuttles off like a monstrous spider, shoveling burnt trees, ash, and remains into her mouth at full speed. Leo climbs out, sees the absurd size of the new crater reaching almost back to his domain, and shrugs off the future complaints. With his right fist still charged, Leo launches himself toward Dragon Mantis City, and sees the whole provincial city swallowed by mushrooms. At the city center, he spots the real heart of the outbreak, a spiraling tower of pink mist wrapped around a golden mushroom tree linked to the whole fungal network. Before Leo can close in, an airborne fungal cultivator shoots out of the mist with a sword, and Leo recognizes the attacker as Hua Guanhai. Even infected, the fungal swordsman still remembers enough to use a Dao avatar and strike Leo from front and back at the same time. The real sword snaps, the energy attack gets absorbed by Leo's suit, and Leo answers by grabbing the fungal swordsman by the neck. Mildly irritated, Leo twists the fungal swordsman's head all the way around and burns him into ash. Hua Guanhai's death stirs the whole city, and suddenly 1,000 mushroom zombies erupt from the mist and rush Leo in the sky. Leo actually grins at the sight, reignites his right fist, and lets himself drop straight into the center of the horde. The moment he lands, the second yellow explosion tears through Dragon Mantis City and wipes out zombies, buildings, spores, and mushrooms in one sweep. When the dust settles, Leo climbs out and finds almost everything reduced to barren brown earth. But one thing is still standing: the golden mushroom core survived both blasts and keeps pumping pink mist into the air. Instead of smashing it immediately, Leo's greed kicks back in and he starts wondering if he can capture the thing and grow it somewhere else. At the ruined center of Dragon Mantis City, Leo walks up to the last golden mushroom tree and confirms it is still leaking pink mist like the other sweet dream mushrooms. He presses a blank spatial ring to the tree and seals the whole thing away before it can keep spreading. The tree is gone, but the airborne spores stay behind, so Leo immediately points at the mist and calls out Hans. A stream of yellow flame blasts from Leo's finger and sweeps through the pink haze, burning every trace he can see. Still not trusting the spores, Leo stomps the ground with chi and blows the ruined city into another crater. The impact melts the earth into crimson lava, and the whole blasted town starts sinking into the molten pit around his legs. Leo casually walks through the lava while flames climb over his body, and the heat strips away fat and impurities instead of hurting him. When the lava starts flowing back in to bury him, Leo simply jumps out of the pit. Outside the crater, he checks himself and sees that even his t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers survived because they were made from his own skin and chi. Bored with the casual look, Leo starts thinking about switching to the black suit before meeting the Emperor. He tries to trim his beard with chi scissors, but the cut hair drops away for only a second before the long white beard instantly grows back even thicker. Leo accepts that his orange lightning body always restores to the exact same state, so shaving and haircutting are pointless now. He briefly considers baiting the Empire into attacking his store, then drops the idea because too many of his workers are still too weak to survive that fight. With a new approach in mind, Leo leaves the lava field and heads home. After Leo leaves, the cooling lava mutates because his radiation-like aura touched it, and hidden bacteria begin multiplying underground. One mutant strain reaches a buried badger corpse, absorbs its traits, and carries that new DNA back into the lava. 12 hours later, the first lava badger drags itself out of the crater, dies from unstable evolution, and becomes the template for even more mutation attempts. Back at the domain, Leo returns to find the north side still safe but completely blocked by a massive crater slope that ruins any further expansion. He scratches his head and mutters that the northern highway is basically gone. Leo heads back toward the store to finally relax, but Hua Jiashan, Dongfang Mei, and the other elders rush over in panic to ask if he really went into the pink mist. When Leo casually confirms it was the sweet dream mushrooms, the whole group goes pale and drops to their knees begging him to save the continent. Leo brushes off the panic and points north, saying he already burned everything to ash and they can look at the destruction themselves. Hua Jiashan lights up with relief and starts thanking Leo so wildly that he kisses Leo's sneaker. Leo snaps at them to stop gawking and get back to work, pointing out that his clothes are literally on fire while this idiot is kissing his dirty shoe. The elders scatter in a flustered rush, but they leave smiling because Leo still treats his people more like workers than servants. Instead of going to bed, Leo takes the elevator up to the Mystic Realm platform to inspect the golden tree properly. At the angel statue, Leo snaps off a golden twig from the stored tree and asks Meow Meow what this thing really is. The statue's eyes glow green as it wakes and calmly reveals that the golden mushroom is actually a world tree, the origin source of sweet dream mushrooms in demon realms. Leo is thrown by how much the statue knows, and Meow Meow says that knowledge came from Leo's ancient entity Fate Crystal, not from Leo himself. When the statue hints that upgrading the store to level 10 will trigger something huge, Leo gets visibly more depressed and pushes that problem aside. Meow Meow tells him the twig is valuable for weapons or alchemy, but Leo worries everyone downstairs will panic if they learn he kept an evolved sweet dream mushroom. The statue says that is not a problem because one of Leo's subordinates can suppress the world tree completely, and he teasingly calls her Leo's girlfriend. Leo flatly denies having a girlfriend, but when he turns around, the answer is already standing right behind him. Izan has changed again, now looking like a smug elf-like noble girl with blonde drill curls, pointy ears, and bright green parasite eyes. Leo whistles at the new look, and Izan immediately leans into it, asking if he is falling for the new her. Leo instantly ruins the mood by glancing at her chest and telling her to grow some first. Humiliated, Izan turns bright red and punches Leo in the face, only to hurt her own fist instead. Furious and embarrassed, Izan storms off the platform to take her anger out somewhere else. A moment later, Gao Yan screams from below, making it obvious Izan found a new target for her temper. Even after that, Meow Meow keeps insisting Izan suits Leo perfectly, and Leo shuts him down by saying he wants a mature woman, not a brat. Leaving the prediction behind, Leo jumps down toward the alchemy workshop because he still needs answers about the world tree. At the alchemy street, Leo waits for a workshop to finish so he can test the golden twig through the system. As soon as one cauldron opens up, he stops the mannequin's next job and throws in a world tree twig for analysis. The workshop identifies it as a sweet dream world tree twig and gives Leo coding recipes for bullets and cold weapons that spread hallucination poison. Leo is underwhelmed by the poison angle, but he still decides to test the real weapon coding for himself. He adds a second twig and a dented flying sword, and the mannequin helpfully brings over a golden sand banana to serve as the earth catalyst. After Leo lights the furnace in his usual crude way, the workshop sets a timer of just under an hour, which means these experiments can be done fast. The real problem is that every exposed twig releases spores, so Leo remembers Meow Meow's advice and decides to find Izan next. Meanwhile, Izan is still in a foul mood, so she marches straight to Gao Yan and Wu Bai while they are busy studying the mannequin's pill-making methods. She vents by kicking Wu Bai in the butt and smacking Gao Yan so hard that both men crumple in one hit. Izan calls them useless, and the now confused Wu Bai does not even recognize her after the makeover. When Wu Bai innocently calls her little missy, Izan punishes him with another kick and reminds him she is old enough to be his great-grandmother. Gao Yan recovers and politely notes that Izan looks very different now, but his flustered reaction instantly triggers jealousy from Thora. Thora twists Gao Yan's ear for getting excited over another girl, and he has no idea what he did wrong. Izan ignores the relationship drama and grills Gao Yan about his combat history, quickly realizing his talent is high but his actual fighting foundation is awful. When Gao Yan admits he has barely fought anyone since the muscle-tempering realm, Izan is so horrified she grabs his ear again. Izan decides on the spot to become Gao Yan's sparring teacher, and drags him off for emergency combat training before the tournament. Out in the empty plot, Izan starts beating Gao Yan with a hard iron pine twig and treats the whole lesson like a live-fire humiliation drill. A little later, Leo steps out in front of the store looking for Izan and follows Gao Yan's dramatic screams to the east. He arrives to find Izan battering Gao Yan with a twig while barking at him to keep his eyes open and fight properly. Gao Yan keeps folding because he cannot bring himself to properly fight an attractive woman, which only makes his technique look even worse. While watching, Leo casually gnaws on another world tree twig and discovers it melts into earth essence and life force in his mouth. A system alert tells him one bite adds 250 years to his lifespan, and Leo immediately realizes the twigs may be more useful as food than poison coating. That reminder gets him back on track, so Leo interrupts the lesson and asks Izan if she is free because he needs her help. Izan instantly perks up at the chance to be needed and struts over, openly enjoying that the unbeatable old geezer finally has to ask her for something. Leo shows her the twig and asks if she can contain the spores or even control the mushroom zombies and parasites tied to it. The moment Izan smells it, she recognizes it as an undead tree twig and demands to know where Leo found such a thing. She proudly says this is basically undead food, the kind her death knights and archliches used to eat for breakfast, so controlling it is easy for an empress like her. More importantly, Izan explains the spores stop spreading if one big undead tree is planted with 4 smaller ones around it. Leo immediately hands over more twigs and says he already has the big tree, so he wants Izan to turn these cuttings into the 4 smaller trees. Bragging that the job is ridiculously simple, Izan marches to the plowed land south of the farms with Leo following to watch. On the southern field, Izan plants the 4 twigs in a square and leaves the center open for the main tree. Then she casually tells Leo the next step is urine, because undead trees need a living creature's piss to grow leaves instead of staying as mushrooms. Leo starts to comply, but when Izan just stands there watching, he asks for privacy and gets mocked for being shy. Instead of literally peeing, Leo cheats by blasting the twigs with black impurity water from his own body cells. Izan recoils after smelling it and blurts out that Leo somehow made something that reeks like holy water to an undead creature. Leo laughs the complaint off, finishes treating all 4 twigs, and even spits on them to speed up mutation and growth. After that, Leo brings out the main sweet dream world tree and plants it in the center, then hands the rest of the job to Izan. Izan still cannot get over Leo producing undead-hurting holy water filth, but she steps up anyway and prepares to handle the central tree herself. She spits on the trunk, slaps it a few times, and then starts adjusting her skirt, making it clear she is about to use the old-fashioned method after all. Before she goes any further, Izan glares at Leo and demands privacy, only for him to throw her own shameless words back at her with a vicious grin. After the array goes up for transparent walls boxing the pink spores in the growing world tree, with the planted twigs feeding the barrier like batteries, Izan writes strange runes across the clear walls and explains that the array can slow the spread, but it cannot stop the fungus for good. When Leo pushes for a permanent fix, Izan bluntly tells him fungi are impossible to stop completely, and can only be pruned back. Izan mocks him that anyone else would turn into a mindless jiangshi from eating these mushrooms, and she dares him to try. Leo answers by walking straight through the barrier and into the restricted mushroom patch himself. Inside, Leo ignores the familiar pink growths and spots new black mushrooms budding from dark patches on the golden trunk. He plucks one black specimen for research and stores it away before testing a pink sweet dream mushroom with his own mouth. The pink mushroom tastes rich like truffle, and the system only rewards him with 1 extra year of lifespan. That tiny reward still makes Leo realize he should have farmed these gourmet mushrooms from the start instead of destroying earlier batches. Once the taste hooks him, Leo starts harvesting and eating mushrooms non-stop right off the tree. Watching from outside, Izan goes from confusion to suspicion because Leo looks ridiculous but not infected. By the time Izan steps closer to inspect him, Leo has already devoured a pile of mushrooms and casually bites into one of the new black ones too. The black mushroom turns out to taste like hot cheese and truffle, and it gives Leo a much bigger 10-year lifespan boost. That is enough to trigger Leo's next bad idea, and he offers the juicy black mushroom to Izan like a smug prankster. Izan realizes Leo is genuinely immune, and curiosity wins out when he promises the strange mushroom tastes like cheese. Leo shoves the mushroom into her mouth and squeezes, blasting the sticky white filling down her throat. Izan coughs, flushes, and hurls the half-eaten mushroom at him, while Leo collapses laughing at his own bullying stunt. When Izan kicks at him in outrage, Leo theatrically flees, still enjoying how badly he got under her skin. Left alone, Izan admits the black mushroom is delicious and calmly tests another one her own way. She starts by sucking out the cheese filling first, completely unaware that Gao Yan has seen the whole awkward exchange and gone bright red. With the array stabilized, the southern site becomes a permanent mushroom farm that keeps producing both sweet dream and black mutant mushrooms every few minutes. Leo puts Izan in charge of the new farm and gives her an upgraded barrel cube so she can handle the harvest and storage herself. Once she figures out the upgraded cube, Izan happily builds herself a yellow chromate-style suit and officially joins Leo's weird little cosplay squad. After that, Leo carries some of the new mushrooms to the workshops to see what they can make of them. In the idle workshop, he finds a finished weapon from an older order, a flying sword merged with a world tree twig. Its description reveals Kagati can infect anyone it wounds with an undead curse and turn them into controlled zombies. Leo finds the cursed sword ridiculous for his own use, but he immediately sees it as expensive store merchandise instead. He tosses a black mushroom into the cauldron next and finally learns what it really is, a rare true death mushroom from demon realms. The new recipe is nasty and specialized, since the fungus can strip immortality and life force unless the victim still has virgin yin or yang essence. Leo cannot make that poison pill yet because it needs crystallized essence, so he settles for taking notes and checking the sweeter mushroom recipes instead. That jogs his memory, and he goes hunting through the workshop storage for the forgotten hope and dream pills his mannequin already finished earlier. The pill is a real healing medicine at last, but Leo can only stare when he sees it also buffs the user and then knocks them out for 3 hours. Even with the weird side effect, Leo needs proper healing badly enough that he orders the free workshop to start mass-producing hope and dream pills. The long timer makes him regret how he upgraded his workshop, because more quantity did not help the speed problem he actually hates. That frustration pushes him toward another risky idea, and he walks to the store wall to check what level 10 would unlock. The answer is bad. Level 10 would remove newbie protection, unlock PvP, and trigger Fate Crystal main quests he is not ready to face. Leo curses the system and the universe, because the thought of other players with similar powers still hits a nerve even after everything he has survived. For a while he nearly commits to pushing harder, even dragging swords and blades to the workshop as if preparing for a major upgrade binge. After staring at the workshop and checking his still huge lifespan pool, he reins himself in and decides to wait until after the tournament. To burn off the urge, Leo brings out the upgraded Ferrari and tears around the road course like a missile. The workers and elders only glance over at the loud machine, treat it like another strange carriage, and go back to cultivation and labor. Meanwhile, the one person not getting a break is Gao Yan, because Izan has him on a brutal crash course for actual combat. Izan introduces Terra Swordsmanship, a knightly style built on minimal movement, stable footing, and relentless momentum. Her demonstration is simple but terrifying, because every short slash and thrust carries real sword intent and a cutting Dao. When Gao Yan copies the forms, he is painfully slow, and Izan instantly starts barking for more speed and momentum. No matter how hard he tries, Gao Yan still moves like someone from a much lower realm, and Izan decides raw repetition is the only fix left. She orders him to repeat the movements 30,000 times, because he is the team's only true fighter, and she believes he will die if he enters the tournament like this. Gao Yan can only cry and obey as the desperate training camp chews through the next 10 days. The day before the trip to Cauliflower City, Leo lines up his chosen representatives in front of the store with their beasts, luggage, and travel gear, ready to depart. The humans are dressed in Leo's black tactical suits, while Cat gets a green dress and the horse-like beasts are fitted with proper riding tack. Leo is still not satisfied, because the one person he truly worries about is Gao Yan. Asked if the training worked, Gao Yan admits Izan only drilled 3 basic moves into him, and he still feels nowhere near ready. The elders laugh off Gao Yan's panic and remind him that a nascent soul cultivator with a Dao avatar should crush any golden core opponent in this tournament. Gao Yan looks toward Thora for reassurance, and her silent confidence finally steadies his nerves enough to promise he will do his best. Leo's next concern is practical. Gao Yan's old lightsaber is clearly running low on power. Leo briefly tries to replace it with Kagati, but the cursed blade's wailing aura terrifies Gao Yan so badly he shoves it right back. Izan takes the cursed sword without blinking, which only embarrasses Gao Yan more and alarms the veteran sword users watching nearby. Since Gao Yan will not use the cursed blade, Leo snatches his lightsaber instead and starts fixing the power source by hand. He pops out the depleted essence stone, casually chews it like candy, and swaps in another old one after giving it a quick recharge. When Leo powers it back on, the blade flares bright yellow with tribulation lightning energy instead of its old weaker glow. Leo hands it back with a grim warning that even one clean cut could petrify or kill the target, so Gao Yan had better not hit himself. Leo still is not done preparing the team, so he starts handing matchlock rifles and sacred wood bullet boxes to the girls acting as tamers. He explains that the strange bullets use sacred wood and reusable spirit stones, so cultivators can fire them by injecting chi instead of messing with powder and fuses. To prove it, Leo loads a rifle, aims upward, and fires a blazing shot that tears into the sky with a sharp blast. The armed elders nod along because they already know these guns work, but Yao Qiqi and the younger girls are still trying to process what kind of self-defense lesson this is. The day before departure, Leo parked his upgraded red Ferrari beside the clothing store and finally relaxed after mastering both its driving and flight controls. But that relief only lasted a second, because he still had to move a whole team to Cauliflower City tomorrow, and one sports car obviously would not cut it. So Leo opened the shopping system and started searching for buses, coaches, and trucks instead of another flashy car. Once he saw how much money he had left, Leo went even bigger and switched his search to luxury motorhomes. The prices were shockingly manageable, so Leo immediately locked onto a double-deck motorhome as the perfect answer. The moment he bought it, the huge bus materialized on the plane, and its remote key dropped straight into Leo's hand. Leo did not stop there and pushed the new bus straight to level 9, betting that the upgrade would turn it into something ridiculous. The bus answered with a storm of metallic clanks and screeching as its interior rebuilt itself from the inside out. When the upgrade finished, Leo opened the door, checked the remodeled interior, and came back grinning because the bus had turned out exactly as he wanted. Back in the present, Leo's group had all their gear ready for the trip, but nobody could see any vehicle waiting to carry them. Gao Yan finally asked the obvious question, scratching his head as he wondered if they were supposed to fly all the way there and waste their chi before the tournament even started. Leo had clearly been waiting for that, and he answered without words by reaching into his spatial ring. A huge modern motorhome rumbled out of Leo's ring and dropped onto the road right in front of the store. The disciples just stared, because none of them had ever seen a long black machine like this before. Even the disciples who already knew Leo's collection could only stare, because this black bus looked stranger than anything they had seen inside the store. From the outside, the new ride looked almost normal at first glance, just a sleek double-decker bus painted black with dark-tinted windows. Leo, meanwhile, looked absurdly pleased with himself, because he knew the real upgrades were hidden inside. To complete the reveal, Leo flicked the remote key and opened the passenger door like a showman unveiling his prize. The electric door slid aside with a soft mechanical hiss, and a set of golden stairs extended down to the ground. Then Leo stepped inside first and called everyone aboard, turning the mystery vehicle into their ride to Cauliflower City. As the group gets ready to board, Leo tells Izan to bring the kids inside first and bluntly warns Kat that if she stays huge, she can only ride on the roof. Kat immediately takes the challenge, shuts her eyes, and tries to force a smaller form out of herself. Her first try goes completely wrong when Kat blasts out a deadly yellow fart cloud instead of shrinking, and everyone nearby scrambles away in disgust. After an hour and 17 ugly attempts, Kat finally shrinks into a small humanoid monster girl form that leaves the whole group staring. Leo gives Kat a long, uneasy look, and Kat happily shows off her new body until she catches his expression and turns playful. When Kat asks about food, Leo points her straight at the motorhome and tells her to go test those new mouths inside. Kat answers by launching herself at Leo for a kiss, but her chest mouth splits open and turns it into a full monster grooming attack. Leo endures the disgusting affection in silence, already realizing Kat still needs lessons on what a normal kiss is supposed to be. Once Kat is done, she slithers into the motorhome with Izan, and the rest of the group follows behind them. Inside, everyone is hit with the same impossible spatial magic as the store, because the bus is far bigger on the inside than it should be. Once they settle in, Gao Yan, Yao Qiqi, Izan, and Sun Wan sink into the leather couches like excited kids and stare up at the chandelier. Kat ignores the sightseeing and goes straight for the bar fridge, because food was the only part of Leo's invitation she cared about. The fridge is already loaded with mutated vegetables, fresh thundercane and meat, and even eating fluid for Kat, so she immediately starts feasting with both mouths in pure delight. Taxi and Ricardo switch into humanoid form, put on the black uniform, and step into the motorhome, looking calm until the impossible interior makes both of them flinch. Sun Wan and Tiger Swordsman board behind the first pair to watch over Gao Yin, Yao Qiqi, and the other girls, and they end up blurting out the same stunned reaction at the bus interior. Their reactions pull the rest of the group to the doorway, and the elders peek in one by one before the whole entrance falls into stunned silence. Wu Bai breaks the silence first and crows that Leo must be a master of spatial distortion arrays, because this bus is clearly bigger on the inside just like his store buildings. Hua Jiashan quietly smiles at the idea and says he wants Leo to teach a public lesson on spatial Dao someday. Han Hao immediately expands the idea into a broader public lecture event for sharing Dao insights with the juniors, and Dong Fong Mei grins and agrees. While the elders are still talking, Leo leads the younger group deeper into the motorhome, and shows them the middle section laid out like a first-class corridor lined with private suites. Leo slides open one suite and reveals that even a standard room is practically a full apartment, bigger than the small houses back in the domain. Izan is the first to inspect the room, but after one sweep she spots the large door at the very end of the corridor, and immediately wants something better. Leo catches that greedy look at once and warns everyone to choose any room they want except the last one, because that back room is his. Izan smirks and argues that Leo will be busy piloting anyway, so he should just hand the room over to her. Leo shuts her down, says the normal suites are already huge enough for 4 people, and reminds her that his own belongings are already in the back room. Izan ignores him completely, calls the other rooms rat holes, and dashes straight for Leo's private door anyway. The moment Izan opens the back room, she finds out Leo was underselling it badly, because his private space is not a room at all but a 2-floor luxury condo. As Izan steps in farther, the full madness of the suite comes into view: a private bar, gym, spa, chef's kitchen, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bathrooms all packed into Leo's personal quarter. Then Izan reaches the master bedroom and freezes, because the walls, floor, and ceiling are all transparent glass with blue water and live fish visible on the other side. Staring at the fish outside the glass, Izan blurts out the obvious question: why does Leo's bedroom look like it is underwater? Too confused to stay still, Izan rushes up the stairs toward the upper deck and is met with another unbelievable sight just as the excerpt cuts off. When Izan reaches the motorhome's upper deck, she freezes at a ridiculous luxury setup: a giant pool on one side and a fake beach with a shallow sea on the other. The beach even feels real, with wind and a salty smell, so Izan blurts out in disbelief and demands to know how Leo packed all this inside the bus. Leo tests the sand with a kick and realizes the upper deck is cheating too, because any sand knocked away simply disappears and resets back onto the beach. That tiny test pleases Leo immediately, because it means the fake beach will not dump sand all over the rest of his living space. While Leo keeps inspecting the upper deck, Izan sprints across it and discovers a cockpit area linked to the lower deck, along with 2 bedrooms nearby. Izan instantly tries to seize the best spot, shouting at Leo to hand over that room. Leo shuts the argument down with tired patience, telling her there are 2 bedrooms anyway, so she can pick one and leave him the other. Izan accepts on the spot, and Leo quietly counts that as a rare victory over her chaos. With the room fight settled, Leo heads back down to check how the rest of the group has arranged itself before departure. Down in the living quarters, the passengers have already picked rooms, and the pairings come out a little oddly. Sun Wan stays with Yao Qiqi, while the 2 sanctuary girls also choose to share. Meanwhile, Gao Yan, Tiger Swordsman, and Cat each end up with private rooms, while Taxi and Ricardo are only implied off-screen by the extra closed doors. Even with spare rooms left, Leo refuses to turn this into a group outing and kicks the non-participants back out before the trip starts. Before sealing the door, Leo tells the people staying behind to guard his domain until he returns in a few days. Hua Jiashan and Dong Fong Mei answer with a formal salute and promise to protect the territory while he is gone. Leo closes the shutter door, takes the driver's seat, and finally brings the oversized machine to life. The so-called bus sounds more like a jet, and Leo handles it like an aircraft, one hand on the console and the other testing a flight stick between his legs. Leaning fully into the joke, Leo grabs the intercom and introduces himself as Captain Florida Man of Battle Bus FL-69, warning everyone to buckle up and stay inside. His voice blasts through every room and the lounge, leaving the passengers staring around in confusion because the announcement suddenly sounds like he is right next to them. The huge vehicle starts moving at last, gliding west along the road toward the temporary airfield strip. At the northeast corner, Leo swings the bus to a careful U-turn and lines it up straight for takeoff. Just before launch, Leo makes one last announcement and immediately singles Cat out, because he spots her raiding the lobby fridge through the mirror instead of sitting down. Cat is completely unapologetic, still planted in front of the public refrigerator in the lounge and casually chewing through almost all of Leo's backup food. As the battle bus lifts off and heads north, the people below stare up in open admiration at yet another flying vehicle owned by Leo. Watching the bus disappear north, Wu Bai and his friend Han Hao joke about how many flying ships Leo owns, and Han Hao wonders if they could ever buy one. Wu Bai immediately laughs that a ship like that would cost several thousand years of lifespan, turning the question into a flex about how valuable Leo's treasures are. The boastful banter escalates fast, with the other man bragging that Leo's resources have already pushed his lifespan past 2,000 years. Wu Bai refuses to lose the contest and smugly claims his commissions have already pushed him over 3,000 years instead. Their little rivalry ends with the worker storming back to the chili farm to cultivate harder, determined to catch up and buy Leo's artifacts someday. Wu Bai also heads back to his alchemy workshop, because Leo may be gone for the trip, but everyone in the domain still has plenty of work to do. Meanwhile in the cockpit, Leo nudges the battle bus north, climbs to 10,000 feet, and lines it up for Cauliflower City. Once the route is steady, Leo switches on autopilot and gets up from the pilot's seat to check on the others. The moment he steps into the lounge, Leo finds total chaos. Cat is still raiding the refrigerator while the floor is covered in spilled juice and scattered vegetables. Leo walks up to Cat and lays down a clear rule. If she wants to keep eating on this trip, she has to learn basic table manners and stop feeding straight from the fridge. Cat does not accept that at all, whipping around with an offended glare and loudly protesting like a spoiled house cat. When Leo tells her to get up, Cat doubles down and swats his hand away instead of obeying. That open defiance only makes Leo grin, because now he decides to punish her properly. Leo grabs Cat by the nape and one of her roots, lifts her effortlessly, and folds her over his knee despite her resistance. Then the first spanking lands with a sharp crack, and Cat immediately screams in pain. Leo coldly tells her this is what happens to a naughty girl who has been spoiled too much and still refuses to act like an adult. Leo only gives Cat one more swat, but the second hit still leaves her trembling and badly hurt, with both cheeks reddened and swollen. After deciding Cat had been punished enough, Leo hauled the Dryad back to her room on his shoulder and marched straight into the bathroom. He dumped Cat onto the bathroom floor, turned on the hot shower, and started washing her by force while she shrieked in panic. Leo escalated from bathing to hygiene boot camp, pinning her down and jamming a toothbrush into her mouth because he was sick of the smell. Cat fought back with pure monster logic and bit the toothbrush apart, then chewed up the plastic and swallowed it. Watching Cat chew up the toothbrush made Leo realize he was not dealing with a normal girl at all, just a filthy little monster that needed stronger measures. Leo bought a new brush from his system, chose the hardest toilet brush he could get, and even upgraded it so Cat could not destroy that one too. When Cat kept swallowing the toothpaste, Leo smeared the whole tube onto the reinforced brush and scrubbed deep into her torso mouth to rip the grime off her monster teeth. The bathroom turned into a spectacle as Cat kept screaming, Leo kept scrubbing, and Izan arrived early enough to enjoy the chaos instead of stopping it. Izan only grinned at the rough scene and basically gave Leo permission to keep going, which did nothing to improve Cat's chances. An hour later, Leo had scrubbed Cat so aggressively that she came out visibly cleaner and softer, but he had also rubbed her raw and left her gums swollen. Cat gave a pitiful little meow like she had been personally violated, while Leo looked just as drained from the ordeal. Once he towel-dried her and threw her onto the bed, Leo handed the next problem to Izan and told her to dress Cat. Izan pointed out the real problem right away. Cat's main mouth is on her body, so normal clothes would just get eaten. She followed that with a blunt bit of monster world logic. Monster girls usually do not bother with clothes at all because their forms can change back anyway. Leo looked around and saw that only Izan, Sunwan, Yao Chi-Chi, and two tamer girls had stayed to watch, while the men and the horses had already fled the room out of sheer embarrassment. Annoyed but not willing to leave Cat fully exposed, Leo suddenly remembered a workaround and opened the shopping system instead. His answer was simple and weirdly practical. Leo bought a women's bikini and put it on Cat as a minimum layer of decency. Cat immediately noticed the bikini top felt wrong, because instead of being clothes, it was acting like a restraint over her torso mouth. And the moment Cat looked ready to tear the bikini off and eat it too, Leo stepped in with a warning. Leo shuts Cat down fast, warning that if she eats that again, she is going straight back into the bathroom. Cat immediately nods over and over, too scared to argue after the bath threat. With Cat finally under control, Leo goes back into the bathroom to clean up the mess from the pet bath. While gathering the trash, Leo picks up the upgraded toilet brush and suddenly realizes he has been overlooking a whole market. Annoyed at himself, Leo smacks his forehead and admits he could have been turning ordinary modern items into high-priced goods this whole time. When Leo comes out carrying the brush, Sunwan locks onto it immediately and asks if that bizarre thing is another artifact. Leo checks the brush more carefully and sees it is no longer cheap plastic at all. The handle has turned obsidian dark, the bristles look like barbed wire, and the whole brush gives off a cold, minty aura. Leo casually offers it, and Sunwan immediately asks to buy it because she can use it to scrub beasts that hate bathing. Leo quietly does the math, remembers the brush only cost him 9 years total, and decides to mark it up hard. He names a steep price of 90 years of lifespan, while honestly admitting the thing is basically useless for fighting. Sunwan accepts the 90-year price without hesitation, because the ugly brush is exactly what she needs for beasts that hate bathing. But because they are outside Leo's shop domain, he cannot complete the lifespan transaction normally on the spot. Leo hands the brush over first and decides to put the 90-year charge on Sunwan's tab instead. He adds that he will deduct the debt from her wages later, and Sunwan agrees without hesitation. The weird little sale leaves both of them satisfied. Sunwan gets a useful tool, and Leo gets profit plus a dangerous new idea. Leo's mind kicks into overdrive as he starts mapping out an entire product line of upgraded modern goods for cultivators. He starts with women customers and runs through beauty goods like makeup, creams, shampoo, perfume, shoes, bags, dresses, wigs, hair dye, and other beautification items. The list grows too fast, so Leo buys a pen and paper on the spot and starts writing everything down before he forgets it. Then Leo turns to male cultivator vices, listing porn magazines, cigars, condoms, booze, flashy cars, Viagra, marijuana, and even TP dolls, then gets mildly disturbed by where his own mind went. He briefly thinks about selling guns too, but kills that idea immediately because firearm tech is staying exclusive to his own side. So Leo narrows his focus to low-cost nonsense with huge markup potential, especially things like Viagra and Vice goods. When he checks the import prices in the shopping menu, the numbers are cheap enough to make him grin from ear to ear. The menu confirms it: Viagra, cigars, condoms, magazines, liquor, marijuana flowers, and TP dolls all cost surprisingly little by his standards. Leo ends the moment thrilled by the profit potential, and already starts plotting how to tempt the Imperial Court into becoming his customers even though he cannot open a store outside his domain. As Leo's battle bus flew north over the lava field, newly evolved lava badgers crawled out of the magma with no idea what they were supposed to be. One curious lava badger wandered south toward Leo's domain, and a life sword sect disciple froze when he could not read the strange little monster's strength at all. Instead of picking a blind fight, the disciple ran for the elders, and the little monster tried to copy the first human sound it had ever heard. Han Meng arrived, took one look at the weak first-stage creature, and laughed in relief when he realized the scare was just a harmless baby monster. The elders shooed the badger back north, but Han Meng stopped when he noticed the creature was actually trying to talk. Han Meng coated his hand in fire chi, petted the creature, and patiently taught it to say badger one broken syllable at a time. When the badger finally said badger clearly, it beamed at Han Meng like a child proud of its first real word. Han Meng got completely charmed and kept pointing at things for hours, teaching the eager little monster more words like snake and mushroom. At dusk, the badger happily ran back to the lava field shouting its new vocabulary, while Han Meng watched it go and worried about that growing magma pool instead. Back at the magma pool, the stray badger turned teacher and the whole pack started copying its first human words in a weird, cheerful chorus. Elsewhere above the ruined city, Tang Xian found only magma pools and destruction, and he immediately guessed Leo had wiped out the Mushroom Plague and the Death Sword sect together. That grim cleanup pleased Tang Xian, because the unorthodox Death Sword sect was gone and the prince-backed factions had just lost a huge piece of their power. But once he thought ahead to the tournament and the court's immortal backers, Tang Xian realized everything now depended on whether Leo's side survived or got crushed. With no reply yet from his own ancestors, Tang Xian finally made the risky call to bet his clan's future entirely on Leo. Just as Tang Xian turned to leave, Leo's strange flying battle bus thundered overhead and left him staring in shock at a machine with no readable chi at all. Too curious to ignore it, Tang Xian secretly followed the bus at low altitude until it reached the dangerous river north of Dragon Mantis City. Tang Xian grew alarmed when the bus ignored the Rainbow Bridge, because everyone in the region knew the river belonged to a ninth-stage monster called Ship Eater. Before he could warn anyone, the river exploded and the giant worm dragon burst out of the water to swallow the whole bus in one bite. Tang Xian was already riding the bus off when the monster's head suddenly blew apart from the inside and spat the vehicle back out. Earlier on the bus itself, Leo had noticed the Rainbow Bridge below but ignored it because there was no reason for his flying vehicle to use a road. Then the river monster rose straight into his path, mouth wide enough to eat the bus whole. Leo answered the ambush with almost no emotion, flipping open the English-labeled safety covers for his missiles and gun as the creature closed in. The bus still got swallowed before the weapons fully came online, but the monster's fangs only scraped the armored hull instead of breaking through. A second later, the hidden minigun deployed from the underside of the bus, and the green lights on Leo's controls finally lit up. Leo opened fire right down the monster's throat, and the minigun's explosive rounds turned the inside of its mouth into a furnace. The worm writhed in agony and vomited the bus back out, sending Leo into a wild spinning escape that only he even noticed. Leo steadied the bus with both hands, pushed the engines hard, and watched the injured monster dive back into the river with its mouth still burning. Since the passengers were all shut in their rooms and none of them noticed a thing, Leo just grinned and kept driving in peace. The bus finally reached Cauliflower City's airspace, where Leo saw a crowded field full of parked wooden ships and cultivators waiting below. Leo quickly disarmed the weapons, switched back to manual control, and announced over the intercom that everyone needed to gather because they were landing soon. He even added a warning for Kat not to eat the food in her room's fridge, still treating the whole arrival like a normal trip. Then Leo looked for a runway and realized, a little too late, that this world's flying ships all land vertically, and there was nowhere for his bus to touch down properly. Knowing a clean landing was impossible, Leo warned everyone to strap in because the bus was now heading for a crash landing. He rejected the roads as too narrow and the rice fields as too risky, because he did not want innocent farmers caught under the bus. That left one terrible idea: the ship parking area full of clan vessels, and Leo's expression shifted the moment he realized he could just hit those instead. The crowded shipyard belonged almost entirely to the Ouyang and Situ clans, who had hogged the parking area to make every other faction look poor and small. On one of the Ouyang decks, Ouyang was admiring his clan's display fleet when he spotted his old rival and instantly soured. That rival was Situbai, an elderly Cauldron-Gnosis sect elder in immaculate blue robes, and he immediately started mocking Ouyang about losing the last pill competition. Ouyang snapped back that Situbai only won because the pill union hosted the event, and the old rivalry turned into a loud public screaming match. While the two elders kept trading insults over pill quality and speed, either of them noticed Leo's bus descending from the south. The bus came in low and fast at the edge of the lot, and nearby cultivators panicked when they realized it was not slowing down. They threw chi attacks and screamed for it to stop, but the steel vehicle plowed straight into the gap between the wooden ships anyway. The bottom of the bus slammed into the packed shipyard, and its front bumper started shredding the bows of ships from both clans like they were driftwood. Only after several ships were already being wrecked did Ouyang and Situbai turn and finally see the lunatic vehicle destroying everything they owned. Both elders exploded in outrage, leaping up together and summoning giant Dao avatars to smash the bus from both sides. Their spiritual fist hit with a hard clang and shattered instead, and the backlash broke the real elder's hands on the spot. Inside the cockpit, Leo was having far too much fun and kept accelerating because he thought a landing only counted if he was ready to take off again. When the impacts and feedback warned him the bus might finally be taking damage, Leo changed plans and decided to clear himself a runway by blowing the rest of the shipyard apart. He reopened the missile safeties, selected targets, and the bus's twin rocket launchers rose from the roof like a war machine waking up. Leo did not bother caring whose ships they were and launched every rocket at the clustered fleet. All 18 rockets found ships, and the Ouyang and Situ fleets vanished into chain explosions and towering mushroom-shaped fireballs. After carving through the flames, the bus reached the far end of the lot and lifted back into the sky while Leo felt absurdly pleased with himself. The ambush left hundreds dead or burned, and both elders had to drag injured disciples out of the flames before anything else. The two alchemist elders fed the survivors healing pills, glared after the escaping bus, and dropped their own feud on the spot for a new shared enemy. By the end of the disaster, Ouyang and Situbai were no longer rivals for the moment, but allies sworn to hunt down the person inside that mysterious bus. Laughing like a maniac, Leo swings the battle bus around and lines up for a second landing right over the burning parking lot. The chain explosions from spirit stones and essence stones turn the whole lot into a blazing landing strip, and this time Leo brings the bus down cleanly. Leo enjoys the perfect landing for 1 second, then realizes opening the door here would roast everybody inside. So he switches the bus into ground mode and carefully drives it out of the inferno to a safer roadside spot in the walking street. Once the bus is parked, Leo summons everyone to the lobby and admits they need someone local to tell them how this tournament city works. Sunwon explains the normal procedure, report to the palace, present the contestants, and the emperor assigns lodgings before tomorrow's tournament. Then Sunwon asks the obvious question, and Leo blanks when he realizes he never got a proper invitation letter. Leo cannot produce a real invitation letter, so he unfolds Tang's hand-drawn palace map instead, and Sunwon decides the chancellor's signature should still get them through. With that problem patched over, Leo orders the group out and puts Sunwon in front to lead them into the city. On the way in, Kat stays in her childlike humanoid disguise, and Sunwon uses an illusion so her root legs pass for human while Leo keeps her on a leash. At the checkpoint, Leo's group runs into open panic as wounded survivors from the Ouyang and Situ clans clog the road after his earlier attack. What really catches Leo's attention is the mood of the crowd, because commoners and bystanders openly celebrate the suffering of the Ouyang and Situ clans. After hearing stories of robbery, kidnapping, and extortion, Leo concludes those big clans earn every ounce of hatred coming their way. The checkpoint itself has basically stopped functioning, so the line moves on and Leo's group slips into the city without scrutiny. Inside Cauliflower City, Leo expects a bustling urban district but instead finds a giant, empty military camp spread between walls. Sunwon explains the army clears out during the tournament because the real danger comes from cheating elders and the collateral damage they cause. Leo still cannot wrap his head around people cheating this hard in what should be a junior tournament, but he keeps moving. At the Real City gate, a guard asks for a sect token, and Sunwon presents the Amazonian sanctuary emblem to get the group recognized. The token gets them recognized, but the guard immediately presses Sunwon about why a women-only sanctuary arrived with several men. Sunwon runs out of excuses, so Leo steps in and bluntly declares that all of them are Floridians from Florida domain. The guards have never even heard of Florida, and the captain jumps down demanding a proper invitation letter. Leo tosses over Tang Xian's map scroll, and the captain's expression tightens as soon as he sees the chancellor's signature. Even so, the captain tests him by summoning a giant boar Dao avatar and demanding proof that Leo is strong enough to enter. Leo tells his body to show only a little, and his idea of a little still blasts a rainbow or aura over the city with a towering Dao avatar. That instantly breaks the standoff, and the sweating captain backs off and calls him senior. On the spot, Leo makes the fake identity official and tells everyone that from now on they belong to Florida domain. With the guards out of their way, the whole black-suited group strolls into the city behind their newly invented name. Inside the outer town, Tiger Swordsman is impressed that cultivators and commoners seem to mix freely instead of living in separate districts. Sun-won corrects him right away. The people living here are not ordinary commoners at all, but low-stage cultivators tough enough to endure stronger auras. Izan mocks human cultivators as weak, and Leo casually agrees that he is not really human anymore either. That line rattles the group, and only Izan seems to grasp just how monstrous Leo has become. 2 hours later they reach the inner city wall, and the stronger guards instantly pick out Leo and several disguised monsters as trouble the moment the group stops at the checkpoint. The guards stay polite, ask for the leader, and then request one thing from Leo before letting them deeper in: hide that terrifying aura. Leo agrees, and instead of using normal control he simply holds his breath and seals his body until the rainbow aura vanishes. Izan immediately notices something is off, because Leo is not suppressing his power like a cultivator at all. When he answers her, the others finally see the truth. Leo is speaking through fish-like gills behind his ears while keeping the rest of his body sealed. Izan is horrified and fascinated in the same breath, while the rest of the team just files away one more reason Leo does not work like a normal person. Beyond the gate, the city changes completely into a silent maze of high walls and huge manors for nobles and major clans. Yao Chichi and the tamer girls get dazzled by the manors and nearly embarrass the group by jumping up to peek over the walls. Sun-won yanks them back down and warns them not to act up in front of court officials and powerful clans. The next problem is Cat, who has been walking leashed beside Leo for hours and finally starts loudly demanding food. Leo solves that by pulling out a dead thunder caiman, and Cat swallows the whole thing in one grotesque gulp. Even after that, Cat tries to coax more food out of Leo, but he shuts her down because the rest has to last until tomorrow. To settle Cat down, Sun-won points out that the palace usually holds a welcome banquet before the tournament, which immediately catches everyone's attention. That sounds great until Sun-won adds the catch: only the elders attend, while the juniors stay in their rooms. Leo immediately takes the chance to tease Izan by patting her head and calling her one of the kids too. Izan snaps back that she is older than everyone here, but Leo reminds her that for this event she is entering as a disciple, not a monster queen. Once the joke passes, Leo gets serious and tells Izan to hold back so the other cultivators do not realize what she really is. Izan says she is not a cultivator at all, so in the end Leo settles for the simplest rule possible: fists, kicks, and if needed, biting. After another hour, they finally reach the palace gate, where 1,000 armored nascent soul soldiers stand guard around a massive golden entrance. Before Leo can even announce himself, a palace eunuch drops down and bows deeply, saying the emperor has been waiting for Florida Man. Leo asks the practical questions first about lodging and the banquet, and the eunuch answers smoothly enough to keep him moving. But when the whole group tries to enter, the palace guards lower their weapons and block everyone except Leo. The eunuch explains it as a security check against imposters, and Leo decides the verification is annoying but reasonable enough to play along with. Before leaving, Leo quietly tells Izan to protect everyone because he is about to test whether this palace meeting is a trap. Izan catches the meaning and answers in her own disturbing way, asking him to leave some enemies for her instead of killing them all himself. Then Leo walks straight into the palace alone, unconcerned by the possibility that the emperor is setting the stage for an ambush. Inside, the palace escalates from gold to absurd wealth, and Leo has to physically stop himself from touching pillars made of white spirit stone. The throne room is already waiting for him, packed with imperial experts and hostile clan elders, including Situbai and Oyanka. Leo still strides to the center, skips the expected kneeling, and introduces himself in his usual rude, direct way. Yan Xian wastes no time and opens with a brutal offer: swear loyalty to the Yan Empire, and he will forgive Leo for killing the second prince. Leo refuses on the spot, and the room tightens as if the next breath could start a massacre. Situbai and Oyanka start readying talismans, but the emperor has a colder plan than direct revenge. Instead of trying to kill an immortal head-on, Yan Xian proposes a wager on tomorrow's junior tournament. If Leo's junior wins, the Empire will pardon the prince's death and recognize him as a new citizen. But if Leo loses, the punishment is total isolation, exile from the country, and an order for every cultivator to stop dealing with him forever. That is when Leo realizes the Emperor is smart enough to attack his business and influence instead of his body. Since the Emperor wants to play this safely, Leo accepts the bet and agrees to settle things through the tournament. Leo swallows Yan Xiang's aggressive tone and decides to keep playing along, because killing the dynasty here would waste the chance to drag them into his store later. Before accepting the bet, Leo raises a new demand and tells the Emperor he has 2 conditions. His first condition is blunt. Leo asks whether Yan Xiang has heard of fate crystals, and the court falls into confused murmuring. Yan Xiang does know the name, and the moment Leo asks for the dynasty's earth fate crystal as part of the wager, the Emperor explodes. Yan Xiang insists that crystal powers the continent's defensive arrays, so handing it over would cripple their protection against outside enemies. Leo stays outwardly calm, but in his head he judges the Emperor for badly misunderstanding what fate crystals are actually for. He recalls what he learned before: earth and sky fate crystals mainly grant luck and opportunities, while higher grades can go as far as creating system-bearing protagonists. Leo remembers that he already carries 2 entity fate crystals himself, which is why he wants every fate crystal clue he can get, even a lower grade one. Since Yen Xiang refuses, Leo pivots and offers another angle, asking if the Emperor has at least heard of soul stones. That name hits harder. Yen Xiang's eyes widen because soul stones are a resource his ancestors once desperately wanted. Leo hints that his store can provide soul stones later, then pulls the talk back to the wager and demands a final answer on the fate crystal now. Yen Xiang still refuses to stake the Earth fate crystal, but he quickly tries to salvage the deal by offering something of equal value instead. At Yen Xiang's signal, First Prince Yen Luo has eunuchs drag out golden chests packed with essence stones and spatial rings salvaged from fallen factions. The court goes red-eyed with greed at the treasure pile, and Leo decides the replacement prize is good enough to keep the wager alive. Leo's second condition is stranger and much more dangerous. If he wins, Yen Xiang and his whole court must come visit his store. To make the bait irresistible, Leo even says they can bring an army and he will not resist if they choose to attack there. The court instantly reads that offer as stupidity, and officials start whispering about invasion plans, killing arrays, and high realm reinforcements. Leo hears those whispers perfectly well, but he keeps pretending he hasn't and waits for Yen Xiang to commit himself. Yen Xiang accepts the condition and moves at once to lock the deal down with a formal contract. A eunuch brings out a prepared golden scroll, making it obvious the palace expected this conversation to end with binding terms. When Yen Xiang finishes writing, the contract turns supernatural, splitting glowing Chinese script that flies into both men's foreheads. The word contract appears on their foreheads like a tattoo, sealing the wager so neither side can back out anymore. Yen Xiang coldly restates the terms, but Leo makes sure to remind him that the mandatory store visit is part of the deal too. With the business finished, Yen Xiang dismisses Leo and orders a servant to take him to the residence prepared for his group. Leo stops at the door for one last question and asks, with a straight face, whether he and his people can join the banquet tonight. The answer is pure humiliation. Yen Luo says Leo may come, but only to sit on the ground outside the palace because no seat is meant for him. The whole court laughs openly, and Leo realizes they are only this bold because they think they already have a way to kill him. Leo nearly reaches for the pistol hidden in his suit, but he forces himself to hold back because this is still the wrong moment. On the way out, Leo gives Yen Luo a pointed blessing for a very long life, and the threat hidden inside it chills the mood for a beat. Leo finally leaves the throne room and follows the servant back to regroup with his people at the palace entrance checkpoint. After Leo is gone, the throne room collectively exhales, and Yen Xiang slumps back with sweat soaking his clothes from the stress of bluffing an immortal. The court admits they were ready for disaster, because hidden talismans and a throne room killing array were all primed in case Leo attacked first. Relieved turns to anger when Yen Xiang rounds on Yen Luo and scolds him for provoking an immortal so recklessly. Yen Luo answers by proudly pulling out a homemade one-shot pistol copied from old ship blueprints, convinced it could have killed Leo if given the chance. Yen Xiang is not impressed, judging the gun strong enough for a quasi-immortal at best, not for someone like Leo. Yen Luo pushes a nastier plan instead, use the tournament to test the gun through a disguised participant. That hidden participant is Yen Zhu, whose body has been rejuvenated to look young enough to enter the youth tournament unnoticed. The other factions have prepared the same cheat too, using rejuvenation tea to turn elders and patriarchs young enough to enter as fake juniors. Yen Xiang openly orders the allied sects to send their strongest disguised elders and make sure Leo's disciples and representatives die in the arena. His broader plan is even uglier, use the contract to drive Leo off the continent, wipe out the Life Sword sect, and leave the rest to higher realm ancestors later. Elsewhere, the servant leads Leo's group to their assigned residence, and the insult is obvious the moment they arrive. The so-called guest courtyard is a long-abandoned ruin with moldy walls, missing doors, no furniture, and barely any shelter at all. The servant nervously passes on one more insult from the emperor, saying their banquet food is waiting in the kitchen. Kat checks first and comes running back horrified, carrying a bowl full of moldy grain pills that even she refuses to eat. That finally snaps Leo's patience, and he grabs the servant by the collar to demand whether this is deliberate bullying. The servant panics and blames the emperor's orders, and Leo drops him before his death touch can do anything worse. Izan and the others stare at the wrecked lodging in disgust, and she dryly asks where their banquet is supposed to be now. Leo answers in his own way by touching one rotten pill, turning it into a black pill with his power, and feeding it to Kat. Kat loves the upgraded pill immediately, so Leo keeps converting the spoiled food and tossing her more while everyone else watches. While feeding Kat, Leo tells the whole group there will be no real banquet and explains the rigged bet he just made with the emperor. Izan instantly sees the trick and calls Leo a scammer for luring the court toward his domain, but she still wants to know why he wants them there so badly. Leo refuses to explain that part and instead shifts to the practical problem in front of them, getting proper food tonight. He announces that he is going to sneak into the palace kitchen and steal food and wine for a private banquet instead. Izan happily volunteers to join him, turning the whole thing into a gleeful two-person raid. A few minutes later, the stealth mission begins in the dumbest way possible, with Leo and Izan racing through the palace grounds hidden inside cardboard boxes. They slip past patrolling guards and stop behind a storehouse, where Izan finally asks the obvious question of why they are doing this with boxes at all. Leo answers with total confidence, calling it the ultimate art of solid snake and insisting the boxes make them invisible legends. Izan has no idea what he is talking about, but she gives up and lets the nonsense continue because it is somehow working. Instead of risking the front door, Leo uses his spatial ring on the storehouse wall and neatly removes a section of brick to make his own entrance. Once inside, he even puts the wall back behind him to hide the break-in, though the imperfect repair leaves loose stone crumbling to the floor. The storehouse turns out to be packed with real banquet supplies, from chilled beef and pork to live seafood, vegetables, fruit, and wallfuls of wine jars. What really catches Leo's eye is a chained golden chest sealed in purple talismans, using the same kind of suppressive aura he has seen before. Leo does not even bother learning what it is first, because to him a sealed treasure chest full of talismans is already worth stealing on sight. He sweeps the chest away into his spatial ring, then empties the rest of the building too until the whole storehouse is picked clean. Leo sneaks back out to Izan by the roadside and proudly says he got the food, wine, and whatever else looked useful. Izan immediately points out the missing item that matters most to her, blood. Leo offers some unknown animal blood, but Izan refuses to drink it plain and demands something refined like blood wine instead. Since the stolen supplies still will not satisfy Izan and Kat, Izan takes the lead and heads for another promising target nearby, a tall pagoda. She scuttles away so fast inside her box that Leo has to track her by scent when he follows behind. At the pagoda, Leo finds her shoeprints on a high wall and realizes Izan has already slipped inside without waiting for him. He hops the wall, grabs both abandoned cardboard boxes from the bushy courtyard, and follows Izan's scent trail toward the pagoda. The scent leads all the way to the top floor, so Leo simply launches himself upward and lands on the pagoda balcony in one huge jump. Inside the top room, he finds a private bedroom where Izan is already tearing through bookshelves because she smells valuable blood-based pills hidden somewhere. Leo follows the same scent to an ancient stone bed, and one careless knock cracks it open hard enough to expose the hidden compartment underneath. Under the broken bed they uncover 5 sealed metallic jars and a blue talisman array, and the room instantly fills with the scent of blood, herbs, and alcohol. Izan immediately tries to claim 4 jars for herself, but Leo talks her down by promising he can research the brew and maybe mass-produce it later. That promise works, and the 2 undead-minded thieves end up agreeing to 2 jars each and 1 shared jar to drink. Just as they are about to leave, Leo's stomach growls so loudly that even Izan stops and stares at him. Leo bluntly announces that he needs to take a dump right now, and Izan immediately mocks him for eating too much solid food like a savage. Since there is nowhere else convenient, Leo calmly drops his pants and climbs onto the broken stone bed as if this is the obvious solution. Izan wants no part of that nightmare, so she jumps off the building and abandons him there before the smell gets any worse. A few minutes later, Leo finishes and leaves behind an absurd 10-meter-long glossy black mess stretched across the bed. Satisfied, Leo quietly gets dressed again and slips away, never realizing he has just defiled Yen Luo's own bedroom. Leo and Izan return to the ruined guest courtyard and find that their people have already turned the insultingly filthy place into a real work site. Sun Wan and Yao Chichi wash the yard with water while Gao Yen makes small plants scrub the soaked ground with their leaves. Tiger Swordsman handles the trash the hard way, burning the junk into ash and tossing it back to the trees as fertilizer. The girls climb up to repair the damaged roof while the 2 beast helpers patch the walls to keep the wind out. Kat contributes absolutely nothing and just sits in the middle of the flooded yard, soaked and happily playing in the water after finishing the grain pills. Izan approves of the hard work and bluntly tells Leo to reward everyone properly. Leo promises a proper feast, and Izan immediately pushes him to save the blood wine until there is good food to match it. Leo is briefly thrown when he realizes Izan can drink, and she just shrugs like that should have been obvious. Leo wades barefoot through the flooded yard and tells everyone he is taking over the kitchen to prepare a private banquet for the group. The others brighten at the idea of the feast, even if Tiger Swordsman acts indifferent right up until wine enters the conversation. Inside the rotten kitchen, Leo gets annoyed by the mold and grime and decides to ignore the palace setup entirely. He pulls out modern cookware, upgraded electric stoves, and sacred wood blocks to build a clean cooking station from scratch. After checking prices in his shop, Leo skips the fancy garnish and settles on practical cooking supplies like oil, spices, sauce, butter, cheese, sugar, and salt. With plenty of beef on hand, Leo decides to start with normal steaks for the group and save a mutated version for himself. The courtyard cleanup continues until nightfall, and Tiger Swordsman lights the area with a hovering fireball when the sun goes down. They have done all they can outside, but the rotten interior and broken support pillars still show how badly the palace meant to insult them. Then the kitchen smell hits, and the whole group turns at once toward the sound of sizzling meat. Kat is the first to lose control and starts yelling for food the second she smells it. Sun Wan, Gao Yen, and Tiger Swordsman are just as shaken because none of them expected common food to smell this tempting. One beast hates the meat smell, another mocks him for it, and the pair immediately breaks into a petty chase across the courtyard. Half an hour later, Leo starts bringing out the finished dishes and calls for help setting the banquet tables. Gao Yen and Tiger Swordsman rush into the kitchen to help, only to freeze in front of the food and drool like starving men. Cat nearly charges the food too, but Izan has already grabbed the reins and keeps her from going feral. Leo solves the missing furniture problem by simply buying cheap long tables, chairs, and utensils for everyone on the spot. The first spread is simple but overwhelming to this crowd: baked sweet potatoes and buttered tenderloin steaks slathered with supermarket barbecue sauce. Leo pours ordinary wine for the adults, orange juice for Gao Yen and the girls, and saves the precious blood wine for himself and Izan. Once Leo gives the word to eat, the whole little group finally gives in and starts the party. Sunwon tries to resist the food for a long moment, but human instinct wins and she finally reaches for it. Tiger Swordsman breaks his fasting just as decisively and tears into the steak without any more pride left. Cat demolishes her portion first and immediately starts waving her dish around for a second serving. Leo keeps cooking while everyone keeps eating, and the rough courtyard starts to feel almost like home to him again. The banquet runs all the way to midnight because these cultivators can digest fast enough to just keep asking for more. At the same time in the throne room, the official royal banquet is a miserable failure with stale meat, flat wine, and sweating eunuchs trying not to panic. Yen Xiang gives up on the rotten banquet first and formally dismisses the guests before the embarrassment gets any worse. The guests quietly leave because the food is beneath them and even the wine has no spirit to it. After the banquet falls apart, the first prince heads back to his personal pagoda to rest and prepare for tomorrow's tournament. Inside the pagoda, the first prince climbs the stairs through dense earth and wood chi that he uses as cultivation training. The higher he goes, the harder the suppression presses until the first prince is sweating, staggering, and forcing his chi to keep moving. He finally reaches the top floor expecting relief, only to inhale a blast of foul air that smells unmistakably like human feces. One look around tells him his bedroom has been ransacked, and even the stone bed has been shoved out of place. Realizing what should be hidden there, the first prince rushes straight to the displaced bed to check his secret blood wine stash. His secret jars are gone, and in their place sits an absurdly long glossy turd coiled on the bed like a mocking trophy. That humiliation snaps him completely, and he starts roaring for the culprit to show themselves. After nearly an hour of rage, he finally settles on one obvious suspect in his mind: Leo, the outsider who humiliated him that day. Still fuming, he blasts the bed with a furious energy strike to destroy the evidence and vent his anger. Instead, the bed and the turd both explode and spray filth across the room and all over him. Now covered in the mess he made worse himself, he can only scream that he will kill Leo tomorrow. At 7 the next morning, a servant comes to fetch Leo's group for the tournament, and everyone but Leo is already prepared. Leo finally stumbles out in pajamas with bed hair, still carrying his pillow and blanket because he barely slept at all. The reason is ridiculous. In the night, Cat sat on Leo while a drunken Izan tried to squeeze Cat's dirty saliva into his mouth, leaving him awake until 4 dealing with them. So now Izan and Cat are still trussed up in upgraded ropes with gags, helplessly wriggling because nobody else can undo what Leo tied. In a foul mood, Leo orders the servant to lead the way and starts walking to the tournament, while dragging the 2 tied troublemakers on leashes like disobedient pets. The servant is so horrified by Leo's stare and that whole procession that he never even notices the courtyard behind them is now spotless. At the outer city military grounds, Leo finds a huge tournament arena surrounded by watchtowers full of hostile cultivators. The crowd's hostility is immediate and obvious, and Leo dryly recognizes this is going to be a full-on away game. The guide points out Leo's assigned seats, and the insult is even pettier than before. Their section is furnished with foul brown cushions soaked in urine and feces, a deliberate humiliation in front of the whole arena. Gao Yen and Tiger Swordsman go dark with anger, Yao Qiqi looks ready to cry, and even Sun Wan is disgusted by how low the palace has stooped. Sleep-deprived and done playing along, Leo decides they are simply going to take better seats from someone else. He kicks the filthy spectators stand down into the arena floor, sending the stench rolling out in front of everyone. That finally gets the 3 host factions shouting, and their servants start barking insults at Leo from the safety of the watchtowers. Leo stares back at the hecklers and realizes the only reason weaklings talk like this is because they think their masters make them untouchable. To end the noise, Leo pulls out his pistol and marks every loudmouth he wants gone. In a burst of bullet-time speed, he fires 20 shots almost without moving, and 20 hecklers in the towers drop dead before anyone understands what happened. After reloading with an essence stone, Leo openly dares the rest to come talk to his face instead of hiding and barking from above. That reminder lands hard, and the surviving servants instantly remember they are just low-ranked fodder taunting an immortal. With the arena finally quiet, Leo's mood improves just enough for Sun Wan to set out their own chairs and table while they wait for the event to begin. An hour later, the Tang clan arrives only as spectators, making it clear they still refuse to truly commit to this mess. The remnant factory cult also shows up with just 4 nascent soul cultivators, watching instead of competing. Then Yen Xiang arrives in full royal spectacle on a golden flying ship with a carriage-like castle mounted on top. Sun Wan looks up and realizes the ship is also carrying the Amazonian sanctuary girls who refuse to join Leo. The sting gets worse when Qin Yo appears at Yen Zhu's side as his new woman and starts sneering down at Sun Wan and Yao Qiqi. Qin Yo openly mocks them as greedy women who abandoned the sanctuary, while boasting that she became the third prince's consort instead. Yanzhu backs her up by pulling her into his arms and groping her while he insults Leo as a stray immortal who cannot compete in the higher realm. When Qinyo asks what that means, Yanzhu deliberately projects his answer so the whole city can hear his version of the truth. He explains that immortals entering a mortal realm get suppressed to mortal stage and cannot cultivate there, which is why real immortals do not stay long. Then he twists that into a public smear, calling stray immortals losers who come down only to bully mortals and steal their resources. The crowd starts looking at Leo differently, but Gao Yan, Tiger Swordsman, and Sun Wan clearly do not buy the royal propaganda. Yao Qiqi cannot take the slander and shouts back that Leo gave them higher realm resources instead of stealing from them. Leo quietly notes that Yanzhu's explanation did teach him something useful, even if the prince meant it as an attack. Once the smear has done its job, Yan Xiang signals Yanzhu to stop and smoothly takes over as the formal host again. Yan Xiang welcomes the gathered clans to the seasonal tournament and frames the whole event as a search for new rising stars. The crowd cheers for the prince's speech, while Leo's group just watches the performance in silence. Yan Xiang announces the preliminary test and orders the boulder of verification to be brought in. Situbai and Ouyang step out, clear away Leo's earlier mess, and place a huge flat boulder in the center of the stage. Ouyang explains the rule with a grin. Each contestant must strike the boulder without chi so it can expose their bone age and catch disguised adults. Their smiles make the trap obvious, and Yanzhu is openly amused because the whole setup is aimed straight at Leo's fake junior lineup. They immediately call on Leo to present his 5 juniors first, forcing his side onto the stage under pressure. Gao Yan steps up without hesitation, and Yao Qiqi follows him onto the arena with the other 2 official tamers trailing behind. Izan is the weak link in this test, and the sight of that bone-aged boulder makes her face go pale. Leo admits he is not sure his tea trick will hold up, but he still tells Izan to go try anyway. Then Leo offers the Rio backup plan with a straight face. If the boulder somehow gets destroyed, nobody can verify her age at all. Izan instantly understands, and her fear turns into a wicked grin. With the plan set, Leo finally unties the restraints and lets the beast companions revert to their original forms, filling the arena edge with monster aura. At the arena, Cat, Taxi, and Ricardo drop their disguises and let their real monster aura flood the air, turning the whole place cold and tense in an instant. Even Cat is already an 8th stage monster, while Taxi and Ricardo feel so monstrous that the spectators panic on the spot. Tang Xian quietly reads the situation and tells his people to stay silent instead of getting involved. Yanzhu instantly realizes Taxi and Ricardo are basically immortal-level beasts, and that shock hits the royal side hard. Yan Xiang jumps onto the verification boulder and accuses Leo of bringing monster beasts into a junior tournament. Leo answers with a sneer and points out that his junior representatives are the tamers, not the beasts. When Yan Xiang insists the rules only allow human cultivators under 18, Leo deliberately hands the argument to Sun Wan. Sun Wan steps forward and politely reminds Yan Xiang that beast tamers were always supposed to be an exception. Before Yan Xiang can answer, Qinyo sneers from Yanzhu's side and calls Sun Wan a traitor who has no right to use that rule. Sun Wan answers with cold disappointment, saying the sanctuary tried to save girls like Qinyo from ending up as men's toys. Qinyo proudly flaunts her rise as a prince's consort, but Sun Wan brutally tears her down as nothing more than a well-kept prostitute. By the time Sun Wan finishes, Qinyo is shaking with rage and even gets a nosebleed from sheer fury. Leo silently enjoys the takedown, but he also knows the real problem is still Yan Xiang's power to twist the rules whenever he wants. Yan Xiang proves Leo right by ruling that only official tamer sex can bring beasts, so Leo's side still counts as short-handed and can be disqualified. That cheat move finally flips Leo from mocking to dangerous, and his eyes shift red as he stops pretending to play fair. Leo suddenly calls for Izan and dumps out barrels of tea, hinting that the rest of his team is still dead and only needs reviving. Izan instantly catches on, grabs the tea, and flies back to the ruined courtyard to resurrect the sleeping undead candidates. With Izan gone, Leo calmly tells Yan Xiang to wait an hour or 2 for his remaining representatives to arrive. Yan Xiang cannot read Izan's true strength, and Yanzhu gets distracted by her beauty instead of the danger she represents. Yanzhu uses the delay to suggest a new side wager. If Leo loses, all the sanctuary women, including Izan, will be arrested as traitors. The threat enrages Leo's whole side, but Yanzhu smugly frames it as righteous law and says the women will only be taken if Leo loses. Leo swallows his urge to wipe out the city and instead pushes the event forward, asking the royals to demonstrate the verification boulder first. Yanzhu happily accepts, jumps onto the stage, and presents himself as a 17-year-old representative of the Yan clan. The neutral spectators are stunned because they know Yanzhu is actually over 150 years old. Meanwhile, the Jianghu Alliance shamelessly plays along, praising Yanzhu's fake youth as if he were a once-in-a-generation genius. Yao Qiqi and Gao Yan nearly lose heart until Sun Wan quietly tells them the whole tournament is rigged to trap Leo. Qinyo goes first and smashes the boulder, which confirms she is 16 and at 3rd rank Golden Core. Then Yanzhu sends out silver-armored subordinates who are obviously rejuvenated adults, yet the boulder still presents them as teenage soul transformation prodigies. When Yenju takes his own turn, the boulder even rolls his age back to 16, and his side laughs off the absurdity. One by one the other 7 teams finish the same act, and by the end everyone except Chinyo is somehow a teenage soul transformation monster. After an hour of this farce, Sunwan and Tiger Swordsman openly call the tournament shameless and pointless. Yen Xiang finally stops waiting and demands Leo's team step up or be disqualified on the spot. Leo sends Gao Yen first, and the boy nearly panics at the thought of facing those fake teenage 7th stage monsters. Even terrified, Gao Yen obeys and drags himself to the boulder because Leo flatly promises he will not die. At the boulder, Gao Yen steels himself, and his aura surges far beyond what a normal nascent soul junior should be able to produce. His punch reveals the truth. Gao Yen is really 16, and his power output reaches the 5th rank soul formation level despite only being nascent soul. That single result rattles the cheaters, because Gao Yen is the first real teenage genius on the field and suddenly everyone wants him. Yen Xiang immediately calls for the next contestant, hoping Leo's real children will look weak beside the rigged adults. Leo almost sends Yao Qiqi or another tamer, but he decides the risk is too high because they cannot use their beasts under Yen Xiang's ban. Then Leo catches a familiar scent and realizes Izan has returned with reinforcements. Izan drops back into the arena with 3 silver-haired, blindfolded figures from her old homeland, all carrying a dead but awake kind of presence. Izan proudly reports that she revived them and fed them as ordered, and Leo finally relaxes because his answer to the rigged tournament has arrived. Without wasting a second, Izan taps the cane girl and sends her up first, Ivy. Ivy approaches with perfect calm and only taps the boulder with the back of her fist, but the impact still blasts it backward and cracks the artifact. The result is even worse for the royal side. Ivy is listed as 17, a 9th rank quasi-immortal, with power output already at Earth's celestial level. The arena falls into stunned silence when Ivy's result reveals a power tier beyond the mortal 8 stages, Earth's celestial, the first immortal realm. Ivy is actually unhappy with the reading and asks Izan if she can hit the boulder for real. Izan smacks Ivy's back and tells her to stop before Yen Xiang uses another excuse to throw their team out. Once Ivy steps down, Leo hurriedly hands her fresh clothes because the wind keeps exposing far too much under that ruined robe. Ivy freezes when she looks at Leo, then bows like a court noble and thanks him as if he were a sacred figure. Leo quietly confirms that Ivy is an archlich who can summon undead, but her reasons for calling him Holy One only get stranger. Ivy explains that Leo's pure yang, death shadow, and wasted heavenly luck make him feel like Izan's equal, so her people can only treat him with reverence. Before Izan's next follower can test the boulder, Yen Xiang snaps and tries to disqualify the entire group as obvious cheaters. Izan calls the accusation baseless, and Yen Xiang insists no one under 18 could ever reach quasi-immortal strength without fraud. Yen Xiang doubles down with cultivation theory, claiming even geniuses need years for every soul array, so Izan's side must be fake. Izan catches the flaw immediately and tosses the argument to Leo with one sharp look. Leo walks onto the stage, points at the emperor like a showman, and objects that Yen Xiang's whole standard is irrelevant. When Yen Xiang demands proof, Leo says he only needed about 165 years to rise from stage 1 to what he is now. Leo backs up his point by blackening his right arm with crackling lightning and pulling multicolored tribulation clouds over the arena. As the emperor and nobles stare in horror, Leo lets the storm fade and says foreigners are not bound by Yen Xiang's pathetic standards. To drive the point home, Leo asks Izan when she started cultivating, and she casually claims she began at 7 and reached this level in 7 more years. Leo turns to Ivy next, and she truthfully says she started at 10 and reached her current level after only 3 years of training and baptism. Yen Xiang blurts out that Ivy must be using rejuvenation tricks, and Leo instantly catches him contradicting his own side. Leo points at the Empire's own teenage representatives and asks what they are supposed to be if no one under 18 can reach those heights. Yen Xiang finally realizes he just branded his own fake teenagers as cheats, and his face goes stiff in front of everyone. Situbai rushes in to say talent has no fixed standard, and Leo calmly corners him into admitting that none of their teams cheated either. With Situbai already conceding the point, Leo turns back to Yen Xiang and forces him to either drop the accusation or expose his own fraud again. Panicking, Situbai jumps onto the boulder and whispers that if the emperor keeps pushing, Leo's side may really slaughter them all. Situbai reminds him their real goal is just to stall for their ancestors and kill Leo's weakest teammate, even if the tournament itself is lost. Yen Xiang hates backing down, but with several immortals staring at him, he finally allows Izan's team to continue the test. Leo tells Izan to keep holding back, and she sends the cheerful white-haired boy Mark to the boulder next. Mark lightly pokes the verification boulder with one finger and punches a neat hole straight into it. The boulder identifies Mark as only 12 years old, yet already a 9th rank quasi-immortal with 5th rank Earth's celestial power output. Mark realizes he overdid it, and when he bows too fast to apologize, his head almost slips clean off his neck. Izan calls Mark an idiot, while Leo just laughs and gets curious about the last silent silver-haired girl. Leo guesses the quiet girl is a Death Knight, and Izan is delighted that he recognized her type so quickly. Their playful kingdom banter ends when Beatrice silently walks to the boulder with no weapon at all. Beatrice barely strokes the stone, turns to leave, and the entire verification boulder starts splitting apart behind her. Her result lands even harder. Beatrice is 17, a 9th rank quasi-immortal, and her power already reaches 1st rank Sky Celestial. Leo asks how many immortal levels there even are, and Izan answers by strolling up to the boulder and raising 4 fingers just to tease him first. Then Izan corrects him with a grin, says there are 9, and blows the boulder to pieces with one punch. Even as the shattered stone disintegrates, its last reading flashes that Izan is 7 years old before the rest of her status collapses into pure error. At that point Yen Xiang, Yen Zhu, Situbai, and Ouyang all go sheet white, because the boulder was supposed to survive even Heaven's celestial strikes. Off to the side, Chancellor Tang can only sigh and pray his clan will not be dragged down with the Emperor's mistake. Izan struts back in triumph, and without a word she instinctively slaps Leo's raised hand in a perfect high five. Leo praises her, Izan basks in it like an empress, and their 5 representatives regroup for the real tournament. Trying to recover his dignity, Yen Xiang clears the wreckage with chi and announces that all 8 teams have qualified for the main bracket. Situbai and Ouyang throw talismans into the air, and a floating array screen opens to show 5 empty 8-person brackets. Yen Xiang explains the format. Each team will place 1 fighter in each bracket, and the 5 bracket winners will meet in a final free-for-all. The rules sound fair to Leo and Izan, but Gao Yan immediately starts sweating because he knows he is the weak link. Gao Yan quietly asks if he can just forfeit, and Leo shuts that down on the spot. Leo reminds him that he has a gun, a lightsaber, and years of sword saint training, so he needs to stop acting helpless. When Gao Yan still doubts himself, Leo reminds him that Thora is part of his strength too, not some separate miracle he should ignore. Thora wraps her arms around Gao Yan from behind and quietly tells him they can beat those trashy cultivators together. Gao Yan finally straightens up and agrees to do his best, and Leo privately decides the kid really does feel like a main character. The lottery phase begins, and Yen Xiang calls Leo's team up first to draw for the opening bracket. Yen Xiang demonstrates the process by having one of his own fake teenage fighters draw an iron ball from a floating box. He explains that every team must place 1 member into the first bracket before anyone moves on, which gives the order of calls a lot more bite. Leo and Izan both sense the scheme immediately, but Leo tests it by sending Ivy to draw first. Ivy draws number 7, which means the Imperial side's opening dummy is now trapped in the same bracket as a monster. The other teams notice the trap too and quietly enjoy watching Yen Xiang's first pawn get fed to Ivy. When the second bracket starts, Yen Xiang makes Leo's side choose first again, and that repeated call confirms the draw is being steered. Leo sends Mark next, and the boy happily pulls number 1 for the second bracket. This time Leo notices the crowd's vibrating throats and realizes the clans are using secret voice transmission to coordinate their picks. Izan quietly explains the trick, and Leo adjusts his body until the hidden conversations start coming through like radio static. Once he listens in, Leo hears exactly what he expected. Everyone is throwing weak pawns at Izan's monsters and saving stronger fighters for Gao Yan. Leo tells Izan that Gao Yan is definitely the target, and she asks if they should pull him out before the rigged bracket gets him killed. Leo refuses to stop the match and coolly notes that with necromancers and healing pills on hand, they can let Gao Yan struggle first. The third bracket goes the same way, with Leo sending Beatrice and the other teams immediately tossing in more expendable fighters to avoid a real clash. By the time the fourth bracket opens, Leo has seen enough and deliberately sends Gao Yan into the trap. Gao Yan draws number 7, and the entire opposing side instantly turns hungry because this is the bracket they wanted. The quiet collusion breaks into a shameless scramble as rival teams fight to place their strongest killers into Gao Yan's bracket, and even Yen Zhu jumps in himself. In the end, a 9th rank soul transformation cultivator from the Situ clan wins the slot opposite Gao Yan, and the whole hostile camp quietly celebrates. Izan ends the farce by drawing number 1 for the last bracket, and the remaining contestants finish their picks with no real enthusiasm left. Chinyo gets the worst possible draw when she lands in Izan's bracket, and the fear hits her immediately. Terrified, Chinyo runs to Yen Zhu and begs him to let her forfeit because she knows she cannot beat that woman. Yen Zhu brushes her off, saying they already framed the tournament as non-lethal and that powerful seniors are not supposed to kill juniors with backing. He makes the uglier part of the rule plain too: weak commoners can die for nothing, but people with backgrounds are protected. Chinyo tries to calm down, but the dread in her chest will not leave, because Izan has already marked her. After the brackets are finalized, Yen Xiang raises 4 more stages and loudly reminds everyone that this tournament is for sparring, not crippling or killing. The warning is obviously aimed at Leo's side, and Leo coldly answers that he expects no more dirty tricks from the Empire either. Shaken but stubborn, Yen Xiang hides his nerves and keeps explaining the win conditions while secret talismans lie buried under the new platforms. Leo turns to his people and tells them to leave their opponents alive for now, and Izan reluctantly agrees to play by the rules until the other side breaks them first. Yen Xiang quickly calls the first fighters up before Leo can press him further, and the contestants scatter to their assigned stages. Mark's first opponent is He-Man, a giant bearded soul transformation cultivator who does not look underage at all. As soon as the fight starts, He-Man merges with a bodybuilder Dao avatar and sends an axe-wielding avatar after Mark in a crushing opening attack. Mark slips past both attacks in a blur, his sword jumping back to his hand, and stops the blade just short of He-Man's neck before anyone can follow the swing. He-Man immediately yields, and even the stunned referee can only declare Mark the winner. Mark's innocent smile and polite salute hit harder than the sword, leaving He-Man embarrassed enough to wonder if the boy might actually be 12. Back with his sect, He-Man is congratulated for surviving, but he cannot shake the guilt or the doubt Mark left behind. On stage 5, Izan and Chinyo start in total silence, with Chinyo clutching poison daggers while Izan just stands there smiling like she already owns the fight. Chinyo freezes under Izan's stare, because Izan is calmly reading her soul and finding nothing there worth fearing. Disappointed, Izan taunts her to attack and even promises not to defend, but Chinyo only backs away. Once Izan gets bored, she vanishes in front of Chinyo and appears at her neck in the same instant. Izan bites straight into Chinyo's neck like a vampire, and the terrified girl goes limp under the strange wave of pleasure and fear. Izan drops the unconscious Chinyo and bluntly asks for the result, forcing the rattled referee to name her the winner. Watching Mark and Izan win too easily, Yan Xiang stops thinking about revenge and focuses on the one thing he still cannot let go of, his pride. He secretly activates more hidden talismans under the stages and waits for the right moment to spring the next trap. Ivy and Beatrice step up next, and the crowd starts catcalling them before the fights even begin. Before their matches start, Yan Xiang quietly triggers talismans under both of their platforms, and the two women immediately feel a hot, itchy wrongness in their skin. Neither of them waits around to test it, and both women launch the instant the matches start, and kick their opponents straight off the stage in seconds. Instead of celebrating, Ivy and Beatrice rush down to Izan and report that something is wrong with the arenas. Izan checks Beatrice's arm and finds wrinkles and dark spots already forming, which makes the trap look even nastier. Ivy confirms the effect feels like aging, but even Izan cannot see what on the stage is causing it. Leo tests the platform himself, and the moment he grabs the ledge his body reacts violently as some of his cells start aging and fighting back. He throws a half-eaten cabbage onto the stage as a test, but when nothing happens he realizes this is not simple time acceleration after all. Leo and Izan compare notes, suspect something time-related for a moment, but Leo rules that out because the trap is not hurting Yan Xiang's own people. From his seat, Yan Xiang enjoys Leo's confusion because the hidden effect is actually a purification talisman designed to strip away the rejuvenation tea over 10 minutes on the stage. His real plan is to cancel Leo's disguise and expose the true age of his so-called juniors in front of the whole arena. The next called match is Gao Yan vs. Situdong, and Yan Xiang watches closely because Gao Yan is the one they most want dead. Situdong immediately mocks Gao Yan for having a female Dao avatar, and the taunt stops being funny when Gao Yan's face goes cold. When Situdong pushes the insult further, Gao Yan quietly warns him to keep his Dao companion out of his mouth. Situdong just laughs harder, and the referee's start signal comes with Gao Yan already furious. Situdong opens by merging with a tree Dao avatar and turning into a towering oak monster with 1,000 long humanoid arms. Convinced the nascent Soul Jr. cannot survive this, Situdong hurls a storm of fists at Gao Yan to crush him outright. Gao Yan's lightning Dao companion throws up a yellow barrier, but it only buys him 10 hits before the shield shatters. With the next fist already on him, Gao Yan stops hesitating and swings the lightsaber exactly the way Izan trained him. The blade cuts through Situdong's avatar like paper, and the damage rips back into his real body, nearly splitting his hand in half and crippling his left arm. Shocked and suddenly weaker, Situdong retreats, and that mistake gives Gao Yan the opening he needs. Gao Yan pulls Leo's pistol, pours his wuqi into the sacred wood bullet, and fires everything in one desperate shot. The bullet punches through Situdong's chest, chews into his spine, and then sprouts inside him like a seed feeding on his blood, chi, and lifespan. Situdong vomits blood and collapses face first, and only then does Gao Yan realize he may have just killed him by accident. Panicking, Gao Yan runs over and tries to save him with one of Leo's grain pills, but it is far too late. The referee starts to call Gao Yan the winner, but Situbai charges onto the stage and demands his arrest for using a hidden weapon. Yan Xiang would love to turn this into a disqualification, but with so many neutral eyes on him he can only admit that weapons and artifacts still count as allowed skills. Before Yan Xiang can twist the death into a disqualification, Chancellor Tang's voice booms across the arena and frames it as an accident caused by a weaker fighter having no room to hold back. Tang Xian doubles down that Situdong died because he misjudged a weaker opponent, not because Gao Yan broke the rules. Leo immediately backs that version, bluntly calling Situdong an idiot who died because he looked down on Gao Yan. The neutral spectators start agreeing, because from what they saw Situdong had every advantage and still handed Gao Yan the chance to fire. Forced to swallow the loss, Yan Xiang secretly tells Situbai to drop the protest and investigate where Gao Yan got those strange artifacts instead. Situbai backs off, and Yan Xiang publicly declares the death an accident so the tournament can continue. The rogue cultivators come away impressed, seeing Florida Domain as a rising power with immortal backing and frightening weapons. Inside the Imperial faction, the mood turns sour as people wonder why Yan Xiang keeps bending for Florida Domain instead of crushing them outright. That same public pressure makes Florida Domain's reputation climb even faster, because every crooked move against them now looks like proof they are dangerous enough to fear. Off to the side, Tang Tian asks his father why he is openly supporting Liu now, when their clan has served the empire for generations. Tang Xian answers that Yan Xiang is too obsessed with pride and revenge to survive what is coming, so their clan has to change sides before the empire collapses around him. Tang Tian thinks his father chose Liu because of the moral integrity around people like Sun Wan and Tiger Swordsman, but Tang Xian's bitter smile shows that strength matters more. When the second round begins, Ivy is called up again, and Yan Xiang quietly reactivates the trap under her platform the moment she steps onto it. Ivy instantly feels the same aging sensation, but this time the referee deliberately stalls instead of starting the match. Liu spots the delay at once and rushes toward the stage, realizing Yan Xiang is trying to keep Ivy trapped there until the effect does real damage. As soon as Liu gets close, his own body starts reacting again, and he can tell Ivy is visibly getting worse even if her face still looks young. He slaps the ground and shouts for the referee to start the match, but the man hides behind procedure and threatens to disqualify Liu's team if he interferes. Furious but forced to step back, Liu keeps studying the platform and finally notices a familiar scent coming from underneath it. The smell reminds him of the rejuvenation tea, which gives him his first real clue about what Yan Xiang buried under the arenas. Since he cannot openly tear the stage apart, Liu turns back to Kat and offers her extra nom-nom if she can secretly dig under all 5 arenas for him. That promise snaps Kat fully awake, and she happily shifts into action as her roots begin slipping underground toward the arena foundations. Yan Xiang stalls the tournament because he thinks his hidden purification array is about to strip Liu's side of the rejuvenation tea trick and hand him a clean victory. Instead, the ground suddenly rumbles, all 5 stages crack, and Yan Xiang realizes he can no longer feel any of the talismans he planted. The reason is simple. Kat already yanked the buried talismans out with her roots and drops the whole stack into Liu's hands like stolen snacks. Liu checks Ivy's condition, sees that she looks healthier despite aging a little, and decides the situation is fully under control. With the trap ruined, Liu loudly calls Yan Xiang out for delaying the matches, forcing the emperor to swallow his anger and restart the event. Once the cheating stops, the semifinals become brutally one-sided as Ivy, Mark, Izan, and Beatrice all win with ease. Gao Yen enters his semifinal looking sharper after his last fight, raising his pistol in one hand and his energy sword in the other the instant the referee signals. His first shot misses, but the opponent never expects the weapon to fire again, and the second bullet into the stomach scares the cultivator into surrendering on the spot. By noon the semifinals are over, and in the finals Izan's side wins by pure intimidation because their opponents give up before the fights even start. Gao Yen's final is different, because the man stepping onto his stage is Yanzhu himself, and the prince's first attention goes straight to the pistol. Yanzhu tries to buy the gun with spirit stones, status, resources, and even women, but Gao Yen coldly refuses every offer. The rejection snaps Yanzhu's patience, and before the referee can even start the match he whips out his own crude pistol and fires straight at Gao Yen's head. Gao Yen barely gets his energy sword in the way, but the essence stone round detonates on contact and tears half the stage apart in a massive blast. Thinking the explosion settled everything, Yanzhu laughs over the flames, reloads another essence stone, and bullies the sweating eunuch referee into declaring him the winner anyway. Then a sacred wood bullet slices through the smoke, punches through Yanzhu's mouth, and reveals that Gao Yen is still walking out alive. Gao Yen does not stop there, and 2 more clean shots through Yanzhu's forehead and chest drop the prince dead in front of the silent arena. Most of the crowd cannot even process what just happened, but Yan Xiang is pleased because his son's death gives him a fresh excuse to move against Liu's side. Yan Xiang immediately declares both fighters disqualified, labels Gao Yan's last shot murder outside the match, and orders his men to arrest him. That is where Liu finally stops pretending to be patient and warns Yan Xiang that this feels like a declaration of war. Yan Xiang keeps shouting about disqualification and expulsion, so Liu cuts him off with 1 bullet straight through the emperor's forehead. The court panics for a split second, but Yan Xiang's soul tears free from the corpse and starts screaming that Liu's attack is treason and war. Liu is baffled, and Izan coolly explains that quasi-immortals can dump their souls out before death and steal a new body to resurrect themselves. Yan Xiang instantly proves her right by diving into Yan Luo's body, and the prince realizes too late that his father kept his sons around as spare lives. The body possession finishes with Yan Luo erased, and the emperor comes back in his son's body with his cultivation restored and fresh power from the prince's dantian. Then the situation gets even worse as the emperor's new body surges upward, orange tribulation clouds gather, and heavenly thunder starts falling around the arena. The whole crowd breaks and runs, but Liu just points his gun at the middle of the breakthrough and fires again. That second headshot lands before the tribulation finishes, and the next thunderbolt wipes out the emperor's new body and soul for good. Izan calls the timing rude but also points out that Liu should have killed this problem much earlier, and Liu dryly admits he was still trying to do business. As the clouds disperse, Leo decides they are finished here and suggests taking the prizes before heading home. The wager dies with Yen Xiang, so the yellow contract mark disappears from Leo's forehead, while he tells Izan they can loot the place after sending the kids back to the bus. While Leo's group flies off, Situbai and Ouyang recover from the shock just enough to realize the dead emperor has left the capital open for a clan power grab. Former imperial servants and officials scatter in every direction, grief already losing to greed as everyone races to claim something from the collapse. Tang Xian is stunned by how fast Yen Xiang, Yan Luo, and Yan Zhu all just fell, but he quickly decides the only smart move now is to side with Leo. Tang Xian orders Tang Tian to move their clan and the 6th element sect toward Magpie City, then heads after Leo himself before the chaos gets even worse. After the blast, Gao Yen checks himself and finds only light burns and one ridiculous new problem. His scorched hair has puffed into an afro. He feels no guilt over killing Yan Zhu, and while the arena is dissolving into panic, he quietly loots the prince's storage rings and handmade pistol. When Gao Yen inspects the weapon up close, he immediately sees it as a crude fake built around essence stones and bad engineering instead of Leo's far cleaner guns. Disgusted that anyone else is already copying these weapons, Gao Yen crushes Yan Zhu's pistol into scrap metal with his bare hand. He tries to hand Yan Zhu's rings over to Tiger Swordsman for Leo, because keeping a dead prince's treasure on himself now feels more dangerous than useful. Tiger laughs at the logic and tells Gao Yen the real problem is not the rings at all but the pistol and energy sword that just made him a walking bounty target. That warning hits Gao Yen hard enough to bring tears to his eyes, because he suddenly understands everyone dangerous here may have memorized his face. The girls immediately swarm in to comfort him, and one tamer girl even clings to his arm while calling him the hottest disciple in Florida Domain. Off to the side, an unseen jealous glare only Yao Qiqi catches, so she quickly blurts out that Gao Yen already has a girlfriend. The girls instantly switch from flirting to gossip mode, and their laughter finally breaks the tension hanging over Leo's faction. Even with the mood easing, everyone knows the real problem is bigger now. Without the Yan Emperor and his sons, the whole continent is about to slide into open chaos. Leo cuts through the uncertainty with a clean split of responsibilities, ordering Tiger and Sun Huan to escort the younger group back to the bus under guard from Kat, Ivy, Beatrice, and Mark. Leo casually announces that he and Izan are going shopping, which is his way of saying they are about to loot the palace themselves. Yao Qiqi innocently asks who the mommy is if Leo is the daddy, and the entire group immediately turns to stare at Izan. Leo shuts that rumor down in the rudest way possible by mocking Izan's chest, and Izan instantly explodes in fury. She kicks his leg and hurts herself again, then Leo casually bullies her one more time by palming her head before dashing off into the city. Izan screams after him and gives chase, more offended than ever but still following him straight to the palace raid. When they land at Yen Xiang's palace, they find the place already ripped open by looters, with dead eunuchs and servants everywhere and terrified women screaming inside. Izan bluntly tells Leo not to look shocked because this collapse is exactly what he caused, and from her point of view cultivators were always just thieves waiting for the lock to break. Leo drops the argument and heads straight for the throne room, trusting that an emperor's real valuables should be hidden near his private quarters. The deeper Leo goes, the more ominous the palace becomes, because the dead guards and eunuchs ahead were all cut down with frighteningly clean sword strikes. Then Leo catches a Fatui cultist in the corridor carrying off one of Yen Xiang's concubines like loot, and he moves before the man can even react. Leo's first answer is a kick so vicious it shatters the cultist's pelvis and basically ruins his body on the spot. Unsatisfied, Leo follows with a casual jab to the face that blows the cultist's head apart and paints the hallway in gore. The rescued woman is so terrified she cannot even stand, so Leo squats down and offers a deal instead of comfort. Tell him where the emperor hid the treasure, and he will get her out. She points him toward the palace library and reveals there is a hidden underground room there, even if she does not know the mechanism. Leo immediately hands the woman off to Izan, explaining that his own body is too dangerous to carry fragile people without killing them by accident. Izan agrees only after demanding half the future loot, then hoists the woman over her shoulder and leaves Leo to search alone. Inside the library, Leo finds that earlier raiders already tore the place apart looking for manuals, but all they really scattered were government records. He cannot find any obvious switch, so he falls back on a more reliable method for him and starts tracking the hidden room by smell. That search finally gives him two hidden spots, one leaking cold air from the north wall and another from the center of the room. He tests the wall first by yanking a bookshelf aside and punching through the masonry, exposing a narrow hidden stairway. One sniff of that first passage tells him it leads to fresh blood and unwashed killers, so he abandons it and turns to the second hiding place instead. At the center pillar, Leo simply removes the entire golden column into his storage ring, and the hidden shaft beneath it opens up at once. This time the air smells of herbs and plant chi instead of blood, so Leo instantly knows he has found the real treasure route. He drops down into the hidden chamber, and follows a bright underground passage toward the source of that strange chi. At the end of the passage, Leo walks into a secret underground herb garden packed with ginseng, mandrakes, and shelves full of bottled pills. But the thing that really stops him is the altar in the middle, where a glowing orb sits on a pedestal as if the whole room was built around it. The moment Leo steps close, his system identifies the orb as an Earth Fate crystal and announces that a new mission has just been generated. Deep in the hidden herb vault, Leo finally gets a system quest, and the sudden timing alone already annoys him. The quest explains that 7 Earth Fate crystals can be assembled, but Leo fixates on one absurd detail. After all this time, the system is only now giving him a tutorial. His irritation turns into bitter nostalgia as he thinks about how the system ignored him back on Earth, and only started acting useful after he burned lifespan in this world. Still, the crystal quest gives Leo something he badly lacks in this world, a new obsession to chase. When Leo grabs the Earth Fate crystal, it slips from his fingers and vanishes straight into his alien ring. A system notice confirms Leo has collected 1 crystal, and he enjoys the game-like progress for about 2 seconds before realizing the system still gives him no clue where the rest are. As Leo turns to leave the secret chamber, a man's shadow suddenly blocks the ladder opening above him. The intruder drops down, flickers forward with a teleport-like movement Leo recognizes, and slashes for his neck before Leo even gets a good look at him. The blade clangs off Leo's skin without leaving a mark, and the attacker recoils in shock. The swordsman vanishes again, reappears behind Leo in a humanoid orange flame form, and tries the same trick with even more power. Leo catches the weapon barehanded, looks back at the stranger, and asks the most offended question in the room: what exactly is your problem? Now face to face, Leo realizes this man is after the Fate Crystal, and the stranger demands he hand it over. Leo refuses on the spot, and the swordsman answers by bursting up from below with a filthy low strike. That cheap shot backfires instantly when Leo stomps down with his strange red-black leg and blows the attacker's flame body apart. The stranger's real body appears with one arm and shoulder blown away, then regenerates at once, confirming to Leo that he has found an immortal. Leo is thrilled because his new side mission literally wants dead immortals, but the swordsman immediately tries to flee toward the ladder. Instead of following the normal way out, Leo punches straight through the ceiling and tears his way out of the underground chamber by force. The palace floor and debris cave in around the escape, and both fighters burst back into the open above ground. Hovering high above the ruins, the swordsman tries to regain control by declaring his Dao domain and trapping Leo inside an orange flame dome. For the first time, Leo's system actually identifies an enemy technique and explains that this flame domain burns everyone inside while healing its caster. The swordsman mistakes Leo for another disguised old monster and dares him to answer with his own Dao domain. Since Leo has no idea what a Dao domain even is, he casually calls out his Dao avatar in the middle of the fight and asks for a lesson. The avatar gives him the quick version. A Dao domain is an immortal's territory made real, where their Dao becomes active and starts helping them fight. Leo still does not understand, so the avatar tells him to just pour over a lot of chi and let the domain happen. After absorbing Leo's power, the avatar turns black, merges into him, and a much larger black dome blooms out over the enemy's orange one. The swordsman instantly realizes he has guessed horribly wrong, but before he can finish the warning, his own domain shatters and he drops out of the sky. Leo's system names the new ability domain of genes, and the description sounds so weird to him that he immediately feels underwhelmed. While Leo is busy complaining that the power sounds lame, the swordsman on the ground starts mutating into a swollen nightmare. A moment later the mutation finishes with a wet bang as the immortal's enlarged head explodes and sprays flesh everywhere. A piece of brain lands on Leo's cheek, and his only response is disgust that this world keeps trying to involve him in accidental cannibal vibes. With the fight over, the avatar separates again and explains that the domain can grow stronger and wider if Leo feeds it more chi and understands more Dao. The avatar ruins Leo's victory lap by bluntly reminding him that his martial skills are still terrible, then disappears back into the ring. Leo accepts the criticism, then immediately switches back to practical looting and decides the immortal's body is still useful as a source of fluid. He slings the still-warped corpse over his shoulder, stains his suit with black blood, and heads back to the battle bus. Only after he leaves does the system quietly update the side mission. Leo has now killed one immortal. By the time Leo returns to the parked bus, he has already stored the corpse away, but his own people are still stuck outside waiting for him to unlock the door. The scene around the bus is messy enough to explain itself. Blood on the windows, fresh dead robbers on the ground, and cats still happily eating one of them. Izan, bored and irritated from waiting, just points at the bus door and demands that Leo open it already. When Leo asks what happened, Izan casually explains that some idiots tried to rob the bus and got wiped out by Kat and her servants. Leo's attention shifts to Beatrice, who is calmly extracting something from a corpse while Ivy cleans it, and passes it up to Izan like practice teamwork. Izan reveals the little marble is a crystallized dantian rich in chi and, to Leo's horror, casually offers him one like a snack. Leo refuses on principle, so Izan pops the dantian into her mouth and crunches it down right in front of him. Once everyone is accounted for, Leo unlocks the bus and tells the group to board and stash any useful corpses instead of wasting time here. Just before the door closes, Gao Yan quietly points out the obvious. They really should have spent the night inside this giant comfortable bus instead of that abandoned courtyard. Leo can only face palm and shove the moment along, because Gao Yan is completely right. Half a day later, the group reaches home, and Leo lands the bus on the western runway before taxiing it back toward the general store. Nobody wants to get off once they arrive, because the bus is more comfortable than any house they have. Izan says it outright and asks if she and her people can just live in the bus instead of going back to the shabby house. Leo actually likes the idea, because it reminds him he can build a parking structure and use vehicles as housing later, so he agrees on one condition. His price is monthly rent paid in Izan's virginine blood for alchemy, which makes her go tense before she admits she expected something even worse. Izan asks how much blood he means, and Leo answers by casually buying a giant plastic water gallon as the measuring cup. That sends Izan into a full angry rant, because from her side it looks less like rent and more like being drained dry by a lunatic vampire. Leo dismisses the complaint by pointing out he cannot collect her lifespan, and Izan boldly counters that she can offer loyalty, or even herself, if that is what he wants. Leo shoots that down with a brutally direct insult, and Izan snaps hard enough to teleport in front of him and kick him in the crotch. The attack only hurts Izan's foot, not Leo, so he laughs and walks off while she is left nursing the same humiliation all over again. Ivy tries to comfort her master, but she accidentally makes things worse by saying this already looks like how couples fight. Ivy keeps going and points out that Izan smells like Leo and sleeps in his cabin, which is enough to turn Izan bright red. Too flustered to argue anymore, Izan simply teleports back into Leo's cabin to hide. The whole bus watches the fallout, and the tamer girls quietly treat it like hot gossip while the older two just shake their heads and get off. Kat, Taxi, and Ricardo do not care about the bus drama at all and immediately rush out to enjoy being back home in their proper monster bodies. Kat wastes no time and heads straight for Leo's granaries again, creeping over the general store like a thief returning to her favorite buffet. Outside, Leo follows through on his housing idea and opens the domain menu to finally buy the parking lot he had ignored for a while. He places the structure in the empty western area, flattening a broad square of land beside the clothing store. Then Leo upgrades it to level 9 and gets a surprise. Instead of an open lot, the system builds a full parking structure. At first he worries the bus might not fit, but the new building turns out to have huge 10-meter ceilings and a strangely massive interior. Satisfied, Leo drives the battle bus inside, only to find the place is so blank that he has to invent his own parking logic. He takes the bus up the broad ramps through all 9 levels and parks it neatly in a top corner with the door facing inward. From the rooftop, Leo notices the top deck is smaller than the giant interior below, and that sparks a different idea entirely. He moves the bus down to the 8th floor to free the rooftop, because he has suddenly decided the top level needs stunt ramps. On the rooftop, Leo finds a metal ramp from the system and installs it on the south side so a fast vehicle could launch toward the farm below. That is not enough for him, so he adds another ramp on the west side and refuses to place one toward the east where someone could smash into his own stores. The parking project quickly mutates into a full stunt jump obsession, and Leo forgets about the Fate Crystal quest for the rest of the day. Far off over the Western Ocean, a white-haired four-armed elder hovers in the air and watches Yen Xiang's fading defensive array with a predator's grin. He assumes Yen Xiang's array only fell because the Flame Blade Immortal has already secured the Earth Fate Crystal, which means his own side can finally move. At his whistle, a massive portal opens behind him and 10,000 four-armed cultivators pour out, including more than 100 quasi-immortals. The elder reveals this is the Gore tribe, a people forced off the planet centuries ago by Situ-Nantian, Yen Xiang, and the Sweet Dream Mushroom Scheme. His speech whips the whole force into a frenzy, with orange eyes and tribulation flames igniting across the army as revenge finally feels close. Then the elder points toward the continent and orders the Gore tribe to charge, reclaim their domain, and kill everybody. The workers swarm around the brand new parking lot building, and Wu Bai leads the elders inside to see what Leo just dropped into the domain. Inside, the elders find another absurdly oversized interior, and Wu Bai just shrugs it off as more of Leo's spatial distortion. Han Hao and Han Ming keep exploring on their own and climb up to the 8th floor, where Leo has already parked his battle bus. On the rooftop, the two discover a full parking area with 2 strange smooth ramps, but neither of them can guess what Leo built them for. They give up on understanding the ramps and head back to work, leaving Leo's half-finished idea waiting for him. A few minutes later Leo returns from the junkyard carrying 2 long iron pine logs, clearly trying to measure out some bigger rooftop construction. The logs come up short, and Leo realizes his stunt track plan needs stronger structural material than plain wood. Thinking it through, Leo admits the fire-vulnerable logs cannot replace real steel reinforcement, so his project now points back to a bigger system upgrade. Leo decides he has to push the general store to level 10, trusting his domain of genes to cover the danger once newbie protection disappears. Before upgrading anything, Leo clears the workers out of the store and tells them to pack up and wait outside. The confused crowd obeys, but instead of upgrading immediately, Leo leads them over to the parking lot for a different solution first. On the 6th floor of the parking lot, Leo opens his shop menu and searches for an RV to turn into housing. He buys a black Mercedes Sprinter camper van for 100 years of lifespan, and the vehicle appears right in front of the crowd. Leo upgrades the camper to level 9, and the van darkens into a tougher, shinier machine with larger tires and energy-absorbing windows. When Leo slides the door open, The tiny van reveals a full 100 square meter apartment inside, complete with kitchen, bathrooms, bedrooms, and a living room. After checking the matching bunk bedrooms, Leo confirms this one van can comfortably hold 4 workers. Leo announces the real plan. The workers are moving out of the mall and into a fleet of these vehicles instead. He parks the first RV properly and orders everyone to split into teams of 4. Leo hands the first van to the nearest 4 teenagers and makes it clear their new home will stay their responsibility. The boys rush inside, and their stunned faces say the roomy interior is far better than they expected. Remembering they will need access, Leo uses his strange cancer cell power to copy the van key into 3 extra keys on the spot. He tosses each resident a key and bluntly warns them that reckless driving will cost them lifespan. Once the system works, Leo keeps buying the same upgraded RV again and again until every homeless employee has a place to live. By the end, 100 RVs line the 7th floor, turning the parking structure into a mobile apartment block and finally clearing the store of bystanders. With the workers moved out, Leo returns to the general store and sees the filthy 3rd floor they left behind. He clears the 2nd floor by collecting the sports cars into storage, making the main building ready for a full upgrade. The store warns Leo one last time that level 10 will unlock PvP, remove newbie protection, and trigger Fate Crystal main quests, but he upgrades anyway. The whole mall-sized structure shakes and reshapes itself, adding new floors, escalators, an elevator, and huge open balcony levels inside. When the shaking stops, Leo finds giant spatially expanded rooms around the balcony floors and learns the humble general store has finally hit its cap. The new menus hit all at once, evolve to a shopping mall, main quests, PvP mode, and a merge feature that lets Leo pull other buildings into the main store. Leo tests the merge system immediately by selecting the level 9 clothing store and assigning it to an empty 1st floor room. The separate clothing store building vanishes in an instant, leaving its workers and the mannequin boss staring around in confusion where the whole structure used to stand. At the same moment, the clothing store reappears inside the mall as a full display space, with racks, shelves, mannequins, and thousands of garments sorted into place. Leo confirms the merge worked perfectly and realizes the mannequin weaver has already produced a huge inventory of modern clothes. The catered mannequin boss sprints into the mall, spots Leo, salutes, and immediately rushes into the new shop to inspect it. The clothing store girls arrive in a panic to report that their building disappeared, and Leo has to explain that this is all part of a much bigger reorganization. After settling them down, Leo checks the merged store's status menu and learns it is really just a shortcut for remote upgrades and staffing. He upgrades the clothing store to level 10 and spends the point on a second weaver so production can run faster instead of prettier. A second catered mannequin manifests beside him and silently demands the usual startup payment, so Leo peels off skin for her to use. Once he assigns the new mannequin to keep the shelves stocked, the 2 weavers start communicating in eerie silent signals that terrify the nearby girls. The system follows up with another reminder. Level 10 is not the true ceiling if Leo clears Fate Crystal quests. He opens the Fate Crystal quest menu and finds a grand, game-like explanation that his store system and lifespan powers are only the beginning. The menu breaks quests into main, repeatable, side, and time-limited categories, and to Leo it all feels uncomfortably similar to the gacha games he used to sink money into. When he checks phrase 1 of the main quests, Leo is startled to see that 7 of the 10 tasks are already complete from things he was doing anyway. He manually claims the rewards and instantly collects 7 building tickets and 7 automaton tickets. That reward screen opens into a full gacha page, and Leo is both horrified and fascinated to find a proper 10+1 draw system hiding inside his store domain. The automaton banner is just as shameless, with glamorous androids fronting the ad and another guaranteed rare incentive dangling in front of him. Leo tries to force the issue by asking the system to sell him more tickets, but this time there is no loophole and no answer. He checks the repeatable quests next, only to discover the daily missions demand real customers and sales numbers his closed domain cannot provide. Weekly and monthly goals are even worse, so Leo gives up on repeatables for now and decides to finish the main quest first. To speed up the unfinished objectives, Leo moves all 3 alchemy workshops and the gunsmith workshop into the mall's production floor. He upgrades the workshops to level 10 and adds extra cauldrons, doubling pill production for the main quest grind ahead. Only after that does Leo finally check the new building list, and the fresh options are enough to pull his attention away from quests for a moment. The level 10 rewards open with a food court, an essence stone quarry, and a costly yin-yang pylon tower, giving Leo his next batch of expansion targets. Leo hears the name Pylon Tower, gets curious immediately, and heads to the empty West District to build it on the spot. A massive steel pyramid manifests from nowhere, and above it a huge rainbow crystal begins rotating and pouring out icy air. Leo stares up at the structure in surprise, and the strange energy it releases quickly draws people over to investigate. Hua Jiashan rushes over in shock and blurts out that Leo somehow made a spirit stone heart, the crystal that once filled the world with elemental chi. When Leo asks what that means, Hua Jiashan explains that these crystals are basically the source that lets cultivators absorb chi and grow stronger. Hua Jiashan's awe turns to alarm when he notices disciples crowding the parking structure and realizes the tower's raw chi is too dense for weaker juniors to endure. Some of the younger disciples go pale and start vomiting under the dense qi, and Hua Jiashan urgently warns that without a filter array they could die from qi deviation. Annoyed but practical, Leo walks up to the steel pyramid and checks the tower's control menu himself. The menu shows a level 1 yin-yang pylon tower with elemental upgrade slots, but nothing about the containment array Hua Jiashan wants. Before spending more, Leo checks his lifespan balance and grimly sees that even after recent gains, his reserve has already taken a big hit. That reminder makes him think about the Floridian Dantian pills brewing in one of his workshops, and he hopes they will finally pay back some of the cost. Leo decides not to wait and dumps lifespan into the pylon until it jumps all the way to level 10. The upgraded tower transforms in front of them as 7 yellow hoops appear around the crystal and begin rotating on different axes. Instead of spilling qi into the air, the upgraded tower pulls the energy inward and sends bright streams racing down into the steel structure and across the ground. As the pattern completes, Leo and Hua Jiashan realize the lit channels form multiple circles across the plaza. Hua Jiashan drops into one of the glowing circles to test it, and after a brief meditation he opens his eyes in delighted disbelief. He excitedly thanks Leo and explains that the tower did more than contain the qi. It created smooth cultivation hotspots that will speed up training for his disciples. Leo still does not really trust what the radiation-like energy is doing, but he only cares that the dangerous leakage problem seems fixed. With the crisis over, Leo asks the more important question: should the tower stay balanced across elements, or specialize into one path? When Leo casually reveals that he can push the tower into yin-yang or any of the 5 basic elements, Hua Jiashan is stunned, completely speechless. Nearby eavesdropping elders are just as overwhelmed by Leo's casual claim and freeze up in matching disbelief. Since the cultivators are uselessly stunned, Leo goes to ask Izan instead and heads up to the parked motorhome. Inside the master cabin, he finds Izan relaxing on an artificial beach with Ivy, Mark, and Beatrice, all lounging in modern bikinis and swimwear. Leo tries hard to stay focused despite Izan sunbathing on her stomach with her bare back exposed, and he asks which element a spirit stone heart should prioritize. The moment he mentions the spirit stone heart, Ivy, Mark, and Beatrice all perk up because the answer matters to them too. Mark pushes hard for Ian because undead like them need it most, and he says it could even help resurrect more of their people. Ivy backs that up and adds that Ian she would also feed their nightmares, the thunder unicorns, and even Leo's pet cat. Izan gives the clearest answer of all and tells Leo to focus on Yin and Yang because those two are the foundation that can support every other element. Leo accepts Izan's advice, but when she smugly puffs herself up and the towel slips, he immediately ruins the moment by teasing her flat chest and offering crude hormone advice. Izan realizes she is exposed, goes bright red, and explodes into a furious attack while Leo bolts away laughing. After several minutes of chaos, Leo finally calms her down by buying her a pack of modern contraceptive pills, expensive enough to count as a peace offering. Back at the tower, Leo follows Izan's logic and puts every remaining point into the yin-yang path. The specialized tower answers with a brutal burst of white light that instantly turns the whole plaza into a blinding flashbang. Leo survives the blast only by frantically buying sunglasses and putting them on before the glare cooks his eyes. Nearby elders turn away with their eyes shut under the blast, while the juniors on the parking structure panic and scream that they cannot see. Leo's first reaction to mass temporary blindness is not guilt but business, because now he is already thinking about selling prosthetic eyes and sunglasses. After wrapping up the pylon mess, Leo goes back to the store and heads straight for the alchemy workshop on the 5th floor. The mannequins have already settled into the upgraded space, and a few nerdy alchemy disciples trail after Leo, baffled by the new setup. Leo brushes off their question and lets them know he simply moved the workshop so everyone has more room to work. Looking around, Leo likes what he sees. The alchemy floor now feels more like a clean modern tutoring center than a cramped old workshop. He moves deeper inside and finds 5 large cauldron rooms, each built with spectator seating and much better ventilation than before. At the very back, the new workshop connects to a storeroom that still contains the old supplies, leftover ingredients, and finished pill batches. There he finds what he came for, a Tupperware box holding 50 thick black Floridian Dantian pills. Before he can pocket the pills, the alchemy mannequin pokes him impatiently because it needs the special ingredients only Leo can supply for the next batch. Leo remembers the recipe needs his blood and flesh, so he casually feeds the mannequin another sample and sends it back to work. When Leo opens the box, the workshop notifies him that the batch produced 30 superior pills and 20 pinnacle pills. The pills boost firearm talent, poison lightning and wind cultivation, add lifespan, and even grant tribulation immunity, but the lifespan return is still far lower than Leo hoped. Since no one in this world could afford their real value anyway, Leo decides the batch is better used as personal stock and rewards for his own people. He then looks at the spare cauldrons and decides they should switch over to true immortal pills, which give the same lifespan in much less time. The moment Leo gives the order, the mannequin sprints for materials and exposes a new bottleneck. The workshop and warehouse are still too inconveniently separated. Leo tries to move the warehouse into the store through the domain menu, only to get blocked by a requirement he has been avoiding. He needs a shopping mall first. That forces him to check the store evolution option, and the price tag hits him like a scam, another 100,000 years of lifespan. He groans, does the math on future weekly pill income, and finally convinces himself that the painful expense is still worth the long-term return. Once he commits, the building evolves into a humble shopping mall and unlocks a whole new batch of systems, including underground parking, linked storage, worker jobs, gacha, and infinite expansion. Leo is impressed for a second, but he stays locked on his real goal and immediately turns back to the workshop because he wants a proper pill factory. He checks the alchemy workshop status and sees the next problem. The room has 5 cauldrons but only 2 are active, and he still cannot upgrade the building further. When he checks the mall level, the answer is even worse. It is already capped out, leaving him with no immediate way to push the factory further. Far away from Leo's business plans, a new threat erupts as 4-armed demonic cultivators storm a coastal city in a full-scale siege. Even soul-level defenders cannot hold them back for long, and within half a day the city's defensive arrays collapse under sheer numbers. Once the city falls, the invaders turn the victory into slaughter and abuse, rampaging through the streets as civilians are dragged from their homes. Their leader is Chang Baidu, a former Yan Empire cultivator whose tribe was condemned as infected after the Sweet Dream mushroom disaster. Because Situ Nantian tried to exterminate them, Chang Baidu rebuilt the Gore tribe into a 10,000-strong demonic force and swore revenge. His larger campaign is aimed at Cauliflower City, but first he has to march northeast to other targets, starting with lands tied to the Fatri cult. As night falls after the first victory, Chang Baidu gathers his men and orders them to rest now because tomorrow they march for the Fatri cult. Since the shopping mall could not go any higher yet, Leo turned back to practical work and checked his workshops to squeeze out more progress. He set 3 cauldrons to make true immortal pills for lifespan, 1 for Floridian Dantian pills, 1 for grain pills, and left the last cauldron idle for future research. While sorting old loot, Leo pulled out a giant black crystal he had mined long ago and dragged it outside because it was too big to handle indoors. The system identified it as superconductor obsidian of Holy Lich, a 10,000-year mineral formed from a dead archlich's Dantian, and tough enough for weapon forging. Leo simply chopped the oversized obsidian into manageable chunks and hauled them to the gunsmith workshop for the mannequins to process later. Inside the gunsmith workshop, Leo found the same neat office layout as the alchemy rooms and dumped the crystal stock into storage. Looking around, he noticed sacred wood blocks, old rifles, and old ammunition, and decided the workshop's firearm tech was badly behind what he wanted. He spent a point on firearm technology, pushing the gunsmith workshop's firearm technology to 3 out of 6 and hoping for something closer to modern guns. The system immediately offered to convert every outdated weapon and round in storage, and Leo paid the steep lifespan cost without hesitation. In a flash, the old racks transformed into chi-touched breech-loading rifles, and the ammo changed into a longer new version with black-coated tips. The jump in technology gave Leo a wild idea. If he fed people Floridian pills and armed them with these rifles, maybe he could turn them into gun monsters, so he rushed off to test the plan on Gao Yan. At the makeshift shooting range, Han Hao, Han Meng, Tiger Swordsman, several tamer girls, and Gao Yan were already drilling with firearms. Gao Yan had taken the tournament lesson seriously, so he drilled his aim with a pistol, trying to turn firearms into a real trump card. When he switched to one-handed shooting and imagined Yan Zhu in front of him, the low-recoil pistol still felt easy to control with normal rounds. But the moment Gao Yan pushed Qi into the shot, the pistol kicked like a cannon and nearly wrecked his arm. Someone at the range quickly steadied Gao Yan, took the pistol away, and gave the shaken boy water after the brutal recoil. Gao Yan explained that the tournament taught him how deadly guns could be, but also how hard it was to aim under pressure and control Qi recoil in a real fight. The elders agreed guns had obvious weaknesses against alert cultivators, but they liked that Gao Yan was treating firearms as a trump card instead of a crutch. Leo finally arrived, cutting into the discussion and making everyone stand to greet him. He was amused that Tiger Swordsman and Gao Yan were training this soon after the tournament, then checked whether Gao Yan had really healed from the explosion. After hearing that Gao Yan's Dao avatar had healed him, Leo handed him a superior-grade Floridian Dantian pill and told him to eat it and rest. Gao Yan froze when he realized how valuable the pill was, then bowed hard and promised to work even harder for Leo. Leo moved on just as casually, tossed over one of the new breech loaders, and demanded their old guns and ammo in exchange. He did not bother with a lecture, just scooped up the outdated weapons and walked off, leaving the whole range staring after him in confusion. Han Meng cracked the new mechanism first, figured out how to open the breech and load it, and realized the new rifle was much easier to use. His first shot blasted the target dead center, and the group instantly realized Leo had handed them a better rifle. The whole group quickly loved the breech system, because reloading was suddenly simple instead of a slow fight with the muzzle. A few minutes later Leo came back with enough rifles and ammo for everyone, clearly pleased to hear his upgraded guns already thundering at the range. He distributed the upgraded arsenal to the whole group, including the tamer girls, turning the range into a proper new gun rollout. Then Leo singled Gao Yan out again and bluntly ordered him to stop wasting ammo, eat the pill, rest, and go train with Izan instead. Gao Yan still wanted to keep practicing, but Leo insisted, and the boy finally obeyed and trudged home in a sulk, not knowing the pill would soon change his mind. That night, Leo stayed awake inside the shopping mall and reorganized the first floor so the goods were packed into one corner for a reason. The new layout made sense when a cargo elevator at the back linked the mall directly to a huge underground warehouse zone. Down below, Leo found a massive empty hub with 4 labeled shutter doors leading to 2 granaries and 2 warehouses. He opened Warehouse 1, collected plundered weapons, clothes, and pills from inside, and then stepped back out to test how secure this shortcut really was. Outside the warehouse, Leo found a nearby disciple helping a mannequin with a trash bin and offered the young man an essence stone to test the new back area. The eager disciple ran inside, found the strange new passage, and was thrilled right up until he smacked into an invisible wall at the threshold. He tried over and over to punch through it, but the barrier just bounced his blows back until he had to give up. When the disciple returned and apologized for failing, Leo was delighted, because the test proved the warehouse access was locked to him alone. Leo paid the promised essence stone anyway, then realized the shortcut was secure but would also leave him managing the hidden warehouse by himself. He decided the supermarket could stay mostly empty for now, unless cats started threatening the granaries again, and moved on to more urgent tasks. Back at the alchemy workshop, Leo gave up on experiments for now and ordered the 6th cauldron to start pumping out more grain pills instead. He checked the Entity Fate Crystal quest and saw Phrase 1 was already 8 tasks down, with only pill production and recycling left to finish. That almost finished quest also revealed a new gacha banner, and Leo noticed the fresh Gnosis draw was locked behind PvP rewards. Suspicious but curious, he opened the PvP tab and got a blunt tutorial on weekly offline fights, deadlier monthly real-time matches, and reward-free casual sparring. The setup felt like a nasty gacha trap to Leo, but he put that irritation aside and headed to the recycling center to force progress on the quest. He dumped old clothes, weak pills, broken tools, and junk weapons into the acid pool, which dissolved everything and spat out piles of spirit stones. Even after clearing those rings, the recycling count still was not enough, so Leo decided to go through an entire mountain of storage rings one by one. He ruthlessly tossed empty rings into the acid too, treating even those precious items like disposable trash because he had far too many. Then one ring changed everything, because instead of junk it held shelves of books and scrolls, enough to bury the recycling area in paper. He skimmed a few manuals, found the techniques odd at first, then looked up and realized the sheer number of books could complete the quest if he dumped them all. That was too much to waste blindly, so Leo shouted for Hua Jiashan and Dong Fang Mei to come help him sort the haul. The 2 portal guards hurried down from the flying platform and stopped short when they saw a mountain of manuals taller than they were. Leo told them the books came from some dead cultivator's ring and casually ordered them to save the useful ones and throw the junk into the pool. The moment they checked the titles, both elders were stunned to find real sect techniques mixed into the pile. Watching the 2 elders light up like kids in a treasure shop, Leo immediately started thinking less about recycling and more about opening a bookstore next. With Hua Jiashan and Dong Fang Mei helping him sort the haul, Leo separates the useful books from trash and starts building a real stash of manuals instead of a random pile of loot. By the end of the first pass, they secure 500 technique books and 20 cultivation manuals, and Hua Jiashan and Dong Fang Mei volunteer to set up a temporary library for them. Leo keeps emptying his spatial rings, feeding more books to the audit pile while casually throwing out common clothes, grain pills, and worn junk. When Leo starts dropping old artifacts into the acid like they are worthless scrap, Hua Jiashan finally panics and begs him to stop wasting something that can still be sold. Hearing that even battered artifacts can fetch 1,000 spirit stones each, Leo immediately changes course and starts saving the usable ones for his store instead. 3 hours later, Leo finishes the cleanup, looks over a junkyard packed with salvage, and clears the recycling quest in one huge sweep. The good mood fades when Leo checks the last quest and sees the alchemy workshops have only reached 3,730 pills, meaning he still has about 3 more days to wait. With nothing else to speed up tonight, Leo calls it a day, leaves the sorting site, and heads back to his battle bus for sleep. Back inside the bus, Leo takes a quick bath, dries off, and collapses onto his bed exhausted and modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth. Half asleep, Leo feels something odd in the bed but still rolls in and hugs it, only vaguely noticing that his usual body pillow suddenly feels hairy. 4 hours later, Leo wakes enough to notice bones under one hand and something soft under the other, and he instantly realizes this feels like the start of a very stupid misunderstanding. When Leo opens his eyes, he finds modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth Eason trapped in his arms, pushing at him in furious panic, while his absurd strength keeps her from wriggling free. Leo stays shamelessly calm, greets her with a smirk, and teases that she must be here to steal his virginity, which only makes Eason explode harder. Leo finally lets Eason go, and she jumps off the bed clutching the blanket around herself, trying to recover a shred of dignity. Only then does Leo notice they had an audience the whole time, with Ivy, Mark, and Beatrice sitting on the couch and silently watching the disaster unfold. Humiliated beyond reason, Eason starts hurling furniture at Leo and screaming every insult she can think of while he casually catches everything and stuffs it into his spatial ring. Their shouting match turns into a ridiculous blame war, with Leo demanding to know why she was modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth in his bed, and Izan yelling that liches cannot sleep in clothes and he should never have crawled in beside her. Still not taking her seriously, Leo complains that she is too loud in the morning and reaches over to yank the blanket right out of her hands. For one awful second, Izan thinks he really means to take advantage of her, but Leo just turns away with the blanket and climbs back into bed to sleep some more. Seconds later, Leo is already snoring, and Izan can only pummel him in frustrated embarrassment until his absurdly tough body hurts her hand instead. Having failed to get revenge, Izan turns on her own followers and demands why none of them stop this mess from happening. Mark nervously admits they saw no real danger, and Ivy goes further by calmly saying Leo did nothing except sleep and that the night may actually have helped Izan's chi flow. That claim makes Izan inspect herself, and inside her dantian she finds a miniature universe with a black sun and strands of Leo's warm yang chi circling through it. Shaken by what she sensed in her dantian, Izan opens her eyes and asks Ivy why there is a universe inside her when she expected only a black sea. Ivy quietly drops the real bombshell. Izan is no longer a celestial emperor at all, but a true immortal now. And just to make it worse for Izan's pride, Ivy coolly recommends that she keep sleep-hugging Leo and even dual cultivate with him if she wants her strength to rise faster. After sleeping a full 9 hours, Leo wakes around noon refreshed, alone, and immediately checks how far the pill quest moved while he was out. With no other urgent task calling him, Leo finally decides to poke at the dangerous PvP feature and see what it can actually give him. The offline ranking looks bizarre from the start, because Leo is unranked at the bottom while many listed portraits above him, including Stan, are shown in gray. At the top of that same list, a full-color portrait of a massive wolf named Lucky makes Leo suspect the gray portraits might belong to dead players. Curious and cautious, Leo picks the weakest-looking 0-point target, Stan, and hits challenge to test the modes safely. The moment he confirms it, Leo is teleported into a sealed cubic room where Stan rises from the floor as an 8-winged angel in gold armor with a censored black face. A red warning fills the room and freezes both fighters in place while a countdown starts, making the arena rules clear without needing any explanation. As soon as the match starts, Stan flashes behind Leo and drives his weapon into Leo's neck, only to learn the hard way that it does absolutely nothing. Leo shrugs off the ambush, judges Stan's strength to be around Izan's level, and counters with a single punch straight through the angel's chest. Instead of dying normally, Stan tears off all 8 wings and each one becomes a separate armored fighter while his original body turns into blue crystal. The split bodies merge with soul avatars and become 8 giant blue crystal beings with halos, extra limbs, and shoulder cannons aimed right at Leo. Annoyed by the noise, Leo jumps first and smashes one giant in half through its stomach crystal before the rest can fully pin him down. The surviving giants answer with searing blue beams that hit Leo head-on, hot enough to remind him of tribulation lightning even if they still are not enough to stop him. Once he understands the trick, Leo stops playing around and ricochets across the room like a bullet, blasting through all 7 remaining giants one after another. With the arena quiet again, Leo calmly scoops up the blue crystals as loot, guessing something this strange might be useful later. The system confirms the win, gives Leo 3 offline ranking points and a Gnosis lucky draw ticket, and the test run suddenly looks very worth it. An instant later he is back on the bus sitting on his own bed as if he never moved, which confirms the offline mode is a clean teleport in, teleport out system. He checks the Gnosis gacha page, sees the tempting 10+1 promotion, and immediately starts thinking about farming more tickets instead of spending the first one blindly. That thought sends him straight into real-time PvP, where the ranking list is much shorter, far harsher, and topped once again by Lucky with a ridiculous 5 million points. The season rewards are insane, and when Leo sees that rank 1 pays out 2 billion years of lifespan plus a mountain of tickets, he starts drooling over getting back the years he lost. Greed wins fast, and Leo hits auto-match with full confidence that this gamble-heavy mode cannot be that bad. He appears inside another cubic arena, but this time it sits in the middle of a colossal stadium packed with monsters so huge that Leo feels like an ant on display. Among the crowd, Leo spots a VIP box full of giant cat-faced tentacled creatures that look eerily like his own guardian statues, which makes the place feel even stranger. Then an armored green orc finally appears as his first real-time opponent, calmly summoning a tribal mask, leather armor, and 2 hammers before the match begins. When Leo tries to test the orc with his pistol, the system interrupts and explains the arena's most important rule first. Every match starts with a mandatory wager. The tutorial lays out the culture of this place in brutal terms. Players can force matching bets of items, slaves, fate crystals, gnosis, or lifespan, and nobody is allowed to surrender once the fight starts. After hearing that, Leo decides to play along carefully and offers only 1 Earth Fate Crystal plus some lifespan, deliberately hiding his better Fate Crystals from the crowd. Akashwilo is openly disappointed by such a small opening bet, mocking Leo as a poor newcomer before accepting it anyway. The shared wager screen reveals the orc has over 600,000 years of lifespan, while Leo sees his own much smaller total and quietly regrets past spending for a second. Leo commits hard anyway, putting in 100,000 years alongside the Earth Fate Crystal and forcing the orc to match the value. Then Leo checks the public odds, sees the arena has tagged him as a huge underdog, and instantly spots a chance to exploit the gambling house. He quietly opens the self-betting tab and puts another 60,000 years on himself, grinning at the thought of turning one fight into a much bigger payout. Once both fighters finish their screens and face each other for real, the countdown begins and another unseen force locks their bodies in place. During the frozen countdown, one orange catopus in the VIP box suddenly speaks into Leo's mind and tells him to win for them because it has a good feeling about him. The instant the countdown ends, Akashwila's hammer is already in Leo's face, and for the first time in a while the blow actually knocks Leo's head back and forces him 2 steps. Leo answers immediately by dropping his stance, grabbing the orc's legs, and slamming the giant fighter into the ground with a brutal spinebuster. Leo's mutation starts wriggling into the orc's thighs, but Akashwila calmly activates Providence Domain, War God's skin, turns red, and crushes the invading cells with his own blood. Realizing brute force and mutation will not settle this quickly, Leo pulls his gun and fires once, only for the normal shot to bounce uselessly off the orc's body. So Leo pumps Chi into the next round and unleashes a black lightning beam that swallows the orc and strips away almost all of his flesh in one horrifying blast. Even with most of his body melted away, Akashwilu starts regenerating on the spot, and Leo realizes he is fighting not just a true immortal but a god. Leo prepares to bring out his Dao avatar and end it properly, but before he can move, the system suddenly declares him the winner. Leo is baffled, but Akashwilu explains the arena's logic with a grin. By destroying his flesh and breaking his Providence Domain, Leo already left him unable to keep fighting, so that counts as a clean loss here. Right after beating Aku, Leo gets spammed with rewards instead of going home, including huge lifespan payouts and another Earth Fate crystal. The system drops Leo into a contestant locker room so enormous that he looks like a bug walking through a giant's world. A helpful tip explains that fighters wake up in a locker room or infirmary after real-time matches, and their personal locker holds extra prizes and spectator gifts. A streak of blue light guides Leo through the absurdly huge room until he finally reaches his own glowing black locker. His locker is marked with his portrait and the weird arena title Florida Man, the New Earth Champion, which leaves Leo baffled. When Leo opens the locker menu, a stream of donor messages and item gifts pours in from spectators who bet big on his win. 3 cat-like patrons stand out by sending Leo bizarre jackpot gifts, including abyssal fish so huge they sound more like planets than food. Leo checks the item details and realizes the abyssal anglerfish and abyssal tuna are galactic monsters measured in thousands of kilometers, not something he can casually store or cook. The 100 tuna eggs tempt Leo for a second, but the creatures are so massive that his dream of raising them dies immediately. The simpler gifts are still massive, and Leo spends half an hour pulling out a flood of spirit stones until he counts 750,000 in total. Staring at his mountain of winnings, Leo starts planning how to convert the spirit stones into something more useful like soul stones. Akka suddenly reappears at the locker beside Leo, already healed enough to collect the consolation gifts his people sent after the loss. Instead of acting bitter, Leo and Akka trade genuine respect because each of them survived attacks that should have crushed almost anyone else. Akka gets curious when he sees Leo's locker title, because someone strong enough to beat a top fighter should already be famous. Leo checks Akka's profile and is stunned to learn the orc he just beat is ranked 99th with more than 11,000 wins. When Leo opens his own profile, the system now lists him as Florida Man, the New Earth Champion with 1 win and only 3 points, which somehow makes the title even more annoying. Leo finally asks what New Earth means, and Aku awkwardly admits it is a Fenris slur for races without fur or tails. Aku explains that the insult was invented by Overlord Lucky after losing to Overlord Xiao Mao, turning Leo's weird title into a racial jab with old history behind it. Aku presses harder about Leo's background, because a fighter this strong appearing from nowhere shakes his whole understanding of the top ranks. Leo casually lies that he just came out of 50,000 years of seclusion, and Aku accepts that answer immediately. Aku offers to exchange contact info so their followers can trade knowledge, and Leo instantly sees business potential instead of just friendship. Aku mentions a friend feature and even travel portals between domains, and that one detail hits Leo like a jackpot. Leo eagerly promises to add Aku later and pitches his own shop and pills, turning the chat into a future sales lead on the spot. Aku admits the orcs badly need cultivation resources, so Leo walks away from his first arena fight feeling like he just landed a wealthy long-term customer. After Aku leaves, Leo gets a choice to go home or visit the stadium, and his shopkeeper instincts push him to stay and look for more customers. The teleport drops Leo into a public service hall packed with alien fighters, where he is still the smallest figure in line even outside the giant locker room. As Leo takes in the bizarre crowd, a nearby pack of werewolves keeps sneering at him instead of minding their own business. One filthy gray werewolf openly calls Leo a dirty New Earth, making the slur personal only minutes after Aku explained it. Leo tries to ignore him at first, but Grorik takes that as weakness and keeps ranting that this sacred fighters arena is no place for thieves and New Earth weaklings. That pushes Leo's Florida mouth into gear, and he fires back that the wolf god who invented the slur only did it because he lost and could not stop whining. The entire hall hears the translated insult, and the crowd instantly realizes some human just publicly disrespected Overlord Lucky. The bystanders gossip that the werewolf is Grorik from Death Pact Court, but even knowing his backing, nobody steps in to stop him. Grorik finally breaks line, storms over, and grabs Leo by the collar while roaring that he is courting death. Leo does not flinch and doubles down with an even nastier insult right to the wolf's face. Grorik snaps and throws a punch at Leo's face, but compared to Aku's power it lands like a joke and does nothing. Desperate to hurt him, Grorik bites Leo's neck and claws his back, but his fangs cannot pierce Leo and his nails cannot even ruin the tactical suit. Now that the attack is obvious, Leo calmly asks the bystanders whether killing this fool would break any laws here. A six-armed snake-bodied customer explains the rule: outside murder is illegal, but if an attacker starts it first, a fate crystal bearer can drag them into an official duel arena. The same alien even tells Leo not to kill Grorik too fast because he wants time to place a bet, which makes the whole place feel hilariously close to home. Leo decides that is good enough, grabs Grorik by the neck, and drags the suddenly less brave wolf to the counter. While Grorik struggles, Leo's parasitic cells quietly invade his body and start corrupting him from the inside, slipping as deep as his bone marrow. At the counter, a beautiful Lamia receptionist takes one look at the scene and immediately understands Leo wants an official challenge. The receptionist explains the dispute solver feature, which lets fate crystal bearers force attackers into either a non-lethal duel or a life and death match, though it gives no extra system rewards. Leo tries to flirt after getting the help, and the Lamia instantly kills the mood by cheerfully mentioning her 7 children and 7 fathers already in her belly. Taking the hint, Leo opens the new menu and sees that Grorik is the only person he can legally challenge right now. Grorik's profile is almost blank, so Leo openly mocks the name Untouchable while physically holding him in place. Leo picks the life and death option without hesitation, because if the wolf wanted this much trouble, he can die for it. Both of them are teleported back onto the same arena stage where Leo fought Aku, and Grorik is finally released from Leo's grip. The moment they arrive, Grorik stops acting tough and starts name-dropping his father and Death Pact Court as if that will save him. Leo laughs it off and tells the Allbark wolf to stop yapping and put up a wager if he wants to act important. The gambling board pops up fast, and after seeing Leo's earlier fight the crowd immediately makes him the overwhelming favorite. Grorik is supposed to make the first offer, but he has no system experience at all and just keeps screaming while the timer burns down. Once the idiot times out, Leo checks his lifespan and realizes the so-called Untouchable only has 5,253 years to his name. Leo compares that to his own fresh 621,154-year total and almost laughs at how profitable this stadium has already become. He strips Grorik's entire 5,253 years in the official wager, and then throws a brutal 610,000 years on himself in the gambling house too. As the last seconds tick down, almost nobody backs Grorik and the odds swing even harder toward Leo, ending the setup with the whole stadium ready to watch the wolf get mauled. At the Fate Stadium ticket hall, a packed crowd watches the match board update and sees Leo's upcoming fight with Grorik put on display. The gambling house plays Leo's win over Aku as proof of his strength, and the betting odds immediately start tilting hard in Leo's favor. Once the crowd sees those odds, they rush to bet lifespan on Leo because Grorik looks like an easy loser. Even the staff joins in, quietly betting on Leo while joking that only stubborn werewolves would still back Grorik out of pride. Inside the arena, Leo watches his own payout get worse and worse until his massive bet barely promises any return, which leaves him flatly annoyed. Across from him, Grorik strains against the arena's restraint and bellows for Leo to answer him, but Leo refuses to engage. While Grorik keeps screaming, Leo shuts his eyes and uses the forced wait to meditate through the noise until the countdown finally ends. The instant the signal sounds, Grorik explodes into a massive wolf form that takes up half the stage. Leo notices black fur spreading through Grorik's coat and realizes the infection is progressing slower than he expected, which means the werewolf is tougher than he thought. Still clueless about what is happening inside his body, Grorik roars out his wolf pack domain and summons a ring of armed werewolf clones around Leo. The entire pack charges together, but Leo just stands there and casually wonders whether the arena will let him take the corpse home. The blades and even Grorik's claw strike bounce off Leo without moving him at all. Since brute force is useless, Leo quietly calls out to his sentient Dao avatar and orders it to mutate everything in the arena. A black dome swallows the stage for a few seconds, and when it vanishes every wolf on the field has turned fully black. Grorik laughs at the change and mocks Leo for having a domain that seems to do nothing but repaint him. Leo answers with a "cold, you're already dead," and that line lands just before Grorik's body finally starts failing. As soon as Grorik tries to gather power again, his stomach turns, his limbs go numb, and a crawling sickness races through his blood. Then the clones bloat like overfilled carcasses and burst one after another, spraying black blood all over the arena. The real Grorik collapses into a seizure, foaming at the mouth and finally demanding to know what Leo did to him. Leo does not bother answering and walks off to collect the exploded clone corpses because their meat, eyeballs, heme fluid, and organs are valuable alchemy materials. Behind him, Grorik tries to reach out one last time, but his throat swells shut and his consciousness fades before he can say another word. Gorik's body swells even further, pops open in fountains of black blood, and turns into one more pile of useful loot for Leo. After the system confirms the win, Leo insults Gorik's title, packs up the body, and checks that his lifespan stash has climbed high enough for future projects. With the fight over, the arena teleports Leo back to the locker room so he can go see what the crowd's donations look like. Back in Leo's world, Frozen Fire City is already in disaster as four-armed gore cultivators slaughter the town and wipe through the Fatui cult's underground base. Instead of pushing onward right away, the invaders drag surviving cultists out for questioning because Chang Baidu wants the names of the mainland's strongest experts. When the prisoners hesitate, Chang Baidu casually blows one man's head apart with a flick stone and repeats the question with lethal patience. One trembling survivor blurts out that Emperor Yen Xiang was the strongest, but another prisoner nervously adds that Yen Xiang is already dead. That catches Chang Baidu's attention at once, and he demands every detail about Yen Xiang's death and the sect that replaced him. The cultists only know rumors, but they do reveal the key point. A new sect won the seasonal tournament, and someone from that sect killed Yen Xiang and his sons. Chang Baidu likes the sound of whoever killed the emperor, but when the prisoners can tell him nothing else, he decides their usefulness is over. He mockingly says they are free, then opens a void beneath them and sends them screaming into a blood-red abyss. After looting the city, Chang Baidu orders his army split into 10 platoons to secure the west coast first, then push north while staying wary of the Death Sword sect. Meanwhile at the store, Yao Qiqi wanders around bored because Izan is still in Leo's bus, Kat is out hunting, and Sun Wan is busy cultivating. Her drifting walk ends when she bumps straight into Wu Bai, who is so absorbed in his smartphone that he never sees her coming. Wu Bai's leg hurts like he kicked steel, and his phone slips loose, but Yao Qiqi snatches it before it can hit the floor. The moving pictures on the screen instantly hook her, and one accidental tap opens a bright, catchy anime music video she cannot stop staring at. Wu Bai comes over to reclaim the phone, but the song is weirdly catchy enough that he ends up watching right beside her instead. When the video ends, Yao Qiqi reluctantly hands the phone back and looks so heartbroken that Wu Bai softens on the spot. On his day off, Wu Bai offers to watch videos with her and even promises to ask Leo for a smartphone of her own later, which instantly cheers her up. She immediately asks for the same song again, so the old alchemist sits with her on a sacred wood block and replays it over and over. After 20 repeats, the song has drilled itself into Yao Qiqi's head so deeply that she dances away humming it like she has been spiritually struck by lightning. On the rooftop, Yao Qiqi keeps singing and dancing until a newly awakened Dao avatar manifests beside her in the same idol-like outfit and hairstyle from the video. The moment the avatar lands, Yao Qiqi shouts Qiqi Bima and fires a purple tribulation lightning blast straight from her eyes toward the south. People around the farm notice the bizarre beam for a second, then shrug it off because weird things around Leo's place stopped being surprising long ago. Wu Bai, meanwhile, writes down the song's lyrics for later and realizes too late that the tune has already lodged itself in his brain too. He finally gives in and starts singing the nonsense line out loud, proving the song has completely infected him too. Far south of Magpie City, a 10-man Gore scout patrol heads north along the Canyon River to investigate the floating landmass on the horizon before Chang Baidu notices it himself. Two scouts fool around in the water and their leader snaps at them, because if they fail to report that strange northern domain, Chang Baidu will have their heads. The others admire how unnaturally clear the river is, but the leader grows suspicious because a huge river should not look this clean. That suspicion turns into alarm when he checks his body and finds strange black cells already buried in his bone marrow, so he yells for everyone to stop and inspect themselves. The entire patrol lands in panic and starts forcing the contamination out with chi, coughing up black blood as they realize the river poisoned them. The two men who actually swam in the river are in far worse shape, covered in rashes, pus, black moles, and bleeding eyes as they desperately swallow pills that do nothing fast enough. Terrified of getting worse, the 8 healthier scouts abandon the pair and race back to Frozen Fire City for help, leaving the mutating two alone in the forest. As the abandoned pair waits in dread, the bushes behind them begin to shake and a huge shadow moves closer through the trees. A purple beam flashes past and briefly lights the attacker, revealing Cat creeping toward them with a wet body, a huge grin, and obvious hunger. The truth behind the poisoning clicks into place here. Cat had been swimming and hunting near the river, and her mutating fluids contaminated the water the scouts drank. The two dying scouts still do not understand that and lash out with hammer and lava domains, screaming for the monster to stay away. Cat barely reacts, looking almost disappointed, then lifts 2 roots and kills both men in one effortless exchange. The hammer crashing onto Cat's head does absolutely nothing, and that only confirms how hopeless the 2 scouts really were. Satisfied at last, Cat tosses the pierced body into her mouth, scoops up the fresh meat paste with her branches, and gleefully devours everything. After leaving his locker room, Leo pops back into the ticket line outside Fate Stadium in a great mood because this place is already turning into a lifespan farm for him. This time nobody dares to hassle him, and the same Lamia clerk calmly welcomes him back and says she should explain how the stadium really works. The Lamia lays out the stadium's ticket system, starting with normal spectator seats and year-long season passes just like a giant sports arena. Then she explains the real draw for fighters, a fighter pass that opens hotels, restaurants, training facilities, and other city services inside the stadium, as long as the holder keeps fighting at least once a month. Above that is the Veteran Fighter Pass for proven regulars, and at the top is the Crystal Bearer Pass, a VIP tier reserved for people who can verify an Entity Fate Crystal. When she asks if he has an Entity Fate Crystal, Leo's instincts scream that the question is dangerous, so he lies and keeps his real card hidden. Leo asks for the Fighter Pass instead, and the Lamia casually drops the brutal price, 10,000 years of lifespan. The cost stings, but Leo still buys the pass because he wants regular access to the stadium and its crowds for future business. When the clerk opens his status, Leo's race, age, level, and other details are all mysteriously redacted, leaving only his huge remaining lifespan visible. The Lamia presses him for his real race, and Leo dodges with a joke before comparing himself to Overlord Xiaomao's kind just to keep everyone guessing. Her superiors tell her to stop digging, and Leo's pass goes through as 10,000 years vanish from his lifespan. A system notice tells Leo his real-time PvP feature has been updated to allow 1 month of free stadium access, and that detail hits harder than the fee because it means this place can touch his system. Uneasy, Leo mentally asks Jeans about the danger, and his Dao avatar explains that the stadium can only affect a common shared feature, not the deep restore system tied to his superior crystal. That answer settles him enough to move on, so Leo leaves the booth behind and starts exploring the massive city hidden inside the stadium. Back at the booth, the Lamia puts up a break sign, slips into a staff room, and quietly confirms to her superior that Florida Man is almost certainly carrying an Entity Fate Crystal. Her superior orders total caution. They still do not know Leo's true strength or system, and if he has a broken ability like Karmic Severance, provoking him could get them all killed. The warning works, and the Lamia drops any thought of scheming against Leo and agrees to just watch him for now. Meanwhile, Leo roams the stadium city like a kid in an arcade, dazzled by condos, malls, parks, and stranger facilities packed inside the arena. Being a shop owner himself, he heads straight into a mall called Telecom to study what this rival marketplace sells. The first thing he finds is a female products aisle full of bizarre pills, and one glance at aphrodisiacs and hymen restoration medicine is enough to make him immediately bail. He escapes to a more practical section, spots compact portable alchemy cauldrons, and briefly wishes his own workshops had equipment this convenient. The cauldron is cheap enough, but he puts it back and keeps exploring because he is here to learn the market, not impulse buy. On the mall's second floor, Leo stops cold when he realizes the entire level is a spaceship dealership. He spots a poster for the same stellar Model 3 as the ship he once found on Earth and rushes toward that dealership, hoping it will finally tell him something about where his crystal came from. The seller turns out to be a giant bald monkey-tailed brute named Naz, who greets Leo with loud casual swagger and starts pitching the ship like a used car salesman. Leo asks about the model on the poster, and Naz eagerly leads him to a portal that supposedly goes straight to the actual ship. Leo knows this could be a trap, but the chance to investigate that ship is too important, so he steps through anyway. On the other side, he lands on the bridge of the spaceship itself, but outside the stadium's field, Naz's speech turns into total gibberish. That instantly teaches Leo an important rule: the stadium itself is translating everyone, and outside it the language barrier comes right back. They retreat back to the stadium, and Naz switches to a safer sales tactic by projecting a hologram model of the ship on a display table. From the hologram, Leo sees the ship is less a war machine than a cargo-heavy transport model, packed with blank rooms and hauling space. Naz hypes it as a smuggled war relic with less than 1,000 light-years of mileage and opens at 5,000 soul stones, trying hard to make old stock sound special. Leo immediately suspects damage, and Naz gets sweaty fast when the bluff lands too close to the truth. Instead of arguing blind, Leo steps away and checks his own shopping system for the real Stellar Model 3 listings. The search confirms his guess. There are many stellar variants, and the transport-style one Naz is pushing is nowhere near a premium warship. Then the real prices nearly make him choke, because even the commercial model costs 1 million years of lifespan and the top Star Destroyer model reaches 20 million. Armed with that information, Leo turns back and slashes the offer down to 1,000 soul stones. Naz keeps trying to crawl the price back up, but Leo acts ready to walk and refuses every desperate counteroffer. Leo doubles down by claiming 1,000 is all he can realistically gather, and he leans on cultivation world economics to make that sound completely believable. Privately, Leo knows he actually can make soul stones through alchemy, which makes his lowball even safer. He leaves the store after promising he might return in a month or two with 1,000 cash, forcing Naz to sit there regretting that he did not just take the deal. The story briefly peels back Naz's mask. He is a deserter from the Divine Stellar Court who stole this damaged ship and has been living in the stadium by scamming rookies. Now that Leo has seen through the act, Naz is terrified, because if he cannot dump the ship soon the Marines he ran from may track it down and confiscate everything. Leo keeps shopping and grabs brochures from legitimate dealerships, only to confirm that every clean battleship on the market is far beyond what he wants to spend. That makes his next choice simple. The second-hand ship from Naz is probably the only realistic lead on his past, stolen or not. With that decision parked for later, Leo moves up to the third floor to study another corner of the stadium's luxury market. The third floor is packed with luxury clothes, armor, artifacts, and trinkets, but most of it is built for giants and large species rather than humans. Deep in the back, he finally finds a humanoid-sized weapon shop and steps inside to see if this floor has anything more practical. Instead of a quiet showroom, Leo walks into chaos as floating octopus cats are already fooling around with swords inside. The red-skinned dwarf owner barks at the sword-happy Cathelhood to stop swinging immortal-grade weapons around before he hits someone. The brown Cathelhood shoots back that the shop barely gets any customers anyway, turning the whole place into a familiar bickering match. Then one of the white Cathelhus notices Leo at the door and excitedly recognizes him as Florida Man, the benefactor they cheered for earlier. The white Cathelhu warmly introduces himself as Meow Damao and presents the others as his elder brother Meow Milord and his fiancée Cat Katarina. Leo meets three tiny friendly Cathelhus in the weapon shop and realizes they act a lot like the weird cat statue he knew back home. Meow Damao proudly shows off his engagement ring and casually reveals he spent a ridiculous 1 million years of lifespan on it, nearly making Leo curse on the spot. Damao quickly defends the purchase by explaining the ring is also a storage tool, a battery, and a one-time shield that can block a sage-level attack. When Leo admits he still does not understand this universe's upper cultivation realms, Damao slows down and explains the ladder from mortals to immortals to deities and finally sages. The talk turns practical when the dwarf shop owner introduces himself and offers to custom-make Leo a weapon. Leo says he is from Earth, and the name alone makes the cats and the dwarf react strangely enough that Crimson 19 immediately changes the subject. While browsing the color-coded weapon racks, Leo spots an odd black stick hidden in the back corner and asks to see it. The moment Leo touches the so-called useless broomstick, it shrinks into a pen in his hand, and he is instantly interested. The dwarf offers the pen for just 100 essence stones and tells Leo to feed it blood if he wants to see what it can really do. Leo drips his transparent blood into the pen, and that one detail quietly terrifies Meow Milord and Crimson 19 even before the weapon finishes changing. After absorbing Leo's blood, the pen turns unnaturally lightless and stretches back into a much tougher black staff with a pen-like spear tip. Leo tests the weapon by smacking himself with it, and when the blow hurts him without damaging the staff at all, he decides it is worth buying. The dwarf takes Leo's 100 essence stones with sudden respect and even calls him Your Holiness, but Leo never notices the shift in tone. With his new black pen tucked away, Leo leaves the third floor and heads upstairs, still treating the whole stop like ordinary shopping. The second Leo is gone, Meow Milord and the dwarf admit that just standing near him felt like brushing past a monster. When Milord tries to name what Leo really is, the word physically will not come out, and he and the dwarf realize a power of redaction is blocking it. Crimson 19 orders everyone to stay silent, and Milord finally gives Damao and Katarina the simplest warning possible: Leo is a predator like their master. On the fourth floor, Leo takes one look at the red light district and skips it without hesitation. The fifth floor is packed with schools and training centers for all kinds of races, and Leo starts exploring it like the educational mall floor he actually wanted to see. His curiosity crashes into disgust when he spots a blatantly perverted school mixed in among normal training centers with children nearby. After wandering for an hour, Leo finds an arena built like a full 8x8 chessboard, with 16 young-looking players lined up as living chess pieces. One side turns out to be monkey-tailed humanoid kids and the other side werewolf kids, while their hovering parents watch from the edges like this is perfectly normal. At first the match looks like ordinary international chess, just played by living pieces who shout moves from the board. Then the first capture happens, and Leo realizes this is literal death chess when a white-side pawn boy stabs a black-side werewolf boy to death right on the board. The most sickening part is that the dead boy's parents barely react, and the whole crowd keeps watching in silence as if this murder is just the game's cost. Leo tries to jump in and stop it, but a muscular green orc spectator grabs him and warns him not to interfere with this execution ritual. The orc explains these are condemned criminals from long-lived races, and this blood-soaked chess match is their last chance to survive by winning. The explanation only gets worse when the orc says nobody revives the dead, the roles are assigned by judges, and even the weaker pieces are chosen to match the gravity of each prisoner's crimes. Leo keeps watching a little longer, but the match only turns into a dumber slaughter as both sides chase more kills instead of clean checkmate sequences. By the time only kings and a few pawns are left, Leo has had enough of the bloodbath and walks away in disgust. Outside the mall, Leo is about to teleport home when a giant billboard across the street catches his eye with another arena fight already over and a gut-ripping werewolf victory on display. The giant silver Fenrir winner launches straight into a loud wrestler-style promo aimed at the whole stadium city. Leo is ready to ignore the promo until the werewolf suddenly shouts Florida Man by name and accuses him of bullying a much younger immortal junior. A floating camera appears over the street, locks onto Leo's face, and instantly turns his reaction into a city-wide split-screen spectacle. Since everyone is watching anyway, Leo fires back that Aniraka should train his juniors better instead of crying after they picked the wrong fight. The arena crowd loudly turns on Leo, and the giant silver werewolf leans into that momentum by painting him as trash who should be purged. Anirecap openly challenges him to a life and death match, but Leo just shrugs and says he is going home. Blocked from baiting him normally, the werewolf uses a veteran fighter pass and his fate crystal privilege to forcibly drag Leo into the match anyway. Before Leo can object, the silver light swallows him and drops him onto the arena stage face to face with the giant Fenrir. The stadium system immediately informs Leo that the challenger had to wager all his fate crystals, lifespan, and assets, so this cheap ambush suddenly looks profitable. Leo happily adjusts the wager, dumps almost all his money betting on himself, and starts thinking this idiot may have just financed his next big purchase. As the stage is cleaned and the spectators crowd in, the arena freezes both fighters in place so everyone else can finish gambling first. The public status screen compares both fighters, but Leo's race, age, and cultivation are all redacted, which instantly makes the crowd rethink the matchup. The betting odds swing wildly toward Leo, and the giant silver werewolf's swagger cracks as he realizes he may have challenged something far worse than expected. Still frozen in place, the giant silver werewolf rages that Leo tricked him, and Leo casually reminds him this whole disaster was self-inflicted. The countdown finally starts, and both men brace for an explosive first clash from opposite ends of the stage. Then the entire stadium suddenly turns red and the fight halts mid-count when an emergency alert announces a rift vacuum crisis caused by idiot gnomes using an outdated hyperspace jump. The emergency announcement shuts everything down at once. Turn off elemental gear, all fights are cancelled, all wagers will be refunded, and teleportation is disabled until the stadium is pulled free. Leo checks his system and confirms he really cannot teleport home, which makes the interruption even more annoying. The second the restraints vanish, the giant silver werewolf stops acting fearless and bolts away from Leo instead of fighting. As the stadium lights go dark and strange glowing eyes start appearing across the stands, Leo can only mutter that he should have gone home earlier. Far away at Leo's canyon river, Cat drifts on the water after a big meal and absent-mindedly sings while everything around her starts taking on a rainbow sheen. Fresh monster carcasses and living beasts keep being dumped into the river, and the contaminated water starts killing land creatures even though the Thundercaimans can survive it. Once Cat stops eating random prey, the poison river is left carrying a trail of floating corpses downstream. An hour later, Leo's mannequins arrive from the recycling center and start dragging the corpses to shore with logs and long poles like a grim cleanup crew. Even aggressive Thundercaimans cannot stop the recovery job, because the mannequins keep working through every attack without fear or pain. One giant caiman even swallows a mannequin whole, only for the doll to rip out through its body and keep towing the fresh corpse back to the junkyard anyway. When local workers try to help, the mannequins refuse and instead warn everyone that the river is poisonous. By the end of the cleanup, one mannequin plants radioactive and biohazard warning signs for the first time, finally marking the river as the dangerous contamination zone it has become. When the arena loses power, Leo is forced off the stage and into a huge dark backstage corridor that feels more creepy than safe. Alien fighters crowd the hallway in racial groups, but instead of picking a fight, they all keep a wary distance from the lone human. A gang of modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth Fenrir werewolves blocks the area ahead, smoking heavy orange fumes and glaring at Leo from outside their locker room. Leo notices the strange smoke sinking under the hall's gravity and briefly wonders what kind of place this city really is. The wolves bare their fangs for a moment, but Anirecap suddenly rushes out and drags his own people back inside, which tells Leo even they do not want trouble right now. Farther down the hall, Leo spots a much stranger group, tall purple-skinned humanoids with silver-blue flame in their eyes and sleek bodysuits. Leo's curiosity instantly turns into pained regret when the alien skin-tight suits make both the women and the men impossible to look at normally. One of them approaches with full noble manners, introduces himself as Orhan, and asks Leo for a few minutes to talk about Lord Malg. Because Izan calls herself Empress of the Malg Empire, Leo gets interested and lets Orhan keep talking. Orhan grandly introduces himself as a moon-governing elder from Kutrish planet, and even calls Leo Sir Florida Man, which already feels unreal. Instead of getting to the point, Orhan spends what feels like forever introducing his entire group one by one while Leo suffers through every absurd translated name. Leo barely holds it together until Orhan proudly presents his daughter Aisha, and that ridiculous final introduction finally breaks him. After pulling himself together, Leo politely asks the real question: why does this whole race keep thrusting their groins forward during introductions? Orhan cheerfully explains that Lord Malg taught them to show their reproductive organs openly as proof of sincerity, trust, and freedom from shame. Then Orhan warmly invites Leo to join their faith, and Leo shuts it down fast by insisting he is absolutely not following this culture. Leo relaxes for 1 second when Orhan says friendship is still possible, but that dies instantly when Orhan suggests starting with Leo massaging his daughter's hump. Leo bolts on the spot, and Orhan chases after him screaming for Sir Florida Man not to run from their lord. Leo finally escapes the Colosseum district, reaches a hotel area outside, and grumbles that this world has gone completely insane. He checks into the nearest hotel despite the blackout, hoping he can rest and somehow get home soon. Around noon back in Leo's domain, 6 hours have passed without anyone realizing he is missing. Soon one leads the tamer girls to the northern lava field, where the lava badgers greet them like excited little mascots. Sunwon offers the badgers cabbages, and the monsters eagerly accept the food without any hostility. Even while feeding them, Sunwon notices something is wrong because these badgers have already grown from first-stage newborn monsters into third-stage beasts far too quickly. Since Yao Qiqi is not here, Sunwon lets her other disciples try taming the badgers themselves. The girls succeed, and taming circles flash into existence as their thoughts connect with the chosen monsters. One newly bonded badger jumps straight into a girl's arms, and she realizes its lava body can no longer burn her. Sunwon explains the rule. Tamers gain some of a bonded beast's abilities and immunities, but lose them the moment that pet dies. The lesson works so well that one girl starts playing in the lava with the badgers, but Sunwon stays distracted by how unnaturally fast they evolve. Then one badger starts chanting badger badger mushroom mushroom, and Sunwon instantly connects their growth to Leo's sealed mushroom grove. Sunwon rushes everyone back and brings a dozen badgers to the white tree area to confirm whether those mushrooms caused the mutation. At the sealed grove, foggy spores fill the area around the white tree, and the badgers immediately claw at the barrier because they can smell the mushrooms inside. When scratching fails, the badgers dig at the ground instead, only to discover the array seals the underground too. The disappointed monsters turn big pleading eyes on their new masters, and the girls beg Sunwon to ask Leo for a share. Sunwon agrees to ask, and the whole group heads to Leo's parking garage home on foot out of respect instead of flying straight onto the roof. As they pass the peaceful 7th floor village, the boys quietly stare at the girls until they notice Sunwon and awkwardly look away. On the 8th floor, Sunwon knocks on the bus and formally asks to see Senior Florida Man. Ivy answers instead, and her first reaction to the lava badgers is to mistake them for cute new employees. Sunwon explains that the badgers are pets and asks for sweet dream mushrooms, only for Ivy to warn that those mushrooms are lethal to mortals. Ivy adds an even darker warning: true death mushrooms are mixed in there too, and even she and Izan avoid those because they can erase souls. Sunwon still pushes the request because the badgers seem sure they can handle it, and the little monsters enthusiastically chant for mushrooms again. Ivy goes back inside to ask, and a few minutes later Izan comes out with Beatrice and Mark, all dressed in matching black suits. Izan's quasi-immortal aura crashes down on Sunwon's disciples and the badgers so hard they nearly collapse before she notices and reins it in. After hearing the request, Izan grabs one badger, sniffs it, and bluntly asks whether it wants to be a skunk or a badger because it reeks. Izan decides to test the badgers at the white tree herself, warning everyone that sweet dream mushrooms might mutate them and a true death mushroom would kill them for good. Far to the south, the Gore tribe finishes taking Frozen Fire City and starts rebuilding it into a fortified base. Scouting teams return with slaves, stones, and stolen rings as tribute, and Chang Baidu rewards the progress with another round of cruelty. Chang Baidu orders all prisoners except young women to be slaughtered, turning the throne room into a bloodbath while the women are kept as breeding stock. Even after securing the city, Chang Baidu cannot stop thinking about the one unknown problem in the north: Florida Man. To play it safe, he summons his strongest sister Chang Chang instead of marching north himself. Chang Chang arrives annoyed that her shopping was interrupted, but Chang Baidu orders her to go north, destroy Magpie City, and investigate Florida Man at the same time. The moment she hears how cautious her brother is being, Chang Chang realizes this mystery man may be a serious threat and agrees to gather intelligence before rushing back. Instead of a small raid, Chang Chang gathers 1,500 elite mutants and launches north immediately. The force hides above the clouds and slips past Cat's defenses without noticing, getting dangerously close to Leo's flying platform. 1 kilometer from the platform, Chang Chang halts the advance and decides not to touch the mysterious domain at all. She orders a detour around Leo's place so they can surprise the Life Sword sect first and retreat before Florida Man can respond. But the guardian statues on the platform are watching, and the black-winged one fixes his eyes on Chang Chang the instant she turns away. The other guardians tell Meow Meow to go have fun as long as he returns before Leo does, and he happily accepts. Meow Meow vanishes from the platform in a blur, heading after Chang Chang on his own. Meanwhile, Leo is still stuck in the Stadium City, trying to sleep in his hotel after escaping the cult. As he drifts off, Leo's shadow starts moving on its own beneath him, but he never notices. In a lucid dream, Leo experiences himself as a black-winged angel stalking the hostile mutant commander Chang Chang through the sky. Once the dream turns lucid, Leo gets bolder in that angel body and snatches Chang Chang out of the sky. In the real hotel room, Leo's living shadow silently reenacts the same abduction on the wall before melting back into him. Hours later, Leo wakes up to physical evidence of what happened in his sleep and is mortified enough to spend an hour washing his clothes. Back at the platform, Meow Meow returns from his little trip carrying a new living statue with him. The captive turns out to be Chang Chang herself, now reduced to a nude four-armed stone statue with no life in her eyes. When the other guardians ask what happened, Meow Meow explains that Leo unknowingly controlled him earlier and used him to do this. He adds the worst part calmly: Chang Chang's soul was devoured and now sits inside Leo, leaving only a soulless statue behind. And because Meow Meow thinks this is hilarious, he decides the soulless statue should be returned to Leo so everyone can watch his reaction. A minute earlier, Chang Chang guarded the retreat and kept staring at the floating island so carefully that one tiny blink was all the hidden attacker needed. When she checks again, she only thinks she sees statues and completely misses that one extra figure has appeared. As she turns to follow her soldiers, an unseen shadow slips in right behind her and vanishes again whenever she looks. One of Chang Chang's men finally spots the stalker, but the shadow moves first and grabs her from behind before she can even scream. The attacker instantly turns into black liquid, swallows Chang Chang whole, and disappears into the clouds while her troops panic and give chase. The entire unit floods the clouds with Dao avatars, but the hunt fails because the black slime has already dropped all the way down to Magpie City's wall shadows. Inside the slime, Chang Chang's body is destroyed and absorbed, but as a quasi-immortal she forces her soul back out instead of dying quietly. What meets her is even worse, a modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth rainbow spirit in the shape of a handsome foreign man rises from the black fluid and hugs her soul from behind. The rainbow spirit presses Chang Chang's soul into himself, and the strange peace he radiates knocks her consciousness out cold. As Chang Chang sleeps trapped inside him, her soul regresses all the way into an embryo, and the black slime later returns to the platform as the angel statue and a new woman statue. With Chang Chang gone, command falls to her fiancé Duguing, a masked mutant veteran so vicious that even stronger monsters had already died by his hands. Furious that his bride vanished, Duguing orders a massacre and sends his whole force to tear Magpie City apart until they find the culprit. Down in Magpie City, Hua Jiashan and Dong Fong Mei are spending a peaceful day revisiting the old Life Sword sect and reminiscing like two old friends who never really moved on. At the plum tree where they first met, Hua Jiashan finally blurts out that he loved Dong Fong Mei when they were young and still does now. Dong Fong Mei laughs at how late he is, because she had known for centuries and had turned down everyone else while waiting for him to say it. When she reveals she even broke with her family for him and mourned him when he disappeared, Hua Jiashan drops to his knees in pure shock and regret. The misunderstanding cuts both ways, and Dong Fong Mei admits she thought he had taken another Dao companion, so both of them wasted 500 years for nothing. Hua Jiashan hugs her, apologizes for keeping her waiting, and asks her to marry him right there in the old courtyard. Dong Fong Mei accepts, but her answer comes with a very blunt demand. After protecting her virginity for 5 centuries, she wants a husband, a family, and 7 kids immediately. She does not stop at words either, summoning her Dao avatar and dragging Hua Jiashan into a room for a wedding night speedrun. After merging with her Dao avatar, Dong Fong Mei returns to her prime as a beautiful woman in her 20s, and Hua Jiashan is instantly wrecked by the sight. Just as she orders him to get his pants off and seal the wedding for real, a nearby explosion kills the mood in one hit. They bitterly choose duty over desire, throw their clothes back on, and rush outside with her last warning still hanging in the air: remember the 7 kids. Outside, the pair immediately sees this is no ordinary raid but a sky full of 4-armed demonic cultivators at soul formation and soul transformation level. Hua Jiashan merges with his Dao avatar and regresses into a handsome young swordsman, while Dong Fong Mei stays in her restored prime and readies for battle beside him. Instead of relying on old techniques, the rejuvenated pair calmly pulls out Leo's rifles, loads sacred wood bullets, and starts sniping the sky together. Their first shots are brutally efficient, punching straight through soul transformation mutants before the invaders even understand what hit them. While the pair keeps dropping raiders one shot at a time, Duguing orders Magpie City and the old sect bombarded to flush the hidden enemy out. Duguing sends 1,000 men at the sect and the rest toward the commoners. But that is when Magpie City's defenders finally show themselves. Tang Xian and Tang Tian rise over the city while the Tang clan throws up a dome shield below, making it clear the civilians are no longer easy prey. Tang Xian blankets Magpie City in purple fog, and Tang Tian backs him with twin swords and hundreds of fog-made clones. Duguing screams for his missing wife and calls the Tang's imperial bootlickers, and Tang Xian answers by charging him head-on. 2 sudden gunshots blast into Duguing's arms and break his focus for one fatal instant. Tang Xian takes that opening instantly, teleports behind Duguing, and smashes his spine with one purple fist. Elsewhere in the raid, Hua Jiashan and Dong Fong Mei keep firing while retreating, using Leo's rifles to kite enemies much stronger than them. As the pursuers start closing the gap, Dong Fong Mei yells for Hua Jiashan to head east to Leo's domain and ask its guardian for help. A pursuer hurls an axe that twists into a blazing flame wheel and cuts straight across their escape path. Hua Jiashan tries to intercept it with his sword Dao, but the wheel blasts through his defense and slams directly into his arms. Dong Fong Mei lunges in to save him, only to discover the impossible. Hua Jiashan is completely unharmed because Leo's black suit tanked the hit. That absurd save gives Dong Fong Mei an idea, and she swaps in one of Leo's essence stones instead of a normal round. Her next trigger pull unleashes a yellow lightning beam that vaporizes 7 mutants in a straight line. Still retreating through the sky, she snaps Hua Jiashan out of his thrift and tells him to burn spirit stones and essence stones now, because dead people do not need savings. Hua Jiashan obeys, loads a spirit stone, and discovers the rifle shot behaves just enough like a flying sword for him to guide it. He immediately turns that insight into a new technique, curving penetrating rounds through multiple targets like homing sword bullets. The mutants panic because they can neither block nor dodge Hua Jiashan's guided rounds, and the chase suddenly flips in the couple's favor. Dongfang Mei pushes further by firing an essence stone as a normal round, setting up a delayed detonation over the crowded pursuers. The explosion petrifies 30 soul transformation mutants at once, and their stone bodies shatter when they crash to the ground. That horrifying blast finally breaks the raiders' nerve, so half flee and the rest freeze, letting the couple peel away cleanly toward Liu's domain. As they pull away, Hua Jiashan cannot resist yelling a mocking farewell at the invaders. "Welcome to Florida, suckers." Back over Magpie City, Tang Xian casually hands the crippled Duguing off to Tang Tian and crushes a purple pill to escalate the massacre. His signature pill-fed purple fog splits into a swarm of humanoid mist spirits and rushes the remaining invaders from every side. The mutants' attacks do nothing, and the fog seeps inside them until their bodies dry out, turn purple, and blow apart into dust. The technique destroys bodies but not souls, so the survivors' spirits flee, and within 5 minutes the raid is already broken. Once the last active attackers retreat, Tang Xian lowers his aura and returns to the ground as Magpie City's relieved civilians pour out to thank him. He refuses to posture as a savior and tells the people this is simply what cultivators should do, protect the weak from selfish ones. While Tang Xian handles the public side, Tang Tian quietly drags Duguing away, cripples him completely, and starts the ugly work of interrogation. An hour later, Tang Tian has the answers he needs and ends Duguing for good by crushing his soul. By night, the Tang clan finishes cleaning the battlefield, crushing the stone corpses and collecting every ring, weapon, pill, and resource the raiders left behind. Inside a courtyard house, Tang Xian calmly unlocks storage rings while Tang Tian sorts the mountain of salvaged junk and wonders what any of this is for. Tang Xian answers simply that the loot is tribute, because if they are going to migrate into Florida Man's territory, they need proper gifts. Tang Tian brings up the interrogation intel too, since Duguing revealed the Gore tribe is led by an immortal and backed by many quasi-immortals. Tang Xian admits this is beyond what they can fight alone, so however embarrassing it feels, they will have to rely on Liu. When Tang Tian worries Liu might not want this mess, Tang Xian says Liu will care because he is not chasing treasure at all, he is chasing life force. Tang Xian lays out his final read on Liu. He does not rob lifespan blindly, he trades for it, which means threatened people are exactly the kind of customers Florida Man will not ignore. Back at the store, Hua Jiashan and Dongfang Mei rush in with a mental alarm that Magpie City is under attack and everyone needs to move now. The whole domain snaps into crisis mode as male disciples run for the main building and the girls relay the warning to the Thunder Unicorns and Nightmares. The store hardens into a fortress as Taxi directs 59th stage Thunder Unicorns into a ring, while Ricardo leads the Nightmare platoon up to meet anything coming in. Dongfang Mei drops her disguise so her people recognize her, then forces herself toward the main building even without her wheelchair, and with her back acting up. Hua Jishan gathers Han Hao, Han Meng, and Tiger Swordsman in the air, and all three jolt when he tells them demon cultivators just attacked Magpie City. Their shock breaks into laughter when they remember Leo's black suit armor is nearly untouchable below immortal rank, and they are all wearing it too. Hua Jiashan still warns that a lucky headshot could kill them, but the others stay loose and argue they can just keep their distance and shoot. Remembering his last fight, Hua Jiashan realizes he panicked for nothing and awkwardly admits he might just be getting old. The reminder of their ridiculous defenses finally settles Hua Jiashan down as he looks over the beasts and allies guarding the domain. When Hua Jiashan asks for Wu Bai, the answer is almost insulting. The alchemist is apparently still hiding at home with Leo's smartphone. With the swordsman sent to patrol, Hua Jiashan heads for Izan after hearing she is over by the White Tree experimenting with something. At the White Tree Array, Izan has been feeding lava badgers sweet dream mushrooms, and the little monsters have already grown into 5th stage beasts. Soon Wan stares in disbelief at how strong the badgers have become, while Izan is annoyed that they still refuse the true death mushrooms. The badgers also keep away from the White Tree itself, so Izan's experiment ends with stronger pets, but no undead transformation. Hua Jiashan lands behind Izan to ask for help if the domain gets attacked next, but she has already heard the whole situation. Izan flatly tells him he is being dense, because nobody chased them back and he already proved he could drive the attackers off with Leo's weapons. Instead of guarding the store in a panic, Izan orders him to bring troops back to Magpie City to help civilians and send the Thunder Unicorns to scout the perimeter here. Ashamed but convinced, Hua Jiashan heads back out with Taxi and 20 Thunder Unicorns to reinforce Magpie City. Once he is gone, Izan decides it is time to start resurrecting more of her old comrades from the Royal Guard equipment, and remains they managed to recover. Ivy silently bows and vanishes to fetch the stored bones and artifacts from the battle bus. Izan sends Beatrice to their former home to collect any remaining Immortalium steel so they can forge weapons for the new units. Mark braces for a major assignment, only to get sent to the granary for rejuvenation tea and bananas because Izan is hungry. After sending everyone out, Izan scans the domain for Leo, gets nothing, and finally snaps in irritation at where that old man keeps disappearing to. The next morning at Fate Stadium, Leo gets dressed after drying his clothes and tries very hard not to dwell on the humiliating dream that made him wet himself. When Leo opens the curtains, the city still looks half dead, with no main power, dead streetlights, and only local light orbs keeping the night dark streets visible. His teleport still disabled, Leo leaves the room in a bad mood and heads back toward the stadium just to kill time. On the way, he spots the same werewolf group outside their locker room, sneers at them, and keeps moving because he wants nothing to do with those mutts. Back at the arena, Leo finds a live friendly match already running between a Fenrir immortal and a giant orange Cathalhu, which only makes yesterday's cancellation feel more unfair. Leo storms over to complain, and the rabbit staffer politely explains that only life and death matches need technical supervision, while private friendly spars can keep going during the blackout. Leo sticks around to watch, and the giant orange Cathalhu turns the supposed match into a one-sided humiliation by batting the Fenrir around like a toy. One heavy slap finally drops the Fenrir, and the crowd cheers the orange Cathalhu's easy win while Leo keeps watching from below. As Leo studies the orange Cathalhu after the match, the creature suddenly points a tentacle at him and loudly invites him into a friendly fight next. Leo accepts with wary amusement, and the orange Cathalhu smugly boasts that brute strength means nothing against an elite Cathalhu. Once Leo confirms this is a no-kill friendly spar, he jumps into the arena as the staff hypes him against the self-proclaimed war god on stage. The war god title catches Leo off guard, and the orange Cathalhu gleefully reveals he tricked him into underestimating the matchup. The orange Cathalhu proves the boast by flaring a rainbow aura and black tribulation sparks that look disturbingly close to Leo's own power. Before any proper signal, the cat launches a massive tentacle strike from above and tries to pace Leo with brute force. Leo dodges the cheap opening and answers with a savage kick to the orange Cathalhu's face that blasts the huge beast across the stadium. When the referee immediately declares Leo the winner, Leo is just confused because that felt way too easy. The warning proves justified when the orange Cathalhu gets right back up, brushes off the kick, and happily calls for round 2. The orange Cathalhu barrels back in, snags Leo with a tentacle, and slams him down outside the stage just as the referee finally explains the cruel real rule of friendly spars. With no death possible, the match turns into pure endurance wrestling as Leo rips the tentacle up and starts swinging the cat around in fury. Even that does not settle it, and the fight drags on for hours as Leo and the orange Cathalhu keep trading blows that stun and shove each other around without lasting damage. 6 hours later, the endless spar finally ends only because Nyan Neo tires out before Leo does. Right as the fight ends, the arena lights blink back on and the stadium announces that power and system functions have finally been restored. Leo wastes no time at all, opening his system menu and hitting return before the cat can drag him into another round. Leo takes the chance and warps out immediately, leaving the orange Cathalhu behind in the lit wreckage still wanting more. Only after Leo is gone does the chapter spring the joke. The orange Cathalhu was a top 10 life and death arena monster called Overlord Nyan Neo, with strength beyond the usual realms. That night, the few survivors of Chang Chang's failed attack crawl back to base and throw the whole camp into panic. Chang Baidu crouches beside a terrified captain, speaks almost gently, and demands the full story. The captain explains how Chang Chang was ambushed at Magpie City, Tang Xian appeared with 2 strange long-range fighters, and even Dugu Ying was captured by a quasi-immortal. Chang Baidu keeps his word and does not punish the survivors, but the calm on his face only means he is already planning a bigger war. 100 quasi-immortal bodyguards emerge from the palace, and Chang Baidu orders them to treat the wounded, gather everyone, and finish mobilizing before midnight. He broadcasts a voice command across the camp, declaring that Tang Xian's clan will be crushed first and Florida Man probed next. By midnight, Chang Baidu has 8,000 soul transformation mutants and 100 quasi-immortals ready to march, and he whips them into a bloodthirsty frenzy with promises of burning Magpie City and feasting on humans. The entire host launches into the sky and heads north like a black tide. Far away at Canyon River, Cat is still lazily floating in the contaminated water and pretending to be a harmless aquatic plant while waiting for Leo to come home. A fast shadow streaks overhead, and Cat instantly snaps alert because she cannot track it. The shadow circles back and reveals Ivy, smiling down at Cat in her black hood and blindfold. Cat perks up expecting food, but Ivy apologizes that she brought no snacks. When Ivy says she has a task to the south and they might catch something edible on the way, Cat immediately lights up and agrees. Ivy flies low along the river so Cat can keep up, and their route heads straight into Chang Baidu's advancing army. Above them, Chang Baidu's night-trained troops scan the river from a hidden square formation, and he still wonders what happened to the scouts that vanished nearby. Chang Baidu spots an 8-stage plant monster following a hooded master he cannot read, and that uncertainty makes him cautious for a moment. He brushes the doubt aside, sends 5 quasi-immortals and 100 men to chase them, and orders the rest of the army to keep moving. Then he notices the flying island near Magpie City, decides Florida Man's domain is too close to ignore, and changes the whole campaign to wipe out that variable first. As Ivy and Cat continue south, both glance up and realize the pursuit force has locked onto them. Cat almost turns around for a free meal, but Ivy grabs her, throws her farther south, and calmly takes command of the fight. Ivy warns that 5 quasi-immortals are mixed in with the pursuers, so Cat should take the weaker soldiers while she handles the big threats. Cat happily accepts her share of the hunt and slips into the river to ambush the rank and file from below. Ivy draws a cane and a wain like daggers and waits alone for the quasi-immortals to reach her. The first quasi-immortal lashes out with stretching wolf head arms, and Ivy answers with 4 invisible cuts that drop all 4 heads into the river. Even after the mutilation, the mutant regenerates and rejoins his allies as the other 4 unleash their own transformed forms and summon flame wolves. Ivy takes one look, realizes none of them can trap her with the domain, and dismisses them as already dead. She pulls out a glowing purple staff, seals herself and the 5 quasi-immortals inside a shrinking dome, and all 6 vanish at once. The 100 soldiers freeze in shock because their leaders and target have both disappeared without warning. Under the water, Cat does not waste the opening and fires sacred wood spike bullets upward like a living machine gun. The radioactive sacred bullets punch through the mutants' bodies and burn their demonic flesh like holy poison. The uninjured soldiers dive into the river to hunt Cat, not realizing the contaminated water is an even worse trap than her teeth. Cat's roots snake through the water, drag prey straight into her monster mouth, and turn the river into a quiet feeding ground. The water mutates the invaders from the inside, blinding them, wrecking their chi flow, and leaving them too deformed to fight or even swim properly. Cat has even learned to use stolen storage rings, so she bites off heads, saves the corpses for later, and fusses over the extra rings left floating behind. Above the river, the 50 injured survivors panic because they still cannot tell what kind of monster they are fighting. One soldier flees to call for help, and the rest decide to bombard the whole river at random just to force the hidden predator out. Fireballs, lava beasts, and earth attacks pound the river until the water boils and explodes around Cat's hiding place. The barrage finally works, and Cat yells as she leaps out of the water and bolts for the nearby forest with fresh, burned scars across her body. The surviving mutants chase after Cat, and that is exactly when Ivy returns behind them through another purple dome. She does not come back alone, because the 5 quasi-immortals now trail behind her as purple-flamed undead puppets. Mildly disappointed that Cat did not finish the whole squad herself, Ivy orders her new undead soldiers to kill their former comrades. The terrified survivors are overrun in moments as the newly undead quasi-immortals tear through the last of the unit. When it is over, only the one messenger who fled earlier is left alive from the entire detachment. Cat runs back crying about her burns, and Ivy actually sits on her, pats her head, and talks her down like an upset pet. The moment Cat calms down, she slyly asks if she can eat Ivy's new undead troops too. Ivy firmly refuses, saying Cat can keep what she killed herself but not Ivy's spoils of war, and Cat sulks back to the river to collect her own bodies. Elsewhere, Izan receives Ivy's excited warning that an Earth celestial immortal, 95 quasi-immortals, and a swarm of lesser troops are flying straight at them. She first thinks to dump the problem on Leo, remembers he still is not back, and resigns herself to handling the attack herself. Then Izan brightens because this is the perfect chance to test Leo's new toys on real enemies. She tells Ivy to continue the original mission and bring back their old comrades from home, while Izan babysits the incoming army. After that, Izan loudly orders everyone to stop pointless patrols, gather in the south, hide the girls and critters inside the store, and get the adults' guns ready. Chang Baidu soon reaches Leo's domain border and halts his army in front of the floating island and its strange waterfall gate, spilling monsters and beasts into the canyon river. Under the island, electrified fog and leftover tribulation clouds crackle with colored lightning, turning the whole border into a dangerous storm front. Ricardo's 50 nightmare horses hold the sky while 50 unicorns, led by Taxi in human form, lock down the ground and make Leo's southern defense line feel very real. On the store rooftop, Taxi's allies bring out Leo's new weapons, while inside the building the younger disciples and lava badgers are already tucked away as the last fallback. Izan is the strangest part of the whole scene, because she is lounging by the white tree array on a beach bed while Mark fans her and mixes drinks, as if no invasion is happening. Even the guardian statues seem to be mocking the invaders, and Chang Baidu starts to feel that this domain is much stranger than he expected. Chang Baidu judges the 9th stage monsters as a serious threat to his quasi-immortals, but the 2 relaxed youngsters near the farmland bother him even more because he cannot read their strength. He inspects the buildings and the spirit stone heart, guesses this all must be Florida Man's work, and decides he has to confirm whether Florida Man is hiding here. He roars out his name and demands the leader appear, and the shockwave from his voice hits the entire defense line like an earthquake. On the store rooftop, the weaker defenders crumple under Chang Baidu's voice with blood running from their ears, while the beasts are the only ones who mostly hold their ground. Leo's mannequins react instantly by feeding the injured high-grade pills, carrying them inside to sleep off the damage, and replacing them on defense with armed mannequin units. When no leader answers his challenge, Chang Baidu starts to think Florida Man may be hiding, gone, or disguised as one of the 2 youths below. To test them directly, Chang Baidu descends and lands 50 meters from Izan and Mark. He demands to know where Florida Man is, and Izan casually stands up in her black suit instead of giving him a proper answer. Chang Baidu gets distracted the moment he sees her clearly and switches from interrogation to filthy flirting, offering her wealth and concubine status. Izan shuts him down on the spot, mocking his face and making it clear she is not remotely impressed by an ugly old immortal. Instead of backing off, Chang Baidu gets more excited and threatens to either take her willingly or turn her into a limbless toy. Izan only sighs and briefly thinks that, for all his faults, Leo has at least never treated her like this. Mark cannot take it anymore and slams his giant bastard sword into the ground between them to block Chang Baidu's advance. Chang Baidu laughs at the interruption and asks if Mark is Florida Man, and Mark angrily says it would not matter if he were. Chang Baidu answers with a single brutal punch that knocks Mark's head clean off. Chang Baidu starts to gloat over the kill, but Izan coldly points out that he just attacked a Dullahan the wrong way. The moment she says he messed up, Mark's headless body swings the bastard sword and blasts Chang Baidu hundreds of meters into the sky. When Chang Baidu regains control in the air, Mark's severed head is already floating ahead of him, while the headless body dives in from above with the sword ready. The blindfold disguise falls away, revealing Mark's empty sockets filled with red lightning, while a second humanoid body of living electricity forms around his floating head and black flame rises from his headless body. Chang Baidu finally realizes he is facing someone far beyond immortal, and real fear hits him for the first time. Mark seizes him by the throat, mocks his stupidity, floods him with red lightning, and splits his body from head to groin with the sword at the same time. Chang Baidu's body burns to ash, but Mark keeps searching because an immortal is never that easy to finish. Right on cue, a crimson flame dome erupts around the domain and condenses a fresh body for Chang Baidu in front of his troops. Mark clicks his tongue because he knows the rule now: to kill an immortal, he has to crack the enemy's domain first. From the ground, Izan scolds him for relying on brute force and reminds him that domain breaking is the real path to victory against immortals. Mark admits he has gotten rusty and finally releases both of his own domain powers at once. A blood dome and an upside-down cemetery island spread over Chang Baidu's troops, with graves, haunted soil, and a headless horseman statue hanging above them like a death sentence. The overlapping domains immediately mark both fighters, and Chang Baidu can tell his flame domain is losing ground because Mark is resisting it too well. Chang Baidu tries to switch tactics and boast about his soul domain, but Mark does not let him finish. Mark pulls out one of Leo's rifles and shoots an enchanted sacred wood bullet straight through Chang Baidu's throat. The shot is not fatal, but it enrages Chang Baidu enough to drop all pretense and order a full assault on Leo's domain. With that command, the observing army finally surges forward as the quasi-immortals break toward the 9th stage monsters and the rest rush to destroy everything else. On the Mystic Realm portal platform, the 3 statue guardians watch the invasion with zero urgency and start arguing over who should bother helping. Their debate gets sillier fast, because the angel suggests rock paper scissors, the Cathalva protests he only has tentacles, and Fenrir plays dumb with his paws. Since none of them wants the job, Meow Meow finally looks down at Chang Chang, who sits on his lap as a blank stone slave with no soul left in her eyes. Meow Meow pats Chang Chang and pushes a fragment of her soul back into the stone body, jolting her awake just enough to obey. Her old memories are gone, and when Chang Chang looks up at Meow Meow, all that remains is calm obedience to her new master. Meow Meow gives her first order: go to the first floor, disguise yourself as a fountain statue, and stop anyone who breaks into the mall entrance for Lord Florida Man. Chang Chang shrinks herself without complaint and rides the elevator down to take her new post. Outside, Chang Baidu signals the assault, and the mutant army charges straight at the Nightmare Cavalry and the Thunder Unicorns. Taxi instantly switches into his horned human form and fires a thunderbolt at a charging quasi-immortal, but the mutant shrugs it off and comes down with a flaming axe. Taxi blocks the axe with his horn, shoves a rifle into the mutant's face, and decides to end the fight before it drags out. He floods the rifle with lightning, fires a sacred wood round, and an orange beam melts the quasi-immortal's head and soul in one shot. Taxi roars for the pack to attack, and the other Thunder Unicorns copy him by turning into horned human fighters and aiming fresh rifles at the sky. Their first volley is brutal, with 49 orange beams tearing upward and dropping 6 quasi-immortals plus hundreds of lesser soldiers before the rest can evade. The unicorns are ready to fire again, but the rifle barrels are glowing red, and they realize their lightning trick overheated the guns after one empowered shot. They adapt on the spot, splitting into a melee group and a support group while one unicorn sprints into the store to grab replacement guns. Inside the gunsmith workshop, the 2 worker mannequins barely spare the thief a glance and just keep mass-producing rifles and bullets. In the sky, Ricardo leads the Nightmares into an even stranger tactic by turning the whole squad into synchronized bronze-horned men in red bandanas and tight bikini briefs. They strike choreographed poses in perfect sync, and the onrushing invaders actually hesitate for a beat from pure confusion. That tiny opening is enough for the rooftop mannequins to start firing spirit stone laser shots into the backline soldiers. The backline mutants survive the first hits and try to regenerate, but the mannequin bullets infect them instead of letting their flesh recover. The infection mutates their bodies out of control, bloating them into screaming disasters while even their nascent souls fail to escape. The mannequins keep their fire disciplined through the hive mind, but the enemy finally reaches the building and swarms both the rooftop and the rear of the mall. Even while retreating, One mannequin shoves a bullet into an attacker's head and taunts him with a shameless little dance as the mutation starts. Most mannequins cannot fly, so the furious mutants catch them mid-leap and start smashing their bodies apart. The trapped mannequins turn the beating into a trap, detonating themselves in black flame and taking hundreds of attackers with them. Taxi and Ricardo both see the black flame blasts and bristle with anger, thinking their mannequin allies just died for real. Then the hidden domain feature kicks in, and iron pine logs drop into the recycling pool and respawn the destroyed mannequins with all their memories intact. The respawned mannequins grab their guns, learn from the hive mind, and march straight back into the fight around the shopping mall. The mutants switch tactics when they spot the respawn loop, keeping their distance and bombarding the mannequins with long-range Dao attacks so they cannot suicide bomb them again. A quasi-immortal finally figures out the real problem and shouts for everyone to destroy the recycling pool and machine producing the golems. 200 soul transformation cultivators answer by hurling thousands of fireballs at the recycling center until the whole area vanishes in flame. When the fire clears, the pool and machine are still standing, and a cat-eared clothing store mannequin runs out carrying fresh black suits for the defenders. A fireball slams into her back, but the suit absorbs the damage, and that one hit is enough to make the male mannequins react like someone just attacked their girlfriend. They quickly suit up with jackets, gloves, and cloth masks, turning into black-suited combat ninjas before heading back into the fight. The clothing mannequin slips back toward the mall, but hundreds of invaders notice her route and realize they have found the shopping mall's back entrance. The mutants immediately redirect their attacks at the main building, yet even those blasts fail to break the mall's walls and glass. That is when a black statue blasts out of the back door and expands to full size, revealing Chang Chang as the mall's hidden guardian. Chang Chang spreads her forearms, clenches her fists, and unleashes an invisible crushing force that pancakes hundreds of soul transformation attackers at once. The move is devastating but costly, because cracks spread through Chang Chang's stone arms and she has to stop and heal instead of casting again. One of the invaders recognizes her through the shock and blurts out that the guardian is Lady Chang Chang. Elsewhere in the domain, Gao Yan wakes from cultivation annoyed by the noise, having just advanced to soul formation after taking Leo's Floridian Dantian pill. The answer lands right in front of him when a headless quasi-immortal corpse crashes down and splashes blood across his face. Taxi drops him beside the corpse, stomps it for good measure, and casually asks Gao Yan if he just woke up. Gao Yan looks up, sees nightmares fighting quasi-immortals overhead and waves of mutants diving at the store, and instantly understands the scale of the attack. When 100 attackers rush him and one raises a Titan Dao avatar, Gao Yan does not even bother facing the giant, and just draws Leo's pistol. His first shot kills the real body instantly, proving the pistol is far deadlier than the mass-produced rifles. Then his hands move on their own, and in barely a second Gao Yan empties a magazine and drops 14 more enemies out of the sky. Still yawning, he reloads almost faster than the eye can follow and asks Taxi if he really has to fight when he wants to go back to cultivating. Taxi admits they are short on manpower, and Gao Yan agrees to help as long as someone brings him more ammo. While Taxi charges off to crush another quasi-immortal, Gao Yan keeps firing and racks up 45 kills with almost sleepy indifference. Gao Yan finally adds a floating lightsaber as a flying sword beside him, keeps reloading and shooting, and mutters that the pill has already trained him for 100 years in Dreamland with guns. On the platform above Leo's domain, Meow Meow frowns because the mannequins are fighting far worse than he expected. Mooniang complains that the mannequins were supposed to be stronger than ordinary immortals, so this week's showing makes no sense to him. Meow Meow realizes the real problem is distance. Leo is too far away, and the pylon tower's energy is nowhere near enough to replace his presence. He compares their situation to running too many machines on a dying battery, and warns that purgatory flame is draining them hard. Then Meow Meow asks if they can feel it, and his mood darkens as he stares up into the stars. The statues finally sense the faint killing intent watching them from far above, and the Fenrir statue recognizes it as one of his own kind. The Fenrir statue lowers his stance to launch into space, but Mooniang instantly tackles and pins him like a wrestler to stop him. Mooniang bluntly reminds him that Leo is not here, so until their master returns, picking a giant fight is a bad idea. Meow Meow backs Mooniang up and points out that even Chang Chang is already cracking under the current energy shortage. Seeing his subordinate damaged, Meow Meow decides they cannot wait for Leo anymore and orders the statues to help end the battle fast. In the next instant, Meow Meow teleports straight into the middle of Chang Baidu's army and shocks the soul transformation mutants. Meow Meow draws a long katana, spreads a dark dome over the area, and makes one clean swing before sheathing the blade again. When the darkness vanishes, 2,000 mutants and 30 quasi-immortals split in half with their souls trapped in their dying bodies. After wiping out a quarter of the army in one strike, Meow Meow warps back to his throne and drops into it, completely spent. He tells the other two statues he is out of energy, and despite their reluctance, the wolf and cat jump in to defend Leo's place. Elsewhere in the fight, Chang Baidu glances over the battlefield and realizes his army is being dismantled from every side. In just 10 minutes, he has lost half his numbers, while Leo's side has mostly traded disposable wooden golems that explode and take enemies with them. Humiliated that a force of under 200 defenders is grinding down his army, Chang Baidu roars for Florida Man and pulls out his trump card. The moment he swallows the black pill, his body turns black, swells larger, and starts mutating into something monstrous. Mark backs off as Chang Baidu finishes becoming a 10-meter demon with horns, wings, goat legs, and a savage dog-like face. Chang Baidu's mind disappears into pure instinct, and the demon immediately charges Mark like a beast. Mark dodges behind him and drives red tribulation lightning through the demon's back, but the blast backfires and destroys Mark's own arm instead. His artifact sword fails too, snapping against the demon's neck instead of cutting it. When Mark tests the monster with a transparent thunderbolt and feels the damage rebound onto himself again, he finally figures it out. Chang Baidu has an attack reflection domain. Rather than keep trading reflected damage, Mark retreats toward the inverted flying cemetery island to change tactics. The Dullahan statue leaps out from the cemetery, and Mark reaches out to it for a dramatic fusion. Mark emerges as a mounted black knight with a long scythe, while the inverted island starts dragging everything in the sky toward the cemetery with its own gravity. Mark does not try to kill the demon anymore. He just uses the island's pull to drag Chang Baidu away from the weaker defenders. Near the white tree array, Izan lounges on a beach bed, but she has been quietly doing one of the hardest jobs in the battle. She keeps a transparent dome over the farms and white tree, making the area invisible and disguising it as burned farmland to fool the invaders. Whenever unicorns or nightmares are badly hurt, Izan secretly pulls them into the hidden domain, heals them with essence, and kicks them back into the fight. Watching the sky battle, Izan is disappointed that Mark cannot crush Chang Baidu and starts suspecting some Overlord-level force is backing the mutant leader. Because Mark can kill souls but not an Overlord's apostle, Izan sends a voice transmission and calls Beatrice back from Magpie City to help him finish the fight. Beatrice reports the humans in Magpie City are safe and immediately turns back toward the domain on Izan's order. Just as Izan relaxes a little, another enemy stumbles into her hidden zone and gets both arms sliced off by Gao Yan's flying lightsaber. Gao Yan casually walks up and shoots the crippled mutant in the head before moving on like this is routine. When Gao Yan steps out of the invisible domain, Taxi rushes over and hands him a barrel full of loose 9mm bullets for resupply. Without even looking down, Gao Yan uses Qi to fill 7 empty magazines at once and turns the loose ammo into a fresh stack of ready firepower. As Gao Yan heads back to the fight, the girl following him bows awkwardly and hurries after him, while Izan stares after them with the nagging feeling she has seen that fighting style before. An hour later, Beatrice returns, but by then Leo's side has already nearly finished crushing the invasion. The cat and wolf statues briefly joined in, erased 3,000 more soul transformation enemies, and then withdrew before draining themselves dry. Meanwhile, the remaining quasi-immortals are crushed by Taxi, Ricardo, Chang, the Pony Legion, and Izan's support, while Gao Yan calmly picks off strays near his house and the mall. The only real fight left is on the inverted cemetery island, where the demon werewolf still chases Mark through the gravity field. Beatrice lands quietly behind the demon and draws a long purple blade straight out of her own chest. Then she removes her blindfold and opens pitch-black eyes that make even the demon flinch as if he suddenly recognizes death itself. Beatrice makes one simple horizontal slash, and Chang Baidu dies a moment later with his soul breaking apart into purple particles. His reflection ability means nothing against Beatrice's death blade, and only a few people truly understand how terrifying that makes her. Mark drops his scythe, cancels his flashy battle form, and brightens up the moment he sees his sister again. Beatrice gives him only a faint smile before going back to her blank face and telling him, twice, that he still lacks training. Mark can only sulk and shut down the cemetery domain, and with that the night's fighting finally goes silent. By morning, Leo finally returns to the bedroom inside his battle bus and steps out ready to tell everyone he is back. The moment Leo walks out of the parking structure, he finds traces of last night's carnage and spots Izan with Mark and Beatrice dragging strange corpses toward the junkyard. When Leo checks the buildings, the damage is only cosmetic, but the burn marks and scratches enrage him anyway because they ruin his beautiful modern property. He storms into the shopping mall demanding to know who did this, only to freeze at the sight of a stone fountain he definitely never installed. The workers and allies crowd around in relief, calling out that Leo is back and that they are safe now. Leo singles out Wu Bai, and the old alchemist invents a dramatic sliding cutout to present himself before his lord. Leo orders an explanation, and Wu Bai eagerly starts recounting the entire overnight attack. Out in the junkyard, the battered mannequin troopers rest by the recycling pool while their cracked bodies slowly heal and their black suits still smoke from the battle. The gentle clothing store mannequin brings warm towels around, and the battle-worn mannequins stare at her like she is a goddess. At the same time, non-combatants sort the battlefield spoils, tossing useless junk into the pool and stacking all valuable resources for Leo to inspect. Izan also reorganizes the granaries so blood and corpses are stored separately, while mutated bodies and useful remains are packed away for later. Mark and Beatrice keep hauling in bodies from outside the domain, while also keeping an eye on the younger helpers during cleanup. Once Leo reaches the junkyard and sees mountains of fresh loot, his foul mood vanishes on the spot. To everyone else's horror, Leo happily calls the treasure piles trash to recycle. Then he spits all over a pile of low-grade spirit stones, and instantly upgrades every one of them into top-quality essence stones. Leo orders the mannequins to stash the newly upgraded stones away as wages for next month, which almost breaks the bystanders' common sense. He keeps the real essence stones for himself because they will be useful for future soul stone crafting. When he inspects the crimson weapons taken from the Gore tribe, he dismisses them as trash too. The same thing happens with the martial manuals and cultivation scrolls, and the cultivators nearby look like each word physically hurts them. Hua Jiashan quietly rescues the books from Leo's judgment, and carries them off to the new library building. Han Hao follows the queue, gathers the weapons, and asks Leo for permission to build a weapon pavilion for the domain. Once Leo casually agrees, Han Hao adds that he will fold the life sword sex contribution system into it, and the others immediately volunteer to help. Leo waves them off without much interest, and the whole group leaves grinning to start construction in the northeast part of the domain. That leaves a mountain of pills and odd supplies, and Leo tells Wu Bai to keep them all as long as he reports the recipes and effects back later. Wu Bai is so moved by the reward that he drops into another ecstatic kowtow and shouts Leo's praises like a fanatic. After the annoying flattery leaves with him, Leo turns to what he really wants most: the pile of mutant corpses. Izan sneaks up behind him and tries to bite his neck for a little revenge, but Leo catches her by the face before she can land it. She angrily demands compensation for all the work her side did defending the domain, and Leo finally asks what she wants. Izan boldly asks for Leo's blood, expecting an argument, but he agrees so quickly that she is completely thrown off. Instead of handing it over normally, Leo bites his tongue, puts a bleeding finger into her mouth, and tells her to lick it properly. Izan turns scarlet with rage and embarrassment, tries to bite him back, and gets even more furious when he calmly calls it a reward. When Leo adds that he can pay her with his body anytime, Izan's mind goes somewhere dangerous before he immediately reveals he only meant more blood. That final correction humiliates her completely, and Izan covers her face and runs off in a cloud of white-hot shame. Watching her go, Leo realizes he enjoys teasing Izan because she is one of the only people here strong enough to treat him like an equal instead of a boss or customer. Then his practical side takes over again, and he turns back to the corpse pile delighted by all the eaten fluid and pill ingredients he just gained. He starts stuffing whole bodies into spatial rings one by one, and the work is easy but painfully repetitive because dead bodies have to be stored manually. After more than 2,000 corpses, Leo finally admits to himself that he should have delegated this miserable chore. As he checks what is left, he notices most of the clean bullet-riddled corpses are already gone, and only damaged or burned bodies remain. One corpse immediately catches his eye, a gigantic 10-meter werewolf, and Leo walks up to it because he already has history with the Fenrir race. The moment Leo examines the werewolf corpse up close, his system suddenly pings with a new alert about an Earth Fate crystal. After the battle, Leo checks his Fate crystal mission and realizes the giant mutant corpse in front of him is hiding another Earth Fate crystal. Leo reaches for the corpse to cut it apart, but Chang Baidu's dead body suddenly opens its eyes and stares back. Leo does not bother checking if it is alive, and he brutally rips the giant's head and shoulders free so there is no chance of a hidden survivor. Even as a severed head, the wolf-faced giant keeps talking, and Leo immediately realizes the thing inside Chang Baidu is someone else who saw him at Fate's stadium. When Leo mocks him as the Mutt's overlord, the thing inside Chang Baidu drops the act and starts howling about invading Leo's world, enslaving his people, and destroying everything he cares about. Leo cuts the rant short by crushing the head in his hand. From the exploded brain, a shining grain rises and flies into Leo's ring, giving him his third Earth Fate crystal. The good news lasts 1 second, because the system instantly announces that 3 Fenrir overlords have marked Leo as their sworn enemy and started an irreversible extinction war. The rules are brutal: 4 seasonal, annual, and massive war games, a death duel every 100 years, open cross-world invasions, and even debuffs on Leo's system buildings when the enemy enters his world. When the event quest spells it out, Leo sees the ugly truth. His domain is badly outmatched in manpower and technology, and right now he is the only real advantage on his side. Leo tries to laugh it off and says he will play ranked mode if he has to, but he still checks one thing first: whether his old lifespan farming trick still works. The system shuts that hope down and tells him the newbie protection is over, so if he wants lifespan now, he has to earn it through the store or go back to his old methods. With a long sigh, Leo accepts that he is back to making drugs and starts reviewing his unfinished subquests instead of panicking. His Entity Fate quest is almost finished, with only the giant pill production target left, so Leo realizes he mostly just needs to wait 1 more day for the last reward and draw. Since there is nothing urgent he can fix through menus, Leo walks the domain to inspect the damage and suddenly notices one very suspicious problem: Cat is missing. Cat turns out to be in Frozen Fire City, happily eating dead mutants while hiding behind Ivy like a shameless little shield user. Ivy ignores Cat's antics, finishes the cleanup in the city, and heads straight for Izan's old mansion to recover whatever was left behind. Inside the mansion treasury, Ivy calmly gathers 100 dusty armor scraps because she knows they are not trash at all, but pieces Izan once meant to reclaim. Once the room is emptied, Ivy finds the hidden door underneath and opens the stairs to a far more important secret chamber below. Before going down, Ivy removes her blindfold and drops her human disguise, revealing a skull face with purple soul flames burning in empty eye sockets. At the bottom, Ivy enters a hidden blackgrass cemetery lit by a green stone, where the nameless graves of her old comrades have been quietly preserved all this time. Ivy pauses to mourn, but she has already made the decision that grief has to wait, because Izen's side needs manpower now. She casts the resurrection spell, sacrificing the cemetery's immortal grass and flowers to drag 100 skeletons out of the soil. The resurrected dead rise with purple soul flames in their sockets and stare at Ivy in silence, angry at being disturbed but willing to hear her out. Instead of explaining everything by hand, Ivy links her memories straight into them so they can see the new enemies and Izen's current situation for themselves. Those memories stir up their oldest hatred, because the revived dead still remember how the elves cursed them and how Izen was turned into an undead after defending other races. When one revived skeleton asks whether they now serve Izen or the new lord, Ivy answers plainly that Florida Man saved Izen and is their best hope of breaking the curse. The moment Ivy says Leo lifted Izen's curse and can do the same for them, the entire cemetery erupts with ferocious loyalty and revenge. That surge knocks loose the glowing green stone in the ceiling, and Ivy realizes it is an earth fate crystal that used to suppress the spreading curse here. Ivy pockets the crystal and decides the old seal is no longer needed, because now they will report their resurrection directly to Izen and Leo. The revived 100 arm themselves on the spot, splitting into black-armored death knights, robed archliches, and hooded grim reapers ready to serve the new age. Back in Magpie City, Tang Xian and Tang Tian spend the whole night watching Leo's domain, waiting to see whether his side really survived the siege. At dawn, a Tang scout confirms the beasts have gone back to their barn and Leo's people are calmly cleaning the battlefield, which means the crisis is truly over. That report makes Tang Xian decide it is finally safe to move, so he orders his people to pack and head for Leo's domain. By afternoon, Tang Xian, Tang Tian, and their first 100 representatives openly arrive at Leo's border and are spotted by the patrol. Yao Qiqi runs over like an eager little greeter and instantly starts trying to sell the Tang group steaks, potatoes, and pills before anything else. Jin Yong casually points out that Yao Qiqi is actually frighteningly strong, and the Tang party's mood flips from amused to alarmed when they inspect her cultivation. Seeing that much talent in such a young girl, Tang Tian is immediately worried that the big clans will try to assassinate her just like they did to other gifted youths. Tang Tian asks who her master is, and Yao Qiqi happily says she has several, ending with the alarming declaration that she likes Grandpa Florida Man best and plans to marry him when she grows up. Tang Xian and Jin Yong know Leo well enough not to overreact, but some Tang followers instantly decide Florida Man must be a degenerate and start demanding that the girl be rescued from him. Yao Qiqi puffs up and fiercely defends Leo as the one who saved her family and friends, shutting the critics up on the spot. Tang Xian smoothly changes the subject and asks to see Leo about migrating into the domain, and Yao Qiqi is thrilled by the idea of more people moving in. She almost slips and says they can have more slaves instead of more friends, hinting that her strange new Dao influence is still peeking through. Yao Qiqi brings the 100 visitors to the shopping mall, explains that Leo is busy, and tells them Izen might receive them first if she appears. After Yao Qiqi runs back to patrol, the guests are left alone long enough to notice just how huge and bizarre Leo's domain has become. Then Tang Xian and Tang Tian spot the giant crystal pylon tower, recognize the aura of a spirit stone heart, and rush over in disbelief. Up close, the tower is so overwhelming that both men can barely contain themselves, because they have never seen a spirit stone heart remotely this massive. They try to approach the cultivation seats around the tower, only to be pushed back by the tower's residual force before they can even reach the outer ring. When an off-duty worker politely explains that only Florida domain employees can cultivate there, Tang Xian understands at once and Tang Tian wants an even more. Before they can head back, Leo comes over from road repair and corpse cleanup after noticing both the visitors at his mall and the two Tangs snooping around his tower. Leo casually asks if they survived the chaos at Cauliflower City, and Tang Xian bows and says he came here for a different reason entirely. Tang Xian gets straight to it and asks to join Leo's domain and worship him as their lord. Leo almost turns them down on instinct, but the fresh threat of future invasions makes him stop and reconsider how badly he now needs manpower. Once he decides to accept them, Leo immediately reframes service under him as a job, laying out work hours, weekends, wages, pill purchases, and performance-based cultivation rewards. To cultivators raised under brutal master-servant rules, Leo's basic employee benefits sound completely unreal. Tang Tian is the first to break, dropping to both knees and swearing he will work as hard as possible for Lord Florida Man. Tang Xian asks the question he really cares about, and when Leo says members can cultivate at the Pylon Tower on their days off, that seals the deal. Only then does Tang Xian reveal that he was never speaking for just himself and Tang Tian, but for his whole clan, the Sixth Element sect, and roughly 2,000 people. Tang Xian cheerfully adds that if Leo has no houses ready, they can just build their own, which gives Leo an instant headache. Not wanting a random slum to spring up in his territory, Leo orders them to stay in the parking structure for now and forbids any construction until he figures out a real plan. Tang Xian is absurdly happy with even that, because all he really wants is a roof and access to Leo's domain. Seeing how eager they are, Leo cannot resist squeezing harder and adds one last condition. If they want one of the nice RV homes, they need 10 years of service or enough strength and lifespan to buy one outright. Leo finishes the deal with Tang Xian, Tang Tian, and the Tang clan, officially adding them to his employee list so they can use his domain facilities. Leo immediately sets one hard rule. Tang Xian's people can build outside his official territory, but they are not allowed to construct anything inside the center of his domain. Tang Xian accepts the restriction without complaint and quickly orders his clan to start setting up shelters at once. For the first night, Tang Xian sends the weak, the elderly, and the children into the parking structure so they have somewhere safe to rest. The arrangement works surprisingly well, since the cultivators do not mind sleeping in open space and mostly live on grain pills anyway. Word spreads fast, and by late afternoon more people from Magpie City start moving toward Leo's territory exactly as planned. Leo spends the rest of the day welcoming arrivals and adding one new employee after another to the system. The next day, Leo realizes something is wrong when the stream of immigrants keeps growing far past the number Tang Xian originally promised. Tang Xian admits the problem with an awkward apology. News about Leo has spread, so commoners and refugees from other places are also rushing here. Leo is instantly unhappy, because he wanted capable workers, not a flood of helpless dependents. Tang Xian pushes back gently, reminding him that commoners are the roots of every future cultivator and cannot simply be discarded. When Tang Xian points out that these people have dragged their families here, Leo falls silent because sending them away now would be cruel. Leo finally gives in, but only halfway. Commoners can stay nearby, just not inside his center domain where the toxic environment could mutate or kill ordinary people. Moved by the concession, Tang Xian quickly volunteers to help organize a separate place for the commoners. The new settlement pattern settles into place. Commoners gather on the west side, while the Tang clan and Sixth Element sect keep the east side for themselves. No one dares claim the south, because thunder commands, a contaminated river, and the white tree array make that whole area feel deadly. The north is just as forbidden, with lingering lava badgers and Leo's junkyard and recycling center making it far too dangerous for civilians. Once Leo explains the risks, the refugees accept the segregation peacefully instead of pushing deeper into the domain. Leo lays out the map in plain terms, warning that the north, south, center, and east are all off limits to ordinary people for different reasons. The moment Leo starts talking about his store, the commoners' eyes light up because they sense there is finally an exception that could change their lives. After he finishes the rules, Leo opens the floor for questions, and the crowd instantly takes the chance. The first question cuts straight to the point. If only cultivators can enter the center district, how are commoners supposed to become cultivators in the first place? Leo answers casually that they only need cultivation resources, but the follow-up question of where to get them makes him pause. That question triggers Leo's instincts, and he spots a huge opportunity on the spot. He offers them hope immediately. They can buy cultivation resources by trading away their lifespan, though essence stones are still too dangerous for regular people. The crowd erupts as soon as he names the price, because 20 years for one elemental grain pill still sounds worth it to people desperate for a future. When they ask to see their remaining lifespan, Leo casually opens the menus for everyone and shocks them even more. Once the numbers are visible, restraint collapses and people start shouting orders for themselves, their children, and even their old parents. The gathering almost turns into a riot, and Tang clan members have to force the crowd into queues before anyone gets trampled. With no way to stop the rush cleanly, Leo opens the shopping mall and lets the first wave inside to buy pills. That choice becomes a disaster in motion, because around 2,000 ordinary people storm the mall and scramble for grain pills all at once. Later that day, Leo stands at the supermarket counter collecting years of life from customer after customer as families buy their one chance to cultivate. He does warn the shortest-lived customers not to overpay, but he still keeps the sales going because the demand is too massive to ignore. The shelves empty so fast that Leo has to call in disciples to keep the supermarket stocked while the buying frenzy keeps rolling. The rush grows even worse when Sixth Element sect members join in, with Jin Yong actively recommending poison grain pills to his fellow alchemists. Within a single hour the grain pills are completely sold out, and Leo has to shut the mall down until he can restock properly. Most families leave with pills in hand, some sect alchemists get what they wanted, and a smaller unlucky group is forced to wait for the next batch. Once the doors are shut, Leo finally checks his profit and stares at a lifespan total so huge it almost does not feel real. The number has nearly tripled his lifespan, and Leo can only stand there and mutter a stunned little while. Only after the sales frenzy dies down does Leo remember that the first phase of his Fate Crystal quest was already finished yesterday. He claims the reward and gets a big boost, more lifespan, a guaranteed super rare building draw, and a higher max level for sub-buildings. With a pile of building and automaton tickets now in hand, Leo dives straight into the gacha instead of resting. He slams the 10+1 summon and watches 11 capsules burst open, including one gold result that instantly lifts his mood. Most of the common pulls are practical rather than flashy, giving Leo extra alchemy workshops, a gunsmith, storage buildings, a blacksmith workshop, and another clothing store. One common result is oddly mundane for this world, a fast food chain restaurant that can only fit inside the shopping mall and mostly looks useful for decoration. The uncommon and rare pulls are much more promising, with a rooftop greenhouse farm and an alchemy factory built for large-scale pill production. The gold result turns out to be a land vehicle factory, which looks powerful on paper but immediately feels awkwardly complicated to Leo. Even so, Leo uses his guaranteed SR draw right away and gets an even stranger building, a genetic modification lab that only works with the Fate Crystal Bearer's blood. Interested enough to keep it, Leo closes the menus and starts placing his new buildings across the domain. He sets the genetic lab beside the pylon tower, then finally adds other neglected utility buildings like a food court and an essence stone quarry. The quarry goes southwest near the farmland, while the food court and fast food restaurant take up rooms near the mall entrance. Leo pushes nearly all the new utility buildings to level 12 at once, powering up the food buildings, workshops, clothing store, gunsmith, and blacksmith in one burst. At the alchemy workshop, Leo prioritizes more active cauldrons because his biggest problem now is not quality but painfully slow supply. At the blacksmith, he follows the same logic and dumps his points into furnaces first, planning to figure out the finer details later. After the common buildings are settled, Leo upgrades one alchemy workshop into the rare alchemy factory and goes to inspect it in person. The factory is already running without orders, with machines pulling ingredients from the warehouse and pumping out grain pills on a conveyor belt. The speed is impressive, but when Leo checks the output he realizes the trade-off right away. These are only medium-grade pills. Leo hates the drop in quality, but the commoner rush has already proven that mass production matters more than perfection right now. He upgrades another workshop into the land vehicle factory next, only to find a catalog full of old-fashioned cars that he does not currently need. He still queues up a brown military jeep just to test the system, and the factory instantly refuses because he lacks both materials and recipes. With the vehicle line going nowhere, Leo heads west to inspect the new quarry instead. After assigning upgrade points, 4 minor automatons appear with pickaxes and march straight toward the stone mountain without waiting for instructions. The miners scrape mud off the rock face and expose the truth underneath. The mountain is hiding a giant black crystal deposit. Once the crystal is exposed, the miners start breaking off chunks and hauling them back in carts with silent, efficient rhythm. When Leo inspects the haul, he finds a mixed source of essence stones, spirit iron ore, and rough tin ore all coming from the same deposit. He upgrades the spirit stones and essence stones by touch as usual, instantly pushing them to better quality with his strange domain advantage. Then he tries the same trick on the iron and tin ore, turning them dark and clearly changed even though he has no idea what they became. To find out, Leo carries the strange ore to the blacksmith workshop and hands it over to the automatons for testing. The blacksmith automatons throw the material straight into the furnace, and the whole forge instantly erupts in a violent explosion. The system calmly identifies the cause as immortal iron ore and immortal tin ore, leaving Leo baffled because they still sound like the same metals to him. Leo shrugs off the mystery and walks away, not noticing that the 2 blacksmith mannequins are staring at the furnace with changed, newly intent eyes. Back at the mall, Leo adds the greenhouse to the rooftop and lets its new workers handle cabbages for the horses. By this point he has almost checked everything, but his attention slips again and he skips over the gene lab for now. Instead, Leo goes right back to gambling on progress and opens the automaton gacha, eyeing the attractive mannequin banner girls before pressing another 10+1 summon. Leo starts a new gacha pull and gets 10 plain gray balls, but 1 rainbow ball drops out with it. When the capsules open, 10 basic wooden mannequins appear beside 1 giant horned noblewoman automaton. Leo checks the results and learns the wooden dolls are basic fighter, archer, and farmer golems, while the giant woman is Sierra Tauron, an ultra-rare earth immortal minotaur baroness. Her biography makes this feel bigger than a normal summon, because Sierra was once a minotaur princess who studied under Overlord Xiao Mao before dying in a divine extermination war. Leo walks up to test whether Sierra can respond, but before he can play innocent, she catches him staring at her chest and dryly says he cannot milk those yet. Shaken and embarrassed, Leo asks what she remembers, and Sierra says only that she is a minotaur whose new purpose is to serve her master. To steer the conversation somewhere safer, Leo asks what she can actually do, and Sierra calmly lists ranch work, animal taming, and monthly milk production. When Leo asks how to level her up, Sierra tells him to touch her and use his life force, which makes him silently decide she needs a better conversation teacher. Leo takes Sierra's hand for the upgrade, and her grip tightens hard enough to remind him this giant beauty is physically dangerous too. That only makes things weirder, because Sierra says she used to hate the pain of extracting her own breast milk and bluntly asks Leo to milk her when the time comes. Leo forces the topic back to combat, but Sierra says she cannot handle real battle and is only confident in bed battles, so he gives up on getting a normal answer. Since Sierra is his only ultra-rare worker, Leo spends the lifespan anyway and starts pouring upgrades into her. Her first upgrade jumps Sierra from Earth Immortal to Sky Immortal, proving her growth is absurdly efficient. Leo keeps going until Sierra reaches level 9 and hits a soft cap at the true immortal stage. The cap also teaches Leo the broader immortal ranking ladder, and he briefly wonders just how high Eason and Akka really stand on it. When Leo checks the evolution requirement, the system shows a single missing material called True Earth Fate Crystal's Holy Water, so he realizes this path is locked behind Fate Crystal quests. Even after he lets go, Sierra grabs his hand again and firmly reminds him that her lactation period starts in a week. Leo panics, jerks free, and yells that someone else can handle that job, but Sierra still offers to let him drink straight from the source. After that disaster, Leo puts Sierra in charge of the new unicorn barn and makes very sure someone else will handle her milking work. Next, Leo checks on Gao Yen, worried the Floridian Dantian pill might have wrecked him. Gao Yen opens the door looking miserable, with black bags under his eyes and the mood of a man who has not slept in ages. Gao Yen says he is not doing well and begs Leo to leave him alone for a month or two so he can sleep and digest the pill. Leo accepts that answer and leaves, missing the fact that Gao Yen is already close to breaking into soul transformation. With Gao Yen still alive, Leo moves on to a new project and opens the menu for a super rare genetic modification lab. He builds the lab in the northern district, and the ground reshapes into trench-like access routes leading down to heavy underground bunker doors. Leo upgrades the new structure straight to level 12 and walks up to the sealed entrance like he already knows how a bunker should work. The gate opens, and Leo heads through an airtight chamber into a lone elevator descending toward the real facility. What waits below is not a grim lab but a hospital-like underground ward full of ICU rooms and golden sci-fi treatment capsules. 3 lab-coated surgeon mannequins greet Leo and immediately ask for gene samples so the place can function. Leo gives them his own blood, and the mannequins react like he just handed over liquid treasure. The surgeons explain that any life form can be altered with donated genes as a catalyst, which sounds incredible until Leo asks about the risks. The answer kills his excitement fast, because failed modifications can cause memory loss, paralysis, blindness, disability, or death. At the lab's current state, the surgeons admit there is a 75% chance something will go wrong, so Leo decides this is nowhere near ready for people. Just before leaving, Leo gets a safer idea and asks whether the same system can modify plants and crops. When the mannequins confirm it can, Leo immediately pulls out a cabbage and offers it as the first test subject. A surgeon mannequin seals the cabbage in a treatment capsule, and the machine starts a 1-minute genetic rewrite. When the process ends, the cabbage is gone and a rainbow-glowing Floridian cabbage seed is left behind instead. That result is enough for Leo to repurpose the lab as a crop research center and leave routine conversions to the mannequins. Far south of the domain, Ivy leads undead elites home while the newer undead casually harvest souls from dead cultivators and raise fresh skeleton workers on the march. Ivy tells them to stop making so many because they only need laborers now, but the Death Knights are happy to keep a few extra servants anyway. Kat gets bored with the trip, slips away from the group without warning, and dives back into the water on her own. Underwater, Kat spots a glossy black anaconda and immediately chases it like she has found a new toy or snack. Several galaxies away, the story jumps to a cyberpunk artificial planet inhabited entirely by gadget-carrying Fenrir werewolves. In one neon bar, Anirecap shows the bartender a photo of Leo and asks for the coordinates of the hidden world where this fate crystal bearer lives. The bartender says that kind of tracking job is dangerous and names a brutal price, 1 million years of lifespan. Anirecap explodes at the number, but the bartender does not budge and coolly tells him to come back with a heavenly fate crystal if he wants to challenge him. Anirecap storms out empty-handed, threatening the bartender on the way, and the bartender still treats him like a noisy kid. Once Anirecap leaves, the bartender drops the act and reveals himself as a bald, muscular human who has no intention of spending lifespan to hunt a fellow Earthman. He throws on a t-shirt, leather jacket, and jeans, then heads to close the bar like the matter is over. Before he can shut things down, a female werewolf bursts in yelling that Overlord Milo is looking for the New Earth Ohio Man. Ohio Man answers with pure contempt, summoning a 12-gauge shotgun and jamming it straight into the messenger's mouth the instant she pushes him too far. He pulls the gun back just long enough to quote a new price of 100 million years of lifespan for 1 day of service. When she starts to protest, the shotgun goes right back into her mouth, and Ohio Man leaves her with a simple choice: pay or get out. On an artificial star, Overlord Milo waits in a castle throne room surrounded by thousands of cyan-armored werewolves, already acting like a predator who knows his guest is coming. Ohio Man strolls into the throne room with Milo's messenger at gunpoint, and demands a much bigger payment now that the werewolves made him collect in person. When the messenger protests the price hike, Ohio Man shoots him dead on the spot and wipes out even the man's soul. The werewolf immortals instantly move to attack, but Milo crushes them with pressure and reminds them Ohio Man is an entity like himself. Ohio Man makes it clear he is not selling loyalty, only one piece of information, and Milo accepts the ugly terms. To raise the payment, Milo opens his system and steals half the lifespan from all 5,000 of his own soldiers as punishment for retreating. Milo still comes up short, so he coldly upgrades the punishment to death and executes every soldier in the room with another snap. Ohio Man does not pity Milo's army lightly. He is furious because loyal soldiers just died for serving the wrong master. Instead of starting a fight, Ohio Man forces the deal forward and demands payment before he answers anything. The two sign a blood contract, golden chains bind the deal, and Milo transfers the full 100 million years of lifespan. Milo finally asks for Florida Man's home planet, and Ohio Man sends coordinates after a long, unreadable pause. When Milo says he still needs to verify the information, Ohio Man casually proves the system already accepted it as truthful and complete. Ohio Man leaves like a paid professional, but once he is out of Milo's sight he reveals the truth. He would never really sell out a fellow Florida Man. Back at his bar, Ohio Man drops the human disguise and reveals long black hair and elven ears while packing to leave immediately. He spends 1 million years of lifespan on quick travel and teleports to the place he marked as wife. Ohio Man reappears in a forest of giant trees and comes home to a quiet cabin where his wife is singing to their baby. The scam lands softly at home when Esther welcomes Simba back and the ruthless information broker is suddenly just a husband and father again. Meanwhile, Milo wastes no time and uses his level 50 portal altar with the fresh coordinates to hunt Florida Man himself. The system shows him a frozen ash-covered world, and Milo decides the 1-year portal cooldown is worth spending because Leo's fate crystal is too valuable to miss. Milo crosses over and is immediately attacked by a giant ice monster, but he treats the thing like an annoyance and blows its head apart with one punch. Certain he is on the right world, Milo starts searching for Leo without realizing Ohio Man sent him to the wrong planet. Back in Leo's domain, Leo keeps sneezing while waiting on his farm for a newly evolved seed to reveal what it has become. The seed grows into a rainbow-colored Floridian cabbage, and Leo decides this one is too useful to waste on alchemy. Leo hands the rainbow cabbage to a newly summoned farmer golem and asks if it can multiply or improve the crop for him. The golem rushes to the rooftop greenhouse, chops the cabbage into pieces, and replants them like this absurd trick is completely normal. 10 minutes later, one cabbage has turned into 30, and the golem proudly signals that Leo's food problem is basically solved. Even with the food breakthrough, Leo still cannot stop sneezing, and the weird omen hangs over the moment. After the pill factory settles his shortages, Leo's favorite surprise is the gunsmith upgrade that drags his domain straight into much deadlier firearm tech. Leo scrolls through AK-47s, M16s, Barretts, and AUGs, only to learn the new guns now cost lifespan, blood, and a strange material called immortalium. The mannequins have no idea where immortalium comes from, so Leo gives up on them and heads to his guardian advisors through the Mystic Realm portal. On the flying island, Leo finds Kitten still feeding the permanent portal nonstop and only then realizes he never checked where all those tribute materials were going. The Guardians explain that the materials already go into Leo's warehouse storage automatically, so his tribute system was quietly working the whole time. When Leo asks about immortalium, Fenrir points him north beyond Cauliflower City and practically tells him the ore is waiting there. That hint matters even more because Leo's next Fate Crystal quest is bottlenecked by a strategic mineral depot and the last hidden Earth Fate crystals. Once Leo asks about those missing crystals, the Guardians reveal that one is already in the hands of one of his own subordinates. The last one is worse, hidden somewhere on the ocean floor, and Leo immediately hates the idea of searching for it himself. Moonyang cheerfully offers to search the sea for him, and Leo accepts fast before thinking too hard about what that cat will do with the freedom. The second Leo agrees, Moonyang blasts away in a sonic boom, leaving the others unsurprised and Leo openly jealous of that freedom. That envy finally spills out when Leo asks Meow Meow to teach him how to fly, because he is tired of being the only one stuck on the ground. Meow Meow gives in and starts lecturing Leo on chi, gravity, and flight like this nonsense request somehow became a real class. A week passes in a strangely peaceful rhythm as Leo opens the mall every morning, acts as cashier all day, checks the domain at night, and studies flight before sleeping in the battle bus. Leo quietly enjoys the boring routine because it feels like a normal salaryman life again, which makes the calm feel almost precious. That peace breaks the moment Leo returns from an offline shadow fight and steps outside to find Ethan waiting with Ivy, Mark, Beatrice, and a whole company of undead followers. Leo's first complaint is pure management instinct. If Ethan brings in more undead, she needs to tell him first before the Fenrir statue treats them like snacks. Ethan ignores his attitude completely and gets to the point. They are out of tea, and she wants enough of it to make her people alive again. Leo studies the group and realizes the tea changed Ethan far more than the others, because she looks alive while Ivy, Mark, and Beatrice still carry obvious undead traces. That difference makes Leo remember the Rio rescue, and he starts suspecting his blood was the part that truly brought Ethan back. Once he thinks he has the answer, Leo agrees to help on one condition. If he revives them, Ethan's people must swear loyalty and become his employees for life. The undead answer immediately that they will do anything if he breaks the curse, which gives Leo exactly the opening he wanted. With their loyalty basically secured, Leo stops talking about resurrection and pivots straight to the resource he really needs, an Earth Fate crystal for alchemy. Ivy immediately hands Leo the Earth Fate crystal and calls it a tribute from their undead side. Leo thanks them and awkwardly promises he will try to resurrect them, even though saying that out loud still feels weird to him. Leo orders the undead to keep drinking the tea in the granary until they grow flesh like Izan, and she immediately trips over his weird anime slang. Leo calls it Sundra wife material, and Izan hears only wife, freezing up so hard she nearly steams in place. Ivy seizes the moment and bluntly asks when Leo plans to get married, which leaves him just as stunned. The question makes Leo briefly think about finally starting a family, and his wandering mind lands on Sierra and a few very specific monster women. Leo shrugs it off and says marriage can wait until he finds the mother of his future kids, while Ivy dodges the real reason she asked. Leo gets serious again and warns that restoring their bodies will require his touch and blood, and the process could be so painful it kills them a second time. Ivy answers without fear that death means little to people who are already dead, and Leo can only laugh at the absurdity. After a longer talk, the undead leave, and Izan slips away without saying a single word. Once they are gone, Leo tosses the new crystal into his ring and realizes this makes his fourth Earth Fate crystal. A system tutorial confirms he now has 4 of 7 crystals and reminds him that stronger competitors are hunting the same prize. With his week of flight training done, Leo decides he is finally ready to head north for the next crystal. He goes to announce his trip, only to find Izan, Ivy, Mark, and Beatrice waiting beside the bus with an entire undead escort ready to join him. Leo demands to know why this whole group is trying to tag along on what he sees as a work trip. Ivy smoothly argues that following him is the fastest way to finish their resurrection before the tea's benefits go to waste. Leo finally notices Izan is dressed for the trip like she is heading to a ball, not a deadly mountain run. When Leo asks if she is going to prom, Izan admits she does not even know what that means. Leo gives a wildly vulgar explanation, and the poor elf is so mortified she nearly tears at her own clothes trying to escape the embarrassment. After teasing her enough, Leo finally lets the whole undead group board the bus and warns them not to break anything. At the bus entrance, Ivy quietly tells Izan to cling to Leo and even tempt him into dual cultivation so she can steal his absurdly powerful virgin yang. Izan explodes in denial, screaming that she is absolutely not dual cultivating with that geezer. Leo overhears enough to realize they are trying to play matchmaker, and he privately dismisses the idea even while admitting Izan would make a decent body pillow. Once everyone is inside, Leo lifts the battle bus into the air and starts flying north. While he drives, Leo upgrades the bus to level 12, and the interior expands enough to give the whole undead army its own rooms. Ivy still refuses to stop meddling, and after whispering one more time, she sends a trembling Izan toward the driver's seat. A minute later, Izan sits on Leo's lap so awkwardly that her whole head is steaming from embarrassment. Ivy calmly tells Leo to use Izan as he sees fit, claiming their yin and yang are compatible enough to boost his strength by dual cultivation. Leo shuts the whole thing down, calls Ivy a pimp, and makes it clear he is not sleeping with Izan. Instead of falling for the setup, Leo bonks Izan, turns her to face forward, and drops her into the driver's seat to keep flying north while he takes a nap. Leo walks off to his room, leaving both women staring after him in total disbelief. Izan, offended and confused, asks if Leo might actually be gay, and Ivy decides his standards are just much stranger than that. When Izan worries her beauty is not enough, Ivy coldly decides their next upgrade plan should start with her chest. The battle bus crosses Cauliflower City and keeps pushing deep into the north without anyone daring to attack it. After another 1,000 kilometers, Leo comes out to find the land giving way to endless snowy peaks and one impossible black mountain towering above all of them. Leo instantly knows this lightless giant is his destination and steers straight toward it. Izan and Ivy stop flirting and reveal they know the place well, because Immortalium Mountain was a forbidden zone even during Izan's reign. Izan warns that the ore there is so toxic it can rot souls and sever the link to the body, which is why getting too close used to mean death for her people. Leo hears only that the mountain is dangerous and valuable, which makes him grin wider and land the bus on a frozen lake 10 kilometers away. He puts on his suit and steps out alone, clearly planning to fly to the mountain himself. Izan grabs his clothes and urgently tries to stop him, because she remembers one bizarre rule their expeditions relied on. She blurts out that only husband and wife pairs could enter safely, and anyone going alone would have their souls sent straight back to the Karma River. Leo assumes this is just another ploy to push him into sleeping with Izan, clicks his tongue, and refuses to waste another second. Before either woman can stop him, Leo launches off the ice and crosses the mountain's boundary alone. This is Leo's first real solo flight outside his domain, and his week of training proves enough to carry him steadily forward. As he nears the mountain, its dark aura wipes out his normal sight the moment he looks at it directly. Leo adapts on the spot by shifting his eyes from green to red and forcing his vision into an infrared view. Through the new vision, he realizes the mountain's surface is strangely hot even while the surrounding world stays buried in snow. The instant Leo lands on a black cliff, the mountain hits him with a full hallucination and drops him into an old memory of Miami Beach. Leo recognizes the beach scene as fake almost immediately, and steadies himself instead of panicking. By forcing his senses sharp again, he tears through the hallucination and snaps back to the mountain. Unimpressed, Leo launches upward to climb the mountain and quickly realizes the thing is so huge its peak rises beyond the atmosphere. He wonders how nobody exploited something this enormous until the answer appears near the top in orbit. Near the summit, Leo finally sees the real obstacle, a colossal statue of an elderly cultivator orbiting the peak with a thunderbolt in one hand and a black katana in the other. The giant guardian levels its black katana at Leo and warns that this place belongs to the Kishin clan, ordering him to turn back if he wants to live. The warning is another illusion trap, and in a blink Leo finds himself modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth in a hotel room instead of the mountain sky. Before he can fully shake off the fake hotel scene, the same attacker bursts in and drives the black katana straight at Leo's covered chest. The blade cannot even pierce his skin, so Leo grabs it and blows the statue's head apart with one casual punch. That broken layer gives way to a greed trap, and Leo now stands in a meadow surrounded by treasure, women, and a fake crystal baited to match the one he wants most. He studies the floating crystal for 1 second, sees through the trick, and cuts it in half instead of reaching for it. Most of the fake rewards vanish, but the trap keeps one last lure alive, a bust-to-Eason-shaped illusion that tries to tempt Leo personally. Leo calls the Eason disguise fake and cuts the temptress down without a flicker of hesitation. Even as the severed head laughs, the real trap finally speaks and praises Leo for being the rare target who did not fall to greed or lust. The temptress shifts again into a six-breasted lamia and boasts that she can become any fantasy woman Leo has ever wanted, even figures from his ancient 2D fantasies. That mind-reading reveal only makes Leo more disgusted, and he moves in to crush her instead of bargaining. She slips into smoke, reforms behind him for one last embrace, and Leo smashes her apart again with a back fist. When the illusion finally breaks for real, Leo finds himself drifting in open space and realizes the mountain almost tricked him into floating away forever. He treats vacuum like water and awkwardly swims his way back until he lands safely on the summit. With solid ground under him again, Leo tests the mountain itself and learns the black mineral is sticky and magnetic enough to resist even his strength. He stores the sample away and notices the statue is gone, but the black katana is still drifting nearby like it has not given up on him. The drifting sword suddenly taps the back of Leo's head, which is enough for him to decide it dies next. Leo catches the attacking katana and snaps it in half over his knee with brute force. Breaking the sword releases a stream of trapped spirits, and among them one darker female soul glares at Leo with modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth hatred. A system alert identifies the enemy at last as the Ghost Blade, Killer Queen. Killer Queen rages that her Kishin clan will learn this planet's coordinates through her and come hunting Leo down. Leo fires back that she attacked first, and this is simply the result of picking a fight with someone stronger. Done talking, Leo summons his Dao avatar, and the avatar instantly seizes Killer Queen by the neck like prey. The avatar asks permission to consume her soul, jokes badly about it, and Leo eventually lets him eat. The avatar drags Killer Queen into Leo's ring, and a moment later the ring spits out a basketball-sized white gnosis crystal as the reward. Leo is satisfied with that haul, but the next crisis is much less mystical. On the summit, he suddenly needs to pee. So Leo walks to the edge of the mountain and relieves himself into the thin air without thinking twice about what that might do. Because gravity is weak up there, the yellow droplets do not fall down the mountain at all and instead float outward before turning into rainbow smoke. Leo finishes, zips up, and walks away completely unaware that this ridiculous act has just changed the planet's atmosphere forever. Far away in another star system, an elderly fisherman named Overlord Xiaomao sits by a cosmic shore with a group of playful Cathalhood children at his back. Xiaomao suddenly senses that someone has broken karmic law by turning a mortal world toward an immortal realm, and he knows that kind of move will cause trouble. Before he can dwell on it, the children pile in asking for fish, and Xiaomao laughs and tells them to wait a second. He gives the line one light pull, and an absurdly huge tuna the size of a continent erupts from the sea because this old man has been raising sea entities like livestock. Xiaomao casually cleans and stores most of the giant fish, then feeds the children while still watching the distant star with growing curiosity. Even before the light from that world reaches him, Xiaomao can already sense the holy water aura in its atmosphere, and he quietly wonders who in the universe just did that. Leo absorbs the Gnosis crystal, and instead of a new Dao avatar, the system tells him he has unlocked a pocket dimension inside himself. When the promised feature does not appear on his normal menu, Leo curses the silent system and starts looking for another way in. He rubs his alien ring for help, and black smoke pours out to form Leonardo, his past shadow, who is already annoyed before Leo even asks the question. Leonardo corrects Leo's way of addressing him and bluntly says the answer to the Gnosis mystery is hidden in Leo's dantians. As Leonardo explains that humans have 3 dantians in the brain, heart, and lower abdomen, Leo immediately derails the lesson by worrying they might be in his bladder. Leonardo warns him not to cut himself open to inspect the lower dantian, which only confirms he knows exactly how Leo's mind works. The lecture drags on for half an hour because Leo keeps interrupting with stupid jokes, but Leonardo finally explains how the 3 dantians move energy through his body. Once the lesson ends and Leonardo returns to the ring, Leo proudly tests the new knowledge by sinking his consciousness into his own dantian world. Leo opens his eyes inside a strange inner realm with endless grassland, a rainbow sea, a black liquid lab capsule, and an old desk waiting in different directions. At the desk, he finds a family photo with blurred faces and black ink over the eyes, and the memory hits hard enough to sour his mood instantly. Unable to remember one family member's face or even his name, Leo angrily flips the frame down and realizes this whole place is reflecting broken pieces of his own soul and past. To stop dwelling on old memories, Leo heads for the Rainbow Sea, where his elemental essence responds the moment he steps onto it. The violent sea turns still under his feet, and rainbow lotus flowers bloom in his wake as he walks across the water. After flying across the sea for 10 minutes and finding no edge at all, Leo starts wondering what this pocket world is actually supposed to do. When he tries summoning a menu here, a new rainbow system finally appears with options for combat simulation, universe management, lifeforms, time ratio, and energy use. He enters combat simulation and discovers a fighter selection list that shows other people's full data, including a potential slider he can freely adjust. Leo opens Izen's profile, sees that her normal potential is only 75%, and casually drags the slider all the way to 1000 just to see what happens. The status screen instantly upgrades her into Izen Sidon IV, the overlord of Death Elf, with a terrifying new realm and a much more dangerous final form. Even with the warning signs all over her stats, Leo gets distracted by how different and caviar this version of Izen looks and hits summon anyway. A shadow of Izen's upgraded Death Elf form materializes in black skull armor with a gem staff, and before Leo can speak, her opening attack hits straight into his chest. Leo realizes the simulation can still hurt him in a meaningful way, but he also understands this whole mode is basically a live-fire training room inside his own mind. When Izen tries to retreat and raise an army of Death Knights from the sea, Leo ignores the Legion and rushes her directly. He predicts her movement well enough to catch up, but misjudges the grab and accidentally plants his hand right on her chest. Leo jokes that it should not count because she is only a simulation, and that one stupid line is enough to make the shadow Izen absolutely furious. Her scream even damages some of Leo's cancer cells inside the simulation, so he drops the messing around and ends the fight with one serious punch. Izen's shadow explodes, the whole Death Legion vanishes with her, and the system offers Leo a bizarre reward if he can beat the same top difficulty fighter 999 more times. Out in the real world, Izen is still watching Leo's life signature from a safe distance when a sudden phantom touch lands on her chest and leaves her flustered and alarmed. Back in his inner world, Leo immediately rejects the idea of grinding out another 999 victories just for one borrowed skill. He leaves combat simulation and opens Dantian Universe Management, and his point of view is yanked out into a cosmic void where his grassland world becomes a tiny star. The status screen tells him his inner universe has an absurd maximum capacity and countless inactive stars, but only one active star is actually in use right now. After experimenting with the controls, Leo figures out he can assign elements and roles to stars to turn them into habitats, energy sources, spiritual sources, or material sources. The material source rule catches his eye most because it means his inner universe can eventually manufacture real objects outside, as long as he is willing to burn enough stored matter to do it. He also learns galaxy creation is possible later, but the setup would take such a ridiculous number of stars that he loses interest in doing it by hand. The life form menu shows a population of 0, so Leo skips that headache for now and moves straight to the time settings instead. The moment he drags the time ratio from 1:1 up to 1000:1, Leo finally finds the feature he wanted most. He bursts out laughing because this turns his pocket world into a hyperbolic time chamber, solving the biggest problem he always had, never having enough time. Satisfied with the gnosis, Leo pulls his consciousness back to reality in a great mood before remembering he still has a job to finish on the Black Mountain. With the pocket dimension experiment over, Leo turns back to the mountain and starts searching for the right place to build on top of it. With the Ghost Blade's influence gone, Leo finally sees the Black Mountain clearly and keeps exploring its quiet slopes. After another hour, he finds a cave leaking black smoke and strolls straight inside to check it out. The cave is blindingly bright, and Leo has to switch his eyes back to green just to handle the glare. Once his sight adjusts, he discovers a man-made spiral staircase dropping so deep he cannot see the bottom. The stairs flare with transparent fire and extreme heat, but when the flames wrap around him, Leo barely feels more than lukewarm warmth. Too lazy to walk, Leo jumps into the center shaft and free falls past the spiral stairs as their light darkens deeper below. After an absurdly long fall, he lands beside a boiling pit of black lava at the bottom of the mountain. What really catches his eye is a red system arrow hovering over the pit and dinging for his attention every few seconds. Each ding makes the lava erupt like a fountain, and the splashes harden into black crystals when they hit the cave walls. Sticky black liquid spatters onto Leo's suit and face, and he notices it smells more like burnt sugar than tar. Annoyed by the non-stop pinging, Leo flies up and jabs the red arrow to force the system to explain itself. A system window declares this place a strategic resource and offers to build a mineral refinery here for 1 million years of Leo's lifespan. That price nearly makes him explode, because the system is asking for the first million years he struggled so hard to save. For once the system talks back, insisting strategic resources matter and that this refinery is the only structure he can build outside his domain. After a tense pause, Leo swallows the loss and confirms the purchase anyway, betting the resource will be worth it. The whole mountain starts shaking as the system begins building immediately. Outside, Ethan, Ivy, Mark, and Beatrice steady themselves and realize something huge has changed inside the mountain. They can still sense Leo alive in the mountain, so instead of rushing in blindly, they wait to see what appears. Then steel walls and a full refinery burst out of the earth, transforming the mountain into an industrial site in seconds. Autonomous drills swarm the mountain, rip out giant chunks of black ore, and forklifts carry the load straight into the refinery. Even after everything they have seen from Leo, Ethan's group is left stunned by a miracle this absurdly large. Ivy snaps out of it first and urges Ethan to go inside, convinced Leo triggered all of this himself. Ethan agrees, hardens herself, and leads the group into the new structure. Inside, they find a fully automated line where soulless machines dump raw ore into clear liquid that strips away impurities. The transparent pool reminds them unsettlingly of Leo's recycling center, which makes the whole place feel even stranger. After purification, claw machines lift the hardened ore onto belts and feed it into a smelter burning with Leo's own aura. The black ore melts down, gets compressed and cut into dense ingots, and the line keeps moving without a single worker in sight. The red-hot ingots plunge into freezing clear liquid, hissing violently, but the immortalium survives the temperature shock without deforming. From there, underwater claws pass the finished ingots to the last station, an empty warehouse where a black, muscular mannequin quietly stacks them like treasure. The group stays careful and does not interfere, but Ethan still reaches out and quietly picks up one of the finished ingots to inspect it. Up close, the ingot still carries the mountain's eerie nature, swallowing light, while holding dense essence and life force. The mannequin notices Ethan taking the ingot, pauses for a beat, and then goes back to work as if the visitors are harmless. That tiny bit of tolerance relaxes everyone, and Ivy quietly declares that this bizarre place has to be Leo's work. Ethan agrees immediately, saying the whole refinery reeks of Leo's unmistakable aura. Ivy starts praising the factory as if Leo must have planned it all in advance, but Ethan flatly doubts that version of events. Then Ethan senses Leo's life force fading fast, and her mood shifts from sarcasm to worry. Seeing how much strength he burned to make this place, Ethan quietly scolds Leo for not asking her for help. Deep inside the mountain, Leo watches the new machinery mine from the top down and feels much better when 2 subquests suddenly complete. The quest screen shows Phase 2 is now at 9 out of 10 tasks, with only one more hidden Earth Fate crystal left to find. With the refinery secured, Leo turns greedy again and decides to collect the strange black lava itself. He fills one top-tier spatial ring with the lava, but the enormous pool does not drop even a little. A second ring changes nothing either, and now Leo knows this pit is breaking normal logic. Stubbornness kicks in, so he equips 10 rings at once and accepts the pit's challenge. Even after that all-out effort, the lava still refuses to shrink, convincing Leo there is something deeper hidden below. He almost dives in to investigate the bottom, but remembers Ethan and the others are still waiting and forces himself to postpone it. Before leaving, he decides the glowing staircase material is too valuable to waste and stores the entire structure in a spatial ring. Then Leo kicks off the ground and shoots back up through the cave to rejoin the others. When he returns to the battle bus, Ethan and the others are openly relieved to see him alive. Ethan even gives him a rare bright smile, and Leo instantly blurts out that she looks good when she does that. That compliment instantly flusters Ethan, and she turns red and looks away. Leo tries to wrap things up and says they are done here, but Ethan and Ivy cannot believe he is just leaving that giant creation behind. Leo casually dismisses the refinery as just industry, which only makes Ethan more confused when he starts calling it capitalism. He launches into a wild explanation about exploiting workers with debt, housing, medicine, and taxes before realizing he is saying way too much. Catching himself, Leo hastily rewrites that speech into a cleaner line about prosperity and freedom, and Ethan somehow accepts it. Looking back at the factory, Leo checks its function screen and confirms it will keep refining immortalium ingots automatically. The same screen teases that he could teleport the ingots home if he connected this place to his domain, but that is too expensive to do right now. With no easy fix for that distance problem, Leo decides to head home and handle transport later. The team boards the bus and starts the trip back, finally leaving the mountain and refinery behind. The moment he puts the bus on autopilot, Leo gives into exhaustion and heads straight for his room to sleep. Back in bed, he strips everything off, collapses modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth onto the mattress, and passes out almost instantly. 10 minutes later, Ethan quietly sneaks into Leo's room with Ivy, and they find him snoring and drooling in deep sleep. Ivy grins like a schemer and tells Ethan this is her chance. Nervous and red-faced, Ethan undresses and slips into bed beside Leo without actually joining their bodies. Using only close contact to cultivate, Ethan starts drawing Leo's virgin yang qi into her body, and the overwhelming energy makes her tremble in pleasure. Drunk on that power, Ethan clings tighter and presses herself against Leo for even more. At the bedside, Ivy watches with a broad, satisfied grin because her little plan is working perfectly. The bus reaches Leo's Florida domain, but inside the room, Ethan is the one left shaking as she climbs off Leo's bed after using his sleeping body for relief. Ivy calmly wipes away every stain and smell with magic, then escorts her exhausted master to the bathroom so no evidence is left behind. As soon as they leave, Leo opens his eyes, checks the bed, and grumbles that Izan used him while he was pretending to sleep. During those 4 outside hours, Leo had spent 4,000 years inside his pocket universe killing Izan's shadow 5,000 times to farm her abilities. That brutal grind pays off with something new when Leo pulls a white holy staff out of his chest instead of another copied skill. Seeing the staff's warm floral aura and firearm function, Leo pockets it for later instead of testing it now. While Izan and Ivy bathe together, Leo gets dressed and leaves the bus to park it before heading back to work like nothing happened. Back on the workshop floor, Leo walks to an alchemy room through respectful mannequins and disciples because he wants to test another mutated material. He mutates a droplet of black lava in his palm until it turns white, then drops it into the cauldron to see what bizarre substance his body has made this time. The cauldron identifies it as breast milk of virgin prophet, and Leo is immediately disturbed by what that name might imply. Curiosity wins anyway, so Leo makes more of the stuff, buys a ladle, and tastes it for himself. The milk tastes sweet like fruit milk, but a sudden erection tells Leo this holy-sounding drink works more like magical Viagra. After fixing his clothes, Leo tries the same mutation trick on raw immortalium, and watches the black mineral bleach into white. The result is exactly as absurd as he feared when the cauldron labels it crystallized prophet milk that can be smelted into holy goddess milkium ingots. Even so, Leo's inner mad scientist lights up as he wonders if he should replace immortalium with this ridiculous material in his gun project. Since the refinery trip is too far to do alone, Leo leaves the workshop to recruit Taxi and Ricardo for a transport route instead. Far across the cosmos, the story cuts to a peaceful elf world where Simba, also known as Ohio Man, mines immortalium from a towering black mountain with explosive force. The other miners are impressed, but Simba casually says he only needs the priceless ore to make sturdier kitchen tools for his wife Esther. The miners joke that their blacksmiths would go mad hearing that, and they tease Simba about Esther being strong enough to wreck ordinary tools whenever she cooks. After chatting for a while, Simba heads home with the ore, checks on his wife and child, then slips into his backyard workshop. Inside the workshop, a framed photo reveals Simba was once an adopted black-skinned child in a human scientist family on Earth. Simba quietly promises his lost parents and brother that he will keep doing his best, turning the forge scene into a tender memorial instead of just another workday. As red lumber ignites inside his strange black furnace, Simba remembers the short but precious years he had with that family, and wonders what kind of man his brother would have become. Back in Florida, Leo quickly gives Taxi and Ricardo a new mission to open a logistics route between his domain and the northern refinery. The pair are thrilled to finally travel, so they gather a team of 20 horses and race into the sky to start the route. Even after sending them out, Leo still has plenty of high-stage beasts left guarding the domain, so he lets the rest stay idle for now. The next day, Leo reopens the mall and goes back to his favorite business model, trading mass-produced grain pills for commoners' lifespan. The city people keep buying because these pills are the only cultivation resource they can afford without real money, even if the price is their lifespan. By closing time, Leo has pulled in more than 100,000 YOL in a single day, and he looks openly delighted with himself. Just as Leo is about to seal the front doors, Izan arrives with a full group of followers whose flesh has already been partially restored by rejuvenation tea. Still reddered from their earlier intimacy, Izan nervously asks Leo to keep his promise and convert her people too. Leo agrees at once, but he warns the whole group that touching him means a brutal, risky mutation he cannot guarantee they will survive. The crowd freezes until Mark steps out first and takes Leo's hand without backing down. Leo barely starts his crude warning speech before Mark's body erupts with blisters, purple veins, and violent mutation. To keep the process moving, Leo forces his blood and clean water into Mark's mouth while the boy's muscles and bones begin twisting into a new body. When Leo asks if anything else is needed, Ivy explains that his blood should purge the curse and purify the soul, but if Mark's will breaks, he dies. Leo refuses to waste time waiting, so he challenges the rest to step up instead of hiding behind their fear. Beatrice answers that challenge in total silence by grabbing Leo's hand and sucking blood from his finger herself. Her body blackens and bleeds from the eyes and ears, but Beatrice endures the entire transformation without changing her expression once. A minute later, Beatrice stands fully healed with light olive skin, long elf ears, and bright blue eyes that can finally see again. The others quietly explain that Beatrice was once Izan's most talented cadet and stayed loyal even after betrayal ruined her future. Impressed by that courage and loyalty, Leo tosses Beatrice a Floridian Danteon pill as a personal reward. Beatrice tries to save the pill for her younger brother, but Leo shuts that down and promises he will reward the brother separately if he survives too. That simple promise finally cracks Beatrice's composure, and she gives Leo a faint smile before pledging herself to his and Izan's service. Mark then finishes his own mutation, and the boy comes out transformed into a much older, taller, handsome elf dripping black impurity sweat. The real shock hits when Mark's aura surges all the way to true immortal, instantly surpassing Izan and leaving her offended. Ivy explains that Mark matched Leo's pure young blood better because they are both male, so the power boost favored him more strongly. When Izan still complains, Leo reminds her that her own mutation took just as long and needed extra pills and blood too, which leaves her blushing and speechless. Leo rewards Mark with another Floridian pill, then grabs Ivy's hand and launches into a deranged drill sergeant speech to force the whole crowd into line. Even Eason can only stare and ask what that was, and Leo awkwardly brushes it off as military speech. After that, the process finally rolls smoothly as the Undead Knights, Grim Reapers, and Archliches line up and let Leo mutate them one after another. With Leo's blood added early, the later mutations hurt less, and the cursed elves steadily reclaim their living bodies through willpower instead of collapsing. By the end, the women's bodies are restored, the men's cultivation jumps to Celestial King, and Leo's domain suddenly gains a whole new layer of immortal security. After the revived undead regained real bodies, Leo saw that most of Aizen's followers were elves while the rest looked like white-haired humans, but he stayed focused on rewarding the strongest of them. For the followers who still had no Floridian Danteon pill, Leo promised everyone would get one once the next batch was ready. That promise won the entire crowd over, and they dropped to one knee to swear their lives and loyalty to Leo. Leo was just starting to trust them when Ivy suddenly asked him to marry their empress, and the request hit him like a slap. Once Ivy said it out loud, the whole crowd piled on and started pitching Eason as Leo's perfect Dao companion and the future mother of his bloodline. Eason snapped in pure humiliation and tried to shut everyone up before they embarrassed her any further. Ivy only doubled down, calmly telling Eason that a divine elf princess with her bloodline was supposed to bear children for a supreme partner like Leo. That was too much for Eason, and she bonked Ivy on the head before blurting out that she was not ready for marriage. But when Eason turned to Leo with wet, trembling eyes and insisted this was not her idea, she sounded less like a rejection and more like a desperate plea not to be misunderstood. Leo almost scolded the crowd, but he stopped himself when he realized rejecting the marriage might cost him the loyalty of an unusually powerful faction. He remembered how terrifying Eason's full potential was in his simulations, and that made it even harder to casually throw away her side's support. After another long look at the nearly crying Eason, Leo finally gave in and agreed to a political marriage in name only. The followers erupted in celebration, instantly treating the marriage as a political breakthrough and even talking about using it to fight for the throne. Eason could barely process that Leo had actually agreed, and she demanded to know why he was going along with this. Leo chose the most shameless answer possible and teased that since Eason had snuck into his bed and rubbed against him, she should take responsibility and stay with him forever. When Leo admitted he had been awake the whole time and even heard her moan his name, Eason's brain practically short-circuited. Eason dropped to the ground and hid her face, too mortified to look at him anymore. Then Leo quietly warned Ivy that this marriage was only a political arrangement, and if she ever tried to push another woman on him, he would expel her and Eason from his domain. Ivy promised not to repeat the stunt, but she still shamelessly begged him one more time to actually impregnate Eason. Leo was done playing along and demanded full answers later about the conspiracies and hidden goals Ivy's side had been keeping from him. To end the chaos, Leo hauled the overwhelmed Eason over his shoulder and carried her off to the battle bus like a caveman bride scene. The crowd whistled and cheered them on, while Mark and Beatrice happily waved after Eason. As soon as Leo and Eason were gone, Ivy's smile vanished, and she warned the others that anyone who crossed Leo's line on marriage would die by her hand. The former Death Knights and Liches immediately sobered up, saluted, and promised to obey because their revenge still depended on Leo. Ivy even told Mark and Beatrice to keep their distance and let Eason have privacy, because she still wanted her empress to win Leo over properly. Left alone with her thoughts, Ivy admitted to herself that forcing the marriage had always been her plan to keep Eason safe under Leo's protection from her own family. She silently prayed that the divine elves in the distant swastika galaxies would not notice that some of the cursed dead had already broken free. Elsewhere, Ohio Man was forging an immortalium frying pan for his wife when a message from the divine elf matriarch suddenly interrupted his break. He already hated his wife's family for casting her out, so when the matriarch ordered him to come to the palace for a job, he answered in cold business terms. The matriarch wanted him to locate heathens who had broken her curses, and Ohio Man demanded 100 million years of lifespan up front. The payment came through instantly, and once Ohio Man asked for a name, the matriarch revealed the target was Eason Sidon IV. That name shocked him because it exposed the target as the former crown princess, and the matriarch ranted that Eason deserved eternal suffering for using death magic. Ohio Man knew that story was a lie, because he had already heard from his wife that Eason was really destroyed by jealous family politics, and even Esther had been cast out after the power struggle. Even so, he took the paid job and searched the system for Eason's location. The search result led him straight to the Yen Dynasty planet and a place labeled Florida Domain, and the moment he saw that name, he knew this job had turned dangerous. After a long, guilty pause, Ohio Man sent Leo's coordinates to the matriarch anyway and could only apologize to himself. A day later, Ivy publicly announced Leo and Eason's grand wedding to the entire domain, the Tang clan, and even the commoners in the western town. The news spread fast, and while many people were happy for Leo, plenty of elders were stunned that Eason was the bride. Tang Xian was stunned too, but he quickly realized the wedding was the perfect chance for the newly arrived Tang clan to prove their sincerity to Leo. Because Leo already had more wealth and resources than anyone could match, the coming wedding sparked a month-long scramble to find a gift he might actually value. In West Slum, merchant Jiang Qing obsessed over the same problem until he remembered Leo once traded precious resources for local produce and started thinking in terms of food. That insight led Jiang Qing to a bolder plan, and he ordered his men to travel to Tap Paya City and import spirit bowls from the joyous Yin-Yang sect. Han Hao and Han Meng reached a similar conclusion when they remembered that Leo turned ordinary plants into rare treasures and still needed merchandise for his store. Once they shifted from crops to livestock, Han Hao boldly suggested the joyous Yin-Yang sect's famous spirit bulls as a meat gift Leo might love. Without even informing the others, father and son rushed northeast toward the hidden joyous Yin-Yang sect. Beyond those mountains stood the joyous Yin-Yang sect, a secretive dual cultivation stronghold that lured men and women alike with sex, beauty, and body-altering techniques. After Leo destroyed Yan Xiang's side, the fleeing Situ and Ouyang factions had even taken shelter there under the sect's protection. Inside the sect master's courtyard, Murongqi relaxed over tea with an injured Situ Nantian and casually asked whether Florida Man had really been that strong. Situ Nantian called Leo a monster with heavenly artifacts, but Murongqi dryly pointed out that his old friend was probably the one who had tried to steal first. Their conversation died there until Murongqi received new intelligence and learned that Leo was about to get married. The wedding news sent Situ Nantian into a rage, while Murongqi mocked him for acting more insane than the sect everyone else called perverted. After storming out, Situ Nantian secretly ordered his spies in Magpie City and Leo's domain to gather more information and, if possible, secure an invitation. Back in the courtyard, Murongqi reflected that Leo's domain was now the last real rival on the continent, and wondered whether to treat him as a future friend or a target. Then Murongqi summoned his pet bull Nancy, a gigantic black spirit bull that came flying in from the ranch at his call. Murongqi went straight behind the bull and collected its aphrodisiac urine, cheerfully calling it the perfect wedding gift. With the bag of spirit bull urine secured, Murongqi grinned and started planning whether to use the gift to tempt Leo or humiliate his bride during the wedding. In the battle bus bedroom, Izan sat beside Leo red-faced and dizzy while he tried to calm her down instead of forcing the marriage talk. When Leo gave her an easy way out, Izan shocked him by saying she was happy he had feelings for her and wanted to become his wife. Leo answered her resolve with a practical gift first, handing Izan the staff he had taken from her shadow so she could protect herself. Then he asked for Izan's hands so he could size a wedding ring, and her blush deepened when he gently held her fingers. Leo bought a cheap pair of diamond rings from the system and immediately maxed them out until the plain gold bands turned rainbow bright. With no more stalling left, Leo dropped to one knee and finally gave Izan a proper proposal despite how rushed and messy their situation was. Izan burst into tears and accepted anyway, saying she did not fully understand how they got here but still wanted to stay with him forever. Once they embraced, Leo asked if she wanted him young again, but Izan answered without hesitation that she liked him exactly as he was. That answer pushed Leo over the edge, and with a shameless grin he announced they should rehearse the wedding night. The next morning, the aftermath was obvious. Leo slept happily, while Izan could only bury her face in a pillow and suffer in exhausted silence. When Leo woke later that day, he found Izan still asleep beside him, while her aura spun like a vortex and kept dragging more chi into her body. He realized their night together had pushed Izan into the true immortal stage, and he kissed her forehead before jokingly calling her his wife. Even half asleep, Izan mumbled that Leo was a monster, and he just laughed and bragged that first time was a charm. Then the real shock hit in the bathroom, when Leo caught his reflection and saw that his body had become decades younger overnight. When Leo stepped into a hallway, Ivy was already waiting outside as if she had stood guard all night, and she immediately recognized him by his aura. Ivy openly treated Izan as accepted, but Leo made it clear he understood her scheming and would tolerate it only as long as she never crossed him. As Leo walked through the bus, the remaining elves all stood and bowed, while he noticed the pill users were still shut away in seclusion. After he left, Ivy slipped into the room, found Izan still sleeping, and quietly cleaned away every trace of the night like a very efficient attendant. Back at the store, Leo's younger face caused an immediate stir, and Wu Bai rushed over first to flood him with shameless praise. Leo did not explain the real reason for his age jump, but he trusted Wu Bai enough to hand him a new job training fresh cultivators as alchemists. Wu Bai also reminded him that the Tang clan had been waiting for an audience, so Leo finally decided to deal with them. That night, only Tang Tian came to the meeting, and he respectfully asked if his clan could study Leo's alchemy under him. Leo agreed fast, but only on his terms. The Tang clan could observe the fifth-floor workshops, share knowledge, and stay useful as long as they caused no trouble. When Tang Tian admitted they still had no assignment, Leo realized he had forgotten them and quickly put the clan to work policing the West Slum and scouting talent. After Tang Tian left happy, Leo was left alone grumbling that his growing mall desperately needed a real manager and cashiers who could collect lifespan for him. His complaint was interrupted when Mooniang returned through the portal and proudly announced that he had found the Earth Fate crystal. Leo rushed over, and Mooniang proudly handed him the finger-sized crystal along with several giant savage tuna as souvenirs. The moment Leo stored the last crystal, Phase 2 of the Entity Fate Crystal Quest finished and dumped a huge reward package into his hands. With fresh tickets in hand, Leo immediately opened the building gacha and rolled 10+1 without even pretending to pray first. When the result exploded into 5 gray, 3 green, 2 blue, and 1 rainbow pull, Leo knew he had hit something big. He ignored the lesser prizes and locked onto the ultra-rare reveal, a Tesseract time chamber that looked absurdly powerful for training inside the mall. On the mall's 4th floor, Leo cheerfully turns his new Tesseract time chamber into a paid training business and starts pricing how much desperate cultivators can afford. He studies the chamber's upgrade options and realizes its biggest draw is brutal time dilation, where 1 real day can become 100 days inside and scale even higher. Leo keeps spending resources, upgrading the mall and stuffing it with new alchemy, smithing, greenhouse, and gunsmith facilities until the whole complex hits level 15. The upgraded mall expands underground with fresh basement floors, and Leo immediately claims them as warehouses because nobody here even needs a parking lot. With the building work done, Leo rushes to his personal gacha, expecting treasure and talking himself up before the roll. The result looks miserable at first, just gray and blue balls with no gold at all, and Leo sours on the spot. He angrily complains that even fate crystals are not saving his luck, and the system answers with brutally low rare drop odds that shut him right up. Then Leo checks the actual pulls, sees 3 cashier mannequins and a warehouse manager, and his despair flips straight into gratitude because his staffing crisis is suddenly over. He summons the rare workers at once, and 4 pink female mannequins appear, 3 in maid outfits for cashier duty and 1 in a modern suit for warehouse management. The cashier mannequins silently show Leo their status screens, proving they can track lifespan balance and collect payments just like he hoped. Leo quickly assigns 2 maids to the supermarket and sends the 3rd to the time chamber, planning to finish their pricing rules before morning. Next he inspects the warehouse manager and learns she is a supervisor, not a laborer, with authority over warehouse access and a specialty for extending food expiry dates. Satisfied, Leo puts her over the mall's underground warehouses and orders all consumables, produce, immortal grasses, and pill ingredients moved into the shopping mall storage. After dispatching the rest of the ordinary gacha workers to their jobs, Leo turns to the last prize still waiting in his inventory, a guaranteed super rare ticket. He slams the summon button with full confidence, and this time the screen erupts in gold. Out steps Wataishu, a broadsword cultivator in white robes with the Life Sword Sect emblem, and Leo freezes when he realizes he has just summoned the legendary Sword Saint himself. The status screen reveals Wataishu was the first immortal of the Yen dynasty, founder of the Life Sword Sect, and a monster of a swordsman who later died in the Fate Stadium to the Fenrir deity Aniraku. Leo pities Wajyushan's people for worshipping a founder they probably do not even know is dead, but he also realizes this copy could be a huge asset. To avoid anyone underestimating him, Leo immediately upgrades Wataishu to level 9, pushing the summoned Sword Saint from Earth Immortal to true Immortal rank. The stronger Wataishu finally speaks, and his first words are a blunt, half-witted promise to kill werewolves on sight. Far away in space, a massive divine elf cube ship lifts off with deities and immortal elves aboard, starting a military trip toward the Yen dynasty planet. On the ground below, Simba watches friends and neighbors depart, and cannot shake the guilt sitting in his chest. Esther joins him and mistakes his mood for simple worry, but Simba quietly admits the force heading out may not survive what it is about to face. Simba explains he secretly checked the Fate Stadium rankings, found a mysterious ranker called Florida Man with redacted details, and now doubts even a deity expedition is enough to handle that side. Esther is surprised he never warned her mother, and Simba flatly says he was never asked. The couple quietly agree Esther's mother is overconfident, though that same softness is also the reason Simba's family is still alive. As the ship disappears into deep space, Simba privately decides that if anyone tries to drag him into this war, he will take Esther and run. Instead of losing the ship completely, Simba opens a hidden system map and tracks its jump to the outer edge of the star system as it turns toward Leo's planet. He pulls up Leo's status next, but almost everything is still hidden, leaving only the alias Florida Man, the location, and an old man portrait he cannot recognize. All Simba can do is hope Leo's system saves him, and he quietly wishes they might meet someday in the Fate Stadium if Leo survives this attack. Aboard the cube ship, the crew finishes post-teleport checks while the officers prepare for a cautious approach rather than a reckless assault. The captain, Ingolf Jack, is a terrifying 15-star deity strong enough to destroy planets, and his orders are clear: find Izan and capture her, or kill her if she resists. Ingolf asks about the Fenrir allies, learns their battleships will arrive in 2 days, and mocks them for still relying on outdated ships. Rather than spend his own strength first, Ingolf orders the ship to keep its distance and wait for the Fenrir vanguard to arrive. Back on Leo's planet, 3 guardians stand under the night sky and all notice the same incoming threat from space. Their brief banter turns silly for a second as bird, cat, and dog trade jabs, but the mood underneath is pure battle tension. Meow Meow cuts the jokes, confirms everyone is fully recharged, and tells them to wait until the enemy gets into range before they go all out. Then the system finally warns Leo directly that another player's forces are approaching his domain, and the penalties are ugly. The alerts spell out the damage, facility effects will be penalized, his automatons lose half their power, and invaders cannot be charged lifespan at all. Leo stares at the screen in fed-up disbelief and demands to know which enemy has decided to bring trouble to his life this time. Leo sends max-level Hua Taishu to guard the new Tesseract Time Chamber, and tells him to pose as Sword Saint Hua Taishu's twin brother while recruiting any swordsman he finds. Hua Taishu answers in broken, werewolf-obsessed speech, and Leo realizes the Sword Saint's memory and way of talking are still badly scrambled. Taking the mission seriously anyway, Hua Taishu teleports to the 4th floor and plants himself in front of the chamber like a silent bodyguard. The cashier mannequin is startled badly enough to fall over, but Hua Taishu calmly helps her up, which only makes her blush harder. While the mannequin circles him like she's fascinated, Hua Taishu quietly repeats a simple mantra to himself about being strong and killing werewolves for the domain. Elsewhere in the upgraded mall, Tang clan members and Life Sword sect alchemists rush out of their rooms and immediately notice the richer woodwork, smoother finish, and gentler yin-yang qi in the air. The visitors get so carried away praising the building materials and cultivation atmosphere that they start wishing Leo would let them stay inside the mall overnight. That excitement spikes when Tiger Swordsman spots Hua Taishu on patrol and blurts out that he looks exactly like the legendary sword saint from the old portraits. Hua Taishu only cares that Tiger Swordsman is a swordsman, so he immediately claims him as a trainee. Before Tiger Swordsman can answer, Hua Taishu grabs him by the pants and drags him straight into the time chamber. The cashier mannequin chases after them with a fresh signboard announcing the chamber's brutal price, 10 years of lifespan per day for each person. Tiger Swordsman tries to resist the bizarre arrangement, but against a true immortal's raw strength he still ends up as the chamber's first paying victim and student. News that Hua Taishu has appeared inside Leo's domain spreads fast, and Hua Jiashan leads a small group of interested cultivators toward the 4th floor to see him for themselves. The cashier mannequin blocks the crowd and lays out the chamber rules with signs: only 5 visitors at once, the same lifespan fee, and a current headcount already inside. Unlike the others, Hua Jiashan and another visitor do not hesitate and pay with their lifespan on the spot so they can meet the supposed sword saint. Inside, Hua Jiashan and another visitor step into a stark white training world filled with gym equipment, small rooms, dummies, and an altar that floods the space with elemental qi. Hua Taishu greets the newcomers with the same blunt invitation he gave Tiger Swordsman: come here and get stronger under his training. Hua Jiashan carefully asks if this young-looking man is really related to Sword Saint Hua Taishu, still struggling to believe what he's seeing. Hua Taishu bluntly declares that he is the real Sword Saint and even calls himself Hua Jiashan's grandfather, which leaves Hua Jiashan reeling. Hua Jiashan can only stammer that his ancestors should be over 2,000 years old, because the man in front of him looks far too young to accept. Another visitor steps in to restore order and bows deeply to Hua Taishu as his ancestor, while Hua Jiashan watches from the side. Hua Taishu dismisses the bowing visitor as a useless non-swordsman and decides the fix is simple: he will train him in the sword too, alarming Hua Jiashan while Tiger Swordsman sees the disaster coming. Without giving anyone time to refuse, Hua Taishu unleashes his sword domain and turns the blank chamber into a graveyard of a million rising blades. Hua Taishu grabs a sword and charges, and Hua Jiashan realizes too late that everyone inside is trapped for a 500-day nightmare of sword training. After that, Leo's resource chain keeps rolling as hauling teams unload immortalium ingots into storage and then head back out for more. Warehouse mannequins and the new manager keep the whole process flowing without Leo's direct supervision, moving the ingots straight to the mall's underground storage. Leo has already left behind barrels of urine and a bucket of saliva, so the mannequins dip every black ingot into them and turn the metal white as it upgrades. Once enough white ingots pile up, workshop mannequins collect them, and the new blacksmith shops begin forging weapons non-stop. Leo waits by the new blacksmiths until they finish their first test weapon, a white broadsword made from the strange upgraded metal. A system notice names it the broadsword of goddess blood, and Leo is amused that the material's name keeps mutating at every stage of processing. Even though Leo swings the sword casually, and without chi, the blade still carves deep damage into the mall around him. The store's auto-repair starts patching the damage at once, but the test leaves Leo wanting a real expert who can tell him exactly how good this weapon is. He briefly thinks of Hua Jiashan and Hua Taishu, but one is still too weak to judge the sword and the other is too unreliable to hold a normal conversation. That leaves Easen's people, so Leo heads back to the battle bus to find someone with real experience. In the bus lobby, Leo finds Mark and Beatrice relaxing over snacks after finishing another huge round of gun knowledge training. Leo shows them the broadsword and asks for a straight evaluation, which makes Mark light up immediately. Mark calls Leo Your Majesty and enthusiastically praises the sword, forcing Leo to process that marriage to Easen would make him their emperor. Beatrice opens her abyssal gaze, scans the sword, and calmly identifies it as the kind of weapon used to dismantle God's souls. She recognizes the scent of goddess blood in the metal and correctly guesses the weapon was forged from milkium or something very close to it. When Leo asks how she knows that, Beatrice reveals she once studied at a royal academy on another planet and used to own one of these swords herself. Beatrice explains that milkium weapons were elite anti-divine tools for gifted young immortals, powerful enough to kill gods and cancel their abilities, which is why divine elves tightly controlled them. After talking far more than usual, Beatrice cuts herself off in quiet exhaustion, and Leo unexpectedly relates to her habit of barely speaking. Leo checks on their cultivation progress, and Mark proudly says the pills have already pushed him to true immortal stage, just one step short of becoming a god. Since Mark is the swordsman here, Leo simply gives him the new anti-god broadsword. Then Leo puts Beatrice in charge of collecting every broadsword from the blacksmiths and distributing them to Isen's people first. When Mark asks how many Leo can make, Leo casually says as many as he wants, and both undead veterans are stunned by how absurdly rich he is in this material. Leo sends them off with one more plan: wait for the new guns too, because he intends to arm Isen's side with both blades and firearms. After Leo leaves to check on his wife, Mark and Beatrice share a bright look and quietly agree that he has been unexpectedly kind to them. Following Leo's order, Mark and Beatrice visit the blacksmiths, gather the fresh broadswords, and start handing them out to Isen's subordinates. The rollout immediately hits a practical problem, because most of those subordinates are not sword users and hand the broadswords back. Instead, they ask for weapons they actually know how to use, like staffs, canes, scythes, and spears. Beatrice takes over as their liaison and returns to the workshop to request custom weapon production for each fighter. The automatons reject the request at first because Beatrice is not their master, so the new workshop manager has to step in and authorize the change. With that approval in place, the blacksmiths stop mass-producing swords and smoothly switch to crafting the customized weapons Isen's people actually need. Back in the battle bus bedroom, Leo watches sleeping Isen quietly mature from their night together and smirks that he can no longer tease her for being flat. Even while admiring her, Leo stays focused on the coming fight and realizes he still needs Isen's blood to make more Floridian Danteon pills. Since Isen is still out cold, Leo leaves her to rest and heads to the mall's busy 5th floor to solve the pill shortage himself first. Inside the empty alchemy factory, Leo checks the status panel and confirms the machines are ready but not producing anything yet. To feed the recipe, Leo casually fills a bucket with his own blood and even tears off a chunk of flesh, trusting his monstrous regeneration to patch him back up at once. After the workers bring over the last 12 Cayman cores, Leo orders the factory to mass-produce Floridian Danteon pills and stops caring about quality, as long as the batch is huge. The factory shocks him by showing a 24-hour completion time, and Leo finally understands the workshops are for prototypes while factories are for real mass production. Riding that momentum, Leo sweeps through his alchemy workshops, collects finished pills, and starts every old recipe he had left gathering dust. He even gambles on a pill of youth recipe, wondering if his own blood still qualifies as Virgin Sage's blood after sleeping with Isen. When the workshop accepts his blood and Taxi's tears without complaint, Leo gets a new idea and rushes back to test whether Isen's blood still works too. Back in the bedroom, Leo finds Isen awake at last, still sleepy but now wrapped in a strangely holy beauty that makes her look and even smell dangerously tempting. The moment he says good morning, Isen remembers last night, turns bright red, and hides behind a pillow while Leo finds the whole thing adorable. Leo keeps teasing her, but Isen quietly leans into him anyway, scratching and biting him just hard enough to leave a mark now that she's stronger. Then Leo asks the absurd question on his mind: if his blood still passed the recipe test, are they somehow still counted as virgins for alchemy too? Isen stares at him like he's broken, and Leo proudly explains that his blood still worked as Virgin Sage's blood, so now he wants to test hers as Virginine blood. Without giving her much room to protest, Leo drags Isen into a full pampering routine and happily bathes, dries, dresses, and combs his blushing wife himself. At the alchemy floor, Leo uses both their blood in a workshop and the cauldron immediately confirms that the true death poison pill recipe still works. Isen asks what he is even making, and Leo casually admits he has no idea what the poison pill does and just wants to see the recipe through. With the blood test settled, Leo decides it is finally time to teach Isen something more practical and leads her straight to the gunsmith workshop. The mannequin workers salute and hand Leo a fresh prototype, and he immediately realizes they have built a modern M16. When the system offers a dirt-cheap lifespan upgrade, Leo maxes the rifle on the spot and turns it into a level 15 monster weapon. The upgraded M16 exhales black smoke, lets out a faint howl, and even grows a floating spirit eye that blinks at Leo before sizing up Isen too. Leo takes that as approval, tells Isen the rifle recognizes her, and places the living weapon into her hands as her new personal gun. Isen can barely make sense of the strange weapon, so Leo demonstrates the detachable magazine and explains that this gun can dump 30 rounds in one burst if she holds the trigger. The lesson only makes Isen more excited, and she bolts outside with the rifle, eager to test it on the alligators immediately. Watching his wife fly off with a full-auto spirit rifle, Leo can only sigh that she might be turning into one of his kind after all. Her test run becomes a disaster-sized spectacle over the canyon river, where black lightning and gunfire tear the sky apart and blast out a crater so huge the river turns it into a lake. The commotion terrifies Kat so badly that she runs home in tears, climbs onto the pylon tower, and refuses to come back down. A day later, Hua Taishu finally lets Hua Jishan, Tiger Swordsman, and Tang Xian out of the time chamber after 500 days of non-stop torture training. The gains are obvious at a glance. Hua Jiashan moves like a blade, Tiger Swordsman looks younger and tougher, and Tang Xian now strides with green fire and full earth's celestial immortal pressure. Hua Taishi cheerfully invites them back for more, but the three survivors are instantly united in one thing: they would rather die than repeat that hell again. Bonded by shared trauma and starving for real food, the trio heads downstairs and decides to try the new Florida fried chicken restaurant inside the mall. Once they see the menus and smell the fryer, all three lose what little restraint they had left and start ordering like monsters. Tang Xian demands a party bucket, Hua Jiashan orders the same, and Tiger Swordsman goes even further until the other two can only stare at him. Tiger Swordsman proudly slips into Hua Taishu's caveman speech about bulking and getting stronger, which only makes his friends cover their faces in defeat. When the food arrives, the three trained half-dead elders devour everything in sight and march out stuffed and happy, never realizing what meat they actually just ate. News of the trio's growth spreads fast, and soon curious visitors gather around the time chamber to ask Hua Taishu what that training room can do. Jin Yong comes looking for Tang Xian, but after seeing the results himself, he ends up asking Hua Taishu if he can train there too. Hua Taishu decides Jin Yong is weak, grabs him by the collar on the spot, and drags him into the chamber while promising to make him stronger whether he likes it or not. Watching that madness somehow inspires a few Life Sword sect disciples to volunteer too, just in time for Hua Taishu to welcome them into his next round of Spartan hell. Rumors rippled through Leo's domain that the fourth floor facility could trade 10 years of lifespan for a secret training realm, and the first men who tried it came back stronger. The gossip split in two directions fast, because some people swore the real miracle came from Leo's expensive fried chicken instead. By the next day, the mall was packed with both kinds of visitors, one crowd chasing food and the other rushing for the fourth floor chamber. Among the diners, Gao Yan finally came out of seclusion, and Wu Bai dragged him here to relax while keeping an eye on his unstable post-breakthrough state. Gao Yan's progress had jumped all the way to quasi-immortal, which left even Wu Bai worried that the breakthrough had happened too fast. Wu Bai confidently ordered his favorite heavyset, while Gao Yan sat there so blankly that his master had to suggest the cheaper beginner meal for him. Gao Yan just nodded and drifted off again, because his mind was still stuck in that empty post-seclusion haze cultivators sometimes suffer. Around them, the whole food area was thriving, with mannequins working the counters and curious locals swarming every stall in the court. Watching the crowd, Wu Bai quietly marveled at how Leo's once forest domain had turned into something almost unrecognizable. The smell of hot fried chicken finally snapped Gao Yan awake the moment their food hit the table. Looking at the food, Gao Yan blurted out KFC from a memory he did not understand. When Gao Yan called it fast food and even junk food, Wu Bai got personally offended and tried to steal the meal off his plate. The first bite unlocked the taste for him completely, and Gao Yan suddenly devoured the whole tray with practiced speed. After finishing everything, Gao Yan grumbled that the meal was missing soda, Pepsi, and Coke, which only made Wu Bai more confused. Gao Yan admitted he had never eaten anything like this before, so the strange knowledge had to be coming from Leo's Floridian Dantian pill. The moment Wu Bai heard the pill's name, he wanted one for himself, and the nearby disciples quietly memorized it too. Elsewhere on the fourth floor, Dong Fong Mei, Sun Wan, Han Hao, Han Meng, and Tang Tian gathered outside the time chamber after hearing how effective it was. Dong Fong Mei joked that there were too many of them for the available space, and Sun Wan politely offered to give up her turn for her master. Sun Wan then decided to wait and come back with Yao Chi tomorrow, which instantly made the competition for spots easier. Tang Tian switched the mood by teasing Dong Fong Mei about secretly marrying Hua Jiashan without inviting her own mentor. Dong Fong Mei answered by whacking Tang Tian's but with a paper fan, showing their old teacher-disciple dynamic had not changed at all. Between laughs, Dong Fong Mei said the ceremony had not happened yet and would probably wait until after Leo's wedding. When Tang Tian asked if Leo's bride was the long-haired woman, Dong Fong Mei confirmed it was Izan and revealed she was a celestial emperor. That immortal rank title stunned Tang Tian, and the bystanders listening nearby became even more fascinated by Leo and Izan. Later that afternoon, the chamber finally opened and Hua Taishu walked out with Jin Yong and 3 other young survivors who all looked wrecked. Despite the awful condition they were in, the results were brutal and effective, because Jin Yong had been pushed all the way into quasi-immortal. Tang Tian rushed to support his disciple and demanded to know what kind of madness had happened inside. Jin Yong could barely explain it, and just mumbled that hard training made him strong, sounding worryingly like Hua Taishu already. Hua Taishu beamed, pointed right at Tang Tian, and invited him in for the same treatment with terrifying enthusiasm. Tang Tian had come prepared, so he paid 10 years of lifespan on the spot and accepted the invitation anyway. Han Hao, Han Meng, and Dong Fong Mei immediately followed, and Hua Taishu happily herded all of them into the chamber before anyone could rethink it. As the doors shut behind them, one survivor looked after the elders with the pity of a man who had already seen hell. Then Jin Yong and the others tried to speak normally again and realized Hua Taishu's training had damaged their grammar along with their brains. The spectators could only stare, because the chamber was clearly making people stronger while also turning them stupid. Even with invaders looming somewhere beyond the horizon, Leo settled into a calmer routine now that the cashiers were collecting lifespan for him. By day, Leo split his time between mushroom work and relentless combat training inside his Dantian universe against powerful allies like Beatrice, Mark, Ivy, Hua Taishu, and Sierra. At night, Leo and Izan stayed together in private, but this time he turned the evening into a serious lesson on how much of her own necromancy she still did not understand. Izan proudly declared she had mastered 5 branches of necromancy, and Leo immediately challenged her by pointing out 2 more she did not even believe existed. When Izan mocked the idea of necromantic healing, Leo answered by raising white smoke of yang qi at his fingertip like proof in her face. Izan thought the technique looked like holy magic that should hurt the undead, but Leo calmly told her she was wrong. To prove it, Leo summoned out a dead 4-armed mutant and resurrected it right in the room, stunning Izan with her own people's art used by someone else. Leo snapped the zombie's legs with a mix of puppeteering and attack magic just to show Izan that she had misclassified the art from the start. Then he sent the white smoke into the broken bones and repaired the undead body in seconds, blowing up everything Izan thought she knew about necromancy. Leo explained that this was not holy healing at all, but direct repair through yang qi and life force control, and he made it clear she needed to listen carefully. The lesson lasted the whole night, and by the end Izan was looking at Leo with odd eyes like he had just opened a hidden world for her. Outside the room, Ivy had been eavesdropping as usual, but hearing Leo teach Izan forbidden clan arts left even her badly rattled. As Ivy turned the mystery over in her head, she reached a private conclusion that Leo was not human at all, and somehow that only made him more desirable to her. At the same time, far away, Murongchi personally led a flying ship from the joyous Inyang sect toward Leo's territory with a huge escort. On the way, his people stopped at ruined Cauliflower City, cleaned out leftover rogue cultivators, and stripped the area for spatial rings before moving on. Murongchi had brought 1,000 beautiful young female disciples as gifts, but in his real plan they were also bait and long-term spies. He expected Leo himself might not take the women, but he could still plant them among Leo's unmarried subordinates and turn marriages into an intelligence network. The sect reached Leo's domain at night, and Murongchi carefully landed east of the Tang clan manor instead of barging straight into the floating island. Seeing the Tang clan's protected manor, Murongchi smirked and admitted they had been smarter than him to hide under Leo's shelter first. Instead of visiting Leo at night, Murongchi shamelessly chose the easier target first and asked the Tang clan to feed and house his whole entourage. The guards were already overwhelmed by the scale of his demand, and Murongchi pressed harder by pointing out all the women and children he expected them to pity. Before the guards could decide, the pink-eyed girls looked at them and quietly emptied their minds with charm. With the gate charmed open, the girls slipped into the manor and immediately started ensnaring servants and clansmen inside. By the time Tang Xian arrived, half the intruders were already inside, taking rooms and turning his own household against itself. Tang Xian stormed to the front gate and called Murongchi exactly what he was, the most shameless freeloader alive. Murongchi tried to size him up and froze when he realized Tang Xian was no longer quasi-immortal, but a true immortal now. Tang Xian made sure the point landed by bragging that he had already stepped beyond the level of men like Situ Nantian, Ouyang Zi, and Yan Xiang. Murongchi instantly understood he had lost his leverage, because Tang Xian had grown too strong for him to bully anymore. Tang Xian pressed the advantage and ordered Murongchi to drag his vixens off Tang property before things turned ugly. This time Murongchi did not fight back, and he recalled his disciples outside rather than risk a clash he might lose. As soon as everyone was out, Tang Xian slammed the gates shut and locked his manor down again. Shut out and annoyed, Murongchi decided to spend the night on his ship and seek Leo properly in the morning instead. His dual cultivators were visibly disappointed, because they had failed to drain life force from the local men and had to leave hungry in more ways than one. None of Murongchi's people realized they had already entered Leo's territory without paying local taxes, but somebody above them absolutely noticed. From the pylon tower, a pair of hungry red eyes watched the newcomers and drooled at the thought of collecting what they owed. The next morning, Murongchi led his joyous Yin-Yang sect disciples into Leo's domain and immediately stepped onto a strangely modern highway instead of a normal sect path. One breath of the rich Yin-Yang left the whole group dazed and euphoric, and they instantly fell in love with the place. When they spotted the tall apartment buildings where local disciples lived, the girls started gushing over them like they had discovered a new paradise. Murongchi had to drag their attention back to the real goal and remind them they were here to meet the lord of this domain, not daydream on the road. A little farther in, they noticed black lumber cabins belching white smoke and white-coated workers carrying alchemy materials, which made the sect girls even more convinced this territory was loaded with resources. Then they found fenced 3-story patio houses beside gardens, and the girls were almost ready to squeal at how rich the local residents seemed. One of those doors opened, and Gao Yen walked out dressed like a modern office worker, instantly stealing every girl's attention. The 100+ girls practically drooled over Gao Yen on sight and started openly throwing themselves at him. Gao Yen shut them down politely, saying he was late for work and already had a lover. Thora slipped out of Gao Yen's shadow and silently flipped the rivals off, jealous and smug even though none of the girls could see her. Murongchi stopped gawking at Gao Yan's looks and finally sensed the real shock. This young man was already at the same cultivation level as him. When Murongchi asked his age, Gao Yan casually said he was only about 17, which hit the sect master even harder. Murongchi also noticed Dora's spirit body and realized Gao Yan's Dao avatar felt even stronger than he was, which made this place suddenly much more dangerous. Trying to recover, Murongchi asked who had awakened Gao Yan's talent, and Gao Yan pointed him toward Lord Florida Man at the general store and parking lot farther down the road. Murongchi made one more move and openly offered his disciples as possible concubines or servants, hoping Gao Yan might take the bait. Gao Yan refused immediately and said one lover was enough because he wanted to focus on cultivation and his work here. After Gao Yan flew off to the southern farms, Murongchi admitted to himself that his original plan was failing and that Florida Man would need a more careful approach. Before the group could move again, Cat dropped in front of them in her monstrous girl form and chirped her usual demand for Nam Nam. Murongchi tried to ask what Nam Nam even meant, but the locals ignored the scene because they were already used to Cat shaking down newcomers. Because they still did not understand her, Cat's mood flipped from cute to murderous, and she raised her tentacles to crush the whole group. At the last second, Wu Bai kicked his door open, partly covered by simple modest cloth and furious, and yelled that the alarm was off so these people were not food. Cat instantly deflated into a sulk, and a stone tentacle from above lowered a giant thunder came in corpse to placate her before she happily bounced away with her prize. Wu Bai glanced at the crowd of women, sneered that 3D pigs were disgusting, and slammed his doors shut like this madness was perfectly normal. Murongchi and his people just stood there trying to process the place, and all he could do was mentally scream about what kind of territory he had walked into. From the shopping mall rooftop, Yao Chichi watched the whole disaster and quietly welcomed the old sect master to Florida. The group finally reached the front of the shopping mall and stopped again, stunned by the giant building and the glass elevator leading up to the flying island. They were so distracted by the architecture that they barely noticed commoners already going in and out like this impossible place was just part of daily life. Then the smell of fried chicken drifted out of the mall and wrecked the group's self-control, because most of them had been living on pills instead of real food. Murongchi wanted to eat too, but he forced everyone to keep moving before his mission dissolved into a fried food detour. Next to the mall, they found a wall-less parking structure guarded by handsome long-haired men and watched over by teams of elves and white-haired residents on every floor. As night shift workers flew in from above and passed rooftop inspections before entering their RV homes, Murongchi realized this had to be the place Gao Yan mentioned. Murongchi stepped up and formally asked one of the guards to announce that the joyous Yin-Yang sect master wanted an audience with their leader. The guard looked him over with open disdain, and when Murongchi sensed the others back, he realized with a jolt that even the gatekeepers here were immortals. That discovery drained all his confidence at once, because if immortals were only the guards, Florida Man himself had to be far beyond normal sense. One Death Knight finally agreed to relay the message and told Murongchi to wait there. Inside their room, Leo and Izan were already exhausted from staying up all night, so they stripped down, crawled into bed together, and passed out immediately. Ivy slipped in after they fell asleep, quietly collected their used clothes, set out fresh ones, and tucked the blanket properly over her sleeping masters. After leaving the room, Ivy sat guard outside and meditated on the Floridian Dantian pill, gaining months of gun training memories and steadily rising in strength. A Death Knight came to the bus to report that a large human group wanted to meet the Holy One, and the nearby liches turned to Ivy for the answer. Ivy calmly said Leo was unavailable and told them to send the visitors away until afternoon because he and Izan were resting after a long night of cultivation. The liches instantly took that the wrong way and walked out wearing knowing grins, convinced the husband and wife had spent the whole night getting intimate. By the time the message reached the gate, it had turned into a blunt announcement that Florida Man was exhausted from intense sex and not taking guests. The whole area went awkwardly silent, but Murongchi suddenly lit up because this rumor made Florida Man seem less like a saint and more like a man with a weakness he could exploit. Murongchi immediately tried again, offering 1,000 dual cultivating maidens as a goodwill gift for Leo's supposed tastes. That earned him nothing except unified disgust, and the guard flatly ordered him to take his so-called gifts away and come back later. But the damage was already done, because disciples who overheard the message started whispering that Lord Florida Man had slept with someone. When the gossip reached two horse-like beast companions, they instantly blew it up into excited chatter about Leo and Izan smashing. Sierra overheard them, misunderstood everything even worse, and started wondering out loud whether Leo was somehow milking Izan instead. The beasts passed Sierra's nonsense to other listeners, and the rumor mutated again until people were seriously asking whether Izan even had boobs and milk. Up on the flying island, Meow Meow and Mooniang watched the crowd below, and could only brace themselves for how angry Leo would be when the rumor reached him. By then it was already too late to fix anything, and the rumor kept spreading through the domain in weirder and weirder forms. After resting on the bus, Izan heads back to the White Tree Array, and Leo wakes up ready to chase fresh quests. Leo checks the Fate Crystal quest and sees Phase 3 is only half done, with ugly tasks like making a true Fate Crystal, surviving another player, and invading a home planet. Even so, Leo notices the mall upgrade unlocked a whole batch of new buildings, and his mood jumps immediately. He quickly makes room behind the shopping mall, moving old granaries away from the empty land near Gao Yan and Wu Bai's houses. With the land cleared, Leo drops in new houses and an apartment, and pushes them straight to level 15. Leo keeps expanding the domain, adding more warehouses and granaries, stretching new farms out from the southern agriculture district, and placing 2 alchemy workshops on the mall's 5th floor. Then he installs the real prizes inside the mall's 4th floor, a casino, a boot camp, and a tavern right beside the time chamber. From the outside the rooms still look small, but after the upgrades their interiors stretch wide enough to host crowds comfortably. The price still stings, but Leo can shrug it off now because his mall is booming with migrants and rich Tang clan buyers. Just as Leo is enjoying his city builder mood, a death knight interrupts with news that a quasi-immortal has arrived with many young mortals as tribute. Hearing the word tribute, Leo perks up and hurries over, already wondering what kind of customer just arrived. Outside the store, Murong-chi and his people wait for hours without complaint because Leo's domain is packed with better Inyan-chi than the mystic realms they know. A death knight loudly announces Leo as the ruler here, and even Murong-chi is forced to kneel because the immortal guards leave him no room to resist. Leo is still awkward with that royal treatment, so he stiffly asks whether Murong-chi came to settle here or shop. Murong-chi probes Leo's aura, finds it unreadable, and convinces himself this calm soul formation look must be a hidden expert's disguise. Murong-chi introduces himself as the joyous Yin-Yang sect master and says he came to honor the new lord with a gift. Then Murong-chi proudly reveals the tribute, 1,000 pretty disciples he offers as servants, houseworkers, and bed companions. Leo cuts him off cold and rejects the whole tribute on the spot, saying his place does not welcome underage prostitutes. Murong-chi is stunned because the rumors painted Leo as a man of pleasure, so this rejection lands like a public slap. Leo sizes the girls up and points out exactly what bothers him: the skimpy clothes, heavy makeup, cheap perfume, and the look of girls pushed into prostitution. He gets even harsher and tells them that if they want work here, they need proper clothes, proper bathing, and no underage girls in the lineup. Murong-chi finally gets what Leo means, because his northern sect barely bathes, and even the perfume cannot hide the stable-like smell. Trying to save face, Murong-chi activates a water domain technique and rinses his whole group in one sweep. The quick rinse only half fixes the problem, and Leo's attention drifts to a new business idea for a public bathhouse. Leo sends them away for now and says they can come back only after the girls are adults, and everyone has taken a proper bath. Once Leo leaves, Murong-chi is furious enough to imagine killing him if not for the immortal guards. He orders the entire sect group back to their ship, and the disciples leave disappointed without even getting to shop. On the way out, Tang Xian openly mocks Murong-chi for getting kicked out, and Murong-chi leaves with one more grudge burning in his chest. Far out in space, 2 artificial stars emerge from a white wormhole and drift toward the elves' cubic warship. Passengers stream from the stars into the cube ship, bringing heavy reinforcements for the next move against Leo's planet. Inside the warship, Captain Ingoff Jack receives 2 werewolf overlords, Milo and Max, who report in with full respect despite being stronger than him. Jack lays out the mission plainly: seize Princess Izan, kill her followers, and learn how she removed the undead curse. The hologram zooms down to Florida Domain, where one detail stands out immediately: the portal is active non-stop. Jack warns them that Florida Domain has 3 guardian statues with at least deity-level power, but Max brushes that off as easy prey. Jack immediately shuts that bravado down by showing the black-winged angel statue, and the werewolves clearly recognize the face. He explains the danger: if that statue really points to Overlord Mao and his ties to Overlord Kishin, a direct assault could drag them into a much bigger war. So Jack's strategy is careful avoidance, and the 2 overlords can only swallow their dislike and listen. Back near Leo's side, Meow Meow watches the new enemy stars from his black-winged angel statue body and quietly notes that they are still out of range. Mooniang wants to bring Leo over so they can fight at full strength, but Meow Meow says they may not need to move yet. What really catches Meow Meow's eye is a 3rd star moving wildly and impossibly fast straight toward their system. He orders Mooniang to call Kitten, because he realizes an old enemy may have finally found them. The moment Mooniang understands who it is, his mood flips too, because this is the crook who stole the prototype body meant for their master. Meow Meow grips his sword and swears revenge, blaming that stolen body for trapping their master in an incomplete vessel for 50,000 years and costing him ascension. Leo checks his factories and sees the alchemy line churning out Floridian Dantian pills and elemental pills at a ridiculous pace. Because he promised Izan's people first access, Leo keeps the Floridian pills reserved for her undead subordinates instead of selling them yet. He moves on to the Idle Land Vehicle Factory, now finally stocked with Immortalium and Goddess Milkium and ready for its first build. The factory menu shows only basic vehicles for now, so Leo picks the cheapest option, a beginner-friendly scooter, to test the system. The factory starts by feeding in quarry stones and special ingots, and the whole line roars to life around him. Leo watches, fascinated, as the machines refine the stone into metal-like ingots and sort every piece with eerie precision. The biggest ingot drops into a mercury-like pool and comes back out transformed into the bare frame of a scooter. Then black immortalium and white milkium liquid coat the frame like living metal, and Leo gets completely absorbed in the process. After staring for 10 minutes like he is watching a perfect factory video, Leo snaps out of it and checks the build timer. An hour later, the first scooter is finished, and Leo happily drags out the humble chrome gray bike to test it himself. The engine stays dead without fuel, so Leo immediately decides to upgrade the scooter into a cheap-powered machine instead of a gas one. When he sees the upgrade cost is absurdly cheap for self-made items, Leo starts thinking like a merchant instead of just a tinkerer. He settles on a plan to test several versions later, sell a cheaper basic model, and charge extra for upgrades. Once he takes the finished scooter outside, Leo blasts down the road laughing and heads toward the Tang Clan district for a real test run. When the road gets crowded, Leo flips the controls and casually reveals that the scooter can fly. High over the district, Leo starts belting out a whole new world by himself, including the female parts, and his terrible singing turns the whole flight into a public disaster. People on the ground can only stare, suffer, and yell for him to stop as his voice physically hurts their ears. Even through the noise, cultivators realize this is not a flying sword at all but some completely new kind of personal flying vehicle. Tang Xian studies the machine with a headache from the singing, but he still has to admit Leo may have invented a clever new flying craft. The younger Tang clan members ignore the singing and start dreaming about owning one themselves, because this thing looks much easier to use than a flying sword. After the test ride, Leo returns to the shopping mall and boldly puts the first premium scooter on display for 1,500 YOL beside Chang Chang's statue. A huge crowd forms around the scooter, but most people can only gawk because the price is hopelessly out of reach for ordinary commoners and weak cultivators. The crowd starts naming the few elites who might actually afford it, like Tang Xian or Gao Yan, while everyone else is left dreaming. Instead of stopping there, Leo brings out a second scooter for another spin and makes the crowd nervously brace for another round of awful singing. After a quick test drive, he parks the second scooter beside the first and sets up a new sign with a much lower price. The new board reveals a standard edition for just 300 YOL, and that sudden price drop instantly changes the crowd's mood. But their excitement cools when they notice the standard model only travels on land, which makes some people dismiss it as just an expensive two-wheeled carriage. Everything flips again when they spot one line on the sign saying the scooter is indestructible. Leo explains that he already tested it, and he seriously doubts even immortals or gods could damage the engine or frame. A brave cultivator touches the scooter to test it, and the bike instantly answers with a warning shockwave that blasts him away. Leo calmly adds that the first warning is mercy, because if a thief tries again, the scooter will kill them. That anti-theft promise hits hard with the weak and vulnerable, because to merchants and commoners this is suddenly more than a vehicle, it is protection. One merchant group steps forward and asks if they can combine their lifespan payments to buy a single scooter together. Leo agrees immediately, and the merchants are overjoyed because pooling 10 years each finally makes the standard scooter affordable. He takes their lifespan, hands over the keys, and personally teaches them how to start and drive their new scooter. Watching that sale, other traders suddenly understand the scooter's real value for long-distance travel, cargo, and surviving robber attacks. Meanwhile, the local cultivators stop dismissing the bikes and start eyeing the first premium model much more seriously. Hearing all that talk, Leo walks back to the first scooter and rewrites its sign to show the true specs of the Level 15 Performance Edition. The new sign reveals absurd range, extreme speed, cheap-powered refueling, flight, and built-in anti-immortal weapons and a barrier. When someone asks what anti-immortal saw blades even means, Leo decides to show them instead of explaining it nicely. He flips the switch, and 4 robotic arms burst out from the scooter with giant spinning white saw blades on the ends. The blades were around searching for targets, and the spectators panic hard enough to shove each other out of danger. Leo powers the weapons down and pitches them like a practical travel feature for a dangerous world, which somehow only makes the scooter more tempting. Then he activates the protection barrier, wrapping the scooter in a blue shield and inviting anyone brave enough to test it. No ordinary person dares move until Tang Xian steps out of the crowd and volunteers to hit the barrier himself. Freshly ascended to Earth's celestial immortal, Tang Xian wants a real measure of his power, and Leo's scooter gives him the perfect target. Tang Xian throws a full straight punch into the shield, but all he gets is a ripple across the barrier and nothing more. That one failed punch stuns the whole mall, because even a new immortal cannot crack this scooter's defense. Sensing the room turn hungry, Leo announces that more bikes are coming every hour and that customers can place custom orders in advance. The promise of mass production makes everyone swallow hard, and even Tang Xian stops pretending to be detached. Tang Xian finally gives in on the spot and bluntly claims the very bike Leo is riding for himself. A hostile fleet of artificial stars and a cubic warship slips toward Leo's planet, and shuttle pods start dropping to claim landing zones for the invasion. On the ground, Overlord Milo and his disguised Fenrir troops land at ruined Cauliflower City, hide their shuttle pods, and prepare the invasion from inside human skins. Milo mocks the planet's filthy thin chi, convinced this new Earth world will be easy prey. Then Milo gives the real mission away: avoid clashing with Overlord Mao if possible, But if Mao comes for Princess Izan, kill her first and blame him for it. His men agree without hesitation, treating Izan's death and a false accusation against Mao like a simple cleanup job. A voice suddenly hijacks every werewolf's transmission and catches them plotting in real time. The speaker is Overlord Mao, and just hearing that name turns Milo and his troops pale with terror. Mao tears into them for planning murder and a frame up behind his back, and Milo instantly drops into panicked apology mode. Instead of calming down, Mao orders them to call every unit in the system and wipe the whole planet clean. The order chills them, but it also matches what they wanted anyway, so Milo obeys and relays the attack command to the fleet. Aboard the enemy flagship, Ingolf Jack receives Milo's report, and the bridge shifts from infiltration to full planetary assault. Their answer is brutal. The cubic warship begins charging a planetary core evaporator aimed straight at Leo's world. On the flying island, Meow Meow, Mooniang, and the Wolf Guardian statue feel the planet killer charging and scramble to answer it with their own formation. The Guardians gather local chi in Leo's power even faster than the flagship can charge, then unleash a massive rainbow lightning beam. The cubic ship panics and fires early, but its black lightning cannon loses the clash almost instantly. The rainbow beam smashes through the flagship's barrier and bores a 3-kilometer hole straight through the ship. Crew, wreckage, and loose machinery spill into space, and weaker immortals flail helplessly while stronger ones calmly fly toward nearby artificial stars. Even that isn't enough to stop the fleet, because the flagship heals like a living thing and repairs the gaping hole within a minute. Then the real invasion begins, with swarms of battleships and tens of thousands of jets pouring out of the motherships and artificial stars. Meow Meow instantly splits the defense plan, sending the other Guardians after the smaller ships and artificial stars while he goes for the flagship and Mao himself. While ordinary people in Florida Domain are still living normally, a war between top-tier entities has already exploded above them. Back in Florida Domain, Leo, Izan, and the revived undead all feel the sky and chi twist, and Leo looks up hard enough to spot the invading fleet beyond the star system. Leo's first instinct is to fly up and hit them himself, but Meow Meow cuts him through a mental message and stops him cold. Meow Meow warns that Leo's real job is to protect the shopping mall, because if the domain core building collapses during this war, his whole system gets erased. That ugly rule changes everything, and Leo gives up the idea of chasing the fleet into space. A domain-wide siren blares as Leo announces the invasion, orders civilians into the mall for shelter, and calls every fighter and employee to the rooftop with weapons. Leo personally shoves the evacuation into motion, sending workers and non-combatants down through staff routes toward the deepest underground floors. Leo's fighters answer the call fast, with Gao Yen, Jin Yong, Hua Jiushan, Han Meng, Han Hao, and other trained defenders gathering on the rooftop for battle. At the same time, Leo's defenders split into layers, with Taxi's team holding the flying island and Izan's undead unit taking the parking structure as a second immortal line. The slum residents cannot even see the space war yet, but they trust Leo enough to keep moving into the mall anyway. More than 10,000 people pack into the dim B5 underground level, and Leo opens a portal to an empty warehouse just to keep the hot bunker breathable. Before Leo can finish managing the shelter, the sky flashes bright as enemy craft start dropping toward his domain like a storm of shooting stars. Leo reaches for his pistol, but Taxi's group attacks first from the flying island. On the flying island, Taxi's team shifts into humanoid battle forms, grabs M16 rifles, and opens up on the descending jets in a frantic anti-air burst. They do blow some of the jets apart, but far too many survive, break formation, and start circling the domain for a counterattack. One enemy shot proves how dangerous the swarm is when it slams into Taxi's barrier, breaks it in a single crack, and tears across his shoulder. The hit knocks Taxi back into Thunder Unicorn form and even strips away his chi control, which tells Leo this invasion is no joke. So Leo switches tactics, pulls out the Floridian staff, dumps out the purple bones of dead mauled tribesmen, and calls their ancestors to answer his necromancy. Only about 3,000 of the 10,000 bones answer the call, rising into full skeleton soldiers while the rest stay dead and silent. Leo immediately strengthens the new army with a dark blessing, turning the purple skeletons black, larger, and strong enough to feel like true immortals. With one order from Leo, the skeleton army launches into the sky and starts ripping fighter jets apart with bare hands. They crush hundreds of jets fast, but the unmanned swarm answers with bullets and beams that blast 1,000 skeletons into pieces. Leo refuses to let his dead troops die twice, expanding a death domain over all of Florida and forcing the shattered skeletons to rebuild themselves in midair. When they rise again, the skeletons come back upgraded as Death Knights in dark armor with swords, shields, and rainbow flames burning in their eye sockets. The new Death Knights hit back harder, overlapping old domain powers and blowing enemy jets out of the sky one after another. Then a bigger threat drops over the flying island, a flat battleship with 1,000 eyes under its hull, all of them staring down at Leo's side. The eye ship switches targets to the approaching Death Knights and fires 1,000 elemental shots at once. That barrage shreds the Death Knights again, and Leo jumps onto the flying island to keep the fight under his own eyes. Before he can revive them, a jet opens fire directly on Leo and hammers his forehead, chest, arms, and legs with a full burst. Leo barely reacts, clicks his tongue, and answers with the Floridian staff's gun mode. 1,000 rainbow bullets roar out of the staff like homing missiles, chasing ships across the sky and detonating them in a chain of fireworks. 2 of those shots punch into the thousand-eyed battleship too, leaving its hull chewed open and flames boiling up from inside. Leo senses plenty of life still inside the falling ship, so instead of relaxing, he immediately turns the crash into a cleanup mission. He orders the wounded taxi to stand down and tells Ricardo's group to finish off the crashed battleship's survivors while staying alert for enemy guns. Then Leo puts Sierra in charge of a field infirmary, sending Taxi and every future casualty down to the mall's lower floors for treatment and rotation. Sierra accepts the job, then immediately asks Leo with perfect seriousness if he also wants a break and some breast milk, leaving him speechless in the middle of the invasion. On the parking structure, Izen's white-haired followers watch Leo fight in the sky and freeze when they realize he is using necromancy like their own king. Ivy snaps them out of it by calling them freeloaders if they hide while Leo does everything alone. The insult works, and the old undead fighters flare with anger and killing intent instead of fear. Ivy turns to Izen for permission, and Izen coolly allows the charge while ordering Beatrice and Mark to stay behind. With Izen's approval, Ivy launches a 100-man rifle unit into the air in a tight attack formation toward a descending battleship. The battleship answers with a wall of cannon fire, and Ivy's unit fires black lightning shots straight into the incoming energy barrage. They keep pressing forward and rake the ship itself until explosions chain through the hull and citadel. But the wind barely matters, because thousands of armed enemy crewmates spill out of the wreck and flood the sky around them. The enemy immortals immediately spread overlapping soul domains that slow Ivy's people, seal their chi, and make it hard to breathe. Even half disabled and falling, Ivy's squad keeps firing, and their black shots erase 100 domain casters' body and soul at once. As broken domains wink out, Ivy instantly changes tactics and orders the Death Knights to cut down exposed soul domains while everyone else keeps their own domains shut. The Death Knights slash the air itself, shattering layer after layer of soul domains and sending hundreds of enemy immortals crashing down in bloody backlash. Then 2 more battleships arrive with drones and jets behind them, and the fresh barrage slams directly into Ivy and her front line. Half the platoon gets shot out of the sky, and panic spikes when everyone sees Ivy and several others blasted away like ragdolls. One Grim Reaper tries to turn the battle with his own domain and cuts apart hundreds inside a battleship, but a drone instantly destroys his domain and the backlash drops him too. Ivy roars at them to stop using domains and trust Leo instead, and that shout pulls the unit back from collapse. The survivors realize Leo's black suits absorb the worst of the damage, leaving only smoke and light burns instead of dead bodies. Ashamed but fired up again, the platoon reforms and starts baiting the smaller drones and jets instead of fighting stupidly. From below, Leo is relieved that his uniforms are holding, but the endless number of incoming battleships tells him this siege will drag on forever. He asks the system if he can cash in the invasion already, and the answer is a hard no unless he captures or kills the player responsible for the attack. That means all the stolen lifespan from dead invaders will vanish unless Leo finds the real mastermind before the invasion ends. When Leo looks past the motherships, he spots a long black-winged angel in space with the exact same face as Meow Meow, and a deep instinctive hatred hits him on sight. The angel is Overlord Mao Meow Meow, and he mocks Leo as the original vessel his parents made too well to waste on him. Mao releases his true cultivation and swells into a karmic sovereign presence so overwhelming it feels like he can erase the whole planet. He raises a monstrous sword long enough to split the planet, openly daring Leo to admire the power stolen from his own origin. Before the strike lands, Meow Meow appears out of nowhere, smashes Mao in the face, and shatters the giant sword in one hit. Mao only laughs it off and sneers that the little crow became Leo's shadow, while Meow Meow demands Leo's body back. Meow Meow turns into a black phoenix and breathes rainbow fire, but Mao answers with a rainbow punch that blows the phoenix apart. The black phoenix reforms above him and nearly swallows Mao whole, forcing him to dump his body into another dimension and teleport away. Mao retreats into a cruel game, luring Meow Meow farther from Leo while the invasion below keeps grinding on. Back at Leo's domain, the real problem is now on the ground too, because enemy ships and drones slip past the defenders and start bombarding the shopping mall, Gao Yan's house, and the granaries. The buildings are shielded, but Leo can see the thin barriers cracking under sustained anti-domain fire. Leo dives into his Dantian's time-accelerated inner world, searching his stolen skills for something that can change the battlefield fast. He finds the answer in the special pen he bought before, pours chi into it, and turns it into a rainbow plasma spear. With spear in one hand and his other strange weapon in the other, Leo faces the burning sky and quietly opens a domain. Leo swings his plasma spear once, and instead of hitting the machines, every hostile elf and werewolf within 100 kilometers suddenly drops dead. Their souls peel off as white smoke and spiral straight into Leo's chest like a giant vortex. The system counts more than 30,000 souls and dumps millions of years of lifespan into Leo at once, along with tutorial rewards. That still leaves the unmanned drones and jets, so Leo starts digging through his stolen powers again for something like an EMP. As he sorts the shadow menu by strength, one name jumps out at him, Dr. Mao, and the sight of it makes his blood boil before he even knows why. Far away on Ohio Man's planet, Simba gets another transfer order to help attack a Cathalhu colony, and he is already sick of the elves dragging everyone into another war. He vents that even 1,000,000 entities are not enough to scare the elves away from challenging Overlord Xiaomao again. Esther checks fate and sees the reason. Her seventh sister Ellen has just become a karmic sovereign, so their mother probably thinks she finally has a weapon strong enough to try again. She paints Ellen as a terrifying cultivation maniac who steals resources, erases people with negative karma, and already murdered 3 of their sisters. Simba goes quiet because he knows exactly how rotten Esther's mother is, but there are things too disgusting to even say out loud. He only tells Esther to stay safe, kisses her goodbye, shifts into a Fenrir werewolf, and teleports out on orders. After he leaves, Esther tries to keep calm by cleaning the house and letting their child play outside, telling herself Simba will be fine. Then she notices Simba's garage workshop still reeks, and for once decides to clean the one room he always told her not to touch. Inside, she finds a real craftsman's room full of tools and machines, but what hits her first is just how filthy Simba left it. She blasts the dust away with wind chi and starts wiping everything down, muttering at Simba for being a lazy slob. While cleaning, she picks up an old framed photo of young Simba with his family, and a bronze key slips out from behind it. Curiosity wins, and she finds the matching keyhole in the workshop desk drawer. Inside the locked drawer is a folder of strange papers she cannot read, plus an old photo of an Asian man whose face feels eerily familiar. To understand what Simba hid, Esther spends 1,000,000 years of lifespan on a language upgrade and suddenly gains full Earthling literacy. The first name she reads is Professor Mao Miao Miao, owner of an immortal cloning company, and the documents are records of human experiments on orphans and homeless children. The horror gets worse when Esther notices the scientists in the files have the same hand tattoos and green eyes as divine elves. She looks back at Simba's family photo and realizes his family had those same traits too, which means they were elves hiding in human lives on Earth. Digging deeper, Esther finds a test subject file for a boy named Leonardo Ariel, call sign Leo, with absurdly high potential and multiple Overlord DNA matches. The professor's note is the real nightmare: transfer my soul into this body, and kill the other scientists and test subjects. Then Esther flips the page and finds Simba's own handwritten note mourning Leo as his brother and swearing revenge for the life Leo saved. Inside the enemy cube warship, Ingolf Jack hears one loss report after another as whole ships vanish from the battlefield. Jack stays grim but practical, ordering the fleet to stop suicidal charges, encircle Leo's domain, and bombard it from outside its airspace. He also sends the orbital ships toward the axis pole to wreck the planet's magnetic field, trying to break the defenders another way. The new plan slows the losses, and Jack finally starts to think the surviving ships might hold together. That relief dies instantly when a massive blast rocks the cube warship and a report screams that Colony Milo has been destroyed. Jack stares at the side screen in disbelief as one allied artificial planet is shown exploding apart. The zoomed footage reveals the real horror. 10,000 enormous gray tentacles have pierced the mothership from the inside. Then the creature fully emerges, a cat-faced Cathalhu big enough to bite through ships and drag everything into its mouth. Jack recognizes the species at once and can barely process why a Cathalhu, one of Fenrir's worst enemies, is here at all. Before the bridge can recover, another operator blurts out even worse news: Overlord Max's life signature has vanished too. A few minutes earlier, the Overlord aboard that other mothership calmly orders 1,000,000 drones down to wipe out a distant continent and seize a foothold. He watches drone footage with ugly satisfaction as jets and machines slaughter defenseless mortals on the ground. So relaxed by the massacre, he shoves down raw steak and demands more, like this is just another routine hunt. But when his chihuahua-faced aide heads for the door, he finds the bridge sealed off and the guards outside already dead in blood. On the far side of that barrier stands a gray werewolf who looks exactly like Overlord Lucky, arms crossed and completely at ease. The aide instantly buys the disguise, blurts out Lucky's name, and hurries to open the curtain for him. Once the shield drops, the imposter walks straight into the bridge, pats the aide's head, and acts like he belongs there. The smell of blood reaches the crew, and the bridge turns tense as the Overlord finally locks eyes with the supposed Lucky. The Overlord realizes the fake and unleashes his karmic law, summoning bloodhounds to rip at the intruder's soul. The soul attack still does nothing, and the fake Lucky calmly mocks him for thinking that level of power can touch his master's side. Then the imposter drops the disguise and reveals his true body as one of Leo's guardian statues. Transparent karmic strings spread across the bridge, exposing every soul's tie to the river of karma and marking the Overlord with the thickest thread of all. The Overlord panics and orders the bloodhounds to tear harder, but the statue simply reaches through the web and grabs his karmic thread. With one cut, the guardian severs the Overlord's fate thread and grafts it onto himself. The Overlord can only howl a useless threat in Lucky's name before the statue calmly passes judgment. The Overlord's soul is ripped straight into the statue's chest, and the Guardian enjoys the kill without any hurry. He does not stop with the commander, and the rest of the bridge crew suddenly feel their insides melt into gore. That same sovereign law ripples through Max's whole fleet, killing crews, dropping drones, and sending subordinate ships crashing out of the sky. With that side wiped out, the Wolf Guardian cheerfully declares the job done and decides to help elsewhere. Back at Leo's side of the war, System notices Floodin as Lucky kills Overlord Max, steals his assets, and racks up huge achievement rewards for Leo. One notice confirms Mooniang has already destroyed a Star Destroyer mothership too, proving Leo's side is tearing through the invasion from several angles at once. Even so, the machine assault is still hammering his store, pylon tower, and apartments hard enough to break 2 of the 3 outer barriers. Leo is irritated because he can kill living enemies easily, but these swarming machines need a different answer. So he digs through his pocket universe roster, searching for someone with the right kind of power to deal with flying machines. The name that catches him is Dr. Mao Meow Meow, a black-winged angel whose face and name match Meow Meow closely enough to make Leo instantly suspicious. Leo has no time to chase that mystery, so he focuses on Mao's space and time power and decides to test the shadow anyway despite the absurd cultivation level. Inside Leo's pocket universe, Mao's shadow appears and immediately takes the form of a colossal black phoenix spreading across the void. Before Leo can even start, black fire detonates from inside his own body and bursts out through his eyes, mouth, and ears. Leo stays calm, reaches into his own chest, and rips out the black fireball that was planted inside him. To answer that trick, Leo tears out one of his ribs and turns it into a transparent broadsword. The phoenix shadow immediately reacts, summoning a black flame katana and preparing to cut him down first. That katana expands into a gigantic falling blade, but Leo meets it with Beatrice's II technique and slices straight through it. Leo's slash keeps going past the weapon and cuts off one of the phoenix's wings, forcing it back into humanoid form with a missing arm. The shadow simply regenerates the lost arm, confirming to Leo that raw damage alone will not be enough. Leo has already teleported behind him with Grim Reaper movement, slipping into attack range before the shadow notices. Desperate, the shadow uses a time power that slows Leo's body to a near stop even with the sword mid-swing. The shadow takes the opening and hacks at Leo's neck, but the blade only sinks a few millimeters before stopping. Leo actually sounds impressed by the wound, and that tiny compliment is the last break his enemy gets. He breaks free through sheer force and unloads Mark's brutal multi-hit barrage at point-blank range. The shadow's body is beaten down so hard that it crumbles into dust in front of Leo. Leo still does not trust a simple physical kill, so he floods the dust with Izen's death magic to poison the soul directly. When the shadow's artificial soul finally tries to escape, Leo cuts it down inside Beatrice's invisible sword domain. The simulation confirms Mao's shadow is defeated, and Leo is pleased to learn that this terrifying enemy was at least straightforward to hit. He compares that fight to his usual training and realizes dodgers like Beatrice are much more annoying than a monster that prefers overpowering attacks. Leo opens his eyes in the real world almost immediately, having spent barely a second on the test. He cannot copy Mao's skill yet, but he keeps the idea, tears out a rib again, and forms the same transparent sword in reality. Then he layers Beatrice's cutting domain and Mark's multi-hit domain together, turning the sky around him into overlapping attack zones. His first combined slash sprays thousands of cuts through the air, but most of them miss, and only a few dozen drones and jets get split apart. The second try is even worse, and Leo's face sours when he sees how many attacks he just wasted. Fed up, Leo starts swinging harder and more directly, demanding the machine stay still while he knocks them out of the sky one after another. Watching from nearby, Izen is openly proud as she recognizes Leo using both Beatrice's soul domain and Mark's multi-hit power. But Izen also refuses to be outdone, and she points at the fresh battlefield corpses and calls the dead back up as her slaves. In answer to her command, flesh and bones knit themselves into a new undead force as 10,000 zombies and skeletons rise to join the war. Far out in space, Meow Meow's black-winged angel statue keeps chasing Mao Meow Meow, but every attack misses while the devil casually mocks him. Meow Meow roars out time law to lock the area down, and Mao Meow Meow immediately answers with his own stronger time and space law. Inside the frozen void, Meow Meow still can't land a hit, and Mao Meow Meow's palm strikes start cracking the statue body apart. Realizing he cannot win, Meow Meow bails out in smoke and retreats toward Leo's planet while Mao Meow Meow angrily calls after him. Mao Meow Meow catches up, caves in Meow Meow's chest with a punch, then teleports behind him for another hit before the statue escapes again in smoke. Mao Meow Meow finally stops chasing, turns serious, and forms a gigantic sword far larger than a star to strike Leo's world directly. Back on the flying island, Gao Yan and Jin Yong are watching the battle when Hua Taishu's crude wolf-hunting entrance interrupts them. Jin Yong quietly warns Gao Yan that Hua Taishu will drag talented people into a non-stop torture-style training chamber, but Gao Yan just gets more interested. Their small talk dies when the sky darkens and the giant sword drops toward the planet with terrifying speed. Gao Yan empties his strongest pistol into the descending blade, but every shot just glances off. Jin Yong tries mass-produced rifle fire next, and that fails just as badly. All across the defense line, Ivy, Mark, Beatrice, Izen and the other allies throw in their strongest attacks, and the giant sword still does not take a scratch. Gao Yan and Jin Yong make one last desperate melee stop, but the sword's shockwave blasts them away and keeps dropping. The blade finally slams into the flying island, carving deep through it before something abruptly stops the cut. Everyone turns and sees thousands of fishing lines pouring out of the Orlando Mystic Realm portal to bind the sword in midcut. The one holding those lines steps out at last, Kitten, an elderly fisherman statue, and he crushes Mao Miao Miao's giant blade like it is nothing. Out in space, Mao Miao Miao is startled that a mortal world can hide this many monsters, and his eyes settle on Leo standing still on top of them all. Then Mao Miao Miao spots Izan on the parking lot roof directing undead against the remaining aircraft, and his attention turns instantly filthy. As exploding zombies drag aircraft down, and Izan calmly rebuilds fresh undead from the gore, Mao Miao Miao gets smug about the body transfer tricks he thinks will let him take whatever he wants. Before he can make a move, a thick tentacle smacks the back of Mao Miao Miao's neck and snaps his attention away from the planet. Mao Miao Miao looks up and finds Mooniang with Lucky riding on top, both of them openly declaring that Leo has ordered his death. Mao Miao Miao laughs at them. Certain creatures at their level can never threaten a karmic sovereign like him. He proves how dangerous he is by summoning twin black katanas and instantly cutting Mooniang into pieces. Lucky answers with his killing move, melting Mao Miao Miao's eyes and organs, but the doctor barely treats it like a problem. Instead, Mao Miao Miao unveils Return to Zero, a karmic domain so overwhelming that the whole galaxy starts rewinding. A minute of history is erased, restoring Mao Miao Miao and his giant sword while undoing the damage his enemies just caused. This time he grabs the blade himself, curves past Kitten's lines, and drives it straight at Leo with all restraint gone. Leo finally opens his eyes and meets the incoming sword with a single punch. The sword explodes on impact, and the force of Leo's punch crosses space to crack Mao Miao Miao's face from far away. Humiliated, Mao Miao Miao rushes back with 100 star-killing swords, ready to bury the whole world under sheer scale. Gao Yan and Jin Yong fly up in panic and throw everything they have at the incoming swords, but the repelling force bounces their attacks away. As the swords keep falling, Leo exhales, remembers the trigger word, and unleashes his own time-space domain. Leo's gray dome swallows the entire star system, freezing everyone in place, and this time even Mao Miao Miao is trapped inside it. Everyone else is locked so completely they cannot even sense what happened, but Mao Miao Miao stays conscious and realizes he still cannot move a muscle. Leo calmly swims through the frozen void and starts punching the giant swords apart one by one. Watching helplessly, Mao Miao Miao counts the seconds and assumes Leo will soon hit his limit the way he once did. But the minutes keep piling up past Mao Miao Miao's own record, and his confidence starts slipping into genuine confusion. Stuck in place, Mao Miao Miao starts piecing together old secrets, and realizes Leo's body may carry multiple stolen overlord bloodlines that should not fit together this well. Leo even takes a breather between swords, which makes Mao Miao Miao think the boy is wasting his chance instead of killing the caster first. Just as Mao Miao Miao finally starts forcing a finger to move, every remaining giant sword suddenly vanishes into smoke at once. Leo has switched to death magic through his staff, and with the battlefield cleared he finally turns his full attention to the doctor. Leo crosses the distance in a blink, and Mao Miao Miao explodes out of the freeze just in time to scream that his body and cultivation are still superior. Leo does not hesitate. He grabs Mao Miao Miao by the throat and blows his head apart with one brutal punch. Then Leo spreads death miasma through every scrap of flesh, hunting for the real soul hidden inside the remains. Leo finds Mao Miao Miao's real soul buried in the remains and starts shredding it too, moving with the grim confidence of someone who has done this over and over. Desperate to survive, Mao Miao Miao fires Return to Zero again, restoring his body and winding back the moment just enough to break Leo's kill. Leo smashes through the rewind's restraint and goes for the kill again, but Mao Miao Miao whips out a hidden katana and cuts an invisible karmic line instead of meeting the punch. The severed bond to Izan makes Leo flinch for a split second, and Mao Miao Miao uses that tiny opening to teleport far away. Thinking he finally got clear, Mao Miao Miao laughs in relief and brags that next time he will cut Leo's karma of existence and erase him for good. His celebration ends instantly when a fishing hook punches through his mouth from nowhere. When Mao Miao Miao turns, he finds Kitten waiting with Mooniang, Lucky, and Miao Miao, and the old fisherman is suddenly the most terrifying thing in space. Mao Miao Miao recognizes the face as Overlord Xiao Mao, and Kitten coldly reveals that Leonardo can use that bloodline too. Then the fisherman's statue reshapes into a middle-aged scientist in a lab coat, and Mao Miao Miao finally realizes Kitten is Aslan. Mao Miao Miao still tries to hide behind his superior body and cultivation, but Aslan and the three guardians are already done listening. Mooniang pierces his chest, Miao Miao takes his head, and Lucky burns out his insides in a clean team execution. Aslan reels Mao Miao Miao's soul out with the hook while Mooniang swallows the ruined flesh, making sure the body cannot grow back again. Mao Miao Miao tries to fire Return to Zero as a trap soul, but Aslan casually shuts that hope down and smacks a chunk of spirit right off him. Miao Miao wants the doctor finished right now, but Aslan stops him and says Mao Miao Miao is still useful before they erase him. At Aslan's cue, Mooniang spits out a Hall of Fate crystals, including a huge entity grade 1, proving the doctor was too valuable to waste. Once the crystals are secured, Aslan lets Mooniang devour Mao Miao Miao's soul and orders him to keep the bastard alive enough inside his inner universe to suffer for ages and save the useful crystals for Leo. With the doctor finally dealt with, Aslan and the three guardians relax a little and head back toward home to help Leo with the aftermath. But back on the parking lot roof, the hidden cost of Mao Meow Meow's karmic cut finally lands as Izan suddenly collapses mid-command. Izan stops breathing, her heart goes still, and a transparent karma string drops beside her body, revealing that the severed link was tied to her life. Far from Leo's battlefield, Overlord Milo realizes his troops have lost contact with their colony, and the mood in his camp turns ugly fast. Milo snaps at his men, abandons the lost colony, and orders them to hunt other New Earth instead of going back. While the group flies away, Milo fumes over the Ohio man who gave him bad coordinates, and quietly decides to fake a productive campaign with kidnapped trophies. Half an hour later, Milo spots the hidden joyous Yin Yang sect in Tapaya City, and his greed comes right back. He orders everyone captured as proof of war spoils, and the raiders dive straight into the city and sect. Situnantian, Murongchi, and the Ouyang clan rally the defenders, but the attackers are too overwhelming to stop. In only 10 brutal minutes, the hidden stronghold is crushed, with survivors chained up and the city and sect left wrecked behind them. Satisfied with his haul, Milo buys a mass teleport scroll with lifespan and takes his whole raiding party off the planet. Elsewhere in space, Captain Ingolf Jack also gives up the campaign and orders a full retreat after losing both overlords. Before leaving, Jack sends the remaining jets and drones on a last kamikaze strike toward Leo's domain. Jack does not even wait for the explosions, and the cube mothership vanishes back to the Swastika Galaxy once the surviving battleships are recovered. Back on the ground, the suicide attack tears through Leo's farms, warehouses, homes, pylon tower, and recycling center, wiping out the west slum and leveling the Tang Manor. The pony team ignores the ruined outer buildings and forms a hard defensive ring around Leo's shopping mall instead. Lightning, lasers, and chi attacks fill the air, and Taxi and the other horse monsters end up carrying the heaviest part of the defense. Pushed to the limit, Taxi and another horse monster gain insight mid-battle and break through into immortal centaur forms. The newly ascended centaurs keep firing until their chi is almost empty, and they look ready to collapse on the spot. The final suicide bombers are finally dropped by Gao Yan and Jin Yong, ending the attack just before the defenders give out. With the danger gone, the exhausted horse team drops flat to the ground and can barely think about anything except water, food, and sleep. While everyone is down, Ivy reaches the parking lot roof and is horrified to find Izan collapsed with no heartbeat. Ivy pours chi into Izan's chest, but it just leaks uselessly out of her body instead of reviving her. Beatrice rushes in with Leo's strongest healing pill, and the medicine restarts Izan's heart and breathing but still does not wake her. Seeing no other answer, Ivy and Beatrice decide to ask Leo for help. At the same time, Leo rushes back with a bad feeling and freezes the moment he sees Izan unconscious on the floor. Leo feels that his bond with Izan has been severed and instantly blames Mao Meow Meow for doing something before he escaped. He tries a crude joke to wake her up, but Izan stays completely unresponsive, and everyone just stares at him. When the joke fails, Leo quietly carries Izan to the bus and lays her on his bed while her subordinates trail after him. Inside the bus, Ivy asks what happened, but Leo can only guess at a curse and admits he does not truly understand it either. Leo even tests the Sleeping Beauty idea and kisses Izan, clinging to the hope that something simple might break the coma. When even that fails, Leo drops the act, shouts for Izan to wake up, and gets nothing back. A lich mutters that maybe Izan should be turned undead first, and the idea hits Leo hard enough that he immediately grabs his Staff of Singularity. Ivy and Beatrice grab Leo before he can cast, warning that forcing necromancy on a living Izan would only torture her. Leo demands a better explanation for her coma, but nobody in the room can give him one. That is when Aslan walks into the bus and calmly says he can explain. Aslan examines Izan like a seasoned doctor and confirms the problem is something called karma severance. When Aslan says the explanation reaches into higher realm knowledge, he politely clears the room and Beatrice forces the others to cooperate. Once they are alone, Aslan seals the room with a sound barrier and prepares to tell Leo what really happened. After a long lecture, Leo sums it up his own way. Mao cut Izan's karma link, and that broke the life support she had through him. Aslan corrects Leo's analogy and explains that karma rivers govern souls and reincarnation, while higher beings can tamper with the strings connecting every soul to its record. The key point is brutal but simple. When Leo revived and purified Izan before, he tied her existence to himself, so severing that bond left her alive but cut off from her source of life force. Leo cuts through the jargon and demands the fix, and Aslan admits a karmic sovereign would normally be needed before awkwardly hinting Leo himself may be able to do it. Leo refuses to be brushed off and makes Aslan teach him from scratch how to create a karmic river in his own Dantian universe. The lesson drags on for the entire day while Izan remains asleep beside them. The next morning, Aslan steps out and calmly tells the waiting group that Leo has the situation under control. Aslan leaves, but when Ivy rushes for the door, an invisible barrier blocks everyone from getting back into the bus. Aslan's voice explains that nobody is allowed inside until Leo finishes, which only leaves Ivy furious and locked out of her own quarters. Meanwhile inside, Leo sits by Izan's bed, closes his eyes, and dives into the rough unfinished universe inside his Dantian. He notices the rainbow sun collecting a strange liquid into ring-like seas, but he ignores that mystery because Izan comes first. Instead, Leo opens simulation mode and targets both Aslan and Mao Meow Meow, planning to steal the missing pieces of knowledge through repeated fights. Aslan's profile shocks Leo with just how loaded it is, revealing him as Dr. Aslan Kitten Ariel, a 5-law entity packed with soul, karma, and creation abilities. Rather than back off, Leo calculates how many wins he needs to strip every useful skill and decides to start grinding on Aslan first. The first simulation looks easy for 1 second, because Leo freezes time and destroys Aslan's body with a punch right away. Then Aslan's artificial soul slips free, ignores the time stop, and fires a fishing line straight into Leo's soul instead of his body. For the first time, Leo feels his soul yanked out of his own body inside the simulation. Aslan restores his own body, creates a frog from nothing, and stuffs Leo's captured soul into it before Leo can respond. Trapped in the frog and unable to fight back, Leo gets crushed by Aslan's fist and loses the simulation outright. Leo wakes in the void staring at a defeat notice, stunned that one of his own guardians just killed him in practice. The shock quickly turns into excitement, because now Leo wants Aslan's weapon and every soul-related trick that just beat him. So Leo throws himself into non-stop rematches with Aslan, using the harmless deaths to study exactly what can still hurt him. 10 real-world hours turn into a year of simulation grinding, and after 50,000 brutal bouts, Leo finally claws out his first 1,000 wins against Aslan. After grinding out his first 1,000 wins, Leo finally claims one of Aslan's skills and chooses the Laws of Souls because he needs real answers about soul attacks. The skill unlock slams a flood of scripture and memory into his mind, and Leo spends hours in the inner world digesting what feels like 1 billion pages of knowledge. When the enlightenment settles, Leo is almost angry at himself because he realizes he has been fighting like an amateur without really using soul power or even basic sage fundamentals. He pieces together the big rule fast: laws are universal authority. But when two fighters share the same law, they cannot freely borrow the universe's power and must burn their own energy instead. Then Leo starts reciting the laws of souls out loud and learns the harsh framework behind souls, reincarnation, vessels, and karma rivers. The recitation turns grim when he reaches the section on karma threads and learns that anyone severed from their river becomes a stray soul facing deletion if they fail to reconnect within a year. That rule makes him think of Izan at once, because Aslan said her karma thread was tied to Leo instead of a true karma river. After rechecking the wording, Leo catches the loophole that matters. The law never says whose karma river a stray must reconnect to, so Izan might be saved by reconnecting her to him again. Even with that breakthrough, Leo knows he still lacks the basics he skipped, so he starts hunting for sage-level opponents in the simulation to learn proper authority and domain use. The system puts Overlord Max at the top of the list, a Fenrir werewolf sage with ridiculous-sounding authorities, and Leo decides he can still use him as practice material. Leo spends 2 real days in seclusion, which turns into more than 5 years of non-stop inner training before he finally opens his eyes again in the real world. He comes back calmer and more controlled, with his once domineering rainbow aura now tucked neatly into his body instead of spilling everywhere. Looking at Izan, Leo immediately spots the problem. Her karma string is still attached to her, but the other end is just floating loose in the air. Annoyed that the answer was this simple, Leo grabs the loose karma thread and injects chi into its severed end to pull it back to himself. The thread answers on its own, stretches longer, and sinks straight into Leo's chest like it already knows where it belongs. Inside his Danteon universe, the thread finds one of Leo's red karma crystals in the inner river and latches on, finally completing the reconnection. Leo feels his own life force begin to flow toward Izan, and the missing logic behind her condition finally clicks into place. With the mystery solved, he grumbles that he had been accidentally stealing karmic threads and karma embryos all along, which explains why some people died after touching him and some did not. Then he teases the sleeping Izan for being a shameless leecher, because her lifespan now runs off his, and even the friends she resurrected are linked back to him too. Still in a playful mood, Leo climbs on top of the sleeping Izan and decides to replenish her mana the old-fashioned way while she is out. On the 3rd morning, Izan finally wakes up groggy and immediately senses that something is very wrong. The second she notices Leo beside her in the same bed, Izan erupts and starts slapping and punching him in pure outrage. When that gets her nowhere, she storms into the bathroom to clean up, still shaking with embarrassed fury. In the mirror, Izan discovers her body has changed, and the sight of her enlarged chest and a bite mark sends her into a fresh screaming fit. While Izan is melting down in the bathroom, Leo's mind is still in the simulation, where he nearly beats Aslan by grabbing his karma thread for the first time. But Aslan's soul answers with the same nasty trick that keeps killing Leo, a point-blank soul detonation that explodes like a supernova. Leo gets deleted again, respawns in the simulation, and stares at the mocking system message in pure disgust. The system makes it worse by explaining that the highest difficulty Aslan scales with Leo himself, so the stronger Leo gets, the stronger this nightmare opponent becomes too. After that loss, Leo wakes for real and drags himself to the bathroom, only to catch Izan staring at her upgraded figure in the mirror. Leo shamelessly approves what he sees, smacks her on the butt, and strolls into the shower while Izan demands to know what he did to her. Under the cold water, Leo casually tells her he gave her life force and even unlocked a lifespan menu so she can finally read the years she has left. Izan checks the status screen and is stunned to see a real remaining lifespan again instead of the old null result. When she presses him for the exact truth, Leo explains that the extra life force will keep her alive even if her karma string gets cut again before he can rescue her. Leo offers to explain Sage powers right there in the bathroom, and the second he suggests bathing together, Izan remembers their situation and overheats all over again. Her embarrassment melts into desire when she starts staring at Leo's body, and he instantly notices. Leo pushes the tease further with another line about a morning injection, and before Izan can recover, he grabs her and drags her into the shower. She resists for a moment, but the fight fades fast, and the two of them end up kissing and turning the bath into a full morning tryst. 2 hours later, they come out dressed and much calmer, with Izan on Leo's lap while he finally explains Sage powers, laws, karma strings, and the danger of severance properly. The lecture distracts Izan from her embarrassment completely, and she jumps to the bigger question of what Leo's real cultivation level actually is. Leo dodges with flirting first, but when Izan keeps pushing, he admits he is definitely beyond Sage or entity, and can only guess he is something like a karmic sovereign or higher. His explanation for getting this strong is somehow even more ridiculous, because Leo says he mostly just ate everything he found, including giant monsters and even contaminated snow. Then Leo gets practical and tells Izan the crisis is over, so from now on he will personally teach her how to grow stronger. He checks her condition and realizes she has already stepped into the deity realm, even if she still has no idea how much her Dantean universe has changed. When Izan doubts he can teach what he barely understands himself, Leo counters by saying he can directly pass on 1,000 techniques whenever he wants. To prove it, Leo presses a finger to her forehead and starts a memory transfer using law power and time manipulation together. A tiny time domain envelopes the room and slows the outside world by 1,000 times, giving Izan endless inner hours to absorb techniques copied from her own shadow self. Izan drops into a trance under the information flood, and Leo keeps stroking her back to steady her while quietly wishing he could also give her a system for self-protection. Even with the time trick, it still takes 2 full real hours before Izan finally digests enough to come back exhausted and panting. Leo proudly asks for her approval, and Izan can only glare and call him a monster after seeing just how absurd his methods really are. Leo takes the insult in stride, announces that he is heading out to work, and ruins the exit by joking about more injections and even dragging Ivy into the idea. That is the final straw, and Izan screams at him to get out while hurling the pillow straight at his head. Once outside the bus, Leo is met by Izan's waiting followers, and Ivy can barely hold herself together as she asks whether her queen survived. Leo tells them Izan has woken up, and the whole group breaks on the spot with relief, especially Ivy, whose legs give out from the sheer release of tension. At Leo's permission, Ivy, Mark, and Beatrice rush onto the bus to see her, leaving him alone just long enough for the next report to arrive. The 4 guardian statues are already waiting for Leo outside, and crack-chested Meow Meow kneels first to confess failure for the damage done to Florida domain. Leo answers Meow Meow's grave apology with a stupid joke so abrupt that even Aslan struggles not to laugh. Ignoring the mockery, Meow Meow lists the losses anyway: wrecked farmland, a damaged white tree and leaking dream spores, shattered mall glass, broken recycling machinery, collapsed apartments, and a fallen pylon tower. He even blames himself for failing to defeat Meow Meow Meow, convinced his incompetence is what left the whole domain in critical condition. Leo can only stare, because Meow Meow has somehow forgotten the most obvious thing about his master: the domain has a repair button. He pulls up the domain system and calmly taps repair all, paying the huge cost without hesitation. In one instant, the entire Florida domain snaps back to perfect condition, from the fields and apartments to the tower and even Meow Meow's cracked chest. Realizing he just made a tragic speech over a fixable problem, Meow Meow wants to die from embarrassment right there. Leo absolutely does not help, roasting him harder and pointing out that he himself has been a clown for months without dying over it. That cruelty finally breaks Meow Meow's last bit of dignity, and he flees to the flying island to hide in statue form while the others lose it laughing. When the laughter dies down, Lucky steps up proudly to report something much more useful. He harvested lifespan from the invaders and brought it all to Leo. Leo gets over 2 million years of lifespan from the transfer and immediately rewards Lucky with delighted praise and head pats like the best boy he is. Then Mooneyang cuts in with smug confidence and says he has something even better to show his master. With perfect dramatic timing, Mooneyang spills a pile of Earth Fate crystals and Sky Fate crystals onto the ground, ending the report with treasure instead of bad news. As soon as the scattered Fate crystals appeared, Leo's alien ring pulled them in and counted the haul: 17 Earth crystals, 4 Sky crystals, and 1 Entity crystal. The ring offers to merge 7 Earth crystals, and Leo immediately agrees because it finally clears an old tutorial quest and gives him something new to test. Brown light wraps around Leo's fingers, and the ring spits out a ping-pong-sized true Earth Fate crystal into his palm. The crystal looks plain at first, but Leo feels invisible little tentacles wriggling across his skin and recoils at the creepy sensation. Mooneyang explains the crystal has 2 uses: socket it into the pylon tower or implant it directly into someone's soul. When Leo asks about soul implantation, Moonyang says it gives the target years of absurd good luck before the true crystal is eventually forced back out. Moonyang confirms the spent crystal breaks back down into 7 pieces, and Leo blurts out that this is basically Dragon Balls. Moonyang smugly shoots that comparison down and insists fate crystals are better because they can keep granting luck-based wishes for years instead of one flashy wish. Leo pushes past the nerd fight and asks the real question: if he implants it in himself, can it grant his own wishes? Moonyang says the crystal can handle ordinary wishes over and over, but impossible wishes just burn through its energy for the closest workable result. Satisfied for now, Leo walks over to the fully repaired level 15 pylon tower to use the crystal there instead. At the base, Leo finds multiple labeled sockets, but his current tower can only accept True Earth, True Sky, and True Heavenly Fate crystals. He slots the True Earth Fate crystal into the tower, and the whole structure immediately starts changing. The upgraded tower turns earth-aligned, growing a fountain pool and a cat-faced spout that starts pouring brown holy water. The new tower status confirms it now produces holy water of True Earth Fate crystal, and Leo instantly recognizes it as perfect material for both evolution and alchemy. Right after that, Leo finally turns in the old Fate crystal tutorial quest and claims its main rewards. The payout gives Leo another True Earth Fate crystal, the Gnosis of Earth Fate, and a newly unlocked inventory system. Leo calls the inventory feature boring, and Moonyang fires back with another sharp joke before scampering off like a smug cat. Left alone with a second True Earth Fate crystal, Leo hesitates between adding it to the tower or using it on someone for a test. He calls over Aslan and asks the blunt question first: how much lifespan would he gain if he implanted the crystal into his own soul? Aslan says the best case is about 1,000,000 years, but once the crystal is spent it needs roughly 1,000,000,000 years to recharge, which kills Leo's interest fast. Since he already has plenty of lifespan banked, Leo starts thinking harder about long-term value instead of wasting a rare crystal for raw years. Leo confirms with Aslan that Sky and even Entity Fate crystals can also be merged upward the same way, which makes Leo immediately count how many Entity crystals he still lacks. That pushes Leo toward research, and Aslan encourages it, saying another True Earth crystal in the tower would only speed production instead of unlocking anything new. Leo notices how suspiciously useful Aslan has become and starts wondering who this old fisherman really is. Leo puts the spare crystal away and pulls out the pink heart-shaped Gnosis of Earth Fate next, planning to toss that into research too. Aslan abruptly stops him and insists this time, because Gnosis is different, it cannot be mass-produced, and the Tao inside is something even top powers have failed to understand. Leo pushes back and asks what Aslan is hiding, because this is starting to feel like more than advice from a simple shadow. Aslan only half-jokes that he is Leo's father, and Leo instantly dismisses it as nonsense. Even so, Leo trusts the warning enough to use the Gnosis instead of researching it, pressing the crystal straight into his forehead. The Gnosis floods Leo with a disturbing origin story. Fate crystals were artifacts made from a deity's own power inside a Dantean universe. The memory keeps going as civilizations grow around those crystals, worship them, weaponize them, and finally drag the whole universe into ruinous religious wars. When the deity returns to stop the madness, the mortals treat him like a devil, so he takes the crystals back and slaughters the useless worlds he made. Leo opens his eyes badly shaken and blurts out the terrifying conclusion: maybe everyone is living inside someone's Dantean universe. Aslan dodges the truth again, soothing Leo with a calm denial that this is their reality, and nobody owns it now. Leo decides to let it go for the moment, accepts the explanation just enough to move on, and heads for the shopping mall to start proper research. Left behind, Aslan looks up at the sky and silently thinks that Leo's soul transmigration origin has gone far beyond what Eleanor ever intended. Inside the shopping mall, Leo passes the sheltered crowds and employees, and the moment they see him they erupt with relieved cheers. Leo tells everyone the crisis is over and they can head home carefully, which sends the packed shelter into instant celebration. He ignores the commotion, flies straight to the 5th floor workshop, and finds the alchemy floor still running at full speed after the recent attack. Inside one workshop, Leo finds Tang Xian and several clan members sitting like students, studying the automated cauldron process in stunned respect. Tang Xian salutes, and Leo can tell the old alchemist finally understands why powerful locals surrendered to these absurdly productive workshops. The cauldron finishes a batch of superior grade and pinnacle grade Fenrir Danteon pills, and Leo checks the system output at a glance. Even with all that power packed inside, Leo still looks unimpressed because to him 10 days without eating is worse than the extra lifespan. Since he does not want it himself, Leo casually offers one pill to Tang Xian at production price for 2,000 years of lifespan. The instant he hears the pill also gives 2,000 years of poison and metal essence, Tang Xian buys it on the spot and hurries off to consume it. Once the room is clear, Leo finally sacrifices the spare True Earth Fate crystal in the free cauldron and starts researching it for real. The research window reveals the crystal's best use is not luck or lifespan at all, but alchemy. It can enchant a supreme weapon with a god-slaying providence-breaking effect. Then Leo hits the bigger discovery. The system can recreate Earth Fate crystals if he gets a deity Danteon crystal, adds 1 drop of his blood, and pays 1,000 years of his lifespan. That instantly reminds Leo of all the god-level corpses and war trophies he still has not checked after the battle, and he wonders whether Cat already ate some of the best parts. Far away in the contaminated canyon river, Cat sneezes in the middle of underwater seclusion, while orange tribulation clouds melt into the water above her. The tribulation starts hammering her with orange lightning underwater, but Cat barely cares because compared to Leo's black lightning, this feels weak. Instead of fearing the tribulation, Cat gets homesick and hungry at the same time, missing Leo badly while her stomach growls. She simply absorbs the lightning and even drinks the polluted river water to fuel her breakthrough instead of resisting it. By the end of the day, Cat finally breaks into the immortal realm and sheds her giant chomper body for a new child-sized humanoid plant form. The first thing the newly transformed Cat does is devour her own discarded body to fill her new stomach. Even after eating herself, she is still starving, so she turns toward the river monsters and starts looking for the next meal. Before she can hunt, a dead elf from a wrecked battleship drops into the river, and Cat happily pounces on the corpse instead. The moment Cat touches the elf, roots burst from her skin to drain the body dry before she bites in and discovers she loves the taste. While chewing through the remains, Cat hits something hard and spits out a tiny crystal ball with stars trapped inside it. She tries to eat the strange crystal too, but when her teeth cannot crack it, she pouts and gives up. Annoyed, Cat casually throws the useless little crystal at a nearby thunder caiman and kills it in one hit. Leo opens the Fate Crystal quest again and sees Phase 3 is almost done, but one ugly requirement still blocks him. He has to invade another player's home planet. He grumbles that he has no way to attack another player's city, gives up on solving it for now, and decides to reinforce his own domain first. Out in the West Slum area, Leo studies his new expansion map and realizes his 777 territory tickets can now claim any land touching his domain. After comparing costs, he spots the best deal right away. The huge eastern block is expensive up front, but it would double his territory in one purchase. Leo buys the eastern land with 500 tickets, then immediately starts unlocking a line of northern blocks for a future logistics route toward the distant Black Mountain. As the fresh territory merges into his domain, yin-yang qi and pale fog spill outward and start changing the new land. The mutation is immediate, with ordinary plants turning into spirit-grown versions while the northern lava field cools down into usable claimed land. But the northern field still carries scars from the invasion, scattered with craters, black smoke, and the bodies of small creatures caught in the attack. Leo notices a heartbreaking scene when wounded lava badgers gather around one fallen friend and try to wake it up. When he approaches, the surviving badgers hiss at him instead of running, still trying to protect their dead comrade. Their loyalty hits Leo harder than he expected, and he decides their courage deserves a reward. Using his senses, Leo finds the dead badger's lingering soul and quietly offers it a second chance at life. The little soul accepts, and Leo draws it into his Dantian universe to give it a new home. Then Leo calls out to every fallen creature in the field, offering all of them a peaceful next life if they choose him. More than 10,000 lava badger souls answer him at once, and Leo calmly accepts every one of them into his universe. He even asks the surviving badgers whether they want to follow him too, but they only hiss back because they cannot understand what he means. Since they refuse, Leo settles on a simpler compensation and heads back to the mall for supplies. Half an hour later he comes back with an absurd peace offering, hauling 100 baskets of cabbages for the surviving badgers. The badgers hesitate, then catch on that the food is for them and rush the baskets until every cabbage disappears. Leo keeps the important detail to himself. These are Floridian cabbages from his rooftop greenhouses, and he quietly hopes the badgers turn into future assets. With that settled, Leo goes back to work and starts laying a raised concrete road across the newly claimed northern land. The road only reaches about 2.7 kilometers before his tickets run low, leaving the Black Mountain and Cauliflower City still far off. He briefly considers spending lifespan to keep expanding, then rejects the idea and remembers it is time to check the Fate Stadium cooldown. Inside Leo's Dantian universe, time races ahead, and the badger souls he rescued are already reincarnating on a rainforest planet as newborn alligators. Because they kept memories from their old lives and grow in a chi-rich world, these young alligators adapt fast and start becoming far stronger than normal beasts. Leo does not realize it yet, but this small act of mercy is planting a future military asset inside his universe. Far away in a command tent, Ingoff Jack kneels in panic before Ellen, Easen's younger sister and the current crown princess, while she reviews the campaign records. Jack desperately blames the failed assault on Overlord Mao Meow Meow, saying Mao forced them into a full attack instead of the safer guerrilla plan. Ellen tears that excuse apart, pointing out that if Jack was so obedient, he may as well die just because someone ordered it. Without any dramatic warning, Ellen casually lifts her pen and severs Jack's karma, killing him where he kneels. After disposing of Jack, Ellen turns to her real fear. Sooner or later her own mother may try to steal her body and bone roots. She weighs ugly options fast, debating whether to drag Easen back, use Esther as a scapegoat, or secretly ally with Overlord Xiao Mao against her mother if Mao is really dead. In the end, Ellen decides the safest move is to get out immediately and hide in the Fate Stadium. She activates the menu and vanishes from the tent, escaping her mother's reach for now. Back in Leo's domain that afternoon, he checks the damage after the battle and finds most buildings repaired except for a few badly burned knowledge sites. At Hua Jiashan's burned library, Leo sees the books and treasures are completely gone and realizes his people now need new cultivation manuals. He knows he could rewrite stronger techniques from the elite clones he defeated, but the thought of spending a month writing books makes him instantly miserable. That pushes him to recheck his mall facilities, and he remembers the new 4th floor additions might solve the problem another way. The new casino catches his eye first, a lifespan gambling hall that seals customers' chi so nobody can cheat with cultivation power. But Leo is more interested in the boot camp, because if it can train foundations, maybe it can also pass his techniques to rookies for him. Meanwhile, with the invasion scare over, ordinary life floods back into the shopping mall almost immediately. Some homeless slum residents stay in the lower floors, others return to rebuild, and plenty of desperate civilians start buying cheap grain pills to gamble on becoming cultivators. The risk mostly pays off, so the mall ends up packed with fresh new cultivators who no longer want to leave. At least the smarter disciples spread out to cultivate near the pylon tower instead of choking the whole population into one building. When Leo returns to the mall, the elevators are jammed and the whole 4th floor is buzzing with lines for the casino, time chamber, and boot camp. Seeing the business boom, Leo gets smug and happily imagines a future where he can relax at home while everyone else makes money for him. Then he steps into the military boot camp and finds a whole separate training world hidden inside. Inside, 100 wearing a simple torn shirt male employees sit in strict formation trying to meditate while 3 mannequin drill sergeants stalk around them with wooden sticks and killing intent. One trainee gets distracted by Leo's arrival, and a mannequin instantly smacks him and unloads a brutally obscene lecture about discipline and lust. Leo pretends not to react, but the scene proves the mannequins really can teach people on their own. He calls one drill sergeant over and asks what kind of cultivation method this camp is using. The answer is gloriously awful. The default Floridian's mind method seals chi and puts trainees through push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, a 10-kilometer run, and alligator wrestling. When Leo asks about the meditation, the mannequin explains the men are only recovering after being forced to drink hope and dream pill water before the next G-less brawl. Leo asks how long the course lasts, and the mannequin proudly says the training never stops until the recruits meet its standard. He gives up trying to make the regime humane, but he does realize he can rewrite the camp's cultivation method. The system opens a boot camp settings menu with sliders for training intensity, and a list of every technique Leo has learned. Leo leaves the torture sliders alone and goes hunting through the list for a technique even untalented people can actually grow with. He settles on Ocean King breathing, a balanced method from Overlord Xiaomao that even untalented cultivators can use and that can reach Sage Realm without a bottleneck. The moment he applies it, the mannequins get the update and announce to the trainees that the Lord has granted them a rare cultivation method. The exhausted trainees look at Leo in shock and gratitude, and he just waves them off with a smug little good luck before leaving them to the drill sergeants. The trainees try to salute him like soldiers, and the mannequins immediately bonk them back into line. Outside again, Leo notes the time chamber's simple 10 years of lifespan fee and realizes the boot camp probably needs more upgrades if he wants faster turnover. Then his attention shifts to the Tavern of Heroes, and he remembers its real value. This place can invite fellow players into his domain. Thinking of Akka the Orc, Leo heads for the tavern, ready to finally ask another player for help with the invasion problem. At the tavern counter, the receptionist mannequins bow to Leo as he opens the facility menu and finally checks the friend system Akka once mentioned. Leo tries to search for Aku, hoping a trusted orc ally might be safer to contact than strangers from other worlds. The search tool is a disaster, drowning him in endless near matches until Leo is staring at page after page of people named Justa. After his rant about people having terrible names, Leo gives up on finding Aku that way. He asks the receptionists what else the tavern can do, and they silently point him toward a hidden staircase behind the counter. Upstairs, Leo finds that the tavern opens into its own separate dimension instead of connecting to the mall's next floor. The strange place looks peaceful but wrong, and Leo relaxes only after confirming the stairs home are still there. In the middle of the grassland, 2 Aztec-like stone pyramids catch Leo's eye and pull him deeper inside. Leo jumps onto one pyramid and discovers hidden stairs leading into the structure. Inside, the rough stone shell hides a shockingly luxurious modern suite built for high-end guests. A large rug in the lobby hides a magic circle, and when Leo uncovers it, the system tells him this room is meant for inviting friends. Since his friend list is still empty, Leo leaves the suite and starts wondering if the grassland itself could be useful for farming or development. He tests the idea by placing an RV near the pyramid, but the tavern immediately warns that anything not part of the facility gets cleaned out at midnight. Disappointed, Leo stores the RV again and leaves the tavern dimension, knowing he still cannot bring Aku over safely. Back outside, Leo stops dwelling on Aku and checks the 2 major system buildings he has not built yet. The menus make it obvious he missed the answer to Phase 3 all along, and Leo smacks his forehead for wasting time. He builds both structures in the newly opened northern area, placing them beside the eastern road as a new pair of landmarks. The Fate Crystal Radar appears first as an Eiffel Tower-like structure crowned with a floating blue crystal that sends transparent waves through the air. A short distance away, the altar of war rises as a massive stepped pyramid with a huge magic circle carved across its roof platform. Leo upgrades both buildings as far as he can, pouring the altar's points into distance while keeping transfer capacity low because he plans to raid alone. At level 15, the radar spawns 5 operator mannequins, and one formally tells Leo the skin should return results within a day. Leo lets the radar team work and heads straight for the altar, already grinning at the idea of looting another player's world. The altar finally gives him a target menu, but with his current range he can only reach players within 13 million light years. That short range still finds 2 familiar names, and Leo pauses when he sees Overlord Max and Overlord Milo on the list. He taps Overlord Max first, and the status screen reveals a dead conqueror who once controlled 35 planets. The real hook is the warning: if Leo invades a dead player's base, that player's allies will be alerted and allowed to rush in for the claim. A follow-up tip makes the gamble worth it by promising that if Leo destroys the headquarters first, the whole dead domain converts into gacha tickets. That is all the incentive he needs, so Leo confirms the invasion without hesitation. A small rainbow portal opens above the altar, and Leo leaps straight in before it can fade. He lands on a stone cliff in a dead world full of dust, methane stink, and orange clouds that block the light and keep the wasteland unnaturally cold. The air is foul enough that Leo immediately pushes out a blue chi barrier to filter dust and keep himself breathing clean. With his barrier expanded and senses stretched out, Leo finally detects a massive colony far ahead under a protective dome. Guessing that distant settlement is his target, Leo takes off and flies straight toward it. As he nears the orange clouds, the planet itself answers by throwing orange lightning at him. The strikes barely tingle, so Leo changes plans on the spot and starts devouring the storm clouds as free fuel. Inside his Dantian, the orange gas feeds his tribulation lightning star, and the system starts handing him lifespan gains for the harvest. But stripping away the clouds exposes the world to 2 colossal suns, and the methane atmosphere immediately starts turning into a planetary firestorm. Leo shrugs off the chaos as the planets fault and keeps flying while the inferno races behind him. By the time he reaches the colony, every spotlight locks onto him and red alarms start flashing under the dome. Hidden sentry guns rise from the ground and open fire, but Leo decides to stand there and test what this alien defense can actually do. For half an hour, anti-tank and armor-piercing rounds flatten harmlessly against his skin until the guns finally run dry. Instead of getting angry, Leo cheerfully vacuums up the spent metal and starts thinking about turning the loot into better weapons for his own side. Up close, the target is even stranger. The whole colony is a giant mobile structure with metal spider legs and continuous tracks. A huge shutter door opens, and a giant wolf leads out 50 werewolves in sci-fi battlesuits to meet the intruder face to face. Leo's attention locks onto their oversized blades, and his interest spikes when the werewolves switch them on, and the swords reveal themselves as roaring chainsaws. The werewolves bark insults in their own language and clearly single Leo out as an enemy before rushing him. A pack of them surrounds Leo and hacks at him with the vibrating saw swords, but the blades jam the instant they hit his body. Leo immediately steals 2 of the stuck weapons into storage, leaving their owners staring at empty hands in shock. When the shouting gets louder, Leo escalates by touching one soldier's armor and stripping the whole battle suit off him in one instant. Leo briefly admires the dead soldier's golden fur as crafting material, decides he wants to preserve it, and shoots the wolf in the head with his pistol. He tries to stash the corpse, notices his rings are already crammed with loot, and finally uses the system inventory instead. The system accepts the Fenrir carcass and reveals a useful new rule: stored items can be sent straight back to his shopping mall warehouse. The moment Leo spots armored werewolves in a colony full of gear, he stops thinking about caution and sees nothing but fresh loot. He lunges straight at them, yelling that this is a robbery and demands their wallets, clothes, and meat, turning the raid into his kind of madness. An elder in a suit steps into the airtight corridor and finds Leo already humming to himself while grabbing bulky spacesuits and swords to resell later. The colony answers by sealing him in with descending steel shutters and pumping the room full of green poison gas. Instead of panicking, Leo sniffs the gas, compares it to mustard gas and monster breath, and decides this poison is disappointingly mild. The gas barely tingles, so Leo shamelessly asks for more like he just found a decent smoke. He tries to stash the floating gas directly in his inventory, but the system rejects it because only solid materials count as items. That failure pulls Leo into a hazy childhood memory of glass-walled rooms, white-coated strangers, and being forced to inhale odd gases from balloons. Feeling nostalgic, he buys 1,000 balloons from the system shop and starts packing the poison gas into them one by one. Once the gas is sealed in rubber, the inventory finally accepts it as a soul-corrupting balloon, which Leo immediately treats like future smoking material. He even starts planning some awful ultimate joint with immortal grass and sweet dream mushrooms while the colony cameras keep watching him waste an hour. When the vents finally stop the gas and switch to sticky liquid, Leo just looks down and wonders if the next trap is oil, tar, or another drug. Far out in space, a surviving battleship jumps through a portal as Overlord Milo personally arrives to claim or defend Overlord Max's world. Milo reads the raid alert again and again because if he repels the invader, Max's domain, perks, and assets could all become his. As an experienced overlord, Milo quickly decides the usual rule still applies here: hold the base for 24 hours, and the invader loses hard. He launches 100 shielded observation drones into the orange world to scout the situation from every direction. The drones reveal a dying wasteland under endless tribulation lightning, with only one colony still standing after Max let this mortal world collapse. Milo teleports onto the colony expecting civilians, but what he sees instead is a mountain of corpses outside Max's manor, and nothing worth calling a living population. He jumps inside the colony, turns into his giant Fenrir form, and confronts 12 werewolf sages gathered in Max's front yard. The sages claim they came to protect the headquarters after Max died, but Milo instantly hears the lie in that answer. Fresh corpses and active looting all over the city tell Milo the truth. These werewolves came on their own, slaughtered the locals, and stole everything without triggering a proper raid alert. When Milo calls them hyena thieves, the sages finally drop the act and argue that Max's property should pass to fellow Fenrirs, not just to him. Milo answers by dragging a long black flame sword out of his own throat and threatening to butcher them and their families unless they hand over every ring and item. The sages refuse to kneel, and just as Milo is about to strike, a huge explosion rips through the colony entrance and interrupts everything. Out of the dust rises Leo, brushing off his clothes and complaining that he only wanted some good smoke before the wolves started firing rockets at him. As he looks over the city, Leo realizes this alien colony resembles a dead modern metropolis, except every road is dark, wrecked, and soaked in blood. The ugliest sight waits in a supermarket parking lot, where a dead mother werewolf still clutches 3 crying puppies beside dropped groceries and a bone plush toy. That massacre disgusts Leo enough to forget the raid for a moment, and rush straight down to save the pups. The puppies bare their tiny fangs at him, so Leo remembers his dangerous touch and hurriedly puts on a hazmat suit before trying again. Even inside the suit, he has to wrestle with 3 scared little werewolves that feel more like fat golden retriever puppies than monsters. Since words do nothing, Leo drops them, pulls out a dead cockatrice, and starts tearing off meat to bribe them with food. The smell works instantly, and one puppy creeps toward Leo wagging its tail even though it still has no idea who he is. Leo catches himself being hypocritical, but he admits he still cannot walk away from children left to die like this. To buy time for the rescue, Leo snaps his fingers and freezes the entire star system with Overlord Meow Meow Meow's time and space domain. With time stopped, he sprints into the blood-stained supermarket looking for something the puppies can actually digest. The store is half wrecked, but the familiar layout still lets Leo find dog milk near the alcohol aisle. Then he notices 5 werewolves frozen mid-loot around the booze aisle, smugly stuffing wine into their spatial rings. Leo actually approves of their apocalypse priorities, so under frozen time he steals their rings and gives each looter a light punch that will kill them once time resumes. After that, Leo copies their idea exactly and sweeps up the entire booze section before grabbing all the dog milk too. He gets so absorbed in shopping under frozen time that a whole hour passes before he finally returns to the parking lot. Back with the puppies, Leo sets out bowls, pours dog milk, and crushes the cockatrice meat into tiny pieces so they will not choke. The instant time starts moving again, the 5 looters die from their delayed head blows, and the puppies jump at the sudden bowls appearing in front of them. Leo tells the pups to eat because he is taking them home, and hunger wins over fear immediately. They cough on the tiny meat at first, so Leo quietly checks them with chi until he is sure they are safe. Once the bowls are clean, Leo tells the wary puppies he will be back shortly and turns away to finish the raid. That is when Leo senses a new aura overhead, like Oslin's but weaker, and looks up to find a giant Fenrir powerhouse hovering above the ruined city. Overlord Milo points his black sword at Leo and demands the stranger's name and reason for attacking this domain. Leo, already in a foul mood, tells him to mind his own business and leave while he still can. Milo misreads him completely, decides anyone who protects puppies cannot be the invader, and magnanimously tells Leo to go home because he is taking over the domain himself. Leo immediately mocks the speech as cliché villain nonsense, which only makes Milo turn back and rant harder. Milo warns that Queen Eleanor will one day purge and unite the universe, so Leo's kind is doomed and should treasure what little time they have left. That one useful tip changes Leo's mood, and instead of killing Milo on the spot, he thanks him and decides to spare him for now. Before Milo can process that insult, Leo snaps his fingers and freezes time a second time. Then he layers a death sword domain over the frozen colony and marks every massacre-stained werewolf inside as a target. Leo removes the upper part of the hazmat suit, turns his tiny pen sword into a lightsaber, and swings once to cut the souls of all 300 guilty werewolves at once. With the killers already finished, Leo flies toward Max's manor when his alien ring suddenly starts guiding him to the real objective. He feeds more chi into the weapon, reshapes the lightsaber into a giant energy hammer, and smashes down on the hidden barrier protecting the headquarters. The barrier folds and the entire manor headquarters is destroyed in one hit. As soon as Leo restarts time, the system confirms the headquarters is gone, there was no treasure left to steal, and everyone on his side will be teleported home in 10 seconds. The whole colony starts shaking and dissolving into dust, and Milo can only stare in disbelief at how instantly everything slipped out of his hands. Leo returns to the parking lot, scoops up the 3 puppies, and smiles like he already won more than the raid was worth. Before the teleport takes him, Leo calls Milo a racist bitch, says he will be at the Fate Stadium soon, and tells him to book a match there if he wants to see him again. Milo lunges too late as Leo and the rescued puppies vanish together, leaving him with nothing but a ruined claim and a future grudge. Max's ruined colony collapses into dust, leaving only scattered supplies and the dead behind, and Overlord Milo finally realizes a Kingdom System player caused it. Milo curses New Earth for wrecking the operation, then bitterly blames the dead hyena werewolves for getting greedy and ruining their chance to split the city's loot. Still fuming, Milo sweeps up the corpses and salvage into his storage ring, shifts back into a humanoid werewolf form, and returns to his battleship. Back on the bridge, Milo orders his soldiers to head for the 7th Princess's rendezvous point so they can rebuild with her fleet. The battleship fires 7 laser beams to tear open a wormhole, then vanishes into warp. A day later, Milo arrives beside a massive war fleet of artificial planets, giant cubic motherships, and countless battleships, and his own ship suddenly looks tiny. Milo admits the 7th Princess is terrifyingly war-hungry and powerful enough to look like Queen Eleanor's successor. But the thought of reporting to her wipes the smugness off his face, because he remembers how casually she kills subordinates, and worries he might be next. Meanwhile, Leo returns to his own domain with the 3 orphaned puppies and appears at the altar of war before Milo even finishes his trip. The system congratulates Leo for raiding another player's home, then immediately slaps the altar of war with a brutal 360-day maintenance cooldown. That absurd timer makes Leo realize just how valuable cooldown reduction on this building really is. Then the bigger reward lands. Leo clears Phase 3 of the Entity Fate Crystal Quest, including the invasion and defense milestones he just finished. The completed phase showers him with rewards, 300,000 more years of lifespan, higher building caps, an SR building ticket, and a new top-up feature. Leo instantly latches onto the words top-up and gets excited for exactly the wrong reason, ready to whale the gacha if the system takes lifespan. When he opens the feature, Leo sees his lifespan balance, and nearly jumps because he has over 16 million years saved up. Feeling suddenly rich, he spots a flashing plus icon beside the premium currency box and opens the recharge menu. The exchange rates pop up, and Leo gets his first look at how much lifespan this fake phone game economy wants for e-crystals. He pokes at another tab hoping for better value, only to learn the promotion feature is still locked behind later quest progress. Already suspicious the system is scamming him, Leo buys a 10,000 e-crystal pack anyway just to test it. With premium currency ready, Leo heads to the gacha page and checks his stash of saved tickets for building and servant roles. He starts with the free building tickets first, all smug confidence and gambler's hype. 66 rolls later, the smile is dead because Leo gets nothing but common junk and 6 rares, not a single SR building. The bad luck hits a nerve, and Leo explodes at the cursed gacha like an old wound just reopened. A childhood flashback crashes into him, the same helpless anger from wasting all his allowance on a game and still missing the prize. This time, though, adult Leo steadies himself with one dangerous thought: he has money now, so he can keep pulling. Then he checks the paid price for a building gacha roll and almost coughs blood, because 110 plus 1 costs 16,000 e-crystals. Leo rants at the outrageous pricing and compares the system to the worst cash grab game companies he can imagine. Even after that, he talks himself into spending a little more since he is already close to another discounted 10 plus 1. Then habit takes over and he accidentally buys another full 10,000 crystal package when he only needed a small amount. 1 second later, the mistake lands, and Leo breaks down over the lifespan he just wasted. After a few miserable minutes, Leo gives up on building luck for now and switches to the mannequin gacha because he wants more workers instead. He burns the servant tickets with no expectations, and the result is exactly that: 10 gray pulls and 1 blue. The summons turn into 10 mannequin workers and 1 cashier, and Leo mechanically sends them off to work without any fanfare. With the gacha disaster over, Leo scoops up the confused puppies and trudges back toward his bus, too drained to care about anything else. He never notices his people are already hauling broken drones, jets, and battleship wreckage into the junkyard around the domain. Inside the bus bedroom, Leo finds Izan already asleep in his bed in the middle of the afternoon, and quietly judges how lazy that looks. Since he still needs someone to care for the orphan pups, Leo steps back outside to look for help. He spots Yao Chichi wandering the parking lot, calls her over, and she lights up the moment she sees the puppies. Yao Chichi immediately asks if she can keep them, and Leo realizes the monster tamer is probably the right person for the job anyway. So Leo entrusts the 3 puppies to Yao Chichi, gives feeding instructions, and quietly tells her they just lost their parents. The pups respond to Yao Chichi's affection right away, licking her face until she laughs and decides they already like her. Leo tells her to bring them to her master, and Yao Chichi cheerfully flies off with all 3 puppies. Finally alone and wiped out, Leo cleans up, crawls into bed, and just wants to sleep beside Izan. Izan wakes just enough to notice he only came home to cuddle and rest, and that small thing makes her quietly happy. She snuggles closer, rubs her scent onto him like a cat, and whispers a soft welcome home to her husband-to-be. In Fate Stadium's luxury suite, the 7th princess hears Milo report that Max's headquarters was destroyed by a random player, and reacts with sharp disbelief. Milo explains that the enemy was a mysterious fate crystal bearer with a kingdom-building system and strength too dangerous to chase blindly. The princess coldly dismisses every reason as an excuse, making it clear that failure matters more to her than circumstances. Milo finally pushes back, arguing that throwing away an entity just to satisfy her pride would be idiotic when other overlords are already moving against them. Instead of punishing him, the princess says the cruelty was a test and seems pleased Milo is not just another bootlicker. Then the princess seals the suite inside a black soundproof domain, showing the real conversation is only starting now. Inside the sealed room, the princess says her mother will soon summon her back to the palace, and she calls that order an obvious trap. When Milo questions her, the princess bluntly says her mother wants to destroy her soul and take her body and Dantian. Milo is thrown off, and the princess starts explaining that Queen Eleanor was crippled by karma after devouring too many souls. She explains that fate crystals now reject Eleanor, so the queen turned to older and darker research to escape that dead end. She says her mother once sold obsolete technology to weaker races and planted divine elf colonies across many worlds, including Earth. Those colonies were told to stay permanently, and some divine elves married locals and had mixed-blood children there. Then the story turns monstrous. The queen tricked overlords into giving blood essence, and had labs try to clone it. Milo is stunned because cloning that blood should have been impossible, and the princess says one man somehow made it work. Mao meow meow. The princess gleefully recounts how Mao demanded Eleanor's own blood and even asked to become one of her consorts before pushing the research further. With Eleanor's approval, the project turned monstrous as Earth children were kidnapped and used in diluted overlord blood experiments. Out of 100 million children, only 2 survived, and the princess produces an old photo to show Milo the test subjects. Looking at the photo, Milo realizes one boy became Esther's husband, while the green-eyed boy reminds him of Ohio Man and the old man he saw recently. When Milo asks about the green-eyed boy, the princess reveals that 20 years later Mao Meow Meow transferred his soul into that body and stole it. She says the breakthrough thrilled Eleanor so much that the queen wiped out Earth's population, took Mao as a consort, and eventually birthed the devil race with him. That history leads to the point. The princess says her mother finished the body transfer research and now needs a vessel strong enough to hold the karmic sovereign's soul. Milo finally connects the dots and realizes the vessel Eleanor wants is Ellen herself. She refuses to return and die for her mother's obsession with youth, so she decides to turn this whole mobilization into her rebellion. Her plan is to use these forces to ally with the Cathal Hasid and Overlord Xiao Mao, leaving Milo shaken by how far she means to go. Then the princess invites someone waiting outside to come in, calling him her brother-in-law. The door opens, and the man entering is Simba in human form, reporting himself with the alias mercenary Ohio Man. The princess orders Milo and Simba to work together, lead her fleet toward the Cathal Hasid sector, and surrender with a white flag as soon as contact is made. Far back in Florida Domain's junkyard, wrecked ships and metal scrap pile up as workers begin sorting through the alien remains. Wu Bai and Tang Xian throw themselves into the salvage work, digging through alien wreckage for useful metal like obsessed researchers. While digging through ruined suits and containers, the 2 alchemists uncover several abandoned storage rings. Even with a chance to pocket the loot, either man keeps it, and they pass the rings to mannequins to send to Leo. Soon after, Ivy's team drags in a half-destroyed battleship and drops it beside the junkyard, where part of the wreck sinks into the cooling lava field without melting. Mark and Beatrice stare at the wreck in silence, because they recognize the Divine Elf battleship immediately. Mark admits he once dreamed of piloting ships like that as a child, before Divine Elf racism crushed the idea and shoved him into knighthood instead. Their memories lead into the uglier truth of the Malgs, a white-haired, fang-bearing mixed race long treated by Divine Elves as expendable slaves. Everything changed when little Eason became an immortal, bought most of the Malg population out of slavery, and gave them a planet of their own. Mark and Beatrice became fiercely loyal to Eason for that rescue, which made her later downfall hit even harder. Then came the betrayal. Esther framed Eason, Eleanor killed and cursed her, and Eason's followers were dragged into undeath with her. Remembering all that only deepens their gratitude toward Leo, because he is the one who saved Eason again and brought them back. So instead of dwelling on the past, Mark pushes forward and suggests finding another recoverable battleship somewhere south. At the same time, the entire Yen Dynasty planet starts changing as rainbow auroras flare over both poles and the global temperature suddenly drops. The cold spreads fast enough to freeze part of the sea and push the snowy regions much closer to the equator. This is not just weather anymore, because Densian Qi is saturating the planet as if an ice age is trying to force its way in. Deep below, the planet's core shifts from white to rainbow as the extreme yang qi from the atmosphere sinks downward and condenses inside it. As that trapped yang heat rises, rock and minerals begin melting under the crust and lava starts forcing its way through underground cracks. Soon volcanoes on land and under the sea erupt one after another, blasting molten earth across the planet. Where the planet's extreme yin and yang crash together, the energies condense into hail-like stones that fall as naturally formed essence stones. But the catastrophe is so violent that local cultivators cannot take advantage of the treasure, and instead flee the freezing air and erupting mountains for safer ground. One of the warmer refuges is Leo's domain 3,000 kilometers north of the equator, and that means the coming wave of extreme cold is heading straight for him next. After a full night's sleep, Leo strolls through the junkyard and finds his salvage operation paid off big. The mannequins have hauled in 2 wrecked battleships, but the ships are so massive they have to be stored outside the junkyard. To keep the wrecks from sinking into the lava field, the elves and Malgs freeze part of it into a makeshift storage platform. Leo carries chunks of ship hull up to the mall's 5th floor and feeds them straight into the blacksmith mannequin's workshop. The system identifies the refined material as Styx blood metal and Styx blood ore, which means new armor can now be made. He asks what the strange metal does, but the blacksmith mannequins ignore him and just keep feeding immortal coal into the furnace. More junkyard workers rush in with fresh ship scraps, and Leo stays to watch what the workshop will turn them into. A few minutes later, the mangled scraps come out as neat dark ingots, and the mannequins hand Leo a sample. Leo tests the ingot with his bare hand, hoping for one of his usual mutations, but this metal gives him nothing at all. Since the metal tells him nothing, Leo shifts focus and upgrades the entire shopping mall and every facility to level 17. A new construction notice pops up, and Leo immediately decides to fill the mall's empty slots with more production buildings. He mass builds alchemy workshops, blacksmith shops, clothing stores, gunsmiths, and fast food restaurants until 60 new facilities are packed into the mall. The expansion boosts production hard, but it also creates a new problem almost instantly. 30 weaver mannequins swarm Leo and bluntly demand flesh and blood to stock the new clothing stores. Cursing under his breath, Leo bites into his own arms and tears off transparent flesh so the weavers can use it. The mannequins snatch up his flesh and march back to their stores, already copying clothing designs without needing any more instructions. By midnight, Leo finally drops to the floor to recover, and his wounds heal fast even though the pain still nags at him. He barely gets a break before the new alchemy mannequins crowd around him too, pressing for orders with glowing red eyes. Giving in, Leo assigns all 10 new workshops to convert stored essence stones into soul stones. The alchemists race off for supplies, but Leo's relief lasts about 1 breath before the blacksmiths, gunsmiths, and cooks all box him in for tasks too. By 3 a.m., a sweaty Leo finally reaches the rooftop after assigning every new workshop its job and placing orders for better weapons and armor. He especially wants stronger firearms, because the old M16 prototype underperformed and too many people are still carrying obsolete flintlocks. Then the system interrupts him with a blunt warning that the new restaurants already lack ingredients. The shortage is worse than he expected, with different fast food branches already missing key dishes and supplies before they can even operate properly. Leo rushes down to the underground warehouse and finds the shelves half empty. The vegetables can be regrown, but the real disaster is the meat section, where the thunder alligator and cockatrice stock is completely gone. That shortage makes Leo wish he had an agriculture partner, because buying food straight from the system would be absurdly expensive. Then he spots a solution in one of his newly unlocked buildings, a trade center meant for merchants and shipping. Leo immediately builds the trade center on the 4th floor, upgrades it to level 17, and decides to test it at once. When Leo steps inside, he is stunned to find that the trade center is not a shop at all but a full airport hidden inside the mall. 5 female receptionist mannequins rise from the floor and calmly welcome Leo as their master. They explain that this airport links directly to the Orlando realm, and is designed to hide his world's true location while controlling who can enter his domain. When Leo asks how outsiders could ever become customers, the mannequins tell him he can issue visas to people he trusts. Before he can ask much more, a spaceship suddenly lands at the airport, and Leo recognizes it as the same model he once reserved at Fate's Stadium. 100 armed space soldiers spill out first to secure the runway, and then their commander appears in a bulky armored spacesuit. Leo checks their strength, realizes they are just immortals with railguns, and walks out to meet them without much fear. The commander adjusts his system for language, lowers his weapon, and introduces himself with the alias Caesar Ballers from planet United Nations. When Leo asks if they are from Earth, the commander says Earth was only their distant mother planet, and their people left it tens of thousands of years ago. The commander turns the question back on him, and Leo grins and names himself as Florida Man, the last survivor from Earth. The commander is intrigued, but Leo quickly realizes their version of Earth history has drifted so far that even the USA is unknown to them. Philip explains that the old nations collapsed once cultivation spread, and to Leo's disbelief he says the modern UN is led by Poland. Leo drops the history lesson and lays down his own rule instead. For security, only 5 delegates can enter his Florida domain. The commander accepts, formally gives his real name as Lieutenant General Philip Petrosky, and chooses 4 companions to go with him. The rest of the soldiers try to follow anyway and slam into an invisible barrier at the terminal entrance. As they walk together, the visitors remove their helmets in respect and finally show their faces. Once they step out of the airport, the delegates stare around in surprise at the modern shopping mall hidden inside Leo's domain. Philip quickly notices the impossible interior space and guesses that Leo is a rare master of time and space arrays. Philip admits that kind of cultivation was monopolized by top officials in his world, supposedly to stop civilization from tearing itself apart. Leo brings the delegation to the Tavern of Heroes, arranges them a suite, and decides to push straight into negotiations. Philip gets to the point too. His people want to buy soul stones because their technology is weak and their ships still rely on them for space travel. When Leo asks how they plan to pay, Philip has Andrea project their cargo list from her smartwatch as a hologram. The ship mostly has blue lumber, gold, saplings, fertilizer, and vegetables, and Leo is only interested in the food. Philip can only offer 10 tons of vegetables per soul stone and admits they can afford at most 3, which is nowhere near enough for what they need. So Philip tries a riskier offer and asks if Leo would accept payment in lifespan instead. Leo proves he can judge that trade by showing Philip's age and remaining lifespan on a visible status screen. That shocks the delegation, and Andrea blurts out the real reason: Leo is a system user. Once Leo confirms it, Philip drops his guard completely and begs to buy a large supply of soul stones with their lifespan. Leo names a wholesale price of 1,000 years of lifespan per soul stone, far cheaper than his normal rate but still painfully steep. Philip's group checks their own lifespans, realizes the cost is brutal, and starts whispering through the math anyway. They conclude that if all 5,000 crew members each sacrifice 1,000 or 2,000 years, they could secure 10,000 soul stones and keep their world going for ages. Philip asks if the crew can pay collectively, and Leo agrees as long as they willingly give up that lifespan themselves. Andrea immediately heads back to the ship to persuade the crew, while Leo and Philip stay behind and trade stories about their worlds. 4 hours later, Andrea has mostly talked the crew into it, with only a few holdouts forced in line by Philip's authority. On her way back from the ship, Andrea suddenly runs into Hua Taishu as he comes out of the time chamber after training other people. Hua Taishu instantly pegs her as strong and bluntly tries to recruit her for training, but Andrea apologizes because she is busy. Before leaving, Andrea asks if he is connected to the legendary sword saint Hua Taishu, because she recognizes the name from her people's history. Hua Taishu lights up, proudly claims he is Hua Taishu's shadow, and gets even more excited to drag her into training. Andrea barely gets out a confused protest before Hua Taishu grabs her hand and yanks her straight into the time chamber. He locks the facility behind them, and without Andrea's return, Leo and Philip end up waiting all day with no idea where she went. Leo waits in the tavern lobby with Philip and the others, already annoyed that Andrea has been missing for so long. When Philip suggests going to find her, Leo stays calm and says he can still sense Andrea's life force, so she is probably just distracted somewhere nearby. Andrea finally returns with Hua Taishu, and the real shock is that both of them have already reached the deity realm. Andrea nervously reports her breakthrough to Leo, and Philip tries to gauge her strength only to realize he cannot read it at all. Hua Taishu barges in grinning, brags that he is strong now, and shoves his cup of fate crystal holy water at Leo while begging to become even stronger. Leo opens Hua Taishu's status and finds a dangerous upgrade loop: 1 drop of holy water and 1,000 YO per star, with no visible cap on how many stars this shadow can stack. When Leo asks how many stars he wants, Hua Taishu can only beam and say many, which tells Leo this bottomless project could devour absurd amounts of lifespan. Leo still decides to invest hard, warning Hua Taishu to work harder for him, and he forces the shadow all the way up to a 1,000-star deity. The upgrade leaves Hua Taishu bulkier and terrifyingly powerful, but it also snaps his karmic tie to the original owner of that soul shadow. A second alert hits immediately after. The original Hua Taishu has sensed Leo and sent him a friend request. Leo accepts out of curiosity, and the friend portrait that appears is not this dumb muscle shadow at all but a younger, sharper-looking Hua Taishu. Pulled back to business by Philip, Leo takes the payment, promises to fetch the soul stones, and drags Hua Taishu away because this clone problem needs answers now. While Leo is gone, Philip corners Andrea and asks what happened yesterday that let her jump all the way into the deity realm. Andrea explains that a strange old man pulled her into a space-time array where she felt trapped for more than a year, even though barely any normal time had passed outside. That answer leaves Philip stunned and the whole group eager to try the same place once their trade with Leo is finished. Away from the others, Leo directly asks his summoned Hua Taishu why a second Hua Taishu just contacted him. Hua Taishu bluntly explains that he is only a living shadow clone, while the real Hua Taishu died before being reborn as a baby again. The answer clears up part of the mystery for Leo, but it also makes him wonder whether other strange cases around him, like Sierra's, might follow the same reincarnation logic. Then the real Hua Taishu finally messages Leo and accuses him of exploiting his clone and endangering his hidden reincarnated life. The real Hua Taishu says he is only recently reborn and close to becoming a sage, so boosting the clone's power may have exposed him to old enemies who know that face. Leo argues that the clone is not really him, but the original fires back that a shadow with his old face still damages his reputation and safety. Feeling a little guilty, Leo apologizes and invites the real Hua Taishu to meet him at Fate's Stadium because he has something to pass along to Hua Jiushan. With that side issue parked for later, Leo heads to the alchemy workshops because Philip's soul stone order cannot wait. The 5th floor workshops are running so hard that the trainee alchemists look dizzy, but the production line is exactly the kind of madness Leo wanted. Leo learns the upgraded workshops can turn essence stones into soul stones at a ridiculous rate, 50 soul stones per cauldron instead of the usual one for every 1,000 essence stones. Even with that absurd efficiency, 10 workshops only give him 2,500 giant soul stones a day, so he realizes Philip's full order will still take several days. Back in the lobby, Leo hands over the first batch and tells Philip the full transfer of 10,000 soul stones will take about 4 days. Philip checks the ring, sees how potent the soul stones are, and instantly decides they will happily wait as long as needed. Once the others see the stones too, their mood flips completely from impatient to thrilled because these are far better than anything they expected. Since they are stuck here for days anyway, Philip asks if they can explore Leo's domain, and especially the strange training facility that changed Andrea overnight. Leo agrees at once, tells them the mannequins can guide them, and casually warns that some places charge lifespan as the entry fee. Philip also brings up the vegetables on their ship, and Leo agrees to trade for those too before they spoil, which makes this whole visit even more profitable for them. After sending the visitors off to explore, Leo finally turns to his own reward pile and decides it is time to use his gacha ticket and premium currency. Inside his bus, Leo spreads his collected fate crystals all over the bed like Lucky Charms and kneels down to pray for a good pull. He spends 16,000 premium currency on 11 building pulls and keeps his eyes closed at first because he is too nervous to face the result. Then he peeks and sees one rainbow ball, and a second later realizes there are actually 2. The WR hit nearly stops Leo's heart, and he starts freaking out with pure greedy joy. That luck clearly costs something, because Leo suddenly notices 2 of his sky fate crystals have crumbled into dust on the bed. He panics, gathers the rest of the crystals in a hurry, and only relaxes after confirming that nothing else broke. When he finally calms down and checks the rewards, the 2 UR buildings turn out to be portals, one to a cow level and one to an agriculture realm. The words cow level hit Leo especially hard, and he starts laughing like a madman while imagining a whole realm full of bizarre battle cows. Wanting answers before he tests anything, Leo rushes to the Mystic Realm platform where Meow Meow, Lucky, and Mooniang are waiting as usual. Leo studies them in a new light after the Hua Taishu incident and bluntly asks which super experts these so-called shadows are actually copied from. Lucky answers first and openly claims he comes from Overlord Lucky, while Mooniang calmly says his essence traces back to Overlord Mustafa of the Cathalhu. Meow Meow adds that he comes from Overlord Mao Meow Meow, and through him Leo also confirms that Aslan traces back to Overlord Xiao Mao. That still leaves the real problem, so Leo asks why these clone-like beings call themselves his shadows and how they are connected to him at all. Lucky gives the blunt answer. Leo carries everyone's bloodline and is himself a creation tied to those super experts. Leo goes silent for a long time, trying to digest what that means about his own origin. Lucky keeps going and says Leo was once incomplete until his soul fused with the entity fate crystal left by his parents, which broke the bloodline curse and made him stronger than the stolen original body. Lucky also warns that the Guardians are not independent beings at all, because their power fades if they get too far from Leo and all of them are tied to his karmic river. Once Lucky points it out, Leo can actually see those invisible ties and reaches out to touch the one linked to Meow Meow. The moment he touches it, Leo sees into Meow Meow's senses and memories from back on Earth when Leo was still an incomplete mutant being hammered by tribulation lightning. He learns that when he reached the threshold of nascent soul, he did not awaken a normal nascent soul at all, and instead Aslan, Meow Meow, Lucky, and Mooniang were born inside him. The memory shows those 4 each taking a different piece of Leo's bloodline, but the entity fate crystal suppressed them because their growth could have destroyed his body early. Over time they absorbed knowledge and power from their bloodline donors, copied portions of those experts, and became strong enough to match them without ever becoming fully independent. Meow Meow turns out to be the most rebellious one, secretly training his own Danteon universe while Leo was still on Earth, and even choosing 3 wives for himself. The Guardians also spent that free time peeking at Leo's possible futures, and Meow Meow saw both Leo marrying Izan and the later disaster where Dr. Mao Meow Meow stole his body. Leo pulls back from the memory and asks the others if any of them saw more of his future. Mooniang answers with a teasing little prophecy, saying Leo will adopt 2 daughters and should already know which talented girls inside his domain they are. Leo decides that is enough destiny talk for now and gets back to the practical reason he came here in the first place. He constructs both new portals beside the main Mystic Realm gate, a clear barn door frame for the agriculture realm and a buzzing blue oval gate for the cow level. Leo immediately tunes the new buildings to level 17 and pushes points into both worlds so they match his current needs. He chooses to test the agriculture realm first and steps through the clear barn door portal. The moment he arrives, the world's crushing gravity hits him so hard he feels about 50 times heavier than normal. Instead of panicking, Leo reads that pressure as proof he has entered an enormous, high-quality world. The air smells fresh and the grass feels inviting, so Leo takes a few steps and sits down before suddenly remembering he might contaminate the whole place with his radiation. But the environment does not warp at all, and Leo quickly realizes this world is soaked in pure yang-rich life energy that naturally neutralizes his contamination. Relieved, he flies high into the sky to scan the entire realm and see what kind of infrastructure the system actually generated here. For a long stretch he sees nothing but giant trees, flowers, and endless grassland, which makes the place feel almost empty despite its scale. After flying 10,000 kilometers east, Leo finally finds the center of the realm, a colossal castle surrounded by huge farms, fish ponds, pig pens, and chicken barns. Everything here is built at a monstrous scale to survive the gravity, down to 500-meter walls and bricks bigger than pyramid blocks, and that makes Leo immediately think about future materials research. He forces himself not to get distracted, counts the facilities, and confirms that every upgrade point created 100 giant structures instead of just one. When he lands on the castle roof, the system shows this realm has no governor yet and that all crops, fish, pigs, and chickens respawn and mature on a fixed schedule. Leo weighs the governor slot and first decides to move Aslan here while dumping Muniang into the Cayman-filled Orlando realm instead. He returns to the platform and orders Muniang to bring Aslan back and take over Orlando from now on. Muniang is thrilled by the idea of a Cayman buffet, and Leo has to shout after him that his real job is gathering food, materials, and lifespan, not eating everything himself. An hour later Aslan returns, takes one look at Leo's face, and already knows he is about to get assigned another world. Leo starts to appoint him governor of the agriculture realm, but Aslan gently pushes back and warns that Leo will soon run out of trustworthy people to manage all these worlds. Aslan says Sierra would actually fit this realm better, especially if Leo upgrades her into a deity, because his own talents are better suited to fishing karma embryos than managing agriculture. Leo realizes he had completely overlooked Sierra and accepts the suggestion on the spot. So instead of moving Aslan, Leo keeps the fisherman clone on platform duty and summons Sierra to take the new job path instead. When Sierra arrives an hour later, the first thing she asks is exactly what Leo expected, whether he has finally decided to milk her. Leo ignores the bait and tells her he is here to upgrade her into a deity, but Sierra keeps pressing the joke and asks if he wants it straight from the source. Leo does not answer out loud, but his mind immediately drifts into a ridiculous future meme of Sierra sprawled on a couch with 5 nightmare horses around her. Leo brought Sierra into the new agriculture realm, officially making her its governor after boosting her strength to match Hua Taishu. At the castle, Leo finally saw what the realm's respawn feature meant when endless green crops and giant fish-filled ponds had already appeared on their own. The real shock came from the barns, where the realm had spawned livestock as kaiju-sized monsters instead of normal farm animals. The chicks still looked cute up close, but each one was the size of a T-Rex, and their chirps hit like a sonic attack. Sierra flatly told Leo those chickens were not cute, and he could only agree while staring at even worse horrors in the pig pens. Leo stayed to watch longer, and the realm itself answered his question by condensing yang qi into floating pig embryos, fish eggs, and chicken eggs right in the air. He watched newborn livestock rapidly form, hatch, and march into the correct barns and ponds, which made the respawn system instantly clear. Once Leo realized the realm kept generating free livestock by itself, he was delighted and decided to stay a full day to see the final result. While waiting, Leo let Sierra start learning her new authority over the realm instead of just standing beside him. A system screen appeared for Sierra, and after a brief shock she quickly started experimenting with it like a new manager taking over. Sierra renamed the place Tauan Farm, and the realm immediately changed to match her talent by improving livestock quality but slowing their respawn rate. Leo approved the new setup right away, seeing Sierra was a much better fit for this realm than the old fisherman statue governor. 22 hours later, the first batch hit full maturity, and the chickens had become feathered sky monsters bigger than Godzilla. Then the system turned brutal, killing the mature roosters on the spot and butchering them cleanly with invisible force. The hens died too, but each one yielded a radiant golden egg packed with pure yang qi before the meat was neatly processed. The fish and pigs met the same fate, proving the realm was basically an automated giant slaughterhouse as much as a farm. Even the wheat came out wrong for Leo, with each grain the size of a human arm and hard as metal blocks. When Leo wondered how anyone could even grind that into flour, Sierra casually told him to treat it like rice and boil it whole. With the farm business settled, Leo stepped back out and found warehouse workers already lined up to haul away the absurd harvest. He doubted the portal could handle chunks of kaiju meat, but the workers proved him wrong when the gate expanded to fit a giant drumstick. Leo still hated seeing raw meat hauled around so badly, so he wordlessly looked to Aslan for a cleaner solution. Aslan immediately got the hint and promised to make containers or teach the automatons to use storage rings instead. Once that problem was delegated, Leo turned to the cow level with a much more personal interest and headed in eager to fight for meat. The cow realm was the complete opposite of the farm, a frozen blood swamp world drenched in inchi so intense it felt like it could freeze Leo from the inside. That freezing air hit an old nerve, and Leo briefly flashed back to being trapped under endless snow on Earth for centuries. Before he could dwell on it, a war cry shook the realm and 2,000 Godzilla-sized humanoid cows came charging with halberds. 10 minutes later, Leo was casually sitting on a mountain of dead cows and slicing meat off one to test the flavor. He cooked the slice with his own yang flame and found the monster beef shockingly rich, tender, and good enough to keep eating. The meat was more than delicious too, because every bite kept adding years to Leo's lifespan. An hour later 2 new 10,000 cow waves charged him at once, and Leo answered like he had just been served a bigger meal. When one cow snatched him up from underground, Leo calmly cut off its hands instead of panicking. Then he unleashed Blood Domain, ripping blood out through the cows' bodies and dropping whole armies in an instant. With the field cleared again, Leo happily counted the endless Wagyu supply and started thinking like a shopkeeper instead of a fighter. He also noticed the cow's red metal halberd shrank to fit his grip, turning the realm into a weapon source too. That discovery sold him completely, and Leo decided his store was getting both a butcher shop and a new meat section. After learning the realm respawned 1017-star deity cows and matching halberds every hour, Leo realized nobody else should ever wander in here. So he planted a big warning sign in front of the portal telling everyone that deities were inside and to stay out. Leo was satisfied with that precaution, but the very moment he turned to leave, the elevator brought in Gao Yan and Jin Yong. The two young immortals had been using this area as a hangout, and now they arrived strong enough to be overconfident and curious about the new realm. Leo warned them directly not to enter the blue portal because even deities lived inside, but Jin Yong only got excited by the challenge. Jin Yong pulled out salvage gear from Overlord Max's battleship and ignored the warning completely, vaulting over the sign and into the portal. Gao Yan hurried after him with Leo's pistol and a charged lightsaber, insisting he would drag his friend back fast. Leo could only watch both idiots vanish into the death trap he had just labeled for them. Inside the cow realm, Gao Yan and Jin Yong were thrilled at first because they had been sneaking into tougher realms for fun and wanted a real challenge. The realm almost killed them on contact with its cold and yin chi, but instead of retreating they got even more excited by the danger. They joked about whether this was a true world of deities, completely missing that Leo's warning had already answered that. 10 seconds later, the cow monsters detected them and a single war cry shattered their confidence in one blow. The scream made both immortals bleed from the ears, lose strength in their legs, and realize far too late that they had messed up. Leo appeared behind them in a hazmat suit, arriving just in time to save the pair from their own stupidity. A lone cow warrior jumped behind them and blocked the exit portal, cutting off the clean escape route while the rest of the herd closed in. Leo answered with a lazy air punch that blew the blocker cow's head apart without him even stepping forward. Then he grabbed both injured idiots by the collar and literally threw them through the portal to safety. The enraged herd charged Leo next, and his mood turned cold enough to match the realm. With one contemptuous glare, Leo released an aura beyond a karmic sovereign and dropped the entire pack dead on the spot. After confirming the realm was clear again, Leo left without another word. Outside, Leo checked the two survivors and found the damage was much worse than they looked. The cow's scream had cracked their souls, ruined their hearing, wrecked Jin Yong's dantian, and nearly shattered Gao Yan's meridians. Leo gave them a blunt "I told you so," knowing they could not even hear the lecture through their burst eardrums. He hauled both of them down to his bus and locked them inside to recover, whether they liked it or not. With that mess handled, Leo went to the shopping mall warehouse to unload the new cow meat from his inventory. Even 500 corpses were enough to fill the underground storage, so the food side of the mall suddenly had a huge job ahead. After that, Leo finally checked the last Phase 3 reward and found it was a selectable SR building instead of a fixed one. A long catalog of buildings opened in front of him, and Leo made up his mind the moment he saw one specific choice. A day later, Philip and Andrea came to the mall to look around, with Andrea guiding him toward the time chamber she had mentioned before. Andrea explained he needed Hua Taishu to enter, but she also guessed they would not have to wait long for the Sword Saint to show up. Right on cue, Hua Taishu came out with a fresh batch of Amazonian sanctuary girls who had already been pushed up to quasi-immortal level and sharpened by sword training. Hua Taishu instantly locked onto Philip and declared, in his own blunt way, that he was going to train him harder because Philip was strong. Philip was caught off guard, but Andrea told him he would appreciate the chance once he survived it. Before Philip could decide, Hua Taishu solved the problem by lassoing him and 3 troopers and dragging the whole group into the chamber laughing. Andrea waved them off and started browsing the rest of the 4th floor on her own. The casino and boot camp did nothing for her, but a new 2-slot facility farther south immediately caught her eye. It was half bookstore and half staff-only library, and Andrea was already annoyed she could not just slip into the library side for free reading. Once she saw the sections, her mood changed fast because this was not fluff merchandise but a full cultivation bookstore. She grabbed a sample cultivation manual and nearly lost her mind when it turned out to be a detailed, color-illustrated guide all the way to quasi-immortal stage. The title was almost insulting in how useful it was, and Andrea felt sick remembering the price she had paid for far less in her own world. The next book was a foundation building theory guide, and every page made Andrea angrier that nobody had taught her these basics years ago. She kept going until she had an armful of beginner books on cultivation, alchemy, sleep, and even surviving heavenly tribulations. At the counter, a wooden mannequin cashier scanned everything and showed her the price and lifespan instead of money. The total of 495 years made her hands shake, and for a moment she seriously considered putting the books back. Then she realized the books could be shared with others, and that pushed her into paying despite the paying. The cashier took the lifespan directly from her body, and Andrea accepted the loss because the knowledge was still worth it. That purchase gave Andrea a better idea too, and she rushed off to tell her crewmates to buy different books so they could pool the knowledge. Andrea was not the only one stunned, because old regulars like Hua Jiashan, Wu Bai, and Dong Fong Mei also found the bookstore and reacted like they had discovered treasure too late. 10 minutes later, even their pride lost to practicality, and they all lined up to buy what they had just been screaming over. Hua Jiashan still wanted answers, so he asked the shopkeeper where Leo had gotten books like these in the first place. The mannequin answered by pointing into the library, and at Leo's handwritten sign claiming he wrote them all and would not explain further. That answer left the crowd speechless, while Wu Bai just looked even more convinced that his lord was absurdly brilliant. Hua Jiashan filled in the gap himself by deciding Leo had to be some ancient supreme expert who had learned everything firsthand. Dong Fong Mei ignored the chatter, went straight to the immortal level section, and quietly bought 10 useful books for 900 years. Meanwhile, inside the library, Leo was taking a lazy break after beating 10,000 simulation opponents, and waiting for fresh knowledge to convert. When the system offered to turn new knowledge into books, Leo accepted immediately, and let 2 fresh volumes appear in front of him. He tossed the books to a librarian mannequin, who copied them in bulk while the system quietly charged Leo 100 years of lifespan for each 100-print batch. The new titles were a Lamia Anatomy Guide and the AMCA Family Blacksmith Techniques, both pulled from knowledge Leo had copied in simulation mode. After stocking the library first, the mannequin sent 10 copies of each into the bookstore, showing how Leo's new book complex now turned stolen knowledge into sellable inventory. While resting in the library, Leo gets approached by mannequins carrying wine bottles he never asked for, and the odd delivery immediately catches his attention. When Leo asks which department they belong to, the mannequins silently write a request asking him to speed up the wine's aging. Leo understands the idea, but instead of aging a few bottles by hand, he decides he would rather do the whole batch at once. Curious now, Leo follows the mannequins downstairs and finds out they are restaurant chefs brewing a new blood wine from cow, giant chicken, and giant pig blood. The recipe looks so unhygienic that Leo grabs bottles for testing first instead of trusting the mannequin's taste. In the alchemy workshop, Leo researches the fresh wine and learns it is harmless because the mixed yin and yang blood kills off the dangerous contamination, but the wine is still too young to do anything useful. Since the only problem is time, Leo uses his time-space domain on the second bottle and pushes its age forward by 100 years. The aged wine turns black, and when Leo spots a tiny mosquito hatchling wriggling inside, his first reaction is pure revulsion. But the next alchemy result flips his mood completely. The mosquito worm wine can evolve marrow and meridians, add lifespan, and dump 1,000 years of yin-yang qi into the drinker. After sacrificing the test bottle for research, Leo rushes back to the kitchen and orders every restaurant mannequin to move all fresh wine to the B3 floor so he can mass age it every day. The hive-minded kitchen staff react instantly, marching across the mall with box after box of wine, while confused visitors stop to watch Leo's latest project. Half an hour later, the wine returns to the stores as a new local specialty, and the restaurants and supermarket quietly launch mosquito worm blood wine as Florida Domain's newest trend. At the same time, Leo's bookstore explodes in popularity as cultivators and commoners crowd in for theory books and cultivation manuals. Even poor customers adapt fast by forming sharing groups and copying books, and cultivators start turning cheap manuals into a local pirate business. Leo lets the piracy slide because the copies still lose detail, and the chaos only spreads his books further and raises the world's overall level. The first floor restaurants also boom after Leo's agriculture realm floods them with beef, chicken, and pork, letting the cooks serve rich modern dishes that draw crowds with smell alone. Tang Tian swaggers into a steakhouse and bluntly demands the most expensive meal and the best wine they have. When the waiter pours him black wine with a live mosquito hatchling swimming inside, Tang Tian is instantly furious and accuses the restaurant of serving garbage. The mannequin calmly writes back that the worm is the whole point of the wine, and even carries a fragment of Lord Florida Man's aura. Repulsed but tempted by Leo's name, Tang Tian threatens the waiter and finally forces himself to chug the entire glass in one gulp. The dying worm explodes with yin-yang qi in his stomach, and the energy slams into Tang Tian's dantian so hard he nearly bursts from the overload. Tang Tian screams loud enough to shake them all, collapses on the floor drenched in sweat, and nearby people rush over thinking something terrible just happened. Instead of dying, Tang Tian's blocked meridians pop open on their own and his blood and marrow strengthen right in front of the audience. After 10 stunned minutes, he comes back to himself, notices 3 more mosquito worms still in the bottle, and nervously asks the waiter if drinking more will kill him. The waiter tells him to pair the wine with the steak, so Tang Tian awkwardly learns how to cut the unfamiliar dish and takes his first bite. The steak hits him even harder than the wine, and Tang Tian freezes in bliss as if his mind just got blasted into the cosmos. The crowd stops worrying and starts laughing because the mighty Tang patriarch now looks like a complete fool in public. One curious cultivator orders the same set, gets the same warning about the worm, and ends up falling into the same breakthrough trance once he eats. That copycat success turns the meal from a weird stunt into a real craze, and the first signs of a full food and wine breakthrough trend spread through Florida Domain. Dong Fong Mei and Hua Jiashan arrive carrying bookstore purchases, expecting a simple meal, and find their own master acting outrageously in front of everyone. The husband and wife joke that Tang Tian must be infected with Wu Bai level nonsense, and decide to sneak in and steal some of whatever he is guarding. Tang Tian instantly senses them, hugs his bottle and steak like treasure, and blasts both disciples clear out of the restaurant with heaven's celestial force. The pair land outside near the four-armed guardian statue and realize in shock that their master has climbed all the way to the fourth stage immortal realm again. Once they connect his new strength to the restaurant meal, they calmly go back inside and order the same thing for themselves. 15 minutes later, the two former mockers end up just as blissed out and helpless as Tang Tian, and their own cultivation starts surging too. The next day, Philip and his teammates finally crawl out of Hua Taishu's brutal training with fresh deity realm breakthroughs and new star-building knowledge in their dantians. Philip politely thanks Hua Taishu, gets the chilling answer of come again. You. Stronger, and leaves with very mixed feelings. On the way to rest, Philip runs into a lieutenant from his ship inside the domain, and immediately realizes something unusual is going on. The lieutenant explains that Major Andrea already went back to the ship after buying books so valuable that she awakened 2 new Dao avatars from them. That claim drags Philip to the bookstore, where he finds a huge queue and learns the manuals are so prized that people will trade 100 years of lifespan for one. The lieutenant adds that the restaurants can help people earn decades of lifespan back through the new steak and wine meal, but Philip still winces at how much essence stones that costs. Even so, curiosity wins, and Philip joins the back of the line because if his own subordinate is buying these books, he cannot ignore them. When he finally gets inside, Philip heads straight for the cultivation manuals and studies how the store separates beginner, intermediate, advanced, and expert methods. As a fresh deity, he goes straight to the expert shelves and casually picks up the thickest book there. One glance at the contents tells him this is no ordinary manual, but a path that could carry a deity all the way toward entity realm power. When he sees the price is still only 100 years of lifespan, Philip decides the deal is absurdly good and immediately wants it. Then a different cover stops him cold. A black-winged angel he instantly recognizes as the infamous overlord Mao Miao Miao. He grabs the book at first just to sneer at a trader's teachings, but the contents hook him so hard that he ends up reading for 3 straight hours. What traps him is the forbidden Tao of soul transfer, a loophole that lets a person abandon one body and steal an artificial one at the cost of resetting their cultivation. The lost research reminds Philip of ancient human experiments, and the old government shutdown that buried this entire field out of fear of bigger enemies. Now holding banned knowledge in plain sight, Philip wrestles with whether to expose it, destroy it, or quietly keep it for himself. In the end, he rationalizes that the bookstore is already selling multiple copies, so he might as well take one and let the blame fall elsewhere if this ever goes wrong. He carries 2 expert books to the cashier, pays 200 years of lifespan, and hides both manuals inside his spatial ring. Just as Philip is leaving, a group of beautiful elf and mauled women cuts straight through the bookstore line, and the waiting customers stay silent instead of protesting. One blonde elf's face makes Philip go white because she resembles the divine elf queen every human is taught to fear. Philip bolts for the exit in pure survival mode, desperate to get out before that group notices him. He forgets the mall has a guardian now, and Chang Chang instantly moves to stop a powerful guest from fleeing the premises. Chang Chang catches Philip in all 4 stone arms and drags him back to the center fountain, where a newborn deity is completely helpless against an entity-level statue. Philip can only beg for mercy while Chang Chang wordlessly holds him in place and waits for someone else to deal with him. 6 hours later, Leo finds Philip still pinned there and immediately starts mocking him for looking like a man with a stone statue fetish. Philip finally snaps and yells at Leo to stop joking around and get him out of there. The women who caused Philip's panic barely noticed him at all, because Eason, Ivy, and Beatrice only came to the bookstore for their own reading tastes. While browsing, Eason gets a faint and easy feeling because life has been too smooth lately, and her thoughts drift to missing companions she has not seen around the domain. She especially wonders where Kat and Yao Chi-Chi have vanished to, because Kat at least hunts sometimes, but Chi-Chi's absence makes no sense to her. The answer is that Yao Chi-Chi has been hiding out in Magpie City with 3 clipped golden retriever werewolf puppies trailing after her like she is their mother. Yao Chi-Chi visits a black market, trades essence stones for spirit stones, and starts feeding the lowest grade ones to the puppies like dog food. When the puppies beg for more with innocent eyes, Yao Chi-Chi sees right through the act and scolds them to behave. After feeding them, she heads home with the dogs and accepts a ride from a passing merchant caravan along the way. During the ride, she overhears merchants arguing that winter is arriving absurdly early and that even Cauliflower City is supposedly already under snow. That rumor matters to Yao Chi-Chi because the coming cold could affect Leo and Eason's wedding, so she decides she needs to finish preparing Leo's gift soon and wonders if she should explore the world with her pets first. In the agriculture realm, worker mannequins march like ants under crushing gravity while hauling goods in and out for Leo's growing domain. Sierra, acting as governor here, kept plowing non-stop because the system wheat alone was not enough to feed Leo's expanding businesses. Using her unusual Dao, Sierra pulled down part of her dress, squeezed milk into the soil, and pushed fresh sugarcane sprouts up with chi. The crop took hold, but Sierra only frowned at her blistered hands and muttered that she wished Leo would milk her instead. That line rippled through the hive-minded mannequins, and the whole work crew stopped to stare at Sierra like she was the weird one. Outside the realm, Leo's restaurants exploded in popularity when monster beef started turning ordinary diners into absurdly strong cultivators. The meals were outrageously expensive, but rich cultivators still paid in essence stones while poorer hopefuls could only stare and dream of earning a chance. Since working for Leo was one of the few ways to earn those stones, job seekers flooded the mall's third floor and waited for a chance to catch his attention. The swelling crowd became impossible to ignore, and nearby powers like the Life Sword sect and Tang clan started paying close attention. Far east in the Sixth Element sect workshop, the elders discussed Tang Xian and Tang Tian going into seclusion after buying too many treasures from Leo. Their absence left Bao Sun, a poison elder and former imperial killer, itching to step out of the shadows and attach himself to Leo instead. Bao Sun argued that if they kept waiting politely, they would never earn Leo's notice or any real rewards from his rise. The other elders refused, saying Leo already paid them well enough and that shamelessly chasing him would only be greedy. Done with their caution, Bao Sun stormed out and flew toward Leo's shopping mall on his own. At the same time, Kat returned from seclusion in a new humanoid form, looking like a dark elf middle schooler in a vine dress even though her aura screamed Earth Celestial Immortal. Bao Sun sensed that massive aura, dropped from the sky, and immediately tried to introduce himself to the unknown immortal girl. Kat ignored the formalities and simply asked the stranger if he had food, leaving Bao Sun completely lost in her nom-nom language. The awkward exchange stretched until Kat's stomach growled so loudly that everyone nearby turned to look. As onlookers whispered about the strange long-eared girl, Kat sniffed Bao Sun and casually asked if she could eat him because he smelled like poisonous mushrooms. Before Kat could actually gulp him down, a passing worker mannequin hurled a huge slab of mad cow belly meat straight into her mouth. Kat happily chewed the meat, and the mannequin walked off like it had just handled a routine emergency. That was when the local cultivators finally recognized her as Kat, the famous monster plant who expected a nom-nom tax instead of manners. The moment they understood the danger, cultivators scrambled to kneel before Kat and pile food tributes at her feet. Kat accepted the tribute with a cheerful head pat, and the lucky cultivators fled after feeling the freezing energy in her touch. Bao Sun could only stare at the roadside chaos, realizing he had stumbled into local survival rules he did not understand. Later in Burger Kong, Wu Bai quietly read an alchemy manual over pricey burgers that now felt cheap compared to what they could do for cultivation. He got so absorbed in a section on quick alchemy that he forgot everything around him for half an hour. Tiger Swordsman suddenly appeared in the seat across from Wu Bai and started asking about the book and whether he would enter the time chamber again. Wu Bai brushed the idea off, insisting he was an alchemist and had no interest in grinding through sword training. Tiger Swordsman pushed harder, warning that the last invasion had proved how helpless everyone could be when real monsters showed up. That reminder did sting, but Wu Bai answered by saying the invasion had taught him a different lesson. Not everybody's role should be frontline combat. Wu Bai broke it down bluntly, admitting Tiger would obviously beat him in a fair fight and arguing that forcing every cultivator into battle was stupid. Drawing from the internet's military logic, he argued that armies also needed medics, mechanics, engineers, and other support experts, not just fighters. His rant snowballed into a real public lesson, and before Wu Bai noticed, a whole crowd had gathered around his table to listen. Several listeners even broke into enlightenment on the spot and hailed him as Great Teacher Wu. Wu Bai immediately shattered the solemn mood by yelling at them to get lost because this was a restaurant, not a zoo. From a fifth-floor balcony, Leo watched the chaos below with quiet pride as the local cultivators slowly adapted to his new world. Eason came up beside him with Ivy, Beatrice, and Mark, and she cut straight to what she wanted: free books without spending lifespan. Amused, Leo patted Eason's head and personally brought the whole group into the library. Inside the endless shelves, Leo gave them free reading rights but warned that the books had to stay in the library unless he printed copies himself. Beatrice, Mark, and Ivy bowed in thanks, while Eason proudly declared that this was exactly how her husband should behave. Leo wrapped an arm around Eason and she leaned into his chest, letting the moment feel peaceful for once. Elsewhere, a beautiful elf woman who looked almost exactly like Eason floated inside a high-tech water capsule surrounded by blue system screens. She opened her eyes and revealed herself as Eleanor, the divine elf queen who had trapped Eason there, and now wanted her awakened body as a spare vessel. As Eleanor stepped out and dressed, a silver werewolf commander reported that Princess Ellen had defected with Ohio Man, Overlord Milo, and others to join Overlord Xiao Mao. Eleanor dismissed that betrayal as unimportant because Eason's body now interested her far more. She kept one monitor open to a portrait of a handsome young man and remarked that the boy from the past had really risen again thanks to Phoenix bloodline power. When Lucky asked what came next, Eleanor gave the order that changed everything: gather every overlord and capture Florida Man and Crown Princess Eason at all costs. And when Lucky asked what to do if they resisted, Eleanor answered with chilling indifference that even limbless torsos would be enough. After a week in Leo's domain, Philip's crew finally wraps up its extended stay and prepares to leave with the soul stones Leo was holding for them. Philip thanks Leo sincerely, and Leo tells him to spread the word that one Earthling is doing just fine out here on his own. When Philip asks what Florida means, Leo deadpans that it is a hometown of cultured people and doubles down with a very suspicious smile. Philip accepts that strange answer and leaves, while Leo watches the ship depart and shifts back to business. Leo checks his lifespan and sees more than 21 million years, so money is no longer his problem. That huge balance only reminds Leo how packed his schedule is, with the Fate Stadium, the Mystic Realm season, and even a marriage ceremony waiting for him. As soon as Leo steps out of the shopping mall, Bao Sun from the Sixth Element sect stops him with a polite bow and asks to learn from him in person. Leo studies the sect elder in silence for a few seconds, and his expression turns cold the moment he decides exactly what kind of man is standing there. Instead of accepting him, Leo bluntly tells the elder to buy books if he wants to learn and refuses to waste any more time on him. Leo vanishes before the sect elder can stop him, leaving the frustrated elder staring at empty air. On a nearby rooftop, Leo admits he rejected Bao Sun because his quick simulations exposed an assassin full of corruption, bad karma, and modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth ambition to steal Tang Tian's position. Because Leo hates schemers and bootlickers, he writes Bao Sun off as a shortcut-seeking opportunist and heads off to plan with Izan instead. 3 months later, the mainland is still reeling from collapsed sects, lawless cities, and repeated alien invasions that wiped out most of the population. With the old powers broken, Leo's Florida domain becomes the one strong refuge, absorbing survivors from major sects, clans, and nearby towns. That safety creates a new problem, because now too many people want one of the 10 slots on Leo's next Mystic Realm expedition. Life Sword Elders, Tang Clan members, and Sixth Element cultivators all push to go with Leo instead of trusting any other portal. To settle the flood of requests fairly, Ivy suggests an internal tournament, and Leo immediately uses that idea to decide the team. The 3-day selection tournament begins, but several expected heavy hitters are missing because they are in seclusion, injured, or simply not interested in going. When the final round ends, the shock winner is Cat, the hungry little mascot of Leo's domain, standing over the runner-up on the arena platform. Leo announces Cat's win by submission, and Cat's only concern is whether she is finally allowed to go eat. Leo feeds her on the spot, and Cat instantly turns her head into a chomper plant to swallow a giant slab of mad cow meat whole. The beaten finalist admits he got arrogant because he thought Cat's lower cultivation made her easy prey, and Leo can only say Cat is a special case. Leo knows exactly why Cat is so dangerous, because after becoming an immortal she still carries part of his original power. As Cat sprints for the granary, her 3 Dao avatars rush after her, and one of them is absurdly a man with Leo's own face. By the time the tournament ends, Leo has 8 qualifiers ready and keeps the last expedition slot for his own personal pick. The next morning, the chosen participants gather at the portal while the rest of the domain shows up to send them off. Watching from the side, Sunwon asks why everyone insists on Leo's portal when other sect portals still exist. Wu Bai answers with the obvious truth: if Leo leads the trip, people believe they might actually come back alive. He explains that ownerless portals have become death traps, because nobody sane wants to gamble on an unknown world without a powerhouse protecting them. Sunwon still wonders why Leo keeps the team so small when no alliance is left to enforce the old limit. Wu Bai guesses Leo is limiting numbers on purpose, either because he sees danger ahead or because fewer people are easier for him to protect. The two of them end up admitting the same thing. With all the cultivation resources inside Leo's domain, this expedition feels less necessary than ever and more like a dangerous trip for thrill seekers. When Leo arrives with Izan nearby, most people assume his wife will take the final slot without question. Instead, Leo shocks everyone by calling over Lucky, the giant wolf statue, and naming him the last member of the expedition. Lucky transforms on command into a towering werewolf golem, but the wagging tail and happy face make him look more like a giant good boy than a monster. Izan casually waves off the surprise choice, saying she would rather spend the time inside the time chamber than on a treasure hunt. With the roster settled, Leo opens the portal and tells everyone left behind where they can train instead. He recommends the agriculture realm for gravity training and the Orlando realm for stronger fighters, but warns that Orlando is packed with 9th stage beasts. When Wu Bai asks about the cow level gate, Leo's mood hardens and he flatly says only deities and sages belong in there. Leo makes the danger impossible to ignore by revealing that the cow level holds 100,000 deity stage monsters and that Gao Yen and Jin Yong are already months deep in a coma for pushing too far. Once the warnings are done, Leo turns to the expedition team and orders them to retreat immediately if they run into deity level threats after he clears the way. Kat immediately derails the serious briefing by asking the only thing she cares about: whether deities are edible. Ignoring that question completely, Leo enters first through the portal, while the team hangs back to let him handle the initial danger. Watching the departure, the same scheming sect elder gives up on sneaking into the expedition and decides to exploit the time chamber instead. Thinking the chamber should be empty, the sect elder rushes into the mall and heads straight for the 4th floor to steal a private advantage. At the 4th floor time chamber entrance, the scheming elder discovers Hua Taishu already standing there like an immovable wall. Hua Taishu takes one look at the elder, calls him weak, corrupted, and dumb, and decides on the spot to force some brutal discipline on him. Before the elder can react, Hua Taishu slaps him so hard his jaw pops out of place. Hua Taishu follows with pressure point strikes that lock the elder's body in place, then lands a second slap while he is helpless. Calling it discipline, Hua Taishu smacks the paralyzed elder with his sheathed sword and drags him straight into the time chamber. The elder technically gets into the time chamber after all, just not in the way he wanted. On the other side of the gate, Leo emerges alone into a huge forest city built around colossal oak trees and instantly realizes this realm is far more inhabited than expected. Children with green hair run across the bridges overhead, and the sheer number of immortal-level life signatures makes Leo suspect he has landed on an actual alien civilization, not a simple monster realm. Before he can investigate further, a poisoned arrow shoots straight at his face. Leo catches the arrow casually, notices the acidic poison on the tip, and treats the ambush like a mild annoyance. To make the point even harder, Leo rips off the poison arrowhead and eats it like candy, crunching through the metal without a hint of strain. He even chews the wooden shaft afterward, casually turning the whole attack into extra lifespan. After eating the attack, Leo spots the archer overhead and orders the green-clad stranger to come down and talk. The masked green-haired archer shouts down for Leo's name, race, and business in the neutral forest of Desnitz, making the place sound even stranger. The name Desnitz catches Leo off guard for a second, then he remembers from copied memories that it is actually a puppet organization serving divine elf matriarch Eleanor. Armed with that recognition, Leo points up and warns the archer to spread the word that a friendly Florida man has arrived, because another attack will bring out the angry version instead. The first archer backs off to spread the message, but instead of calming down, more local militias appear and surround Leo with drawn bows. Leo sizes up the militias as heaven and sky celestials and starts wondering if he should simply erase the whole lot of them. That impulse stops cold when Leo notices a blonde elf mother carrying her infant on a bridge overhead, because her face and aura look shockingly similar to Ezen's. From above, Esther studies the stranger she cannot read at all and quietly asks the same question now hanging over the whole forest city. Who is this man? Cat, Lucky, Hua Jiashan, and the others step through the portal and walk straight into a bad welcome, with 100 green-haired immortals already surrounding Leo. More elves watch from the hanging bridges above, and the air is so murderous that the whole place feels one step away from a massacre. Lucky answers that pressure with raw force, releasing his entity aura so hard that the surrounding elf immortals cough blood and crash to their knees. The elves are stunned that the monster crushing them is not even a person, but a statue bragging that Lord Florida Man made him. Leo immediately cuts Lucky off and orders him to hide his aura before he turns a warning shot into a real disaster. A baby's cry from the bridge stops everything, because Lucky's pressure still reached the civilians overhead. Leo snaps at Lucky for hurting women and children, then rushes to help instead of arguing any longer. Wearing the suit, Leo leaps up to the bridge and starts feeding hope and dream pills to the injured civilians to stabilize them fast. He gives Esther's baby a carefully reduced dose and feeds Esther herself a full pill, treating the mother and son like the real emergency. Esther and her baby pull through, and once she checks him herself, Leo sees the child was terrified and briefly suffocating, not fatally injured. Leo spends hours and burns through 1,000 pills before every civilian is finally rescued and the panic dies down. When Leo finally jumps back down after hours of treatment, the elf side stops hiding and sends a representative to meet the group. The elf representative introduces himself as General Venditito, apologizes for the reception, and claims they had no idea visitors from another planet were coming. Leo answers politely as Florida Man from Florida Domain and explains that his group only entered a mystic realm portal looking for opportunities. The name Florida Man rings a bell, so the elf general quietly sends a secret message to another officer to confirm who just arrived. Far away, another elf general answers that Florida Man is already on the Queen's wanted list and tells them to stall instead of provoking him. After that warning, the elf general smoothly shifts into host mode and invites Leo's whole group to continue the talk at the palace. With one casual motion, the elf general heals the whole settlement at once, and Leo instantly marks that mass healing trick as something worth stealing later. Leo tells Lucky to become a wolf so he can ride and meditate, acting relaxed while he gets ready to study the elf general in secret. As the group marches toward the palace, Leo closes his eyes to meditate on Lucky's back while the elf general mistakes that calm for naivety and keeps stalling for time. During the march, Cat keeps staring at the green elves like dinner, and one of Leo's beast companions has to keep pulling her back before she does something stupid. Another beast companion smacks the first one for encouraging Cat, because one bad joke here could drag the whole group into war. After an hour, the party reaches a white fortress made of sparkling jade-like metal, and Cat immediately wants to eat the walls too. Leo opens his eyes at the fortress with a satisfied grin, because his meditation time was not wasted at all. He strips off the hazmat suit, calls Cat over, and treats her to a strange green light from his fingertip. Cat swallows the stolen nature magic like candy, glows green for a moment, and instantly begs for more. Inside his Danteon universe, Leo has already run thousands of practice fights against a clone of the elf general to dissect his nature magic, railgun shots, and domain tricks. The clone immediately blasts Leo in the face with black lightning from a railgun, proving the elf general's style is a nasty combat combo, not gentle support magic. A giant nature domain spreads out, black stone spikes erupt, and the spikes turn into hunting trees that keep chaining attacks together. Leo lets the clone keep hitting him on purpose, because getting caught in the full sequence teaches him more than winning fast ever did. At last he sees the hidden payoff, where healing magic and creation magic fuse into a black rune that literally spells death. Leo finally grasps the real rule behind the combo. Creation magic can rewrite another spell and turn healing into reverse healing. Once he figures that out, Leo drops his own circle, imagines the word steal, and rips control of Venditito's completed spells right out of the domain. With the lesson learned, Leo casually slices the clone's head off and comes back to reality with the elf general's tricks now in hand. Back in reality, Leo notices the fortress gate slam shut behind the group the moment everyone is inside. Leo jokes under his breath, but the closed gate confirms what he already suspects, that this polite escort is really a trap in progress. The elf general tests the waters by asking why Leo is riding a Fenrir-like wolf golem, clearly probing for his connection to their werewolves. Leo plays dumb at first, then pointedly says he only knows that werewolves invaded his friend's planet, and he did not appreciate it. When Leo names Overlord Lucky as that friend, the elf general is visibly thrown off because that should be one of his queen's own top people. Still stalling, Venditito offers guest rooms and a welcome banquet instead of pressing the contradiction any further. Leo answers by scanning the whole fortress, quietly counting thousands of soldiers and several stronger experts before he asks his real question. Leo pulls out a Sky Fate crystal and asks whether this planet has more, turning a trade question into a test of how honest the elves plan to be. The elf general lies smoothly that he has never seen such a crystal, and Leo immediately decides there is no reason to leave his weaker people trapped in this fortress. Leo calmly asks for the gate to be reopened so his companions can go back through the portal instead of wasting days here. At the same time, Leo secretly warns two beast companions that the green elves plan to kill them here, and orders the group sent home before the trap closes tighter. The elf general hesitates, but once Leo says he will stay behind himself, the order goes out to escort the others back to the portal. Leo quietly sends Lucky out with the retreating group and tells him to kill anyone who tries a trick on the way back. Confused but obedient, Hua Jiashan and the others file out under guard while Leo deliberately stays behind inside the trap. Once his people are out, Leo turns almost cheerful again and tells the elf general to lead on, making it clear he does not feel cornered. Outside the fortress, Cat is still thinking about eating the walls until one of Leo's beast companions finally explains that he sent them out because enemies were waiting inside. The moment Cat hears those green elves are enemies, her whole mood brightens in the worst possible way. Before Taxi can stop her, Cat darts toward the nearest escorting soldier, already treating him like a snack instead of a person. She even tugs the elf's shirt and politely asks to eat him, which only gives him one confused second before disaster hits. Then Cat's mouth expands like a monster's and she swallows the elf whole in one gulp, ending the escape on a brutal note. Right after Cat secretly eats an escort soldier, only Taxi and Ricardo notice, and both of them panic that her stunt could get the whole group killed. Cat smugly points out that nobody noticed the missing escort, because all attention on the road is fixed on Lucky and the squad leader, while the rear of the caravan goes ignored. Taxi forces Cat to promise this was the last one, and Ricardo and Taxi immediately box her in from both sides so she cannot slip out of formation again. A powerful green elf named Rockheart Pepperpile has been watching Leo's group the whole time, and Cat's hidden kill never escaped his senses. Instead of reporting Cat for murder, Rockheart gets openly interested in her little dark elf appearance, and starts lusting after her on the spot. Rockheart's filthy thoughts leak out as a visible purple aura, and Hua Jiashan, Han Hao, Han Ming, Tiger Swordsman, and Dong Fong may all react at once to how wrong he feels. Even Rockheart's own men are disgusted, because they know this is just the usual sign that their captain is hunting young girls again. Halfway to the portal, Rockheart suddenly orders a rest stop, clearly using the break to make his move. While the others try to relax, Cat, Taxi, and Ricardo stay close to Lucky, and Rockheart walks straight over to start talking to Cat. Rockheart opens with fake friendliness, but Cat just tilts her head and asks the only thing she cares about, food. When Rockheart cannot understand Cat's speech, Lucky translates that she is a mutated dryad born from their lord's essence, and still too young to speak normally. The moment Lucky adds that Cat is less than a year old, Rockheart is stunned for a beat and then gets even more obsessed. Rockheart drops the act and asks if Cat is a servant or a slave, because he wants to buy her outright for himself. Taxi and Ricardo snap instantly, jumping between Rockheart and Cat and making it clear he would have to kill them first. Rockheart backs down only because Lucky outranks him, and Lucky bluntly shuts him down with the message that nothing here is for sale. The second Rockheart turns away, his face goes cold, and he decides to solve this by force instead. Rockheart secretly reports that one of Leo's people killed a soldier, and asks for help dealing with Lucky so the intruders can be arrested. His superior answers immediately that he will handle the escort entity himself, so Rockheart should call backup and move on the group. That promise is all Rockheart needs, and he starts looking forward to taking revenge on Cat's protectors once backup arrives. Far away in space, Eleanor's flagship and its cubic motherships reform their battle formation as they prepare to enter Esther's planet orbit. Inside the flagship, Eleanor lounges on a sofa while her Grand Commander Daobad Dragondees readies his build and equipment for a coming fight. Daobad's strange system lets him keep leveling by killing peers at his own realm, so he treats every rare worthy opponent like a precious chance. When Daobad draws his weapons near the queen, Eleanor's beast-like bodyguard immediately warns him to stand down and stop brandishing arms beside her. Daobad puts the weapons away with a mocking smile, while Eleanor ignores the argument and closes her eyes to slip her Dao into Leo's mind. Eleanor's spying ability works only on Fate Crystal users, so she uses Leo's crystal link to quietly enter his consciousness and start digging through his mind. What she finds first is bizarre. Leo is staring forward with a completely blank head, as if he has no thoughts at all. When Eleanor pushes deeper into Leo's core memory, she runs into a sealed mental wall built from divine elf magic and another sovereign's Dao. Eleanor recognizes the seal as her own old brainwashing work and smugly decides Leo must be one of her lost pawns that she can simply rewrite again. The trap snaps shut instead. The seal transforms into a giant rainbow-lit eye that stares straight back at her. Startled badly enough to break the link, Eleanor jerks awake on the ship drenched in sweat and immediately realizes Aslan must still be alive. Elsewhere, Leo only feels a creepy itch in his head and scratches at his scalp, confused by the brief sense that something was crawling inside his brain. At the Mystic Realm platform, Aslan quietly mocks Eleanor for tripping the safeguard he hid inside his son's mind. Using the same trap, Aslan traces Eleanor's location and sends her coordinates out to powerful figures inside the Fate Stadium. Inside the Fate Stadium, Milo grins at the news, but Simba goes pale because Eleanor is suddenly far too close to the home where Esther and his son are waiting. Back at Parady's fortress, Leo finally sees the inside and realizes the whole place is a cramped white maze built to slow invaders with heat, narrow halls, and glowing yang stone. As the fortress lord boasts that the old maze was built for defense, Leo mocks the whole layout as pointless once real powerhouses can just blast through it or teleport inside. Vendetito tries to save face by bragging that the Styx clay walls can resist everything short of a karmic sovereign. Leo gets tired of the stalling, quietly touches a wall, and starts stealing chunks of the fortress straight into his inventory. Once he realizes Vendetito still has not noticed, Leo gets greedier and starts looting walls, doors, furniture, and even the ceiling while walking. The breeze from all the missing walls finally tips the fortress lord off, and the moment he starts to turn around, Leo drops the act and prepares to strike. Leo freezes the whole solar system with his time and space domain and moves first before Vendetito can spring whatever trap he had planned. Leo moves first inside the frozen domain and kills Vendetito with one punch before the elf can trigger anything. Vendetito's soul still tries to escape even inside the frozen domain, so Leo crushes that too and makes sure the kill is final. With the fortress master dead and time still under his control, Leo immediately switches from assassination to looting mode. At almost the same moment, Daobad teleports out toward Parady's fortress before Eleanor's ship is caught inside Leo's spreading time domain. Inside the frozen flagship, Eleanor breaks free easily, and her beast-like bodyguard does the same, proving Leo's time stop is dangerous but not absolute at their level. Eleanor ignores Leo for a moment and panics over the bigger problem. If Aslan survived, then her old massacre order failed completely. She teleports far away to the universe's vast white sea and searches the Karma River itself for the souls of Aslan, Mao Miao Miao, and the others tied to the project. She finds some of the dead scientists and local elves, but neither Aslan nor Mao Miao Miao is there, which confirms that both are more complicated than she hoped. That discovery drags Eleanor into the past, back to when Aslan was a record-breaking divine elf prodigy whose brilliance first caught her eye. Eleanor wanted Aslan's talent and bloodline badly enough to invite him into her harem, but he refused and took a lowly mission to Earth instead. She followed him to Earth and made him her disciple for a while, but even then Aslan kept pulling away whenever she tried to turn the relationship intimate. The real insult came later, when Aslan chose a human woman, married her, and had a son named Leonardo instead of choosing Eleanor. Humiliated and furious, Eleanor joins Dr. Mao and the local authorities in dragging little Leonardo into the soul transfer project as a monitor test subject. Aslan fought to keep his son alive by tricking Eleanor into funding better bloodline material, even pretending he would leave his wife and join her if the project succeeded. That scam worked long enough for Leonardo and Simba to evolve into bodies compatible with divine elf souls. But the second Eleanor expected Aslan to surrender himself, he ran with Leonardo and Simba and hid them in Florida for decades. Remembering all of that only hardens Eleanor, and she swears she will kill both father and son herself this time. To make sure she cannot be stopped, Eleanor claims the entire Karma River as her own and drags the White Sea of Souls into her Dantean universe. The stolen river boosts her cultivation and strengthens her self-resurrection, leaving her convinced that neither Aslan nor Leo can face her now. Eleanor teleports to the top of Parady's fortress where Daobad is already free, and she orders Leo's death without caring what happens to his soul. Daobad answers by drawing on the water of his Karma River and aiming not at Leo's body first, but at the time and space domain itself. Inside the fortress, Leo senses the two karmic sovereigns overhead and immediately remembers the weak point of his own domain. So instead of letting them break it cleanly, Leo retracts the time domain and replaces it with a giant spell circle that turns the whole fortress into slow motion. Daobad still smashes the slow spell in one hit, but the swap buys Leo the split second he wanted. Using that brief opening, Leo kicks off and teleports into the sky above the fortress before the two sovereigns can pin him down below. Now face to face in the air, Leo and Eleanor lock eyes, and Eleanor is visibly shaken because his face looks exactly like Aslan's. Eleanor's killing intent softens for a second as she tests him with a simple question, calling him Florida Man. Leo answers in the most Leo way possible by asking if she is Isan's mother, because she looks like his wife. When Eleanor asks if he knows her daughter, Leo proudly says Isan is his wife and turns the whole confrontation personal. The resemblance to Aslan hits Eleanor even harder, and she bitterly spits out that father and son are equally stupid. Leo does not back off at all, thanking Eleanor for giving birth to Isan, throwing her away, and making it very clear he is not giving her back. He pushes even further by mocking her as a mother, demanding to know why she cursed and abandoned Isan, and insulting her so hard that any lingering softness dies on the spot. Eleanor decides this man is nothing like the one she once wanted, raises her arm, and coldly tells Leo to go to hell. Facing Eleanor and Dao Bad, Leo gets cautious fast because even Kitten's clones killed him in simulations, so he decides not to open with reckless trump cards. Eleanor attacks first, filling the air with 1,000 white karma droplets, and Leo instantly blinks 100 meters away before they can touch him. Leo pours absurd chi into the staff, turns it into a boomstick, and blasts a storm of rainbow lasers at both sovereigns. The pair dodged by teleporting behind him, with Dao Bad shaping a white water sword and Eleanor spreading karma strings to lock down Leo's escape routes. Dao Bad's karma sword slams into Leo's staff and instantly shatters, and the broken karma water gets sucked straight into Leo's stomach instead of hurting him. Dao Bad is still staring in disbelief when Leo jams the staff at his face and fires, forcing the elf to barely bend out of the beam's path. Leo flips the hidden switch, the beam hardens into a rainbow plasma blade, and his staff becomes a brutal halberd. He hacks down with the plasma halberd, and Dao Bad twists away in midair while spitting karma bullets back at him. Leo bats the bullets aside with one hand, pulls a pistol with the other, and erases half of Dao Bad's torso with a single rainbow shot. Dao Bad saves himself by ejecting his soul, rebuilding a fresh body from his karma river, and retreating modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth and shaken back to his battleship. Leo lets Dao Bad go and turns back to Eleanor, who has used those same few seconds to finish a stack of spells. Eleanor's strings lunge like homing missiles, but Leo slices through them and fires again before she can react. The rainbow blast destroys Eleanor's body on the spot, so she copies Dao Bad and throws her soul clear before the hit can finish her for good. Her soul gulps power from the karma river and rebuilds her body too, but all her gear is gone, leaving her regenerated and completely modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth. Eleanor stops acting superior and admits Leo has to be a karmic sovereign too, because no weaker cultivator should be able to handle karma river techniques like this. Leo, distracted by how much Eleanor resembles Isan, throws out a dry insult and asks if trying to murder her son-in-law is some family tradition. Eleanor snaps back that he should blame his father, then opens 5 system windows to show exactly what kind of monster he walked into. One screen shows Eleanor's leveling build, another tries to profile Leo but hits censorship, and a third reveals an inventory packed with absurd amounts of items. The 4th screen shocks Leo because it is the same lifespan for items shopping system he owns. The last screen is an RTS Galaxy map of Eleanor's domain, and she confidently hits the self-defense command to let her system kill the intruder for her. Leo immediately remembers his own old newbie protection system and braces for a cheap hidden attack. But nothing happens, and after several awkward seconds both of them are left staring at each other in total confusion. Leo bluntly calls her bluff, and Eleanor panics because her systems have always attacked intruders before. Leo blinks behind Eleanor, catches her in a chokehold, and spots the fine print on the RTS map himself. The problem is simple and humiliating. Eleanor's self-protection feature only works on system users with a lower cultivation base than hers. That line terrifies Eleanor, because if the system cannot touch Leo, then his real realm should be above karmic sovereign, a level she thought did not exist. Leo answers with a casual maybe and snaps her neck not to kill her, but at least to shut her up for a moment. Knowing that still will not finish her, Leo uses the brief downtime to run simulations against Eleanor's clone and hunt for a real kill method. 5 seconds later her body repairs itself, so Leo snaps her neck again and cuts off her arms and legs before she can draw more karma water. She recovers yet again and tries a new trick by vomiting out the head of a karma dragon from her mouth. Leo gets fed up, twists her neck a 3rd time, and forces her own jaws shut on the dragon before it can fully emerge. The dragon collapses back into karma water, and just like before the loose energy gets pulled into Leo's stronger karma river instead. To stop that mouth attack for good, Leo copies her own technique and pulls rainbow karma water from his fingertip into reality. He shapes that stream into thick black tape and wraps her whole face, finally sealing Eleanor's mouth shut. Leo checks for normal karma strings and realizes sovereigns are beyond that old system, which means Eleanor has no obvious tether he can cut. So the fight turns into a miserable grind, with Leo repeatedly breaking her neck, meridians, dantian, and she reserves only for Eleanor to fully bounce back every 5 seconds. Meanwhile at the portal, Aslan worries that Leo never had a proper mentor and may not really understand how dangerous veteran karmic sovereigns like Eleanor are. He tries to identify where the portal leads and eventually recognizes the air and scent as an elf world far too distant for him to intervene at full strength. Then Aslan catches a werewolf scent from the other side and grimly identifies the newcomer as Overlord Lucky. Back on the elf world, the werewolf overlord is already tearing through Esther's empty house for loot or clues when the noise of a passing caravan pulls him toward the street. He floats up over the street, sneers at the weak caravan below, and then freezes when he spots a gray stone wolf statue with his own face among the travelers. Puzzled by the stone copy he cannot place, the werewolf overlord drops into the road and blocks the whole caravan himself. Rockheart makes things worse by storming up to the werewolf overlord, ordering him around like a slave, and demanding the little girl be handed over. Rockheart even whips the werewolf while ranting that all werewolves are elven slaves, but the overlord barely reacts at all. When the werewolf finally catches the whip, it crumbles to dust and Rockheart jerks back in fake burning panic. When Rockheart starts screaming about lawsuits and arrest, the werewolf grabs his head and coldly reminds him the Fenrir Oath bans killing elves, not torturing them forever. That threat works instantly, and Rockheart scrambles away in blind panic. With Rockheart gone for the moment, the werewolf turns back toward the gray stone copy of himself and studies it more carefully. Before anyone can relax, Rockheart's head suddenly bursts into blood mist as the gray stone guardian stands up and kills him with a blood domain strike. Now fully interested, the original and the stone copy step toward each other, and the guardian shifts into a humanoid werewolf form to answer the challenge. Their trash talk makes the point clear. The caravan only wants to go home, and the guardian warns the original to move if he has any sense. The original answers by spreading a blood domain toward everyone behind the guardian, and the stone copy counters with the same domain plus a blood shield and sword. The original crushes the copy's blood sword, but the guardian slams him with the blood shield instead and leaves black blood and lightning crawling over his body. Using that brief paralysis window, the guardian shouts for everyone to run, and Hua Jiashan's group bolts for the portal. Most of the caravan gets through, but Cat and the white unicorn hang back near the portal mouth until the others are safely inside. The overlord shakes off the paralysis and starts to bellow toward the last pair by the portal, but the guardian cuts him off with a punch to the face. The original regenerates instantly and grabs the guardian in rage, but the black blood still coating him fires another electric surge through his body. Furious that chi, martial arts, and domains are not enough, the overlord throws down a magic circle, and the guardian stomps it apart before the spell can finish. That finally pushes the overlord to draw a dangerous system gauntlet, and the guardian instantly recognizes the threat. The guardian buys one heartbeat by hurling the blood shield, then uses that instant to pull on Leo's custom Florida domain suit before the charge hits. The gauntlet punch should have killed any karmic sovereign, but the suited guardian blocks it with his arm and slides back completely fine. When the suit shrugs off the gauntlet, the guardian straightens up grinning and tells the original he has made this personal. With the fight now personal, the two wolves drop fancy powers and trade savage punches while Cat and the white unicorn break for the portal. Then the escape route gets blocked again when Rockheart drops from the sky and cuts off Cat and the white unicorn before they can reach the portal. Cat answers by pulling out the rough anti-god halberd Leo gave her, trusting the ugly weapon on instinct even without fully knowing what it does. Rockheart covers both arms in 16 magic circles to brute force the exchange, sure a deity can block an immortal's swing. Instead the halberd smashes through the magic, cuts off half his arm, and bites deep into his chest in one ugly hit. Seeing Cat break through, the white unicorn joins the follow-up with another rough anti-god halberd and piles onto the stunned deity. Cat shifts into monster form and forces her halberd through him, splitting Rockheart's torso in half despite all his desperate resistance. With Cat holding the opening, the white unicorn joins the savage finish and hacks Rockheart's ruined body into fragments. Cat goes even further by ripping out Rockheart's physical Danteon crystal, crunching it down, and starting to strip and eat the corpse. Rockheart's soul escapes as a furious ghost, but unlike the sovereigns he cannot rebuild a body and can only scream over his butchered remains. His speech gets cut off by a rainbow laser from above, and the ghost shatters into sparkling dust on the spot. Leo finally arrives overhead carrying Eleanor's limbless taped-up body on his shoulder, glances down at the werewolf fistfight below, and calmly asks whether everyone else got out. Leo watches Overlord Lucky and his copy slug it out with pure fists and no chi, and he chooses not to interfere. He lets a sharp hint of killing intent leak out, and the nearby immortal elves instantly shrink back instead of daring to challenge him or the divine elf perched on his shoulder. With the fight contained, Leo orders Taxi, Ricardo, and Cat to head home and stop causing trouble here. Cat sulks because she is still chewing on Rockheart's corpse, so Leo bribes her with a chunk of raw mad cow meat. The bribe works instantly, and Cat heads off obediently after transforming into a human while still chewing, with Taxi and Ricardo following her away. Once the liabilities are gone, Leo drops Eleanor's limbless body to the ground and starts building a new spell just for her. His new soul-bind spell locks Eleanor in place with 7 rainbow karma water chains and matching magic circles that squeeze her like they want to tear her apart. Leo settles beside the restrained queen to watch her regeneration, then sends his mind back into simulation mode to find a cleaner way to kill her. Inside his grassland simulation, A much stronger clone of Eleanor appears 300 meters away and shamelessly tries to seduce him instead of finishing the fight fast. Her displayed status makes the problem obvious. The simulation has recreated Eleanor as a transcendent monster with immortality, necromancy, curse arts, and succubus vampire bloodlines. Leo realizes he miscalculated badly, because this simulated Eleanor is even stronger than the real one, and has already farmed enough wins to start mocking him. He refuses to lower the difficulty because he wants her skills and weapons, so he tries one more direct fight with no weapons, no magic, and no domain tricks. The instant Leo reaches punching range, Eleanor freezes his body by binding his soul again with her lust curse. Knowing she is about to strip and drain him again, Leo chooses pride over another humiliating loss and detonates his own body. His self-detonation wipes out Eleanor's clone and even the whole star system in rainbow fire, then his soul rebuilds his body and the ruined cosmos resets. The system confirms he beat her at maximum difficulty, but Leo is not satisfied because blowing up a world just to kill one woman is useless in real combat. He starts experimenting with smaller explosions, first blowing up his arm and still cracking the entire planet apart. Even sacrificing just a pinky finger still turns the planet into a miniature sun, so Leo realizes any flesh explosion is still far too destructive. That pushes him toward a new idea. Maybe a single drop of blood can carry the same killing power without erasing everything around the target. After the equivalent of 7 days of non-stop testing in his Dantean universe, Leo returns to face Eleanor's clone again with a new method prepared. This time the clone stops teasing and opens with her nastiest trick, melting Leo's brain with a mental attack before the fight can even begin. Leo forces his ruined body back together with chi, shoves his soul back in, and immediately labels the mind attack as the one annoying problem he still has to solve. He floods a magic circle with karma water and mixes it with blood drawn from his own pores, creating a strange hybrid blood that makes Eleanor finally panic. The moment she recognizes the danger, Eleanor teleports 100 light years away, and Leo bursts into laughter because that fear confirms his hypothesis. An hour later in the real world, Overlord Lucky and Leo's werewolf copy finally break apart, both exhausted and still unable to put the other down. Instead of pressing a pointless draw, Overlord Lucky offers his hand and introduces himself with real respect. The copy introduces himself as Lucky too, says he serves the Florida domain as one of its heavenly kings, and leaves the Overlord mildly offended by the name overlap. When the Overlord guesses that Leo made this copy from his own bloodline and invites him to join the Fenrir race, Lucky refuses without hesitation because he will not betray his master. Both of them glance toward the meditating Leo beside the bound Eleanor, and Overlord Lucky decides not to seek revenge on a man who still feels dangerous even while sitting still. Seeing the treasures on Lucky, the Overlord admits he envies how generously Leo treats his subordinate. He almost says too much, then quietly reveals enough for the point to land. He and his kind are slaves, so Lucky should treasure the freedom and loyalty he still has. Then Overlord Lucky fades away from the planet, leaving Lucky staring after him with a strange sadness. Elsewhere on the flagship, a newly dressed Daubad watches the retreat and realizes this is his chance to steal Eleanor's position if she dies. He openly orders every ship to focus all weapons on Eleanor's planet, planning to erase both the Queen and the entire world in one shot. The cubic motherships transform into giant cylinders and overcharge a planet-killer attack by combining black lightning, black fire, and black karma water into faint rainbow beams. Daubad laughs at the overloaded readout and orders the fleet to fire anyway. The beams crash down toward the green elf planet and vaporize the upper atmosphere almost instantly. Leo and Lucky both feel the incoming death, but while Lucky freezes in horror, Leo roars and throws up his time domain. Everything drops into Leo's darkened time-space field, freezing the white-hot beam tips only 500 meters above the ground. Leo notices some green elves are already burning inside the frozen moment, and the sight tells him just how close this massacre came. When he traces the beams into space and sees the warships behind them, Leo realizes he should never have let Daubad escape. On the flagship, Daubad thinks Leo made the stupid choice by saving Eleanor's planet instead of letting the Queen die with it. He tries a classic sovereign killer move and hacks at the invisible wall of Leo's domain with karma water swords to trigger a backlash. The first cracks heal instantly, and when Daubad keeps chopping, Leo's domain starts getting stronger instead of breaking. The reinforced domain finally shatters his swords, locks his body in time, and petrifies him on the spot. Back on the planet, Leo notices the damage Daubad still managed to inflict on his hand, heals the 7 shallow cuts, and reinforces his body to harden the domain even more. He frees Lucky from the time freeze and immediately gives him a brutal new job: evacuate as many civilians as possible through a portal. Leo tells Lucky to prioritize women, elders, and children, bring in Kitten and Meow Meow too, and use refugees themselves to carry the warning once he can no longer return through the portal. Lucky stops being stunned and starts the rescue at once, grabbing the nearest green elf woman and hurling her through the portal to safety. While Leo was dealing with Lucky, Eleanor recovered enough to regenerate her limbs and claw back some movement inside the Titan domain. She rips the tape from her face and silently mouths that she will kill him, but Leo walks over without any sympathy left. Leo grabs her by the head, slams her face into the ground, and forces her to look at the frozen beams so she cannot ignore what her own subordinate just did. The sight finally stops Eleanor's resistance, and Leo uses that opening to place a tiny drop of blood on the back of her neck. He explains the rule very clearly: one stupid move, and he will detonate her soul and take the whole planet with her. Faced with that choice, Eleanor slowly nods and agrees to answer his questions. Leo starts with easy questions to lower her guard, and Eleanor identifies herself as Eleanor Sidon, matriarch of the Divine Elves and Queen of Desnits. She admits she only wanted Leo dead because he killed one of her concubines and stepped into one of her domains. But when Leo asks why she killed Izan, Eleanor first says she forgot, and that answer only makes Leo's anger sharper. Leo calls out the cruelty of murdering her own child, but Eleanor just doubles down on divine elf logic and says sacrifice for the Empire is every child's duty. Once Leo brings up the framing and exile, Eleanor finally drops the pretense and admits the truth. She killed Izan because the girl was too talented and too dangerous to her throne. She even says a 7-year-old brat had to be cut down before nobles could use her, and Leo is thoroughly sickened by how casually she says it. When Leo asks for any last words, Eleanor shifts from confession to threat, and claims killing her will make the remaining karmic sovereigns tear the universe apart. She paints herself as the only pillar holding order together, but Leo flatly calls the bluff. Enraged, Eleanor tries her brain-burning eye attack one more time, but Leo has already learned that lesson in the simulator. He grabs her face and drags her off the planet into deep space, choosing a kill zone far enough away that the coming blast will not wipe out the world below. Even there, Eleanor fights back with lance-like karma water spikes, but they barely matter now. Leo triggers the blood bead on her neck, and Eleanor finally understands too late that this is the move he spent all that time building. He vanishes back to the planet before the domain slips, leaving Eleanor alone just as the blood bead detonates and annihilates her body and soul. Back above the green elf world, Leo reinforces the domain again and sees the frozen beams have already dropped another 200 meters during his split-second absence. A far-off flash in deep space confirms Eleanor's detonation succeeded, but Leo barely has time to register the kill before the real problem slams back into focus. Now alone with the frozen planetary bombardment, trapped refugees, and too little time, Leo stares at the beams and desperately weighs impossible options for moving the planet or deflecting the attack. Lucky races through the evacuation first, stripping captive female elves, marking them, and throwing them through the exit portal as fast as he can. After getting Lucky's message, Meow Meow and Aslan rush in, learn the situation, and start helping him move the elf civilians to safety. Leo stays out of the hauling and watches the portal timer instead, because the window to exploit this world is still shrinking. That ticking clock unsettles Leo, because even his time and space domain cannot stop the system's buildings and facilities from counting down. That countdown rattles Leo, because cultivators and overlords do not scare him nearly as much as the system itself and the thought of an enemy with an even stronger one. Remembering the fate crystals he has not checked yet, Leo finally opens his system logs and the new quest tied to this portal world. The quest explains that this planet was conquered by high elves, and killing Governor Venditito would seize the colony but also start a war with another player. Leo blinks at the quest and realizes he already cleared the main objectives by accident, leaving only a hidden sky fate crystal he has no time to search for. He scrolls further and gets the confirmation he wanted most: Eleanor is dead, and he also looted 2 Earth fate crystals on the way. Relieved but still calculating, Leo decides to return for Eleanor's remaining loot before someone else grabs any fate crystals she was carrying. Before that, he teleports onto one of the orbital cylinder warships that is still frozen mid-fire above the planet. Leo tests the ship with raw force and splits the cylinder in half, only to realize moving the hull does not redirect the already released beam. Realizing he cannot redirect the beam that way, Leo immediately changes plans and decides it would be smarter to kill everyone in the ships first and steal the fleet afterward. To do it fast, Leo turns a pen into a lightsaber, wraps it in rainbow chi, and prepares a soul-cutting Death Knight technique. His first sweep slices through souls across the frozen fleet, but one target blocks the strike instead of dying with the rest. Leo tracks the blocked strike back to Daobad and perks up at the chance to hunt another strong enemy who might be carrying fate crystals. Inside his frozen ship, Daobad is still conscious, and he feels Leo's domain overlap with a killing ripple aimed straight at his soul. Daobad desperately hardens his soul and barely survives the slash, shaken by how close Leo came to cutting him in half. Terrified, Daobad burns half his life force to break free and slams the monthly PvP escape option before Leo can finish him. Leo's follow-up strike lands a moment too late, and Daobad vanishes from the battlefield completely. After confirming Daobad's presence and Karma Trail are gone, Leo gives up the chase and turns back to cleaning the rest of space himself. Daobad reappears inside the Fate Stadium arena and realizes the system has matched him against another player on the spot. His unlucky opponent is Ellen, an elf princess and karmic sovereign who instantly recognizes that he used PvP to run from a real disaster. Seeing him arrive modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth and battered, Ellen immediately guesses Eleanor lost the fight and taunts him about whether his mother is already dead. Daobad refuses to answer, so Ellen promises to tear the truth out of his soul, and their arena match begins with her delighted laughter and his panic screeching. On the refugee side of the portal, Esther and her infant son finally regain consciousness after being thrown out of Leo's frozen domain. As Esther tries to understand where they are, 3 modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth female statues step forward, and their auras make her recognize them as dead overlords from the past. One statue singles Esther out by name and coldly declares that Eleanor's daughter is under arrest for fraud, false accusation, and treason. Esther's shock scream wakes her baby, but the statues show no mercy and rip the infant away to imprison the mother until their lord returns. Before Esther can do anything, Izan arrives with her own side, takes the baby into her arms, and recognizes her sister immediately. Esther still does not know who is standing in front of her, and Izan answers with open hatred instead of explaining gently. When nearby elf soldiers try to intervene for Esther, one statue petrifies the armed group on the spot and ends any thought of resistance. Holding Esther's child and even drawing a knife, Izan forces her sister to look at her face and remember exactly who she betrayed. Esther first mistakes her for their mother, then finally recognizes the truth, and Izan spits it out herself. The sister Eleanor destroyed is standing here alive. Once Esther finally blurts out her name, Izan orders her dragged away and ends the reunion on her own terms. Back in orbit, Leo studies the frozen beam pillars and rejects the reckless idea of physically shoving the whole planet out of danger. He also rules out moving the ships, because the deadly energy has already concentrated at the beam tips and would still slam into the planet anyway. That leaves one brutal answer, so Leo decides he will have to deflect or grind down every concentrated beam tip by hand. He tests the first beam tip with a punch, and the condensed light shrinks, ripples, and sprays particles across his arms. Then the system shocks him with a better reward than expected, because every bit of scattered light adds years to his lifespan. Once he confirms the trick works, Leo stops treating the beams like a threat and starts treating them like free life force income. He pushes his hand deeper into the light mass, sees even bigger gains, and immediately changes his whole plan. Instead of dispersing the beam carefully, Leo throws his whole body into it and starts devouring the attack from the inside like a lunatic. Down below, Meow Meow spots Leo bathing in the beam and asks what on earth his master is doing up there. Aslan dryly explains that Leo is probably just draining energy again, and Meow Meow is reminded that Leo's copied powers and simulation system are absurd cheats. When Meow Meow admits he cannot read Leo's fate anymore, Aslan says he is only returning a favor and hints that this whole universe was built around his son. That revelation leaves Meow Meow cursing that they are basically NPCs in Leo's story, but he still cannot bring himself to resent it. Aslan still raises a fist and says they should keep serving Leo for the sake of the universe and their future, and Meow Meow grudgingly bumps it. The mood immediately turns stupid again when Meow Meow boasts about a future harem, and Aslan promises to reincarnate him into a cloned body and wipe his memory one day. Meow Meow keeps bragging until Aslan bluntly warns that a future like that would also bring suffering to him, his children, and some of his wives. Humbled for a second, Meow Meow mutters that he had better learn some of Leo's stronger powers before that future arrives. Aslan specifically recommends Leo's time domain ability, while Meow Meow admits he also wants that broken simulation mode for himself. 33 days pass, and Meow Meow, Aslan, and Lucky manage to evacuate 5 million elves while sending letters through the portal for Izan and Meow Meow's women to help control the refugee crisis. Even so, more than 100 million elves remain on the planet, and Leo's people know they cannot save everyone before the portal window closes. Still, none of them panic, because they trust Leo's strength enough to leave the impossible part to him. Up in orbit, Leo is still floating inside the 48th beam like it is a hot spring, snoring while he absorbs light and chi non-stop. His system starts warning that his lifespan has reached the maximum capacity, and that the overflow is now being converted into lifespan credit instead. When Leo finally wakes from his ridiculous orbit sunbath, he clears the mountain of unread notices and checks the actual number. The total is absurd even by his standards. Leo's lifespan has capped out at 2,147,483,647 years, and the system casually reminds him that lifespan can be spent to upgrade his soul. Floating in the void with his lifespan finally capped out, Leo gets excited and decides it is time to spend some of that ridiculous surplus. His mood drops right away when the gacha page refuses to open because that feature is locked outside his shop domain. Since the gacha is blocked, Leo switches to the online shopping system and starts digging for soul upgrades instead. The search narrows down to 7 soul packages, and Leo carefully reads the upgrade ladder from cheap starter boosts all the way to absurd top-tier options. What really shocks him is that every package except Soul Matrix is already marked purchased, even though he barely remembered these upgrades at all. Then it clicks, and Leo remembers he blew an insane amount of lifespan on transmigration back on Earth instead of buying useful cultivation perks. He can only grit his teeth and accept it. But Soul Matrix stays out of reach because he still lacks the karmic fate crystal it requires. Trying to make the best of what he has, Leo wonders if he can at least buy a soul package for Izan as a wedding gift. His test run fails immediately because the checkout page has no gift option at all, and Leo starts cursing the system's terrible business sense. The system finally answers with a tip, telling him there is a separate gift system perk he can buy. Leo finds the gift system and nearly chokes when he sees it only costs 1 year of lifespan. He explodes at the system for not revealing that sooner, and the system coldly replies that it only gives help when he truly needs it. The exchange gets even dumber when the system throws out a filthy joke about a bizarre system match, and Leo completely loses his temper. He swings at the holograms in pure rage, only for the system to insult him again because the screens are not even physical. After 10 full minutes of fuming, Leo finally calms down enough to buy the gift system. The new perk opens 3 functions for him: lifespan bestowal, system skill bestowal, and system perk bestowal. Leo quickly decides skill gifting is not worth much to him, but giving perks and lifespan outside the domain could be genuinely useful. To test it, he opens Soul Enlightenment Pro again, and this time a real purchase as gift button appears exactly where he wanted it. He selects Eason from the friend list and moves to confirm the wedding gift. The system warns that buying the package will consume one of his entity fate crystals and might shut down some of his own abilities. Rather than pay that price now, Leo remembers Eleanor's drifting loot nearby and decides to grab replacement crystals first. He locks down the suspended death rays with reinforced time power, pumps his chi, and prepares his alien ring for a high-speed snatch run. In a blink, Leo flashes across deep space, tagging the drifting crystals with his alien ring and making it back before the time stop slips. Back in place, he reinforces the time stop again and confirms the dangerous beams still have not moved an inch. The loot haul turns out huge, and Leo happily pockets Entity, Heavenly, Sky, and Earth Fate crystals stolen from Eleanor's remains. Seeing just how rich Eleanor had been, Leo breaks into smug laughter because all of it is his now. Elsewhere in Leo's bus, Eason gently tucks Esther's little boy into bed after a warm bath and watches him sleep with a soft, aching look. Looking at the child, Eason quietly admits she wishes she could have a child of her own too. Ivy immediately teases her, saying Leo is more than vigorous enough and Eason only needs to charm him at night. The suggestion hits Eason so hard that she practically short-circuits in embarrassment and begs Ivy to stop bullying her. Once the teasing cools off, Ivy turns serious and asks what Eason plans to do about Esther and her child. Eason decides the child is innocent and should be spared, while Esther alone will face punishment. When Ivy points out that the boy will still lose his mother, Eason grimly says she will find him a new one if she has to. Ivy agrees that a new mother introduced early might spare the boy lasting pain, and Eason can only stand there hoping he still gets a normal happy life. 33 days later at the Fate Stadium, Daobad's luck finally runs out when Ellen crushes him in a PvP match and imprisons him inside her Dantian universe. Over those same 33 days, Ellen interrogates him for every scrap of information she can get about Eleanor's hidden forces and reserve armies. Once she has what she wants, Ellen kills Daobad and takes his entity and Heavenly Fate crystals for herself. With Daobad dealt with, Ellen summons Overlord Milo and Simba to her Fate Stadium office for the next move. Ellen declares that Eleanor should be dead by now, so it is time to return to the Desnat Star Cluster and seize power. Milo warns that Eleanor's remaining consorts include terrifying karmic sovereigns, so rushing back could be suicidal. Ellen says that danger is exactly why they should strike now, while Eleanor's rivals are busy tearing each other apart over her treasures and mineral stars. Her real plan is brutally political: assassinate the Desnat senators first, seize the soldiers and media, and frame both the senators and Eleanor's consorts for her death. Milo accepts the logic, but Ellen notices Simba's dark expression and shifts her attention to him instead. Simba admits the battle happened on his home planet, and all he wants right now is permission to bring his wife and child to safety. Ellen refuses immediately, saying it is too dangerous while Florida Man is still an unknown threat who already defeated Eleanor. She pushes harder by reminding Simba that he once fed Milo bad information about Florida Man, which makes him suspicious by default. Ellen says the only reason Simba is not already imprisoned is because she still values his tracking ability. Then she lays out the bargain: obey her, prove loyalty, and she will help protect his family. But disobey and she will kill all 3 of them as Florida Man's allies. That finally snaps something in Simba, and his entity-level killing intent erupts as he warns that if his family is harmed, he will butcher Ellen's entire race. Instead of backing off, Ellen finds his feral rage attractive and starts shamelessly teasing him in a more intimate way. She even strokes his chest while suggesting that if Florida Man kills his family, he could stop being a mercenary and join her army instead. Simba endures the humiliation without moving, and only after pushing him enough does Ellen give him limited permission to track his wife and child. She orders him to use the ability now and report their location directly to her. Relieved to have any chance at all, Simba opens his system and brings up the blue tracking screen tied to his signature search perk. Because Ellen holds more entity fate crystals, she can actually see his system screen too, so she quietly moves in to monitor every result. Simba's hands tremble before he finally types in his wife Esther's name and commits to the search. The map appears at once, but instead of a live signal it only gives Esther's last known location, and the status line hits Simba like a nightmare: missing or dead. Leo spends a huge chunk of lifespan credit to give Eason Soul Enlightenment Pro, forcing her soul to become compatible with fate crystals and systems. Seeing his absurd remaining lifespan balance still gives Leo a rush, but he quickly puts that aside because he has less than a day to finish looting the battlefield. Leo sends a sound transmission to Meow Meow, Lucky, and Aslan, telling them to stop moving civilians and help him strip the ships before they retreat. Aslan looks up and laughs at Leo's greed, but he agrees to help like a doting father anyway. Meow Meow and Lucky give up on Aslan's weird father act and jump onto other ships to raid them their own way. The group eyes the giant fleet, but the cube ships and cylinder motherships are far too massive for the Mystic Realm portal, so only direct piloting could ever bring them home. Aslan slips into Eleanor's flagship with a faint smile, and Leo assumes he is just scavenging inside. Meanwhile, on the refugee bus, a system screen suddenly appears only for Izan, and a flood of energy slams into her forehead hard enough to knock her out. Ivy panics because she cannot see the screen or sense anything wrong, so Izan's collapse makes no sense to her. With no clue what happened, Ivy runs to get Beatrice while Mark and the others are still organizing refugee shelters outside. Beatrice immediately leaves the refugee work to Mark and rushes back with Ivy to check on Izan. When they return, Izan is already awake on the bus bed, staring blankly at the wall like she is still processing something enormous. Ivy checks again and finds Izan physically fine, but her meridians and chi flow have been rebuilt into something far stronger than before. The change is visible too, because Izan now carries a faint rainbow aura like Leo's, and even her yin chi has been purified back to pure virgin yin. Izan gives them a wry smile and says her husband just handed her a huge gift, even though only she can see the system screens floating in front of her. The hidden messages reveal Leo gifted Izan a full soul enlightenment package that massively boosts her talent, lifespan capacity, and cultivation ceiling. Then the system finishes calculating and gives Izan a unique world tree system tailored to her nature, karma, Tao, and aptitude. Izan quickly learns the new system can plant and manage world trees across planets, turning them into protectors, weapons, or even tailored companions. After closing the windows, Izan softly tests Leo's real name in her mind and wonders if she should someday take his surname too. Back in space, the gate warning drops to 10 minutes, and Leo finally abandons the frozen beams after weakening them as much as he can. Leo shouts for everyone to bail out and head home before the realm closes on them. Meow Meow and Lucky come back grinning with huge bags full of spatial rings after tearing through the ship's armories. Lucky excitedly reports they found piles of railguns, pills, and herbs, while Meow Meow says he even smelted ship parts for future construction. Leo is pleased with the haul, but the good mood breaks when he realizes Aslan still has not come back out. When Meow Meow reminds him Aslan went into Eleanor's flagship and never emerged, Leo turns toward the giant ship with growing annoyance. Leo senses Aslan is still alive inside and sends another order telling him to stop fishing around and come out now. Aslan still does not answer, so Leo charges toward the flagship ready to drag him out by force. Before Leo can reach it, Eleanor's flagship suddenly breaks free from the time lock, powers up, and turns in open space. Leo's side instantly draws weapons, but then Aslan's voice finally comes through saying he was busy hacking the ship and they should stand down. The relief lasts 1 second, because the flagship abruptly vanishes and leaves all three of them staring into empty space. Through their psychic link, Meow Meow and Lucky track Aslan and discover he already jumped the stolen flagship all the way back to the Yen Empire planet's orbit. Leo needs a second to process it, because Aslan has somehow learned to pilot and steal an impossible alien warship on the spot. The stolen ship is the Matriarch, Eleanor's top-class dreadnought, a dragon-shaped hybrid mothership so huge it makes ordinary warships look tiny. Inside the left-eye bridge, Aslan admits forcing his chi through the whole ship was exhausting, but he is still proud he brought home a prize this good. Because the dreadnought is too gigantic to bring near the home system, Aslan parks it a light year away and rewrites its mainframe to guard itself and follow the star system. Once the rewrite is done, the Matriarch wakes with a cheerful new AI voice and politely reports for duty to Sir Kitten. Aslan gives the newborn AI simple orders to hold position and match the system's course, treating the giant warship almost like a house pet. Then the AI calls Aslan father, and he can only stand there embarrassed as he realizes Leo has accidentally gained a bizarre new little brother. A warning says the gate will close in 5 minutes, and Leo drops his time domain after Meow Meow and Lucky finish hauling war trophies across. The frozen death rays start moving again, slam into the planet below, and turn a 1,000-kilometer stretch into explosions, lakes, and mass death. Watching the devastation from above, Leo goes still with guilt because he knows this massacre happened partly because of him. Leo clasps his hands like a prayer and quietly calls the dead souls to him instead of leaving them behind. Millions of blank memory-wiped souls stream into Leo's Dantian universe, and he promises to reincarnate them there even if their new bodies will only be alligators for now. After collecting the victims' souls, Leo leaves the devastated planet, telling himself the loot and rewards still made the trip worth it. System messages confirm Leo cleared the second Mystic Realm, earned 100 territory expansion tickets, and became the owner of planet Desnitz BMLB-49. The old gate shuts behind him, but a new permanent portal rises in its place, turning the conquered world into somewhere Leo can revisit anytime. Leo catches Meow Meow and Lucky as they are about to resume statue duty and orders them straight back through the new portal to keep looting. Lucky tries to beg for a day or two of rest, but Leo flatly refuses and asks where Aslan disappeared to. Meow Meow points out into deep space, showing Leo Eleanor's dreadnought parked behind an asteroid belt while Aslan remains off-screen and busy somewhere else. Leo decides not to chase Aslan right now and sends Meow Meow to escort the refugees home because he does not want them staying in his domain. After pushing the others back to work, Leo flies across his domain to inspect the situation and make sure no elf trouble is already brewing. From the air, Leo sees Taxi and Ricardo's subordinates patrolling in pairs in humanoid form, armed with rifles and dressed in matching suit uniforms. He also spots Izin's forces split into two organized groups, one guarding the shopping mall and another gathering south of the slums. Leo finds Mark alone near the slumside refugee camp and drops down to ask how bad the situation has gotten. Mark happily confirms Leo is back, but the green elf women and children in the camp glare at them with raw hatred. Mark reports that the refugees already rioted, 500 ringleaders were killed, 10 Mogs were injured, and even Chang Chang could not fully calm the third camp. Leo asks whether anyone explained the crisis on their home planet, and Mark says they did, but the elves only obeyed after their leaders were killed. Looking at the frightened but furious refugees, Leo bitterly admits this is war and says he did the best he could. Mark backs him up, calling the refugees ungrateful because they would have died without Leo's help. That only sparks the camp, and the elf women start shouting that they were abducted, calling Leo and the Mogs traitors and threatening revenge from Eleanor and Venditito. Leo swallows the urge to tell them Eleanor and Venditito are already dead, then decides fear will work better than reason. With a nasty grin, Leo tells Mark they are going to introduce the refugees to a gas chamber. As Leo walks off to prepare it, the elf women keep jeering, so Mark finally snaps and draws his bastard sword to shut them up. One woman mocks Leo especially hard, and Mark answers with a brutal warning slash that cracks the ground, slices her dress, and leaves a shallow cut across her body. The woman flees in terror, and Mark coldly warns the whole camp that next time he will not miss. Once the camp finally goes quiet, Mark announces that Leo plans to send them home tomorrow if they behave and stop resisting. The promise immediately changes the mood, and the refugees brighten with sudden hope. Then a woman rushes up carrying a young child and claims the child is sick, trying to use that excuse to leave first. Mark checks the child with Chi, realizes the kid is perfectly healthy, and instantly knows the mother is lying. Instead of exposing her outright, Mark says he will treat the boy himself and asks for the name of the herb she claims he needs. The woman stammers out immortal grass, and Mark quietly tells her to wait there. Mark summons his skeleton horse, sends it to the shopping mall, and a moment later it returns with a bundle of immortal grass in its mouth. Mark hands the stunned liar a blade of the grass and bluntly tells her to shut up and stop trying to game the system. She flees with her son, and Mark turns back to the rest of the camp daring anyone else to try something. The camp falls silent, but the easy appearance of immortal grass shocks the refugees because such resources are normally hoarded by their world's elite. That greed immediately turns ugly when another woman tears open her clothes and walks up to Mark asking what she can trade for immortal grass. Mark points to the shopping mall and says one blade costs 10 years of lifespan there, but only literate people or those who join them can trade. Even after that, the woman keeps pushing and offers Mark either her lifespan or her body for the grass in his hand. Mark almost falters, then steadies himself and bluntly rejects her, saying he is a Mog and only wants to marry a Mog. The woman ignores that answer, drops to her knees, and wraps herself around Mark, leaving him completely at a loss. Leo comes back at exactly the wrong moment, sees the woman hanging on Mark, and immediately intervenes with icy irritation. Without bothering to be gentle, Leo peels the woman off Mark so hard that he tears her clothes in the process. Then Leo raises a plastic food container holding a chunk of sweet dream mushroom and calls the whole camp to attention. The instant Leo says he is introducing them to a gas chamber made from sweet dream mushrooms, Mark and the refugees understand exactly how terrifying that threat is. Panic detonates through the camp, and the refugees scatter in every direction screaming about the sweet dream mushrooms. Left standing in the suddenly empty space, Leo and Mark grin because the mob finally broke apart. Mark quickly points out the obvious problem. Leo scared everyone away, so now they still need a way to gather the refugees again tomorrow. Leo shrugs and says they can simply announce a gathering point, because anyone who truly wants to go home will come back on their own. He adds that anyone who chooses to stay will have to follow his rules, and Mark reluctantly agrees that the local cultivators are not any easier to handle anyway. The next day, Leo keeps his promise and tells the refugee camps the elves can finally go home. So many elves flood in front of the mall that the crowd spills all the way into the southern farm. Once the elves notice the ripe crops, curiosity turns into greedy excitement almost instantly. One elf yanks a massive potato from the soil, and the women around her freeze at the ridiculous size. That single harvest breaks the crowd's restraint, and the elves start snatching crops from each other like looters. The local workers are too weak to interfere, and the farm mannequins stay motionless while they wait for Leo's order. From the rooftop, Leo watches the mess and privately regrets saving such a selfish crowd. Leo amplifies his voice and orders everyone to form two lines, head west, and follow the white-haired boy who will send them home. Instead of lining up, the stronger elves charge first and start trampling the weaker ones in their rush to escape. The victims survive because they are immortals, but some still crawl away with painful internal injuries. After seeing the stampede up close, Mark deadpans over telepathy and asks Leo if they can just kill all the elves. Leo tells Mark to stay patient, lead them to the flying island, and keep them away from the agriculture realm and Orlando portals. When Mark worries they might enter the cow level by mistake, Leo coldly says stupid people can enjoy the bonus stage. At the platform, Leo's prediction comes true, and the elves immediately fight to be first through the tiny portal home. Lucky and Meow Meow block the Orlando and agriculture realm portals, so the crowd avoids those two gates. But the cow level portal has no guard at all, leaving a dangerous wrong exit sitting right beside the chaos. A few smarter elves float overhead, see the madness below, and quietly decide to go back and wait instead. One elf gets shoved out of the crush and stumbles right beside Meow Meow's portal. Meow Meow helps her up, acts gentlemanly, and catches himself admiring her chest before he starts talking. When she nervously asks about the portal behind him, Meow Meow warns that it is dangerous and not the way home. After she thanks him politely, Meow Meow immediately asks if she is single. He whispers that he likes her and offers to make her his concubine, promising power and dual cultivation as one of Leo's 4 heavenly kings. Before she can refuse, Meow Meow transforms from his black-winged statue body into a handsome humanoid angel and leaves her stunned. Meow Meow grabs the dazed elf, orders Wei Yuan to cover his post, and drags his new target into the agriculture realm. Half an hour later, Meow Meow returns with the same elf still glassy-eyed, then quietly tells her he will ask Leo to let her stay. The blushing elf accepts the arrangement and slips back through the agriculture realm portal to stay there for now. Wei Yuan finally asks how many wives he still plans to collect, and Meow Meow cheerfully says he wants enough for 1,000 years without rest. Nearby elf women overhear the exchange, and Meow Meow's face only makes some of them bolder instead of scaring them off. One brave elf steps up, shows some skin, and asks Meow Meow if she can come too. Meow Meow pats her head, promises to make her even prettier, and leads another willing woman into the agriculture realm. Another half hour later, Meow Meow comes back alone in only a towel, and that ridiculous entrance works even better. Angry and stranded women start walking toward him on their own, and Wei Yuan simply gives up and opens the way. Watching from afar, Leo can only facepalm at the sight of women lining up for a literal statue because he is rock hard. Even while Meow Meow keeps harvesting wives, plenty of elf women still eye the other portals instead of joining his harem. One curious elf tests the Orlando gate first, but Lucky's bark sends her stumbling backward in fear. The unguarded cow level portal looks easier, so another elf ignores Wei Yuan's warning and slips inside. She never comes back, but an hour later a second, more arrogant elf decides she can handle whatever is inside. Inside the cow level, the second elf finds a dark red world that looks quiet enough to escape by flying into the void. Her plan fails when her face slams into an invisible barrier high above the planet. Every desperate punch against the barrier makes a bell-like noise that echoes across the whole world. Those bell sounds wake the planet's monsters, and countless enraged humanoid cows start flying toward her with halberds. Now sobbing, the elf keeps pounding the barrier anyway, but she is already out of time. 10 minutes later, the dead elf soul drifts back out of the cow level portal, proving Wei Yuan's warning was wasted. Wei Yuan bluntly reminds the dead elf that she was warned, and the soul can only give up and drift toward the real exit. After that ugly lesson, the rest of the elves finally stop treating the cow level like a shortcut. A full day passes, and fewer than 50,000 elves make it home because the crowd is still too selfish to move efficiently. Meow Meow, on the other hand, turns the same chaos into a personal win and pulls in 200 elf women. The second and third days repeat the same pattern, with endless portals shoving and a steady trickle of women peeling off to join Meow Meow instead. By the fourth day, half the crowd has finally learned to wait at the refugee camp, so the real lines start moving much faster. On the fifth day, Izan finally steps out of Leo's bus carrying a round pearl-like seed she bought from her World Tree system. Her time inside the bus paid off, because she finished enough beginner quests to buy a real World Tree seed. When Izan notices the bored high elves still queuing on the road, her old hatred for them comes right back. She remembers how the high elves tried to use her when she was a princess, and loudly condemned her the moment she was framed. Then one desperate elf mistakes Izan for Queen Eleanor and screams for royal help. That mistake whips the nearby elves into a frenzy, and they rush toward Izan demanding she save them and kill their kidnappers. Izan snaps that she is not their queen and tells them to get lost. The elves instantly flip from worship to accusation and start blaming Izan for abandoning them. Instead of getting angry, Izan stops, turns back, and smiles like she has just found the answer to a problem. Izan calmly admits she has been wondering how to level her world tree, and now she thinks she may have been overthinking it. She opens her system menu and reads the tutorial quest telling her to secure 1,000 kilograms of organic fertilizer. Izan suddenly showed the watching elves her new system power, and the mood flipped from wary to pure horror. Her live necromancy domain wiped out every elf in sight at her level or lower, leaving only sprays of blood and stripped skeletons behind. The massacre fed her system too, as the pearl in Izan's hand sucked up all the blood, flesh, and organs until the parking lot was eerily clean. A new system window popped up to announce that Izan had unlocked a fertilizer inventory and the next world tree planting quest. Reading the new feature, Izan laughed to herself and complained that Leo had hidden useful tricks from her for far too long. Ivy, watching from behind, could only stare in sweaty admiration at how absurdly strong her mistress had become. Izan happily pointed out that these fresh undead workers cost almost no energy, and she guessed she could maintain 100,000 with barely any effort. Ivy urged her to tell Leo about the new ability, but Izan hesitated when she remembered the high elves might mistake her for her mother again. To avoid that headache, Izan put away the World Tree Seed and flew off with Ivy toward the Black Mountain instead. Back on the high elf planet, the refugees pouring out of Leo's portal crashed into one another in a chaotic heap at the ruined fortress. A deity elf finally took charge, yanked trapped women free, and carved an icy slide so the next arrivals could spill out without crushing each other. Once the crowd got its footing, the elves finally saw the truth. Their homeland was shattered, cratered, and partly sunk beneath the sea. Panic turned into rage, and some elves tried to storm back through the portal, only to get blocked by the endless streams still coming out. They stayed stuck there for a while, glaring at the portal and waiting for the exodus to end so they could demand answers from their kidnappers. 15 days later, most elves had gone back home, but a huge minority decided Leo's domain was the better place to stay. Around 100,000 elves settled in the slums, started trading with humans, and some even married into local wealth and cultivation families. Another 5,000 young elves fell into Meow Meow's hands and came back out as obedient elf golems working beside the shopping mall's labor force. The immigrant boom made the mall busy again, and newly settled elves swarmed through its facilities with restless curiosity. When the last refugee finally left the sky platform, it looked like the whole crisis might be over at last. That peace lasted only minutes before a team of angry elf deities marched back into Leo's Florida domain to confront Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan shut them down immediately, saying one of their own had destroyed their world and warning them not to scream at people who had rescued them. Right then Meow Meow came out after converting yet another elf, spotted the angry visitors, and breezed over like this was all a flirtation chance. The deity elves were ready to snap at him too, but Meow Meow's ridiculous charm and pheromones hit them before the insults could land. Seeing their anger melt, Meow Meow smoothly invited the whole group to relax in his realm instead of picking a fight. Over the same 15 days, Leo split his time between handling the refugee crisis and training, until he finally turned to the mountain of loot from the elf ships. Lucky and Meow Meow had hauled in more than 500,000 spatial rings, but most of what Leo found inside was worthless trash mixed with useful stones and herbs. He considered freezing time to sort everything faster, but his time domain had limits, and abusing it could interfere with the system itself. Before he could drown in management problems, Meow Meow sent 1,000 converted elf wives to the junkyard to start sorting for him. The golems got straight to work, dumping out ring contents and ruthlessly tossing aside the high elves' useless everyday junk. At the same time, Izan's side contributed too, sending undead skeleton patrols and stronger undead supervisors to guard the farms from crop thieves. With labor finally under control, Leo moved on to a more delicate problem. He needed a proper place for his official wedding. He checked his existing facilities, came up blank, and then remembered the most reliable answer in his life was usually just spending more money. The system shop offered everything from gardens to luxury wedding colonies, but the good options were brutally expensive. After a quick internal argument, Leo decided to buy a mobile construction vehicle that could unfold into a luxury resort hotel. A 500-meter ship dropped out of thin air near the Tang Clan district and slowly descended toward the ground. When it landed, the vehicle transformed into a giant resort with bright lights, formal grand architecture, and flashy leisure grounds that looked wildly out of place here. Leo checked the item details and learned the place was packed with suites and entertainment, but it came with no workers, food stock, or cultivation resources. He still dumped in another huge sum to max the hotel out, expecting a dramatic visual upgrade on the spot. Nothing changed on the outside, so Leo went in to see whether all that money had at least transformed the interior. Inside, the upgrade payoff was obvious. The lobby was enormous, polished, and packed with signs and facilities like a full luxury transport hub. The giant new resort shook the Tang Clan district hard enough to send the clansmen rushing out to see what Leo had built this time. From outside, the place looked even more absurd, spreading over a huge tract of land with gardens, sports grounds, pools, and hotel blocks everywhere. The news climbed the chain until it reached Bao Sun, and he hurried over, determined to use this chance to get closer to Leo. He reached the entrance, stared up at the oversized luxury monster in awe, and guessed Leo was somewhere inside. Just as he worked up the nerve to step in, Kat, Sunwan, and a newly youthful-looking Dongfang Mei arrived behind him. Kat immediately asked the startled local cultivator for fertilizer, and he nearly jumped out of his skin at finding himself surrounded by Leo's heavy hitters. The three women had clearly grown stronger too, and the local cultivator quickly switched into full respectful mode. The local cultivator offered to go in with them, but Dongfang Mei decided they should stay outside until Leo called for them instead of risking an interruption. The local cultivator immediately agreed, relieved not to blunder into offending Leo, and the group settled in to wait at the entrance. Their presence turned the resort into a sightseeing hotspot, except nobody dared walk in while Dongfang Mei was standing guard there. 3 hours later, Leo finished touring the resort and admitted the place was impressive, but the staffing problem still hadn't gone away. He also realized the hotel would need secure supplies like true earth fate crystals, which meant he needed a manager he could actually trust. When Leo stepped outside and saw Dongfang Mei, Sun Wan, and Kat already waiting for him, the answer hit him on the spot. So Leo greeted Dongfang Mei with perfect timing and asked if she was interested in taking an executive job. Leo offers Dongfang Mei an executive role running his giant new hotel, and the moment she hears tavern, she jumps at the chance. Leo hires her on the spot, gives her 15 days to learn every facility, and tells her to recruit enough people to cover the whole business. Dongfang Mei immediately takes charge by appointing Sun Wan as her assistant and calling over idle disciples to start learning the place together. While everyone else envies the women getting real jobs, Kat ignores the whole promotion and just tugs on Leo for food. Leo promises Kat food and leads his odd little group inside, with Dongfang Mei following as the hotel doors shut out the crowd. Outside, word spreads fast, and the Tang clan's idle women and Sun Wan's bored disciples rush to sign up for the new tavern work. Within half an hour, 100 Tang clan women and 50 disciples enter as the first trainee staff, and Dongfang Mei accepts them without hesitation. Leo helps train the recruits in modern hotel life, from room service and spas to housekeeping and electric appliances that are completely new to them. At the same time, Leo forges another true earth fate crystal and uses it to power the hotel, creating a fresh source of holy water for the complex. 14 days later, the crash course ends, and the trainees gather in uniform while Kat has long since vanished from housekeeping lessons. Leo tells the staff it is finally time to prepare for his wedding, and Dongfang Mei immediately promises they will handle it. Dongfang Mei cheekily asks if she can hold her own wedding after his, and Leo waves it off as long as she does not ruin his ceremony. Then Dongfang Mei drops a bigger surprise by saying Leo's planned room prices are far too cheap for what this hotel actually offers. She points out that the hotel's holy water alone gives cultivation gains worth a year at the Pylon Tower with one mouthful. She adds that the training equipment is so absurdly effective that one day there can beat 10 years of ordinary practice, so charging common prices would flood the place with riffraff. Leo backs down and starts raising the rates, but Dongfang Mei still pushes for even steeper long-term pricing once immortals become regular customers. She also standardizes essence stones as the local Yahello currency, and Leo realizes that actually makes the hotel look even cheaper to wealthy cultivators. When she reminds him he has been mass-printing soul stones anyway, Leo finally lets her run the hotel as general manager and puts Sun Wan in charge of finance. For the wedding itself, Dongfang Mei asks for 1 full week to prepare and start sending invitations to friends and family. Soon the shopping mall is buzzing with talk that the mysterious new building will host their lord's wedding. Most residents are already preparing gifts, but the newly settled elf women only learn about the wedding now and immediately become curious and jealous. They spend the whole day eavesdropping, chasing every rumor they can find about the bride and the coming ceremony. The next day, hotel housekeepers plaster leaflets across every floor, officially announcing the wedding date and the rules for attending. The notice promises free food and drinks for official staff, but it also makes clear that guests are expected to bring gifts for the groom and bride. Some elf women even steal copies off the wall and carry them back to their village in the slum district to spread the news. Far away, the bride still knows nothing about any of this as Izan and Ivy continue touring the continent and arrive at the abandoned Joyous Yin-Yang sect territory near Tapaya City. At an abandoned ranch, Izan recognizes the surviving bulls right away and realizes an old species has been left behind. Ivy remembers spirit bulls are mostly famous for urine useful to cultivation and asks if they are really taking these smelly things home. Izan says yes without hesitation because their urine will be perfect fertilizer for her world tree, and she decides to take the entire ranch stock. Ivy dreads the smell and remembers why these spirit bulls are infamous, because the Joyous Yin-Yang sect kept them for very ugly reasons. The bulls notice Izan and Ivy are women, rear up lewdly, and make it very clear they deserve that bad reputation. Izan calmly snaps her fingers and drops the whole herd unconscious with a domain, ending the problem in one move. Then Izan and Ivy float the sleeping herd into the air and head home with 100 bulls as loot. When Ivy asks where they will keep such awful animals, Izan decides Sierra the cow woman might appreciate them instead. Ivy instantly lights up at the idea, and the two of them fly home amused, carrying these bizarre souvenirs for Leo. On Eleanor's home planet, Ellen retakes the territory and immediately tells everyone that Leo murdered Eleanor. That claim ignites the elves' fury, and more divine elves, high elves, forest elves, and dark elves volunteer to join Ellen's army for revenge. Milo also brings the same news to the Fenrir, and because many of them were loyal to Eleanor, they prepare for war too. Meanwhile, Simba travels to Esther's planet looking for his wife, only to find the land wrecked into lakes, sinkholes, and ruin. As he scans the ruins, Simba spots a strange portal near the wreckage and sees golems shaped like local high elves crossing through it. Curious and alarmed, Simba moves in toward the portal to investigate. Back at the hotel, Leo is interrupted by a warning that an outsider has entered one of his mystic realms. He rushes to the mystic realm platform and finds Meow Meow, Lucky, and a much larger army of elf stone golems than he left there. Meow Meow's bizarre household has grown too, with a full formation of concubines and his first 3 wives posed like unit leaders. Leo immediately demands to know why Meow Meow kept taking in elf golems when he had told him to return them. Meow Meow answers with a deranged speech about elf women being ideal partners, and Leo cuts him off before it gets even worse. Once Leo gets serious, Meow Meow reveals the intruder came through the elf planet and casually proposes wiping out the men and brainwashing the women. Leo calls him a psychopath, but in the end he still decides to head back to the elf planet with Meow Meow because he wants control restored fast. Before Leo can enter, a massive dark elf man steps through the portal first and stares him down like he already knows exactly who he wants. The stranger calls Leo Florida Man and introduces himself as Ohio Man, claiming he is another person from Earth. Leo is amused until Simba notices the elf stone golems around them, and the man's killing intent suddenly spikes. Simba pulls out a photo of Esther holding a baby and asks Leo if he has seen his missing wife anywhere in this world. The Sidon name makes Leo suspect a link to Izan, but he still answers honestly that he has never seen Esther. Unsatisfied, Simba turns to Lucky and Meow Meow and demands the same answer from them. Lucky bluntly refuses, and Meow Meow makes it worse by saying that if he had met her, he would have added her to his collection. Simba gives Meow Meow one last chance and warns that if he gets the truth now, nobody here has to die. Meow Meow answers with a mocking insult instead, and that is the point where talks finally die. The instant Simba reaches for a hidden weapon, Leo whips out his pen saber and upgraded pistol and tries to shoot first. But Simba's tiny knife expands into a plasma chainsaw blade, and one swing cuts Leo's pistol clean in half. Simba follows in hard, but Leo smashes the flat of the chainsaw with a hammer fist and bends the weapon badly enough to kill its power. Simba instantly abandons the broken weapon, throws a punch, and traps both of them inside a tiny domain box that drains energy. Leo slips the punch by a hair and headbutts Simba hard enough to break his nose, but Simba's face regenerates immediately. Simba's knee snaps up into Leo's chin at the same time Leo hacks for his neck with the pen saber. The blade hits like metal instead of flesh, and Simba's domain starts draining the saber's energy right through Leo's hand. Leo reacts fast and kicks Simba in the chest, crushing ribs and blasting him backward into the wall of his own domain. Pinned inside the little box and annoyed by the drain effect, Leo realizes the domain is built to trap both fighter and target together. Leo answers by stopping time and forcing his own domain over the top of Simba's. Simba heals instantly, cancels his trap, and somehow moves through Leo's time stop to appear behind him anyway. With one hand around Leo's neck, Simba detonates a black flame blast at point-blank range. That touch is a mistake, because Leo whips his head around unnaturally, erupts bone spikes from his spine, and skewers Simba through the arms, chest, and face. Leo's blood ignites into rainbow fire that smothers Simba's black flame, but Simba simply turns to smoke and reforms a short distance away fully healed. Leo calmly resets his twisted neck and shoulders, and the spikes on his back settle into a pair of bone wings. Seeing the rainbow aura and those wings, Simba is reminded of Meow 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 and demands to know Leo's connection to that devil. Leo tears off the ruined remains of his suit, and casually says Mao is dead and that yes, he really was one of the people in that lab. That confirmation pushes Simba over the edge, and his killing intent explodes into a far more monstrous power. Black scales spread over Simba's body, his face distorts into a black dragon shape, metal wings rip from his back, and he reveals his true karmic sovereign form. Then Simba rips a long white bone from his own body and shapes it into a huge blood-soaked blade. Leo finally treats the fight seriously and suggests moving it so Simba does not accidentally kill the wife he came here to save. Simba scoffs at peace and vows that after he gets his wife back, Leo, his people, and his whole world are finished. Leo argues that he is the one under attack, but Simba's hatred is too deep and he roars that Leo's kind ruined his life. With words dead for good, Leo cracks his knuckles, promises to send Simba to his wife, and both men launch at each other at blinding speed. Leo and Simba open with a brutal speed duel, trading a storm of punches, kicks, and sword strikes so fast that neither man can land a single hit. Simba even throws out a domain like Leo's sword domain, but Leo instantly counters hard enough to make him pull it back and defend himself. That stalemate secretly favors Leo, because Simba is the one forced to keep up a fragile life-draining barrier that could crack his dantian if Leo breaks it. After 5 exhausting minutes, Simba loses patience first, drops the barrier, and teleports 1,000 meters into the sky to reset the fight. The second that draining barrier vanishes, Leo's phoenix wings fold into a rainbow's side and he swings at empty air with obvious killing intent. Simba cannot see the attack itself, but Leo's movement warns him something nasty is coming, so he finally uses his bone sword's clone trick. The sword fragments turn into multiple Simbas, but Leo's invisible strike still wipes out 9 fakes in an instant and grinds the detached blades into dust. Simba realizes Leo just used a karma attack, and he immediately looks down on it because karmic sovereigns are supposed to survive even if their karma strings are cut. Still convinced Leo is inexperienced, Simba calmly forms another bone blade and prepares to punish him for relying on the wrong law. Leo ignores that bluff and swings again, this time cutting open space itself. A matching crack opens directly over Simba and slices straight down through his real body from head to groin. The dimensional slash starts dragging Simba's body and soul into the void, so he ejects his soul and teleports away before the crack can consume everything. After regenerating a new body, Simba is rattled because Leo has now shown time, space, dimension, and karma laws all at once, which should not be possible for a normal sovereign. He talks himself into one answer: Leo must be cheating with system powers, and that means Simba still has a way to cripple him. Simba pulls out a true entity fate crystal, a merged high-grade crystal that can erase nearby system abilities if he crushes it. He is just about to break it when his whole body suddenly goes slack, as if invisible puppet strings have hooked every limb. Behind him, Aslan appears with a fishing rod and calmly stops him before he can damage Leo's foundation. Simba recognizes the golem face linked to Meow Meow's side and snaps that this whole interference had to be coordinated. Aslan cuts through the accusation with a much bigger shock, telling Simba he was the one who gave him an entity fate crystal and sent him to Eleanor to hide, not to join her. When Simba demands to know who he is, Aslan bluntly says he is Simba's father. Simba flatly rejects that claim because he believes his father died long ago, but Aslan has no time to argue while Leo is already rushing over. Aslan shuts the argument down, says Simba is not supposed to fight his brother, and reels him away into his own Dantian universe. Leo arrives a beat later, sees only Aslan left behind, and demands to know where the dark elf went. Aslan jokes around, claims he ate Simba's soul, and Leo answers with a long suspicious stare instead of believing him. Aslan doubles down by saying he is always on Leo's side like a father watching over his son, but Leo brushes that off as more sarcasm and heads back once the crisis is over. Left alone, Aslan sighs and turns inward to check on Simba inside his own universe. Inside Aslan's Dantian universe, whole symmetrical galaxies circle a massive white sun, and a hidden civilization survives on the sun's blazing surface. Simba is dumped onto that white sun, where the flames instantly burn away his disguise and chi and expose his real body. The crushing gravity and cleansing fire leave Simba barely able to move, and even the fate crystal slips from his hand and vanishes into the planet. Aslan finally appears in his true form here, not as Meow Meow's shell but as a blonde divine elf in white robes. Sitting beside his trapped son, Aslan apologizes for the timing and says it has been 50,000 years since they last met. Simba still cannot accept it, because in his mind Meow and Eleanor killed his parents long ago. Aslan tells him the impossible truth anyway. He faked his death and hid his soul inside Leonardo. He gently sits Simba up and says it is finally time for a real talk, because his whole grand plan only works if Simba cooperates. But Simba's hatred only hardens when he notices Aslan is a divine elf, because to him, all elves are scheming monsters just like Eleanor's side. Aslan gives up on arguing and summons a white flame spirit to show Simba the truth directly from his own memories. He orders the spirit to transfer the memory of how Aslan Ariel died and reincarnated as Kitten, the clone body tied to Overlord Xiaomao. The white flame spirit dives into Simba's forehead, and a flood of ancient memories crashes into him. The memory starts in the old lab, where toddler Simba was used as a test subject and lived in non-stop agony from injections and broken bones. In the cage next to him, a little blonde boy endured the same hell with a blank doll-like face, and that boy was Leo. At first Simba hated him out of jealousy, because Leo looked untouched while he himself was being destroyed every day. Then one day Leo noticed him, smiled, and started drawing silly pictures on the glass just to communicate. Those goofy doodles became Simba's only light in the lab, giving him something to hold on to while the pain kept eating at him. Later, a man and woman slipped into Leo's cage to rescue him, and the alarm went off before they could escape cleanly. Simba thought they were leaving him behind too, until Leo started screaming and refused to go without him. Because Leo would not stop crying, the couple broke Simba out too and carried both boys away together. That rescue was Simba's core memory, so when the older memory sharpens and the male rescuer's face resolves into Aslan Ariel, the truth finally hits him. Aslan's memory keeps going and shows the wild escape after the rescue, with him and his wife carrying both boys while killing pursuers across the country. When the US military escalated with superweapons, Aslan answered with equal madness and turned the conflict into a national catastrophe. He became both protector and monster in one stroke, assassinating leaders, crushing armies, and forcing the government to shelter his family while exposing the Homunculus project. That only split the country in half, because Meow built a rival government with elven backing and dragged the world into civil war. Aslan crushed Meow's side at first and drove him into hiding in the Middle East, where princes sheltered him in exchange for cultivation secrets. For a while the family finally found peace in Florida, where Leo and Simba grew up under Aslan's protection. 20 years later that peace shattered when Eleanor sent 100 entities, and Aslan's whole country was nearly erased. Knowing he could not win, Aslan secretly drugged his wife and both boys, sent them toward Ohio, and stayed behind to die fighting. Aslan was captured anyway, and Eleanor hunted down the family through his wife, killed her, and dragged the mutilated Aslan to the children as a warning. Adult Simba fought back with shocking talent, but Eleanor crushed him in one blow and was about to kill him too. Before she could finish him, Leo appeared with Meow as a hostage and offered himself in exchange for Simba's life. Eleanor accepted that deal, spared Simba, and took Leo and Aslan back as prisoners for more experiments. To keep Simba hidden afterward, Aslan secretly implanted him with an entity fate crystal, false memories, and a racial disguise before sending him deep into Eleanor's own territory. Then Aslan made an even riskier move, using his fate crystal to create a backup body for Leo and trapping his own soul in a rusty ring as the price. When Mao Miao Miao later prepared to steal Leo's perfect body, Aslan volunteered to kill his own son just to get close enough to save him. In secret, he sacrificed his own body and life into a karma string, hooked Leo's soul, and moved it into the hidden backup body before Mao could possess the original shell. When the memory ends, Simba opens his eyes in tears and finally calls Aslan his father. Aslan shrugs off the praise like any father would do the same, and that lands harder because Simba is a father too. That makes Simba ask the question he came here for in the first place, whether Aslan knows where his wife and child are. Aslan is caught off guard that Simba even has a wife and kid, then guesses Leo might have accidentally abducted them from Simba's planet. With no photo left to show, Aslan decides to just read Simba's memory himself and tells him to close his eyes. Aslan sends a karma string into Simba's mind and quietly reads through his memories for several long minutes. When it is over, Simba is amazed because Aslan read his memory painlessly, unlike the brutal way Simba himself always used that technique. Aslan casually explains the trick: slide the karma string through a blood vessel instead of jamming it through the brain, and the target feels nothing. That tiny lesson weirdly makes Simba tear up with joy again, because for the first time this genius, foul-mouthed stranger really feels like his dad. Then Aslan drops the actual answer: Simba's wife and child are alive, but his wife seems to have done something to Leo's wife. Aslan's relief instantly turns into furious disgust when he realizes both of his sons married Eleanor's daughters. He goes on a full rant that he would rather they married almost anything else than the daughters of the woman who ruined his life. Simba can only stare and admit the obvious: his newly recovered father is deeply weird and probably needs help. Aslan snaps back, says they are going to see Leo next, and tells Simba to stay put while he fetches Simba's wife and kid himself. When Simba thanks him, Aslan adds one last painfully personal request: stop calling him father and call him dad instead. That tiny exchange settles into a strange new reality for Simba, who is left staring at his bizarre father with equal parts relief, gratitude, and disbelief. By the time Aslan got back to the Mystic Realm platform, Leo had already cleaned up the clash so neatly that no bystanders were hurt. After scanning the platform, Aslan fixed Meow Meow with a strange look and bluntly told him to get some help. Meow Meow instantly fired back, offended and mocking Aslan for showing up late and contributing nothing. Aslan snapped back that Meow Meow's wives had almost ruined a bigger plan, but Meow Meow only kept dismissing him as lazy and clueless. Too drained to keep arguing, Aslan turned away from Meow Meow and fixed his attention on Wei Yuan instead. Wei Yuan took one look at Aslan's terrifying glare and dropped to her knees on the spot. Aslan quietly ordered her to hand over the prisoner to his Dantian universe. Wei Yuan obeyed at once, releasing a glowing light sphere from her stomach and passing it over to Aslan. Aslan drew the light sphere into himself, and the story shifted into the void inside his Dantian universe. Inside that crushing inner world, Esther floated down in a bubble toward the white sun where Simba was waiting. The bubble finally brought Esther in front of Simba, reuniting the husband and wife at last. Even after the bubble burst, neither of them could move because the gravity inside Aslan's universe was still overwhelming. Aslan's consciousness appeared behind them and raised a huge barrier dome to ease the gravity inside it. With the pressure finally reduced, Simba and Esther could move again and rushed into each other's arms. After a quiet moment, the couple turned to Aslan and nervously brought up their missing son. Aslan admitted he already knew where the child was, somewhere inside Leo's territory. When the couple asked Aslan to bring the boy here, he shut them down with a flat no. Aslan made the refusal worse by declaring that he would take the child as his disciple and raise him himself. Simba immediately exploded, furious that Aslan was trying to take away his and Esther's child. Aslan answered with a brutal reality check. Simba's body was never normal, so fathering a child at all was already a miracle. He revealed that unlike Leo, Simba only had a human brain, while the rest of his body was stitched together from monster parts and the bloodlines of powerful overlords. Simba went dead still, because he already knew that ugly truth and had no answer for it. For Esther, though, this was the first time hearing it, and she recoiled in shock as she demanded to know what Simba really was. Simba could only stammer out an apology, completely flustered now that the secret was exposed in front of his wife. Seeing the misunderstanding and panic, Aslan stepped in and told the family this would take a long explanation, so they should sit and listen. With that, Aslan prepared to explain everything he had done in the past and finally lay bare the secret of his family. After the brief fight with Simba, Leo drags himself back to his bus mentally spent and only wants a solid nap. He strips off, takes a long bath, and heads straight for bed without checking what is waiting under the blanket. The second Leo slips into bed, his arm touches something small, and a sudden scream blows away his sleepy mood. Leo stares in disbelief at the little light brown elf baby in his bed, completely baffled because he definitely does not remember having a child. Then Leo remembers the real danger. He already touched the baby, so he panics that his poisonous body might have mutated him. He scrambles for his clothes, digs out a spatial ring, and hurriedly pulls out one of his hope and dream pills to check whether the baby is changing. Leo bites his fingertip for blood and checks the infant up close, only to find the boy perfectly healthy instead of mutating. The baby actually reaches for Leo's bloody fingertip and babbles for it, which makes Leo realize the little guy wants his blood. Leo warns that his blood is basically poison and refuses to risk the baby's life, even if the baby keeps demanding it. To remove the temptation, Leo licks the blood off his own finger, and the baby instantly breaks into another loud crying fit. Cornered by a crying infant, Leo gives up on arguing, wraps the baby in a dry towel, and tries the bare minimum of childcare. He even buys a pet bed from the system store and drops the towel-wrapped baby into it, which finally calms the little boy down. Relieved that the problem seems quiet for now, Leo shamelessly ignores the bigger issue and falls straight asleep again. About an hour later, the real nightmare starts when the baby wakes up hungry and crying again. The stink of a dirty diaper jolts Leo awake, and one sniff tells him the baby has done much worse than just cry. At that point Leo snaps, burns the filthy towel, and carries the poop-covered baby out of the bus like he is ejecting a disaster. On the way out, Leo runs into Beatrice just after her shift, and she immediately notices both the baby and the ugly situation. Seeing an escape route, Leo dumps the baby on Beatrice and orders her to find the parents because he wants this little mess gone from his room. Beatrice starts to react to the elf child's identity, but Leo refuses to hear a word and stomps back inside before she can explain. Leo slams the door on the whole problem, leaving Beatrice outside in silence with the baby in her arms. Leo checks the Entity Fate Crystal Quest and sees Phase 4 stalled at 7 of 10 tasks, with marriage, monthly PvP, and one more Mystic Realm expedition still blocking the reward. That reminder makes Leo realize he has ignored the Fate Stadium for months, and finishing this phase will still take another 2 or 3 months. He tries to get up to deal with it, but the mental strain catches him first, and he starts drifting off. Half asleep, Leo puts the delay aside for now and thinks he still needs to talk to Izan about the wedding arrangements. A moment later, Leo gives in completely and falls asleep before doing anything else. Meanwhile, Izan and Ivy come back with a whole herd of perverted bulls and drag them into the agricultural world. They dump the problem on Sierra, because Izan's real plan is to distract the shameless Minotaur away from Leo. Izan proudly tells Sierra she brought something she should love, a batch of stupid lust-crazed bulls taken from the joyous yin-yang sect. Sierra is confused at first, but once she recognizes what they are, her face turns cold instead of grateful. Rather than accepting them, Sierra says those bulls are an inferior subspecies and would be better cooked than bred. That answer throws Izan off, and she blurts out that she thought Sierra would care about her own kind. Sierra answers without shame that she is a civilized Tauran, and the only male she considers worthy of breeding with is Leo. Izan's face twitches as she realizes Sierra is boldly confessing those desires right in front of her. Sierra goes even further and calmly says she wants Leo to milk her and breed her when she is in season. At that point Izan gives up on hiding her hostility, turns to Ivy, and flatly asks if they can convince Leo to kill this cow. Ivy calmly shuts that down, reminding Izan that Leo is already overloaded and cannot afford to lose useful help over a personal grudge. That practical answer only makes Izan pout, and she snaps back at Ivy for not taking her side. Ivy quietly backs Izan's claim on Leo, but her advice is blunt. If Izan wants to shut out rivals like Sierra, she needs to keep Leo happy in bed every night. Izan instantly turns that into a taunt, bragging to Sierra that she will drain Leo so thoroughly there will be nothing left for anyone else. Sierra answers in the same flat tone, warning Izan to take care of herself because she clearly has no idea what she is getting into. Izan laughs off the warning, boasts that she knows exactly what to do, and strides away with Ivy toward the motorhome she shares with Leo. Once Izan is gone, Sierra quietly mocks her confidence, because pleasing a transcended being like Leo is on a completely absurd scale. In Sierra's private judgment, Leo's endless vigor would exhaust Izan long before Izan could ever hope to keep up. Still determined, Izan reaches the motorhome with Ivy and marches inside, expecting to find Leo. Instead, Izan and Ivy walk in on Beatrice and Mark holding a brown baby, and the sight stops both of them cold. Their first assumption is immediate and terrible, and they blurt out the same question at once: is the baby Mark's? Mark panics and denies it so hard that the suspicion swings straight to Beatrice instead. When they demand to know who the father is, Beatrice gives the worst possible answer and calmly suggests it might be Leo. That answer nearly knocks Izan over, while Ivy alone keeps enough composure to realize this misunderstanding needs to be stopped fast. Ivy starts untangling the mess step by step and first confirms that the baby is not actually Beatrice's child. Then Ivy asks the real question, and Beatrice explains that the boy smells like Leo without sharing his blood, more like some strange distant relative than a son. Ivy gently points out that the scandal Izan imagined is not real, but Izan is already too rattled to listen. Instead of talking it out, Izan storms straight into Leo's bedroom and finds him peacefully asleep. Izan launches herself onto him like a wrestler, but Leo's body is so sturdy that she mostly just hurts herself. The hit is still enough to wake Leo, and he sits up in confusion to ask what on earth she is doing. Izan answers with pure desperation, straddling him, ripping off her clothes, and shouting that she wants a baby right now. Leo is completely blindsided, but Izan steamrolls over his protest and orders him to make her one. Izan tries to force him down into the bed, and even though she lacks the strength, Leo lets himself fall back under her push. A little later, Ivy, Beatrice, and Mark quietly peek into the room and catch their lords in the middle of Isen's aggressive campaign. Realizing exactly what they walked in on, the three immediately retreat and leave the pair alone. Mark is so overwhelmed by the sight that his face turns bright red and white smoke nearly seems to pour from his ears. Ivy cannot resist teasing him, asking if the scene was too stimulating for a little boy like him. Mark puffs up and protests that he is not a kid at all, ending the moment on one last burst of embarrassed pride. Inside the bus, Ivy catches Mark sneaking looks at Beatrice, and teases him so directly that he instantly panics. Mark tries to deny it, but even while shouting, he betrays himself by glancing at Beatrice again. Beatrice sighs and abruptly suggests a way out of this mess. Mark should look for a wife, and Ivy should seriously consider him. Ivy switches from surprise to wicked teasing and says that if Mark really wants an old archlich like her, she will gladly indulge their little Dullahan. That is too much for Mark, and he bolts out of the bus while Ivy laughs and even Beatrice lets herself smile. Once Mark is gone, Beatrice drops the joke and asks Ivy in full seriousness if she would really consider marrying her brother. Ivy points out the real problem at once. Mark's feelings are still tangled up with Beatrice. Beatrice admits she knows, but she refuses to confront him because she thinks naming that sinful love would crush him. For Beatrice, the only clean answer is for another woman to pull Mark's heart away from her. Ivy accepts the logic, but she still wants to know why Beatrice picked her for the job. Beatrice fires back that Ivy has stayed single for 10,000 years, so she cannot keep putting love off forever. That lands harder than Ivy expected, and she actually stops to think about her love life. When Ivy searches for any possible partner in her head, the only face that appears is Mark's. Out of options and a little cornered by the truth, Ivy finally gives in and says she will take whoever genuinely wants her. Beatrice immediately lights up, clearly pleased that Ivy agreed. Now Ivy turns the question around and demands to know how Beatrice plans to find a partner when she is just as ancient. Beatrice answers with a proud smile and drops a real surprise. She already has someone in mind. Ivy explodes with curiosity and demands every detail, stunned that Beatrice of all people has a crush. Beatrice only gives a tiny hint, saying her mystery person is stoic and funny, and refuses to say more. Ivy's laughter fills the bus while the other Malgs and former undead warriors silently listen in on the whole embarrassing conversation. Elsewhere in a small house, Wubai is alone with his phone, crying over a VTuber graduation like the world has personally wronged him. In the middle of his rant about unfairness, Wubai suddenly sneezes hard. The sneeze sprays boogers and snot all over his precious phone, and his grief instantly turns into horror. He rips off his shirt in a panic and starts wiping the phone clean, treating it like an emergency rescue. Before he can recover, Wubai sneezes again and angrily blames whoever must be badmouthing him. Later that day, Aslan headed into Leo's bus and the guards let the Stone Guardian pass without question. Inside the lobby, Aslan saw a ring of Death Knights on watch and approved of how tightly Leo's home was protected. Before reaching Leo's room, Aslan noticed female Malgs gathered around a basket and found the baby he had come to check on. Instead of taking the child right away, Aslan just smirked and turned to leave. At the exit, Aslan ran into Ivy and Beatrice, and Ivy immediately asked why the Guardian was snooping around the bus. Aslan said he was only checking the kid, and when Ivy pressed him, he bluntly revealed that he planned to make the boy his disciple. He first asked Ivy and Beatrice to act as the baby's nanny, but Ivy admitted none of them had any experience with that. Aslan switched plans on the spot and decided Sierra would be a better fit, which made Ivy picture the scene and nearly laugh. With Ivy's amused blessing, Aslan finally picked up the basket and carried the baby out of the bus. In the agricultural world, Sierra greeted the baby with far too much enthusiasm and shamelessly bared her chest like she had won a prize. Sierra started babbling about making the boy her perfect stud, and Aslan's expression went completely dead. That instantly made Aslan try to back out and look for another nanny. Sierra dropped to the ground, clung to Aslan's legs, and begged desperately for the child anyway. Aslan hesitated because he trusted Sierra the least, but he also knew he could not safely return the baby to Esther or hide a mortal infant inside his own deadly inner world. In the end, Aslan reluctantly gave Sierra the job and warned that if the boy grew up as warped as she was, he would have her dismissed. Sierra promised she could handle it, even as she almost blurted out something indecent again and pressed the baby's face to her chest. 2 days later, Leo finally came out of his room looking absurdly refreshed, smooth-skinned, and in a great mood. As soon as Leo left, Ivy slipped into the room to check on Izen. She found Izen sprawled face down on the bed, completely spent after 2 days of rough intimacy, with the room still showing the aftermath. Seeing Izen's dazed, satisfied look, Ivy giggled and congratulated her queen for clearly winning this round against Sierra. Outside, Leo found Dongfang Mei and her workers waiting with the final wedding schedule already prepared. Dongfang Mei told him the invitations were out and the official ceremony with Izen would be held the next day at noon. When Leo asked what still needed doing, Dongfang Mei dragged him straight into a full day of measuring, tailoring, and wedding rehearsal. Leo awkwardly admitted Izen was in no condition to be measured in person, and Dongfang Mei instantly guessed why. She teased him to save some stamina for the actual wedding night, and Leo could only mutter that he would try. By wedding day at dawn, the hotel had turned into a tightly controlled reception fortress for thousands of guests hoping to curry favor with Leo. Dong Fong Mei and Miao Miao's elf concubines blocked the hotel doors and started checking every guest's name and present before letting anyone inside. Every guest had to surrender their present first, then accept a wooden plaque that quietly decided where they were allowed to sit. A merchant named Wang Ao offered a carefully prepared 300-year spirit ginseng and proudly asked the staff to pass on his respects. The staff coldly inspected the box, had a stone elf score it at only 2 points, and sent Wang Ao to an ordinary seat far from the main event. Wang Ao only got more confused when he was led into a giant banquet room full of round tables instead of the wedding hall itself. An employee calmly explained that low-ranked guests would watch the ceremony on wall TVs because the Real Hall was reserved for the top experts. When Wang Ao complained that his gift was precious, the employee pulled out a far better treasure and made it painfully clear just how low he ranked here. Deflated, Wang Ao sat down, and the hotel at least started feeding him while he waited for noon. The first bite of bacon hit him like a cultivation resource, flooding his body with qi and making him break out in sweat on the spot. A waitress returned with a towel and bathrobe, warning him that the food would force impurities out of his body and smell awful if he stayed seated. That was all Wang Ao needed to hear, and he bolted for the bathroom clutching his plate as his stomach started a full emergency. The staff were ready for this too, and the waitress even delivered his wine to the bathroom stall like this happened all the time. Once guests learned the system, registration moved faster, and ordinary people across the first 2 floors started suffering the same qi food purge Wang Ao had. The hotel's scale became obvious when even thousands of guests and non-stop bathroom traffic still barely strained the place. At 8 in the morning, stronger cultivators started arriving, and Han Hao marched in with his disciples carrying a gift he was sure would impress the wedding staff. He unveiled a glowing red immortal sword he had refined himself and boasted that its true value was the sword Dao sealed inside it. The crowd quickly understood that anyone who used Han Hao's sword could naturally learn sword Dao, and his status shot up in their eyes. Then Wu Bai stepped out in proper robes for once and immediately mocked Han Hao for bringing something too ordinary. Wu Bai showed off his own gift next, 1,000 bottles of purified rainbow river water and the full refining method to turn that polluted mess into a cultivation treasure. When he claimed 1 bottle could grant at least 1,000 years of cultivation, every cultivator around him started staring like hungry wolves. Because he had also submitted the notes, the staff rewarded Wu Bai with 4th floor access and a free VIP room for a week. Wu Bai immediately turned around and rubbed it in, and Han Hao waited for his own result with a much worse feeling. The answer was brutal. Han Hao's sword only earned him a seat on the 3rd floor because Leo valued consumables over weapons. Han Hao left fuming while Wu Bai cackled at him like a petty villain. But before the drama ended, Han Meng arrived from another line with something much simpler, an ingot smelted from broken otherworldly artifacts. That crude chunk of rare material sent Han Meng straight to the 5th floor with a king's suite and full room service for a month. Han Hao and Wu Bai whirled around in total outrage and charged the counter together, furious that Han Meng had beaten them both. Dong Fong Mei stepped in before the girls broke down and told the 2 old troublemakers to blame Leo's rules, not her staff. Then she released her immortal aura and read out Leo's criteria in plain terms: rare materials first, technical research second, and ordinary weapons or random goods far below that. Only then did the pair realize they had completely misunderstood what kind of gifts Leo would actually care about. Dong Fong Mei shooed them away, and Han Meng left quietly under the murderous glare of the 2 men he had just outperformed. The whole scene taught the crowd the wrong lesson first, and soon people started dragging up dirt, obsidian, and even lava badger droppings as fake clever gifts. Dong Fong Mei had already expected that nonsense and punished every one of those opportunists by sending them straight to the 1st floor. A few merchants tried a different trick and slipped Dong Fong Mei a bag of essence stones, hoping to bribe their way to the 5th floor. She cheerfully accepted the money, then instantly had security throw them out and ban them from the wedding for not bringing Leo an actual gift. The reception only got busier after that, with more staff and Miao Miao's concubines pouring out to control over 10,000 guests. By 10 in the morning, most seats were filled, and latecomers without high-value gifts had no chance of getting in anymore. That created a last-minute opening for the truly prepared, and Tang Tian arrived from seclusion alongside Tang Xian with gifts tailored exactly to Leo's tastes. Tang Tian offered his poison Dao diary, Tang Xian handed over an alchemy recipe book, and Dong Fong Mei rewarded both men with 5th floor access and king's suites without hesitation. The 2 Tangs left laughing that smart men prepare thoroughly while fools rush in, neatly proving the gift ranking game one last time. After the 2 Tangs were seated, ordinary rogue cultivators kept failing Dong Fong Mei's test and drifted away frustrated. Tiger Swordsman understood Leo better than the rest, so he offered a treasured 9th grade monster core instead of arguing. Dong Fong Mei immediately rewarded that choice with a 4th floor seat, even though the core was not especially precious by normal standards. When Tiger Swordsman protested that his gift was too cheap for that honor, Dong Fong Mei shut him down with Leo's logic that useful trash can still be treasure. The crowd finally caught on and started offering monster cores too, but Dong Fong Mei raised the bar and refused anything below 9th grade. Once the weaker hopefuls gave up, the entrance finally cleared for Leo's own powerful allies and domain staff to come in. Taxi and the other ponies arrived disguised as humans in formal black suits, carrying a bizarre wedding gift of severed horns. When Dongfang Mei learned every one of them had donated a regrowable horn out of gratitude to Leo, she accepted the grotesque pile and sent them to the 4th floor. The ponies still tried to push for 5th floor access as Leo's comrades, but Dongfang Mei reminded them that Leo wanted privacy today. Then the ponies asked if they could use the hotel rooms for mating, and Dongfang Mei exploded, banning them from turning back into horses or having sex in the hotel at all. The scolded ponies shuffled off sulking, and Dongfang Mei could only hope they would someday learn basic human manners. Next came Gao Yan, Jin Yong, Cat, and Yao Qiqi, and Cat's elegant white evening dress almost made Dongfang Mei mistake the troublemaker for a proper noble girl. Seeing quiet little Yao Qiqi tagging along with this disaster group also startled Dongfang Mei, because the girl had become a quasi-immortal while staying close to Leo's worst influences. Dongfang Mei first checked on Gao Yan and Jin Yong's old injuries from the cow-level realm, and both proudly showed they had recovered. Jin Yong offered a notebook full of his own healing pill research, hoping Leo might still find inspiration in it even if the store already sold better medicine. When Dongfang Mei sensed Jin Yong's hidden depth and future potential, she made an exception and sent him straight to Leo's private 5th floor. Jin Yong accepted the favor with a dramatic vow to repay her someday, and Dongfang Mei told him to stop talking like a cliché hero and move. As Jin Yong headed for the elevator, he taunted Gao Yan from his higher floor pass, and the two immediately slipped back into their usual rivalry. Their bickering briefly softened Dongfang Mei, because it reminded her of her own younger days. Gao Yan complained that Jin Yong's so-called treatment had left him bedridden for a week, even if it really did heal his soul and Dantian damage. Then Gao Yan unveiled his own gift, plastic bags full of contaminated black blood. When Gao Yan pointed to the antler horns Leo had implanted on him, Dongfang Mei realized they were packed with star-level lightning power, and that Gao Yan had already advanced beyond Jin Yong. Pressed for an explanation, Gao Yan admitted that while supposedly resting, his soul had wandered to a strange river of spirits, and come back much stronger after a tribulation. His story got even weirder when he casually explained that the blood came from the body he had split off and the evil spirit version of himself that he later killed. In the end, Dongfang Mei gave up trying to judge Gao Yan normally and sent him straight to the 5th floor too. With the boys gone, Dongfang Mei finally asked Cat what she had brought, and Cat shamelessly held out her hands to ask for food instead. Rather than risk a scene, Dongfang Mei shoved a 5th floor plaque at Cat and told her the food was upstairs. Cat happily strutted off, and Yao Qiqi immediately copied her act by sticking out her own empty hands and asking the same question. By 11, the wedding hotel was packed enough that even Bao Sun could no longer get in, while Leo's strongest inner circle simply took the top floor by sheer status. Beatrice, Mark, Lucky, Meow Meow, and Munian claimed 5th floor seats without any screening, while Ivy became the bridesmaid and Aslan loudly appointed himself the groom's best man. Below them, the 3rd and 4th floors filled more gradually as Izin's people, Meow Meow's concubines, and even smart merchants with captured spirit bulls earned their way inside. At noon, Dongfang Mei closed the doors and finally left the entrance behind to join the celebration upstairs. Leo finally appeared in a white wedding suit and bow tie, forcing himself to greet every table on the private 5th floor one by one. One of the first tables he reached belonged to Gao Yan, Jin Yong, Yao Qiqi, and Cat, and they had already demolished every plate in front of them. Gao Yan and Jin Yong immediately jumped up to congratulate him, both more excited than formal. Leo checked them over first, satisfied that both troublesome disciples had already recovered from their injuries. Jin Yong rushed to present his pill notebook, hoping Leo would turn it into something profitable and maybe cut him in on the success. Instead of just accepting the gift, Leo identified the notebook as an incomplete soul-cleansing panacea recipe and started correcting its core ingredient on the spot. Leo explained that True Death Mushroom had to be detoxified for 30 days in True Earth Fate Crystal Holy Water until it mutated into Ascension Mushroom, which could actually heal soul damage and restore lost stars in a Dantian universe. Jin Yong was so stunned that he forgot to take notes, and Leo sighed before patiently walking him through the recipe again anyway. When Jin Yong asked how he was supposed to harvest such dangerous mushrooms from the southern array, Leo cut him off and banned work talk until after the wedding. Gao Yan took his chance next and finally handed Leo the plastic bags of contaminated blood as his wedding gift. Leo's reaction was immediate and bizarre. He grinned, spat into the bag, and sealed it as if that improved the material. Once Gao Yan remembered Leo's mutation powers, his shock turned into curiosity, and he asked whether he might someday mutate ordinary grass into immortal herbs too. Leo told him the result would be much weaker, and warned that the heavenly lightning packed into his antler horns would actually suppress mutation unless he learned to restrain it. That was enough to excite Gao Yan anyway, and he bowed happily after getting a usable answer from Leo. Then Leo finally turned to the girls, and Kat's disguise was already slipping in unsettling ways despite the fancy dress. When Kat begged for more food, Leo immediately stuffed a raw mad cow leg down her throat to keep her under control. Leo piled 5 more raw legs onto the table and ordered Gao Yan and Jin Yong to keep feeding Cat before she reverted and started eating the wedding guests. After that little disaster was handled, Leo put on white gloves and gently checked on Yao Qiqi instead. Yao Qiqi thanked him for the food but immediately made a different request. She wanted one of the picture-showing square devices Wu Bai had. Realizing she meant Wu Bai's smartphone, Leo checked the price, decided it was cheap enough, and bought 3 instead of 1. He upgraded all 3 phones to level 17 and gifted them to Gao Yan, Jin Yong, and Yao Qiqi as special souvenirs, telling them to learn from Wu Bai or the manuals. With that table bribed into happiness, Leo moved on and found Han Meng nervously pretending to sip tea like he had not just seen everything. Han Meng congratulated him politely, and admitted he had only won his place by handing Dongfang Mei a random ingot he smelted from debris. Leo liked the effort enough to reward Han Meng with a powerful yellow broadsword called Guardian of People. Leo explained that the sword could not harm innocents, and would shield Han Meng from the Dao and domain powers of evildoers below Sage Realm. Han Meng dropped to his knees in gratitude, and Leo casually told him to take the gift and go show it off to his father. When Leo asked where Han Meng's father was, the answer was awkwardly simple: he had not made it onto the 5th floor. Leo moved on again and reached the table of Tang Tian and Tang Xian, who had watched the earlier gifts closely and were clearly hoping for their own reward. After their formal congratulations, Leo openly offered them a choice of reward instead of pretending this was not a transactional blessing spree. Tang Tian immediately chose the same smartphone his disciple had, proving he had been eyeing Wu Bai's toy for a while. Leo upgraded and handed over Tang Tian's phone on the spot before turning to Tang Xian for his request. Tang Xian asked for something much bigger than a gadget, a cultivation method that even crippled mortals with ruined meridians could still use. He explained that real strength starts at the bottom, because without ordinary people, plants, and animals, the higher realms have nothing to stand on. That answer impressed Leo enough that he tossed Tang Xian a storage ring packed with 100,000 books. Leo told him the ring held a chaotic library his clan could use as education, inheritance, or raw techniques, since the real value was building a foundation that would last. Tang Xian bowed deeply and pledged that the Tang clan would grow into a force worthy of standing beside Leo instead of hiding behind him. At noon, the wedding music rolled through the hotel, and the whole crowd stopped eating and even left the bathroom lines just to watch Izen's arrival on the live screens. Following divine elf tradition, Izen was carried in on a wooden palanquin while masked attendants in green played a slow parade march that hushed the entire hall. Ivy opened the curtain and helped Izen step out, and the room instantly locked on the bride. Izen's bridal look was dazzling and dangerously revealing, with white gloves, silver stockings, a tiara, and a backless dress that looked ready to slip apart at any second. Only Ivy and Izen knew the dress was secretly held together by invisible strings, so the bride quietly checked them before walking on. With attendants scattering flower petals ahead of her, Izen took Ivy's hand and advanced toward the stage in a slow, ceremonial walk. When Izen finally reached him, Leo had to force himself to stay composed instead of kissing her on the spot. Sticking to divine elf ritual, Leo turned, picked up a holy white tree branch, knelt on one knee, and prepared to speak his vow. Leo opened his vow by publicly revealing his first name, Leonardo, and that alone shocked the audience. His vow started sincere enough, but by the time Leo swore to love her in bed and outdoors and through all the nights, Ivy and Aslan had to cough him back under control. Izen took the branch, marked it with a drop of her blood, and answered with a full royal oath that sounded solemn right up until she begged Leo to show mercy at night. The hall burst into laughter, and even Leo laughed with them while Ivy and Aslan covered their faces. To finish the ritual, Leo took the branch back and cut his own neck with it, quietly sharpening the weak wood with chi so it could actually draw blood. Most of the guests had no idea this was normal and panicked until Sun Huan and Dong Fang Mei's people rushed to explain the white tree honesty test. Their explanation calmed the crowd. In ancient divine elf lore, a white tree branch kills liars within 7 minutes, so the groom's neck wound is a public test of sincerity. But the story was not just a story, because the moment Leo drew blood, a stranger's voice really spoke inside his head and demanded he repeat the vow. The voice claimed to be Overlord Gorgul, a servant of the karmic sovereign of honesty and an ancestor tied to Izen, so Leo cautiously repeated every word in his mind. As soon as the unseen judge accepted his sincerity, white light washed over Leo and his body physically grew younger. His white hair turned black, his beard shortened into a neat trim, and the old rough look vanished until Leo suddenly looked like a striking man in his 40s. Ivy and Beatrice had to look away before they stared too long, and even Izen was caught off guard by how handsome her groom suddenly was. The unseen overlord cheerfully blessed Leo with longevity, better vitality, and a happier wedding night, and Leo left that strange conversation oddly pleased. When the mental connection ended, Izen quietly guessed he had just talked to a god, and Leo's new face made that answer obvious enough. The couple got lost in the moment until Ivy had to remind them that the ceremony still needed the kiss. Izen suddenly remembered the crowd staring at her bare shoulders and long legs, got flustered, and just wanted the public part over with. Because she still could not reach his face even in heels, Izen floated up a little, grabbed Leo, and ordered him to stick out his mouth. Leo teased her one last time. Izan snapped at him to shut up, and then she kissed him in front of the whole hall. The audience loved it, but the couple just stared awkwardly into each other's eyes through the kiss until Izan finally tried to pull away. That was when they discovered their lips were magically stuck together, and the hall only laughed harder as Leo accidentally dragged Izan with him. Ivy realized too late that she had forgotten the most dangerous part of the tradition. The kiss only releases once the couple's sincerity is obvious enough to count. Leo, being Leo, solved that problem by opening his mouth first and turning the stuck kiss into a full public makeout. Izan flailed in panic, but Leo held her securely in both arms and kept going until the magical bond finally gave way. When they finally separated, Izan was bright red and wrecked with embarrassment, while Leo looked shamelessly pleased. Ivy rushed to end the spectacle and formally declared them husband and wife before anything got even worse. Aslan quietly checked the next wedding step, and Ivy dryly explained that the groom now had to take the bride to the back room and consummate the marriage for at least an hour. Ivy added that the vow and blessing almost guaranteed pregnancy, which made Aslan explode into baffled outrage at whichever divine lunatic had written those karmic rules. Once they told the couple what came next, Leo happily scooped Izan up in a princess carry and took her behind the stage while the guests laughed them off. The party carried on until midnight, but the newlyweds never came back out, and in the end they stayed shut away together for a full week. After that private marathon, Leo and Izan spent the day in the presidential suite, where the exhausted bride collapsed onto the giant bed and instantly fell asleep. While Izan slept, Leo checked his quest and confirmed that marriage had cleared another objective, leaving only 2 monthly PvP matches and 1 seasonal expedition to finish this phase. Deciding not to put it off, Leo left Izan a note on the table and chose to tackle the monthly PvP match immediately. Still dressed in his white groom suit, Leo teleported into the Fate Stadium and found that his opponent was already waiting for him on the stage. That opponent was Overlord Milo, and the moment he recognized Leo as the same invader from before, he exploded with rage and swore he would crush him. Then the scoreboard exposed Leo's alias as Florida Man, and Milo instantly realized he had just picked a fight with the enemy he hated most. Milo tried to save himself by reading Leo's aura, but that only confirmed something worse. Leo felt even more controlled and dangerous than Queen Eleanor. Realizing he was outmatched, Milo immediately screamed that he forfeited, but the system refused because arena matches only end in incapacitation or death. Because Milo panicked so publicly, the spectators piled all their bets onto Leo, but Leo was too rich to care about the tiny return. Leo even tried to bait Milo into a private side bet, and Milo only screamed back for him to go to hell. When the countdown ended, Milo had no choice left and charged in with karmic power coating his claws. For the first time, Leo felt the fight slow down around him like bullet time, and Milo's supposedly deadly rush looked almost laughably easy to read. Leo casually parried with the back of his fist, and half of Milo's front leg exploded on contact. Even in that frozen instant, Leo had enough control to stop himself from ruining valuable Fenrir organs, and changed his finishing blow at the last second. Instead of blasting the torso apart, Leo drove an uppercut into Milo's jaw and destroyed the giant wolf's head in one hit. Milo's body crashed down, his soul popped free and instantly begged to forfeit again, but the system had already decided the match was over. Leo won almost too easily, but instead of celebrating, he just sighed that he still had 1 more monthly PvP clear to wait out later. Because he had no reserved room in the stadium, the system sent Leo straight back to the front counter instead of a hotel suite. At the desk, the same Lamia receptionist told him his old fighter pass had expired and offered to renew it. But when she saw just how absurd Leo's lifespan total was, she immediately offered him a better deal, a free upgrade to a veteran pass. Leo immediately smelled a catch, so he pressed her until she admitted the truth. The stadium wanted rich fighters and possible investors spending money there. That answer was straightforward enough for Leo, so he accepted the upgrade and received a platinum veteran card with his face and alias on it. With the new pass in hand, Leo followed the Lamia into the stadium's veteran lounge. Inside, Leo found a huge mixed-species VIP lobby with oversized furniture for giants, smaller sections for children, and enough human seating to feel oddly welcoming. The Lamia explained the perks calmly: free food and drinks, extra services down the hall, and one hard rule in the buffet area. That rule was no storage rings or inventory use near the buffet, because past gluttons had stolen so much food that the stadium almost ran out. When she added that thieves could get arrested and tossed into a death chest punishment, Leo dropped the idea right there. After she left him alone, Leo caught himself watching the Lamia walk away and smacked his own forehead with a guilty reminder that he was a married man now. He hit himself hard enough to get dizzy, and after standing there recovering for a minute, Leo wandered off toward the buffet anyway. The buffet was wild even by his standards, packed with everything from raw blood to meat cuts for humans, goblins, orcs, wolves, snakes, elves, and more. Leo understood exactly why people had tried to rob this place, but since he had moved past raw meat, he picked steak cuts and brought them to the live cooking station instead. At the grill, a muscular green orc chef politely took Leo's order, and Leo got picky enough to ask for 1 plain steak, 1 carefully controlled steak, and 1 chef's recommendation. Impressed by the service, Leo left the steaks with the chef and moved over to the bar for a drink. The bartender turned out to be a gorgeous female orc with heavy muscles and an even heavier presence, and Leo sat down to read the menu. One drink name stopped him cold, and when Leo asked what bukak was, the bartender cheerfully explained that it was a white sticky cocktail sprayed into the customer's face from a hose. Leo immediately refused, and the sheer weirdness of the veteran lounge left him realizing this place was even wilder than he had expected. In the Fate Stadium VIP lounge, Leo settles in with wine and steaks, but even while eating he quietly scans the room with sense. What he senses puts him on edge, because every employee here feels like a deity, and some even seem stronger than Easen's undead followers. That makes Leo wonder how monstrous the stadium owner must be, and he hates that his own system still depends on this place. He drifts into bigger plans, debating whether he should seek out the stadium owner someday or hunt a karmic fate crystal to raise his own ceiling first. Before he can think further, a tall divine elf in a red dress strides over, drags out a chair, and sits across from him without asking. The stranger greets him as Florida Man, and Leo immediately notices she looks and sounds a lot like Easen, just older, fuller, and more worldly. She introduces herself as Ellen Sidon, the new queen of the Divine Elf Kingdom and president of the Desnitz Council, but Leo barely reacts. When she presses him for a proper response, Leo bluntly says he is surprised, he just does not care. Ellen abruptly turns the pressure sexual and pulls down the top of her red dress, making the invitation unmistakable, while Leo stays deadpan. Leo shuts her down immediately, saying he is a married man and has zero interest in an affair with his wife's sister. Ellen covers herself again, but instead of backing off, she calmly offers Leo a place in her harem as a breeding consort for future royal children. Leo answers with a nasty reminder that her mother made the same kind of offer and got punched in the face before dying horribly. Instead of getting angry, Ellen seems pleased that Leo really did kill her mother, and she pushes even harder on the proposal. She sweetens the offer with wealth, status, and every bedroom fantasy she can name, trying to bait him with power as much as sex. Leo finally snaps and calls the elves hopelessly horny, telling her to get help. Ellen turns the talk ideological, claiming elves are simply honest about desire while humans hide behind hypocrisy. She bluntly argues that in elf society, weak people either lose, get enslaved, or die virgins, and she treats that brutality like a strength. Leo judges her whole civilization as rotten and decides he is finished with this conversation. Ellen stands too and finally drops the flirting act, pulling a broadsword from her inventory and pointing it at Leo's neck. Leo barely flinches at the sword and, almost relieved she has finally dropped the act, coolly tells Ellen they can settle it in the arena instead. Ellen refuses the arena, calls off the threat, and leaves with a cold warning not to regret this. With his appetite ruined, Leo decides to go home instead of browsing more shops. At the last second, he notices the full whiskey bottle and his steak plate still sitting there, so he grabs both before teleporting out. As soon as Leo disappears, the bartender and chef drop their polite act and quietly report a food robbery from the VIP lounge. Their superiors immediately confirm they have the footage and will arrest Florida Man the next time he appears. The bartender smugly explains the trap. Taking even cheap food home is illegal here, and it is a perfect excuse to enslave powerful players. He goes further and admits the higher-ups want fate crystals and dantian crystals from strong humans, hoping to uncover the secret behind Overlord Xiaomao's power. Yronage quietly hates the scam and can only hope Leo is strong enough to survive the player-hunter squadron without relying on the system. Elsewhere, Ellen leaves in a dark mood, frustrated that Leo threw away a chance to become king beside her and rule half the universe. While preparing to return home, Ellen gets a breaking news alert that Florida Man is now wanted for stealing food and the hunters have already been deployed. She bursts out laughing when she realizes Leo walked straight into the stadium's petty trap just by taking leftovers with him. Instead of warning him, Ellen looks forward to watching Leo and Easen struggle against one of the few forces in the universe that can rival the Divine Elves. Back in his buzz domain, Leo checks the time and is briefly pleased that only 30 minutes have passed since he left. He plans to use the extra time to buy pre-built houses and improve his kingdom, but a red warning cuts him off the moment he opens the shopping menu. The system orders him to surrender for a Fate Stadium crime and warns that refusal could bring more charges and damage to his domain. Leo is baffled until he remembers the whiskey and steaks, then slaps his forehead when the scam clicks into place. He opens the PvP screen and hovers over the surrender button, but the whole thing feels too deliberate to be a normal theft case. The more he thinks about a giant organization deploying a hunter squad over cheap buffet food, the less he trusts any of it. After stewing for hours and getting nowhere, Leo gives up on overthinking and decides to ask Kitten and Meow Meow instead. With that, he leaves the bus and heads straight for the Mystic Realm portal. At the portal platform, Leo cannot find either advisor, so he turns to Lucky for directions. Lucky happily takes the head pats and explains that Meow Meow is usually in agriculture world while Kitten has been messing with a spaceship in the asteroid belt. The mention of a spaceship jolts Leo's curiosity, because it matches the dreadnought Aslan once vanished with. Lucky warns him that agriculture world may contain something disgusting, but Leo brushes it off and goes anyway. The moment Leo crosses into agriculture world, fresh green farmland gives way to a heavy, nasty smell in the air. Then he sees the real problem: piles of white soakstone elf golems on the ground and a whole line of female golems waiting their turn. At the front of that obscene line, Leo spots Meow Meow in his handsome black-winged male form, using a youthful face that eerily resembles both Dr. Mao Meow Meow and Leo. Nauseated, Leo storms over and yells for Meow Meow to stop fooling around because he has an urgent question. Meow Meow first jokes about Leo looking young and virile again, but Leo forces him to focus for 1 minute. Once Leo asks directly about Fate's Stadium and system manipulation, Meow Meow's mood changes on the spot. Meow Meow dismisses the golem women and clears the field, signaling that whatever he knows is not a casual topic. Alone on the empty grassland, Meow Meow reminds Leo that the 4 guardian golems share thoughts and memory even if each has a different personality. He says he peeked into Kitten's unique memories and learned Aslan is the real expert here because he is different from the rest of them. Then Meow Meow drops the real bombshell: Kitten, Aslan, actually has a soul. That instantly explains why Aslan always felt too strange to be just another shadow-born helper in Leo's system. Meow Meow adds that Aslan has visited Fate's Stadium more than once, but even shared memory cannot dig much deeper than that. Now intrigued instead of confused, Leo decides he needs to confront Aslan directly. Meow Meow quickly asks Leo not to be too harsh, because whatever Aslan is hiding, he genuinely seems to be helping from the shadows. He even says Aslan gives off the air of a doting father, which Leo scoffs at but does not really reject. Leo heads back toward the portal platform with a wide grin, excited to meet his suspicious helper face to face, while Meow Meow loses interest in his old fun and follows after him. But before fully leaving, Meow Meow glances across the distant farms and remembers Sierra and Mooniang dealing with livestock and Esther's child. Worried for Mooniang's sanity, Meow Meow sends a mental call and gets a miserable reply that his purity has already been soiled. Mooniang complains that Sierra used his tentacles to squeeze her breasts, and he wants to report the harassment to Leo. The joke turns serious when Mooniang warns that their Sierra is karmically linked to the real Sierra, so any future reincarnation could expose all of them. That gives Meow Meow a new headache, and he turns back toward the farms to deal with the unruly clone problem himself. Back in his own domain, Leo launches into the void and starts scanning space for Aslan's hidden dreadnought. He cannot pick out one ship from light years away, so he changes approach and heads for the asteroid belt that wraps around the solar system. Inside the belt, he finds floating rocks, colorful gas, and space junk, then accidentally inhales a yellow mist so foul it nearly makes him retch. Even through the stench, Leo notices the gas is rich in poisonous essence and would be valuable cultivation material for a deity. He covers his mouth and dives deeper anyway, trying to skin through the fog for Aslan's ship. The search quickly becomes maddening as poor visibility and high speed make him smack into giant rocks over and over. Fed up, Leo starts dumping everything he touches into his system inventory, turning the search into a giant cleanup sweep. The trick scales absurdly well, and within a minute he erases an enormous section of asteroid field like a living black hole. When he checks the results, thousands of inventory slots are full, including stacks of captured poisonous gas. That is when he realizes his inventory limit now feels nearly infinite, which only makes the system seem more suspiciously overpowered. He wonders if the boost came from the White Tree's blessing or Eleanor's Fate crystal, but the uncertainty just feeds his wariness of Fate's Stadium. So he stops admiring the cheat and keeps hunting for Aslan, determined to find the hidden ship before the hunters arrive. 2 days of relentless clearing later, Leo has vacuumed up so much debris that tens of thousands of inventory slots are filled. At last his search pays off when he spots a bizarre steel Shenlong dragon battleship bristling with giant cannons and swimming through the gas like a living creature. Leo chases the dragon dreadnought at once, hoping it will lead him to Aslan, but the ship suddenly jumps away and vanishes before he can catch it. Instead, the dreadnought suddenly accelerates and teleports away before he can reach it. Cursing, Leo switches from ordinary tracking to reading the universe's karma, following the memory trail left behind by objects. When he opens his eyes, a rainbow object memory trail stretches into deep space, proving the ship escaped far beyond his safe range. Leo gives up the chase for now and turns back home, because if another major fight is coming, he cannot afford to stay away from his domain any longer. After Leo gets home, a dragon dreadnought mothership quietly appears near the spot he just left, showing Aslan was tailing the situation the whole time. Inside the bridge, Aslan smugly admits Leo was easy to shake with a simple teleport feint, and he thinks the young man is nowhere near ready to catch real player hunters. That smug mood fades when Aslan remembers the Fate Stadium mastermind and judges Leo's foundation too shaky for a karmic fate crystal, even with simulation training. Aslan remembers meeting the player hunters before, and the memory makes his blood boil because they can shut systems down and erase the advantages Leo relies on. Worried that even Leo's stolen lifespan and system buildings could vanish, Aslan decides he has to step in and warns himself to contact Simba and Esther first. A month later, the story cuts to Leo in the presidential suite, awake in bed with Izan sleeping against him after a peaceful stretch of married life. Leo quietly marvels at how far Izan has come, remembering the frail corpse-like girl he first met and the confident woman sleeping beside him now. That private moment gets wrecked when Ivy casually speaks up from inside the room, praising Leo for helping Izan become healthy and happy. Leo complains that Ivy keeps sneaking in on him and his wife, but Ivy flatly refuses to leave because Eason is pregnant, and she does not trust Leo to be gentle enough. The reminder lands hard because Leo really did get Eason pregnant on their wedding night, and the white tree's blessing made it real almost immediately. Trying to win the exchange, Leo jokes that he would never take Ivy as a concubine, and Ivy casually reveals she already has a boyfriend. Leo's grin dies when Ivy cheerfully says her boyfriend looks like a handsome little boy, making him immediately accuse her of grooming a minor. Ivy laughs and turns the accusation back on Leo, comparing his situation with Eason to her own joke and treating the whole issue like harmless teasing. Leo fires back that he waited until Eason had an adult body, but Ivy keeps laughing it off, and he finally gives up arguing with her. With the trip finally due, Leo gets dressed in a casual t-shirt and jeans and opens his PvP screen to prepare for another visit to the Fate Stadium. Before leaving, Leo tells Ivy he may be gone for days and orders her to warn Meow Meow, Kitten, and Lucky to kill any outside invaders on sight if they enter the star system. Then the PvP screen turns into a red warrant notice accusing Leo of robbery and threatening to erase his systems and perks if he does not surrender fast. Leo hates crooked authority, but he hates misunderstandings too, so he decides to face the Fate Stadium directly and presses surrender. The moment he accepts, Leo vanishes from the suite and reappears trapped inside a narrow, transparent coffin. Still sealed inside, Leo looks around and realizes he is not alone at all because a whole factory line is moving rows of different-sized coffins packed with prisoners. The conveyor keeps sorting the containers until bigger coffins get pushed away and Leo's is carried alone to the end of the line. At the final platform, Leo's coffin drops flat, forcing him onto his back before white light lifts the whole thing upward into a blank void. The ride ends at a palace sitting on thick white clouds, where a golden gate and a giant blocky angel judge wait for him like this absurd arrest was all planned. The angel immediately roars that criminal Florida man is charged with robbery, and demands a guilty plea before even explaining the case. Leo keeps his cool and asks to see the evidence first, saying he does not even know what he supposedly stole and can pay it back if needed. The judge snaps at him anyway and summons a floating screen that shows Leo taking whiskey from the Fate Stadium VIP lounge before teleporting away. Leo points out that he only took what he considered his own, but the judge hides behind a petty section of law that treats taking VIP lounge food outside as theft. When the judge checks the value of the stolen whiskey and Python deity stakes, the total is only 10 essence stones, which makes the whole charge look even more ridiculous. Leo immediately offers essence stones to cover the cost, expecting a fine, but the judge drops the act and tries to confiscate all of Leo's property and fate crystals instead. The corruption gets blatant when the judge tacks on court contempt, threatens death chess, and orders guards to strip Leo's fate crystals for him. 4 angel guards surround the coffin and boast that their fate crusher chains can crush even karmic sovereigns, drain chi, and turn Leo into a helpless chess piece. The judge offers a final crooked deal: hand over the fate crystals willingly, and maybe he will spare Leo's cultivation base and reduce the sentence. Leo checks his menu and confirms the coffin really has sealed his shopping, domain, and PvP systems, but it still cannot seal the Danteon system because that one is now part of his Dao. At that point Leo stops pretending to negotiate, decides he does not need the sealed systems to fight, and casually taps the coffin wall with his fist. The karmic bone coffin shatters in one hit, and the judge and guards are left staring in pure disbelief. Panicking, the 4 guards tighten the fate crusher chains around Leo and flood them with chi, trying to either crush him or suck him dry on the spot. The judge keeps grandstanding about mutation, soul damage, and broken victims, but Leo just stares back and calls the threat cringe. When the judge orders them to kill him, the chains keep pouring golden chi into Leo, but none of his own energy leaks out at all. Inside Leo's Danteon universe, that foreign golden chi gets swallowed by his inner world, where alligators have already evolved into cultivating lizard men. The local immortals rush to refine the new energy like starving men at a feast, turning Leo's inner population into a living filter for the chain's power. Thanks to the time difference inside his Danteon, the purified energy condenses into a brand new golden star before the chains can ever drain Leo dry. That reversal flips the whole trap around, and the Fate Crusher chains start draining their own users instead of Leo. 10 miserable minutes later, the 4 guards collapse to their knees with almost no chi left, begging the judge for help while he just screams at them to finish the job. When their reserves run out, the chains start burning through the angel's own emergency power, and the guards finally realize too late that the artifacts are killing them. Leo uses the chaos to spit blood onto the chains and connect karma strings to them, changing their ownership right in front of everyone. The newly claimed chains release Leo, coil around the 4 guards instead, and answer his first order by draining their life force to nothing. In seconds the former masters are reduced to dry mummies, their souls erased, while the 4 chains slither back around Leo like loyal flying snakes. Now truly terrified, the judge falls from his chair and starts screaming for every guard in the area to arrest or kill the rebel. 100 more angels rush in from every side with chains ready, but Leo just walks out of the shattered coffin debris and keeps heading straight for the judge. The 4 rainbow chains blast outward and knock back the incoming restraints, turning Leo's stolen weapons into a shield against the whole court. As the mass attack stalls, Leo suddenly gets a new idea and turns his mind inward, wondering if he can empower one of his Dantian alligators or lizardmen enough to bring them out into the real fight. Leo's consciousness dives into a peaceful planet of immortal lizardmen, where their whole culture runs on teamwork instead of backstabbing cultivation politics. The upside of that unity is shared knowledge, but the downside is obvious too. The lizardmen have so little individuality that most of them are stuck at the deity realm. Leo appears before them in his serious second phase, a human form with 4 rainbow phoenix wings spread wide. Instead of attacking, the stunned lizard deities immediately understand Leo's offer to take disciples, and dozens of volunteers excitedly jump at the chance. Leo doesn't waste time and pulls out 4 volunteer souls first, testing whether he can bring them from his inner universe into the real world. Back in the void courtroom, Leo opens his eyes and realizes the souls made it across but still need bodies to exist in reality. His answer is simple. He injects the 4 souls straight into golden chains, turning the captured weapons into living hosts. The new chain bodies adapt almost instantly, greedily absorbing the DAOs inside the weapons and mastering how to move and fight. Leo gives them their first order with a grin. Go show those angels what they can do. The 4 gator chains scream Gator Giant and rush the surrounding angels like attack hounds finally unleashed. The angels answer with overwhelming numbers, piling their own chains onto the 4 newcomers and trying to crush them by force. Leo casually fixes the numbers problem by flicking 100 rocks like bullets and blowing the angels' heads apart one after another. Brack of Jade, the heavenly judge, can only stare as his supposedly elite killers get wiped out almost instantly. Leo calmly scoops up the now ownerless chains and repeats the trick on a much bigger scale. More lizard deity souls pour in from Leo's inner world, and suddenly over 100 golden chains wake up as a new swarm of living weapons. The lizard deities are not content with new bodies alone, and the moment they spot the angels' escaping souls, they go hunting. The chains catch every fleeing soul, drain their life force and chi, and feed it all to the gator deities inside. As they feast, the lizard deities adapt to real-world cultivation on the fly and start condensing stars in their own dantions. Satisfied with the experiment, Leo finally turns back to the real problem and yanks the judge straight into his hand by the throat. Leo restarts the conversation from scratch, and Brack still opens with pure arrogance, declaring himself judge of Heavenly Fate's stadium. Leo tightens his grip until Brack's eyes nearly pop, and the judge quickly remembers how fear works. This time Brack gives a proper answer and identifies himself as Brack of Jade, one of the stadium's sentinels. When Brack tries to get slippery again, Leo drives his other hand into the angel's body and grabs a strand of karma as a final warning. Facing death for real, Brack breaks and admits he works for a transcendent figure named Sieg, the one behind the stadium. But the moment Brack starts explaining further, his whole body swells and detonates, body and soul wiped out before Leo can get the full story. Leo immediately doubts his own mutation power was responsible, because this kill looked wrong even by his standards. To make sure, he picks up a chunk of flesh and tastes it, confirming there is no trace of his own radiation in Brack's death. That leaves Leo with one clear conclusion: Sieg is a transcendent being powerful enough to remotely erase someone like Brack. He checks his system next, and when the menus open normally, Leo relaxes just a little. With the courtroom empty, Leo searches the judge's area and finds a cardboard box full of jade slips behind Brack's seat. He fumbles with the unfamiliar jade slip for a moment, then figures out he needs to feed it chi. Brack's recorded message spills out and gives Leo the proof he wanted. Sieg has been collecting Heavenly Fate crystals and erasing players on purpose. The proof helps, but Leo is still uneasy because fighting a real transcendent for the first time could put him at a disadvantage. Then he remembers the system can raise his limits if he gets a karmic fate crystal, and his next objective becomes obvious: treasure hunt first, dough later. So instead of hiding, Leo opens the PvP menu again, mocks Sieg's sloppy control, and boldly cues back into the monthly match. In a flash, Leo is back in the arena alone, and the crowd's confusion turns into uneasy gossip the second they recognize the wanted Florida man. The rumors spread fast enough that some spectators already think they are about to watch a death match disguised as an arrest. 100 square-built angel enforcers suddenly teleport into the arena and surround Leo. Their leader announces a warrant and orders Leo to come quietly or lose his player status forever. Leo shoots back that he already cooperated and Brack the Jade supposedly released him, forcing the angels into a brief, suspicious pause. The pause ends as new orders come down, and the arrest squad drops the legal act entirely in favor of open murder. They start shouting for Leo to surrender, cut off his own arms, and even strip away his system powers. That last threat gets Leo's attention, and he instantly answers by releasing all 104 sentient golden chains into the arena. The gator chains slam into the angels, wrapping up half the squad and immediately draining them dry. At the same time, Leo finds his own feet magically glued to the arena floor, and his mood sours on the spot. Since he cannot move, Leo falls back on what still works and starts machine gunning the rest of the squad with flicked rocks. Heads burst across the arena anyway, and even the angels already caught in chains get finished off by the same brutal volley. The surviving souls panic and scream at unseen managers to seal Leo's system already, which only makes the whole arena disaster louder. The crowd finally breaks, stampeding toward the exits as the arena starts to feel less like a tournament and more like a massacre zone. The chains keep hunting calmly through the chaos, swallowing the angels' souls while Leo admits killing pests still does not solve the stage trap under his feet. So Leo drops the restraint and fully enters his serious form again, with 4 rainbow phoenix wings, glowing skin, and silver eyes blazing. The stadium instantly reads his hidden strength and publicly exposes what he really is: Leonardo Ariel, Florida Man, a 50,000-year-old chimera homunculus at Transcendent Level 10. That only deepens Leo's frustration, because if the system can measure him this cleanly, Sieg may be even more dangerous than he hoped. Annoyed enough, Leo finally forces one leg free and stomps so hard that the arena itself splits apart. The damage snowballs immediately, tearing through stands, barriers, and support structures until the whole Fate Stadium starts collapsing into the void. Leo frees himself at last, hovers over the wreckage, and realizes with awkward horror that he just nearly demolished the entire place by accident. He literally slaps himself back into caution, reminding himself to stay humble because brute force clearly comes with side effects now. Then he checks the system again and sees every screen covered in giant red error warnings, confirming the stadium structure was tied directly to his system access. Fed up, Leo blurts out a desperate question to his 4 heavenly generals and asks how to become the true owner of a system. Aslan answers at once and tells him the shortcut: gather 7 entity fate crystals into a true one, or better yet get a karmic fate crystal, and nobody will be able to tamper with his systems anymore. The answer helps, but it also pushes Leo to ask the question he has been circling for a while now: who is Aslan really? Elsewhere in space, the answer is already in motion. Aslan sits at a white cloud table across from the real owner of the stadium, a colossal 8-winged eyeball transcendent. The eyeball transcendent opens by saying Leo has caused serious trouble and would normally deserve immediate death. Aslan does not bow and fires back that the stadium's own greedy subordinates framed Leo first and caused this mess. He pushes even harder and offers a truce instead: pull the player hunter squads back for 10 years, and he will build the stadium owner a replacement body. The threat gets sharper when Aslan warns that harming Leo could also provoke Overlord Priscilla and the Rainbow Phoenix bloodline behind him. That finally detonates the Transcendent's temper, and his angel wings twist into tentacles that pin Aslan down and rip off his limbs. Even torn apart, Aslan keeps yelling his value at full volume. Leo proves he can create transcendent hosts, which makes him too useful to kill casually. That claim lands, and the giant eyeball floats closer to inspect Aslan's soul for himself before hearing the rest. When Aslan repeats the 10-year truce for a new body, the giant eyeball reveals his counterplay. He wants Aslan trapped in his own Danteon until the work is done. Aslan refuses and claims he needs the right environment, but the giant eyeball tears through the lie and reveals he knows Aslan's true soul is hidden with the entity fate crystal inside Leo. The giant eyeball drops the mask completely and says he will kill Leo now, take the soul he wants, and keep Aslan enslaved forever. Aslan lowers his head like he has lost, and the giant eyeball gets overconfident enough to leave. The giant eyeball collapses into a small soul and teleports away toward Leo, convinced he has already won. The instant he is gone, Aslan regenerates his limbs, smirks, and reveals the whole negotiation was bait. He asks whether everything was heard, and a female voice answers from afar that she caught it all and is already moving to intercept Sieg. The unseen ally makes her position clear: she will protect Leo because his rainbow phoenix blood makes him family in her eyes. Aslan jokes that calling herself Leo's mother would only make things weirder, but the tension is finally off his shoulders now that Priscilla is on the move. A moment later, Leo's frustrated mental shout finally reaches him, asking again how to become the real owner of a system. Still getting no straight answer from Aslan, Leo demands to know who he really is one more time. As Aslan stays silent, the entire Fate Stadium starts collapsing and the lights die, swallowing the colony in darkness. Leo gives up on waiting, briefly worries about the cat aliens and the weapon shop owner, and decides to smash his own way out. His stomp punches through the arena like a comet drill, tearing apart the structure until open space finally appears below. Leo flies out into the void, looks back at the dying colony, and quietly decides he might come back for those innocent cat people someday. When Leo checks his system, he finds it still crippled by a giant X and realizes he can barely use it at all. A sudden chill hits him, and Leo instantly rips the Staff of Singularity from his chest and fires into the empty void behind him. Something out there meets his shot head-on and sends a stronger rainbow blast back, barely missing Leo and carving through the stadium ruins. Realizing a real powerhouse has found him, Leo drops his normal clothes and hurriedly equips Mao Meow Meow's spare karmic armor for the fight. The attacker turns into a streak of light, flashes across space, and appears behind Leo almost instantly. Leo teleports a light year away, but the pursuer still catches him and slams into his chest hard enough to shatter armor and break ribs. Now Leo finally sees his enemy, a small 8-winged eyeball made of pure energy, not flesh. Sieg swells into a giant eyeball, throws a galaxy illusion behind himself, and openly demands Leo's fate crystals. That fake galaxy turns real enough to pour out more than 1 trillion karmic sovereigns and entities, and Leo immediately gives up on standing his ground. Leo races across space faster than the swarm, but Sieg alone keeps pace and mocks him as a coward. While fleeing, Leo guesses the truth and calls the monster Sieg, the master of the Fate Stadium. Sieg confirms it and sneers that Leo is a disappointment compared to his divine elf father. Instead of arguing, Leo quietly starts laying a trail of blood drops behind each teleport as a trap. Sieg catches the first blood drop, and Leo's trap explodes with enough force to erase a body and soul like Eleanor's, but Sieg tears straight through it. 3 more blood bombs finally slows Sieg down for a couple seconds, which is the opening Leo wanted. When Sieg finally blinks in front of him again, Leo is ready and slaps 6 glowing blood drops directly onto the monster. Leo teleports behind Sieg, cuts his own wrist, and forges leaking blood into white full-plate armor while pulling a bone from his body to shape into a scythe. Sieg throws up rainbow shields and grows one wing into a world tree, but Leo's side still cuts through the tree and most of the defenses. The broken world tree bursts into golden apples that start glowing like bombs, forcing Leo to teleport away before they go off. The apple field erupts into supernova blasts, and Leo reappears 10 light-years away with his wrist and bone already regenerating. Before he can catch his breath, a billion portals open around him and Sieg's endless army pours back in from every direction. Annoyed more than scared now, Leo expands his domain and wipes the whole swarm in half with one side swing, though many sovereigns simply regenerate. That brief distraction lets Sieg dive in from above, and the moment his gaze locks onto Leo, Leo's domain shatters and blood sprays from the backlash. Sieg transforms into a giant saber and brings it down to finish him. Leo blocks the strike, but the bone side shatters under the force. He answers with the Staff of Singularity at point-blank range and blasts the saber in half. Sieg reverts to his eyeball form with a huge scar across the pupil, furious that Leo actually wounded his soul. Leo retreats again and triggers the blood he vomited earlier, burying Sieg under a fresh storm of supernova explosions. An hour later, the explosions clear and Sieg is barely holding together, with most of his mass gone and every follower dead. Half mad with rage, Sieg curses both Florida Man and Aslan, then starts slowly rebuilding himself and lets his guard down. That lapse is fatal, because a galaxy-sized rainbow phoenix appears behind him before he can react. Priscilla greets him almost cheerfully and burns Sieg out of existence in one clean sweep of rainbow flame. Priscilla waits until even Sieg's ashes are gone, then screeches through the void to expose the hidden karma traces and fate crystals he left behind. In a very good mood, she pulls in the hall and counts 4 true entity fate crystals, 44 true heavenly ones, and a pile of lesser junk. She reflects that Sieg had been trapping fate bearers through the Fate Stadium, and with him dead the infected system users should finally be free. Priscilla decides not to reseal anyone, boasts that only 2 transcendent beings are left in this universe, and grumbles that Ellen and Kishin Duji are still future problems. Then she laughs and decides those future nuisances can be her new son's problem instead. She keeps 1 true entity fate crystal separate as a gift, remembers Leo recently got married, and warps away with a plan. Far away, Leo drifts alone in space, clutching his chest and gasping as he filters stray chi just to keep himself going. After a full day adrift, he strips off Mao Meow Meow's ruined armor and checks the damage that Sieg's domain-breaking backlash left inside him. Even with the pursuers gone, Leo still feels rattled enough to ask out loud how he even survived that nightmare. When he opens his system again, the giant X is gone and most functions are back, proving Sieg's hold over it has finally broken. That relief sours fast when Leo sees the PvP tabs and gacha banners are gone, taking away his best way to find home. He scans the unfamiliar stars around him, realizes he is hopelessly lost, and forces himself to calm down instead of spiraling. Leo sends out a rainbow SOS beacon and reaches out with his senses for any familiar presence. At last he feels Aslan nearby along with the faint energy of the dragon dreadnought, and the first real hope hits him. He flies for another day and finally reaches the place he sensed, only to find a bizarre continent of white clouds floating in space. The clouds turn out to be solid sparkling silver sand, and Leo immediately gets distracted scooping it up like treasure. He keeps vacuuming the sand into his inventory, forgets all about the emergency, and starts happily calculating how rich this haul could make him. A woman's voice cuts in and dryly calls out his greed, snapping Leo out of his treasure trance. When Leo turns around, he finds an absurdly gorgeous 5-meter-tall woman with rainbow hair and 4 flame wings standing behind him, completely modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth. Leo awkwardly asks if traveling modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth is just her species custom, and the woman casually says she is a phoenix who does not wear clothes. Trying to stay formal, Leo introduces himself as Florida Man and admits he is lost and searching for the Yen Empire or Orlando. Priscilla immediately calls him stupid, then finally gives her own name as the overlord of the Jewel Phoenix. Then she drops the real bomb and cheerfully calls Leo her son. Before Leo can process that, Priscilla spits out a giant clear crystal beside him as a first meeting gift and dowry for his recent marriage. The crystal reeks so horribly that Leo nearly changes color on the spot, just trying not to vomit. Still choking, Leo asks the obvious question: why exactly is she calling herself his mother, and was his father secretly involved somehow? Priscilla laughs that she has been single for 1,000,000 years and can lay eggs on her own, which sends Leo's brain somewhere much dumber. She instantly catches Leo's filthy train of thought, angrily denies that idea, and Leo somehow makes it worse by bluntly asking anyway. Priscilla gives up on the whole conversation, calls him cringe, and turns to leave anyway. Leo instantly teleports in front of her and swallows his pride long enough to beg the self-proclaimed mother to take him home. Priscilla answers with a silent stare and a giant yawn right into his face, leaving Leo to endure even more terrible breath without breaking down. At last Priscilla simply points into the void, and when Leo follows her gesture he spots the dragon dreadnought only 100 light years away. The moment Leo finds the ship, Priscilla vanishes and leaves him alone with the foul crystal and a real path forward at last. After Priscilla leaves, Leo stands alone on the cloud continent, relieved she was not hostile but rattled that a terrifyingly strong woman seemed to know and help him. The more Leo thinks about it, the more he spirals into a ridiculous conclusion that his missing father must have cheated and secretly left him a second mother somewhere. Far away on the dreadnought mothership, Aslan waits for him and starts worrying that leaving Leo alone too long might let his usual weirdness get worse. Aslan even sneezes and mutters to himself, sounding less like a loyal servant and more like an exhausted parent stuck raising a bizarre son. Once he finishes cursing enough, Leo goes back to work collecting silver sand and finally picks up the wet fate crystal ball Priscilla left behind. The instant Leo touches it, the crystal turns into light, dives into his body, and fuses with his soul inside his Dantian universe. Leo feels his body and soul being reshaped, and the sensation instantly reminds him of the first time the alien ring changed his life. A flood of system messages announces that Leo has absorbed a true entity fate crystal and his core system functions are now permanently beyond outside interference. The update also strips out the broken PvP framework tied to Fate Stadium, and Leo realizes his old return home button is gone with it. He crashes into a full despair pose, not because he fears being stranded, but because losing one last PvP match means his old phase quest looked impossible to finish. Then the patch finishes, and a new notice tells Leo his phase quests have been replaced instead of ruined. He silently reads the patch notes for several minutes, and by the end his grim face has turned into a sly, delighted grin. 6 hours later on the mothership, the bored Aslan is just about to call for Leo when Leo suddenly teleports straight onto the bridge in front of him. Leo comes in grinning too hard and speaking in a suspiciously cheerful voice, which instantly makes Aslan fear he is about to deal with nonsense. When Leo keeps acting way too happy to see him, Aslan quietly sends a fragment of his consciousness into Leo's mind to find out what happened. Inside Leo's sea of consciousness, Aslan finds the old protective barrier battered and cracked, like it has survived far more attacks than it ever should have. The moment Aslan touches the barrier, it fires rainbow lightning at him, proving Leo's soul defenses have changed in a dangerous way. At first Aslan suspects Leo's mind was tampered with, but when he looks deeper he spots Leo's own rainbow phoenix flame linked into the barrier and starts rethinking everything. Then Aslan notices Leo's soul itself has crystallized like an entity fate crystal, and he realizes Priscilla really gave Leo the completed prize instead of taking it back. Back on the bridge, Leo coolly activates his new skin on Aslan and opens a status window that bluntly labels him as Leo's father. Instead of confronting him immediately, Leo dryly asks his dear subordinate for a confession later and first orders him to take the ship home. Leo lightly chops Aslan on the head and tells him to stop calling him master, which already sounds like a son taking liberties with family. Then Leo finally drops the act, sits in the captain's seat, and flatly calls Aslan dad to his face. Aslan goes completely emotional for half a second, tearing up because Leo finally figured it out. That touching moment instantly collapses when Aslan celebrates by insulting Leo's intelligence and acting proud that his son finally stopped being hopelessly dense. Leo fires back, but Aslan steamrolls him with the full father routine, reminding him he has spent ages cleaning up his messes and demanding more respect from now on. By the time Aslan orders him to keep calling him daddy, Leo already regrets exposing the truth at all. The two stay on the bridge for hours, and Aslan finally explains the buried truth. Eleanor and Mao Meow Meow wanted Leo's old body, so he moved Leo's soul into a prepared chimera body and hid himself in the ring to survive. Leo hears the explanation and boils over, because from his side that rescue still meant 50,000 years of pain, mutation, and being blasted by lightning on Earth. Aslan shamelessly calls that nightmare normal cultivation and argues that Leo actually adapted absurdly well by devouring radiation like food. Then Aslan drops an even dumber truth. Leo could have talked to the ring all along if he had just enabled the buried helper option in his shopping system settings. Leo opens the tiny settings menu for the first time in 50,000 years and finds the disabled helper toggle exactly where Aslan said it would be. Aslan twists the knife by bragging that with that option on, Leo could have gotten cultivation guidance and reached absurd heights in a fraction of the time. Leo immediately turns the blame back on Aslan for not enabling it himself, and even Aslan has to freeze because that part is absolutely true. Their argument keeps rolling until Aslan finally changes topics and releases two people Leo thought were long dead from his Dantian universe. Aslan introduces Simba as Leo's younger brother and Esther as Simba's wife, turning the bridge into one more painfully awkward family reunion. The silence breaks when Simba casually greets Leo like they are meeting again after a misunderstanding instead of after a disaster. Leo immediately questions whether Simba is really family, and Aslan admits he is adopted, which somehow makes the situation feel even more normal for this family. Leo then gets to the real issue and asks if Simba attacked him because he thought Esther was being held prisoner, and Simba admits that was exactly it. Leo accepts that logic immediately, because he knows he would have done the same if someone took his own wife. That simple honesty is enough for the brothers to settle things with a fist bump instead of dragging the conflict any further. Simba's next concern is his missing son, and Leo casually reveals the child is alive and being looked after, promising to send him back after they return. Leo also remembers Izin's old grudge and bluntly asks Esther if she really framed Izin as a child, putting her on the spot in front of everyone. Simba immediately shields Esther and reminds Leo that both girls were children back then, so the real blame belongs with the adults who escalated it. Leo lets it go, decides they have wasted enough time, and pushes everyone to stop digging up old drama and head home. An hour later, the dreadnought jumps back to the asteroid belt, curls up, powers down, and finally reaches home territory. On the bridge, Aslan quietly says they are home, but Leo does not wait for ceremony and teleports out immediately. Simba chooses not to follow, asking to live separately on the ship because he expects Leo's wife may still resent Esther and wants to avoid new family trouble. Aslan accepts that decision, then remembers the smaller completed Fate crystal he took from Simba and offers it back with a better use in mind. He explains that Leo destroyed Fate Stadium, so disabled system users across the galaxy will now hunt true entity Fate crystals to restore their powers before the coming wars begin. Simba hesitates because his old system was only good at finding people, but Aslan tells him a true entity Fate crystal answers the owner's deepest need, not just the old function. Aslan reminds Simba that his first wish to find his lost family shaped his old search system, and Sieg was the one suppressing it so he could never truly track Leo or Aslan. Once Simba understands, Aslan tells him to stop worrying about Leo and focus on what he truly needs right now. Thinking about his weakness and the need for power, Simba finally commits and lets the completed Fate crystal merge into his soul. A new wave of system windows opens around Simba as his old framework is stripped and rebuilt into a different path. At the end of the update, Simba selects his new future and awakens the Gold Dragon Overlord system. Leo landed on the top level of the parking structure already annoyed, and Izin's undead guards immediately told him his clinging new wife was looking for him. Just as he expected, Izin was upset that he had gone off without consulting her, and calming her down took Leo hours. By deep night, Izin finally fell asleep satisfied, and Leo quietly slipped free so he could inspect his new system changes. The patch notes hit Leo with a massive overhaul. His old gacha and PvP setup were gone, replaced by a fiefdom system built for direct recruitment, building management, and expansion across whole planets. As he kept reading, the changes got even bigger. Items and buildings now reached level 50. His home planet became the domain itself, and conquered stars could be taxed and folded into his territory. The update also rewrote his infrastructure, turning the mall into a movable shopping complex headquarters and the pylon tower into a chi generator that could power buildings on a planetary scale. By the time he reached new perks like Identify and Shared Inventory, Leo was dizzy from realizing his small domain had just turned into a galactic business empire. Half joking and half furious, Leo asked if the universe really needed stronger enemies above him too, and his rant sounded like a man fed up with a story that keeps escalating. The system answered bluntly that Leo was not alone. Besides him, 2 other verified players already existed in the universe, including Overlord Priscilla and Overlord Seven Dipper. Then the warning got worse, because the system admitted verified players were still not the top of the food chain, and that higher dimensional beings might descend one day to exploit Leo and his people. When the system linked those higher powers to stronger fate crystals beyond his own, Leo finally gave up on thinking for the night and dropped back into bed, mentally drained. Instead of chasing absolute power, Leo asked a simpler question: if he just wanted a peaceful life with Izin, what kind of system would that give him? The system offered him a self-improvement path, but Leo looked at Izin and refused, deciding his family mattered more than becoming the strongest man in the universe. The system accepted that answer and promised to add another feature to strengthen and protect Leo's family as a whole, leaving him oddly comforted. Elsewhere, Simba was also dealing with his own upgraded system and started asking how he was supposed to use the Dreadnought ship now that everything had changed. His system answered that he could use recruitment to summon souls from the universe's Karma River and reincarnate them as his crew, turning the ship into something he could actually field. Later that same night, Leo secretly left bed and slipped into the closed shopping mall so he could inspect the place without anyone bothering him. Inside, the mannequins were still working hard past midnight, cleaning every floor while Hua Taishu's time chamber area stayed active with his clones still entertaining overnight guests. Seeing how hard the workers were scrubbing, Leo even floated above the floor so his shoes would not ruin their work. The 1st, 4th, and 5th floors were under control, but once Leo reached the 2nd and 3rd floors he found a filthy mess from freeloading cultivators, merchants, and workers treating the place like a free dormitory. Staring at the trashed floors and disgusting washrooms, Leo muttered that he had already told the managers to monetize those spaces, so he asked the system what he had done wrong. The system explained that the mall's rich yin-yang chi especially leaked through unused shop slots, and careless cultivators got intoxicated by the power and stopped acting like civilized people. Leo's first instinct was to ban them from cultivating there, but the system pushed back and told him to solve the problem with management and better facilities instead of driving customers away. That blunt advice flipped a switch in Leo, and he decided that if people were going to enjoy his building, he would squeeze much more value out of them first. For the first time, Leo opened the new fiefdom design system and found a command center built for moving buildings, buying facilities, and expanding until his faction could swallow entire stars. The status page was brutally honest. Leo owned 5 planets, had 0 hero units, and his army type was labeled one-man army. When Leo questioned that ranking, the system coldly told him the truth. In a real war, he was still the only one on his side who could truly matter. Another problem jumped out right away when the headquarters status showed his shopping complex was short on power, because its workers and facilities were consuming more chi than the building could produce. Once the system broke down the costs for factories, the airport, the time chamber, and even his workers, Leo immediately understood he needed a chi generator like a classic base building power plant. Leo opened the map, ignored the world view, and directly grabbed his old pylon tower, now renamed chi generator, to move it into the shopping complex. He installed the chi generator on the 3rd floor, where it instantly occupied 5 slots and merged them into a strange alternate space inside the headquarters. With the power issue handled, Leo went further and decided to push the entire shopping complex headquarters all the way from level 20 to level 50. The upgrade was expensive even by his standards, but Leo still burned through a little over 1 million years of lifespan because that cost barely hurt him anymore. Then the headquarters evolved in a huge rumble, growing a new 10-story cylindrical tower on top of the old mall and turning the whole place into a 15-story complex. Inside, new elevators connected the old floors to the tower, and even the rooftop greenhouses were pulled inward and relocated to the 2nd floor. When Leo checked the cleared rooftop, he found a giant sign announcing that only entertainment facilities could be built there. The system casually listed options like water parks and theme parks, and Leo accepted that the roof had become a dedicated leisure zone. The bigger surprise was in the new tower, where every room had turned into an empty lot marked for residential or hotel buildings only. The system explained that this residential district held 25,000 slots, so Leo immediately started thinking like a mad architect about stuffing whole buildings inside bigger buildings. When he asked if a full hotel or condominium could fit into one of those slots, the system confirmed yes, as long as he paid the slot cost based on the building's size. That led to an even stranger confirmation. If the building already had pocket dimensions inside, those inner spaces would stay intact after being placed there. Leo joked that the system was turning his property into a stack of endless nested dimensions, and even the system dryly admitted the setup was broken. He opened the purchasable building list and immediately got tempted by an enormous space colony that could somehow fit in just 5 slots. For one reckless second, Leo almost bought it just because the idea was hilarious. The system stopped him cold by warning that maxing that colony out would cost 49 billion years of lifespan, which finally made Leo yank his finger back and sweat. Deciding the fancy residential dream could wait, Leo backed out and returned to practical upgrades that would strengthen the complex right now. He upgraded the vehicle factory all the way to level 50, turning it into a land vehicle construction yard built for serious production. Then Leo began filling the 5th floor with major new infrastructure, starting with a spaceship construction yard and a tech center. Early in the morning, regular visitors arrive at Leo's domain and stop short when they see the mall has turned into a white metal fortress overnight. The missing sky elevator and vanished floating platform make the whole place feel even stranger, and nobody understands why Leo rebuilt it like this. At exactly 8, the bunker gate rumbles open, and the crowd surges inside to grab their usual cultivation spots. Inside, they find a cold metal corridor and another sealed gate marked as an airlock room, which only makes the confusion worse. The posted rules say only 50 adults can enter at a time, and warn that the room will change air pressure before the next door opens. Nobody really gets it, so they just clog the entrance and start arguing while the people outside yell for them to move. While others fumble at the sealed door, Wubai casually spots the real control button and walks over like he has no patience for this mess. The moment Wubai opens the airlock, a blast of frigid wind loaded with dense yin-yang chi pours out and slams into the crowd. Most of the weaker visitors instantly buckle, gasping and dropping to their knees because their bodies cannot handle that much essence at once. The leaking air hits people outside too, and the panic spreads as everyone fears chi deviation or exploding from the overload. To survive, the stricken cultivators vent hot and cold chi from their bodies and drop into meditation right on the ground. Wubai stays completely fine and brushes it off as a tiny amount of essence, which only makes the suffering crowd resent him more. Then Wubai ruins the mood completely by scratching himself, sniffing his hand, and grimacing at the smell. He casually wipes that hand on a meditating cultivator's sleeve and strolls into the building, leaving the unlucky man furious and sickened. Only about 30 stronger visitors make it into the airlock, including a single quasi-immortal and Wubai himself. Wubai uses the wall console, reads the hologram warning out loud, and tells everyone to stay clear because the outer door is about to seal. Once the outer door shuts, The ventilation floods the room with even denser yin-yang essence, and the pressure becomes brutal. Nascent soul cultivators freeze in place and start meditating just to endure it, while soul formation experts begin sweating and faltering too. Even the two soul transformation cultivators turn pale and want out, leaving only Wu Bai and the quasi-immortal looking comfortable. The quasi-immortal politely asks what changed, and Wu Bai guesses Leo upgraded the whole domain so hard that the mall may as well become a world for deities. Realizing most of the group cannot handle the pressure, Wu Bai reopens the outer door and tells the struggling cultivators to get out before the qi overwhelms them. From the reopened airlock, Wu Bai bluntly warns the crowd outside that anyone below the immortal realm should stay out because the mall's qi is now too dangerous for mortals. As the exhausted people drag each other out, a tall young quasi-immortal newcomer steps into the chamber for the first time, and Wu Bai turns to size him up. The newcomer introduces himself as a 19-year-old from a northern Tang branch, and says this is his first visit, which instantly makes him stand out. That first-time claim leaves Wu Bai and the elder staring, because a newcomer at quasi-immortal level is obviously no ordinary lucky guest. Wu Bai gets openly excited and starts grilling the young prodigy about his master, his training, and his real age. The young man claims he taught himself, but the elder instantly calls that impossible until Wu Bai steps in to stop the pressure from getting worse. Wu Bai calms the elder, seals the three of them inside the airlock for a private talk, and starts asking the newcomer one question at a time. The newcomer says his family came from Xia Port in the frozen far north, a place so remote that even Wu Bai has never heard of it. Tang San also claims he has cultivated for about as long as he has been alive, but his fidgeting makes it obvious he is hiding something. Wu Bai notices the rusty ring on the kid's necklace and privately decides he has stumbled onto one of those classic master in ring stories. Amused, Wu Bai stops prying and opens the inner door instead, letting the mall's even denser yin-yang qi flood into the chamber. The elder has to sit and meditate on the spot, but the young newcomer handles the pressure just fine, so a grinning Wu Bai offers to show the supposed main character around. The story flashes back 6 months to reveal the spirit in the rusty ring, a wounded ghostly overlord named Kishin Duji. After Mao Miao died, Kishin gathered his forces to protect the devil race Mao had created while preparing for a strike from Eleanor's side. Instead, the real disaster was Sieg from Fate Stadium, who attacked personally to steal Kishin's fate crystals and shattered both his body and his soul. Barely escaping, the wounded soul follows old karma to the Yan Empire, and hides inside a rusty ring buried in the frozen north. A month later, the ring reaches a weak northern youth right after rival clan boys beat him over a broken engagement and try to kill him. The spirit first thinks about taking the boy's body, but pity wins, and he uses his last strength to save him instead. Once they speak, the spirit discovers the boy was never talentless at all, just burdened with a gigantic all-compatible dantian that fills painfully slowly. The spirit takes him as a disciple, teaches him the Oni method, and within 2 months the boy rockets from the first realm to the 9th stage. Then the northern world turns lethal, forcing Tang San's people to migrate south until they finally discover Leo's domain. Back in the present, Wu Bai leads the young newcomer into the bright shopping complex lobby, where a lifelike statue of Chang Chang dominates the room. The newcomer gets far too excited by the craftsmanship and starts praising the statue like a masterpiece, while Wu Bai barely holds back his laughter. Before he can embarrass himself further, the voice in the ring warns the newcomer that this is no sculpture but a sentient divine golem. The newcomer instantly switches to terrified politeness and apologizes to Chang Chang before she can take offense. Chang Chang just snorts and goes still again, and the newcomer sags with relief like he barely escaped disaster. Wu Bai laughs at the whole thing and admits he was waiting to see if the newcomer would get smacked for flirting with the wrong statue. Still amused, Wu Bai offers to guide the newcomer properly, while the voice in the ring quietly urges him to accept before he offends some other hidden expert. The newcomer finally bows and asks for guidance, deciding it is safer to follow the local expert than blunder around alone. Wu Bai immediately leads his new guest not to some sacred training hall but straight toward his favorite store, Florida Fried Chicken. At the counter, Wu Bai drops 299 essence stones on the biggest order, and the mannequins bring out a whole barrel instead of an ordinary bucket. The smell alone wrecks the newcomer's composure, especially when he realizes the barrel contains 1,000 pieces of fried cockatrice meat. The voice in the ring explains that this is 7th-stage cockatrice meat, normally lethally toxic, but refined here so cleanly that it has become a treasure instead. According to Kishin, even one piece should be worth about 100 years of chi to Tang San, which makes the starving disciple stare even harder. When the newcomer wonders why this food is different from the ordinary meals his mentor once banned, the old spirit starts explaining that cultivator food plays by completely different rules. Wu Bai comes back with black and orange dipping sauces, sees Tang San still empty-handed, and bluntly asks why he did not buy anything. The newcomer admits he cannot afford this place, and Wu Bai snaps that a quasi-immortal should stop hoarding lifespan and spend some of it to grow faster. Wu Bai pushes the idea further, arguing that sitting in a cave for 1,000 years is stupid when this place lets people shortcut cultivation through food and resources. To prove it, Wu Bai brags that 6 months ago he was just a nascent soul nobody, and now he is already a 5th-stage immortal who mostly eats, sleeps, and watches virtual girls. That claim leaves the newcomer frozen, and even the spirit in the ring is shaken because Wu Bai's mediocre-looking foundation should never have advanced like that. Paying real attention at last, the spirit in the ring realizes the mall's pure balanced yin-yang qi feels more like a sage realm than an ordinary mortal world. Uneasy now, the spirit pushes the newcomer to ask who actually owns this place, and why its environment is so impossibly rich. Asked who runs this place, Wu Bai proudly declares that the owner is Florida Man, the greatest cultivator of all time and master of the Tao of Florida. Tang San asks what Florida means, and Wu Bai launches into a smug lecture about freedom, consequences, positivity, and the simple rule that if you mess around, you will eventually find out. While Wu Bai keeps talking, Hua Jiashan leads Dong Fang Mei and the other immortal staff into Liu's remodeled shopping complex to inspect the changes for themselves. At the airlock, Hua Jiashan realizes Liu has turned the entrance into a bunker and wonders why ordinary customers are now being kept outside. Dong Fang Mei inspects the gate and immediately suspects Liu was preparing for a major war, because the wall looks far stronger than anything she remembers. Hua Jiashan tests the wall with his qi, and the barrier instantly zaps him back with the same force, proving the passage punishes anyone who probes it. To prove his point, he tells Dong Fang Mei to hit the wall lightly, and an invisible punch smacks her in the face the instant she does. With the lesson learned, the group stops testing the entrance, runs the airlock properly, and heads inside without picking a fight with Liu's defenses. Their first stop is Changchang Fountain, where all 5 immortals salute the guardian statue before doing anything else, because that is how trusted visitors announce themselves here. Changchang gives a tiny nod, and that quiet approval tells them their visit is accepted. Only after that do they each take 1 measured teaspoon of holy water, because Liu's true earth fountain can add 1,000 years of cultivation in a day, but too much will make a person explode. The 5 immortals sit at the fountain edge for half an hour to digest the holy water's qi, then rise and bow to Changchang again before moving on. They head for the fast food area next, fully expecting to find Wu Bai there, and Hua Jiashan is not surprised when the alchemist is already camping at FFC. Han Hao barrels in, steals a seat at Wu Bai's table, and starts eating his chicken like it is community property. Wu Bai snaps at the freeloader, but Han Hao just grins and says a friend's food always tastes better, even if he has to live on fasting pills again. Han Hao finally notices Tang San, praises his surprisingly solid foundation, and casually guesses he must be fresh out of seclusion because no one here recognizes him. Tang San is rattled by the 6 immortals gathered around FFC, while Kishin urgently warns him that this whole building is full of experts, and he absolutely must not provoke anyone. Trying not to offend anyone, Tang San quickly introduces himself as a Tang clan branch disciple and bows to the elders as politely as he can. That instantly changes the mood, because Han Hao laughs and says Tang San's patriarch and Tang Tian are friends of theirs, so the boy should sit down and relax. Han Hao pushes his luck by ordering Wu Bai to buy drinks too, and Wu Bai answers by firing a piece of chicken straight into his nostril. The disgusting hit ruins Wu Bai's appetite, and after cursing Han Hao one last time, he packs up and storms out of the store. Tang San quickly bows to the elders and hurries after Wu Bai, deciding the weird alchemist still feels safer than staying behind with that crowd. Once the pair leaves, Hua Jiashan's group takes the same table and starts discussing Tang San seriously, because a newcomer with that kind of foundation is too unusual to ignore. Han Hao confirms he has never seen Tang San before, which makes the boy's strength even more suspicious because he is not one of Liu's longtime customers. That pushes the group to a decision. They should report Tang San to Liu and maybe recruit him before someone else turns that talent into another Gao Yan or Yao Qiqi. Then the talk shifts to Gao Yan, and everyone suddenly remembers just how absurd Liu's training results have become. Han Hao reveals that Gao Yan, Jin Yong, Yao Qiqi, and Kat already completed their 10th visit to the time chamber, leaving the whole group stunned. He proudly says Gao Yan has already reached the peak of the immortal realm as a true immortal, and the room can barely process it. When Dong Fang Mei asks about Yao Qiqi and Kat, Han Hao says Yao Qiqi and Jin Yong are also true immortals, which is already ridiculous enough. Then Han Hao quietly drops the real nightmare. Kat is already a 27-star deity, and everyone nearly spits out their drinks in panic. Their shock turns into dread, because Kat is not just strong, she is Liu's beloved daughter figure, and nobody wants that overpowered brat deciding to bully people. Up on the 5th floor, Wu Bai brings Tang San into the alchemy workshop area, and Tang San is excited to see the place where pills are made around the clock. In one pill room, Tang San finds a refined dark-skinned long-haired girl sitting motionless by the cauldron, and he is instantly captivated without realizing this is Kat's favorite den. The room is perfect for Kat because the dense pill qi, medicinal pollution, and discarded bad pills have turned the alchemy workshops into her private paradise for growing stronger. Wu Bai cheerfully calls this one on him, lays 10 pieces of fried chicken beside the sleeping girl, and treats it like a routine tax payment. Tang San thinks the offering is rude, but Wu Bai just warns him not to linger because the pill room's qi is too dense for his current foundation. Still not understanding the danger, Tang San approaches Kat's food to move it onto a proper plate. Kat moves in a blur, grabs Tang San's arm without even standing up, and sleepily growls that he is not allowed to touch her food. When he still does not let go, Cat tightens her grip hard enough to crack bone and force him to drop the chicken. The instant he lets go, Cat releases him, picks up the chicken, and swallows it whole with zero manners and zero guilt. Wu Bai cheerfully says she is welcome, and Cat casually rewards him by growing a rainbow leaf and flicking it into his hand. Kishin instantly recognizes the rainbow leaf as a legendary primordial leaf from the Void Tree, and the reveal turns Tang San's hidden reaction desperate. Tang San blurts out the leaf's name, and Wu Bai immediately turns cold and warns him never to repeat what he saw here if he wants to live. Privately, Kishin starts begging Tang San to get that leaf by any means, promising hidden treasure, weapons, and all his knowledge in return. Driven by temptation, Tang San asks whether bringing Cat fried chicken could earn him the same kind of leaf. Wu Bai shuts that down fast, saying he has paid this tax every day for half a year and warning Tang San that trying to romance Liu's daughter will only get him eaten. Tang San awkwardly changes course and asks how he is supposed to earn Cat's trust at all. That is exactly what Wu Bai wanted, so he starts spinning a trap and says the path is simple: keep feeding Cat, obey her, and work here as her personal servant. Tang San recoils at the word servant, but Wu Bai sweetens it by framing the job as a rare honor under the princess. When Tang San fixates on the word princess, Wu Bai confirms Cat really is Liu's daughter and makes it clear that loyalty brings rewards, but disrespect will cost him his head. Kishin pushes even harder from inside Tang San's head, saying the leaf matters so much that any method is acceptable, and Tang San is shaken by how ruthless his master sounds. Cornered by greed and pressure, Tang San finally agrees to work here and asks for Wu Bai's name. Wu Bai grandly introduces himself as an aspiring Florida man, leaving Tang San even more confused about what kind of place he just walked into. Elsewhere above the complex, Leo floats over the new water park, amused that he built such an unnecessary facility before moving on to more practical expansion. He reviews the 5th floor and sees it has grown far beyond workshops, now packed with metallurgy, alchemy, firearm, car, aerospace, and even spaceship factories, with many empty slots reserved for future plans. The real problem is power, so Leo checks his Fate crystal stockpile and realizes he has enough Earth crystals to make a major leap. After converting 350 Earth Fate crystals into 50 true Earth Fate crystals, Leo spends them all at once on 50 new Chi generators. The generators come online with a rumble and flood the building with dense yin-yang essence, instantly fixing the energy shortage for all those new factories. Curious, Leo enters one generator room and finds another extra-dimensional barren planet inside, complete with a pylon tower pumping out holy water into the ground. As the holy water spreads, black immortal grasses erupt across the wasteland and rapidly turn the entire planet dark with life. The sight pulls Leo into a quiet memory, because those immortal grasses were where everything started for him in this strange world. After leaving the Chi generator planet, Leo came back alone and immediately faced a staffing problem. The new stars were full of immortal grasses, but his workers were already stretched thin. The Life Sword sect disciples were tied up harvesting normal farms, and the Tang clan was busy keeping order in the slums, so Leo needed a new labor force fast. Then Leo remembered Miao Miao's absurdly large harem and Izen's unused followers, and that gave him an answer. Before giving orders, Leo checked every generator world and confirmed all 50 stars had turned into matching realms packed with immortal grasses and flowers. Satisfied, Leo sent Miao Miao a sound transmission and asked the blunt question, were his girls free? Miao Miao nearly panicked, thinking his master wanted to borrow his wives for sex, and Leo immediately shut that idea down in disgust. Once the misunderstanding died, Leo ordered Miao Miao to bring everyone into the main building and meet him on the 5th floor for work. 5 minutes later, Miao Miao arrived with his 1,003 wives and a flood of extra high elves who had tagged along hoping for jobs. Leo had asked for the wives only, so he immediately called Miao Miao out for dragging in thousands of outsiders too. Miao Miao tried to play the gentleman, but Leo instantly guessed he had probably tied jobs and wages to becoming his wives, and Miao Miao's guilty silence said enough. Leo let the antics slide and laid out the real plan: form 50 teams, use Miao Miao's wives as supervisors, and send the volunteers to guard the Chi generators, harvest immortal plants, and haul them back to the underground warehouse. Miao Miao peeked into Leo's memory to understand what a Chi generator was, then confidently repeated the orders and turned the crowd into a cheering labor parade. The giant elf parade was so loud it reached the workshop observation room, pulling Tang San outside to see what was happening. What the young newcomer found outside nearly broke his composure. A long line of gorgeous elves, including modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth stone golem women, marched right past him. He tried to hide his sudden arousal, but one teasing stone elf noticed and made the poor guy collapse in embarrassment. The stone elves laughed, the high elves clicked their tongues in disgust, and the boy got humiliated in full public view. Inside the rusty ring, Kishin Duji found the whole thing darkly amusing and casually revealed he knew these elves very well. Kishin told him he had once been a consort to Queen Eleanor, tying the parade of elves to an old and ugly personal history. He went further and warned that Eleanor was vicious, untrustworthy, and had even sent assassins after him for his fate crystals and territory. That grim talk killed the young man's lust on the spot, and he got back to his feet looking at the elves with much colder eyes. Then he noticed two figures at the edge of the parade, Meow Meow, and a refined middle-aged man whose face resembled him, Leo. The hidden ringmaster was rattled, because he still could not read Leo's strength, and the man gave off the same dangerous feel as Sieg. The newcomer saw a chance to make local connections and walked over to introduce himself. At the same time, Wu Bai came out after hearing the noise, got distracted by the striking parade, and only belatedly realized the newcomer had walked straight up to Leo. Leo answered the newcomer with a wary flat look, while Meow Meow jumped in first and teased the boy for not showing proper respect to the lord. The newcomer instantly apologized, and Meow Meow flipped the mood again by laughing it off and praising his initiative instead. While Meow Meow talked, Leo quietly used Identify on the boy and got a full protagonist-style life story in return. The skin revealed the boy had been a crippled outcast with a heavenly fate crystal, betrayed and nearly killed before a hidden ringmaster rebuilt him into a rising genius. Leo found the whole setup absurdly cliché and decided the boy probably was not a real threat to him anyway. Meow Meow immediately warned him through sound transmission that dismissing a storybook hero this early was exactly how villains got ruined later. Leo still brushed the warning aside, convinced his own true entity fate crystal put him in a completely different class. With the boy still waiting politely, Leo finally introduced himself as Florida Man, the lord of this domain. Then Leo smiled at the boy's rusty ring and casually asked him to pass along his greetings to the hidden master inside it, Kishin Duji. The boy froze and quietly asked his hidden master what to do, because the secret had clearly already been blown. Kishin gave up hiding, stepped out of the ring as a towering semi-transparent red Oni spirit, and confronted Leo face to face. Leo scanned the Oni soul and learned he was an ancient blood Oni sovereign, Eleanor's former consort, Izen's real father, and a relic from before Sieg spread fate crystals across the universe. Armed with that information, Leo immediately needled the Oni by calling him father-in-law and pointing out that he had married the man's daughter. The Oni denied the relationship and switched to business, asking what exactly Leo wanted from a supposedly helpless survivor. Leo answered bluntly that he hated hidden lurkers in his territory, and if Kishin wanted to stay in this domain, he had to show himself openly. Then Leo pressed harder and asked the ugliest possible question. Was the Oni raising the boy just to seize his body later like a cliché villain? The boy instinctively stepped back, but the Oni exploded in outrage and swore he had no need to steal bodies like Eleanor or Meow Meow. Instead of escalating, Leo pulled out a fresh spatial ring and offered it over, pointing out that Kishin's old hiding place was about to fall apart. Leo even suggested Kishin regenerate a body and stay outside, so he would not look like a suspicious parasite clinging to Tang-san. The Oni refused the easy answer, saying his body could return anytime, but showing up too early might attract an even stronger transcendent who still wanted him dead. That warning brought up Sieg, and Leo casually said the man might already be dead after running into Priscilla. The Oni was stunned, because to him Sieg was the Lord of Fate Stadium and the master over system users, not someone who should die quietly. Once he realized Leo had real backing and real enemies of that level, the Oni dropped his bad ideas and asked for permission to stay here and recover under Leo's protection. Leo agreed instantly, but only with a huge catch. If Kishin wanted sanctuary in Florida, he had to pay the nom-nom tax. When Kishin asked what that even meant, Leo translated it into plain terms and demanded half of the Oni's total life force, or lifespan, as the price. Leo even opened a status display to prove the target had over 2 billion years to spare, which left the boy staring at the Oni's lifespan in awe. To the boy, that number was unimaginable, but to the Oni it was acceptable, so he agreed to pay in exchange for protection and nothing more. Once the deal was set, the Oni regenerated a full red body on the spot, and the giant appeared completely modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth in front of everyone. The remaining elves instantly recognized an Oni survivor and reacted with open hatred, mocking the race as if it should have gone extinct already. The Oni swallowed the insult, bit his tongue, and used a drop of blood to forge gold samurai armor over his new body. Now fully armored, the Oni asked how to pay, and Leo pushed a clean system prompt in front of him to finalize the contract. The Oni accepted. His lifespan was cut in half, and Leo pocketed more than 1 billion years in one shot. Leo was thrilled by the payout, already thinking about future upgrades for his domain with that fresh bank lifespan. With his own safety secured, the armored Oni turned to the boy and coldly cut him loose, declaring that he was no longer his disciple. The boy begged to know why, but the Oni admitted the ugly truth. He had only needed the kid as hidden eyes and ears while trapped in the ring. The boy protested that he still had not mastered the cultivation method, and the Oni dismissed that too before walking out through the main gate. The armored Oni's exit stunned the locals outside, while the boy was left inside staring after the man who had just admitted he used him. Crushed by the betrayal, the boy quietly concluded that in the end he could trust nobody but himself. Meow Meow finally spoke up and told the shaken boy the hard lesson plainly. There is no free meal, and people help when there is something in it for them. That only made the boy more cautious, and he asked directly whether Meow Meow planned to use him too. Meow Meow started to answer in his usual slippery way, but Leo cut in before the conversation could get worse. Leo reframed everything in the clearest possible terms. In this place, he was a vendor, the boy was a customer, and anything the boy wanted could be bought for lifespan. With the boy still reeling from betrayal, Leo began laying out the business logic of his domain, turning the kid's crisis into a sales pitch. After hearing Leo's rules, Tang-san lights up when he realizes the small lets outsiders roam, cultivate, and even work for resources. Tang-san keeps pushing his luck until Leo flatly shuts down the idea of free food. When Tang-san asks for work, Leo quickly decides the boy is too new for any important job. Leo asks one practical question, and when Tang-san says he can swim, Leo points him toward the upper floor water park. Tang-san is stunned when Leo assigns him to be the water park janitor and assistant to the golems. Tang-san protests that he is a cultivator, but Leo does not care and tells him he is still not qualified for better work. Leo makes Tang-san look at the nearly empty mall and reminds him that the harsher chi density is meant to push out freeloaders. Leo explains that weak visitors used to treat the mall like a free cultivation zone instead of paying customers. He warns Tang-san that stronger customers from other worlds may show up here, so a quasi-immortal like him is nothing special yet. Tang-san immediately gets excited and begs Leo to teach him about the higher realms his old master mentioned. Leo cuts him off, sends him to learn janitor work first, and Tang-san trudges toward the escalator with his shoulders slumped. Once Tang-san is gone, Leo quietly tells Meow Meow to keep an eye on the boy because he feels like a trouble magnet. Meow Meow agrees at once and vanishes to shadow Tang-san in secret. Leo barely gets a breather before Wu Bai, Hua Jiashan, and other local followers step up to report in. That turns into a full executive meeting as Leo gathers his core people to explain the mall's new rules and plans. Hours later, the room finally grasps why Leo raised the chi density, and they are stunned by the scale of his new resource and pill plans. Tang Tian spots a loophole and bluntly asks if endless longevity pills mean they can cheat lifespan forever. Leo answers with a number so absurd it freezes the whole room. A person can reach 2 billion years of lifespan. The huge number stops feeling exciting when everyone starts imagining outliving family, civilization, and even their whole world. Seeing them shaken, Leo talks about the impossible things he has already lived through and tells them not to fear immortality itself. His speech steadies the room, and the elders start laughing again as the panic finally eases. With spirits restored, Tang Xian suggests opening a new branch for commoners and weaker cultivators who can no longer handle the main mall. Wu Bai eagerly backs the idea and says their long lives should be spent exploring the world instead of hoarding Leo's goods in one place. Tang Xian presses the real point that Leo needs more customers and more future subordinates, and that argument hits Leo right in the weak spot. Leo gives in and asks the obvious next question: who is going to manage the new branch? The whole room shoots their hands up at once, including Gao Yan and Jin Yong, and suddenly everyone looks way too eager to travel. Leo stalls because none of the volunteers feel trustworthy enough to run a branch without their own agenda. Right in the middle of that stalemate, Kat wanders over from the alchemy workshop and asks Leo where her food is. Kat calling him Papa makes Leo unexpectedly happy, even while he is still busy. Then Leo weaponizes the interruption and declares that whoever becomes branch manager has to take Kat along. The room is rattled, and Kat instantly joins in by demanding someone kind, generous, and ready to feed her well. By the end of the meeting, Leo already has a much clearer idea of how he wants to choose the manager. A day later, Leo brings Kat, Hua Jiashan, and the local elders into the slum district to inspect where the branch should go. The place does not look like a slum at all, because it has become a clean, crowded market district full of merchants, cultivators, and reused goods from Leo's own store. Leo is genuinely impressed when he spots knockoff versions of his own businesses thriving here. Hua Jiashan estimates the district is huge already, and a calmer local estimate pushes the population far higher than Leo expected. As they keep walking, Leo learns that immigrants keep flooding in because rumors say winter is arriving far too early in the north. Leo finds the rumor suspicious because he has sensed nothing unusual, and he learns an investigation is already underway. They move back to business, and the group starts discussing where a new branch could fit in the middle of town. Leo immediately bristles at the idea of buying land from private owners inside his own domain. The one who suggested it quickly apologizes, admitting he slipped back into his old habit of thinking like an imperial official. Leo lets it go and decides he would rather respect the people's hard work than bulldoze their homes and streets just because he can. With the center too crowded, Leo takes to the sky and the elders rise with him to search for open land. From above, they see the old city and slum have practically merged, leaving almost no usable empty space. The southern farmland is also off limits, because that food and alchemy supply is too valuable to replace. Hua Jiashan scouts farther west and finds a whole new stretch of roads and wooden buildings already rising beyond the city. He rushes back and proposes the west side as the perfect place to separate ordinary traffic from the powerful visitors near Leo's main store. The west side plan quickly looks even smarter as traffic relief and separation from the main store both start to line up. Curious now, Leo flies west himself and sees the expansion frontier backed by a mountain range and the distant sea. The mountain gives off no chi at all, so Leo lands and tests it in the dumbest way possible by spitting on it. When that does nothing, Leo shamelessly escalates to urinating on the mountain, while everyone freezes in horror. Kat is the first to protest, yelling that Leo wasted precious fertilizer she could have used herself. Wu Bai makes it much worse by joking that Cat could get rich if she opened a service where men paid to do that to her. The joke disgusts almost everyone, but Beatrice unexpectedly seems intrigued instead of offended. Beatrice floats over, says his shameless logic is fascinating, and asks Wu Bai to join her for dinner so they can talk more. Wu Bai tries to act busy and dignified for exactly 1 moment, until Beatrice mentions the hotel buffet. The word buffet destroys his self-control, and Wu Bai instantly accepts with shameless enthusiasm. The whole group stares at the pair like reality just broke, because nobody expected Beatrice to make a move on him of all people. Mark takes it the hardest, collapsing into Ivy's arms and crying like a protective brother whose world just ended. Ivy leads the heartbroken Mark away toward the hotel, and the private signals between her and Beatrice hint this little drama is far from over. Leo finally cuts through the chaos, announces that the new branch will go near this mountain, and warns everyone to get ready for major construction. Leo's strange fluid sinks into a rocky mountain, and the whole range starts turning black as if ink is spreading through stone. At the center of the change, a rough square core starts glittering in rainbow colors, becoming the mountain's new spiritual heart. Leo checks the object and learns he has somehow created a newborn spiritual heart of Planet Eater with no soul yet, but enough instinct to keep turning matter into soul stones. The appraisal gets worse. If left alone, the thing can eat a planet into a soulstone star, but it is also an absurdly valuable material for mining and alchemy. Leo can only stare at the rock and grumble that he pees everywhere, yet this is the first time his body has produced something this blasphemous. Hanhao asks what is wrong, and Leo casually answers that he may have just given birth to a planet eater. When Hanhao has no idea what soulstones are, Leo explains they are a much higher cultivation resource above essence stones and spirit stones. The crowd is thrilled that Leo may have accidentally created a mountain full of precious cultivation resources. That excitement dies fast when Kishin Duji flies over, sees the heart, and instantly realizes Leo has made a real Planet Eater seed. Kishin Duji snaps that Leo is playing with disaster, because Planet Eaters answer to the terrifying overlord Planet Devourer. He warns that in the old days a single unchecked Planet Eater could devour a galaxy within a year and evolve into a karmic sovereign. Leo asks how Kishin ever beat them, so Kishin admits he only managed it long ago by poisoning them with Karma River before Fate Crystals existed. That old trick no longer helps, because Planet Devourer now has a true system called the Akashic Record System and can predict almost everything. Kishin drives the point home by saying even Sieg and Priscilla once teamed up against Planet Devourer, and still got mauled so badly they had to retreat. Leo wonders why such monsters have not already swallowed everyone else, and Kishin finally reveals the real reason, the Void Tree. The name catches Leo's attention immediately, because he has already seen the Void Tree mentioned in the strange alchemy recipe tied to the spiritual heart. Kishin starts a grim history lesson, saying that before Fate Crystals existed, the universe only had world trees and its ceiling stopped at Karmic Sovereign. In the flashback, Kishin recalls ruling the universe alone until a gigantic transparent mushroom-like tree suddenly appeared and started devouring Karma Rivers. Kishin mobilized his army to suppress it, but the campaign failed before they could even touch the tree because its transcendent aura blasted everyone back. Then the Void Tree spoke to the whole universe, declaring itself a higher dimensional principality searching for candidates to join its universe. The voice nearly crippled Kishin's nearby forces, forcing them to retreat while he stayed behind to hear the rest. The tree scattered countless fate crystals across the universe and announced that anyone who obtained one of its leaves within 100,000 years could qualify for the higher realm. That single event shattered Kishin's rule, because new powers rose everywhere and his enemies finally forced him to surrender to Eleanor. Back in the present, everyone is stunned by the story of a higher dimension and a tree that rewrote the universe. Kishin almost says more when he looks at Leo and Kat, but he stops himself and only adds that Planet Devourer's forces now surround the Void Tree. He says the Planet Eaters even tried to eat the Void Tree itself, but failed, so now they camp there instead and monopolize the area. Kishin boils the warning down to one order: do not make another Planet Eater and definitely do not attract that overlord's attention. Leo closes his eyes as if he is about to listen and remove the seed, but his face hardens when he remembers how much he hates being pushed around. Instead of obeying, Leo mutters no and decides to provoke fate on purpose. To Kishin's horror, Leo spits on the spiritual heart and deliberately accelerates its growth while declaring that chaos is exactly who he is. The entire mountain instantly finishes turning into soul stones, and the dark transformation surges outward in a violent rumble. Before the wave can reach town, Leo snatches the heart out of the ground and stuffs it into his inventory like the whole stunt was just a prank. A long way off in the Abyssal Star Sector, the real Void Tree hangs in the deepest void, now vastly larger than it was in Kishin's old story. 1,000 giant planet-eater whales surround the tree, and the largest of all, the grotesque overlord Planet Devourer, rests on top of it like it owns the cosmos. Planet Devourer suddenly wakes when he senses a tiny shift in the timeline, and that tiny flaw immediately puts him on edge. He mutters through his own predictions and realizes his once perfect chance of ascension has slipped below certainty. Paranoid now, he opens the Akashic Record System and orders it to recalculate his chances of reaching the higher realm. The system says his odds have dropped again and points to a new problem, several people with true entity fate crystals now exist as unreadable variables. The redacted list confirms 4 dangerous rivals, one each labeled only as Overlord P, E, L, and S. Unable to read them directly, Planet Devourer spreads his senses through the universe and starts tracing karma through people he can still see clearly. That search leads him to Eleanor and then to Aslan Ariel, whose memories point toward the names Leonardo Ariel and Simba Ariel even though the key faces stay blurred. He asks the system if Overlord L and Overlord S are Leonardo and Simba, and the system refuses to confirm it because true fate interference still blocks certainty. Even so, a 75% overlap is enough for him to treat the connection as real and keep digging. He switches targets and spies on Priscilla and Sieg instead, hoping their recent clash will reveal what changed the future. In the replay, he sees Sieg fall, but the future still looks wrong because Priscilla survives in much better shape than his old calculation expected. When he rewinds the memory, he finally spots the missing piece. A blurred outsider briefly fought Sieg first and softened him up for Priscilla's ambush. That is enough for Planet Devourer to settle on a solution, and he decides Priscilla is the one variable he must kill first. The system confirms his thinking by showing that removing Overlord P alone almost restores his ascension odds to absolute certainty. He concludes the other 3 variables barely matter by comparison, so all his attention swings toward exterminating Priscilla's side first. He rises from the void tree and roars an order for a full-scale assault on the Phoenix Star sector. The 1,000 planet eaters answer at once and wheel through the void in perfect formation toward Priscilla's territory. Before leaving, Planet Devourer checks battle futures against Priscilla and sees that he wins almost every timeline except one glitched result he cannot fully read. That single bad future annoys him, but he comforts himself that Priscilla still cannot kill him as long as the void tree's leaves remain inside him. Then a faint signal from far across the universe pricks his senses, and he stops cold when he recognizes it as a newborn planet eater. For a moment he hesitates, because his race cannot reproduce normally and new blood matters more to him than fate crystals. He decides not to turn back himself and instead summons one subordinate, number 47, to fetch the baby and return later. Planet Devourer tells number 47 to bring back herb stars too, because babies grow by feeding on living populations and their memories. Number 47 obeys at once and shoots away through the void at light speed toward Leo's accidental newborn. Satisfied, Planet Devourer turns back toward war and gleefully imagines mutating Priscilla into a seedbed for a new generation of his kind. Elsewhere, the story cuts to a quiet diplomatic meeting on a floating platform in the void, where Ellen sits with Priscilla in private. Lucky and Overlord Xiao Mao are there too, making it clear this is a new anti-planet eater alignment after the Fate Stadium collapse. Priscilla asks Ellen how useful the true entity Fate Crystal was, pressing the Divine Elf Queen to show where she stands now. Ellen grimly honors the deal and agrees that the Divine Elf will cooperate with the Phoenix race to fight the Planet Eaters and secure the Void Tree. With Ellen secured, Priscilla immediately turns to Xiao Mao and offers him a true entity Fate Crystal as well. In the Florida domain, Leo stops improvising and raises a full square kilometer of land so he can build a real city district from scratch. He opens his system shop and starts with the basics the locals actually need first: clean water and electricity. The new waterworks drill a tunnel all the way to the sea, and a transparent barrier at the intake keeps fish and sea creatures from getting sucked inside. Chi-draining pylons power the desalination process, and within seconds the first tanks are already filling with drinkable water. Leo pumps and status upgrades, boosts the facility, and 20 worker mannequins rise up to run the whole plant for him. With utilities handled, Leo expands outward again and lays down concrete roads to map out the new district before it even has residents. Then he spots an underground tunnel option in the shop and lights up because that solves his logistics problem too. Leo reinforces the ground under the slum and installs a buried expressway, turning the leftover dirt and stone into support pillars and tunnel walls. He links the new underground road back to his main shopping mall domain, then suddenly realizes he nearly forgot drainage and starts fixing it by hand. An hour later, sweaty but pleased, Leo finally looks over an empty finished logistics road and decides it is time to add actual businesses. He goes on a buying spree so fast it looks like a gamer speedrun, ordering store buildings and support structures in a blur. A modest one-story shopping mall rises near the main road, with a parking lot in front and a warehouse attached behind it. Warehouse mannequins and store automatons pop into existence right away, so the whole complex is staffed the moment it opens. Leo keeps going and wraps the block with 20 condominium towers, each with utilities and parking, then adds townhouses for people who hate high-rise living. For the finishing touch, Leo plants big sale signs and proudly declares the whole new neighborhood done. The crowd just stares in shock, and Tang Tian practically drools because he already knows how absurdly comfortable Leo's modern buildings are inside. Tang Tian nervously asks if celestial-ranked elders like them can move in too, and Leo immediately shuts down the idea of freeloading. Leo explains they can buy rooms if they want, and those rooms are bizarrely huge inside, but he refuses to waste the best space on old men unless they pay. Then Leo calls Kat over and decides it is finally time for her to earn her own food by working as this second mall's guardian. Kat only cares about one thing, so her first question is whether this new job comes with regular meals. Leo promises scheduled meals 4 times a day, but only if she actually does the job, and Kat is horrified by the idea of needing work to get food. When Kat asks why work matters at all, Leo sells it in the simplest possible way: protect them all, become the local lord, and people will bring offerings. He adds the real perk: if someone robs the store, Kat has the right to catch and eat the thief. That instantly wins Kat over, and she gets way too enthusiastic about a job that sounds like legal snacking. Leo quickly lays down the rules: she absolutely cannot eat just anybody, only people who actually steal. To make the rule idiot-proof, he explains that paying customers leave with visible plastic shopping bags, but thieves hide goods in storage rings and sneak out empty-handed. Kat happily declares the job easy, while everyone listening nearby silently realizes Leo is raising a future nightmare. With the mall district settled, Leo returns to the Soulstone Mountain and finally reveals the real point of this trip: strip mine the entire range. He tells everyone to break the mountains apart however they want and keep half of whatever they mine, which turns the whole crowd wild with excitement. The miners scatter across the range and unleash their techniques, smashing soulstone peaks apart, while Leo watches without trying to hoard everything for himself. Instead, Leo wants his side stronger fast, because he knows the real bottleneck ahead is building a foundation powerful enough for the Sage Realm. Thinking about beings like Sieg, Leo realizes he still needs real transcendent training himself, and sinks his mind into meditation. Far out in space, Planet Eater number 47 cruises like a spoiled cosmic predator whose whole personality still boils down to hunger. Its favorite food is fate crystals, but after losing easy access to void tree chi, the starving beast speeds up and dives toward Leo's galaxy looking for anything to eat. The moment it arrives, it roars, lunges at the nearest helium star, and swallows the whole thing in one bite. The star explodes inside its gut, the monster burps in satisfaction, and then immediately starts hunting for the next course. That is when it spots a distant golden dragon-shaped dreadnought made of minerals and armor and mistakes it for either food or a challenger. Without hesitation, the giant whale charges straight at Simba's ship. Meanwhile, in the dreadnought captain's cabin, Simba sits half-dressed beside the sleeping Esther after the night before and calmly finishes his meditation. A system message confirms Simba has broken through to the transcendent realm and lays out the brutal rules of growth from here: luck essence, lifespan, and fate crystals. The message also warns that the higher realm is locked unless he gets a karmic fate crystal or essence from the single void tree guarded by another verified player. Once the screen closes, Simba tests his new senses and realizes he can see karma threads through walls and almost across the entire galaxy at once. That flood of vision gets awkward fast when he accidentally sees Ivy and Mark in a private bedroom scene and jerks his attention away in disgust. Refocusing on space, Simba studies the stars themselves and comes to a grimly amused conclusion: this universe really does look like a giant constructed system. Then Simba sends strands of gold chi through the ship's vents, seizing microbes, dead cells, and tiny space pests as raw material. Those tiny life forms mutate into swarming gold geckos, and Simba quietly orders them all to gather in the cafeteria. Once they arrive, Simba pours souls from his own Dantian universe into them and upgrades the geckos again into full humanoid dragonets. The new species immediately shows variety, with gold and black dragonets testing fresh bodies and flexing claws, spines, tails, and wings. Simba repeats the process across the mothership until whole populations of dragonets are spawning into different colored roles. Gold dragonets rush to the bridge and engines, black ones arm themselves in the hangars, and white leaders start taking command seats on the smaller warships. Red dragonets fill out the crews while pink support units stay behind in cafeterias, infirmaries, and living areas to keep the new civilization running. But Simba's new race also produces one absurd defect: a rainbow dragonet in a red coat who starts loudly singing instead of working. Simba is left staring because this idiot somehow turned out to be one of the strongest beings inside his universe, and even inherited a fragment of his entity crystal. Curious anyway, Simba goes out to the deck and asks Cheese what the higher dimension feels like now that they are living in it. Cheese bluntly says the air here feels terrible and dead, which lines up with Simba's own sense that this universe seems abandoned and strangely weak at the top. Cheese excitedly jumps to the obvious dream of becoming the strongest creator here, and Simba shuts that down by reminding him his elder brother is still stronger. That only makes Cheese more interested, but before the talk goes further, both of them sense a strange chi disturbance coming from deep space. They lock onto the source and see a whale so gigantic it dwarfs a solar system barreling straight for the dreadnought. Simba does not wait for impact. He transforms into a gold dragonet battle form and launches to intercept. Cheese is impressed enough to copy his creator on the spot and races after him toward the incoming monster. Back in the Florida domain, Leo snaps out of meditation because his skin suddenly crawls with a warning he cannot ignore. Hua Jiashan returns to proudly report his mining haul, only to find Leo barely listening because his attention has already shifted to the sky. Leo quietly asks Ohio Man if he feels it too, and the old enemy instantly goes rigid because he knows exactly what kind of monster that aura belongs to. Ohio Man recognizes the aura instantly and blurts out that the Planet Eater is coming, stronger than the one he fought before and carrying absurd karmic weight. He spells out the danger in plain terms: over 20 karma rivers, void tree leaves boosting it further, and enough destructive force to erase the whole solar system if it gets serious. Leo listens to all of that and still dismisses the cosmic horror as just a fish before casually stretching like he is about to enjoy himself. Then Leo vanishes on the spot and teleports out to meet the incoming whale head-on. 100,000 kilometers from the whale, Leo arrives at the exact same moment as Simba, and both brothers realize they came for the same prey. Their reunion is pure deadpan sibling energy, with Leo asking if Simba is here for whale hunting and Simba answering that he probably is. Leo even jokes that whale hunting is illegal and asks if Simba has a license, ending the moment with both of them absurdly relaxed in front of a world-ending beast. Floating in space after the fight, Leo jokes that Simba's gold dragon body looks like a boss monster's second phase, and Simba is already annoyed by how unserious his brother has become. Cheese catches up, senses Leo's rainbow aura feels strangely familiar, and blurts out an awkward but sincere greeting that Leo is a good man. Leo notices Cheese's karmic link to Simba and starts asking if the guide belongs to him, but the introduction gets cut off when Planet Eater 47 comes screaming back at them from far away. Simba and Cheese instantly brace for impact, but Leo stays disgustingly calm and flicks a tiny booger-like lump of his own flesh and blood at the charging whale. That tiny lump becomes a magnetar core moving absurdly fast, and Pen 47 swallows it on purpose because he thinks a mere star trick cannot hurt him. Inside the whale, the core erupts with black hole force, drags his body backward, and starts crushing him from the inside before he understands his mistake. Back outside, Leo casually bites and chews empty air as if he is eating the whale from afar, making the whole attack feel even more absurd. The magnetar devours Pen 47's flesh and soul so fast that the giant shrinks by half in seconds while the star swells larger and larger inside him. Then the overgrown star bursts out of the whale and finishes consuming every last bit of him, leaving Simba and Cheese staring in disbelief. When the giant star suddenly swings back toward them, Simba yells for Leo to dodge and Cheese teleports away, but Leo does not move at all. Instead of killing him, the star shrinks into a candy on Leo's fingertip, and he pops it into his mouth like a snack. As Leo chews, system rewards pour in from eating an entire Planet Eater's soul, including an entity fate crystal, more fate crystals, and void tree leaves. Simba finally demands to know what that insane move was, and Leo casually admits he was testing a new skill he copied from Eleanor. Leo explains that, in his Danteon simulation space, he has been grinding brutal max difficulty fights to patch up his shaky foundation. Once the simulated enemies reached karmic sovereign level and above, even Leo started losing badly, especially against buffed versions of his father, Eleanor, and the absurdly unreachable Sieg. To survive those losses, Leo started stealing star-based techniques from weaker entity-level opponents and learned how different cultivators weaponized black holes, pulsars, and magnetars. That inspired Leo to mix his own flesh and blood into a summoned star, and the first test went so wildly out of control that it erased one of his own galaxies by accident. After restoring the damage and sealing the technique as too dangerous, Leo only used it again now because Pen 47 was the first target reckless enough to try it on. Hearing all that, Simba realizes Leo's simulation system is even more broken than he thought, because it lets him study people, test builds, and copy skills like a cheat engine. When Leo asks how many fate crystals Simba has, Simba can only admit he is poor by comparison, so Leo reaches into the space inside his own body and offers him a mutated entity fate crystal like a white burning sun. That casual gift hits Simba hard, and he quietly vows to get much stronger instead of being satisfied with where he is now. Simba checks with his system first, and the answer says the mutated crystal can grant a stronger than normal system ability, with a good chance of fulfilling his exact wish. Trusting the odds, Simba flies into the white sun, reaches its core, and absorbs the crystal into his soul. He prays for a system like Leo's so he can copy abilities and learn combat techniques, and the crystal starts generating a brand new system inside his soul. Instead of copying Leo's version exactly, Simba gets a different simulation system that asks him to set up two fighters against each other. Curious, Simba sets Fighter 1 as himself and Fighter 2 as Leo, both at full condition, full potential, and max mastery so he can see what they could really become. The duel starts with Simba's simulated dragon form charging in, but Leo's simulated future form instantly vanishes and turns the fight into a terrifying lesson. Leo's simulated future form reveals itself as a giant phoenix inside a domain and floods the void with rainbow feathers that bloom into a million white suns. The suns melt Simba's simulated body, and when his soul tries to escape, another projection of simulated Leo emerges from a sun and cuts it down with a rainbow flame scythe. The result leaves Simba half horrified and half thrilled, because this system may not be what he asked for, but it is still incredibly useful for scouting and theory crafting. Back in real space, Simba confirms the new system works, and Leo says he is heading back to his own work. Before leaving, Leo suddenly offers Simba a place in his domain, and even says he can buy him a proper house if he is tired of living in that dragon ship. That small kindness reminds Simba of the brother he respected long ago, so he smiles, pats Leo on the back, and heads home feeling warmer than before. Leo instantly ruins the sentimental mood by whining that Simba almost broke his spine and angrily retracting the free house idea. Leo returns to his own world, where his followers have already finished harvesting soul stones and respectfully present their storage rings for inspection. After taking his promised half, Leo orders his followers to spread the word about the new town he built west of the slum district. As the others leave to advertise the place, only Kat and Beatrice stay behind with Leo while he moves on to setting up the store side of the project. The news spreads fast, and rogue cultivators plus merchants rush west to scout the new district for themselves. What they find is shocking: modern skyscrapers, broad roads, and luxury penthouses rising where nothing like this should exist in their world. Inside one condo building, mannequin receptionists greet the visitors like office staff and offer brochures for a place called Florida Estate Number 420. At first, the visitors cannot read the English pamphlets, but after standing in the building a few seconds, the words automatically translate in their minds. That miracle does not calm them down for long, because the cheapest tiny studio costs 20,000 essence stones or 20,000 years of lifespan. Most of them are crushed on the spot, but a few merchants quickly realize there is a loophole and ask if many buyers can split one purchase by lifespan payments. When the mannequin confirms group payment is allowed and that all the local businesses belong to Lord Florida Man, the merchants immediately sprint off to claim the best road-facing properties. Then they start checking the bigger listings and nearly cough blood, because the manors and prime store buildings cost anywhere from millions to hundreds of millions of essence stones. Still, the buyers keep inspecting the interiors and discover the houses are worth far more than they look, with cultivation rooms and hidden interior space vast enough to feel like private mansions. That only makes the crowd more desperate, because now they know the properties are genuinely valuable but still far beyond what they can pay up front. Right when the crowd is most desperate, roaming mannequins hand out fresh contract papers and introduce a new word the locals have never heard before: installment. The mannequins explain that a 700,000 stone townhouse can be stretched over a century, dropping the monthly payment to something ordinary cultivators can actually imagine paying. One cultivator is sold on the spot and happily tries to buy immediately with the 1,000 stones he already has on hand. The smarter merchants do the math and turn pale, because the long-term interest means the buyer will end up paying far more than the sticker price. While everyone else is still arguing over whether the installment plan is clever or a scam, a Tang clan member dashes for a 100 million stone mansion and shouts that he wants to buy it by installment. When the stunned crowd asks if he is serious, the buyer turns around and reveals himself as Tang Tian, grinning that this opportunity is actually too cheap to pass up. After cashing in his new commission, Tang Tian spends a huge stack of soul stones on a manor deed and immediately hangs up a Tang clan manor sign like he has already claimed the place. Han Meng, Han Hao, and Tiger Swordsman go even bigger, grabbing an expensive penthouse and showing it off to the others with smug new owner energy. Hua Jiashan and Dong Fang may stay cautious instead of greedy, choosing a modest condo because they understand Leo well enough not to overreach. When the couple checks their condo, they discover Leo's property is better than advertised and opens into a much larger 3-story penthouse with a pool. Wu Bai sits out the buying spree because he already has a home, while Beatrice keeps her stones too and brings everything back to Izan instead of spending it on herself. By the end of the day, 100 cultivators have bought into Leo's housing, and most of them are already tied up in installment plans. Back at the bus, mannequin workers dump the sales reports in front of Leo, and he realizes his employees just turned cultivation resources into rent money for him. Leo grumbles that he gave those soul stones out for cultivation, not for his own staff to buy his land and stay weak forever. Fed up with the older generation, Leo decides to push the younger talents directly and summons Gao Yan, Tang San, Jin Yong, and Yao Chichi for personal training the next morning. The next morning at the shopping complex water park, Leo gathers Gao Yan, Jin Yong, Tang San, and Yao Chichi for training, and Izan tags along with nothing better to do. Leo sizes up the group and sees Gao Yan and Jin Yong already at deity, Yao Chichi stuck at true immortal, Tang San is the weakest, and Izan nearly ready to challenge the sage realm after so much dual cultivation with him. Leo opens the lesson brutally by blurting out that they all suck, which instantly annoys Izan and leaves the others rattled. Leo quickly explains he is not insulting them for fun, he is angry because they are wasting the store's broken training advantages and growing far too slowly. When Leo asks how often they have used the Tesseract time chamber, the answers are embarrassingly low, and Tang San admits he does not even know what it is. Leo facepalms and tells them they should have been camping that chamber every free day instead of letting a miracle resource go to waste. Gao Yan pushes back that the old queue was awful, and Leo finally reveals the point of locking outsiders out of the complex. Now the chamber is theirs alone. Once they realize the time chamber is now empty for staff use, Gao Yan and Jin Yong light up, and Leo starts assigning personal tutoring turns with Tang San first. Leo tries to put Izan into the training lineup too, saying she cannot just stay home and absorb his energy forever. Izan casually asks if she can just stay home until she gives birth, and the whole meeting freezes. With a smug grin, Izan announces she is pregnant and makes Leo a stunned father-to-be on the spot. Leo immediately changes his tune and tells Izan she can stay home and cultivate instead of doing any training. Satisfied, Izan asks for spicy and sour food, gets Leo's approval, and leaves the meeting in a cheerful mood. Once Izan is gone, the group bursts into congratulations, and Yao Qiqi excitedly asks if she is about to become an elder sister. Leo shuts down the teasing, drags the conversation back to training, and leads Tang San off toward the time chamber first. At the time chamber, Leo clears the room by kicking Hua Taishu out so he can give Tang San a private session. Inside the blank time chamber packed with cultivation resources, Tang San is awed by the absurd facility, but Leo immediately cuts off the praise and tells him to show his method. Tang San starts cultivating, and Leo watches as the chamber's yin-yang energy twists into dark miasma around him. The deeper Leo inspects, the worse it looks. Tang San's meridians are a tangled mess, and his current method is feeding his body like a monster instead of building a proper human foundation. Leo quietly checks with the system and learns the truth. Tang San's current Oni-style method will slowly turn him into a monster unless his physique evolves before he reaches immortality. The system recommends a direct fix instead. Give Tang San an abyssal black tortoise bloodline, because his rare monster meridian physique can actually survive it. That answer makes Leo realize just how ridiculous his shopping system is, so he opens the bloodline store and starts searching through an enormous list of races and inheritances. First, Leo finds the prismatic phoenix bloodline and recognizes it as essentially his own terrifyingly expensive and dangerously mutating origin. Then he reads the abyssal black tortoise entry and sees why it fits Tang San so well. It can heal ruined meridians, unlock gravity-related potential, and only rare bodies like his can swallow it raw. Convinced, Leo spends 1 billion years of lifespan and buys the bloodline on the spot. The black blood appears in a vial, but the moment Leo moves it, the glass shatters and the blood rises in the air like a living thing full of killing intent. The bloodline ignores Leo and drifts toward Tang San instead, acting almost delighted after sensing him. Before Tang San can react, the black blood shoots into him through his nostrils and he panics on the spot. Leo tells Tang San to relax and absorb it, then casually warns that the process might leave him looking like a woman. Tang San has no time to argue because the evolution rips through him at once, replacing his blood and reshaping his body from the inside out. After a full day in the time chamber, Tang San's bulky body finishes evolving into a smooth, beautiful, strongly feminine new form with long black hair and a curved chest. When Tang San comes to, Leo already has a mirror ready and invites him to look at the result. Tang San looks down, realizes he now has breasts, then frantically checks his crotch and finds he is still physically male. The mirror shows a gorgeous woman-like black-haired figure staring back, and Tang San screams at what Leo has done to him. Instead of arguing, Leo opens a temporary shared status screen so Tang San can read exactly what he has become. The biography explains everything at once. Tang San was born with a crippled monster chi physique, used a harmful stopgap method, and now has safely become a human-descended abyssal black tortoise. Tang San checks for a tortoise shell, feels a brief surge of relief when there is none, and then panics again when his own voice comes out soft and womanlike. Leo answers with shameless bluntness, saying Tang San's gender is whatever he wants to call it as long as he still has his male parts. Tang San confirms the anatomy is still there and stubbornly declares he is staying a man no matter what the rest of him looks like. That does not solve his bigger fear, and Tang San miserably asks how any future wife is supposed to believe he is a man when he looks like this. Leo's answer is somehow worse and better at the same time, just prove it directly, because some women might even be into this. Leo keeps going, reframing the whole thing as a strange kind of freedom where Tang San can wear dresses or men's clothes and get away with either one. Tang San keeps staring at himself, and against his own expectations, the horror starts mixing with curiosity and a weird thrill. A moment later, the mood flips completely and Tang San blurts out his new label with bizarre pride, accidentally entertaining Leo to death. While Tang San rides out that emotional whiplash, Leo quietly checks the store again for cultivation manuals that match the new bloodline. The system offers complete abyssal black tortoise manuals by realm, and Leo buys the first 3 volumes for almost nothing compared to the bloodline. Leo also learns another dangerous new fact about his upgraded system. If he recruits extinct tortoise souls from the karmic river later, he could even summon them in simulation mode. The system even nags him to explore his features better, and Leo gets the distinct feeling it just insulted him a little. Putting the system aside, Leo memorizes the manuals and hands them over with one clear order: abandon the old method and recultivate from the beginning. Tang San balks because it took him a full year to reach his current strength, but Leo promises he will surpass it again within a month. That wild promise hooks Tang San immediately, and he starts following the first volume in earnest while Leo watches. The instant Tang San switches methods, extreme means she explodes through the chamber and floods into him like a storm. The force shreds Tang San's clothes, flushes black impurity out of him, and then drags that filth back inside to feed the bloodline. Tang San's foundation drops all the way back down, but the new method rebuilds him so fast that his real combat strength immediately starts outstripping normal cultivators far above his stage. In minutes Tang San races through the early stages, and after just an hour he has already recovered the cultivation base that originally took him a year to build. Even Leo has to admit his month estimate was way off when Tang San does it in an hour, though Tang San keeps cultivating for another stretch before finally stopping. When Tang San finally lands, the outside still looks soft and feminine, but the compact strength packed into that new frame is far denser than before. He tests that power with a single punch, and the empty air erupts with a booming shockwave. Leo praises the punch, but his attention drifts somewhere much less appropriate as he starts comparing Tang San's transformed chest to Izen's. Tang San asks if Leo said something, and Leo quickly hides the real thought and pretends he was only admiring the strike. Then Tang San suddenly notices he is still modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth, covers his chest on instinct, and turns bright red. The awkward silence gets worse until Leo groans that teaching them here was a bad idea, because now he just misses his pregnant wife. Tang San mutters that it is not his fault and turns away harder to hide himself, and Leo finally tells him to get dressed because he has no interest in seeing Tang San's junk. After giving Tang San a bloodline and cultivation method, Leo immediately drags him into simulation mode to see what kind of monster he can become. Tang San's potential tops out at deity level for now, which disappoints Leo a little, but he is still pleased because this boy was always meant to be a long-term investment. One day passes in the time chamber as Tang San practices his new body, while Leo brutalizes his clones 10,000 times to copy Tang San's skills and even his signature shield. On the second day, Tang San kneels in front of Leo, proud that he has stabilized his foundation and ready to charge at the immortal stage. Instead of answering normally, Leo suddenly pushes a fingertip into Tang San's forehead and starts digging through his soul. Tang San realizes Leo is not hurting him and starts teasing him so shamelessly that Leo nearly explodes from second-hand embarrassment. After a minute of soul-searching, Leo pulls a tiny heavenly fate crystal out of Tang San's soul and ignores the system warning that he is damaging the boy's cultivation foundation. Leo immediately merges Tang San's crystal with 6 of his own, turning 7 heavenly fate crystals into one blazing true heavenly fate crystal. The fused crystal turns out to be a true heavenly fate crystal that can strip weaker crystal systems, boost equipment or facilities, or imprint a soul with a unique system, and if it is the only crystal in a young mortal, their ceiling can rise to transcend. Leo realizes he could just shove the crystal back and power Tang San up, but instead he checks the shop for 2 fate crystal exchange upgrades and turns the whole thing into a choice. Leo theatrically frames the offer as a blue pill and red pill choice, but Tang San just stares back because the local boy has no idea what that joke is supposed to mean. Once the joke dies, Leo patiently explains systems, Dantian universes, and how the easier upgrade would guide Tang San with built-in help. By the end of Leo's long lecture, Tang San is thrilled by the idea of growing planets inside himself and almost picks the easy route on the spot. Then Leo makes him hear the real catch. The direct crystal path offers a higher ceiling, but no assist system and no guided way to grow the Dantian universe. Tang San instantly chooses the harder road because he wants bigger rewards and admits he is delusional enough to aim for the top of the universe. Leo laughs at that mindset, agrees that delusion is where big ambitions start, and accepts the dangerous choice. With the decision made, Leo burns the papers and shoves the true heavenly fate crystal back into Tang San's soul. Tang San freezes in place as his consciousness drops into his sea of consciousness, now able to see truths that only true fate crystal owners can perceive. When Leo checks the simulation again, Tang San's projected clone data has jumped to a transcendent divine tortoise at transcendent level 10 with upgraded DAS and a divine anti-divinity weapon. Instead of feeling threatened, Leo grins and treats Tang San's insane jump as a challenge worth stealing more skills from. A full year races by in the time chamber, and under Leo's guidance Tang San finally reaches deity realm, though his newborn Dantian universe only has 11 stars. Leo spends that same year fighting Tang San's clones without winning once, but the non-stop losses sharpen his combat sense as a transcendent. When the two finally step out, Gao Yan, Jin Yong, and Yao Qiqi rush over and immediately freeze at Tang San's startlingly beautiful new look. Tang San casually greets everyone like nothing changed, completely forgetting that his face and body now read as a gorgeous woman at first glance. Jin Yong blushes hard because Tang San's pretty face is exactly his type, while Gao Yan greets him normally and Yao Qiqi sulks at the sight of Tang San's chest. Even though he promised to train someone else next, Leo suddenly calls a day off and sends the disappointed group away until tomorrow. Leo heads straight back to his bus, because after a year of suppressing himself around Tang San's new body, he only wants Izen. On the bus upper deck, Izen is quietly sunbathing alone on the beach setup with no Ivy, Beatrice, or Mark around, and she greets Leo like he has only been gone a moment. Leo stares at Izen's still flat stomach, remembers she says she is pregnant, and his pent-up frustration finally snaps. He rushes into her arms and admits that the year he just lived through felt like torture. Izen understands enough to stop asking questions and simply embraces him, letting the couple fall back into familiar dual cultivation together. By the next morning, both of them are satisfied, and Leo jokingly asks to do it again tomorrow while Izen calls him a monster. After bathing and sending Izen to rest, Leo goes right back to the time chamber to start on the next promising kid. Tang San, Gao Yan, Jin Yong, and Yao Qiqi are already waiting outside, eager to see who Leo picks next. Leo keeps his promise and points straight at Gao Yan, making him the next one inside. When Jin Yong asks why the others cannot join too, Leo shuts it down hard and explains that sharing the chamber would expose incompatible cultivation secrets and wreck their foundations. That warning kills the idea instantly, so the others back off and leave Gao Yan to Leo's private training plan. Once they are inside the chamber, Leo checks Gao Yan's background and sees a gifted 17-year-old sword fanatic whose life only changed because he happened to meet Leo. Because Gao Yan already has thunder affinity, Leo asks the system how to push him further and gets a clear answer: add another element instead of only deepening lightning. Leo digs through bloodline options and narrows the choice to fire, wind, or light, then asks Gao Yan which one fits him best. Gao Yan chooses fire without hesitation, saying it would pair naturally with his lightning and help him use the heat his chi already produces. Leo buys the extinct Soligator bloodline and hands Gao Yan a vial of crimson blood, warning that drinking it might make him transform again. Before Gao Yan can overthink it, Leo pulls out more Heavenly Fate crystals and fuses 7 of them into another true Heavenly Fate crystal. This true Heavenly Fate crystal turns out to suit Gao Yan perfectly, because for a sword practitioner under 20 it unlocks a sword god system and strongly favors sword chi. Leo gives Gao Yan the same easy mode versus hard mode explanation he gave Tang San, and Gao Yan also rejects the shortcut because it sounds boring. Since Gao Yan chooses the tougher path, Leo presses the true Heavenly Fate crystal into his soul and lets the new sword god system take root. Gao Yan stares at the impossible system screen in pure shock, which is exactly the distraction Leo needs. While Gao Yan is still reeling, Leo grabs the chance and force-feeds him the Soligator blood to stack fire on top of thunder. Leo steps back after force-feeding him and leaves Gao Yan with one last crude warning: work hard, and do not end up like Tang San. Inside the time chamber, 2 real years force Leo through 2,880 years of training against Tang San's highest difficulty clone. At last, Leo wins his 1000th victory, and the Tang San clone collapses with the void sword still pinned in its artificial soul. The system rewards Leo for clearing the 1000-win milestone and offers him one of Tang San's skills, while teasing bigger prizes at 5 and 10,000 wins. Leo picks Transcend Dao of Invincibility, but the system immediately warns the art is incomplete because he lacks the Abyssal Black Tortoise bloodline. The skill memory slams into Leo's mind so hard that 1 second feels like a 10,000-year dream, leaving him dazed and unsure who he is for a moment. When his mind clears, Leo checks the clock and realizes the time chamber stay is almost over, with only 2 hours left on Gao Yan's training schedule. He finds Gao Yan in the air, transformed by training into a mature-looking powerhouse with yellow flame wings, horned lightning aura, and a deity realm pushed right to the brink of Sage. Leo calls Gao Yan down, and the disciple reports that he has reached the deity bottleneck and needs only another week or 2 to ascend. Before letting him break through, Leo makes sure Gao Yan still has the manuals and gives stricter homework for a 3rd elemental room. Leo bluntly tells him 2 elements are not enough, because flame and thunder overlap too much, and he needs at least 7 elements before reaching Sage Realm if he wants a foundation that will hold. Their dynamic has fully shifted by now, and Gao Yan answers like a proper disciple, calling Leo his master without hesitation. They clean up and leave the chamber on time, where Tang San, Jin Yong, and Yao Qiqi are already waiting to see the result. Tang San immediately sees the difference, and admits Gao Yan has pulled even farther ahead, which only makes him more determined to catch up. Jin Yong gets fired up too, already declaring that his turn in the chamber will put him past Gao Yan. Yao Qiqi skips the cultivation talk and bluntly asks whether Leo tried to feminize Gao Yan the way Tang San changed before. Gao Yan laughs it off and explains that Leo is just unlocking their hidden potential, which makes Yao Qiqi even more excited for her own turn. When Yao Qiqi turns to ask Leo directly, she finds he has already vanished without a word. The group guesses Leo teleported away to rest after another absurdly long training cycle, so nobody dares sneak into the free chamber without him. Leo has gone straight to Izan, only to walk in on her relaxed bedroom meeting with Ivy and Mark about their plan to get married. Izan immediately uses the timing to ask Leo for permission to hold a wedding ceremony for her 2 subordinates. Leo's first reaction is to stare at child-looking Mark and bluntly ask Ivy if she is a pedophile. Ivy fires back that Mark is over 10,000 years old, and she insists his young physique has nothing to do with their love. Leo gives up on judging the undead romance, calls them a weirdly fitting pair, and tells Izan to handle the wedding however she wants. Izan casually asks for 1,000,000 essence stones and some warehouse food for the wedding, and Leo shrugs it off as cheap while Ivy and Mark nearly cough blood at the absurd budget. Once the wedding business is settled, Izan notices Leo's restless look and realizes he came here for her, not household management. Laughing, Izan kicks Ivy and Mark out of the room and tells them she wants the full story of how they ended up together later. The second they are alone, Leo drops his clothes and all pretenses, still starved from what felt like 1,440 lonely years to him. Izan teases him for acting so thirsty, and Leo answers with the raw truth that one day outside trapped him alone for over 1,000 years inside. After spending another day with Izan to recover, Leo takes Jin Yong into the time chamber next, and they come out with Jin Yong raised to the same level as Gao Yan. After another rest day with Izan, Leo returns fresh again and takes Yao Qiqi in for her turn as well. Far away from Leo's planet, the war at the center of the universe has reached its ugliest stage, with Ellen's alliance winning at a horrifying cost. Ellen's armada wipes out the last of Planet Devourer's subordinates, but 90% of the divine elf kingdom dies and millions of stars in her territory are lost forever. Meanwhile, Priscilla's Phoenix forces keep Overlord Planet Devourer pinned down, but after a week of non-stop fighting, everyone on both sides is exhausted. Planet Devourer mocks Priscilla for trying to kill something that always regenerates, and claims he already saw through her whole plan. Priscilla answers by flooding him with rainbow fire, burning away parts of his body even as the monster keeps swelling back larger than before. When the monster starts ranting that he wants to capture and breed Priscilla, the phoenixes react with pure disgust and burn harder. Watching from a distance, Xiao Mao grips his fishing rod in frustration, while Ellen stays beside him and insists Priscilla's flame array should still hold. The fisherman coldly says his karma calculations guarantee defeat, then shocks Ellen by pouring half his lifespan into the rod right beside her. He reveals that he forged the fate crystal into the rod instead of consuming it because this weapon was built to kill souls directly. With a roar, the fisherman casts his hook and actually catches Planet Devourer's soul, making both Priscilla and the monster recoil in shock. Planet Devourer laughs anyway and yanks back with his flesh, turning Xiao Mao's attack into a brutal head-on contest between fisherman and whale. A flashback explains how this started, when Priscilla first demonstrated a true entity fate crystal and handed one to Ellen to secure her allegiance. Ellen is convinced by the crystal's value and surrenders divine elf territory to the Phoenix race in exchange for survival. When Priscilla offers Xiao Mao the same deal, he agrees to join but refuses to absorb the crystal into his soul. To explain why, Xiao Mao shows his lifespan screen in deep red, revealing that mountains of karmic curses have already ruined his path to ascension. Lucky is rattled by how many souls Xiao Mao must have tampered with, while Ellen grimly realizes the karma rivers of this universe have already doomed his current life. Xiao Mao says a weapon is more useful than new talents now, because he can at least leave it to a successor or even his own next reincarnation. Priscilla accepts the logic, promises to help secure his reincarnation if they survive, and hands over the last true entity fate crystal. Xiao Mao fuses the crystal into his fishing rod and quietly reveals that the weapon can rip a soul from any body regardless of cultivation rank. Priscilla senses the rod does more than that and privately asks for the rest later, while Xiao Mao explains he and Lucky have 30,000 years of blood-soaked history. Then Priscilla shocks the room by handing Lucky only a true heavenly fate crystal instead of the entity one he expected. Lucky roars that Xiao Mao got the better prize, and Priscilla bluntly tells him he is weaker, so he can take what he gets or crawl away. Instead of storming off, Lucky swallows his pride, asks for a second heavenly crystal, and Priscilla tosses him one without hesitation. After consuming both crystals, Lucky manifests two systems in public, including one labeled Dantian Eater, and Xiao Mao immediately gets a bad feeling. Lucky promises Xiao Mao they will settle their score after the war, but for now the four overlords force themselves back to planning the trap. Back in the present fight, Xiao Mao nearly pulls a tip of Planet Devourer's soul out before the black flesh drags it back in. Planet Devourer sends Black Chi racing down the line into Xiao Mao's body, instantly destroying a million stars inside his Dantian universe. Xiao Mao answers with sin of gluttony, turning his inner stars into catfish, giant cathalhus, and cat octopi that swarm the invading Chi and devour it. Even when many of those creatures burst from the backlash, the survivors multiply and turn back into stars, repairing his cultivation almost as fast as it was damaged. Then he stacks Sin of Sloth to slow the hostile flow, and Sin of Wrath to fire a red killing Chi straight back through the line into the whale. The hit barely registers as a sting to Planet Devourer, but Xiao Mao smiles anyway because the monster still failed to understand what kind of fighter he is. From the rear, Lucky calls the whale an idiot, while Ellen openly praises Xiao Mao as the strongest entity in the universe for turning the curse of 7 sins into usable power. Neither ally rushes in yet, because Lucky keeps preparing his systems and Ellen is still recovering while waiting for the frontline to wear each other down. While recovering, Ellen scans the universe for surviving subordinates and suddenly locks onto a missing mercenary several galaxies away with a bright dragon-like aura. A second aura near that mercenary shocks Ellen even more, because it carries the same transcendent scent as Priscilla, and she realizes it belongs to Leo. Ellen realizes the Florida man she met before was never just another hidden sovereign, and she cannot tell whether he broke through recently or fooled everyone from the start. Her curiosity gets the better of her, so she sends a fragment of consciousness to spy on Leo directly. The moment she looks, Leo looks back, and Ellen yanks her consciousness away in panic as if her soul nearly got ripped out by the return stare. Back on Yen Empire planet, Leo is casually upgrading fate crystals, turning an earth crystal into sky rank by smearing eye boogers on it. He follows it up with another disgusting success, using more body gunk and spit to push the crystal from sky rank to heavenly rank in one go. To enable the trick, Leo eats a void tree leaf raw for a fresh 24 hours of luck and memorizes the exact time it started. Then he cuts his palm and watches a transparent branch with a purple leaf sprout from his own hand before healing the wound immediately. Leo is delighted by the loophole and starts wondering if he can mass farm branches and leaves from himself to turn fate crystal upgrading into a business. His planning stops when he remembers that someone just tried to snoop on him, so he lifts his gaze past the ceiling and starts searching the universe for the culprit. When Leo spreads his senses, the whole universe unfolds in his mind like a giant 3D radar map in barely 10 seconds. His skin lands on a monstrous battle at the center of the universe, where a larger flesh whale is trapped inside Priscilla's phoenix forces. He spots Priscilla, Ellen, Lucky, and especially Xiao Mao in that distant battle, and Xiao Mao's face matches Leo's golem Aslan so closely that it jolts him. That resemblance drags up Leo's worry about his missing father and the vanished Aslan, and the second he sees Xiao Mao's troubled expression, he decides he has to move. Without hesitating, Leo teleports through matter and void, shooting straight toward the battlefield at the center of the universe. At the same time, Aslan is nowhere near that battle at all, because he is busy inside the cow-level culling overgrown monster cattle when he suddenly sneezes in confusion. The seal around Planet Devourer starts cracking as the flesh whale devours Priscilla's flames and builds enough strength to break free. Priscilla burns her own lifespan to unleash Holy Flame, a soul-eroding trump card meant to finish him regardless of strength. Planet Devourer answers with his own hidden move, merging 7 entity fate crystals into one true crystal and crushing it to destroy every nearby system ability. The shockwave hurls Lucky, Ellen, Priscilla, and the phoenixes away, but Xiao Mao stays anchored off-panel because his fishing line is still hooked into the monster's soul. At the same time, Priscilla's holy flame reaches his soul, and Planet Devourer shrieks as the fire starts eating him from the inside. System windows slam into the others, telling them their systems are being forcibly uninstalled, and the backlash tears their bodies and souls apart. Xiao Mao is the only one spared because he never implanted a fate crystal, and he snaps at the others for relying on that shortcut. With everyone else crippled, Xiao Mao attacks alone and drives Silver Chi through the hooked whale. Planet Devourer only laughs, still maimed by soul flame but not weakened enough to fall because hidden artifacts keep his cultivation from dropping. Then he spits out a storm of 100,000 purple void leaves and uses them to heal everything in an instant. Seeing the whale return to full health, Priscilla goes numb and loses the will to fight. Lucky immediately flees, and Ellen breaks down because the backlash just knocked her all the way out of the karmic sovereign realm. The Phoenix Force falls apart, with some fleeing in panic and the rest left staggering in shock. Planet Devourer leisurely tears at the weakening seal and taunts Priscilla with vile threats while he tugs on Xiao Mao's soul-hooked line off-panel. Seeing Priscilla and Ellen mentally shattered, Xiao Mao quietly decides he still will not give up, even with absurd odds. Xiao Mao burns all his chi and life force into his fishing rod, and the line explodes into a trillion shining threads. The silver threads pierce and bind the whale from every direction, wrapping his giant body like a living execution net. Instead of panicking, Planet Devourer mocks Xiao Mao's 1 in a billion hope and says the real chance is probably 0. To prove it, Planet Devourer checks the future with his system, but every timeline suddenly turns black and cuts off. The glitch rattles him, so he directly asks his system who wins this war. The answer shocks him. Priscilla's side now has a 100% chance to win. When he demands to know who changes everything, the system names Florida Man, Leonardo Ariel, son of Aslan Ariel. Panicking, he runs a shorter forecast and sees a middle-aged man with a transparent side killing him in every version of the next few seconds. Terrified, Planet Devourer shrinks down, slips out of the silver restraints, and bolts toward the distant void tree while vowing to hunt Florida Man first. A moment later, Leo reaches the battlefield, surveys the wreckage, and is briefly disappointed when the old fisherman there turns out not to be his father. When the old fisherman addresses him as Overlord Florida Man off-panel, Leo immediately shuts down the title because the nickname already embarrasses him enough. Leo notices how wrecked Priscilla's side is and asks the old fisherman off-panel where the abomination escaped to. The old fisherman points him toward the void tree 5 galaxies away and warns that there is nothing but dark space in between. Leo says distance is not a problem and sweeps the universe with a green sonar-like sense until the void tree and the fleeing monster appear in his mind. Priscilla finally snaps out of her shock, sees Leo, and asks why he is here. Leo answers with his usual crude grin that he came to save his foster mother. Instead of arguing, Priscilla drops into human form and crushes Leo into an emotional hug, relieved that he showed up before she was captured. Leo awkwardly reminds her that he is married and that foster family does not mean this kind of physical closeness. Priscilla argues that his blood essence makes him truly her son, and Leo points off-panel at the old fisherman as proof he somehow carries that bloodline too. When Priscilla senses the old fisherman's Tao in Leo's blood, she stares off-panel in disgust and bitterly accepts that she has to share this son. Leo cuts off the argument, says he is busy, and leaves at once to chase the fish before Priscilla can stop him. At the void tree, Planet Devourer gulps down branches, void leaves, and fate crystals to recover, then sneers because he thinks Leo wasted his chance to strike. His system tells him to make at least one true entity fate crystal for the coming fight, but the next prediction is even worse. He has a 0% chance against Florida Man. Before he can dig deeper into the future, Leo arrives in front of the void tree and calls for a quick, quiet death so he can get on with his life. Planet Devourer is offended by Leo's attitude, and Leo answers by finally declaring exactly who he is, Florida Man. Leo ejects 10 void leaves from his soul and forges them into a purple scythe as the real fight begins. Planet Devourer refuses his fate, turns every eye into a mouth, and starts devouring the void tree itself until his size matches the tree. The void tree fights back by regrowing itself and releasing poisonous purple miasma, But the whale just absorbs that too and boasts about his new strength. Leo cuts him off mid-boast with one silent swing that slices open space and splits the giant whale clean in half. Panicked by the impossible attack, Planet Devourer dives into the dimensional crack and escapes into a starless void before Leo can fully finish him. The flesh left behind swells with monster chi and self-detonates in a chain of colossal blasts that wipe out everything for 1,000,000 light-years except the void tree. Leo slips through the shockwaves unharmed, lands on the void tree, and casually samples a leaf like he just found good beer energy drink in plant form. He tries to stash the whole void tree in inventory, but the system rejects it as a key item, so he settles for harvesting branches and 10,000 leaves instead. Before chasing again, Leo sends a quick voice transmission to Simba and asks for the giant battleship so they can haul loot home. Simba responds almost instantly by jumping the dreadnought mothership to Leo's coordinates, with 1,000 battleships spilling out around the tree. Simba and Cheese land on the tree, stunned by the scale of the scene, and Simba demands to know what kind of disaster Leo has dragged them into now. Leo says it is simple. If they cannot tow the whole tree home, they should at least strip as many leaves and crystals as possible. Simba dives into the sea of leaves and finds a hidden fate crystal fruit bigger than the sun, immediately realizing how insane this treasure is. He comes back carrying that white sun crystal in one arm, and Leo casually tells him to collect more because he might be able to upgrade them later. Leo abruptly remembers the whale is still alive, apologizes for getting distracted, and opens another dimensional cut to continue the chase. As Leo vanishes, Simba rubs his brow and remembers that his brother has always been exactly this kind of troublemaker. In the starless dimension, Planet Devourer asks his system where he even is and learns he has drifted into an uncharted dead zone nearly 1,000 years from food at his top speed. The system immediately follows that with a death warning, and Planet Devourer finally realizes Leo can cut across dimensions just as easily as he did before. Leo proves it a second later by opening a crack right above him, beheading the whale in one clean slash and landing on the severed head. Planet Devourer survives the cut by turning discarded flesh into 1,000,000,000 space piranhas and sending the whole swarm at Leo. Leo barely reacts and uses his inventory like a machine gun, spraying rocks so fast the piranha swarm turns into drifting space sashimi. The whale regenerates his full body anyway and attacks with endless shape-shifting tentacles that become claws, weapons, limbs, and worse. This time Leo does not dodge at all and quietly spits a black marble onto the whale's body instead. Planet Devourer absorbs the marble without understanding it, and his tentacles finally wrap around Leo in what he thinks is a winning capture. As the whale starts gloating about violating and experimenting on him, Leo only gives a flat warning that he is already dead. The answer arrives inside the whale first, as purple blood spreads through his body, matures into seeds, and makes him realize something is terribly wrong. His system identifies the infection as mutated void phoenix parasites and starts a brutal death countdown in milliseconds. Rainbow flame leaves burst through his flesh as the seeds sprout, draining his chi while the system keeps counting his death closer and closer. Desperate in the final moments, Planet Devourer fuses 7 crystals into a true entity fate crystal and tries to use it as a last bomb. Leo phases straight out of the tentacles, appears in front of him, and calmly steals that crystal before it can be crushed. Enraged, the whale spits out all his remaining fate crystals, mass-produces a dozen true crystals, and bets Leo cannot stop all of them. Leo answers by snapping up a time domain that freezes the whale and every crystal in place, then quietly loots the whole set into inventory. Even frozen time cannot stop the parasite growth, and by the time Planet Devourer forces himself moving again, it is already too late. 1,000,000 rainbow trees explode out of Planet Devourer's body and soul, melting away every eye, limb, and mass of flesh until the Whale King is erased. One tree devours the stars inside his Dantian universe and swells into a galactic rainbow flame tree, turning the empty dimension into a bizarre forest. Planet Devourer's system counts down to 0 and mockingly leaves him with one last insult before his consciousness goes black exactly as he foresaw. A true entity fate crystal pops free from his dried soul, but it crumbles into dust before Leo can claim it, leaving him annoyed at the lost reward. Then Leo notices the 1,000,000 rainbow trees are not just plants anymore, because the souls he gave them are waking up into real new beings. The biggest tree shrinks and transforms into a bright prismatic Auron girl who greets Leo with a cheerful little nom nom meow. The rest copy their leader, turning into 1,000,000 flower women who crowd around Leo and all speak in cat's meow language, giving him an instant migraine. Leo opens a dimensional crack and brings the whole Auron crowd to the Void Tree, where Simba's dragonets are already trying to harvest it. The harvest is a mess because the Void Tree keeps regenerating faster than the workers can strip its leaves and fate crystals. Even the loot is useless at first, because every fate crystal pops back out when Simba and the dragonets try to absorb it. When Leo sees Simba wasting inventory slots to store the loot, he asks why Simba does not just consume the crystals himself. Simba tells Leo to test it himself, so Leo plucks a moon-sized entity fate crystal from the tree and tries to absorb it on the spot. The crystal shoots back out of Leo, and a system message says the Void Tree does not recognize him as its owner. Leo complains that Planet Devourer could eat this tree freely, but the tree refuses him and Simba all the same. Simba drops the tree argument and asks who all the plant girls are, leaving Leo visibly awkward with the whole crowd listening behind him. Leo admits these Aurons were born from a desperate trick he copied from Cat, using his blood, impurity, and Mother Tree doubt to infect Planet Devourer with parasite seeds. Simba's teasing turns the story into a public disaster when Leo panics and blurts out way too much about his history with trees. Once the joking dies down, Simba studies the biggest Auron with rainbow leaves and realizes these girls do not feel like ordinary void trees. Leo calls them prismatic trees instead, and before the brothers can decide anything, one eager Auron drifts toward the tree to test it herself. The first Auron proves the difference fast by biting a small fate crystal apart like candy and enjoying it. The branch reacts by growing extra fruit, and the same Auron instantly merges into the wood to drain it like a parasite. The rest of the Aurons copy her and swarm into the trunk until the whole void tree starts shaking and losing its color. As the weakened tree spits out dimmed crystals, Simba catches one and discovers it can finally be absorbed. Realizing the dimmed loot finally works, Leo rushes to scoop up the fallen leaves and crystals before the hungry Aurons eat everything. Then the old tree fully withers, rainbow flowers erupt across it, and the Aurons rise back out of the bloom waving happily. The biggest Auron claims the top of the dying tree, spreads her roots through it, and begins remaking the whole thing into a prismatic void tree. At the end of the mutation, all 1 million Aurons merge their roots into one entity, and the new tree sprouts diamond-like rainbow leaves instead of purple void leaves. Leo stares at the impossible thing he just created, and Simba dryly sums it up as a tree giving birth to Leo's daughters. The dragonites stay back from the strange rainbow aura, but Cheese steps up first and decides to test one of the gem leaves himself. The leaf instantly turns into a rainbow slime and bites Cheese's hand, proving the tree can defend itself. When Leo and Simba appraise the new tree, the answer is worse than expected. It can open gates to a higher universe, grow fate crystals of any quality, and will eventually consume the whole universe unless its Aurons get periodic male sacrifices. Both brothers grab their heads in disbelief as Leo realizes he accidentally made a universe-level problem. The warning becomes immediate when one flirty Auron starts treating the male dragonites like food and bait right in front of everyone. Her fake crying works, and the guilty male dragonite drifts back to comfort her without realizing he has already fallen for the trap. The petals snap shut around the dragonite and pull him into the tree, leaving the whole crowd in stunned, filthy silence. When Simba asks for a rescue, the brothers quickly realize his subordinate is not exactly trying very hard to leave. With the first victim apparently volunteering, Leo shamelessly jokes that he has found the first sacrificial donor for his daughters and asks Simba for more men. By the end of the harvest, Simba has secured 30,000 fate crystals, and the fleet carries the loot away while everyone deliberately leaves the new tree's fresh fruit untouched. At Priscilla's side, Xiao Mao and Priscilla congratulate Leo's return, and even the beaten Ellen bows to ask for mercy and surrender on behalf of her people. Asked what comes next now that he basically owns the universe, Leo casually says he just wants to go home and test whether a karmic fate crystal can even be cultivated. Before Priscilla can leave, Leo stops her and has Simba bring out 7 star-sized entity fate crystals for one more absurd demonstration. In front of the stunned onlookers, the 7 huge crystals melt together and condense into one true entity fate crystal. Leo hands that priceless crystal to Priscilla as repayment for saving him and supporting him earlier. Priscilla gets so emotional that she crushes Leo into her chest again and jokes that she would marry him if they were not related. Leo slips out of Priscilla's crushing hug as fast as he can and immediately turns the conversation away from her joke. The next offer goes to Xiao Mao, but he calmly explains that fate crystals cannot fix the curse chewing through his lifespan and slowing his cultivation by 1,000-fold. When he explains that the only cure is total reincarnation with no promised body, life, or memory, Leo is honestly horrified by the cost. Respecting that choice, Leo offers a warmer answer instead and invites the old cat dad to visit his store world someday. After the fisherman leaves, Leo watches him go and then turns back to the still tense Ellen waiting for her turn. Leo finally identifies Ellen and learns she is Eleanor's daughter, a black tortoise-blooded princess who survived family schemes, won a throne, lost her realm in war, and surrendered after Planet Devourer shattered her fate crystal. Instead of humiliating her, Leo orders Ellen to rebuild her kingdom and never harm Izan or her children again. Simba nudges Leo to include Esther too, and Ellen bitterly realizes the brothers had ties to her family all along. Ellen gives her word that she will never touch their family, and Leo tells her to go home and save the survivors left behind by the war. Leo almost sends Ellen away with something far bigger, but one dark look from Simba makes him settle on a single entity crystal for her recovery. After absorbing the crystal, Ellen recovers a little, gives Leo one last meaningful look, and teleports away to her ruined world. With the meeting over, Leo sends Priscilla off too and boards the dreadnought to finally head home with Simba. On the way back, Simba reveals a bigger problem. His system says anyone holding void leaves can trigger an emissary from the higher universe to come fetch them. Simba explains that their whole universe is only one layer beneath a higher dimension, and Leo grimly realizes their story is far from over. As they talk about whether they might be living inside someone else's inner universe, both brothers look back at the distant prismatic void tree and wait for whatever comes from above next. After the trip back, Simba drops Leo home, hands over all the void leaves and fate crystals, and casually says he is done playing with crystals for now. Back home, Leo settles into his usual routine with Izan and finally starts believing he might get to enjoy a peaceful life without constant ambushes. Far away, Kishin Duji secretly scans the universe and senses the karma rivers swelling with new souls after the war wiped out countless origins. At first the discovery thrills him, because he thinks the divine elves have fallen, and his old throne might be his again. Then his instincts kick in, and he realizes Priscilla or Planet Devourer might still be alive, so charging out now could get him erased. He chooses to keep hiding and heads for the planet's north pole, where killing Cold, Inchi, and Miasma suit an Oni perfectly. Laughing to himself, he raises an ice palace in the polar wasteland, unaware the whole planet already sits inside Leo's domain. Months later, Leo's new town becomes a comfort trap as cultivators get addicted to big homes, private cultivation rooms, and an easy modern lifestyle. That comfort comes with debt, and when residents miss their installments, they end up surrendering their labor and future to Leo's system. Leo's whole black company economy starts feeding itself, so his territory runs smoothly and he gets even more free time to spend with Izan. One day Aslan visits, reintroduces himself to Izan properly, and reveals the ugly details of what he stuffed into Leo's body. Izan is stunned to learn Leo carries divine elf blood and grumbles that the monster husband she thought she married is apparently a perverted elf too. Aslan keeps listing extra bloodlines and casually mentions void tree sap, which makes Leo freeze on the spot. When Aslan admits he really injected tree sap into Leo to make the body stronger than the stolen original, Leo is horrified that he survived at all. That revelation sends Leo's mind straight to alchemy, and he regrets losing access to more void tree sap just when his workshops are too packed to help him experiment. Izan uses the moment to remind Leo that living on a bus is no longer enough, especially with her subordinates around and a baby due in a few months. Then Aslan suddenly drops the real bombshell and announces he will enter the reincarnation cycle tomorrow. Leo and Izan panic, but Aslan calmly explains that leeching Leo's life force for too long has stained his soul and he needs reincarnation to cleanse it. He adds that higher beings can still reset themselves on a local karma river, keep their memories, and even carry fate crystals and inventory items into the next life. The more Aslan talks, the more it sounds like he just wants to quit and dump the work on Leo, so Leo explodes and kicks him straight out of the bus. Afterward Leo slumps on the couch and dismisses the whole thing as another troll move, while Izan quietly admits she envies how close the two of them are. When Leo gently suggests inviting Kishin Duji around more often, Izan shuts it down at once because she does not consider the Oni who abandoned her to be her father. The next day proves Aslan was serious, because the fisherman golem turns into an ordinary stone statue and never moves again. Word spreads across Leo's domain that Aslan is gone for real, and people gather around the frozen fisherman's statue in shaken silence because one of the 4 heavenly guardians has suddenly vanished. Leo has the statue moved to the parking lot rooftop, then kneels before it in grief and realizes too late how much his father mattered to him. Izan, Ivy, Beatrice, Mark, Wu Bai, and the others can only stand behind him in silence, because no one has the right words for this. For 48 straight days, Leo keeps kneeling there, thanking Aslan for saving him and begging forgiveness for all the times he took him for granted. On the 49th day, Ivy finally breaks the vigil because there is an urgent problem involving Izan, and that yanks Leo out of his trance instantly. Ivy rushes him to a newly built hospital beside the Eastern Hotel, where modern medical books have inspired the Mauled girls to open a real clinic. When Leo stops outside the ward and sees the sign for obstetrics and gynecology, the truth finally hits him. Izan has gone into labor. He bursts in and finds 4 female doctors channeling chi into a sweating Izan, whose water has broken and whose smile barely hides the pain. Leo grabs her hand, feeds her chi, and quickly realizes the delivery is stalling because the baby is huge, already immortal, and has wings caught in the way. To save them both, Leo threads 1,000 spiritual strings into Izan's body and carefully folds the infant's wings out of the way. With Leo's help, the child finally comes out safely and the room exhales in relief. The nurses announce it is a boy, but instead of crying, the newborn opens his eyes, looks right at his parents, and grins like a menace. Then the baby sends a sound transmission in Aslan's exact voice, and both Leo and Izan instantly realize the old troll has reincarnated as their son. Leo silently snatches the baby, marches to the window, and only stops short of murder because Izan reminds him not to kill their son. Leo settles for a very cursed father and son talk by flying outside the hospital and hurling the reincarnated newborn straight up into the sky. Even through the anger, Leo catches the baby before he can drift into space and brings him back to Izan's arms. Wrapped in warm towels again, the tiny Aslan yawns and asks for a year or 2 to recover before he explains anything. Leo wants to refuse on principle, but the baby just ignores him and falls asleep, leaving Izan laughing at how ridiculous this family has become. In the end, Leo accepts the insanity, names the boy Aslan Jr., and lets the town believe it is a heartfelt tribute to his late father. The story spreads exactly the wrong way, and Leo's reputation as an impossibly filial son grows even larger because nobody knows the dead father is literally the baby. With a child to plan for, Leo decides the family needs more than a bus and starts investing in a whole space colony the size of Earth. He sets the colony in orbit, builds farms, ponds, ranches, and fresh mannequin labor, then realizes even his cheating production needs more hands. So Leo calls in Ease inside, and Ivy, Mark, 100 Mogs, and her old undead troops move over to help run the colony. Eason even contributes the undead from her Danteon universe, which inspires Leo to hire lizard men from his own inner world in exchange for resources and cultivation methods. Happy with the arrangement, Eason pushes for a real home, and Leo caves by maxing out a modern mansion into a small world just for her and their son. A month later, the colony is self-sufficient, so Leo hands management to Eason and heads back to headquarters. Back at the store, Beatrice shocks Leo by admitting that she and Wu Bai have been secretly dating and plan to marry soon. Leo cannot believe the obnoxious nerd pulled it off, but he still congratulates them before checking how much lifespan all his spending has burned. When he finally checks his stock seriously, Leo realizes he is sitting on a ridiculous mountain of fate crystals and starts thinking about the long grind of upgrading them all. A year flashes by, and Aslan Jr. grows into a terrifying little prodigy who reaches deity stage at just 1 year old. Once the boy is strong enough to speak properly, Leo gathers him and Eason in the colony mansion for the long-delayed heart-to-heart talk. Leo asks what else Aslan has been hiding, and the answer is simple: he wants to visit the higher realm one day. Leo has no interest in chasing another endless adventure, but Aslan snaps that after being trapped inside Leo for 50,000 years, he wants a life of his own. Leo still doubts Aslan is ready, then coolly proves he is already operating on a higher level by pulling out a hand-sized true karmic fate crystal. Aslan is stunned harder when Leo shows he has a whole handful of them, all upgraded through the body Aslan himself built. Leo flicks one crystal over to Aslan, and Aslan's concern shifts to Eason because he worries Leo might be hoarding the good stuff. Eason laughs that she already has 7 true crystals and starts listing her absurd systems, including one that rewards good deeds and one that pays her for pleasing Leo or doing chores. The real shock is that one of Eason's systems can trade for higher universe items, so Leo and Eason decide Aslan is overdue for a tour of what their store has become. They return to headquarters on the world locals now openly call Florida, and Aslan is greeted by a snowy sky crowded with flying vehicles. Aslan immediately senses heavy Chi, monster Chi, and miasma from the north, and Leo bluntly admits Kishin Duji is probably up there building some idiotic monster scheme. Before Cat can steal it, Leo tells Aslan to eat the crystal now, so the boy pushes it into his chest and lets his soul absorb it. A new operating system installs on the spot, and Aslan receives the bloodline collector system, which makes him grin like a newly chosen protagonist. That makes Aslan wonder what Leo gets from his own systems, and Leo answers with a dangerous grin that makes Eason warn him not to wreck headquarters. Leo snaps his fingers, the whole Florida planet trembles, and then both he and Eason vanish before Aslan can understand what he just triggered. A few minutes later they reappear glowing with suspiciously refreshed skin and catch the exhausted child, who can instantly smell they have been up to something indecent. When Aslan demands an explanation, Leo and Eason only smile and say it is a secret, because nobody else knows they just stopped the whole universe's time for years to disappear together. Leo carries Aslan to Cat's general store branch and finds Cat asleep on the rooftop like a frozen little gremlin. Eason warms Cat with Yangchi and shakes her awake, but Cat barely opens her eyes before trying to go right back to sleep. Leo takes Aslan from Eason, leans down, and quietly uses the one phrase guaranteed to wake Cat, nom nom time. Cat snaps awake instantly, shakes off the snow, and pants for food like that was the only alarm clock she ever needed. Leo tosses out a truck-sized anglerfish, and Cat swallows the whole monster in one gulp while the city around them barely reacts. After feeding her, Leo asks if she's bored, and Cat cheerfully says the customers keep her happy and well-fed every day. Leo turns the mood and introduces Aslan as Cat's new sibling, which immediately makes the little dryad sniff and drool at him. When Cat bluntly asks if the sibling is edible, Leo and Eason grin far too widely while Aslan realizes this family talk has gone very wrong. Leo jokes that Cat can eat Aslan if he ever sneaks out to chase women, and Aslan erupts because he is apparently being threatened by his own son. Leo insists this is actually protection, because Cat will guard Aslan fiercely as long as she still thinks of him as premium food. Cat happily promises to lick Aslan every day and gobble him if he disobeys, so Aslan gives up and silently prays for rescue. With the teasing done, Leo takes Aslan on a tour of the west side and shows him that the old slum has been rebuilt into a dense modern city of roads, homes, and commerce. Near Cat's branch, Aslan sees the immortal-only shopping complex packed with flying scooters, ships, and customers hauling out food, weapons, furniture, and cultivation goods. Inside, Aslan finds every shop slot filled, with Leo's system stores dominating the complex, and local sect businesses thriving in the gaps. One local store even belongs to evolved lava badgers, now selling fluffy fur goods that cultivators love for their warmth and mild Jiangqi. When Leo brings him into the headquarters section, Aslan is even more shocked to see all the once empty floors now fully developed and reserved for deity-level customers or higher. Allowed to roam, Aslan rushes to a gift shop and picks up a strange glowing ring that turns out to promise a guaranteed life-changing encounter within 30 days. Aslan blurts out that the ring is basically a heavenly fate crystal, and Leo laughs because it is only a cheaper imitation made from a prismatic void leaf. Leo pulls out a rainbow leaf from the prismatic void tree, and Aslan learns that in the higher universe these leaves are precious currency and raw material for lesser fate crystals. The item details make it worse, because the leaf is poisonous to most people, can mutate survivors into monsters, and only special bloodlines can safely eat it. Aslan starts drooling over the secrets of the great void universe, but Leo bonks him and warns that even the weakest people there are already beyond his current scale. Leo flatly says the higher universe starts at Transcendence level 10, averages around Singularity level 30, and reaches level 100 at the top. When Aslan asks how strong Leo is now, Leo casually answers level 100, which sounds so absurd that Aslan immediately calls nonsense. To test him, Aslan asks his own system to verify Leo's cultivation, and the answer comes back as Time Emperor level 100. The system explains that time tier is above Singularity and governs timelines themselves, leaving Aslan staring at Leo like reality just broke in front of him. Aslan demands to know how Leo pulled that off, but Leo just shrugs it off with pure arrogance and refuses to explain. Instead of explaining, Leo drags Aslan to the time chamber and summons its guardians for the next part of his parenting plan. Two versions of Hua Taishu step out together, the original and his clone, and both carry the pressure of entity-level swordsmen. Aslan instantly gets a bad feeling, and Leo casually reveals that the real Hua Taishu joined them while Aslan was not looking. The original Hua Taishu greets Leo and remarks that his 1-year-old son is already a deity, which only makes Leo more smug. Leo even jokes that Hua Taishu should regret not reincarnating as his child, and Hua Taishu fires back that he prefers his weird tentacled body as it is. Then Leo gets to the point and tosses Aslan to the clone, ordering them to train him inside for a full year in Phoenix cultivation and sword Dao. The clone loves the idea, and Aslan is now visibly being handed to two sword maniacs who think this counts as childcare. Leo stops the original Hua Taishu long enough to hand over a spatial ring packed with milk, diapers, resources, and even a child's bed. When Leo adds that Aslan must drink Phoenix milk every 3 hours, Hua Taishu realizes he has officially been promoted to nanny duty. Leo promises a 20% raise for results, and that is all the motivation Hua Taishu needs to agree on the spot. The two Hua Taixis drag Aslan into the time chamber and lock the door, leaving Leo's son at the mercy of his new criminal background nannies. With Aslan gone, Izan looks openly relieved, as if a troublesome thorn just got pulled out of her day. Leo wraps his arms around Izan from behind and proposes a movie date instead, pointing her toward the 5th floor cinema. He sells her on a horror-style film from another timeline about a gamer forced into godly trials, and Izan happily agrees. While Leo and Izan enjoy their date, Kishin Duji slips into town and heads straight for Kat with a giant ice tiger corpse as a tax payment. Kat accepts the corpse into her storage ring, but when she gives nothing back, Kishin has to awkwardly ask for a prismatic leaf outright. Kat says she cannot make another leaf yet because she lacks fertilizer and life force, and she tells him the next one will only come in summer. That answer hits hard, because on this ice-locked Florida world Kishin knows he could be waiting 10,000 years for nature to correct itself. Annoyed, Kat points him toward Leo's headquarters and bluntly says he should just buy a leaf there or ask her dad to make one. Kishin presses for answers about who Florida Man really is, but Kat has nothing useful to tell him. He dismisses Kat as useless and starts flying toward headquarters, but halfway there he turns back for one ugly last look. Staring at Kat's childish body, Kishin decides he wants to take her as a future concubine once he ascends, exposing exactly what kind of monster he is. He laughs and continues to headquarters, not realizing that someone in this universe heard every word. At the headquarters entrance, Kishin notices the place has changed again, because deities now crowd the airtight foyer like ordinary shoppers. What unsettles him more is the culture here, since these powerful cultivators just nod politely instead of posturing and fighting for status. Kishin mistakes that calm for weakness and convinces himself these people will panic the moment real life and death pressure arrives. Deeper inside, Kishin finds Chang Chang and Miao Miao at the reception area in their statue forms, posed together so intimately that even he stops to stare. Disgusted, Kishin throws killing intent at Miao Miao and threatens to cut him down if he does not stop. Miao Miao fires back just as hard, pulls Chang Chang into his Dantian universe for safety, and arms himself for a sovereign-level clash. Their karmic sovereign auras slam together and push the nearby shoppers back, turning the hall into a powder keg for an instant. Then both of them flinch at a bizarre shift in chi, the kind that feels like time law but moves in a way they cannot even track. The next moment, Kishin looks down and finds a hole through his chest, his Dantian universe gone and his soul already ruined beyond repair. Kishin collapses without ever seeing his killer, and behind him Mooniang appears, confused about why he has suddenly been dragged here. Miao Miao asks if Mooniang did it, but Mooniang denies everything and says he has been framed. Before they can report the anomaly, Leo contacts them and calmly admits that he was the one who killed Kishin with the simple time domain. Leo is not finished either, because he orders Mooniang to eat Kishin's soul and refine his manners inside the Dantian universe. When Mooniang asks if this means torture, Leo makes it worse and says to throw Kishin into endless combat against Mao Miao Miao for eternity. Even Mooniang hesitates at that cruelty, So Leo finally explains the reason in one cold line: he only did what a parent should do to a child predator. After that, Moonyang stops asking questions and scoops up Kishin's broken soul into his karma river, where endless forced reincarnation and fighting now await him. Another year passes, and Florida Planet slides fully into an ice age so brutal that no ordinary life survives outside shelter anymore. To keep anyone alive, Leo raises a colony barrier for the remaining residents and manages the frozen world from inside with Izan. While scanning the planet, Leo notices something wrong in the atmosphere and grimly realizes the sky now reeks of his own bodily fluid. With a weary mutter that he will be busy again, Leo adjusts the planet's atmospheric density from a distance and starts raising the temperature himself. Elsewhere in the galaxy, Priscilla leads a migrating fleet of phoenixes toward the Cathalva Galaxy to join forces with Leo. Priscilla lands on a green planet and finds the old fisherman overlord Xiao Mao quietly tending his lake as death starts closing in on him. Priscilla tells him his lifespan is running low and asks why he still has not gone to Florida Man. Xiao Mao says he cannot leave yet because Lucky and Milo are stirring trouble again and have been eyeing his fishing rod for a long time. He explains that they once offered 5 billion essence stones for the rod, but he refused because the weapon is far too valuable to surrender. Priscilla offers bodyguards, but Xiao Mao says he could kill Milo and Lucky instantly if they push him too far. But when Priscilla reminds him that his people might suffer even if he wins, Xiao Mao falls silent because that is the part he cannot solve alone. Priscilla confirms she is migrating to join her son Leo because he controls the prismatic void tree and has become the strongest person in the universe. Hearing that, Xiao Mao asks her to bring half of his population along too, because he knows he may not live long enough to protect them himself. Priscilla understands immediately, promises she will tell her son to help, and tells the old fisherman to stay alive until then. After she leaves to gather Cathalva populations for the migration, Xiao Mao watches the sky and quietly admits he may never live long enough to see the higher universe for himself. As Priscilla traveled from galaxy to galaxy, news of Leo's strength and his strange Florida Dao spread so widely that outsiders started calling his home the Florida Galaxy. Minor races grew curious about Leo and dispatched emissaries to follow Priscilla back, turning his discovery into a fast-moving wave of rumors and diplomacy. That same rumor reached Lucky and Milo, who had been plotting to steal Overlord Xiao Mao's fishing rod, and suddenly their old scheme no longer looked simple. Lucky proposed a cautious test first: send scouts to the Void Tree and see whether Leo's forces were really guarding it or whether planet eaters were still roaming there. Milo agreed to investigate the tree, but he also wanted Lucky to start small clashes with the Cathalva's young and slowly cut them down while their own side recovered. Lucky shut that down immediately because the Fenrir werewolves were shattered after the war, while the Cathalva still numbered in the hundreds of trillions. He warned that without Xiao Mao's artifact, they had no real way to touch the Cathalva at all. Milo answered with something uglier, suggesting they rebuild their army by rounding up deserters and pirates, enslaving Oni colonies, and using captives as breeding stock and war slaves. That crossed Lucky's line, because greedy or not, he hated hearing his people talk like Eleanor once had. Instead, Lucky said they should stop chasing trouble, recover their forces, and try to build an amicable relationship with Florida Man. Milo exploded at the thought of bowing to Leo, but Lucky fired back that they had already surrendered to Eleanor before, so this was not some sacred difference. When Lucky called him disgusting and compared him to a bitch, Milo snapped and decided to check the Void Tree himself, swearing he would steal Xiao Mao's rod and rule the universe alone. After Milo left, Lucky's anger drained into helplessness, because without a fate crystal he could not even check his own lifespan or properly use system abilities. He resented how much better off Xiao Mao and Priscilla seemed, yet half of him still wanted power while the other half just wanted peace for the survivors. In the end, Lucky returned to his people and ordered them not to start trouble, hoping they could survive the chaos quietly. Far below ordinary life and death, the Karma River kept washing memories from drifting souls and sending the cleanest ones back into reincarnation. Strong souls could sometimes resist that cleansing, and true karmic sovereigns could even choose where they returned as long as part of them still remained. After the last war, the dead elves, abducted yen cultivators, and all the other victims consumed by planet eaters were finally released back into that cycle. But some planet eater soul fragments merged with human soul embryos, devoured the original owners, and stole their memories from inside reincarnation itself. Those fragments copied the lives of people from clans like Ouyang and Situ, along with memories from angels, elves, werewolves, goblins, orcs, and more. Once they escaped the river, the reborn planet eaters rebuilt bodies for themselves and began returning to the universe in packs. They were nowhere near as clever as Planet Devourer, but one pack still drifted straight toward the Cathalva Galaxy on pure instinct. Elsewhere, Leo and Izan finally walked out of a movie theater, and Izan was still stuck on how the protagonist had died almost instantly. She grumbled that movies were annoying because she could not read karma or change the outcome, even though the jump scare had clearly gotten her. Leo reminded her that this helpless watching was exactly what made movies fun, and Izan could only pout harder while still admitting she enjoyed it. Just as they were about to continue their date, Leo suddenly sensed a rotten surge of karma somewhere in the universe and looked deeper with his left eye. What hit him was brutal, The sound and emotion of billions of souls being swallowed by planet eaters crashed into his mind so hard that his eye bled. Izan rushed back in alarm, only to hear Leo say there were runaway prisoners loose and that he needed to reinforce the universe's karma rivers. The universe kept dragging him into tragedies like this because Leo's bloodline was tied to the void tree and, through that, to chi, luck, and fate across everything. Izan knew this duty well, so when Leo admitted he had seen an ugly future timeline, she stopped arguing and asked only how long he would be gone. Leo said it would be only 5 or 6 minutes for her, and Izan gave him the sad, familiar answer that for him it would feel more like thousands of years. Before he left, Izan kissed him and told him she would wait, and Leo promised he would come right back. Then a single clock-like click sounded, and Leo vanished in smoke from frozen time. Left alone, Izan let out a breath and immediately started planning fresh clothing and cosplay, knowing Leo always came back starved for comfort after these endless jobs. With the universe frozen, Leo appeared in open space beside the healthy prismatic void tree and found a pack of planet eaters already closing in from a few light years away. Seeing the billions of trapped souls inside each monster, Leo cursed Priscilla for missing stragglers and moved before they could ever get near his daughters. With one wave, he erased the planet eaters' souls from existence so completely that they would never reincarnate again. But when he checked the future, he saw Cathalhood destroyed, newborn planet eaters everywhere, and even mutating neutron stars preparing to become more of them. The scale of it made him explode into a foul-mouthed work list, because now he had to fix the karma rivers, star mutations, planet eaters, and even galaxy collisions caused by Milo still being alive. Even so, he went back to work and began manually hunting every wandering planet eater across the frozen universe. For Leo, that invisible labor stretched into ages, because erasing monsters was easy but fixing dangerous star cores took real effort one by one. He started with the stars around the prismatic void tree, choosing the place he cared about most before anything else. 2,000 years later, mental exhaustion hit him so hard he almost wondered why he was doing all this instead of just killing every threat and stopping there. Then he looked back at the Orons around the tree, and their smiles reminded him of Kat and Izan enough to pull his heart back together. That was enough, and Leo straightened up, clapped once, and threw himself back into the cleansing with fresh resolve. The job still dragged on far past what he had promised, and over 10,000 years of frozen time work piled up around him. Whenever the isolation started to crack him, he would briefly return just to look at his family, then head right back out into eternity again. By the 20th thousand year, he changed tasks and moved to the karma rivers, hoping a different problem would feel less maddening. Because he already carried karma rivers inside himself, Leo took the brutal shortcut and replaced this universe's rivers with his own. From that point on, every reincarnated soul in the universe would be linked to Leo, and none of them could ever grow stronger than him. That change also altered the future blood of the universe, seeding newborn souls with traces of Leo, his allies, and the powerful bloodlines tied to his world. When he checked the future again, the worst timelines were gone, replaced by messy but hopeful worlds where his people could keep living. Satisfied at last, Leo let fate handle the rest, restarted time, and began heading home. On the way back, though, he kept circling out old clues like Meow Meow's future knowledge and those strange prophecies around the Four Guardians. Tracing those anomalies through time, Leo quickly found the one responsible and realized Void Principality had known about his rise all along. When that hidden watcher refused to answer, Leo bluntly warned that if Void Principality would not come down, he would just go up and find him himself. He even grew a prismatic leaf from his fingertip and triggered a teleport prompt to the Great Void Universe, forcing the issue. That finally made Void Principality speak, saying he would visit Leo's domain in 100,000 years and answer everything there instead. Leo pushed back immediately, but Void Principality warned that barging in would destroy his universe because not everyone above was a cultivator like Leo. That caught Leo off guard, especially when Void Principality added that Leo had probably visited some other void before and might even be the reason 2 great voids had recently collapsed. Leo dodged the accusation, and Void Principality finally admitted the truth. The Singularities already knew Leo had surpassed them and would rather negotiate than fight. That was all Leo needed to hear, and his mood instantly lifted as he offered to hold a banquet when Void Principality eventually arrived. They ended the strange standoff with polite small talk, but the universe's trouble was not actually over just because Leo had erased the planet eater's souls. Because the corpses were still floating through space, scavengers harvested the meat and bloodline, and new planet eater threats began spreading through ordinary living races instead of stars. Lucky was one of the lucky scavengers, and when his werewolves ate from a corpse, they discovered a dangerous new innate power and spread the news through both camps. That gift poisoned everything, because Milo started poaching Lucky's followers and reignited his crusade against the Cathalhood. 9 years after Leo changed the Karma Rivers, Milo's crusade finally smashed into Cathalhood territory and dragged Lucky into the war whether he wanted it or not. The peaceful big-headed cats were caught off guard, their worlds were hit hard, and the slaughter of innocent civilians finally enraged Overlord Xiao Mao. Even with his lifespan almost gone, Xiao Mao joined the war himself and called on Priscilla and Ellen for help. Back on Florida Planet at midnight, almost every little shop in town was closed, but Cat Mall was still brightly open under Cat's management. Cat was only 10, But her humanoid form already looked fully grown, and by now people openly called her the goddess of Florida for both her beauty and her status in Leo's family. Nobody dared pursue her anyway, because Priscilla had joined Leo 9 years earlier, publicly became his foster mother, and helped turn Florida into the center of a whole new country and galaxy. On top of that, Simba and Esther had recovered their son, pledged outside military support to Leo, and left behind an elite all-female dragoon guard around Cat. Cat herself was no weak mascot anymore either, because Leo's food and gifts had pushed her all the way to Transcendence Realm Level 10. At the end of a long workday, she opened her system and transferred half the month's income into Leo's family pool like a proper executive. The amount was absurdly huge, and Cat ignored Leo's old warning note about pocketing mad cow beef with the practiced shamelessness of a repeat offender. Once the paperwork was done, Cat's real priority came out fast. She was ready to go hunting for something delicious. She stepped into the neighboring portal office and was transported to a floating mystic platform full of red gateways leading to monster realms. Using a prismatic void leaf from her storage ring, Cat paid for entry and casually prepared another late-night feeding trip. The employee nervously begged her not to wipe out all the mad cows again, because regular customers had been complaining that Cat kept eating the whole stock first. Cat pouted at being denied her favorite target, but she finally gave in and switched plans to eating angler fish in the Mariana Trench realm instead. Then, right in the middle of that trivial food debate, Cat suddenly felt something huge in the universe and froze. She abandoned the trip on the spot, raced out, and teleported back to the shopping mall to get a clearer look. Outside the mall, Cat looked into space and sensed an entire fleet crossing the universe toward Leo's galaxy. She flew out to intercept, and found Simba's dragon warships escorting the newcomers instead of fighting them. When Cat demanded an explanation, the escort captain told her these were war refugees from Overlord Xiaomao's Cathalhu territory, and that Xiaomao himself was with them. Cat could only stare and ask, almost blankly, who Xiaomao even was, just as the refugee crisis finally reached Leo's doorstep. The Fenrir werewolves' war against the Cathalhus goes badly off-script when smaller allied strike teams crash into the conflict from every side. The worst threat is the angel race born from Dr. Mao Miao Miao's Dantian universe, because they eat their own dead and evolve into giant eyeball horrors like Sieg. Those angels coordinate with the werewolves, wipe out civilian planets, and twist dead Cathalhus into giant space sea creatures that spread terror through Cathalhu territory. Ellen sends help and crushes half the angel force, while Overlord Xiaomao personally wipes out the rest. But even after the main fight ends, the mutated Cathalhus sea beasts keep roaming loose, and that new disaster is much harder to clean up. The scattered monsters spread through the universe, and some even settle down or breed with other races, creating new kinds of space beasts. With their home galaxy no longer feeling safe, some Cathalhus decide to leave and head for Florida Galaxy after hearing about Leo's growing fame. As their leader, Overlord Xiaomao personally leads the first immigrant fleet to visit Leo for the first time. When the fleet finally approaches, Cat's presence alone makes the entire escort and immigration convoy stop cold. Xiaomao immediately senses a transcendent being nearby, so he leaves his ship to greet the expert himself. But the moment Xiaomao sees Cat's otherworldly beauty, even this ancient overlord has to steady himself before he can speak. He smacks his own chest, regains control, and formally introduces himself as Overlord Xiaomao, explaining that the Cathalhus want to migrate into Lord Florida Man's territory. Cat has no idea about the politics behind his request, so she asks the only thing she really cares about from strangers, the nom-nom tax. Xiaomao takes her odd language in stride and calmly asks what kind of food she wants, from meat and fish all the way to blood. That answer instantly wins Cat over, and she cheerfully declares that anything edible works for her. Xiaomao laughs and offers a giant mutated planet-eater corpse shaped like a star-sized piranha as her welcome gift. Cat squeals, lunges at the corpse, and unhinges her jaw so wide that she swallows the entire star-sized creature in a single bite. Even Xiaomao, who knows Cathalhus well, is left genuinely baffled by the sight and can only praise her ridiculous appetite. Cat cheerfully thanks Xiaomao, and the overlord straightens up to politely ask who this strange little girl really is. She proudly introduces herself as Cat and declares her Taoist name is Florida Girl, which leaves Xiaomao visibly confused. Before Xiaomao can process that, a gold dragonite officer rushes over and urgently whispers that Cat is actually the first princess of Florida Galaxy. The officer adds an even sharper warning: every man who courted her met a bad end, so Xiaomao should keep his distance. Xiaomao whispers back that her fate sounds pitiful, because at that rate she may never marry. The officer dryly reminds him that Cat is only 10 years old, and the joke dies instantly. When the officer hints their lord would kill him for thinking the wrong thing, Xiaomao is so mortified he wants to slap himself. After a calmer chat, Cat finally uses her authority to let the whole group into the galaxy and even books the East Hotel for the delegates. A day later at the East Hotel, Dong Fang Mei sets the schedule so the new arrivals can officially meet Leo. That afternoon, Leo enters the hotel grand hall and greets Xiaomao like an expected guest instead of a burdened refugee leader. Xiaomao admits the trip was terrible, saying his people were murdered during the migration and the surviving catapuses are running out of food. He offers whatever life force he can spare, because he has heard Leo usually trades goods for lifespan and he is desperate to save his people. Leo shuts that down immediately and promises enough food to fatten the Cathalhu up, making it clear he will help without taking lifespan. While talking, Leo checks Xiaomao's condition and quietly realizes the overlord has less than 10 years left to live. Feeling genuinely sorry for him, Leo remarks that Xiaomao has lived a hard life and wishes he could do more, even though the man's fate looks fixed. Xiaomao takes it quietly and says his life already feels fulfilling, aside from never managing to marry. With that mood settled, the two men move on to the real business and smoothly work out immigration terms for the Cathalhu. Because Leo had already seen this coming, he quickly agrees to shelter the cats and give them jobs and a future in his domain. Deeply grateful, Xiaomao tries to give Leo his fishing rod as payment, still wanting to repay the favor with something honorable. Leo refuses the rod, more impressed by Xiaomao's decency than interested in taking his last valuables. Instead of taking anything, Leo decides to improve Xiaomao's future and flicks out a new prismatic void pill from his domain. Xiaomao stares at the glittering bead and asks what it is as Leo presents the mysterious prismatic void pill, ending the meeting on a quiet reveal. Before Xiaomao leaves, Leo presses a pill on him and says it can restore his strength, hold back the Karma River's curse for a few years, and still leave him about a century to live after that. Xiaomao laughs the offer off, saying 100 extra years means nothing to someone who will reincarnate anyway, especially if that life is only more suffering. Leo quietly pushes back and warns that Xiaomao may want that extra time after all, because one day his subordinates could return with both good news and bad news and leave a legacy in his hands. That word legacy catches Xiaomao off guard, and he starts wondering what kind of future burden could be important enough to need his help. Xiaomao thinks over the Cathalhus he has known and can only picture a crowd of playful fools, with Miao Damao standing out as the one disciple reliable enough to matter. Leo chooses not to reveal the tragedy he already knows, and instead stops at a final promise. When Xiaomao is truly ready to reincarnate, he can come back for parting gifts for his next life. Xiaomao understands the weight behind that answer, gives Leo a deep bow, and thanks him with full sincerity as Lord Florida Man. Leo can only snicker and answer that helping him is part of his duty, letting the heavy farewell end on a lighter note. After Xiaomao leaves, Leo immediately calls Muniang over, and the rarely summoned cat boy arrives, obviously delighted to be wanted. Feeling guilty for overlooking him, Leo pats Muniang and asks a question that lands out of nowhere: what does he actually want, and what is his dream? Muniang thinks of Aslan instead of answering directly, and what comes out is the real fear underneath everything. If he reincarnates, will he still remember Leo at all? Leo tells him the truth without softening it. Muniang is a newborn soul tied to him, and once he is released into reincarnation, all those memories will be gone. That answer crushes Muniang on the spot, and he blurts out that he does not want reincarnation anymore because he wants to stay with Leo. Leo is moved, but he still cannot keep Muniang forever, because he wants the life ahead of him to be a real free future instead of endless dependency. So Leo tells him it is time to leave the nest, pushing Muniang toward the independence he absolutely does not want. Muniang recoils from the idea and desperately begs not to go, insisting that he loves this place and wants to stay. Leo answers with the real danger. Muniang cannot remain a soulless golem forever, and if Leo ever leaves this universe too long, Muniang will harden into a permanent stone statue. Even knowing that, Muniang still slumps and asks the simplest version of what he wants most: can't he just stay Leo's subordinate forever? Cornered and nearly ready to give up, Leo suddenly has an idea and decides to show Muniang something instead of arguing any further. Leo shares a future vision with him, and in a few real seconds Muniang lives through 10,000 years of it inside his mind. When Muniang comes back, he can barely speak, staring at Leo in disbelief after whatever future he just witnessed. Leo points the whole vision at one question, asking whether Muniang really wants that tragic future to happen to the poor man he just saw. Muniang immediately rejects it, horrified enough now to admit that the future Leo showed him would be unbearably tragic. With Muniang finally understanding the stakes, Leo asks for his help, making reincarnation sound less like abandonment and more like a mission only he can carry out. Muniang's last resistance is still the same old pain, because even after agreeing with the goal, he cannot bear the thought of forgetting Leo. Leo promises that Muniang will not be sent away alone, because Lucky and Meow Meow will stay by his side and Leo himself will come back to make new memories with him again and again. He finishes with the promise that matters most: even if Muniang forgets, Leo never will, sealing the farewell plan with memory carried on one side if not both. Muniang finally broke down crying, and Leo stayed with him through it instead of rushing him forward. For a whole year, Leo stayed at Muniang's side, playing with him day and night until the pain softened. A year later, Leo called Lucky, Meow Meow, and Muniang together for the final step. Leo released Lucky and Meow Meow's souls and guided the two glowing soul lights into Muniang's Dantian universe, letting his old companions follow him into the next life. Then Leo pressed a true karmic fate crystal into Muniang's soul fragment, and sent that fragment into the Karma River. After that, Xiaomao left Florida Galaxy alone and went back to his own galaxy, choosing duty over comfort so he could protect his fighters and disciples. A few years later, Leo's talk about legacy finally made sense to Xiaomao when his disciple Miao Damao arrived at his door in terrible shape, carrying a critically injured wife and their baby. After a quick explanation, Miao Damao revealed that Overlord Lucky and his men had been hunting them down. That news pushed Xiao Mao past patience, and he openly mocked Lucky to drag him into a direct fight. Lucky took the bait and charged in, but Xiao Mao killed him in one move. But the victory came too late, because Miao Damao and his wife still died from their injuries right after the clash. Xiao Mao tried to bring them back, but in the end he could only save their baby. That baby was Muniang reborn, and Xiao Mao unknowingly gave him the same name before adopting him as his own son. After Muniang's reincarnation, Leo kept watch from the shadows and secretly protected Xiao Mao and the child from wandering creatures and Milo's troops. With danger kept away, Xiao Mao found a new purpose in raising Muniang as his son. Muniang got to enjoy that fresh new life without realizing his Dantian universe still held 2 old comrades and a couple prisoners. But Xiao Mao's borrowed peace had a limit, because his lifespan was quietly running out. 8 years after his earlier visit, Xiao Mao returned to Florida Planet to say goodbye to Leo and the others. Leo welcomed him and even offered a free room, but Xiao Mao turned it down because he only came to talk before the end. The old overlord bowed one last time and told Leo plainly that he had come to bid farewell before entering the cycle of reincarnation. Leo checked Xiao Mao's status and caught the ugly truth. The numbers said 2,000 years, but he really only had 2 years left. So Leo asked if Xiao Mao wanted help, giving him one last chance to ask for something real. Xiao Mao asked Leo to keep protecting Muniang, because the boy was too innocent to survive their brutal universe alone. Leo agreed without hesitation, which let Xiao Mao relax just enough to prepare to leave. Xiao Mao bowed again and said he had to get back quickly, worried that Muniang might wander into some monster or worse while he was gone. Leo stopped him there and produced a moon-sized entity Fate Crystal as a final gift. Leo told Xiao Mao to cut off a piece from Muniang and place the rest in his own soul before he entered the Karma River. Xiao Mao hated Fate Crystals, so instead of gratefully taking it, he hesitated on the spot. Leo tells Xiao Mao the Fate Crystal fragment is not really for him but for his child, because separated pieces will naturally pull their owners back together one day. Xiao Mao grumbles that he thought the crystal only gave its owner a useless system, but Leo pushes the choice back on him and says only lived experience can judge that. Still reluctant, Xiao Mao accepts the parting gift, but the crystal makes him rethink leaving everything behind. At the last second, Xiao Mao remembers Kat's face and awkwardly asks Leo a rude personal question instead of just disappearing. When Xiao Mao asks if Leo's daughter is married, Leo's expression immediately stiffens like an overprotective father hearing the worst possible opener. Xiao Mao laughs it off and says a dying old man is only wondering whether he might still have a chance in the next life. Leo still looks deeply unconvinced, but because he knows Xiao Mao matters in the future, he suppresses his temper and decides to call Kat over. Half an hour later, Kat arrives as a grown 18-year-old, still familiar at a glance but more mature, and now wearing makeup outside. Kat rushes straight to Leo, clings to his arm, and cheerfully asks for food before paying attention to anything else. Leo promises to feed her later and, a little awkwardly, asks Kat to chat with the old fisherman for a few minutes. Kat does not even remember Xiao Mao, which makes the whole setup even more awkward for him. Xiao Mao pushes through the embarrassment and asks Kat the real question anyway, whether she is seeing someone right now. Watching a dying old man basically try to court his daughter gives Leo full-body goosebumps, and only his knowledge of Xiao Mao's future keeps him from blowing up on the spot. Because Kat barely understands romance, she innocently points at Leo and says yes, she is seeing her dad right now. The answer lands so badly that both Xiao Mao and Leo are left completely stunned. Kat only makes it worse by wrapping herself around Leo and proudly teasing that she is her father's girl and he belongs to her. Leo hurriedly denies the whole thing, but Xiao Mao has already decided he understands the situation. Xiao Mao kindly reframes it as a creator and creation being naturally attached, which somehow makes Leo even more desperate to clear his name. Instead of arguing any further, Xiao Mao breaks into laughter, satisfied with what he saw. He salutes them both, says he hopes to become Leo's customer in the next life if fate allows, and turns this awkward meeting into a sincere farewell. Leo returns the salute, and quietly tells him he will be waiting. With that, the old fisherman departs and returns to his own world. After Xiao Mao is gone, Leo shifts gears completely and summons the disciples he trusts most. Gao Yen, Yao Qiqi, Jin Yong, and Tang San arrive as full-grown adults, and all 4 have already reached the karmic sovereign realm. Back at the hotel, Leo's 4 guardians appear in their updated bodies. Gao Yen and Jin Yong still look young, Tang San has grown into a strikingly handsome man, and Yao Qiqi now carries herself like a mature goddess. The mood turns playful for a second when Yao Qiqi smiles at Kat, and Kat cheekily winks back before the formal report begins. Gao Yen leads the squad's greeting and kneels before Leo with a crisp question: what does their master want them to do now? Leo opens his menu, shows them the coordinates of Xiao Mao's home world, and throws Gao Yen a platinum plate marked with an AK-47. His orders are blunt: find his brother Ohio Man with the token, get a fleet, take troops to that planet, and wipe out Milo's side if they show up. The squad is thrilled to finally head into the void, and they vanish with the token without wasting another second. Once they're gone, Kat puffs up and complains to Leo that she wants to go play too and still has not had her meal. Leo gives in halfway, patting Cat on the head and telling her to fetch her brother first and let him pack food before she goes. Cat explodes with joy and sprints out of the hotel to drag Aslan out of his usual time chamber seclusion. Aslan has settled down more than expected, marrying Sierra and building a family with 5 children after safely returning Simba's son. Watching Cat run off like an overexcited kid, Leo drifts into a private thought about asking Izan for another child. That thought slides further back, and Leo wonders if he should reincarnate his mother even though she probably would not remember him anymore. 2 years after Xiaomao's last visit, Leo attends the Overlord's funeral and sees Muniang left alone by the loss. Leo attends the funeral and notices that Muniang barely reacts to anyone around him, lost completely in his grief. Other Cathal has tried to comfort the poor white cat, but Muniang rejects all of them and refuses to let anyone close. In the end, Muniang keeps living alone in Xiaomao's tiny shack because it is the only place he still treasures. Leo quietly opens a new general store on the same planet, but he places it far away so Muniang will not feel disturbed. At the same time, Gao Yan's team watches over Muniang in secret, protecting him without forcing themselves into his life. One day Izan comes to Leo because she knows he never makes strange arrangements without a reason and wants the real explanation. Before Izan can even ask, Leo answers with a single clue: this whole setup is for the coming merge. Izan freezes at that word and asks what exactly is supposed to merge. Leo looks up at the sky and drops a bigger shock. In less than 100,000 years, Void Principality and his people will descend into the lower world, and the so-called ascension was always a lie. Izan cannot make sense of that at all, so she bluntly demands the full version. With a long sigh, Leo starts laying out what he has foreseen about the higher dimensions and the disaster driving Void Principality's plan. He explains that many universes exist in the higher dimension and sometimes crash into each other, and Void Principality has already foreseen his own universe heading for that fate in about 150,000 years. Because he is desperate to save his people, Void Principality sends Void Trees into lower universes to scout for a world he can invade and move into. Leo ends the reveal on the part that matters most to them. Out of all those targets, Void Principality has chosen their universe. Izan processes that terrifying explanation in her own practical way and asks if this really just means Leo is preparing for a wave of new customers. Leo admits that is part of it, but he says they have to clean house and train their people before they can welcome anyone from that coming merge. Leo tells Izan that Niang, Meow Meow, and Lucky are all tied to a bigger plan still unfolding. He explains that Meow Meow will be sent into Muniang's Dantian universe and take over a cloned body of Meow Meow. Leo adds that this body is the same prisoner Aslan trapped there, and Meow Meow will eventually live under the identity of Meow. Izan giggles through the whole explanation, already curious about what kind of chaos Muniang and Meow will stir up together. Amused and nosy, Izan asks if she can peek into Muniang's universe and watch the drama herself. Leo flatly refuses and says he will just make a movie for her later, because she is not allowed to meddle with their fate. Izan pouts at being shut down, but she quickly shifts to a more serious question about what happens when people from a higher dimension descend. That question wipes the humor off Leo's face, and he turns toward the prismatic void tree with a dark, irritated look. Leo says the answer is exactly what he expects from powerful outsiders: politics, conspiracies, and arrogant fools making everything worse. Izan responds with cold practicality, and asks if they can just kill all of them. Leo says the bigger problem is not just the invaders themselves but the karma rivers overflowing with too many souls. That image finally gets through to Izan, and her excitement drops into a wary little yikes. Leo says that coming mess is why he needs several trustworthy people in this universe to take in souls through their own Dantian worlds. Leo lays out the hard limit of his plan. There is no way to keep every soul in one place. Even though that disaster is still far away, Leo is already planning for the worst before it arrives. Meanwhile, far away, Muniang stays inside his house because inheriting Xiaomao's fishing rod has turned him into a marked man. Milo and his allies want Muniang dead for that artifact, so hiding at home is no longer caution but survival. Word spreads across the universe that Muniang holds an ultimate artifact, and that rumor reaches new gods, sages, and ambitious younger powers. Once they hear the rumor, those rising powers all set their sights on the old Manhwa Galaxy and begin moving in to hunt Muniang down. On Muniang's lonely star, the cat child hid in a small cabin and stared at photos of his dead foster father Xiaomao until he quietly broke down. Even knowing Xiaomao's soul still rested inside his Dantian universe, Muniang could only whisper that he was lonely and ask when his master would return. A knock at the door snapped him out of it, and Muniang wiped his tears before using a tentacle tail to open up for his familiar visitor. Outside stood Leo again, and Muniang forced a smile as he asked if this visit was another attempt to drive him out. Leo gently asked Muniang to come live with him somewhere safer, but the cat flatly refused and swore he would never sell this house. Since Muniang still wanted nothing from him, Leo only left another crate of food, pills, catnip, manuals, and a precious prismatic void pill before walking away. After leaving, Leo quietly checked Muniang's Dantian universe and confirmed that Lucky's soul had mutated into a female form but was still waiting to reincarnate. He also saw Meow Meow's soul stuck together with Meow Meow's, following a fate that would clash with Kishin Duji until both finally emerged as true entities much later. The next day, Simba ignored Muniang's cabin and headed straight for the Cathalha capital, a giant domed city that had already become another branch of Leo's domain. Inside the city, collared Cathalhas moved around as upright cats in modern clothes, showing how completely Leo had reshaped this world. Simba found Leo and Izan relaxing in a park, with Izan petting a sleepy Siamese cat while Leo scratched its chin like the universe had no urgent problems at all. When Simba dropped the leather bag at their feet, Leo blanked on what mission he had even sent Simba to do. Simba reminded him that the troops had attacked a rebel werewolf hideout and captured the ringleader, though a few stragglers were still fated to die within 10 years. Izan had to jog Leo's memory that he himself had ordered the extermination of the last werewolves in this universe. Once he remembered, Leo casually asked if they were all dead yet, and Simba confirmed everyone except Milo was gone. Simba then pushed the bigger question and asked why a Time Lord like Leo did not just read the future himself. Leo admitted that peeking too hard at timelines drained energy, cost lifespan, and could even push their future off the right track, so he avoided doing it unless he had to. That answer led Simba to ask the real mystery. If singularity should have been the ceiling of cultivation, how had Leo broken past it at all? Leo bluntly said Simba was right about the old limit, and that he had only surpassed it because he was crazy enough to keep forcing time and space further than anyone else. He almost blurted out that his whole obsession started because he wanted sex, then caught Izan beside him and hurriedly cleaned up the explanation into serious research talk. Leo and Simba drifted into hours of philosophy about dimensions and Tao, while Izan quietly sat through it all and noticed the one thing both men kept ignoring. When the debate finally stopped, Izan pointed straight at the bag and asked the obvious question neither genius had bothered to answer. Simba called it a souvenir, but when Izan opened it she found 1,000 storage rings and immediately looked done with both of them. Izan scolded Simba for hauling all of this in person when he could have used the system trade menu through his karmic crystal, and Simba sheepishly admitted he forgot. Her verdict was simple and brutal. Simba and Leo shared the same 2 brain cells. Instead of denying it, Leo and Simba burst out laughing, and Leo proudly started bragging about being the only Time Lord in the multiverse. Simba instantly ruined the brag by calling Leo out for using his Dantian universe to summon clones of other women. Leo shot back that he never touched any woman but his wife, but Simba pressed harder and named Eleanor, Ellen, and even a clone of Izan's mother. When Simba pointed out that Leo had set those cloned opponents to the lowest skill level, Leo suddenly had no good answer left. Leo tried to save himself by claiming he had only been studying bloodlines for alchemy, but Izan grabbed his shirt and demanded the full explanation. Leo swore he had not cheated, but with Izan glaring right there, he had no clean way to explain that he really had summoned her sister's and mother's clones for blood samples. Izan decided she would inspect his Dantian universe herself, and Leo had no choice but to let her in. She turned into a streak of light and vanished into Leo's forehead, leaving him standing there with the exact look of a man whose life had just become much harder. Leo glared at Simba for setting him up, and Simba just laughed and teleported away, fully satisfied with the prank. Years of peace followed, and Leo kept visiting Muniang every week until the cat finally softened enough to let him inside the cabin after 10 long years. Seeing the old family photos up close, Leo felt guilty that he had not been there for Xiao Mao and Muniang when it mattered. Leo promised he would stop asking Muniang to move and only wanted to improve the cabin, but the cat instantly accused him of coveting Xiao Mao's fishing rod again. To prove he was serious, Leo replaced the shabby bed in a blink with a fluffy new spring bed and even added a matching cat bed beside it. Even then, Muniang hurriedly stored Xiao Mao's fishing rod away and warned Leo that no treasure would ever buy it. Fed up with the paranoia, Leo snapped that if he truly wanted the rod, Muniang would already be dead and there would be nothing the cat could do about it. Then Leo pulled out a true entity fate crystal whose aura matched the fishing rod itself, showing he already possessed something just as valuable. Muniang panicked at the glare, assumed Leo was finally revealing his true evil colors, and sprouted 8 white tentacles to fight back. Leo ended the tantrum instantly by freezing Muniang in place and flicking him hard on the forehead. Before Muniang could recover, Leo shoved the entity fate crystal straight into his forehead and declared that it was time to do things his way. Inside Muniang's Dantian universe, Leo used a fragment of his own consciousness to shatter that one entity crystal into countless heavenly fate crystals instead of letting the cat digest it whole. By spreading the power out, Leo deliberately accelerated the universe's population growth and overall strength, turning Muniang's inner world into a future pressure cooker. Back in the cabin, Leo cheerfully warned Muniang that things were about to get hectic in his universe, and he had better grow stronger fast. Muniang only swatted his hand away, called him evil, and chased him out, while Leo laughed and promised punishment once the cat's old memories returned. 1,000 years passed, and roaming space beasts multiplied so badly that Simba finally asked Leo to help cull them. Leo answered with absurd force, snapping away 70% of the beasts and turning their corpses into food shipments for allied systems, with some of the fish meat even sent to Muniang. By then Cat had matured into a singularity, and Leo sent her to Muniang's planet as the new deputy overlord of the Cathalha Galaxy. Muniang was stunned by Cat's beauty the moment she appeared at his door, and for one very brief second he fell in love. Cat destroyed that first love in one line by looking him over and calling him a chonky cat. Before Mooniang could recover, Cat pulled out a red laser pointer and toyed with him until his cat instincts took over and he chased the dot around the house. When he finally stopped panting and yelled at her, Cat coldly admitted she was bullying him because he had hogged her father for 1,000 years. She left him fuming behind her, and that ugly little meeting set the tone for Cat's rule over the entire galaxy. After that, Leo stopped visiting Mooniang and moved on to expansion work elsewhere, leaving Cat in charge of reshaping the Cathalha galaxy. Cat ruled like a tyrant from day one, conscripting half of all adult Cathalhas into a self-defense force in exchange for extra cultivation resources. Then she stripped the galaxy for Leo's factories, cutting forests, mining everything useful, and turning a living world into a resource colony. When protests and riots filled the capital, Cat crushed them without a battle by removing catnip from every store and letting withdrawal break the resistance for her. After that, Cat forced the whole population to choose between migrating to Florida Galaxy or staying behind in the drained colony and waiting for supplies. 90% gave in because they could not live without Leo's special catnip, leaving only a thin military and elderly remnant behind. Mooniang was one of the ones left behind, and when the forests died, the lakes dried, and animals vanished, his resentment toward both Leo and Cat hardened into a vow of revenge. That oath collapsed the day a dimensional rift opened outside the solar system and spat out a human-sized black hole. The abyssal star dragged stars, planets, and asteroids toward destruction, and even Mooniang's own planet was pulled off its orbit toward disaster. Simba's fleet happened to be nearby, and they rushed in before the whole galaxy was lost. Simba suppressed the black hole's gravity, compressed the thing into a cube, and hauled it back to Leo like he already knew Leo would want it. His troops also pushed Mooniang's planet back onto the right course and evacuated the surviving elderly Cathalhas, keeping casualties low because Cat's migration had already emptied most of the galaxy. Watching his world survive, Mooniang suddenly wondered if Leo and Cat had known this disaster was coming all along. Elsewhere, Leo sat at a desk reading the future log he had written 1,000 years earlier, calmly reviewing universe-scale crises like old appointments. His notes showed earlier problems he had already solved, from universal food shortages with huntable space beasts to delayed goblin overpopulation and even a galaxy collision handled by Priscilla. The current entry made the truth clear. Leo had foreseen the black hole incident, and Cat's brutal migration had been part of evacuating the future blast zone before it happened. The same log also warned of later disasters still ahead, including succubi born from Mao Miao Miao's legacy, and a woman named Sasha whose arrival would trigger another dangerous misunderstanding with Izan. After checking the list, Leo closed the console, grumbled about time dilation, and decided it was finally time to visit the higher dimension again. A moment later, Leo vanished from his domain and teleported away to another universe, stepping straight into the next problem before anyone else even knew it was coming. Leo returned to Mooniang's planet and found the same bleak wasteland, with only a lonely cabin breaking the empty horizon. The universe immediately warned him that his lifespan was absurdly beyond its limit, but Leo brushed off the floating system screens without a shred of concern. He had come for one practical reason. With wealth flowing across multiple universes, he wanted to make sure Mooniang could cultivate here safely. As soon as Leo touched the doorknob, the cabin recognized him and its defense system came alive. Seeing the cabin's energy had dropped again, Leo guessed it was time for its yearly recharge and opened the outside battery console. He swapped in a fresh singularity stone, treating a bead powerful enough to raise a mortal into a top-tier cultivator like nothing more than a house battery. Even the extra lifespan he absorbed from the spent stone barely earned a glance before he stepped inside. Inside the small room, Mooniang was still asleep on the spring bed, curled into a furry ball and smiling to himself. Leo gently stroked Mooniang's fur and realized the cat's consciousness was still wandering his own inner universe, which meant Xiaomao's return was close. When Mooniang's sleep mumbled about Xiaomao getting strong, Leo got curious and peeked into the cat's Dantian universe. Inside that inner universe, Xiaomao, Lucky, Meow Meow, and their side had already crushed their enemies and now stood as the last ruling force. The peek got even weirder when Leo saw Xiaomao and Lucky acting as husband and wife inside that world. Leo's peek got even stranger when he saw Meow Meow proudly treating the gender-swapped Dr. Mao Meow Meow as his wife. With Mooniang's inner world finally settled, Leo decided he needed to prepare a welcome banquet and remake this miserable planet into a real home. The moment he stepped back outside, two small Cathalhas were floating there in stunned disbelief. Leo recognized them as Meow Demao and Katarina from the Fate Stadium, and he quickly guessed they had already recovered their old memories. The pair gratefully admitted that Leo's Fate crystals and Karma rivers were the reason they had not forgotten this universe forever. Bad at taking praise, Leo cut straight to the real question and asked how Mooniang and Xiaomao were doing in there. Katarina happily told him their sons should be coming out soon, maybe as early as tomorrow because time moved much faster inside. Leo froze on one word when they called Xiaomao and Mooniang their sons. Meow Damao explained the twist. When they reincarnated inside Mooniang's universe, they became Xiaomao's parents, and Xiaomao later adopted Mooniang's avatar as his pet. They summed up a messy adventure of broken family ties and eventual reunion, and Leo listened with a grin because the whole thing was absurd in exactly the right way. Satisfied by their happy ending, Leo promised he would take all of them in as his disciples. The two Catholicos were thrilled, but their joy abruptly soured when they remembered they still had a serious concern about Mao Miao Miao. Leo's eyes narrowed at once, because if that idiot had regained his memories, this could become a real problem. Miao Damao nervously blurted out that the real problem was Miao Miao, who had turned into a total loose cannon, ravishing women nonstop and even sleeping with centipedes. Leo could only fire back with a stunned, disgusted what the hell. The story got worse when they said Miao Miao had brainwashed Devil, Lilith, Eve, and other top experts, and even helped bring down Olympus. Leo had to stop them there and sort out the names, because Devil had once been the real Dr. Mao Miao Miao while Miao Miao had stolen that identity. Miao Damao clarified the problem was Miao Miao, and Leo immediately remembered the pervert golem with a painful smack to his own forehead. He still asked one thing carefully, whether Devil was showing any sign of recovering this universe's memories. Miao Damao cheerfully assured him that Devil's mind had already been broken by Mooniang's trap and Miao Miao's identity theft, so she was now submissive and harmless. Leo wiped away cold sweat and admitted that for a second there, he had almost had a heart attack. With the panic over, Leo shifted back into host mode and said he would help them prepare a proper welcome party. Then he raised the scale immediately, saying he would rebuild the world itself with a castle, a new home for Xiao Mao, and a larger house for Mooniang too. When Leo casually mentioned Mooniang might already be flirting his way toward a new family, the two Catholicos exploded with proud parental excitement. Leo stepped away from the cabin, spread his arms, and summoned 1,000 system screens around himself like a god preparing construction orders. The dead brown planet answered at once as grass, clouds, and springs burst into existence across the wasteland. That sudden water and life attracted several moon-sized anglerfish from space, and the monsters opened their detached jaws to swallow the planet whole. Leo did not even bother to look up before casually killing the planet eaters from the inside. Miao Damao and Katarina stared up in shock at the drifting corpses, only for Leo to joke that tomorrow's banquet had just become a free sashimi buffet. Delighted, the pair reverted to their original forms and rushed off to collect the giant fish for the feast. Leo stayed behind and spent 1 billion years of lifespan remaking the planet in half a day, filling land and sea with living creatures under a new blue sky. He crowned the reborn world with a castle atop the old ruined capital and hid a true karmic fate crystal beneath it as an emergency safeguard. A day later, just as Leo expected, Xiao Mao finally emerged from Mooniang's Dantian universe. The old haggard fisherman was gone, replaced by a youthful, handsome man with glossy black hair, flawless skin, and a lean idol-like body. Looking over the renewed world and the lingering trace Leo had left behind, Xiao Mao bowed his thanks toward the sky with quiet gratitude. Xiao Mao did not come out alone either, because he brought 7 wives with him and instantly turned the reunion into a family event. Leo followed through on his promise and hurriedly set up a banquet in the new castle for Xiao Mao's family. While Xiao Mao's wives clustered around Miao Damao and Katarina to meet their in-laws and jostle for status, Leo and Xiao Mao slipped off to drink alone. Xiao Mao excitedly poured out stories of his adventure and Panga's deeds, and Leo let him talk because he was just happy the old fisherman had made it this far. In return, Leo told Xiao Mao about the hidden karmic fate crystal beneath the castle and handed him another true entity fate crystal as backup. Then Leo gave him one sober warning: past victories did not guarantee tomorrow's survival, so he could not afford to get complacent. Xiao Mao accepted the warning without argument and bowed in earnest. When Leo noticed Mooniang was missing from the banquet, he asked why the cat had not come out with him. Xiao Mao explained that Mooniang still had unfinished business inside the Dantian universe, because Mao Miao Miao needed to stay there longer and work off his negative karma under Mooniang's watch. Leo got thrown again when Xiao Mao casually called Mao Miao Miao his father. Xiao Mao explained that one of his reincarnations had been as the son of Mao Miao Miao and Wei Yuan before he died again and returned as a human. Still trying to make sense of the mess, Leo asked what had become of the original devil after all that. Xiao Mao laughed and said Devil had turned into a model brew mother because the new Mao Miao Miao kept filling her belly, and she never complained once. That answer bothered Leo enough that he started peeking into future timelines to see whether Devil would become trouble later. Instead of war or betrayal, every future he checked was some version of a ridiculous happy wife ending with a growing mountain of babies. When one timeline showed 100 of Miao Miao's own daughters ending up as his wives, Leo gave up on prophecy and exploded in disgust. Xiao Mao could only laugh as Leo cursed Miao Miao's depravity and ordered that lunatic to stay far away from him. After that wild reunion, the story shifted into an epilogue of how Leo and his people went on living hard, strangely, and happily despite future uncertainties. Mao Miao Miao and Devil eventually left Mooniang's universe, but instead of starting another disaster, he spent the following years helping restore damaged lower universes while gathering stray fate crystals and more wives. Devil herself forgot her crimes and spent the rest of her life bearing the imposter's children until people bluntly nicknamed her Baby Factory. Mooniang married as expected and kept living in the same hut, while Leo quietly expanded it behind the scenes for his comfort. Xiao Mao rose as overlord of a new Manhwa Galaxy, restored his people's glory, and Lucky stood by him as his main mistress while raising a litter of cute puppies. Aslan found exactly the kind of outrageous happy ending that suited him with Sierra, and he stayed put after reaching the Singularity Realm on his own. Simba stayed on as a guardian of the universe, built a bigger family with Esther, and watched his first son rise into fleet command. Priscilla became the holy mother of her people, moved them to the prismatic Void Tree Galaxy, and later reached the Singularity Realm under Leo's guidance. Ellen rebuilt the Divine Elf clan into a new kingdom, allied with Leo and Xiao Mao, and earned respect as the Great Queen of Elves. Gao Yan eventually met Ellen during his travels, solved her kingdom's crises, and after a century of effort won her heart, and became the Divine Elf King. Jin Yong wandered into a Fenrir conflict, wiped that race out except for Lucky, and later married Xiao Mao and Lucky's daughter after surrendering to his own bizarre karma. Tang San stayed on as a guardian and public icon, but off the record he still lived like a straight man who married his trusted colleague. Yao Qiqi also remained a guardian, rejected every suitor, then eventually married Tang San after getting bored of endless cultivation and built a family with him. Taxi evolved into a singularity-level mystic nightmare and turned his usefulness into a thriving bloodline by capturing succubi as breeding stock for new unicorns. Ricardo and his race joined Priscilla to guard the prismatic void tree, and he later disappeared into its depths with an Oron wife and a life that sounded as scandalous as it was happy. Wu Bai and Beatrice married. He literally died in bed after 5,000 years, and after reincarnating as Leo's second son he somehow ended up marrying Beatrice all over again. Ivy and Mark built both a life and a colony together, and their descendants revered them as the parents of Malg. Hua Taishu merged with his clone, pushed his sword Dao to the point of killing singularities, and eventually became Leo's fourth guardian. Hua Jiashan and Dong Fang Mei stopped chasing higher realms and instead trained over 100,000 people in the hotel business. Tiger Swordsman got tired of his path after reaching Karmic Sovereign and finally settled down with an orc wife instead of chasing sainthood forever. Han Hao quietly reopened the Life Sword School, spread it across the universe, and turned his style into the standard every swordsman studied. Han Meng quit the sword road for racing, dominated the universe in an outdated car, and became a famous influencer with 2 striking elf partners. Sun Wan found farming and animal care more meaningful than hotels, so she ran Leo's Sanctuary project, awakened Mother Earth Dao almost by accident, and regained her youth before marrying Tang Tian. Tang Tian reopened the Sixth Element sect, mastered Medicine Dao with Leo's support, and went down in history as Florida Galaxy's first true doctor. Tang Xian stayed in politics, built 7 major logistics routes for Leo's expansion, and eventually ascended for study only to come back disappointed. Kat stayed glued to Leo's side, and even after horrifying the family by fertilizing her own eggs with a drop of his blood, she was still the daughter they could never cast aside. Eason became the quietly feared queen of Florida, caught up to Leo's strength, traumatized herself by overusing Time Dao to investigate his past, and later bore him 3 more children anyway. As a Time Emperor, Leo ended up governing the 4th dimension and higher realms without ever needing to leave his own universe behind. Even with absolute wealth, power, and status, his real habit never changed. He kept protecting his people and occasionally causing enough nonsense that the universe finally understood why everyone called him Florida Man. In the end, Leo was content because for all his strength and boredom, he still had the family, friends, and memories he actually wanted to protect. And if anyone ever asked the strongest idiot in the universe for life advice, he would just grin and answer the only way he knew how: enjoy life and go all in.